My dad saw me confessing to the school beauty, and she rejected me for being too poor. So he directly hooked up with the national female tycoon who was 20 years older than him. As a result, I also gained a beautiful fairy sister. I thought I would have to work like a horse in my stepmother's house, but unexpectedly, my stepmother casually gave me an 880,000 yuan red envelope. Not only did the fairy sister not despise me, but she also got closer to me and stuck to me every day. Originally, I had just graduated and was lying on the sofa preparing to slack off when my phone suddenly rang. After answering, a serious voice came from the other end. Son, there is something your dad has actually hidden from you for many years. Now that you have graduated, I don't want to continue hiding it from you. Hearing that tone, I inexplicably felt a sense of unease, quickly sat up from the sofa, and with a hint of panic in my voice, I said, "What's going on? Dad, you're not in debt and the creditors are coming after you, are you? What kind of talk is that? Am I the kind of person who doesn't pay back money? Oh, don't interrupt me. The atmosphere I finally managed to create has been ruined by you." On the other end of the phone, Luo Mingyue fell silent for a few seconds before his voice became serious again. "Son, actually, I've been with a rich woman for a long time. I was afraid it would interfere with your studies, so I kept it from you. But starting today, you are officially a rich second generation." "What? Dad, are you out of your mind? What kind of rich woman would look at you?" I looked at my phone in disbelief, thinking about how one could say such things about their own father. "By the way, your Aunt Lu has a daughter, about your age, and she's already on her way to pick you up. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out later." I have to hang up now. I didn't expect that as soon as Dad hung up, there was a series of knock-knock sounds coming from the front door of the living room. Could it be that Lu Auntie's daughter has come to visit? I put on my shoes and walked hesitantly to the door. As I opened it with a creak, my pupils suddenly constricted as if I had seen something extraordinary. What greeted my eyes was a breathtakingly beautiful face. Just the pair of cold phoenix eyes conveyed the high and aloof aura of the woman at the door, like a fairy from the heavens who does not partake in the mundane world. In comparison, even the school beauty pales in comparison to this fairy in front of me. Even with half a meter of distance, I can smell the fragrance coming from her, unable to distinguish whether it's perfume or body scent. Just as I was lost in thought, Su Mingcheng looked at me, who was staring at her in a daze, pressed her bright red lips together, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a subtle arc. She took my hand and headed downstairs, her voice very cold, yet it sounded incredibly pleasant. "Let's go. Don't keep Uncle Luo and my mom waiting too long." Faced with her stunningly beautiful cheek, I couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance and instinctively followed her downstairs. At the bottom of the old apartment building, there was a white Porsche 911 parked. Once I got into the car, I suddenly came to my senses and looked at the fairy sitting quietly beside me, examining me with a puzzled expression. "Are you the daughter of Aunt Lu that my dad mentioned?" Upon hearing my address, Su Mingcheng slightly furrowed her willow leaf eyebrows and corrected me. "My name is Su Mingcheng, and from today on, I will be your sister. You should call me sister from now on. Got it? Stinky little brother." At the same time, I thought this guy would be ugly, but unexpectedly he looks quite decent. However, he dared to insult me online, so he will have a hard time in the future. I looked Su Mingcheng up and down, and then I stopped talking. Right now, I just want to find my dad quickly and have him explain what exactly is going on. Seeing this, Su Mingcheng also fell silent and turned her head to look out the car window, but in her cold eyes, there was a hidden restlessness. Halfway through, my phone rang again. I picked it up and saw that it was actually the school beauty young Xiaoxuan calling. Without hesitation, I hung up and added her to my blacklist. After abandoning me, she directly got into a rich second generation's car and still wanted to use me as a tool? No way. I'm done with love. Su Mingcheng casually caught a glimpse of the caller ID. Through Uncle Luo, she also knew that the girl I was pursuing was named Yang Xiaoxuan, so she pretended to ask casually, "Who called?" I yawned and said, "Spam call, I just blacklisted it." Meanwhile, in a dorm room at Magic City University, Yang Xiaoxuan was lying on her bed in her pajamas, frowning in dissatisfaction as she looked at the hung-up call. Angrily, she threw her phone aside. This guy Luo An not only didn't bring me breakfast but also dared to hang up on me, just because I rejected his confession. Does he have to be so heartless? We can't date, but we can still be friends. Once I start working at Yunxiao Group, I'm sure I can find a better guy than him. Yang Xiaoxuan bit her silver teeth tightly, feeling sulky. If we don't keep in touch, then we won't. Luo An, just watch. I will climb higher than you, and in the future, we will be people from two different worlds. On the other side, the Porsche made a few turns in the city before finally stopping in front of a large hotel. Under the personal reception of the hotel manager, Su Mingcheng and I walked into a luxurious private room. At the large round table in the room, I sat side by side with Su Mingcheng, looking at Aunt Lu, who was sitting opposite us. Clearly nearing 40 but still with snow-white skin, I couldn't help but ask, what do you see in him? As soon as these words were spoken, my dad, Luo Mingyue, who was sitting next to Lu Fongfang and dressed in expensive casual wear, changed his expression slightly and said sternly, what are you talking about, Xiaoxuan? This is your Aunt Lu. Mind your manners. Hearing this, I rolled my eyes. Who are you talking to? I was just talking to this auntie. Don't get ahead of yourself. My dad, Luo Mingyue, looked at me speechlessly, probably thinking to himself, how can a son talk about his own father like that? Upon hearing my words, Lu Fongfang immediately laughed brightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on me, and she said with a smile, Xiaoxuan is just like your dad said, really an interesting child. From now on, you and Mingyue will be siblings, so you should get along well. I heard your dad say you just graduated and haven't found a job yet, right? Just in time. Mingyue is the general manager of Yunxiao Group, so let her arrange your job tomorrow. At this moment, Su Mingcheng also looked at me, extending her fair and tender hand to my head, with a hint of playfulness in her smile. Of course, no problem, right, Luo An brother? The corners of my mouth twitched. Good heavens, if I remember correctly, Yunxiao Group seems to be a well-known big company locally, and I just became a rich second generation without realizing it. After simply finishing a meal, Dad and Lu Fongfang found an excuse to leave first so that I could spend more time with Su Mingcheng, and they gave me a key. Lu Fongfang said, Xiaoxuan, we are all family now, and since you have graduated, it's not practical to keep renting outside. Auntie bought a villa in Haodingbie Yuan. You and Mingyue should move there first, and your dad and I will move in a couple of days. After saying this, Lu Fongfang linked arms with Luo Mingyue and walked out of the hotel room, her beautiful eyes full of smiles. After leaving the room, Luo Mingyue asked in confusion, they just met, shouldn't they go out and play together for a couple of days to get to know each other better? What's the use of letting them stay together now? Lu Fongfang rolled her eyes at him. What do you know, you blockhead? This is the first time I've seen Mingyue so close to a boy. Her attitude towards Xiaoxuan is completely different from how she treats other boys. If we stay there, we would just be a third wheel, right? After they left, I really couldn't stand Su Mingyue's piercing gaze, which made me feel uncomfortable all over, so I leaned over to her side and cautiously asked, sister, have we met before? Otherwise, why are you staring at my face? Hearing me call her sister, a satisfied expression appeared on Su Mingyue's stunning face. She then took out her phone, pulled up a chat record, and placed it on the table. Smiling playfully, I was just a bit curious. When we were arguing online, you were quite tough with your words, weren't you? Why are you so timid now that we've met in real life? This left me stunned, not understanding what she meant, and I instinctively glanced at the chat record placed in front of me. It's better not to look at it. Once I did, I was almost scared out of my soul. When I was in college, besides my regular part-time job, I was actually a web novel author. 3 years ago, I met an online friend named Jian, but our communication wasn't as pleasant as I had imagined. Whenever we talked about the plot, we would start a heated argument. She just wasn't satisfied with the knife plot I wrote. Luo An had moved to delete her countless times, but on the contrary, every time this Yun Mamoru was able to give him good inspiration as well as accurately name the flaws in his novels, which really made him love and hate her at the same time. In this way, after the two had maintained their relationship for 2.5 years, finally, half a month ago, Yun Zhongyue confessed to him. But at that time Luo An's mind was full of Yang Xiaoxian. How could he agree to have an online relationship with another girl? So this is what he said back. Truthfully, in fact, I am a sister control. If you really like me, if you have the ability to become my sister, then I can still consider it. Secondly, although you are ugly, but you can't think so beautiful now although it is daytime, but you can't do daydreaming And the chat record on Su Mingyue's phone was what Luo An had sent at that time, and he instantly understood everything. Su Mingyue is the moon in the clouds. The woman he'd been spraying for 3 years was now actually his sister for real. Seeing Luo An finally responding, Su Mingyue smiled and stood up from her position, reaching out to rub his broken hair, seemingly smiling. Stinky brother, didn't you say before that you would rub me under your feet? Now why don't you say anything? You say, how I should punish you. Hearing this, Luo An couldn't help but feel a chill on his back, but when he thought that he and she would have to live together in the future, if he wimped out now, how could he be better off in the future? With that in mind, Lone mustered up enough courage to go on a rampage and show off. As if Su Mingyue had seen through his thoughts, she expressionlessly pressed her hand on his shoulder, directly suppressing Luo An, who was about to stand up, and faintly said, I forgot to mention that I idly went to get a black belt in Taekwondo before, and I've also sought out a martial arts instructor for instruction in anti-wolf techniques. Upon hearing this, Luo An immediately coughed lightly twice with some embarrassment. That what? Sister, I was joking before. Little brother had offended much before. Please don't take it to heart. A man can give and take and there's no shame in him calling it a tactical admission of weakness. Seeing Luo An's rapidly changing attitude, Su Mingyue wanted to laugh a little in her heart, but after thinking about it, after all, it was the first day of meeting, so it was better to keep it in check, so as not to play the stinky younger brother badly. After all, this is the only person she has been holding on to for 3 years, the creator of that pure land in her heart, and now even more importantly, her family. Let's go. My sister will take you to your new home to see it, and by the way, I'll buy you 2 more dresses. It's not good to go to the company to work and wear such a chilly dress. Oh, Luo An got up somewhat reluctantly, instinctively wanting to reject Su Mingyue's goodwill, but thinking of how hard it was for his dad to remarry and pull him up for so many years, he naturally didn't want to drag his feet. Forget it. Just go. She can't eat me. At noon, a long line formed in the cafeteria of Mordor University, and many students clustered together to line up for their meals, making the scene extremely noisy. Yang Xiaoxuan, who was wearing a long white dress, looked at the long line, her face turned a little white, and she instinctively wanted to stay away. In the past, Luo An gave her a meal or order takeout. She just need to be responsible for eating on the line. Where do you think that a meal actually need to wait in such a long line, especially in such a hot weather queuing? When her turn, it is estimated to be covered in sweat. How can I still have an appetite to eat? In this moment, she actually missed Lone a little. If he had been there, he certainly wouldn't have made himself wait in line for food. Seeing this, Ma Yun beside her carefully said, Xian, if we have to queue up on such a hot day, why don't we just order takeout? It's more economical this way. Yang Xiaoxian, why don't you want to? But she doesn't have much money on her anymore. In the past she used to let Luo An order for her whatever she wanted to eat, and all she used was his money. No, I don't believe that I can't live without him. Luo An, isn't it just a queue? Just line up. Big deal. It'll take a little more time, said Yang Xiaoxian full of stubbornness into the cafeteria. See the situation. Ma Yun also had to follow. The heart is bitter to say. With her financial strength she had no problem eating takeout all the time, but in order to take care of her good sister's mood, she could only follow at the back of the line. Alas, Xian, why are you so bitter? Now you know how important Luo An is in your life. You were too well protected by him all these years, and now you have to face this cruel world alone. Chapter 4 Want me to be attracted to you, unless all the women under the sky are dead. 1 p.m. on a hot summer day, Su Mingyue parked her car in front of a brand-name clothing store, and ostentatiously bought Luo An a lot of clothes. Compared to the ground floor goods he wore before, it was like a bird's eye view, and the whole person was brand new. Take care, both of you, and welcome to the next visit. Under the respectful gaze of the black silk salesgirl, Luo An, who was carrying a large bag of clothes in his hand, and Su Mingyue, who had a satisfied face, walked out of the clothing store and rejoined the Porsche parked on the side of the road. After sitting in the car, Su Mingyue took out another black card and passed it to Luo An. Her Jew lips slightly opened. Stinky brother, this is the pocket money that your sister gave you. Take it to your heart's content, and ask me for it again when it's not enough. But Lone just glanced at the card and didn't take it, snorting, sorry, I'm a man with hard teeth. I can't eat soft food, let alone food handed out in contempt. You'd better keep it and spend it yourself. Is that so? My mom said that she was afraid that you'd use a lot of money just after graduation, so she specifically asked me to give you $1 million as a meeting gift, but now it seems that she was overly concerned. Ahem, since it's a piece of Auntie's heart, then I have no choice but to accept it. Elders can't refuse to give it. Roan coughed lightly twice about to go get it. He also wanted to stay pushy, but this was $1 million soft dollars. Under normal circumstances, he would have to go 10 years without eating or drinking to save that much money. Reach out now and you'll work 10 years less. So why not? As for face, can it be a meal? But Su Mingyue withdrew her hand at this moment. The idea of wanting to tease Luo An was suddenly born in her heart, and a bright and touching smile spread on her calm and composed pretty cheeks. A man's word is his word. How can he go back on his word? Since you've said you don't want it, it's a no. Seeing that the 1 million soft sister coins that were about to come into his hands were about to fly away, Luo An was anxious and was about to reach out and grab it right away. Who said I don't want it? Just now I was just being polite. Polite, you know? Good sister, quickly give me the card. Soon the two began to scramble, coaxing in the back seat. The driver who was driving heard the commotion and inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror. Looking at Su Mingyue, who was wantonly displaying a smile, his heart was slightly surprised. The Su he knew was never a smiling person. She had a graceful and dignified demeanor, and did not smile or laugh, as if she always maintained a high and cool demeanor. What kind of magic was hidden in this kid's body, actually able to make that always high and cold general manager Su turn into this kind of appearance? And at this time, in the back seat, after some scrambling, Luo An finally snatched the black card from Su Mingyue's hand. and a smug smile appeared on his face. A black belt in Taekwondo is nothing to sneeze at. After a short period of elation, Luo An sensed that something was wrong. At this time he was pressed against Su Mingyue's body. Their bodies were almost pressed together. The tip of his nose lingered on the intoxicating, uncontrollable fragrance of her body. In a flash, Luo An, who had never had such intimate contact with a girl before, suddenly turned red, especially when he inadvertently touched Su Mingyue's soft skin. His heart was pounding. Just as he was about to get up and flee, Su Mingyue reached out and hugged his waist, putting her head to his ear. Her voice was fluffy and soft, incomparably seductive. "Stinky brother, your reaction right now is so cute. It can't be that you're thinking something you shouldn't about your sister, right?" When these words came out, Luo An gulped. Thinking of Su Mingyue's confession to him online earlier, his mind was in a mess, and he hurriedly broke away from her embrace. "I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. Who would have thoughts about you? Besides, this thing called love, dogs don't talk about it. Want me to be attracted to you, unless all the women under the sky are dead?" Looking at the flustered and defensive Luo An, Su Mingyue smiled and didn't say anything. From the way his stinky brother was acting now, his relationship with Yang Xiaoxuan should be yellow, and the two of them shouldn't have had intimate contact before. Otherwise Luo An wouldn't have blushed like this just by touching her hand. In the evening, a bright red sunset drooped in the sky, coloring the clouds on the sky with gold. Inside the girls' dormitory at Mordor University, "Xiaoxuan, how are you feeling? Better yet?" Inside the dormitory, Mingyue worriedly looked at young Xiaoxuan, who was lying on the bed with a painful face, curled up in the quilt. Her delicate face at this time densely covered with fine sweat, very tormented, obviously coming to her period. In the past, Luo An would have sent brown sugar water over every day during this time. But now, "Why don't I call Luo An for you? Be nice and soft and ask him to boil some brown sugar water and send it over." Yang Xiaoxuan bit her red lips tightly, no longer having the high and proud posture of the past, recalling all the things Luo An had done to her. Some remorse was born in her heart, and she nodded her head with a face full of hard feelings. Seeing that she was finally willing to bow her head, Mingyue also followed the relief. Luo An had favored Xianxian so much before, it was definitely not too late to redeem herself, because it is the same classmate. Mingyue also saved Luo An's cell phone number. Directly call him. The phone rang twice and then connected. There was a bit of a cacophony of voices on the other end, and it seemed to be very lively. "Luo An, Xianxian is not feeling well right now. She admitted that her attitude towards you before was a bit bad. Now that the school cafeteria is closed, can you boil some brown sugar water for her and send it over?" Upon hearing this, Lorne on the other end of the line laughed. "That's not admitting a mistake. It's clearly trying to get him to go back to being a lickspill again. Now when you need yourself, you think of yourself. Where have you been? Should I send her some more ginseng for a tonic then?" "Luo An, are you kidding me? I'm serious. Xianxian, she's really not feeling well right now. You're the one who joked with me first. Her menstrual cramps are none of my business. Should I serve her just because she's not well? We are all adults. Don't be so naive in your thinking." "Okay." Mingyue wanted to say something else, but her cell phone beeped. Apparently Luo An directly hung up the phone, and her face flushed with embarrassment. "I didn't expect Luo An's attitude to be so resolute. It seems like he's serious this time." Yang Xiaoxuan, who was lying under the quilt for a while, also didn't expect Luo An to be so merciless. Wasn't it just a confession that rejected him? They can still be friends again. Wasn't it always like that before? It's true. People's hearts can change. Before, he said how much he liked me, but now it seems to be all lies. "Lorraine, you're going to regret this." On the other hand, in the quiet night, inside a brightly lit two-story villa in the Magic City's mansion residence, on the leather sofa in the living room, Su Mingyue had already changed into a white nightgown, the cuffs of which naturally hung down, revealing a section of snow-white wrists. Half lying on the sofa, a pair of long, white and tender legs were folded together, and the 10 toes were like peach-flavored wanted QQ candies, round and pink and delicate. The TV is showing the latest outing of the Fandango, Kagaya Oniai-chan Season 3 OVA. She asked curiously when she saw Luo An hang up, "What lover called you at night?" Lorne, sitting cross-legged in the same style of men's pajamas, returned without thinking. "No one." An annoyance. "Wait, did you fast forward while I was on the phone? How come it's almost over?" "What do you know? Twice the speed is the most suitable speed for chasing fans. This is from my sister's experience." "Are you kidding me? Internationally, twice the speed, that's for people to watch? Give me the remote control." "Do not give." "Stinky brother, I'm your sister. Men have to let women. Don't you know that?" "Oh, then the big still have to let the smallet. Quickly hand over the remote control to me. Otherwise do not blame me on the hands to Rabah." In no time, the living room was filled with the sound of two people coaxing. If it were anyone else, Luo An let it be. But in the face of this 3 years of spraying the dead enemy, let it be? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 5, Mr. Luo is really young and talented. Early the next morning, a beam of warm sunlight shone into the room through the curtains, reflecting on Luo An's face. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover it, and opened his eyes in a daze to look at the unfamiliar ceiling. He then sat up violently and looked around him. The room is decorated in an understated and introverted style, surrounded by furniture. Whether it is a desk or closet reveals a strong sense of luxury. Next to a large balcony, you can see the outside lake view at a glance. It seems that everything that happened yesterday was not a dream. After sitting and fuming for a while, Lone lifted the covers and stepped out of bed, yawning as she walked over to her closet, pulling a random formal outfit out of it, and began to change clothes. Today he has to go to the Cloud Group for an interview, but he doesn't intend to really work under the hand of Su Mingyue, the bad woman, just to go to the interview to pretend, and then intentionally perform poorly and be passed off. He'd done so much to that bad woman before, and really, if he worked under her hand, he'd surely have to put his shoes on. When Luo An finished washing up and went downstairs, she found a note left by Su Mingyue pressed on the table in the living room, roughly meaning that she left first. There was breakfast in the microwave, and the interview was at 9 a.m. So don't be late, and it's already 8:30, so time is a little tight. After grabbing a microwaved sandwich, Luo An walked out of the villa while a black BMW had been waiting at the door for quite some time. The driver pulled open the backseat door respectfully. "Young Master Luo, Mr. Su asked me to take you to the company. Please get in the car." Thanks." After thanking him politely, Lone didn't make a fuss and got straight into the car. Soon, a roar of the engine came from the black BMW, and the driver drove directly out of the villa with a kick of the gas, heading towards the business district of Magic City. May in the Magic City already has signs of summer. Walking on the road, most people are wearing short sleeves, but even so still sweaty. The Clouds Group in the Magic City is not the top of the big companies, but in the real estate industry has a significant position, but also in the inch of gold in the business district has a whole building as an office area. Visible strength. Inside the general manager's office on the topmost floor, Su Mingyue was wearing a black high-class suit with exquisite jewelry and elegant high heels, exuding a high and cold temperament. Knock knock, come in. A professionally dressed woman with a long ponytail walked into the office clutching a file and cautiously inquired, "Mr. Su, you're looking for me?" Without lifting her head, Su Mingyue took out a photo of Luo An and placed it on the desk, her eyes fixed on the documents in front of her. Her voice was flat but carried an air of superiority that did not allow anyone to refuse. "There's an interview at the group today, you go to it. This guy in the picture is my no-good brother. Whatever he says, he's hired straight away." Secretary Yi has been in the workplace for many years, and immediately understood the meaning of Su Mingyue's words, and took the photo on the table and laughed. "I understand what to do, Mr. Su. If there's nothing else, then I'll go down first." Aha! After the secretary left, the corner of Su Mingyue's lips, who had her head down in her office, raised in a subtle arc. "Stinky brother, really think I don't know what the hell is going on in your head? Still want to escape from your sister? Let's talk about it in the next life." It was soon time for the interview, and the conference room for the interview was already full of people, with Secretary Yi sitting in the main seat. Her stern gaze swept through the people below one by one, her brows slightly wrinkled, and when she was secretly wondering if Su always took the wrong photos, an imposing figure walked slowly outside the conference room, and it was Luo An. "Sorry about that, the road was a little jammed and I'm a little late." After a calm and collected greeting, he casually found a chair and sat down. Seeing this, the rest of the people preparing for the interview were very disdainful in their hearts and did not take Luo An to heart. "You can be late for an interview. You look like a freshly graduated fledgling, and you want to compete with them for the same position." After seeing Luo An, Secretary Yi, who was sitting at the very front, sighed with relief in his heart, looked around the crowd, and smiled lightly. "Please go from person to person and introduce yourself." As the words fell, a young man with framed glasses in the right-hand seat confidently rose and spoke aloud. "My name is Kuan Kai. I'm 29 years old. I graduated from the Department of Financial Management of S.F.U. in Middlesex, and I've been awarded." When these words came out, the rest of the people all looked at him with surprised faces, their hearts half-cooled. Sphere University is a famous foreign school. After graduation is the meat and potatoes, the kind of major groups have to grab people. Such a proud son of heaven actually came to compete with them. How can this be a competition? For the crowd's reaction, Kai Koen was satisfied in his heart, very much enjoying this kind of being worshipped, but the only one that was an exception was Luo An, who was sitting in the last place and was yawning. He didn't care though. People who could be late for an interview were not at all on the same level as him. Soon, people handed in their resumes and began to introduce themselves. either from famous foreign schools or highly ranked domestic prestigious universities. Several interviewers looked at the resume in their hands and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this year's can recruit a number of good seedlings. While Secretary Ye's face remained unchanged, his fingers kept tapping on the table, as if he was waiting for something. Finally, after everyone had been introduced, there was only the last lone left. A male interviewer wondered, "Where's your resume?" "Resume?" Luo An sniffed, seemingly a little smug. "Know that stuff. Brother never brings a resume to interviews. How's that? How's that? I've been so arrogant. It'd be a crime if I wasn't passed over." When these words came out, the rest of the people were all confused. "You were late and didn't bring your resume and you were still so tardy. Are you really here for the interview?" Just as several interviewers frowned and were about to scold, Secretary Yi clapped at that moment and laughed. "Good, very good. Geniuses think differently and do things differently. Mr. Luo is very human at first glance. What our group lacks is high-end talents like you." "What the hell?" Lone froze, and the rest of the people who had come to the interview were shocked in their seats, unable to believe their ears. "No resume? You call that genius thinking?" The rest of the interviewers were all human beings. After seeing Secretary Ye's attitude, they immediately understood something in their hearts, and quickly clapped their hands and said, "Secretary Yi is right. It's a blessing for us that a talent like Mr. Luo can come to our group for an interview. Resumes and whatnot are just going through the motions. Only pedantic people will prepare them. Mr. Luo is not simple at first glance. His future is surely unlimited. Geniuses are often different. How tiring it is to stand. Mr. Luo, please sit down." The flurry of ass-kissing confused Lone. "So he was that good?" No, I'm here to make trouble. How else am I going to get passed over when you guys are like this?" Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "To tell you the truth, I'm actually the person who resists overtime the most, and I just like to leave work at a pinch. I can see that Mr. Luo is a person with a very strict sense of time, and generally such people are also very strict with themselves. Mr. Luo's ability must be excellent. I was at the bottom of my class in school. Hold back and build up momentum. The submerged dragon should not be used in order to see the dragon in the sky. It seems that Mr. Luo's vision is very far-sighted. What our group lacks is a talent like you. In fact, I like to touch the fish at work and only work half an hour out of 8, so you'll still want me. Active rest is an extremely efficient way to work in order to think better and rejuvenate. I can see that Mr. Luo is very motivated." Half an hour later, in the general manager's office, Su Mingyue was looking down intently at the documents. The sunlight through the floor-to-ceiling windows reflected in her cool and flawless cheeks, accentuating a noble temperament, which could be viewed from afar but not played with. Suddenly, the door to the office was pushed open, and a furious Lone rushed in, walking quickly to her and slamming his big hand down hard on the desk. "Su Mingyue, you're counting on me. That Secretary Yi must have been arranged by you, right? Are you so intent on putting small shoes on me?" The disturbed Su Mingyue slightly raised her head. Her eyes projected a trace of coldness, a strong sense of oppression emanating from her body, and she said with an unrefusable meaning in her cold words, "Call sister." Luo An was a little shooed in her heart by her look and weakly shouted, "Sister, sister." Only then did Su Mingyue nod her head in satisfaction, standing up from behind her desk, stepping on her high heels and walking over to Luo An, reaching out her hand to touch his head, and speaking softly, "Good boy. Follow your sister to eat fragrant food and drink spicy food. Your sister will cover you." Hearing this, Lone bristled. "Still covering me? Molesting me every day is more like it. A woman's mouth is a ghost of a liar." "Cootie, I'll believe you." Chapter 6, Women on the Job? Cloud Sky Group. As a famous real estate enterprise in Magic City, as the most crucial planning department is naturally busy, almost only the sound of the keyboard can be heard. On the workstation of the planning group 3, Luo An, who had just been brought over to work after the interview, was touching the fish, and the surrounding co-workers were extremely envious in their hearts when they saw this. "This is the secretary of the Leaf personally brought over. A look is the relationship, presumably the secretary of the Leaf relatives and so on." The minister Kane can only pretend not to see. Lone was sitting in front of his computer playing LOL when the screen of his cell phone, which was sitting on the table, lit up and a message popped up. "Su Paopi, Su Mingyue, there's a dinner party in the evening. You'll go with me after work." Seeing this message, Luo An raised his eyebrows lightly and a scornful smile appeared on his face as he turned off his cell phone and casually put it aside. "I'll go when you tell me to. Do you think I'm a domesticated puppy?" At that moment, Luo An noticed that the female co-worker sitting beside him was stealing glances at him, and when she saw him looking over, she quickly withdrew her gaze, seemingly a bit shy. If Luo An remembers correctly, this is the one who came in with him for the interview today. Seems to be called Yaoyao. No matter whether it's the old-fashioned dressing or the twisted braid, None of them reveals that she's a social terrorist. Little Yaoyao, what are you looking at me like that for? You're not obsessed with my brother's handsomeness, are you? It's okay, you can look at it openly and honestly. This handsome brother allows it. Luo An smiled cheerfully. Ah, little Yo-Yo? Is it referring to me? Yaoyao subconsciously froze, then lowered her head, her hair falling down from her shoulders, and even nervously spoke in tongues. Where did I look at you? Don't you dare say that. Hearing her accent, Lone froze and subconsciously said, You're from Chuanyu? Luo An although grew up living in the Magic City, but is a native of Sichuan and Chongqing, only occasionally go back once, but in the Magic City or in the same company on the same day to join the colleagues or actually hometown. Simply do not be too coincidental. After chatting for a few moments, Luo An suddenly had a bout of peeing and grabbed her cell phone and headed in the direction of the bathroom, ready for a protracted battle. Although she had only just started, Luo An clearly understood one thing. A social animal that doesn't go to the bathroom 6 times a day is not a qualified social animal. Inside the general manager's office, Su Mingyue sat behind her desk, looking at the scene of Luo An and Yaoyao chatting in the computer monitor, and gritted her teeth in anger. Damn stinky brother. Work time groping fish do not return my message even if it is. Actually hook up with female co-workers. When off duty, see how I clean up you. Seeing this, Secretary Yi, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. The current general manager Su, which still has the usual appearance of a high and cold president, a living and breathing disciple, control hiss, my stomach. It must be indigestion from eating too much seafood yesterday. At lunchtime, by the time Luo An rubbed his way out of the restroom alone, everyone had gone off to eat and there was hardly anyone to be seen. Well, one was a special case. Luo An walked to the workstation and looked at Yaoyao, who was still sitting in front of the computer, puffing and puffing as she worked, and with an expressionless face, he chopped a hand knife on her head and faintly said, I say this young lady, it's lunchtime and you're still working so hard. Shameful inward roll. Upon hearing this, Yaoyao stopped her keyboarding, looked at the pile of folders on the table, and lowered her head to whisper, These documents are going to be used later, so I thought I'd rush a little bit if I could. Luo An picked up one of the documents and glanced at it, instantly revealing a speechless expression, as this was not her job to be in charge of at all. Obviously because of the newcomers and their personalities, they were ganged up on by these so-called seniors, as often happens in the workplace. At this time, a middle-aged woman who seemed to be very senior came from the second planning team, and after placing a pile of documents in her hands on Yaoyao's desk, she said with a smile, Yaoyao, these documents trouble you to take them to print for me later. I need to use them for the meeting this afternoon, please. Oh, okay, I know. Yaoyao nodded her head obediently. Wait, Luo An, who couldn't stand to watch, called out to the woman who was ready to leave, and he picked up the papers on the table and threw them at her, showing no mercy. Have you got it wrong? You're not even in the same group as us, so you have the nerve to give us all this tiring and hard work to do? You're really thick-skinned. Seeing Luo An actually help herself out, a warmth flashed through the seated Yaoyao's heart. Then thinking of something, she whispered, I'll be fine. If we offend someone right after we get here, it's not going to be a good job in the future. Forget it. She was mainly afraid of involving Luo An. After all, both of them were newcomers who had just joined the company and could be fired or have their shoes worn at the slightest mistake. I'm also exercising her. What do you know as a freshly graduated rash? Don't mind your own business and feel your fish. The woman knew that there might be someone behind Luo An, so she didn't speak too recklessly. If it was Yaoyao, she would have been furious. Exercise your sister. You keep it to yourself. Go exercise yourself. Scream again, believe it or not I'll whip you. Lone glared at the woman and made a move, scaring the latter into picking up the papers on the floor and running. He let out a cold snort before he turned towards Yaoyao. You too, be tough at work or you'll be the target of bullies everywhere you go. Let's go eat. Yaoyao nodded gratefully and no longer refused, following Luo An's lead towards the cafeteria while whispering, Thank you. No one has ever been this nice to me except Grandma. Well, from now on, call me brother An. I'll cover you in the company. Even if that unscrupulous general manager comes, he'll have to give me 3 thin faces. You won't suffer. The afternoon passed quickly, and with Luo An stepping in, Yaoyao's workload was almost visibly reduced. As the last second fell, the time to get off work arrived, and Luo An, who had long been impatient, rushed out of the workstation like a stringed arrow, running into the elevator with an excited smile on her face. Finally off duty. But as he stepped out of the elevator on the first floor, he saw a figure he least expected to see at the moment, and made a move to turn around, only to be called back. Get back here. Luo An stopped his steps and bitterly turned towards the walking Su Mingyue. Sister, what a coincidence. Do you like to leave work at a pinch too? Su Mingyue walked to a stop in front of him and reached out her hand to place it on Luo An's head, smiling playfully. Running away when you see me, do I look that scary? Being lazy and molesting female co-workers during work hours and not returning my messages. Tell me, how do you want to die? I want to die in the arms of a beautiful woman. Okay? Want to die in your sister's arms? It's not like you can't be satisfied. Ha, you might as well forget it. I'm not interested in female tyrannosaurs. Beating. Chapter 7, Su Mingyue's unwillingness to mention her past. The setting sun in the evening burned the clouds red and gradually sank in the west. Luo An had thought that he was having dinner with Auntie Lu, but after walking into the hotel's private room, he realized that the one sitting inside was actually a strange middle-aged man, and looking at his eyebrows and eyes, he actually bore a three-point resemblance to Su Mingyue. The man was dressed in a high-class suit, and under his gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of stern eyes that exuded an aura of superiority. Mingyue, you're here, have a seat. I haven't seen you for so long and I didn't say to give Dad a call. Su Mingcheng showed some smiles on his serious face after seeing Su Mingyue. As for Luo An, he didn't even bother to look at it. Su Mingyue pulled Luo An to sit across from her father and introduced him in a low voice. This is my dad. Hearing this, Luo An's face didn't change, but he was actually surprised inwardly. Through his family's soft old den, he did know some things about the Su family. It seems that Su Mingyue's her father and Auntie Lu had a bit of a falling out over some things, which eventually led to their divorce. But, what did Su Mingyue bring him to see her dad for? Mingyue, how have you considered what Dad told you? With your talent to stay in the country is really too wasteful. Abroad is the stage for you to show your strength. As long as I've told you many times, I'm not going. Before Su Mingcheng could finish his sentence, Su Mingyue directly interrupted him and said with an unusually cold attitude, do you want to raise me to be like you? A scum who can ignore even his wife and his own daughter for the sake of career and profit. I'm sorry, I can't do that. At these words, Lone beside him perked up his ears. Su Mingcheng was anxious after hearing his daughter's words and hurriedly explained. Why can't you understand Dad? Dad is also for your future consideration. Dad wants to give you a better life. That's why. These words seemed to irritate Su Mingyue, and she lost some emotional control as she angrily said towards her father. For my good? This is just an excuse for your selfishness. Since childhood, when have you ever cared about me? Ever since I can remember. You've been constantly busy with work, often only coming home once every few months, and you're still saying that it's for my own good. Do you even remember when my birthday is? You always only have yourself in your eyes. These words made Su Mingcheng speechless. For a moment actually did not know how to defend himself. Luo An also finally understood why Su Mingyue's parents divorced at this time. I didn't realize that her childhood was so miserable, and it was bad luck to have such a father. In the end, knowing that it was hopeless to persuade him, Su Mingcheng let out a heavy sigh, got up and took a step towards the outside of the private room. As he passed by Su Mingyue, his voice was full of sincerity as he said, remember to give Dad a call if you ever think about it. With that said, he pushed open the door to the booth and walked out, his footsteps traveling farther and farther away. After Su Mingcheng left, Luo An was just thinking about whether or not to comfort Su Mingyue, when she saw the reddened corners of her eyes swooping over, burying her head into Luo An's embrace and letting out choked sobs. Maybe that's why she brought Luo An here, to have someone to talk to at a time like this. Shedding the high spirits on the outside, Lone realized just how fragile she was on the inside. So fragile that just a few words from her father could break her down emotionally. Really can't do anything about you. Cry. You'll feel better after crying. Luo An reached out and gently hugged Su Mingyue, softly comforting her. And meanwhile, outside the booth, won't you go in and take a look? Luo Mingyue looked at Lu Fongfang, who placed her hand on the door handle but hesitated to open the door and enter, and softly inquired. Su Mingyue's cries passed through the door of the private room and reached the ears of the two. Lu Fongfang eventually withdrew her hand and shook her head. It's enough to have Little An here. The only person in this world who can make Akatsuki bring out her truest side is Little An. Not even me as a mother. I'm afraid Luo An herself doesn't even know how much Su Mingyue really relies on her. 3 years ago, the Su Mingyue at that time was far from being as cheerful as she is now, and had been living in the torment of her parents' divorce until, by chance, she saw a light novel written by Luo An through Luo Mingyue. Luo An's fictionalized world is beautiful. Love is also beautiful. At that time he poured all his love for Xiaoxuan into the novel, and the result is that Su Mingyue gradually became interested in him, only to have the two later entanglements. She longed for the kind of love that Luo An had described as healing all things, that is, love in its purest form. A quiet night passed. Weekend mornings. Su Mingyue's eyes opened a slit and looked at the familiar ceiling, somewhat confused. The memories of last night flooded into her mind like a tidal wave, and it seemed like Lone had ended up carrying the sleeping her back. Thinking of this, she hurriedly got up and looked down at her clothes, and a look of disappointment suddenly appeared in her eyes, doubting her own charm for the first time. That dog man, wouldn't be it? After the disappointment, Su Mingyue began to get up and change her clothes. She was extremely strict with herself. Even on weekends, she had to keep working. By the time Luo An woke up from his nap it was already 12 o'clock noon, and after washing up for a while he took out a big bag of snacks from his room and sat down on the couch, turned on the TV and started enjoying his catch-up moments. He had two main passions in his life. One was watching legs and the other was watching anime. If it was in the past, when he was idle, he would definitely have to code words to earn money. But now, he is sitting on millions of deposits. Still code off fart. As for the reader's urging, it's even less worth mentioning. If you have the ability to come along the netline to cut him off. And so, the afternoon passed quickly in the pursuit of the fans. And at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Tongtian called. Old Luo, where are you? There's a class reunion tonight you shouldn't have forgotten. Luo An patted his head. There were too many things in the past 2 days. He really gave to forget. Fortunately the time is not too late now. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, Luo An went back to his room and simply cleaned up before picking up the Maserati keys on the table and heading out the door. About half an hour later, outside the dilapidated neighborhood. You kid really developed Maserati are driving on. Luo brother. No, righteous father. Our 3 years of father-son relationship. You can't forget me. After getting into the Maserati, Luo Tongtian, who had a bandage wrapped around his head, felt around the car like a curious baby. Lone couldn't help but ask, what's going on with your head? Who did you get cleaned up by? When he mentioned the injury on his head, Luo Tongtian couldn't help but sigh, as if he recalled something bad. Don't mention it. I went back to the house that day after you left, and no matter how much I asked my dad wouldn't tell me that he'd hooked up with a rich woman, and finally my mom heard me, and the two of them together shooed me down 8 blocks. At that, Lone silently gave him a thumbs up. 6. Shower. No shame. Chapter 8, Class Reunion. The location of the reunion was at a hotel near the university, which could only be considered modest and not really upscale, after all. Everyone had just started their internships and their wallets weren't rich. When Luo An arrived in his Maserati, the manager, who happened to be walking by, suddenly saw his eyes light up and rushed over. Welcome both of you to our hotel. I am the hotel manager. Do you have a reservation? Well, we're here for the reunion, so someone should already be here. Yes, let me show you to the private room. The manager's attitude was unusually enthusiastic, so that Luo An had to marvel at the power of the ability of money. If it was the previous him, I'm afraid that this manager did not even bring a positive look. Luo Tongtian, who was beside him, was excited inwardly and had already thought about how he would pretend to be later. Walking up the stairs, Lone caught a glimpse of a familiar figure coming out of a private room. Isn't that Yaoyao? The manager, who was a body length behind, keenly noticed Luo An's gaze and laughed. You know he Yaoyao, sir? She is a waitress at your hotel? Luo An is a little puzzled. Even if it is an internship, the salary of the Yunxiao group is 8,000 per month. Why does this stupid girl still want to come out to work as a waitress? The hotel manager explained with a smile. This kid has been coming to us regularly as a temp waiter since he first started college. It seems that his grandmother at home has been hospitalized with a bad leg, so he's short of money lately. Hearing this, Lone drifted off and made a mental note of it, waiting to turn around and see if he could help in any way. Soon, under the manager's guidance, the two of them arrived in front of the reserved private room, and there were playful noises coming from inside. Obviously someone had already arrived early. At this time, there were already more than 10 people sitting at the large round table inside the private room. The point was, Xiaoxuan was also there, being surrounded by several male students chatting. As the school flower of Magic City University, there was never a lack of suitors around her. Upon seeing Luo An, Xiaoxuan pushed aside the few people surrounding her in front of her and walked directly to him, gazing at him in a questioning voice. Lone, why didn't you answer my calls before? When these words came out, the originally noisy booth instantly quieted down, and the rest of the students' gazes swiped over in unison, revealing a melon-eating expression. Before Luo An could say anything, Luo Tongtian, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but snort. I say you're really thick-skinned. You've rejected old Luo's confession, and you still want him to treat you like he used to? Yang Xiaoxuan's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and in the next second, she straightened up and said, do two people have to be together? We can still be friends if we can't date. When these words came out, not to mention Luo An and Luo Tongtian, the rest of the male students in the private room were speechless for a while. What the hell kind of logic is that? Being friends when you can't date yet is clearly a sign that you can't let go of all those benefits that people bring to you, but you don't want to be with them. You want to get something for nothing? How in the world can you get something like that? Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Ma Yun, who saw that the situation was not right, stood out and pulled Yang Xiaoxian to the side to sit down. Yun, what are you pulling me for? I still have things to say. Luo An must apologize to me today or I won't forgive him in the future. My missy, you have to stop saying that. Count on me please, okay? The rest of the students also cooperated at this time to round up the scene, and began to find a topic to talk about, to avoid an awkward atmosphere. Inside the villa of the mansion residence, Su Mingyue, who couldn't wait to rush back after finishing her work, had wanted to flirt with Luo An and recover her energy, but ended up only seeing a mess on the coffee table. She called up the living room's surveillance and flipped through the footage from the afternoon when Luo An left the house, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she picked up her keys and headed for the door of her home. Stinky brother, go out to party without telling sister. See if I won't give you a big surprise. On the other side of the hotel, the table inside the private room was already full of dishes, emitting a pungent aroma. Just smelling it made people's appetite open up, and when everyone was ready to start eating, the door of the private room opened again. Sorry guys, just got stuck in traffic so I'm a little late. He saw a man with glasses wearing a designer suit and holding a bouquet of brightly colored roses walk into the private room. With a faint smile on his face, he showed the wristwatch on his wrist in a pretense of inadvertence. This Luo An knows. Seems to be foreign brand goods. 200,000 to start. The rakish appearance managed to attract the attention of the entire room, and the crowd looked at the visitor with envy. Seeing Luo An's doubts, Luo Tongtian beside him explained in a low voice, "You still do not know Fan Jian, this guy's family demolition lost more than 5 million. The day before yesterday in the classmates group dejected it, sent more than a dozen circle of friends to show off, pretending not." It was then that Lone realized, because of Yang Xiaoxuan's relationship, he and Fan Jian did not deal with each other too well, not to mention looking at the circle of friends, not even adding friends. Just as the two of them were talking, Fan Jian had already walked up to Yang Xiaoxian with roses in his arms, and said with a sincere gaze and a fond, faint smile, Xian, this is what I bought especially for you when I came here. This bouquet of the most beautiful roses matches the most beautiful you in my heart. Open mouth is greasy love words. Listening to the rest of the male students' goosebumps are up, internal nausea, while the female students are a face of nymphomania, rich and romantic. Isn't that the best boyfriend they desire? Seeing the roses handed to her, Yang Xiaoxian frowned and subconsciously was about to reject them, but when her residual light glanced at Luo An, who was sitting across the room with a face of utter disinterest, she changed her mind in her heart. She took the rose from Fan Jian, a sweet smile on her fair and pink cheeks. Thank you. Although it was only 2 words, it made Fan Jian's heart burst with excitement that his goddess had accepted his love. He had waited for this moment for 3 whole years. Immediately afterward, he looked sideways in Lone's direction, a victorious grin on his face and mockery in his eyes. Seeing that Yang Xiaoxian actually accepted Fan Jian's roses, the crowd coincidentally turned their gazes to Luo An with a look of watching the show. Who in the audience didn't know that Luo An had pursued Yang Xiaoxian for 10 whole years, and as a result, now she actually received roses from other boys. If they were in their place, they probably wanted to die. But what they didn't know was that Luo An had no illusions about Yang Xiaoxian the moment her confession was rejected. Just as Luo An sighed and was about to get up and leave, a familiar laugh suddenly came from outside the private room. So lively. Are you all Little N's classmates? Hello everyone, don't mind adding one more person? The crowd followed the sound and stared almost simultaneously. What are you doing here? Luo An got up violently to look at Su Mingyue who came through the door. Looking shocked, the gazes of the rest of the group flicked to Lone. What's the situation? It's hard to believe that Lone knows this big beauty? Chapter 9. The moon is beautiful tonight. Due to the urgency of going out, Su Mingyue was still wearing her professional outfit, but this in no way affected her outstanding temperament, as well as her overwhelming figure with a great sense of line, revealing a mature woman's charm all over. If Yang Xiaoxian was pure beauty, then Su Mingyue's beauty was like a demonic rose with thorns, making people addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. The two are not comparable at all. Su Mingyue came and intimately held Luo An's arm under the dumbfounded looks of the crowd. Glancing around the crowd, her eyes lingered on Yang Xiaoxuan's body for 2 more seconds before she said with a smile on her face, "To introduce myself, I'm Ron's sister, and I've asked you to take care of him before. Take care of your head hurry up and let go of me you female rascal." Luo An reddened her face, completely not expecting Su Mingyue to be so bold. He tried to retract his hand back, but it was firmly held by Su Mingyue. Someone froze as they watched the two move a bit beyond the taboo. Are you guys really siblings? How do I feel? The smirk on Su Mingyue's face that heard these words intensified as she lightly laughed in a calm manner. Well, maybe because I'm a discipled control. After all, who wouldn't be tempted to have such a cute little brother? The crowd clamored, looking at Luo An with envy in their eyes. At this time, Yang Xiaoxian stood out. At the sight of Luo An and other women having intimate contact, her heart burst with discomfort, as if something important had been taken away. Her shell teeth clenched her silver teeth and said, "Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. Luo An and I are childhood friends. He's the only one in his family. You're definitely not his sister." At the same time, she was cynical in her heart. Luo An, refusing to confess was just a test for her. But you actually turned your head and hung out with other women. Sure enough, no man is good. Maybe I didn't make it clear. I'm little An's righteous sister, not biological. The corner of Su Mingyue's mouth curled up as she looked at young Xiaoxuan and laughed. I know you. When Xiaoan was sweating all over the place handing out flyers to save up tuition for you, you were lying in your dorm room blowing the air conditioner. Although I know you are from a bad family, but I didn't think that your face is also so thick. I really don't know what this stupid brother sees in you. Luo An, thank you for helping me out and not forgetting to stab me in the heart at the same time. You're still weirdly nice. What do you mean? You. Yang Xiaoxian is like a cat that was stepped on the tail, immediately anxious, was about to say something but was full of cold sweat. Ma Yunyan pulled, in her ear trembling voice, Xian, this seems to be the general manager of the Yunxiao group. You have to hold your temper, or else both of us will have to play through. These words were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue in young Xiaoxuan's ears, and her entire body froze, only then realizing that Su Mingyue did look a bit familiar. In other words, Luo An is now the younger brother of the general manager of the Yunxiao group? Beside him, Fan Jian lowered his head and didn't say anything. He was flamboyant, but not a cutie. After getting the demolition money, he had searched a lot of famous brand goods on the internet and had a basic concept of these luxury goods, so he could tell at a glance that Su Mingyue was wearing all famous brands, and he had just noticed that the clothes Luo An was wearing were all branded goods as well, and they couldn't be taken down without 6 figures. Just as the atmosphere in the venue was getting heavier and heavier, Luo An, who finally couldn't help himself, pulled Su Mingyue and walked towards the outside of the private room. He's going to die a social death if he stays here any longer. What are you pulling me for? I haven't had enough fun yet. Still play ahead. My classmates' reunion. You come to do what? Next time before doing this kind of thing can notify me first. Almost gave me a heart attack. It's okay, my sister knows a lot of medical experts who can cure your heart disease. Seeing the two people walk out of the private room, Luo Tongtian, who was still sitting in his seat, couldn't stay any longer and walked towards the door. Remembering something when he walked to the door, he walked back again. He muttered as he put the roasted whole chicken in the center of the round table directly into the plastic bag he carried with him. Come all the way here hungry. How to do? Small master has never done a losing business. With that, he absently pocketed the red wine on the table as well, before leaving contentedly. As for the face, can that thing be eaten? The crowd was rendered speechless by this operation of his, and for a while they all lost their appetites, and after glancing at each other, they each looked for a reason to leave. A good class reunion was over before it even started. After leaving the hotel, Ma Yun the two of them walked in the direction of the school. She looked at young Xiaoxian who was walking beside her lost in thought. Her heart was helpless. I've reminded you that you should cherish people, but you just don't listen, and now it's too late to regret everything. But Yang Xiaoxian said at that moment, Yun, do you think if I personally go and apologize to Luo An, will he forgive me? Actually, now that I think about it, Luo An is actually really quite good. I might really kind of like him. Ma Yun was speechless and didn't know how to answer. The blue Maserati drove on the silent streets in the moonlit night. Luo An drove the car while Su Mingyue sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the beauty of the night. She wasn't one to waste her time on something as pointless as looking at the scenery, but for some reason, the meaningless thing seemed to make sense while staying with Luo An. Thank you for just helping me out. Luo An suddenly opened her mouth to thank her, and after a slight pause, added, but why were you so nice to me? If you really want to talk about the relationship, if you count the sibling relationship, the two were at best online friends before. But Su Mingyue's kindness to him in the past 2 days could be compared to that of a close sibling. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue retracted her gaze from the outdoors of the car window and turned to stare straight at Luo An who was driving seriously. The side face is handsome and clean, and the clear black eyes reveal his gentle nature. Compared to the rest of the men who approached her with various agendas, Luo An had deliberately kept a distance from her throughout, even if he knew that pleasing her could lead to a better life, or to her person. After a long moment, she replied, well, probably because the moon is so beautiful tonight. Hearing this answer, Luo An revealed a speechless expression and bristled. If you don't say it, you don't say it, and you're telling such outrageous lies, and it's so foggy tonight, where's the moon? These words crushed the expectations that rose within Su Mingyue. Her pretty face immediately darkened, and she said towards him without a good mood, stinky brother, you deserve to be single. You still want to find a girlfriend just like you. The woman who can look at you must be blind. Asterisk. I just said one sentence. Do you have to curse me? Stinking woman. I think you're just deliberately looking for curses, maliciously insulting the boss. You don't want your salary this month. The first kind, beautiful, intelligent and good sister in the universe. I was wrong. Chapter 10, Mr. Su personally feeds the rice? Early in the morning in Mordor, shrouded in a shallow layer of haze, the roads are congested with cars in a long queue, honking their horns. Yaoyao usually wakes up at 6 a.m. to start cooking, and then walks a full hour to the office, which must be unimaginable torture for regular people, but she's used to it. A month's salary could barely support her and her grandmother, with rent taking up a large portion of that, so she had to be frugal, to the point of not being able to buy a bicycle. As soon as she arrived at the office, she was called into the office by the minister, and her mood was tense, thinking that she was going to be criticized for not doing her job properly. Inside the minister's office, Li Jie sat behind her desk, looking at Yaoyao, who had her head lowered because of her nervousness. She took out an application form from the cabinet and laughed. You don't have to be so nervous. This time I called you here because I have something good to tell you. Early this morning Mr. Su changed the company welfare. Now the intern employees can also choose a set of apartment house to live in. Fill out this form. When you get off work you should be able to have the result. The original system of Yunxiao Group is only formal employees can live in the staff apartment room. Yaoyao when he first knew, but also lost a good while. As Li Jie's words fell, Yaoyao instantly raised her head with a face of surprise, not daring to imagine that happiness had come so suddenly. Thank you, Minister. Well, if you want to thank me, thank Mr. Su. It's not my doing either. When Yaoyao came out of the minister's office, Luo An, who was late for the meeting, happened to walk up and smiled when he saw her smiling so brightly. Little Yo-Yo, did you get a raise? Smiling so happily, Yaoyao excitedly pulled Luo An to repeat what the minister had just told her. Happy like a little girl who had gotten her year-end money, Luo An listened to her patiently, but in fact, her heart was bitter. It's good that you're happy. After all, it's only in exchange for brother's promise to serve that stinky woman's foot washing water for 3 months. Inside the general manager's office, Secretary Yi came to a stop in front of the table and reported respectfully. Mr. Su, this year's interns from Mordor University have all been inducted, and according to your orders, the girl named Yang Xiaoxuan was arranged by me to fight in the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue, who was reading the financial statement, softly her attitude was very indifferent, and she opened her mouth carelessly. Tell me what you think of Lorne. Hearing this, Secretary Yi didn't rush to answer, but carefully deliberated in his mind, confirming that his words wouldn't touch any red lines before answering. Although young Master Luo is late for work and his work attitude is extremely perfunctory, but I secretly went to see the program he wrote. It's better than some of the older employees completed, although the foundation is insufficient, but the market and human nature to pinpoint very accurately. There is a lot of potential. Su Mingyue nodded. These were expected. Novels are not so good to write. The need to constantly study the anatomy of human nature. Different people face different things. There will be different reactions. With these bottoms, can make Luo An in the planning department like a fish out of water. It was also knowing this that she had placed Lone in the planning department. I know. Go down there. And also, put off the evening entertainment. My mom asked me to go to her place for dinner tonight. Okay, Mr. Su. Inside the company's cafeteria, the scantily clad young Xiaoxian clenched her toothbrush and silently cleaned the dirty bowls in the sink, whose surroundings were a stark contrast to her. She at least graduated from a prestigious school and is here to sit in an office. Why should she be here to scrub dishes? On the side, the cafeteria supervisor brought a pot of freshly delivered cabbage with a lot of mud on it and laughed. Xiao Yang, take care of these dishes after the dishes are washed. I'm telling you, you'll definitely have a future if you can be assigned to work in the cafeteria. Hearing this, Yang Xiaoxian, who had long been harboring resentment, was a bit agitated. What future can washing dishes have? It's not like I'm here to be a waitress. The supervisor wasn't angry. Instead he came up to her and whispered, why are you such a stupid kid? Let me give you an analogy. Do you think those white-collar workers work hard so that they can make a good impression on the top brass? At those words, Yang Xiaoxian nodded uncertainly. Well, it is. The supervisor added. Then, do you think that all those senior officers have to come to the cafeteria to eat? As a food taker, won't you be able to have direct contact with those ministers? Is this an opportunity to make a good impression in front of them? When these words came out, Yang Xiaoxuan's pupils were slightly dilated. It sounded as if it did make sense, but how did it always feel that something was wrong? See, her attitude began to produce a shake. The supervisor hastened to strike while the iron is hot and said a whole lot of benefits. Continuous for 10 minutes. Said enough dozens of kinds. Are not with the same. When she heard the end, Yang Xiaoxuan's entire body was filled with fighting spirit. She looked at the dirty bowl in the sink, so smooth at the moment, and framed it and brushed it. Seeing this, the supervisor was satisfied and turned away. At the same time took out his cell phone to find Secretary Ye's green bubble, sent a successful emoticon. Soon arriving at the noon mealtime, Luo An, who was preparing to take a meal, managed to eat the bento lunch that Yaoyao had made more than enough of, and the two of them were sitting in the corner of the cafeteria. Looking at the abundance of dishes in the lunchbox, Luo An picked up a small green vegetable and tasted it, immediately widening his eyes and giving a thumbs up towards Yaoyao who was sitting across from him. Holy, absolutely sister, your craftsmanship directly beats our school's cafeteria. Ah, he, it's good that you like it. A shy smile appeared on Yaoyao's face. Because hospital meals are so expensive, she prepares her grandmother's lunch ahead of time every morning and makes one for herself on the way to save on meal costs. Just as Luo An was wolfing down his food, he suddenly felt a fragrant breeze coming from him, and the smell was familiar. A sneer came to his ears. Little Anan, you're so blessed. You actually have female co-workers who make bento lunches just for you to eat. Su Mingyue sat down beside Luo An with her lunch, her gaze shaded as she stared at him, the smell of vinegar almost overflowing. It was so hard to get rid of a young Xiaoxuan, and now there was a Yaoyao. Was she sending a sheep to the wolves? When Yaoyao saw Su Mingyue's arrival, she was frightened and panicked, and just as she was about to get up, she was stopped by Su Mingyue's eyes and faintly said, "Sit down, there's no need to be too nervous." Saying that, she looked at Luo An who was struggling to dry his rice and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of tofu and pass it to his mouth, saying softly, "Open your mouth." This scene shocked the other employees who were eating. Their mouths slightly opened wide and their eating movement stopped, somewhat unable to believe their eyes. What did they see? The high and mighty goddess, Mr. Su, whom they could only look up to in their lifetime, was actually feeding a man. What the hell is wrong with the world and why isn't that person them? Luo An looked at the tofu that was handed to his mouth and swallowed the rice in his mouth before saying with a suspicious face, "That good? You didn't drug the dish, did you?" Su Mingyue's cool eyes revealed a strong desire to feed, pursing her vermilion lips. As a sister, isn't it normal to want to feed your younger brother occasionally? Or, do you have any other ideas about your sister? These criminally charged words fell into Luo An's ears, and his entire body immediately got goosebumps as he hurriedly ate the tofu at the edge of his mouth. How could he have thoughts about his righteous sister? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 11, The Real Mouthfuls. Noon lunch point. The company cafeteria is overcrowded. Should be noisy environment, at the moment, but surprisingly quiet. The eyes of the crowd from time to steal a glance to the corner of the cafeteria. What kind of relationship did that kid have with Mr. Su, that he could actually let Mr. Su feed him with his own hands? Damn, so envious. Inside the window where the meal was played, Yang Xiaoxian, who had just finished her work, naturally noticed Luo An sitting in the corner, and at the moment, she had a complicated expression on her face, looking at the boy who should have belonged to her, but was surrounded by other women, and her heart felt very bad. It's all Lona's fault. If he had been a little more persistent and confessed one more time, she might have said yes. After finishing her meal, Su Mingyue glanced at Luo An with a warning look before she left the cafeteria with a cold snort and walked towards the elevator. Unknown Luo An scratched his head. She just should not be winking at me, right? But why does it feel fierce? Yaoyao, who was following him, already knew about the relationship between the two siblings and said with a serious and grave face, "I've seen that look on TV. It's the look that's going to kill." Luo An. The two of them chatted all the way back to their workstation. Their relationship was a little bit closer than the first day of work. Of course Luo An was not liking Yaoyao. She just felt sorry for her and treated her like a sister. Just ask, who wouldn't want such a sister who blushes when she casually says a few words of love? In the afternoon, Lone, who was on his daily grope, received an unfamiliar phone call, which he answered suspiciously. A deep male voice came from the other end of the line, a commanding tone in his voice. "I'm Su Mingyue's father, Su Mingcheng. Your name is Luo An, isn't it? I have something I want to talk to you about. I'll be at tonight at 8 o'clock. Without waiting for the other end to finish, Lone casually hung up and skimmed the phone. "I'll go if you tell me to." Psycho. After saying that, he put his cell phone aside and proceeded to brush the young lady on a certain sound, with an extraordinarily focused demeanor. Inside the chairman's office of the Magic City Sky Trade Group, Su Mingcheng looked at the hung-up phone and his face sank. As the chairman of a famous group in the domestic foreign trade industry, he was not honored wherever he went, and now a poor boy with no background dared to hang up his phone. After a long time, the grim-faced Su Mingcheng dialed a number again. His voice trailed off. "Find a chance to bring me that Lone kid, and be careful not to let Akatsuki know about it." "Got it, boss." The phone hung up. Su Mingcheng got up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and he looked down on the city below, his eyes cold, as if he was an emotionless machine. It was a long time before he let out a heavy sigh. "Mingyue, why can't you understand, Dad? I'm doing all of this so that I can move you to a broader stage. Only by following me will your ceiling be higher. At night, the bustling city of Mordor was once again shrouded in darkness, and the street lamps flickered brightly, dispelling the darkness and illuminating people on their way home. Outside the Chining Villa area, a Porsche slowly pulled in. Lone sat in the passenger seat, looking around at the cosmopolitan single-family homes and marveling. TSK, the villa in here must cost quite a bit of money, or rich people will enjoy it. It's not much, 100 million. Su Mingcheng, who was driving the car, faintly returned a sentence. However, the Lu family's villa is not to buy, but to build their own. The cost of the entire villa area is not too high. After all, this whole piece of land originally belongs to the Lu family. After the construction of the villa area, the value of the villa area directly doubled several times. Soon, the car stopped in front of a villa with a style favoring Europe and America, and Luo Mingyue, who heard the commotion, pushed the door out and smiled. They're all here. Hurry up and come in. Tonight it's Fongfang herself cooking. You don't usually get to eat her cooking. Hearing that it was actually her own mom who cooked, Su Mingyue's face instantly became a bit unnatural, and looked deeply at Luo Mingyue, who also looked the same. The two men looked at each other heartily and didn't say much. Luo An, who was a foodie, sniffed with anticipation and followed Su Mingyue into the villa. Auntie Lu was so good looking, and she must be a good cook. Su Mingyue could see Luo An's inner thoughts at the moment with a glance, reaching out and patting his shoulder, meaning inexplicably, "You're in for a treat today. My mom doesn't cook easily, and I remember every dish she makes." Lorne got even more excited. A dish that could make Su Mingyue, who ate mountainous delicacies every day, feel delicious. How delicious it had to be. After entering the villa, Lu Fongfang in the kitchen was still preparing a big meal. Su Mingyue then brought Luo into a room on the second floor and faintly said, "This room is just for you." Saying that, the door of the room opened. There was no imagined luxury. The wide bedroom was only furnished with a bed, not even a bed quilt. The simplicity could not be more simple. Even Lone, who had little requirement for sleep, couldn't help but feel disappointed. It's not as good as that room in his rental house. Seeing this, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth raised in a subtle arc, and she came up to Luo An's ear from behind, her sexy body almost sticking to him, feeling the soft, warm touch behind her back. Luo An instantly stared at her with wide eyes and her body tensed up. Su Mingyue's pasty voice came from her ears. "What? Do you still want to sleep in the same room as your sister? If you're not afraid of being eaten, it's not impossible." This one sentence managed to make Lone blush. His heart began to beat faster, and inevitably scenes that shouldn't be there appeared in his mind as he hurriedly shook his head. "Who wants to sleep with you? I'm warning you, we're siblings. Can you watch what you say?" Seeing this adorable reaction of Luo An, Su Mingyue laughed and didn't tease him anymore, but turned around and walked towards the downstairs without looking back. "Next door is my room. There should be extra quilts in the cupboard. Bring them and lay them on. If you catch a cold from freezing, my sister will be heartbroken." Luo An gritted his teeth and watched her back as she descended the stairs, not understanding why this woman always liked to molest herself. After taking a deep breath to calm the agitation in his heart, he went to the next room, turned on the light and pushed the door in, but the scene before him froze him in place. The room illuminated by the light was only furnished with a bed and closet, with a small square table in the corner. Other than that there were no other decorations. The simplicity could not be in the simplicity. Lone had only one thought at this point. Is this really Su Mingyue's room? Isn't this her house? What kind of girl's room is so humble? In the past, when he was still in school, he happened to go to Yang Xiaoxuan's dormitory once. All the beds were all kinds of dolls. The walls were plastered with posters of stars, and even the quilts and so on were all customized from the periphery of the love beans. Chapter 12 Lone, you kill me. I can't stay on this earth anymore. Inside the bright living room, Su Mingyue came down from upstairs and looked at Luo Mingyue, who was sitting on the sofa and smoking. She walked over and sat on the side. Seeing this, Luo Mingyue extinguished the cigarette he had just lit and casually threw it into the trash can, his heart a little nervous. Technically speaking, after being with Lu Fongfang, this was the first time he stayed alone with Su Mingyue. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, "It's good for people to be motivated, but they should still come home more often. Your mom often complains to me that you only come back once a month. She's worried about you." Luo Mingyue also knew the reason why Lu Fongfang and Su Mingcheng divorced. That's why he said these words. In the past, the two of them were too concerned about their careers and neglected Su Mingyue, who was still very young at the time, growing up without parental love and care, which led to her cold personality nowadays. It was only when she was with Ron that she could show a smile from her heart. As Luo Minghue's words fell, Su Mingyue's face didn't change, but just gave a somewhat cold obviously perfunctory. Seeing this, Luo Minghue's brows furrowed, and it seemed that he could only take out his killer weapon. I suddenly remembered that there are still pictures of Xiaoan as a child at home, like a dozen of them. 5 times a month. No, I'm selling my baby boy's color. You don't know how important he is to me. At least 10 times. Deal. Loan, who was making his bed upstairs, did not know at this time that he had been betrayed by Olden. By the time Luo An made the bed and went downstairs, Fongfang, who was wearing an apron, happened to come out of the kitchen with a plate of braised pork in her hand. The color, the taste, Lone was close to drooling. It's all done. 7 dishes and 1 soup, no more no less. It should be enough for us to eat. Xiaoan and Mingyue, hurry over and eat. Coming. Lone walked over to him dutifully. He had been starving for a long time. Seeing this, Luo Mingyue and Su Mingcheng glanced at each other, one walking towards the bathroom while the other turned towards the upstairs. Hiss. I suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. You guys eat first. I'm going to use the restroom. This dish is too hot right out of the pot. I'm going to go upstairs and take a shower first. Brother, it's rare for my mom to cook again, so you should eat more. And so, in a matter of moments, only Luo An and Fongfang were left in the living room. These two people have so many things to do. One goes to the restroom and the other takes a shower before eating. Fongfang couldn't help but complain, then walked over to sit down opposite Luo An and smiled at him. Forget about them, let's eat first. Xiaoan, you have to eat more. This table of dishes are all specially made for you by me. Your father said you just love these red roasted ones. Try them. Although Luo An felt that the two were acting a bit strange, he didn't think much about it and picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of braised pork ribs in his bowl, taking a big bite of the meat. After chewing 2 mouthfuls, his face changed on the spot, and the movements in his hands stopped. A salty and bitter taste spread in his mouth, a taste that was just like eating tea leaves raw. What's wrong with little Anne? Did Auntie's cooking not suit your taste? Looking at Fongfang's concerned eyes, Luo An swallowed hard, and then an unnatural smile appeared on his face. No, nothing. Auntie's cooking is just too delicious. Hey, eat as much as you like. There's more in the pot. It's filling. At this moment Luo An finally realized why those two guys ran so fast, and in his heart he gritted his teeth in anger. Obviously it looks so good on the outside. Why does it taste like this bitter flavor? Su Mingcheng, that bad girl. This is what you call a memorable dish. Really memorable, ah. And that asshole dad, knowing this would be the case, he didn't even tell him in advance. The pit. But having eaten all of it, it was obviously impossible to escape from the battlefield now, and Luo An could only bite his teeth and eat it. Only after Luo An finished all the dishes on the table did Luo Mingyue come out of the bathroom, and after giving him a thumbs up, he walked out of the villa, and not long afterward he walked back in, while having 2 more takeaways in his hands. After he handed Su Mingcheng a copy, the two of them just ate it in front of Luo An, which could be described as murderous and heartbreaking. This naturally ushered in a burst of complaints from Fongfang. That night, Lone made a dozen trips to the bathroom, and by the time she returned to her room in the wee hours of the morning, she was on the verge of pulling herself out of her skin. Early the next morning, Luo An, who resisted going to work because she had diarrhea all night, was dragged into the car by Su Mingcheng along with her. I'm not convinced. Since I'm now a rich second generation, why do I still have to work every day? What's the difference between this and being a social animal? I want to protest. You are oppressing. In the face of Luo An's protest, Su Mingcheng stuffed the sandwiches that was still half left into his mouth, blocking Luo An's protest declaration that was about to come out of his mouth. As she looked at Luo An's childhood photos in her cell phone's photo album and calmly said, I'm sharing all my favorite sandwiches for you to eat. Be good and leave me alone. When she was a child, Luo An could be described as being played by Luo Mingyue without any bottom line. Su Mingcheng even saw a few photos of women's clothing, wearing dolls and holding a balalai magic wand, and she had to say that it was simply adorable. On the other hand, Lone was looking at the still half-nibbled sandwich in his hand, still covered in his drool, with a torn face. His first reaction was to throw it away, but when he thought that it was what Su Mingcheng had eaten, he hesitated a little, his little heart pounding. That's kind of indirect kissing. Facing such a fairy sister who was like a heavenly fairy descending to earth, it would definitely be a lie for Luo An to say that his heart wasn't moved, but it was fortunate and sad that he and she were now in a sibling relationship. Luo Mingyue sent almost all of Luo An's childhood photos to Su Mingcheng, and at the last one was a 30-second long video. Su Mingcheng curiously tapped on it, and a childish voice came out of the phone. My name is Lone. Be embraced by the fires of darkness to perdition. The sandwich in Luo An's hand fell to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at the cell phone in Su Mingchue's hand, and in the next second he directly pounced on it. Where did you get this? Give me the phone. Su Mingyue raised her foot in anticipation and pressed him dead against the car door, an excited and playful smile on her face as she continued to look at the video within her cell phone and turned the volume up to the maximum. My name is Pitch Black Flame Envoy. The bandage on my arm cannot be removed for some reason or the Black Inferno Dragon will go berserk. The words were like a mantra to Lone's ears, and goosebumps rose all over his body as he crumpled and rolled up in his seat, grimacing bitterly. You kill me. Kill me. I can't stay on this earth anymore. Please give me a break. Woo woo. Imitating favorite cartoon characters. This is something that all the middle-aged idiots have done. Luo An, who is a bona fide secondary character, is naturally no exception. But he didn't expect that Su Mingyue would actually have these black histories of his in her hands, and play them in front of him. It's simply more difficult than killing him. A bad smile appeared on Su Mingyue's cold face. She didn't expect to come back for a meal, but actually accidentally caught Luo An's soft underbelly. With this video, Luo An would not be able to obey her in the future. I watched the women's dresses when I was a kid, but now, I guess it's not so bad. Chapter 13, you really should have gotten to know me better. Lo, what's wrong with you? Why are you so listless? At the workstation of the third group of the planning department, Yaoyao looked at Luo An, who was lying on the table with a vacant gaze, and asked suspiciously. The rest of his co-workers peeked in here curiously. Luo An was always the most energetic in touching the fish, but now he was actually wilting. Could it be that he had jerked off too much last night? In the face of Yaoyao's doubts, Luo An slumped down on his desk and let out a breathless sigh, saying breathlessly, my most important thing was taken away by that vicious woman Su Mingyue, and she even did that to me and made me suffer like that. I have no face to live. Although it was just a short sentence, it contained a huge amount of information, and the eyes of the melon-loving co-workers instantly lit up. Doing that? Being heard like that? It's hard to believe that Luo An was heckled by Mr. Su. Inside the general manager's office, Secretary Yi, have you ever been in love? This unexpected question froze Secretary Yi, and her first thought was that there was something wrong with her ears. This general manager Su, who was even icier than an iceberg, would actually ask her this kind of relationship-oriented question. Secretary Yi hesitated. His mind raced, moved closer towards Su Mingyue and lowered his voice to ask tentatively, do you mean homosexual or heterosexual? She had stayed by Su Mingyue's side for 2 years, and in the beginning, there were still rich young men pursuing her, but since Su Mingyue gave one of them a broken son, no one dared to pursue her anymore. Such an iceberg beauty, will like men, she dared not imagine. If it is a lily it is not impossible. It is hard to be Su always look on. Thinking of this, Secretary Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps back and said with some fear, Su, Mr. Su, I already have a boyfriend. I really can't. Su Mingyue gave her a breathless look and faintly said, I mean male. Upon hearing this, Secretary Ye's heart was relieved. Then she came over to Su Mingyue's side and whispered, somewhat excited, being able to guide Mr. Su to fall in love, this is a bull she can brag about for the rest of her life. What if your favorite person is the dominant president type? I suggest and if it's the little puppy type, it's a lot easier. You just need to so. A large amount of information was incorporated into Su Mingyue's brain, and she nodded with seeming understanding, deciding to try using it on Luo An. She didn't want to take the initiative if she could help it, but Lone, the log, had no response to what she'd obviously hinted at several times. Inside a coffee shop in Magic City, you've seen the papers, now can you do us this favor? Inside the cafe, Luo Tongtian was sitting with 2 black-clothed uniformed men. One of them took out a bunch of red banknotes from his body, roughly estimated to be a small $20,000, and laid them on the table, faintly saying, as long as you help us call Luo An out, this money is yours, and you don't have to worry about us harming him. It's just that our boss wants to talk to him about Mess. Su, and as a father who worries about his daughter, it's normal, right? Luo Tongtian sized up the 2 people. Originally he was just going to the supermarket to prepare to buy 2 packs of paper towels. He didn't expect that just after leaving the door of the supermarket, he was brought here by these 2 people, claiming to be under the hand of Su Mingyue's father. After figuring out what was going on, he clasped his hands and sneered disdainfully at the 2 men. What do you take me, Luo Tongtian, for? Do I look like the kind of person who sells out his brothers? Who is Luo An? That damn is my brother. You guys think that taking a little bit of stinking money will make me betray my best brother? Before the words were finished, the other man took out another pile of banknotes from his arms, laid them on the table, and said faintly, we understand your feelings very well, but we hope you can understand a father's concern for his daughter. Cough. I understand. Luo Tongtian put the money into his waistband without any trace, and coughed lightly twice. Since your attitudes are so sincere, it's not reasonable for me to refuse. I have to help with this favor. With that, he took out his cell phone and found Luo An's number and dialed it. It didn't take long for the call to connect. Hey, Lo, I found 2 nice discs. Want to come over and watch and learn? Che, with your taste, I don't believe it. I forgot to say, it's a Japanese manga ribbon. Oh, It's a collector's item. I had a hard time getting a friend to ask for it. Do I look to you like someone who enjoys watching paper boys fight in bed? So is it at home? I'll send you the location. So come over now. Not a moment later the phone hung up, and under the two people's speechless expressions, Luo Tongtian revealed a smug expression and laughed. It's done. Next time if you have this kind of order ask me. I will give you a discount. Half an hour later, Lone, who had sneaked out of the company, was just walking out of the company's front door when he was bundled into a van and sped away from the scene. The van sped alone, with Lone inside struggling desperately but to no avail, and he looked at the two black-clad men sitting in the van with horrified eyes. Soon, the car drove into the underground parking lot of a building, which was the headquarters of the Sky Trade Group. A few minutes later, inside the chairman's office, "Kid, you've got a lot of guts. Actually dare to hang up on me." Su Mingcheng reclined in his boss chair, looked at Luo An who was being held up by two security guards, and took out a cigar from the cabinet to light it after going to the head. Lone said with an expressionless face, "Let me say this up front. Kidnapping is against the law. Guess if Su Mingyue knew that you kidnapped me, would she kill me right away?" Su Mingcheng ignored what he said, but stood up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the bustling city below. His back turned to Luo An and faintly said, "I knew from the moment Mingyue brought you to me that you held a very important place in her heart. Otherwise she wouldn't have brought you to me. But the two of you aren't destined to go all the way. You'll only drag her down. Leave my daughter and I'll send you abroad to develop your career. Whether you want money or connections, I can fulfill you." Hearing this, Luo An sort of understands why Su Mingcheng would be so obsessed with him. The feeling is that he thought that he and Su Mingyue were getting along, but he didn't know that he and her just had a 3-year sinful relationship. "You should have gotten to know me better before you kidnapped me." Lorne returned. "Getting to know you? I'm up and down in millions of dollars a minute. You think you deserve me to waste my time getting to know you?" Upon hearing this, Luo An took a deep breath, no longer able to suppress the anger in his heart, and after breaking free of the two people behind him, he directly walked quickly to Su Mingcheng, pointing at his nose and cursing, "You, if you really knew me you'd know that the less you want me to do something, the more I'm going to do it, and the harder it is for you the better it is for me. Get it? You claim to be for Su Mingyue's good, but have you really bothered to find out what she wants? She grew up with no one to love her, and merely needs your care as a father, but you can't even do that, and you force her to do things she doesn't like. Do you deserve to be a father for what you've done? Do you know how much she cried that day after you left? Money can buy a lot of things, but it definitely can't buy love. People like you deserve to be dumped by Auntie Lu." Due to speaking so quickly, Lone's chest stumbled, but his expression was unusually firm, not regretting what he had done in the slightest. Su Mingcheng's face was immediately gloomy. He has been mixing in Magic City for so many years. He has never been scolded by someone pointing his nose like this. How dare this kid? After cursing, Luo An let out a cold snort, turned around and headed out of the office, not wanting to stay in this hellhole for 1 second longer. The two security guards saw that the boss didn't say anything, so they didn't stop them, but retreated in a sensible manner. Soon, Su Mingcheng was the only one left in the large office. It was at this time that the cubicle within the office opened and a silhouette walked out. It was clearly Su Mingyue. Chapter 14, The Domineering and Protective Lu Fongfang. Su Mingyue walked out from within the office cubicle, a touch of pink climbing up on her cold face, the layer of ice and snow wrapped around her heart, melting at this moment. What Lone had just said, she heard clearly from the side. On the side, Su Mingcheng had some regrets in his heart. If he had known that it would turn out like this, he shouldn't have let Mingyue come over. Originally thought of letting her see this brat's true colors, but did not expect that it actually turned into the current situation. Really stealing a chicken is not a good idea. I've told you before, he's fundamentally different from you, so please don't bother interfering with my life in the future. After leaving a sentence, Su Mingyue turned around and walked out of the office. On the other hand, Luo An, who had walked out of the Sky Trade Group, was about to take a taxi back to the company to continue groping the fish when a Rolls-Royce drove up behind him and stopped beside him. The driver's side window came down, and to Luo An's surprise, the visitor was actually his stepmother, Lu Fongfang. Little An, such a coincidence. It just so happens that Auntie is going to make something delicious for you and Mingyue in the evening. If you're not doing anything, go with Auntie to the supermarket to buy groceries. Hearing that Lu Fongfang was going to cook a big meal in the evening, Luo An's face instantly changed and he smiled sarcastically. The what? I'm actually getting ready to go home and rest for the night probably. If you don't go, I'll tell Akatsuki that you snuck out during work hours, and guess how she'll punish you. Is actually my favorite part of grocery shopping. Eventually Lone was forced to get into her rich mom's car and sit in the passenger side of the Rolls-Royce in silent tears. Brother's stomach. You'll have to work hard again tonight. The Rolls-Royce roared to life and headed for the nearest fresh food supermarket. Inside the car, Lu Fongfang suddenly said, You were just staying with Akatsuki's father, weren't you? And did he say something nasty to you? Luo hesitated, but nodded. With Lu Fongfang's ability, wanting to find out where he had gone today was completely easy, so there was no need to hide it. Seeing Luo An's admission, Lu Fongfang's face revealed a slight smile and said softly, no matter what he said, you don't need to take it to heart. He is a complete businessman who will only put his own interests first. I used to think he would make changes for me and Mingyue, but it turned out that he had his eye on Mingyue instead. Hearing this, Luo An looked sideways out of the car window and faintly said, he wants Su Mingyue to go farther and train her to become a world-famous entrepreneur. What about you, Auntie? What kind of future do you want her to have? I don't care, as long as Mingyue can live a happy life. Not being able to give her a happy childhood is my dereliction of duty as a mother, but becoming her backbone, this I can still do. And of course, Auntie will be your backbone from now on. The car fell silent as those words fell, and Luo An also noticed at this moment. The car actually came to the big building of Yunxiao Group without realizing it. It was also at this moment that Lu Fongfang parked her car on the side of the road and smiled slightly and lightly with a sideways glance. Little Anne, one can't deceive one's own heart. No matter what you do, Auntie will support you. As for dinner, you'd better eat with Mingyue. Your father and I are going out for a trip in the next 2 days. Of course, if you want to eat, Auntie can. No, don't bother Auntie. I'll go first, huh? Have fun with my dad. Without hesitation, Lone stepped out of the car and fled towards the company. His heart, on the other hand, has been echoing the words Lu Fongfang said. In the end, what does it mean? After watching Luo An walk into the company building, the smile on Lu Fongfang's face disappeared as she calmly drove the car to turn around and head in the direction of the Sky Trade Group. Along the way she kept controlling the acceleration of the car and arrived at the Tian Trade Group's main building as fast as she could. Seeing this, the two security guards had the good sense not to block the way, but secretly called their own boss to report. As the elevator arrived at the top floor, Lu Fongfang coldly pushed open the door of the chairman's office. Fongfang, why did you come? Just about the matter of Mingyue. I want to talk to you. Su Mingcheng, who had gotten the news, had already brewed tea and had a warm smile on his face, giving people a very gentle feeling. Lu Fongfang walked quickly and raised her hand to slap Su Mingcheng's face. I'm warning you, Su Mingcheng, now Luo An is also my child. If you dare to do something like today to him again, don't blame me for fighting you. This slap Lu Fongfang didn't stay his hand. Su Mingcheng's face reddened and swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye as he revealed an incredulous expression. You actually hit me for that brat? What does he have that deserves you to be so attached to him? Just because he's the son of that surname Luo? Lu Fongfang gazed at him with cold eyes, and in a tone of incomparable disgust, coldly said, because he's my family, and people like you who do whatever it takes to move up the ladder can't understand the importance of the word family for the rest of your life. Let this slap be a lesson to you, and don't think I'm kidding you. After snorting coldly, Lu Fongfang turned around and left, not wanting to be in private with Su Mingcheng for half a second because it would make her feel sick. After she left, there were sounds of smashing things in the office, and no one dared to go near for fear of repercussions. On the other hand, Luo An, who sneaked back to the company, was unsurprisingly caught by Su Mingyue, and bitterly followed her into the general manager's office. Usually, you can't even touch the fish during work hours openly, but this time, you have the nerve to sneak out. Tell me, because of what? Su Mingyue reclined on the chair, a slight chill surfacing on her cold and pretty face, like a judge judging a prisoner. Lone stood shivering. It's so humiliating. Can I not say anything? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it, and when that time expires, if you don't say anything, you'll be scrubbing toilets starting tomorrow. 3. Stop. I'll say it. It's sexual desire. Luo An's hatred for Luo Tian climbed up again in his heart at the moment. If this guy hadn't tempted himself with that kind of sherbari disc, it wouldn't have caused the current situation. Hearing that it was actually such a vulgar reason, even Su Mingyue couldn't help but feel speechless inwardly as she stood up and walked towards Luo An. With such a big beauty like himself right next to him, this guy actually wanted to go out and steal meat. In that case, you'll be punished for going shopping with me tomorrow, and if you dare to refuse, you'll be dead. At that exact moment, Secretary Yi walked in and saw this scene doubtfully. Ha, Mr. Su, didn't you just go out, and you're back so soon? Upon hearing this, Luo An immediately stared at him with wide eyes and said angrily, still talking about me? Didn't you sneak out too? Why should I be the only one punished? I don't like it. I want to protest. Well, then I'll be punished for shopping with you. 6. Women are such unreasonable creatures. Chapter 15. Sneaking into Su Mingyue's room. Then, it's night. The city was shrouded in a dark curtain of silence. Luo An quietly walked out of the room, tiptoed to the outside of Su Mingyue's room, attached his ear to the door and confirmed that there was no movement inside. Only then did he grip the doorknob in a somewhat agitated mood. If he were to do it in the past, He definitely wouldn't have done such a thing as sneaking into a girl's room, but once he thought of the black history of being in Su Mingyue's cell phone, he still mustered up the courage to do it. As the old saying goes, life is not about death, but about leaving innocence on earth. The door to the room opened, and Lone stood on her tiptoes and quietly stepped inside. The scene inside the room coming into view. As the curtains were drawn, the eyes were dark, the air was filled with a fragrance that belonged to a woman alone, and on the bed lay a figure quietly, revealing a smooth and delicate calf under the quilt, so that Luo An could not help but look at it twice more. Immediately after that, he shook his head again, averted his gaze, and went forward to cover Su Mingyue's legs with the quilt, lest she catch a cold. After looking around, Lone managed to find the charging cell phone on the nightstand. Once opened, it unsurprisingly requires a password or fingerprint to unlock. Seeing this, Luo An had to bravely come to the other side of the bed. Looking at Su Mingyue, who was sleeping with her eyes closed on the bed, he tremblingly stretched out his hand. Just as he was about to press Su Mingyue's hand on the screen, the latter suddenly grabbed his wrist and carried Luo An, who was half lying on the edge of the bed, into his arms. Before Luo An could react, those slender jade legs directly clamped onto his waist, and Su Mingyue's murmuring voice came from his ears. "Dog man, you're mine." At those words, Lone, whose heart had been in her throat, sighed in relief, thought it was discovered, but it turned out to be a dream. His gaze subconsciously slipped, and a nosebleed nearly sprang up as he hurriedly averted his gaze. I can't see that this woman's capital is actually so big, but dog man? Is it possible that this woman has a boyfriend? But that's normal. Who asked her to be so pretty? There must be a lot of people pursuing her, but for some reason, Luo An's heart was a little lost. Too late to think about those. He quickly pressed Su Mingyue's hand on the screen to unlock it, and after deleting the photo, he broke free from Su Mingyue's arms and put the phone back in its original position before quietly walking out of the room. Inside the darkened room, Su Mingyue was lying on the bed, her pretty face slightly flushed. Early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the sound of cicadas chirped outside the window. By the time Su Mingyue came out of her room, the apron-dressed Luo An happened to come out of the kitchen with a pot of congee and naturally greeted her. "Get up and hurry over for breakfast." Su Mingyue was in a conservative nightgown at this time. The thin black fabric perfectly set off her absolutely proportional perfect body, a pair of white thighs striding under the hem of the skirt, very eye-catching. She walked to the dining table and sat down, looking at Luo An taking a bowl to serve congee. Her pretty face revealed a charming smile and said, "Stinky brother, do you think it's weird that all the photos in my cell phone were actually deleted when I woke up from a nap? Who do you think could have done it?" Hearing this, Luo An's heart thumped, but fortunately, he had already prepared himself mentally, and returned with an unchanged expression. "I don't know. It might have been hacked." Hackers are so good nowadays that they can just hack people's cell phones and do unsavory things. Upon hearing this, the smile on Su Mingyue's face intensified and did not expose Luo An's performance. After finishing their meal, the two changed their clothes and left the house. In order to avoid being treated like a monkey, Su Mingyue chose a 100,000 or so domestic car from the garage, and the royal driver Luo An was responsible for driving. In Su Mingyue's words, there is something for her brother to do, and nothing for her brother to do, molest. Because it was not a holiday, there was almost no traffic jam along the way, and soon the two of them drove to the largest gospel mall in Magic City. With Su Mingyue's appearance, the minds of the surrounding people instantly came alive, and there were even several people whose eyes went straight as they looked at her, and right away, some people wanted to go up and strike up a conversation, but as the door to the driver's seat opened and Luo An stepped out, those people immediately lost interest as if they had been doused with cool water. The two of them walked towards the mall, Lone looking a little lazy and skittish as she asked, "What are you going to buy this time?" "Just to be clear, if you buy a bunch of stuff again, I'm not going to carry it for you." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue raised her hand and struck at his head, holding her hand and coldly grunting, "So many people want to carry things for me but they don't have a chance. You stinky brother actually dare to dislike it. You deserve to be single." When Lone heard her say that, she was instantly displeased and disgruntled. "Still have the nerve to talk about me? You're 2 years older than me, not also a single dog. Do not find someone to marry. Beware of becoming an older leftover woman in the future. I'll see who dares to accept you." At these words, the atmosphere was steeply silent for a few seconds, and after a few seconds Luo An's mournful screams resounded in the noisy mall. "Sister, good sister, I'm wrong. You say it all. Let's not do it ah." Not a moment later, Su Mingyue walked into a lipstick store. Behind her Luo An rubbed her buttocks to follow, her eyes grumbling, and the people passing by saw this and looked at them strangely. "Miss, looking at lipsticks? We have several hot styles on the market here, and this is the latest model." The shopgirl smiled as she pulled out an exquisitely wrapped lipstick from within the counter, and Su Mingyue only glanced at it casually and said lightly, "It's a Guerlain 24 from last year, I think." Upon hearing this, the shopgirl froze and instantly realized that Su Mingyue was knowledgeable, and immediately smiled awkwardly and said, this is indeed last year's newest model, so why don't I recommend a few more for this year, guaranteed to satisfy you, miss? No, I'd rather choose for myself. Su Mingyue walked into the store and looked at the nearly 100 kinds of lipsticks in the cabinet and began to choose, while Luo An sat in the doorway and played with her cell phone. He opened the penguin's chat interface and sent a message over to Luo An. Luo An, adverse son. You actually dare to join with outsiders to scheme against my father. How do you want to die this time? The message on the other end came back in seconds. Luo An, okay, I still don't understand you. So, tomorrow I'll invite you to a massage, directly on the highest standard. Lorne, does it look like I'm the one who goes to that hole? Luo An, so? To go or not to go? Lone, of course I'm going. Add 2 bells to my clock. It's so hard to slaughter you once, how can I miss it? Luo An, then I'll call you when the time comes. The supervisor is here. No more chatting. Luo An's side had just finished chatting when Su Mingyue walked up to him with a new Armani 405 Rotten Tomato color lipstick and asked with a wink, how about this? Is this the right color for me? Seeing this, Luo An got up from the pony in the doorway and carefully compared them, then stifled a laugh and shook her head. You just aren't fit to wear lipstick, so let's forget about it. With Su Mingyue's looks even without the adornment of these things, she was unrivaled. Looking at Luo and stifling her laughter, Su Mingyue was no longer in the mood to pick, and after returning the lipstick to the clerk, she directly rolled up her non-existent sleeves and walked towards Luo An. How dare you laugh at your sister? Stinky brother really owes it to him to teach him. Seeing Su Mingyue walking towards herself with an unkind face, the smile on Luo An's face gradually disappeared and was gradually replaced by panic. After that, Luo An was unsurprisingly taught a lesson. And then after being dragged around the mall for an entire day by Su Mingyue, this was a complete relief. I really don't know which unlucky man will be looked at by this stinky woman in the future, if he is pulled to go shopping every day. Hiss. Think about it and feel terrible. The following morning, Wednesday, inside the master bedroom room, as soon as Su Mingyue opened her eyes, she saw an exquisitely packaged lipstick sitting quietly on the bedside table, the very same one she had shown Luo An yesterday. She was instantly a little surprised. A lipstick wasn't enough to make her so happy, but the point was that it was bought for her by Luo An. Su Mingyue walked to the dresser to paint her lipstick, pursed her vermilion lips, and her delicate face had a joy that was hard to hide. This guy is not so wooden. Chapter 16, Take a day off. Today Luo An got up especially early, woke up and ghostly opened the computer, entered the author's background, looked at that, create a new book, button. The thought of writing a new book after the need to update every day, it is slow to press. The mood is a little irritable. After thinking about it, he still opened the old book's coding interface and coded a paragraph and sent it out. Lofty author, take a day off, mahaha, even though I didn't update the other day either. This author still feels the attitude needs to be in place. But the one thing that Lorne had forgotten in the slightest was that there was a hardcore fan reader right next door to him. With an expectant face, Su Mingyue clicked on the novel interface, but after seeing that it was a leave of absence note, her smile froze and a chilling coldness emanated from her body. After a long time, she walked out of the room with a chicken feather duster and headed towards Lone's room. At 9 o'clock in the morning, when all the employees of the planning department had arrived, the only special case, Luo An, came late, covering his ass. Seeing this, the crowd was used to it, and they would only find it strange if Luo An wasn't late one day. Yaoyao was puzzled when she saw Luo An walking with a pained face covering his butt. On, what happened to your ass? Don't mention it, by a mad dog. Luo An had only just sat down when he saw the leader of the planning team 3 twisting her sexy shapely body towards Luo An, placing a document on his desk and smiling. Brother Luo, this is our planning group 3's planning proposal for this month, so I'll leave it to you to report on it when we meet later. The purpose of the cloud group is competition. For example, the 3 groups in the planning department. Every month there will be a competition for the same project plan, so as to determine the allocation of resources. Seeing this, Luo An thought about it but nodded his head without refusing. After all, he is at least a member of the planning team. To come for several days nothing to do, his heart is really a little embarrassed. After resting for a while, it was time for the meeting. Everyone in the planning department walked towards the big conference room in silence. The atmosphere was a bit tense. After all, the result of the meeting was related to whether they could get quality projects next month and earn more commission. Luo An and Yaoyao followed the crowd into the large conference room and casually found a corner seat. Soon there was a crisp stomping of high heels from outside the office. Immediately afterward, the door to the office opened, and Su Mingyue as well as a group of executives walked in. At this time, she didn't have the same little girl posture she had in front of Luo An, and only the pair of cool eyes gave the employees here a great sense of oppression, and couldn't help but sit upright. Su Mingyue walked to the main seat at the very front and sat down. crossing her long legs and looking around the people in the conference room, lingering on Luo An's body for 2 more seconds before she faintly opened her mouth. Now that everyone is here, let's get started, and I hope you won't disappoint me with the programs you come up with. When these words came out, the crowd couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat behind their backs. In the entire conference room, it was estimated that Luo An was the only one who wasn't shocked by the powerful sense of oppression on Su Mingyue. In order, the first is the planning group. A thin man with glasses and heavy dark circles under his eyes walked to the big screen, took a deep nervous breath and slowly opened his mouth. According to our research on the Magic City's real estate market, the transaction volume of second-hand houses has continued to rise in the past 2 years. Instead, the transaction volume of new houses has been declining year by year, and I think the group's next sales focus should be under the stage. Luo An listened to the man with glasses blah blah blah, and yawned sleepily, and the next second there was an icy cold gaze shooting towards him, scaring Luo An to straighten his spine in a hurry. Seeing this, Su Mingyue then nodded with satisfaction, then turned her attention to the paper planner on the table. Soon, the glasses man finished his report, and after bowing slightly towards the executives, he walked back to sit in front of his original position. The rest of the 2 groups looked frustrated. Looks like, no surprise, another set of winners this month. That's 5 months in a row. Several of the executives also spoke highly of the planning that had just taken place. The second group in charge of reporting was a quiet woman who spoke meticulously and gave a very old-fashioned impression as far as planning was concerned. Not really good, but not too bad either. Finally it was the turn of Group 3, which is Lone. He lazily got up and walked to the front of the big screen, and read the plan given by the team leader with a slate, with no highlights, and the only person under the stage was Su Mingyue, who looked very serious. Well, seriously look handsome. Not a moment later, Lone finished his speech and stepped down from the stage. The executives were shaking their heads and sighing. The second group's planning was at least listenable. The third group's proposal was really not listenable at all. The offstage group had a winning look on their faces. Just as the executives were about to deliver their comments on Luo An, Su Mingyue applauded at that moment and said with a calm face, "Luo An gave a good talk and did a good job with the program." When these words came out, the conference room was steeply quiet. A needle could be heard, and the people had a look of disbelief on their faces. A clearly cobbled-together program, and you call that good? The executives glanced at each other. A brilliant light flashed in their eyes, and they reacted quickly by clapping their hands and applauding. Their faces piled up with bright smiles and compliments. Group 3's program this time is really good. This young man has a lot of potential ability. It seems that our group is going to have another capable person. I think this program is nonetheless feasible and recommend that it be adopted outright. The rest of them looked at each other, their brains still in a daze, but their bodies had already applauded in cooperation. In the crowd, the leader of Group 3 smiled smugly at the leader of Group 1. "So what if you're competent? I have connections here." After the meeting was dismissed, Luo An couldn't wait to get out of the conference room and return to his workstation as fast as he could to turn on his computer and play the newly released anime masterpiece Fate no Kaijin, incidentally pulling out a bag of potato chips from the drawer in one fluid motion. "I worked on art today and had to treat myself." The matter of the conference room even reached the ears of Yang Xiaoxuan, who was brushing the dishes, and listening to my Yun on the other end of the phone talking tirelessly. Her heart was even more unappetizing. Since leaving her, Luo An seems to have gotten better and better. No, she has to go quickly to get loan back. Inside the general manager's office, Su Mingyue had just returned to her office and sat down when Secretary Yi, who was following her, smiled as she held the file. "Mr. Su, I don't think you're giving young Master Luo special care because he's your brother." In response, Su Mingyue only returned 4 words to her. "Pride goes with the territory. If it's all one group getting the benefits for a long time, then the remaining 2 groups will lose the idea of competition, which is not good for the motivation of the rest of the employees." Chapter 17. She's my sister. Congratulations, and thanks to you, all 3 of our groups are going to double their bonuses this month. Yaoyao returned to her workstation with some excitement and looked at Luo An with an adoring gaze. With this bonus, she would be able to buy some good food for her grandmother and save a little for her future dowry for him. Seeing her happy deer in the headlights, Lone sighed softly, "Very Versailles. Brother has already reached your limits by just slightly striking out. Is this the loneliness of a genius?" Group 1 and Group 2 employees. At that moment, the cell phone Lone had placed on the table trembled gently. "It's a penguin message. Baby, want to go to an amusement park together this weekend?" Lone looked at the message with an expressionless face. The note called baby is naturally that green tea Yang Xiaoxian. I was so focused on pulling the plug on her green bubble and cell phone number that I didn't realize I had forgotten the penguin number. Also inviting himself to play. Luo An didn't even need to think about it. It must be that this woman had heard how she had just behaved in the conference room, so she regretted it. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Luo An tapped his finger on the screen and returned a paragraph, then directly clicked the 3 bars in the upper right corner and chose to delete his friend. On the other side, inside the women's restroom in the cafeteria, Yang Xiaoxuan stared at the phone with an expectant face. This time she took it upon herself to invite Luo out. Surely he wouldn't refuse if he liked himself that much. When the relationship has eased more or less, then let Luo An dredge up the relationship, so that his sister will transfer herself to a better department, perhaps to become a direct supervisor. While Yang Xiaoxian was stealing joy, the other end finally returned the message. Luo An, once upon a time you loved me, now I'm someone you can't reach, please don't bother me in the future. Seeing this message, Yang Xiaoxuan's entire body froze in place, unable to believe that Luo An would actually talk to her like this. Regret spread in her heart, coupled with the fact that she had been targeted by those cafeteria ants in the past few days. A sense of aggression arose in her heart. At this moment, another message beep came out from the cell phone. Yang Xiaoxian looked at it with some anticipation, and her face collapsed in the next second. XX Finance, dear MS. Yang, in view of the imminent expiration of your account debit and credit, in order to avoid the impact on your life, please make timely repayment. The busy day ended quickly. The evening sunset gently shed its golden afterglow, covering the earth with a golden veil. In front of the company building, a Porsche was parked there quietly. After a long time, the driver walked back, got in the car, and said carefully towards Su Mingyue, who was sitting in the back seat. Mr. Su, young Master Luo said that he has some serious business to attend to in the evening, so he might be back later. Aha! At night, most people are just finishing their day's work, and a few are just getting started. At the entrance of the flashing neon lights of the Fairview Massage City, 2 female greeters wearing red cheongsams with black high heels were greeting people passing by, vaguely displaying their delicate figures. Soon a cab stopped in front of the door. Luo An stepped down from the car and looked at the Massage City in front of him, looking at Luo Tongtian beside him suspiciously. Are you sure this is a regular massage parlor? I'll tell you kid, I'm just a little tired these days, so I want to massage and relax. You can't give me the whole of those special services. Hey, don't worry. Your brother Luo will do a good job. The 2 of them walked towards the Massage City, led by a young lady, and after paying the money, they walked to one of the rooms, and were just about to go in, when they heard a stern shout from the counter. Nobody move. The police are against pornography. Squat in the corner. Late at night, the stars are dim. At the entrance of the Magic City police station, Su Mingyue, who was wearing pajamas on the inside and wrapped in a black coat on the outside, led Luo An out. This is what you said to do business? Massage pressed to the police station. Really my good brother, can really give sister face? The cool voice mixed with the cold wind reached Luo An's ears, and he lowered his head, not daring to speak. I was thinking that I had never experienced a massage in my long life, so I thought I would give it a try, but I didn't realize that I would be caught before I even started. The key is also let Su Mingyue this bad woman to know. This time his chastity is considered all ruined. On the way home in the car, the 2 of them sat quietly in the back seat. Neither of them spoke again, and the atmosphere gradually became a bit depressing, making Luo An a bit breathless. God knows how Su Mingyue will fix him when he gets back home. Soon, the car drove into the mansion villa area, and after driving forward for a while, it stopped in front of the door of the house, and Luo Anxin stepped out of the car in a vain manner, pushing open the door into the brightly lit living room. The temperature was a bit higher because the air conditioner was on. Su Mingyue directly took off the black coat she was wearing and turned towards Luo An and said lightly, "Go sprawl out on the couch." What? What do you want? Luo An scowled. Su Mingyue glanced at Luo An who lowered his head like a child who made a mistake. In her heart, she wanted to laugh a little. Just this stinky brother's guts. Seeing himself as afraid. How could he go to a prostitute? He was given a chance yesterday and didn't even hit the mark. He's got color but no guts. Don't you want a massage? I've learned a little before, and since you're my stinky brother, I'll make an exception today and massage you. Go lie down. Hearing this, Lone willed herself to walk over to the couch and lay down, body facing down. Why is this woman suddenly so kind? Su Mingyue walked in her sandals, revealing her full toes, stopped in front of Luo An and began to massage him with skillful massage techniques. Her vermilion lips were slightly parted, and she spoke softly. If you really feel tired, in fact, it is not necessary to sit for 8 hours. If you are really tired, you can come to my office to lie down and rest. Don't be seen by other employees on the line. The impact is not good. The gentle massage techniques, like delicate dancers gently twirling on the skin, brought the ultimate comfort as Lone's body and mind were deeply relaxed. Who would say no to a sister who is so good-looking, has good massage skills, and mostly loves her brother? Are you an angel? Lone couldn't help but ask. In this world, I guess only an angel would be so kind to him. Hearing this, Su Mingyue, who was massaging him, had a charming smile on her cold face. She couldn't help but bring her head to Luo An's ear and spit out an orchid. Yes, sister is an angel who belongs to you alone. What? Got a crush on sister? Belonging to you alone? Su Mingyue purposely aggravated her accent, causing Luo An to instantly blush. This woman was molesting him again, deliberately saying such misleading things. Seeing Luo An's adorable reaction, the smile on Su Mingyue's face intensified and she couldn't help but gently hug him from behind. You, what are you trying to do? Lauren panicked. The two of them were adults, and it was obvious that such an intimate gesture was a bit out of bounds. In response, Su Mingyue, who had pressed her delicate body against his back, simply whispered, "Don't move, let me give you a good hug." It's normal for a sister to want to hug her brother, right? Who asked me to be a brother controller? Lone didn't speak anymore, just blushed more and more hotly, not daring to breathe, her heart pounding. It's such a strange feeling. She's my sister. Why is my heart beating so fast? After a long time, Su Mingyue got up and walked towards the upstairs room without saying a word. Lone actually felt some pity, but quickly pushed the thought down, murmuring at himself incorrectly, "She's my sister. She's my sister. She's just spoiling her brother by doing this. How can I think of her in any way?" But what Luo An didn't notice was that Su Mingyue, who had her back turned to him to go upstairs, her pretty face was aflush, and when she thought of the risky move she had just made, her footsteps on the stairs couldn't help but speed up. So close, just barely held back. Chapter 18. A man cannot say no. The next morning, the sun was obscured by a layer of clouds and the temperature was several degrees cooler than usual, perfect for a walk outside, and the wind was warm on my face. Because of Luo An's attempted prostitution last night, Su Mingyue hadn't slept well all night, so both of them simply took a day off. The TV in the living room was playing the latest Spy Overdrive movie, and Su Mingyue in shorts was lying on the sofa, while Luo An was forced to lie on her lap. Well, although it was forced, I have to say that my sister's legs are so fragrant and elastic that certain single dogs are afraid they will never experience it in their lifetime. Su Mingyue's attention, on the other hand, was completely on Luo An's body. A touch of tenderness surfaced on her cold and pretty face, her beautiful eyes staring at Luo An while reaching out her hand to rub his head. Being under the same roof with someone she cared about, sharing the same hobbies, and being able to fantasize about a peaceful life in the future. Wasn't that what she had been looking for? "It's good to have you around," Su Mingyue suddenly said. At those words, Luo An nodded seriously. "Well, it's really white." "Yuck. No, I want to say it's really good." Looking at his nervous explanation, Su Mingyue smiled in a flamboyant manner, and with her already perfect melon face, she made Luo An look dumbfounded. It was only in Luo An's presence that Su Mingyue would laugh from the bottom of her heart. When she was alone, she would always unconsciously think about what had happened before, or what would happen later. But the only time she stayed with Lone was when she was obsessed with the present. A movie quickly comes to an end and the credits begin to play. Just as it is noon, Luo An looked towards Su Mingyue and blinked her eyes to pamper her. "Sister, hungry for rice. Su Mingyue, I don't know how to cook." "Roan, Che, so useless, pampered for nothing." "Pa dash, why don't we go out to eat? Is this your way of inviting your sister on a date?" Yes, if you think going to dinner can be considered a date, then it is." After changing their clothes, Luo An and Su Mingyue walked out of the house and got in the car, still choosing the low-profile domestic car, leaving the villa area and driving in the direction of Magic City University. Su Mingyue sat on the co-pilot and asked curiously when she saw that this was not the way to the hotel. "You're not going to take me out for roadkill, are you? I know a nice buffet steak fondue that's pretty affordable at $69 a head, and that flavor is pretty much to my liking." To talk about which restaurant near the university is the most affordable, college students definitely have the most say. After all, the cafeteria things are delicious, but the big mom's hand, know all about it. This hot pot buffet is quite famous around the area, and is most popular with white-collar workers and college students around the area. When Luo An and Su Mingyue arrived, the seats were almost full. Luckily there was a table for 4 left in the corner, which prevented a wasted trip. After grabbing the roast and 2 black pepper steaks, Luo An couldn't wait to get started and chow down. At the same time, he didn't forget to look at Su Mingyue, who was sitting across from him, and was relieved to see her taking small bites. When he had brought Yang Xiaoxuan here to eat before, the look of disgust on the latter's face was something he could never forget. Just as Lone was feasting, 2 familiar figures walked in the doorway. "I'm sorry ladies, there are too many people at noon today and there are no more places left. I'm really sorry." The shopgirl apologized. Ma Yunyun scanned towards the store as if she had discovered something and pushed Yang Xiaoxuan beside her. Surprised, "Xian, look, that seems to be Luo An, right? And the one next to him is Mr. Su. They would actually come to a place like this to eat." Yang Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up and she directly headed towards the corner table, while Ma Yunyun said something to the clerk before she followed. In the corner, Luo An also discovered the two figures coming this way, and immediately sighed helplessly. Here comes trouble. Su Mingyue revealed a puzzled expression. Yang Xiaoxuan walked to Luo An. She wore a yellow floral dress today. The whole person looked youthful and lively. Her fair cheeks showed a touch of smile. Luo An, you're here for dinner too. It just so happens there's no room. Can we share a table? Ma Yunyun bowed slightly towards Su Mingyue with a look of some respect. Good noon, Mr. Su, I'm Ma Yunyun from the sales department. I didn't expect to actually meet you here. What a coincidence. Seeing this, Su Mingyue nodded coldly. Luo An unceremoniously rejected Yang Xiaoxuan, cursing bad luck in his heart. The rejected Yang Xiaoxuan's face was a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect Luo An to reject so decisively, and turned her gaze to Su Mingyue, who was seated on the side, and was just about to open her mouth when she was interrupted. Su Mingyue coldly glanced at her, her body carrying a powerful sense of oppression. Her words coldly said, asterisk 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 off. Can't you see you're interrupting my dinner with my brother? Have you got any eyes? The commotion drew the attention of the people at the next table, who looked over curiously. Being watched by so many people, Yang Xiaoxuan face gradually a little embarrassed. Good at the side of the Ma Yunyun wit, pulling her arm towards the store outside, or else I'm afraid that the hat is not guaranteed. After the two of them left, Su Mingyue then snorted coldly and proceeded to eat. Dare to play with her smelly brother's feelings and still want to look good. Dream on. Lone gave her a thumbs up. Sister just got so bossy. After lunch, in order not to waste the day's vacation that he got in exchange for squatting at the police station, Luo An took Su Mingyue to the snack street and arcade in the university town. After the arcade, Su Mingyue pulled Luo An to a crane machine, pointing at the pink panda inside, her eyes sparkling. Stinky brother, I want this. You still like pandas? Luo An gave her an unexpected look, not expecting that with Su Mingyue's character, she would actually like this kind of plush doll. Su Mingyue shook her head, then raised a finger with a serious face and said, wrong, as long as it's a cat, I like it, so why don't you just get a cat? It's too much of a hassle, and I don't have time to take care of it. Lone walked over to the coin picker and scanned the code to pay, taking only 10 coins to retrace his steps back to the crane machine and smiled confidently. Watch out, sister, just this kind of doll machine. Brother directly one-handed take pinch. Su Mingyue backhanded him and landed a slap on his head. No big deal, hurry up and catch it. If you can't, I'll tell my uncle about your whoring. Lone rolled up his non-existent sleeve and dropped 2 coins in, ready for the big one. 20 minutes later, Su Mingyue expressionlessly looked at Luo An, whose forehead was sweating coldly, and faintly said, ha, still holding it. This before and after all went in 200 coins. I can buy several dolls. You cannot do it? The greatest insult to a man is to say he can't. Lone slapped the console in anger. Right on the button. The hook slowly descended, and the hook actually coincidentally hooked up the hanging tags on the heads of the 2 dolls, falling into a gaping hole on the side as Luo An and Su Mingyue gazed in amazement. Luo An squatted down and took out a blue panda and a pink panda, and immediately smiled triumphantly at Su Mingyue. See, that's what I'm really good at, taking 2 straight up. Humph, bring it on you, wasting so much time. It was getting late outside. The two of them walked out of the arcade shoulder to shoulder under the envious gaze of passers-by. The setting sun's afterglow sprinkled on their bodies like a golden veil, as if it had covered them with a layer of divine radiance. Say, what are we having for dinner? Tell you what, you do the cooking and I'll do the eating. How's that for fair? 6. Chapter 19, Lost the boy who used to have eyes full of her. Spoiler alert. On this day, Yang Xiaoxuan got up very early, and after asking her supervisor for leave, she was ready to take a trip home. And when she thought of her father, she was inexplicably a little scared in her heart. Since her big fight with her family 3 years ago over her desire to buy luxury goods, she had rarely gone back during that time, and even when she did, she didn't stay for more than a day. Both her home and Luo An's former home were in a neighborhood outside the 3rd ring road of Mordor, relatively remote, and it took her a full 2 hours on the bus to get there. She couldn't help but gag when she smelled the sweaty odor of the car, and her heart grew more and more regretful. It used to be that Lone gave her a cab ride home, and now, she had lost him. When Yang Xiaoxuan returned to the community, the entrance to the community, many grandparents are drinking tea and chatting. See her back, immediately waved and smiled. Little Xian is back. Look at this little face. It's still so watery. Hee hee, how come the Luo family's kid didn't come back with you? Don't you two often stay together? Yang Xiaoxuan forced herself to hold back the hard feelings in her heart and laughed unnaturally. He's still at work. I'm taking the day off to come back to see my parents. Auntie, you guys take your time to chat. I'll go home first. Well, don't forget to come down and nag your aunts later. Yang Xiaoxuan's footsteps quickened as she walked into the neighborhood towards the familiar door of her home in her memory. This neighborhood is not much upscale. All the rural houses were demolished. The government gave the resettlement housing, although the location is very remote, but winds in the scenery is good. When Yang Xiaoxian came to the door of her house, the door happened to be open. A man in overalls stood at the door and was about to go out. His face was full of scruff. His eyes were cloudy. His face was pale. He was obviously only in his 40s, but he was generally the same as a person in his 60s. Seeing the man who was preparing to go out, Yang Xiaoxian unconsciously lowered her head and shouted, "Dad, I'm back." Yang Ji flinched, his serious face wrinkled and his voice was cold. "Why did you come back? Tell me, what did you encounter again? How come Xiaoan didn't come back with you?" Yang Xiaoxuan's voice was smaller and whispered, "I have nothing to do with him anymore. He's too petty. I just confessed and rejected him, and he started to avoid me. No mercy at all." Which Yang Ji heard this, threw the helmet in his hand aside and said angrily, "Then tell me why you didn't agree to people's confession. It's not like you don't know how much people Xiao Luo likes you, so tell me why you rejected them? If I don't like it, I don't like it. Do I have to be forced to like someone I don't like?" Yang Xiaoxian also exploded. The resentment accumulated in her heart these days could no longer be suppressed. She didn't understand. She had only rejected Luo An's confession. Why did everyone around her think that she was wrong? Rejecting someone she didn't like, was that wrong too? Yang Ji became even more angry. Looking at his daughter who hadn't yet realized where she was wrong and was justified, he reached out and pointed at her head, so angry that his fingers were trembling, and roared, "Fine, you said you don't like little Anne, so tell me, why didn't you reject little Anne when he bought you a present? Why didn't you break up when he bought you clothes and your favorite necklace? He even bought you the makeup you use. Why didn't you think of breaking up then?" Yang Xiaoxian was yelled at and couldn't get off the stage. Tears in her eyes. The corners of her eyes reddened as she said, "I rejected him before too. All of this is of his own volition. After rejecting it and then sending a message to people to explain that you will only consider finding a boyfriend after you graduate from college. Do you call this a rejection?" Yang Ji was furious and scolded without mercy. "Now that you've graduated from college and people are looking for you to confess their love and you're rejecting them, tell me what your previous behavior wasn't being a. You clearly just can't let go of those things that people gave you." Yang Xiaoxian was scolded and had no words to retort. Her head lowered even more, and tears fell down her face one by one. Yang Ji, because of yelling a little sharp, chest heaving and gasping for breath, he walked back inside to receive a cup of water. After drinking it, his throat is a little better. His voice is low. "You know why I'm not willing to pay for your college? It's because I know you're holding people back and playing with their feelings. You're hurting them." When the words fell, Yang Xiaoxian was already sobbing uncontrollably, her body falling limply to the ground, tears sliding down her cheeks. So pathetic. Seeing this, Yang Ji sighed heavily, walked to the chair of the coffee table and sat down, took out his cell phone and asked for a good leave from the contractor. "Say, what's the reason for coming back this time? I owe someone 5,000 yuan. When I get my paycheck, I will pay you back." Yang Xiaoxian huffed, her tears flowing downward drop by drop. "Money I can give you. I only have one request. Don't bother Xiaoan in the future. He is a single-parent family home is not easy. You will give me honest work in the future." At noon, the temperature climbed again to 30 degrees, and the walks were subjected to a venomous scorching. When it was mealtime, Luo An, who had touched the fish for half a day again, was about to go to the cafeteria to cam meal, when a phone call interrupted his pace, and the contact showed Uncle Yang. Because he used to go to Yang Xiaoxuan's house often, Luo An saved her dad's phone number. After a moment's hesitation, Lone chose to connect. "Xiaoan, I'm at the noodle shop downstairs from your company. I'd like to talk to you about Xiaoxian. Are you free now?" "Okay, I'll go down right away." "Uncle Yang, you wait a bit." After hanging up the phone, Luo An was puzzled but walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor, ready to go down and take a look. Although he and Yang Xiaoxian weren't on good terms right now, Uncle Yang definitely treated him as if he was his own son, and was good beyond words. There is only one noodle shop near the company, not far away. Luo An, after exiting the company, ran all the way and soon saw a familiar back figure in the noodle shop across the street. Luo An walked into the store and sat in front of the man. "Uncle Yang, why are you free to come over today? Are you here to see Xiaoxian?" Yang Ji shook his head and took out a bulging cloth bag from his bosom and placed it on the table, smiling slightly. "This is for you. Open it up." Puzzled, Lone took the cloth bag and unwrapped it to look at it, and was a little surprised to find a neat pile of money inside. It was also at that moment that Yang Jitsai sighed. "I have already said Xiaoxian in the morning. This $20,000 you take it, in addition to Xiaoxian's tuition, more even if it is uncle to make up for you. In the morning I have already educated her, but also thank you for taking care of her in these 2 years." Luo An was really surprised by Yang Ji's actions, and his heart was in awe of the man in front of him. He may not have been a successful father, but he was definitely a good one. $20,000 was not even a hair's breadth for him now, but it was different for Uncle Yang. Because of his age, the construction site owner gave him a very low price, and this $20,000 was at least a year's worth of his hard work and frugal eating to save up. I know Uncle Yang. Don't worry, I can't guarantee anything else, but at least no one can bully her in the company. Chapter 20. What? Want me to go on a blind date? By the next day, when Yang Xiaoxuan came to work, just as she walked into the cafeteria, the supervisor came toward her and waved his hand. Little Yang, you don't have to work in the cafeteria from today. Yang Xiaoxuan mistakenly thought that the supervisor wanted to fire her because of yesterday's leave of absence and hurriedly explained in a panic. Supervisor, I really had something important to do yesterday. Listen to my explanation. The supervisor smiled to stop what she was about to say next and smiled as he pulled a work plate out of his bag. Don't be so nervous. From today onwards you are a member of the sales department. In view of your excellent performance in these 2 days, there are $20,000 bonus. You will go to the finance in a while to receive it. Yang Xiaoxuan froze, staring blankly at the work card in her hand, unable to believe that happiness had come so suddenly. Could it be that he helped me? But why? I obviously treated him so well before. Inside the general manager's office, a little more strength on the left side. Stinky brother, have you not eaten or are you weak? Luo An gritted his teeth and pinched Su Mingyue's shoulders, who had a look of enjoyment on her face. If it were in the past, Luo An would have taught this woman to behave, but thinking of begging for a favor, he could only hold back his temper. Su Mingyue comfortably reclined in her boss chair and casually said, I can't imagine that you are still strangely nice. She has treated you so well. You don't give her a lesson, not to mention that you want me to help her transfer to a comfortable position. Xiao Anzi, do you think you are not a na? The force in Loan's hand increased by a few points, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he said, You're the one who's cheap. I'm doing this for the sake of her father, and at the root of it, it's really me who's been pestering people for so long, and Yang Xiaoxuan will become the character she is now. It can't be separated from me. Su Mingyue, go get me a glass of water. Lorne, pee to drink? Su Mingyue, someone's whoring. Luo An, sister, want it room temperature or hot? Luo An took the water cup on the table and walked to the water dispenser to receive a cup of hot water, walked to the air conditioner and blew it, after touching the cup not too hot, then walked to Su Mingyue and handed it to her, arrogantly humming softly and said, Here. Su Mingyue, who was watching his every move, smiled and took it. Having a smelly brother to call on turned out to be so comfortable, and not having to do anything myself was simply too good to be true. After pouring the water, Luo An was also tired. Directly lying to the side of the sofa, began to play a certain two-character game, which is much more comfortable than sitting at the workstation to touch the fish, and also not afraid that it will disturb others. Su Mingyue saw the situation, did not say anything, rather say this is also in her mind, lest this guy and go out everywhere to dabble in the grass, in case by which wildflower hooked away. Where can she find such a well-behaved brother? The afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, Fongfang, who had already returned from traveling, called and bought them some local specialties, and had a meal together in the evening, at the home of both Luo An and Su Mingyue. On the way home, Luo An thought about the consequences of the last meal and raked back the fear towards Su Mingyue beside him. First things first, if it's Auntie Willow cooking tonight, remind me when you're ready to bolt and we'll run together. I don't want to have another night of diarrhea. Su Mingyue didn't pay any attention to him and played with her cell phone by herself. Mansion house. Little An and Mingyue are back. Wait a little longer. Old Luo is still in the kitchen simmering braised elbows. I guess it will be a while before dinner can start. Hearing that it was her dad cooking, Luo An was relieved to hear that she walked over to the couch and sat down on her butt, casually turning on the TV, ready to pass the time. Su Mingyue followed close behind and sat next to him, but still kept some distance from him. Seeing this, Fongfang saw through the relationship between the two at a glance. She walked over to Luo An's side, picked up a piece of red bean cake from the table and handed it to Luo An's mouth, smiling. Here, little An, your dad said you love snacks. Auntie specially bought you pastries, taste how they taste. Oh, thanks Aunt Willow. Luo An just ate it into his mouth. Su Mingyue beside her, although her eyes were on the TV at all times, her afterglow was always watching this side, and when she saw that her mom actually fed Luo An directly, her heart burst with displeasure. Can't this stinky brother keep a little distance from other women? Xiao An, you are not small anymore. Tomorrow in the city garden over there is a matchmaking conference. Let Mingyue take you to go around. See if there is a suitable first with. After 2 years just to get married, this statement was made. Put. Ahem. What? A blind date? Blind date? Luo An and Su Mingyue got up almost at the same time, the former being frightened and the latter panicked. Lone took a piece of paper, wiped the remains of the pastry from the corner of his mouth, and laughed awkwardly. Auntie Lu, I've only just graduated. It's too early to find a girlfriend this young, right? Why don't we wait for a couple years? Su Mingyue said cooperatively. It's indeed a bit too early. My brother isn't ugly. Why are you in such a hurry to find a girlfriend? Lu Fongfang looked at the obvious panic in the eyes of her daughter, who had always been known for her calmness, and cocked her head, pretending to be puzzled. I'm letting little An find a girlfriend. What's your hurry? Who's in a hurry? I'm not. When she said this, although Su Mingyue's face was unchanged, her ears were a bit flushed. Lu Fongfang laughed in her heart and looked at Luo An, reaching out and patting his shoulder, saying in a serious tone, Auntie is not letting you get married now, is letting you find a first to be with, and when you with 2 or 3 years, is not it almost run 3 people? Marriage at that time is just right. After saying that, Lu Fongfang pressed no opportunity for Luo An to open her mouth and got up and walked towards the kitchen without looking back. It's settled. Early to find a girlfriend to settle the life matter. I and your father can also rest assured. In the kitchen, Luo Mingyue heard the words of the 3 people clearly, and when he saw Lu Fongfang walking, he came forward and lowered his voice. Didn't you say you wanted to set up Mingyue and Xiaoxuan before? Why are you letting Xiaoxuan go on a blind date now? Lu Fongfang blankly glanced at him, saying you're a little cutie. You still don't believe me. I'm speeding up the relationship between the 2 of you. Otherwise how long will it take before we can hold grandchildren? Remembering something, Lu Fongfang patted her head on Luo Minghue's head and whispered in his ear, Lo, my great aunt is gone. Hearing this, Luo Mingyue was shocked. What's the situation? Wasn't it still there 2 days ago? Then should we buy some paper money or something? This time it was Lu Fongfang's turn to be confused. My great aunt is gone. Why did you buy paper money? Do you have to burn paper money to do this? Not that I'm talking about you. The man is gone. Can we go empty-handed? Lu Fongfang froze before reacting to what Luo Mingyue was saying, and without good humor, she slapped him on the head, hating him. I know why no one wanted you before. That's why I'm blind to see you. Cook, sleep on the floor at night, and don't get into my bed. Looking at Lu Fongfang's back as she walked out of the kitchen, Luo Mingyue scratched his head in confusion. Weird. What did he say wrong again? Is it wrong to burn paper money when your great aunt is gone? That's right. Chapter 21. I'm an ordinary guy with $1 million in savings. The next morning was bright and sunny, just the right weather for getting out and about. A Porsche sped by on the road, and Su Mingyue in the driver's seat drove expressionlessly, exuding a gust of coldness. She couldn't even move the man herself, but now she had to voluntarily give him out for other women to admire and pick. So you can imagine how bad the mood was. Beside Luo An silent, heart a little nervous. He grew up so big or the first time to go back to the blind date, since today is a Saturday, so the road is not as many cars as usual. Driving along the way is very smooth. Originally half an hour's journey, it only took 10 minutes to arrive. When we arrived at the entrance to the city park, it was crowded at the moment, with men and women on the side of the road holding a sign with their requests. The whole park, in fact, is a small forest, very suitable for summer to cool off. In the depths there is a 100 meters high tree, branches and leaves, very spectacular. Su Mingyue said expressionlessly as she walked along the small gravel path under her feet towards the park. We're just here to visit today, not really here for a blind date. If you dare to womanize, I'll tell Uncle Luo about your pornography-related arrests at the police station, the middle-aged videos of you as a child, and stealing into my room in the middle of the night, and you'll know what happens. Luo An couldn't help but shiver at the thought of what would happen to him, and answered obediently, secretly saying in his heart, Good Lord, why does it feel like this woman has gotten scary again? The 2 of them walked forward a bit, instantly attracting the attention of many people, both men and women. The man is handsome, the woman is pretty, both of them are rare goods. Blind dates for the women, most of them aim to find a rich one, while the men want to find a beautiful one. So soon someone blocked in front of Su Mingyue and introduced themselves with a smile. Hello this young lady, my English name is Kevin. I just came back from studying in the United States. I think we can have an in-depth conversation. The man had a confident look on his face. With his conditions, he was definitely counted among the quality ones in the entire dating conference. But unfortunately, the one he met this time was Su Mingyue. Get out of the way. Su Mingyue impatiently pushed him away with one hand. Her mood was exactly upset. How could she be in the mood to communicate with someone? The tremendous force pushed the man to the ground, and he sucked in a breath of cold air in pain, waved his orchid finger, and subconsciously said, Bugger, what's wrong with you? Seeing this scene, Luo An, who was following behind Su Mingyue, couldn't help but get goosebumps and was nauseous enough to vomit. You've just come back from studying in Thailand. After that, there were people who wanted to find Su Mingyue on a blind date, but all of them ended up very miserable, and no one dared to come forward for a while. Soon, the 2 of them arrived, without any problems, at the core area of the matchmaking convention. a high platform was built at the center, and a matchmaker named Wang Ma was setting up a matchmaking man and woman, while there were even more people watching from below, almost a sea of people, and the scene was very noisy. At this time, Wang Ma on the stage had already found a female party, and was worried about which man to choose, when she suddenly glanced at Luo An, and suddenly brightened up, stretching out her finger to point at him. That young man, yes, don't look around, that's you, come on, get up on the stage. The people who came today were basically elders who came to matchmaking, or matchmaking for their own sons and daughters, so Wang Ma didn't have too many scruples. The crowd's eyes flicked to Lone, being stared at by so many people. The latter only felt a tingle in his scalp and had no choice but to walk up to the high platform. The woman, on the other hand, was a round-headed, fat-eared woman in her late 30s, dressed in a polished manner, and her eyes couldn't help but light up when she saw Luo An. A young man with such a good-looking face comes to a blind date, but usually you don't see him. After both sides came on stage, Wang Ma, dressed in a red robe, looked at the woman and held up the microphone and laughed. Come on, you introduce yourself to this young lady and see if you can capture the heart of this handsome young man. The crowd below was watching with a look of amusement, and of course there were quite a few face controllers who had already been dumbfounded, not least of which were men. The woman introduced herself confidently and said, "My name is Luo Yuan. I was born in 1990. I have a bachelor's degree. My usual hobbies are reading, traveling, good food, and cooking. My job is to run a house design company. My annual income is around $300. 000. I have a house and a car." Wang Ma immediately showed a surprised expression. Although Luo Yuan's age is a bit older, but this condition can be said to be very high quality. It should not be difficult to find a man's. Immediately after that, Wang Ma looked at Luo An, who faintly introduced herself. "My name is Luo Tongtian. I just graduated from Magic City University this year, and I'm now in the middle of my internship, without a house or a car." Luo Tongtian, who was watching a study video at home, suddenly sneezed twice violently and looked around suspiciously. Strange, who dares to talk about little master behind his back? Is it possible that you've been jerking off too much lately and your body is weak? Offstage at a dating convention, after listening to Luo An's self-introduction, the women below all showed disappointment. What's the use of being handsome without a house or a car? They want a man who will give them a sense of security. Seeing that there was some coldness, Wang Ma hurriedly looked at Luo Yuan beside her again and asked with a smile, "So, MS. Law, what are your criteria for choosing a spouse?" Luo Yuan looked around the crowd and spoke. "First of all, I earn $300, 000 a year, so naturally I can't look for one who earns less than me. My man must earn more than $300, 000 a year, be 1m8 in height, and no older than 30, and he has to be a sunny, handsome man with good clothes." With that, she glanced lightly at Luo An, who was at the side, and said in an unsavory manner, "My condition should not be too much. These days just handsome is useless. A man cannot even give me a sense of security. Why should I marry him?" The words were clearly an insinuation that Luo An had nothing and still dared to come on a blind date. The males on stage clamored, a mocking look in their eyes. "This woman really has no self-awareness at all. Can a man with this condition look at your looks? Bull asterisk 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 security. Isn't it about spending money on women? And if you don't spend money, you don't love you enough." Wang Ma also couldn't help but smack her lips. Which is a blind date to come, is clearly to find a domineering president to come. It was a good thing she'd run into a lot of people like that, and calmly handed the microphone over to Luo An for him to present his choice of spouse as well. Luo An took the microphone, and his gaze subconsciously passed through the layers of people and landed on the silhouette in the corner, faintly saying, "I'm here today because my family asked me to come. I myself don't really have a blind date in mind, and I can't give some people the so-called sense of security. After all, I'm just an ordinary person with $1 million in savings." With those words, Lone returned the microphone and turned around, heading straight for the stage. Luo Yuan couldn't help it. These words were obviously ridiculing her. She immediately grabbed the microphone in Wang Ma's hand and said with an annoyed face, "You say you have $1 million in savings just because you have $1 million in savings. Have you ever seen so much money? Young people nowadays are really overambitious." Lies come out of their mouths. "You say you have $1 million in savings. Then why don't you have a house or a car? Bragging is not a good idea." There were people from all walks of life on stage, and finally a fashion designer exclaimed, "What, that handsome guy is wearing his Frey's latest shirt, officially priced at 19,999 Chinese currency, and those pants." With this reminder, everyone's eyes all looked at the clothes Luo An was wearing in unison, and there were quite a few people who knew what they were doing who had shocked faces, including Luo Yuan. Even she did not have the luxury to spend $20,000 to buy a dress to wear. This guy cannot be a rich second generation? That deposit $1 Her bowels were instantly remorseful. Su Mingyue stood under a 3-meter-high green tree. A white dress with her looks was simply the most beautiful scenery in the world. Luo An walked over and smiled with a pleasing meaning. My good sister, the little one is doing well, isn't she? The corners of Su Mingyue's lips lifted up as she stretched out her white hand and placed it on Luo An's head and rubbed it, smiling with satisfaction. Count on you passing. You didn't disgrace my sister. Let's go. As a reward, my sister will take you to eat a seafood feast. The two walked away, but left an indelible impression on those who attended this dating convention. And there are a lot of smart people have started through the internet to check Luo Tontian, this person's information. Nowadays, as long as the money, get a phone number is not simple. How could they let go of such a long, handsome and secure rich kid? Chapter 22, Society is a Vortex. After leaving the city park, Su Mingyue took Luo into a nearby open-air Western restaurant, one of the few that she felt tasted pretty good, probably because it was still early. The two of them wrapped right up. Su Mingyue skillfully handled the steak on her plate, while Luo An just went straight to her hands and took it and nibbled on it, being as rude as she wanted to be. But it had to be said that it was very refreshing to eat like this. She asked suddenly, Little Anan, what are your criteria for choosing a spouse? At those words, Lone, who was immersed in the deliciousness, returned without thinking, well, it's probably like you, but it would be perfect if you had a better personality. Luo An had never eaten such an authentic steak before, and the taste was completely different from the one he had eaten at the buffet steakhouse before. The former was good beyond words in terms of both texture and flavor, but the latter's steak still had tendons, and the flavor was just sloppy. But he didn't know that his casual words caused Su Mingyue's comb heart to set off shock waves, and the movements in her hands stopped for a moment. Like her? It means that the stinky brother likes her? While she was frozen, Luo An had already taken care of the steak on her plate, and when she was dumbfounded, she directly took the steak she had cut, and said beautifully, you don't like it, so I'll just mercifully help you out. No thanks. After an early lunch, the company suddenly had some trouble, so Su Mingyue had to suspend her vacation and bring Luo An back to the company. The cause of the matter is the vice minister of the sales department embezzlement and bribery. By the secretary of the Leaf found a bit of evidence. Normal words, this position embezzlement is normal, but this time the amount of embezzlement is actually as high as more than 10 million, has exceeded the bottom line in Su Mingyue's heart. Inside the general manager's office, the vice general manager was pleading for his brother, hoping that Su Mingyue would be lenient for the sake of him serving the group for so many years. Su Mingyue coldly said, this matter has been brought to the police station. There is no negotiation. The person was arranged by you to enter the group. I didn't look for you to settle. The score has been considered good. If you beg for mercy again, you also follow along with the layoff. The vice general manager immediately turned pale, and after weighing his options, he finally stood up and turned toward the outside of the office. This matter Su Mingyue dealt with until the evening before finally ended. On the way back, also flirting Luo and Mood are gone. Lone didn't disturb her when she saw this and went straight to her room when she got home. He couldn't help, so the only thing he could do was not to cause trouble for Su Mingyue. 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Wednesday this day, just 2 days of the weather is once again poisonous. Burning sunlight baking the asphalt road, heat waves sweeping layer by layer. The roadside trees on the leaves are baked rolled up. Today Luo An got up very early on a rare occasion, and after having breakfast, he came to the company. The front desk lady greeted warmly. Xiao Luo is here so early today. The sun is beating down on the west side. Can't help it. Good people tend to be different. Roan responded with a smile. After he left, the two front desk ladies looked at his back and smiled and talked. After all, who wouldn't like such a handsome and down-to-earth hunk? Luo An walked to the high-rise special elevator. After pressing the button, the sound of high-heeled running shoes sounded behind him. He subconsciously turned back to look, a little surprised. Just saw Yang Xiaoxuan running towards the elevator side. A change from the usual innocent dress, dressed up maturely, face painted with light makeup, feet on black leather high heels, still so beautiful. Lone remembers a quote from a teacher in college. When a girl's outfit changes, it means her personality has changed. But at this time, the ordinary elevator was already full, and Yang Xiaoxuan, who was the last one to go up, was directly squeezed down, noticing Luo An on the side with a somewhat embarrassed look. At that moment, the elevator dedicated to the upper floors on Lone's side arrived just in time. Seeing this, he said faintly, take an elevator with me, if you don't mind. Yang Xiaoxuan nodded awkwardly and followed Luo An into the elevator, but deliberately kept a little distance. She knew that the boy who used to be full of her was gone. The elevator doors closed slowly, and there was a steep silence around them. Lone suddenly said, you've changed. Yang Xiaoxuan clenched her hand holding the bag, lowered her head and whispered, it's people who change. In your eyes, what was the old me like? Luo An truthfully returned, Once you were as bright in my eyes as a shooting star that suddenly crossed in the dark night. It's good to make a change, but don't go astray. As he spoke, the elevator had arrived at the floor where the planning department was located, and the elevator doors dinged open. Lone walked out, but then suddenly stopped in the doorway without looking back. For Uncle Yang's sake, I'll give you a caveat. It's a world made of matter. But don't let matter change you. There's nothing more important than yourself when one lives in this world. The words fell, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Yang Xiaoxuan could understand what that meant, and she couldn't help but take out the mirror in her bag and look at the mature face in the mirror. How much more mature is she pretending to be? Mimicking the dress of the working elite. Is she really a mature person? The answer is no. Society is a huge vortex. Those who are not firm in their hearts will be swept up in it and contaminated. Luo An is just reminding her not to sell out and change her values just because of some money. As for whether she can comprehend it or not, it still depends on Yang Xiaoxuan herself. He's been kind enough to do that. Chapter 23, Misunderstanding? In the office area of the planning department, it seems that because of the sudden rise of the three groups that had been at the bottom of the list, the employees of the first group and the second group are riveted to try to catch up. The sound of pounding on the keyboard rose and fell. A week had passed since the start of the internship, and Yaoyao, under the special care of the team leader, also started to touch some simple programs to practice. Luo An slowly waltzed in just as Cardpoint took his seat. As he was thinking about what he should do today, he saw Yaoyao beside him looking like he wanted to say something, and curiously said, "What's wrong with you? Why do you look strange today? Are you being bullied again?" "No one bullied me." Yaoyao shook her head, with a touch of melting sorrow between her brows, and after hesitating for a while, she still came to Luo An's ear and whispered something. After hearing this, Luo An's face changed slightly, putting away his careless look and turning to look at Yaoyao with a serious face. His voice lowered. "This is no small thing. Are you sure you heard right?" Yaoyao nodded with a firm gaze. Seeing that she didn't look like she was joking, Lone thought for a moment before saying, "Okay, then I'll go with you after work to check it out. And if it's true as you say, then you've gotten a lot of credit this time." In the afternoon, because of the embezzlement thing in the outside world made too much noise, Su Mingyue directly called a meeting with all the executives, and even fired several departmental supervisors on the spot. For a time, the entire company was on edge. If they had previously carried respect in their hearts because of General Manager Su Mingyue's profession, then after this incident, they were just fearful of Su Mingyue as a human being, doing things without the slightest bit of sentimentality, and dealing with the relevant people directly after the incident with an iron-blooded approach. No one will be afraid of such a high-ranking person. The afternoon passed quickly. When it was time to get off work, Su Mingyue sat in the car with a tired look on her brow. She saw Luo An didn't come out for a long time and frowned. That's when she got a message on her cell phone. "Lone, you go home first. I have business to attend to. I'll be back later. Don't wait for me to eat." When Su Mingyue saw this message, her already bad mood became even more upset. "Business? Another massage? Check Luo An's cell phone location for me and see where he ran off to." Su Mingyue ordered towards the driver. The driver nodded and pulled out the security department to make a call to have them check the camera footage, which came back quickly. "Mr. Su, young Master Luo left the company with a female colleague just after work. He shouldn't have gone far yet." Chase. After the driver drove out of the underground parking lot, he drove a bit more in a direction that deviated from the city, and soon caught up with Luo An and Yaoyao, who were walking on the side of the road. Due to the evening rush hour, the two did not notice the abnormal is chatting while walking toward the front. Soon the two were laughing and walking into a couple's hotel after turning two corners. Seeing this scene, the driver immediately felt an eerie chill coming from behind him, and seeing Su Mingyue's face covered in coldness through the rearview mirror, he carefully asked, "Mr. Su, why don't I go check it out? What's the point of checking it out and ruining it for him? Go home." Meanwhile, in the hotel suite, Lorian and Yaoyao are playing poker. Pair of threes. I bomb. I king bomb. Lone lost 3 hands in just 10 minutes and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He must have gone out without reading the calendar. At that moment, there was movement from outside the hallway. "Mr. Lin, this way please." Luo An and Yaoyao exchanged a glance, put down the cards in their hands and quietly walked over to the door, attaching their ears to it. The sound of a man and a woman talking came from outside, which was quieted until the door to the next suite closed. Although the voice was a bit low, Luo An still heard that it was the voice of the company's vice president, Lin Ji, and the other person was unknown. The reason for this is that Yaoyao wanted to go to the rooftop to get some air during her lunch break yesterday because she was a bit bored, but she happened to overhear Lin Ji calling a rival company to sell the company's plans to the other side. Luo An hurriedly took out his own cell phone, which was displaying the call interface. He directly turned the sound to the maximum, and immediately the sound of conversation appeared. On his way here, He used Yaoyao's cell phone to connect to a wireless Bluetooth headset, first calling his own phone, and then through the window of the suite's balcony. He threw a headset under the bed in the next room. That way, they could eavesdrop on the conversation next door through that under-the-bed headset. The next room. Mr. Lin, this is a bit of sincerity from our boss. Please accept it. Lu Yanfang set a black leather bag on the table and smiled at Lin Ji. Lin Ji opened the zipper of the bag, and after seeing the bag full of cash, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he also took out a file bag from the briefcase he was carrying. There is a private high school in the Magic City area that is going to be demolished, so a lot of real estate companies are eyeing that site for housing. One of the most competitive is Yunxiao Group and Longqian Group, and Lu Yanfang is the secretary of the chairman of Longqian Group, this time for the purpose of getting the program of Yunxiao Group as well as the base price, so that they have full certainty to take this piece of land. And Su Mingyue's efforts these days would be reduced to nothing. Seeing the program, Lu Yanfang reached out and tried to take it, but Lin Ji dodged it, and a bad smile appeared on his face as he unapologetically surveyed her body and licked the corners of his mouth and laughed. It's up to you in a moment to get this program. How could Lu Yanfang not understand the deep meaning of his words? A charming smile reached out to take off the black suit jacket. A delicate smile. Then Mr. Lin should be gentle with people later. Within moments, the sound of flesh hitting flesh was heard in the room. In the next room, Luo An lightly coughed twice to turn off the recording. His face is still normal. As for the side of Yaoyao's cheeks have long been scarlet, like a ripe apple. People can't help but want to take a bite. Lauren sent her a copy of the recording and smiled faintly. You found this out first. It's not a big problem to change a few tens of thousands of dollars in bonuses. Remember to treat me to dinner later. Brotherin, when I get my bonus, we'll split it equally. Without you, I wouldn't dare come to a place like this. This amount of money is nothing to me. Take it. It's just the right time to buy your grandmother some good food to make up for her. When the two of them walked out of the couple's hotel, Luo An directly called a car and sent Yaoyao home first before heading towards the magnificent residence. When Luo An returned home, the driver who had been waiting at the door pulled him in and briefly told him about Su Mingyue bumping into him and Yaoyao going into the hotel. It was the first time he had seen Mr. Su so angry. It so happened that the door of the villa opened at this moment, and Su Mingyue, who heard the commotion, walked out, staring at Luo An with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, "And you have the nerve to come back." Seeing this, Luo shrugged. "I'll go then." After saying that, he turned around and left straight away without any half-hearted hesitation. Even Su Mingyue froze. She thought Luo An would panic and explain to her, but she didn't expect this guy to actually leave without looking back. Immediately after, Su Mingyue was a little annoyed again. "If you go, and if you go, you better never come back." Luo An walked down the street. As for why he didn't explain things to Su Mingyue, it was simple. He wasn't a cutie. Through his recent demeanor, he could tell that Su Mingyue was interested in him, but he and she are righteous siblings. He is an ordinary graduate, while she is a famous talented girl in Magic City. The status is really too different. If not for his dad's words, he would probably not have crossed paths with such a person in his life. Instead of getting acquainted and thinking about how to maintain a sibling relationship, it's better to draw the line before it's too late, and this is a good opportunity to do so. Of course, this matter definitely couldn't be hidden from Su Mingyue, but it wasn't a misunderstanding. It didn't matter, but Luo An wanted to give her an answer through this matter. Afterwards, Luo An sent a message to Yaoyao, telling her not to bring herself along when she reported, and to say that it was her credit alone. The latter, though puzzled, obeyed and responded. "Explain a little bit about the relationship between the two, or I'm afraid you won't be able to read it again thinking it's toxic. So you'll abandon the book." Why doesn't Luo An dare to like Su Mingyue? Because he has low self-esteem. It's only natural for a single parent to have low self-esteem when he meets such a dazzlingly talented woman as Su Mingyue. Anyone who's ever been in love should understand. This misunderstanding is a crucial step in enhancing the relationship between the two, and it won't take long, 3 or 4 chapters at the most, to explain it. Chapter 24, The Dogman Runs Away. It's night. Knock knock. Who is it at night? Luo Tongtian, who had been disturbed from chasing after his family, opened the door, and after realizing that it was actually Luo An standing in the doorway, he was first stunned, and then he was puzzled. "Old Luo, it's so late. Why don't you go back to your big villa and come to my place?" Had a falling out. Without explaining too much, Luan walked right around him to the couch and lay down. Luo Tongtian sniffed, closed the door and walked to sit beside him, sensible not to ask more questions, and casually said, "A falling out is a falling out, and my father will always cover you. Playing 2-letter games, no? Lorne, come on. It just so happens it's been 2 days since I've been on a good one." Luo Tongtian, speaking of which, I don't know why in the past 2 days, a lot of matchmakers have been calling me, both male and female. Is it possible that the information was leaked when I was going through the website? By the next day, Luo An didn't go to work, but rode Luo Tongtian's small electric donkey to start delivering takeaways. Before the cloud group fired him, he could only make do with delivering takeaways, but it was good that he often worked temporary jobs when he was in college, so he was familiar with the surrounding roads. Inside the general manager's office of the Cloud Sky Group, Su Mingyue couldn't help but clench her pink fists as she looked at the vacant spot in the security camera. This guy, he didn't even come to explain to her. When she shifted her attention and tried to seriously deal with the documents in front of her, she realized that the previously simple and easy to understand documents had now become obscure and difficult to understand, as if she was reading a string of unfamiliar characters and could not figure out their meaning at all. With no choice but to give up the idea of working, Su Mingyue glanced at the pink pandas sitting on her desk with her remaining light, Luo An's face floating in her mind. Her instincts told her that Luo An didn't seem like the kind of person who would screw around, but what her eyes saw made her believe it. Just as Su Mingyue was distracted, Secretary Yi suddenly pushed open the office door and walked over to her and whispered something. After hearing this, Su Mingyue frowned. Are you sure this is true? Secretary Yi nodded gravely and seriously, then took out his cell phone and flipped out a recording, playing it in front of Su Mingyue. The content of the recording is the conversation between the company's vice president, Lin Ji, and the secretary of the boss of the rival company, as well as some ulterior dealings. Su Mingyue's face gradually became gloomy, and her mind, which had stalled due to Luo An's departure, began to race. This recording was one that Yaoyao claimed to have secretly recorded, but with her understanding of Yaoyao for so many days, it would be hard for a person to get this recording with her character. Plus yesterday she went to couple's hotel with Luo An. Su Mingyue suddenly got up. Her face was already covered with a layer of cold frost. Those phoenix eyes gradually became gloomy and cold. She walked quickly towards the outside of the office without saying a word. The man, who was rejecting himself through this, who gave him the right to choose? How dare he? Even if she has to tie him up, she'll tie him back. Inside the planning department, everyone was concentrating on their work when suddenly someone lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Holy, that's Mr. Su, why is she here?" The crowd looked up and saw Su Mingyue walking with a gloomy face. The regal oppression on her body scared them into hurriedly lowering their heads and feigning serious work. Good lord, who did this to make Mr. Su so angry? Su Mingyue ignored them, but stepped on her high heels and walked all the way to Yaoyao, who was about to get up, but was pressed down by one of her hands on her shoulder. Her voice cold. Where's Lorne? And didn't come to work today. I don't know. Seeing that Yaoyao's flustered explanation didn't look like a fake, Su Mingyue had to give up questioning her and instead turned towards the sales department while taking out her cell phone to call Luo An. The phone's busy signal came out, and unsurprisingly it was pulled. After walking to the sales department, Su Mingyue directly found Yang Xiaoxuan, who was familiarizing herself with the business, and asked if Luo An had looked for her. Yang Xiaoxuan reacted in a similar way as Yaoyao. There was no other way. Su Mingyue could only use the dumbest way, driving all over the streets looking for someone. On the other hand, Luo An, who was indulging in delivery, is in a bad mood. Delivering in such hot weather is no different from going to hell, and the main thing is that the labor price is low. What a bull ******* takeout guy making $1.8 million for 3 years of delivering takeout. If the person who said that showed up in front of him, Lone would have to give him 2 punches in the face. Not to mention 3 years, even if you don't eat, drink or sleep for 3 years, you can't make that much money by delivering food all the time. Guess the only good thing about delivering in the summer is that there are more places to run and more beautiful women in short skirts to see. The afternoon passed quickly. It was getting late. Luo An rode a small donkey to receive Luo Tongtian, who had just finished work, and found a barbecue stall nearby, ready to have a painful drink. After arriving at the store, Luo Tongtian directly shouted towards the owner, "Boss, give me 50 beef ones and 50 pork ones, and 2 loins for my brother to make up for it." "Lorne, I'm going to you. I think you're the one that needs the most patching up," Luo Tongtian cheerfully said. "Then let's both of us have one, after eating and then go wash our feet or something. How comfortable." The boss smiled and found a seat for the 2 people, and brought 2 boxes of beer and peanut rice, before walking back to the grill to start a large fire skewers. Soon, there is a thick meat aroma filled out. Chapter 25, I like you, but then again, how on earth did you fall out with someone? You kid wouldn't be unable to resist loneliness in the middle of the night and break into someone else's boudoir, would you? At a table outside the nighttime barbecue stand, Luo Tongtian asked a curious question, and Luo An's face darkened at once. Do I look like the kind of guy who breaks into people's boudoirs in the middle of the night? Well, it did break in, but it was a last resort. Luo Tongtian glanced at him and faintly said, "You say you are also miserable enough, chasing Yang Xiaoxuan, right? For what? is not to be able to have a home, and now it is not easy to have a home, and then fall out with others. Luo An University for 3 years to pursue young Xiaoxuan. For what exactly? Even he himself does not know, but Luo Tongtian see through. Liking can wear off. How can you like someone for 10 years and not change your heart? That's a bridge only in TV shows. Lone fell silent, lowering her head and wondering what she was thinking. After a long time, he shouted at the boss. Boss, the beer doesn't taste good. Serve us 2 more bottles of white and take 2 bottles of erguo. Okay, bring it right away. Luo Tongtian glared. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you kid want to die ah? Drinking so much beer you also want 2 bottles of white wine. Not afraid to drink to death? Neither one of them was a big drinker, and they were basically done after 2 cases of beer. Lorne, you're not going to be able to, are you? Luo Tongtian, grass. I can't do it? The first one to get drunk is the grandson. This drink until the middle of the night, when the 2 bottles of white wine were all consumed. The 2 people cannot even walk steadily. Look at the boss shook his head for a while. Lorne muttered with a slightly drunken hiccup on his face and his voice trembling. Good grandson, now that it's come to this, my father won't hide it from you. In fact, the online girlfriend you talked about in your freshman year was me taking a small number and disguising it. Luo Tongtian, it's okay. In fact, I secretly put that lace underwear in your closet just to get back at you. Silent night, under the dim street lamp, the 2 people helped each other farther and farther away. In passing a corner one finally could not hold out, and at the same time planted on the ground, just huffing and puffing up. It wasn't long before 2 figures came from the left and right sides almost simultaneously. It was Yaoyao and Yang Xiaoxian. The 2 of them noticed each other almost simultaneously, and after glancing at each other, they both understood each other's purpose, and walked quickly and unwillingly towards the bottom of the loan. Just as the snatch and grab battle was on the verge of breaking out, not far away in the darkness of the night, a Porsche came rushing in, followed by the ear-splitting sound of brakes. The Porsche drifted and came to a steady stop. The door opened and Su Mingyue stepped out of the car. She glanced at Yaoyao and Yang Xiaoxian on her left and right, her already depressed heart becoming even more irritated. When I asked you, you all said you didn't know, and I ended up being the last one to arrive, and my home was almost burglarized. Su Mingyue swept the 2 people with a disdainful glance. Her gaze fell on Luo An, who was lying drunk on the ground. Her tone was not to be questioned. Him, it's mine. With that, she stepped forward and tugged on Lone's collar, opened the backseat door, and threw him in. After doing so, she drove off, leaving only red taillights for the 2 women until she disappeared completely into the darkness. Yaoyao and Yang Xiaoxian looked at Luo Tongtian lying on the ground, exchanged glances, and turned around to leave at the same time. Tom Lo. The next morning, Lone opened his eyes in a daze, a swelling pain coming from his head that made him suck in a cold breath. Ouch ouch ouch. After slapping his head twice, Lone then felt better, before looking around and realizing that the layout of the room was somewhat familiar. And this iffy scent at the tip of my nose. After a few moments, Luo An finally accepted the reality that he was now in Su Mingyue's room, still lying under her blanket. Too much to drink last night, he doesn't remember anything, should he? At this time, the door to the room opened, and Su Mingyue in her pajamas walked in with a bowl of white porridge. She glanced at Lone, who had woken up, and said faintly, wake up, I've boiled porridge for you, warm up your stomach. Lone looked at the messy bed, and himself in just his big pants, and he cried out in desire. Last night, we didn't do anything we shouldn't have done last night, did we? I drank a bit too much last night, I kind of can't remember. Upon hearing this, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth lifted slightly as she walked over to the chair beside the bed and sat down, her vermilion lips lightly opening as she softly said, a lone man and a woman sharing a room, what do you think you'll do? I must say, you're very moist. As soon as these words came out, images immediately appeared in Luo An's mind as he lay on the bed with a bitter face, an expression of begging for his life. The chastity that I've held on to for over 20 years is now all gone. Seeing his expression, Su Mingyue said helplessly, don't worry, I slept in your room last night. Why do you make it sound like you're at a disadvantage because I slept with you? Evil or not? Lone sighed in relief at this. Su Mingyue passed a spoonful of porridge to his mouth, blinked her beautiful eyes, and softly said, open your mouth. I can eat by myself. I don't need you to feed me. Dog man, I haven't gotten to you about the day before yesterday. Eat when I tell you to, don't make me slap you. Being stared at by this threatening gaze from Su Mingyue, Luo An had no choice but to drink the porridge stiffly. Salty, but seeing Su Mingyue's murderous gaze, he didn't dare to squeak out, and could only hold it back in aggravation. Su Mingyue said directly, you know I like you, right? I've hinted at it so many times before and you know all about it, but why did you reject me and give me a reason? Is it because you don't like me? You're a good man, but, Su Mingyue calmly withdrew her hand and faintly said, wrong answer. Say it again. Luo An aggrievedly covered the right side of his face. His heart was furious and he wanted to argue with Su Mingyue. The latter slightly raised his hand. He immediately shrunk his neck and skimmed his lips. You and I are siblings. And you're so good. I don't deserve you. What I asked was if you like me. Likes it. That won't do. It's up to me to decide if you're worthy or not. If I say you're worthy, you're worthy. Lone was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. A bowl of salty congee quickly bottomed out. Su Mingyue put the empty bowl aside, then walked back to the bedside to sit down again. Her eyes firmly said, when I first graduated, I didn't know why I was alive and often felt lost. When I was most helpless, it was you who gave me the motivation to move forward. And when I spent time with you, I realized that the future might not be so bad after all, and that I really liked you. Luo An looked at her incredibly serious look and was silent for a split second, then suddenly raised his hand and gave himself a heavy punch, hating his own weakness. Half a dozen times, he blushed. I like you. I want to be with you. I want to be your boyfriend. That's always good. Hearing this answer, a smile finally bloomed on Su Mingyue's face, gathering enough courage to slowly approach Luo An, already somewhat impatient. Just as the distance between the two was getting smaller and smaller, and their mouths were about to touch, there was a sudden movement from outside the house. Akatsuki, are you home? Chapter 26. Good night. Just when Luo An and Su Mingyue finally broke through that inner relationship barrier and their relationship was about to go further, external factors appeared. Fongfang opened the door and looked at Luo An and her daughter, who were sitting upright in the room, and wondered, what are you guys doing staying in your room sneaking around in the middle of the day? And you didn't answer me when I called you. I thought no one was home. Mom, what brings you here? Su Mingyue revealed a kind smile, but her heart had already turned upside down. It's just a little bit close. This woman doesn't come early, doesn't come late, and comes at this time to do bad things. Your uncle Luo and I just went to the cell phone store. This cell phone has been used for 2 years. It's time to change it, so I bought a set for you and Xiaoxuan as well. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue knew that her mouth couldn't be kissed, so she could only walk out of the room in a huff. Luo An also hurriedly took the clothes beside the bed and put them on, apprehensively about to walk towards the stairs when she was stopped by Lu Fongfang reaching out, her smile somewhat playful. Ha, strange, why are you sleeping in Akatsuki's room? Xian, you guys shouldn't. Luo An Xian scratched his head in vain and explained with forced composure. I was drunk last night and my sister brought me home. She slept in my room last night. Oh, that's right. Only then did Lu Fongfang let him go, smiling at Luo An's back as he left, nodding with satisfaction, knowing that his son-in-law had been stabilized. But it's developing a little too quickly to start sharing a room so soon, and it still needs to be stopped. Relationships can't happen fast enough, and if they come together without bonding, sooner or later things will go wrong. Downstairs on the table in the living room were 2 sets of brand new, unopened Huawei brand computers and cell phones that added up to at least $100. $000. When Luo An went downstairs, a small figure jumped directly towards him, a small girl with a pill head, looking more than 7 years old. Brother Luo An, Xiaomeng misses you so much. Luo Xiaomeng? Luo An was a little surprised as he picked up the little girl in his arms. This was his second aunt's daughter, who liked to come and play with Luo An during the summer and winter vacations. Luo Mingyue, who was sitting on the sofa, explained with a smile, this girl's school is going to be repaired today, so she has 2 days off. Your second aunt has to work and doesn't have time, so she asked you to help bring her up. Luo An pinched the little girl's face and said lightly, it must be that Ergo asked you to carry it and you didn't want to, so you threw this troublemaker at me. Luo Mingyue lightly coughed twice, not expecting the lie to be seen through at once, and awkwardly picked up the teacup and sipped. Su Mingyue had already changed her new cell phone by now, and walked over to Luo An and touched the old one from his pants bag, saying softly, let me help you change it. Luo An really couldn't free his hands. Looking at the old cell phone that was taken away, his eyes revealed the slightest bit of reluctance. This was the Fruit 6 that he had spent a month's salary to buy, but when he saw the brand new Huawei cell phone, the reluctance, which was not much in the first place, suddenly dissipated. Never mind, as the saying goes, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Brothers Fruit 6 all the way ah. Luo Xiaomeng in her arms blinked and said with a light hum, Brother Luo An, you philanderer, you've got Xiaomeng, but you're still staring at other women. Scum. Luo An's face darkened, rubbing her head vigorously, telling you to look at your phone lest you didn't listen. Now it's good. What kind of nonsense are you learning? Lu Fongfang came down from upstairs, and while going downstairs, she said that she would move over tonight, to which, Su Mingyue was naturally 100 not happy, but there was nothing she could do about it. Her current relationship with Luo An couldn't be exposed yet. After all, something like sibling love was more or less taboo. Unbeknownst to her, Mother Willow had already seen through everything. Soon Su Mingyue handed Luo An the new cell phone with the transferred data. and the screen interface was still stuck in the cell phone notes interface. Luo An looked at the baby note. The corner of his mouth twitched, raised his head but Su Mingyue's threatening eyes, raised his slender hand and wiped it on his neck. The meaning was obvious. If you try to change the memo, I'll kill you. What else could Luo An do? Helplessly, she headed toward the kitchen to make the midday meal. After having lunch, Fongfang and Luo Mingyue sat for a while and then left, ready to go home to move things, while Luo An was pestered by the little girl to go outside to play or else she would cry to you. A nearby snack street with hot foot traffic. Luo Xiaoming walked in front, sugar gourd in her left hand, a cup of milk tea in her right hand. The smile on her pink little face never stopped. Luo An followed closely behind, and his hand unintentionally touched with Su Mingyue's hand, scaring him so much that he hastily retracted his hand, but on second thought didn't feel wrong. Are each other to express their feelings? Although not yet officially confessed, but how to be considered a trainee boyfriend it? Hold a hand how? Thinking so, he gathered his courage and grabbed Su Mingyue's hand to hold it in his hand, his breath and blood spurting out in nervousness. It's soft and smooth in the hand and delicate on the skin. Su Mingyue's cheeks blushed slightly as she moved closer towards Luo An, bringing the two of their bodies close together. Su Mingyue suddenly said, "By the way, I haven't gotten to you yet about the time you went into the couple's hotel with another woman the day before yesterday. What do you think I should punish you for?" "Lorne, I was doing that to help you uncover the traitor." "Su Mingyue, you went into the couple's hotel with another woman." Luo An couldn't retort, so he could only bitterly say, "Then what are you going to punish me for?" "First things first, my salary for this month has already been deducted by you." Su Mingyue came to his ear and said with a bad smile, "If the money is gone, can't you still pay for it with meat? Just punish you to stay by my side for the rest of your life first. You are not allowed to go anywhere." At this moment, Luo Xiaoming ran back and jumped up and down. "Brother Lone, I want that doll." Across the street was a doll store with two adult-sized Barbie princesses in different colored princess costumes in front of the door. Winking at the passers-by, Lone said with bravado, "Buy, brother pays the bill, sister pays, we'll buy as much as you want." Luo Xiaoming looked at Su Mingyue beside her, blinking her big eyes like porcelain orchids. Her lovely appearance made Su Mingyue irresistible, smiling and picking her up, saying, "Let's go, sister will take you to buy a doll. Your brother is stingy, let's ignore him." "Okay day. Stinky brother go play aside. Mo wants to go doll shopping with her sister." Looking at the back of the two women walking toward the opposite side of the street, Luo An, who was abandoned in place, twitched the corner of his mouth. Where did he couch? After buying the dolls, probably due to the heat. Luo Xiaoming quickly got tired and yelled that she wanted to go home to blow the air conditioning and watch cartoons, so Luo An had to take on the role of the driver. Summer in Mordor was undoubtedly the most torturous, and as far as Lone herself was concerned, she would rather freeze to death than suffer a bit of heat. The high temperatures lasted well into the night before dropping a bit. Mother Luo and Father Luo had already moved their home, said they were moving, but actually just took some change of clothes, and cosmetics and so on, until dinner time. Luo Mingyue was in charge of cooking while Luo An was in charge of washing the dishes and wiping the table, with a clear division of labor. It's late at night. When Luo An returned to her room, Su Mingyue made a phone call and she faintly said, "I have insomnia and can't sleep, so stay with me for a while." "Couldn't sleep or did you want to talk to me?" Roan laughed knowingly. The two of them then chatted through the wall, Lone talking about the funny things he did when he was in college, the black history of his teachers in various subjects and whatnot, and it was only for a moment before the phone went silent on the other end. It was obvious that Su Mingyue had fallen asleep listening. Lone lay under the covers without hanging up the phone, and after whispering softly, she closed her eyes tiredly and fell into a deep sleep. Good night. Chapter 27, The Spoiled and Wasted Luo An. By the time the next day rolled around, Luo An was choked awake by Su Mingyue blocking her nose with her hand. He rubbed his reddened nose in displeasure. "What are you doing?" Su Mingyue clasped her hands and looked at him, her face expressionless. "Oh, the first thing you say to your girlfriend when you get up is what are you doing? Scumbag, go yourself." Luo An, "Sister, good morning, come on, boo." Su Mingyue, "Get lost, evil or not. Hurry up and eat breakfast now. From today onwards go with me to the company." Before, in order to avoid being seen by the company's people, coupled with Luo An likes to sleep, and Su Mingyue's sake, and Su Mingyue is a different time to go to the company. And now the company is an individual, no Luo An is a relationship, plus the two have pierced the layer of window paper. Naturally, there is no need to avoid those. Oh, Luo An skimmed his lips and started to get up and change his clothes, not avoiding Su Mingyue. Anyway, this must have touched him all over his body yesterday when he was drunk, so what did he have to be ashamed of as a big man? After a brief wash, Lone went downstairs and walked to the dining room table and sat down. "Here's the soy milk." As Luo Mingyue came out from the kitchen with boiled soybean milk, the whole family arrived. and only then did they start moving their chopsticks. Even though it was a luxury, the breakfast was not as luxurious as one would expect. A crab meat bun, donuts, and a cup of hot soy milk for one person was just about enough. After dinner, Luo An and Su Mingyue changed their shoes and left the house. Getting into the car to the office, Fongfang stood in the doorway. She gazed at the faraway car and said with a smile, "Those two youngsters are kinda like a couple." "That's true. Don't even look at whose son it is." Luo Mingyue walked up, looking slightly surprised. Luo An has always been the capital of his pride, not to mention graduated from a famous university, handsome and sunny. What woman would not like to see? Fongfang gave him a blank look. "What are you looking at? Don't hurry up and go wash the dishes." After washing the dishes, accompany me to go shopping and buy some decorations. Oh, the car to the office. Without the supervision of her old mother, Su Mingyue released her imp nature completely, and couldn't wait to hug Luo An. Smelling the grassy fragrance of his body, feeling extraordinarily at ease, she looked up with a wicked grin. "No one is watching us now. Don't you want to do something to me? Just for now, I'll do anything you want." "Anything?" Luo An gulped. "Is it okay to kiss? Kiss on the mouth?" Su Mingyue didn't answer, but slowly moved her head closer towards him. The intoxicating and uncontrollable fragrance of her body filled the tip of Luo An's nose. The meaning was already obvious. The distance between the two grew closer and closer, and Lone's heart was beating faster and faster. And finally, he felt his lips touch something soft. Opening her eyes, Su Mingyue's flawless cheeks were close at hand, breathtakingly beautiful. It took a long time for the two to slowly separate. When Su Mingyue saw Luo An's flushed face, she knew that it must be his first time kissing, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise a subtle arc. Her stinky brother, he's so cute. Originally, it only took more than 10 minutes to get to the company from the mansion residence, but under the arrangement of the filled chauffeur, it took half an hour of driving to arrive at the company's main building. After entering the company, Su Mingyue once again changed back to the iceberg female chief, stepping on high heels, draping a lady's suit coat over her shoulder, and walking towards the office with an imposing manner. Secretary Yi was waiting at the door early, and after seeing her come, she took the initiative to open the door and waited until Su Mingyue went in. Then she walked into the office and said softly, "Mr. Su, according to the investigation, Vice President Lin's behavior has indeed been a bit odd lately, and that recording given by Yaoyao has a high probability of being true. A deputy general manager taking the lead in betraying the interests of the group is not a trivial matter, and will even implicate a number of senior management." Su Mingyue walked to her seat and sat down, her words indifferent as she commanded, "Redraft a plan. It has to be done in secret. In addition, collect the funds. Since the other party already knows our bottom price, let's do a will-o'-the-wisp." "Understood." On the other hand, back at his workstation, Lone couldn't sit still anymore. Feeling like touching fish was an ordeal after the novelty of touching fish was gone. After thinking about it, he got up and walked towards the general manager's office. Inside the office, Secretary Yi was reporting things when he saw Luo An walk in without knocking on the door. In front of Su Mingyue, with a confident and radiant smile on his face, "I've decided. I'm going to start my own business." He's at least a graduate of a prestigious university. What if he starts a company? At that time, he'll be in charge of this family. Secretary Yi looked at Luo An with a strange expression, sighing where he got the courage to dare to say such words in front of Mr. Su. With Mr. Su's strong character, how can he let you start a business when you say so, especially now or in the period of the company's financial constraints? Luo An's move is undoubtedly looking for a scolding. "Yeah, come up with a workable proposal for me and I'll let you start your own business." Su Mingyue smiled a little playfully, and in the midst of the playfulness, there was doting, leaving Secretary Yi on the side looking dumbfounded. "Hey, love brain, who are you? Where's that strong and domineering Mr. Su?" Luo An also didn't expect it to actually go so smoothly, and after freezing, he scratched his head and turned around to walk out of the office, muttering in his heart, "When did this get so nice?" Facing Secretary Yi's puzzled expression, Su Mingyue directly called up the surveillance of the three groups of areas where the planning was taking place, and quietly watched. After seeing Luo An return to his position, he opened the PowerPoint with a fighting spirit. Then after facing the computer with a sad face for half a day, he finally chose to touch the fish. Su Mingyue then laughed triumphantly. "The only reason I haven't bothered to touch him for the past half-dozen months is to indirectly wear down his motivation, now that he's been spoiled by me into a working wreck." Secretary Yi gave an admiring thumbs up. "Worthy of Mr. Su, this is a great trick." In just half a month's time, Luo An had already unconsciously fallen, completely unable to escape Su Mingyue's grasp. "Man, just be a good girl and be my vase." Chapter 28 Righteous Father. Help! Soon it was time for the noon meal. Yaoyao, who had finished packing up the documents and was about to go to the cafeteria, saw Luo An, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and couldn't help but reach out and poke his face, whispering, "On, get up." Lorne barred his mouth, showing no sign of waking up. At this time, Su Mingyue walked in, and when Yaoyao saw this, she hastily retreated to the side and lowered her head to greet respectfully. "Good noon, Mr. Su." Su Mingyue answered softly. Her gaze fell on Luo An, who was lying on the table dreaming about Zhou Gong, and she faintly said, "Look over there, there's a star in black silk holding a limited edition Asuna pillow." As if the words had triggered some kind of switch, Lone stood up on reflex and looked around, drooling at the corners of his mouth with some excitement. "Black silk? Asuna? Where is it, where is it?" Yaoyao on the side didn't hold back her laughter, not realizing that the usually lazy Luo An actually had such amusing moments. Su Mingyue grabbed Luo An's ear and lifted him towards the elevator room, saying faintly, "There's a problem with the industry over in Neon. I'm going to be traveling for 2 days, so you'll accompany me out to lunch." Secretary Yi came right after him, holding out a sheet to Yaoyao and smiled. "This time you helped the company a lot, Mr. Su decided to reward you with a 100,000 bonus as well as an early transfer. Take this slip and go to the finance department to receive your bonus." Yaoyao was overjoyed at the words. This amount of money was definitely considered huge for her, but after thinking about it she still shook her head. "This time, it's mainly Luo An's credit. I'm already happy that the company let me turn around early. As for this money, it's better to give it to Brotherin." Seeing this, Secretary Yi did not force himself, and after looking meaningfully at Yaoyao, he turned to leave. At noon, Su Mingyue took Luo An to a high-class Western restaurant for dinner, and halfway through, she couldn't avoid a burst of cloying, feeding the waitresses who hadn't eaten lunch yet. Inside the terminal of the Magic City Airport, Su Mingyue was dressed in a long white dress, with the cuffs revealing her slender white arms, as well as that outstandingly high and cold temperament, living as a clear and cold goddess, attracting most of the passers-by's eyes. Seeing that it was about to be boarding time, Su Mingyue went forward and gave Luo An a warm hug, her soft body sticking to his body without any gaps, carrying a charming fragrance, while Luo An's heart was blossoming with silly joy. Su Mingyue's playful light laughter came from her ears. "Stinky brother, during these 2 days when I'm not at home, you'd better be honest with me. If I find out that you're not being honest outside, when I come back, you'll be dead. Got it?" Cold sweat broke out on Lone's forehead and he nodded his head repeatedly to show his loyalty. Got it, me, don't you know, I'm the best." Seeing this, Su Mingyue then revealed a satisfied smile, and after gently touching Luo An's mouth, she then turned around and walked towards the boarding entrance. The radio blared, "Passengers on flight CZ8772, please check in as soon as possible." Su Mingyue's back disappeared at the boarding gate. Luo An watched the airplane cut through the clouds before he suppressed his excitement and headed out of the airport. With this woman gone, who cares? Going to work? No way. He's going to find an internet cafe to play games all night to catch up. Just after leaving the airport gate, Luo An received a call from Luo Tongtian. "Righteous father, the child is in trouble. Help me." The general story of what happened was then told. Luo Tongtian was late for work the next day because of his all-night drinking with Luo An the day before, and was caught by the leader who had been targeting him, and took away all his planning achievements for the past half-month. And not only did he fail to get his bonus, he was also fined $500 for being late. Luo Tongtian immediately thought of jumping ship to the opposite company. The results found that when the labor contract was signed by the boss to bury the pit, you must do a full 3 years to leave. Otherwise you have to pay a large sum of liquidated damages. When Luo An heard this, he was instantly enraged. What kind of a company is this? Doing personnel work? On the other end of the phone, Luo Tongtian sighed. "I can't do anything about it now. If I sue this asshole, I'll probably drag it all out. And I don't want this internship certificate anymore. Luo An, ******, dare to bully my righteous son. You still have to look at the master when you beat a dog. Wait, I'll go over there now." Magic City Sonic Electronics. Luo Tongtian had just finished the phone call when a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in outside the restroom, the vice minister of the planning department, and he laughed. "Hey, not I say you are small Luo, young even this resistance to pressure are not. Think about it you do out of the program is not for the service company, for the interests of the group, that this program you to hand over or I'll hand over. The results are not the same. Young people, open up your pattern a bit, and keep your eyes wide open." Hearing this, how could Luo Tongtian hold back his violent temper and said angrily, "Bah, surnamed son, your cheek is really not generally thick. That program is my hard work for half a month to make it. You, a relation who relies on the relationship to get to the top, also deserve to be compared with me." Sun Tian's face grimaced as he snorted coldly. "Don't be ungrateful, you're a beggar with no status and no background. The old man taking your program is looking down on you. I advise you that you'd better be honest with me, or I can block you in this industry with a single word and see who dares to hire you." Luo Tongtian was speechless and could only bite his teeth into his stomach. His family smashed their way through college to get him there, and now that he's one step away from graduating, he's just going to have to put up with it. And Sun Tian precisely ate up his mind and turned away triumphantly. By the time Lone arrived at the downstairs of Soundjoy Electronics, the 2 security guards at the door stopped him. Luo An just took out the Porsche's car keys and said lightly, "I'm here to talk to your boss about cooperation. If you delay me, can you afford to pay for it?" The 2 security guards looked at each other in a difficult way, but still got out of the way. Luo An entered the Soundjoy company and quickly found Luo Tongtian sitting at his workstation with red eyes. He had never seen Luo Tongtian in such a state, so it was obvious how sad he was in his heart. Internship college students, especially in the present situation where college students are all over the place and are used as money-making tools by certain capitalists, have taken the advantage of the fact that they do not dare to make trouble. "Hey you, this is the office area. What department are you in and why haven't I seen you before?" The obese Sun Tian came from the side and pointed towards Luo An, and after noticing Luo Tongtian and thinking that he was on the phone earlier, he immediately laughed. "I see, you're the helper this kid hired, right? What? This imposing look, are you going to make a move?" Luo An glanced at him and instantly realized that Luo Tongtian was definitely talking about this guy on the phone. With that thought, he stepped forward and kicked the man in the lifeblood. "Ah, I!" Sun Tan screamed out in agony as he covered his crotch. This huge commotion instantly attracted the rest of the office employees, and immediately someone went to call the boss. "Call the police. You actually dare to hurt people with your hands. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. You brat, get ready to go to jail." Sun Tian looked up at Luo An with crimson eyes, as if to memorize his face in his heart. Chapter 29, How You Became a Mom. "Old Luo, why are you still moving?" Luo Tongtian couldn't sit still. Ron reached out to stop what he was about to say next and handed him a reassuring look of confidence. "My son, don't be afraid. With my father here, I will make those who bullied you pay today." Seeing this, Luo Tongtian hesitated. His eyes landed on the wailing supervisor on the ground, gritted his teeth, and stepped forward to deliver 2 precise kicks to his lifeblood. "Anyway, the fight is over, so it might as well be a quick one. Even if it's worth it to sit in jail for a few days." This was a bitter experience for Sun Tian. At this moment, he had completely lost his previous powerful and bombastic stance, and he was constantly rolling on the ground, and tears were flowing out of his eyes from the pain. "You guys wait for me. Ouch. My XX. I'm going to make you pay." The employees next to them did not mind, not only did not help, but also leisurely took out their cell phones to take pictures, so it can be seen that the heart of Sun Tian has long accumulated grudges. Just as the scene was getting more and more chaotic, the boss of Sound Pleasure Electronics finally rushed down from the upper floors with an angry look on his face. Those employees, seeing this, hurriedly put away their cell phones and stopped talking, and the whole place was instantly quiet, leaving only Sun Tian still collapsed on the ground and howling in pain. "Who are you and why did you come to my company to cause trouble?" Sun Hu said angrily. Luo An calmly took out his cell phone and dialed a number before handing it over towards Sun Hu and casually said, "My sister is looking for you." Seeing this, the already cautious Sun Hu, after glancing at the 2, suspiciously took it over, placed the phone to his ear, and carefully said, "I'm Sun Hu, the owner of Soundjoy Electronics, and you are?" A cool voice came out of the phone. "Su Mingyue." Hearing this name, Sun Hu was so scared that his hand trembled, almost dropping his cell phone to the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and laughing unnaturally. "Hara, so it's Mr. Su, I don't know what your orders are?" Although he was not in the same industry as the Cloud Group, Su Mingyue's father was the chairman of the Sky Trade Group, and it was simply not something that his small company could mess with. Su Mingyue didn't have any nonsense and spoke straight. "Either let him take the man away or I'll come over and buy your company. Your choice." The words fell out of his mouth and the phone should hang up. It seemed like Sun Hu was given the opportunity to choose, but Sun Hu was not a little cutie. If he let Su Mingyue come in person, there would be a bitter end for him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sun Hu looked at his younger brother who was eyeing him on the ground, looked away, and faintly said, "The contract thing was a misunderstanding. Luo Tongtian, now you're free. The bonus for this program and N+3 will be credited to your card later." Luo Tongtian didn't expect Luo An to solve his difficult problem with a single phone call, and immediately hugged Luo An with excitement. "Good old Dale is really something. Place of your choice, today is my treat." "Brother, what about me? They beat me up like this and you just let them go?" Sun Tian had a face of disbelief. Sun Hu didn't have the good sense to say, "You deserved it yourself. You almost brought me big trouble. I'm lucky I didn't skin you." Luo An retrieved his cell phone, and Luo Tongtian walked out of the Soundjoy company hooking up with him. He first took the good dayer to the company to go through the entry formalities before the two of them headed towards the nearest internet cafe in the vicinity. This fun went on into the evening, and it was only after a phone call from his dad that Luo had to get off the plane and go home. After eating and showering, Luo An laid on the bed and thought about it, but still called Su Mingyue. 9 o'clock in the evening in Neon, inside an upscale hotel. Su Mingyue, who was dealing with things, looked seriously focused, looking at the complicated Neon country's text on the computer. Almost at a glance, the cell phone on the table rang with the note "Stupid Pig." Seeing this note, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth unconsciously raised, took off her glasses, picked up her cell phone to connect, and said softly, "I thought you wouldn't call me. It's dark and you're just starting to miss me? Lorne, do you want to hear the truth or the lie?" Su Mingyue, "Of course it's true. Lorne, I'm afraid if I don't make this call, you'll whip me when you get back." Su Mingyue, "Lorne, well, the truth is that I miss you." Only when she heard this did the coldness in Su Mingyue's eyes dissipate and her voice was clear and cold. "How does it feel that I'm not here today? It feels so good. Blah blah blah. I feel like I'm going crazy thinking about you. When the hell are you coming back?" The two of them chatted for 2 whole hours, until Su Mingyue was a little sleepy before she said with a slight fatigue, "Okay, I'm going to take a shower and go to bed, so back off. Lorne, can you play the video? It's not impossible if you're not afraid I'm going to gouge your eyes out for you. I'd better forget it then. Good night." Good night. The phone should hang up. Only then did Su Mingyue get up from her position, casually removing the thin clothes and skirts on her body, revealing her saintly and delicate body, and walking towards the bathroom with her bare jade feet. A peaceful night passed. The next morning, Lone was woken up by a pinch. He opened his eyes and saw Su Mingyue lying on her side beside him in a black nightgown, revealing a pair of white legs under the hem of the skirt. Her skin was delicate and smooth. The corner of her mouth carried a smile if anything, and her soft voice was like a fine silk gently brushing over Luo An's heart. "Lazy pig, finally awake?" Luo An asked dully as he lay frozen under the covers, looking at the suddenly appearing Su Mingyue. "How do you?" Su Mingyue let out a light laugh. "Didn't someone say they missed me last night? So I caught an early morning flight to come back to have breakfast with you. 2,000 kilometers from Neon to Mordor just to have breakfast with him?" Luo An reached out and hugged her, burying her head into Su Mingyue's arms, her cheeks burning. Who can stand the excitement in the morning? This woman is too much of a seducer. Su Mingyue dotingly touched his head and didn't stop it. She specially flew back, wasn't it for this moment? Just as the two of them were getting tired of each other, Fongfang's shout came from outside the room. "What are you two doing? Don't hurry down to eat. Eat first no matter. Eat later to wash the dishes ah." Only then did Luo An and Su Mingyue part ways, changing their clothes and preparing to go downstairs for dinner. When she left the room, Su Mingyue didn't forget to put a stamp on Luo An's face. Downstairs, Fongfang couldn't help but say towards her daughter when she saw the two finally come down, "What a waste of time for you to say. Specialize in a 2-hour plane ride back just to have breakfast, one way or the other." Su Mingyue shrugged. "It can't be helped. Who asked me to be a disciple controller?" Luo Anqing was afraid that Mother Lu would find out about his current relationship with Su Mingyue. He was too nervous to speak and ate with a stifled head. After dinner, Luo An drove Su Mingyue to the airport and the two of them parted at the boarding gate again. This scene, however, was clearly seen by Su Mingcheng, who had just returned from abroad. He stood at the exit with his briefcase in hand, looking at Luo An who was not far away watching Su Mingyue leave, and vaguely sensing that something was wrong. He hastily took a picture of this scene people, and then called Fongfang. He immediately questioned as soon as the call was answered. "What the hell is the relationship between that brat and Akatsuki now? I just saw them hugging at the airport. What kind of mom are you?" Chapter 30, All the Tenderness You Can Give Her. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Mingcheng was questioned in a stern voice, vaguely blaming the meaning. In his heart, Su Mingyue was his most outstanding daughter, and even if he wanted to find a marriage partner, the target would only be one of those powerful gentlemen, not Luo An. This brat. Fongfang on the other end of the phone was originally watching TV. Being so chastised, the originally great mood immediately sank, coldly said, "Mingyue is my daughter. There's no need for you to be in charge yet. Surname Su, I'm warning you. If you dare to disturb them, don't blame me for turning against you." The words were said and the phone hung up. Su Mingcheng gritted his teeth and looked at the hung-up phone. After thinking for a moment, he dialed a number again. After sending Su Mingyue away, Luo An drove to the company's main building, parked his car and walked towards the interior of the building, conceptualizing the plot of the novel as he walked. Since Su Mingyue was so good, he as her man naturally couldn't be too bad, so Luo An set a small goal for himself, which was to become a first-class internet writer in China. After all, there wasn't much else he was good at besides writing novels. Luo An walked into the elevator and pressed the floor where the planning department was located. then waited quietly for a while before the elevator door slowly closed and began to climb upwards. Soon the elevator arrived. After Luo exited the elevator, under the envious gaze of the rest of the employees, she walked over to her workstation and sat down, turned on her computer, and then took out the chips from the drawer in one fluid motion. Yaoyao beside him was a bit excited. Brother An, I've been transferred early, and Mr. Su even gave me a 2,000 pay raise. All of this is because of you. I'll treat you to dinner when I get off work. Luo An originally wanted to reach out and rub this silly nymph's head, but suddenly felt a vicious chill coming from behind him and shivered, so he could only withdraw his hand and said in a somewhat helpless tone, "One of the workplace taboos, don't reveal your exact salary. Be careful of being hated by those who take less. As for dinner, it just so happens that there is a new ground pot chicken across the street. Let's go together after work. I know law." Yaoyao nodded seriously, taking this to heart. On a plane to Neon Land, Su Mingyue looked at the video in her cell phone and saw Luo An's move to withdraw her hand. A satisfied smile appeared on her white face. Counting this stinky brother has a conscience. Knows to keep a distance from other women. Otherwise when she goes back, she will have to teach him a good lesson. When she thought that she wouldn't be able to see Luo An until the evening, Su Mingyue couldn't get any energy out of her body. Unconsciously, this man had become an addictive poison for her, and the moment she left him, she was tortured inside. I should have known I would have taken him with me on my business trip and flirted with him when I was bored halfway through. Luo quickly finalized the title and plot of her new book, in the light novel style, titled My Sister Sama, Please Let Me Go. Inspired by Su Mingyue and his own experiences, a taboo-filled genre like this one is on the verge of rubbing off. Like it's a little porno book on the outside but a pure love story on the inside. And it's very original. Soon, Luo's fingers were tapping away at the keyboard in an almost staccato fashion. This serious appearance made Yaoyao and the remaining 3 group employees on the side look dumbfounded and couldn't help but wipe their eyes. This groping king is actually doing serious work? The morning passed quickly. After 2 hours of intense coding work, Luo An stretched comfortably and got up to walk towards the cafeteria with Yaoyao. After this half-month of workplace training, Yaoyao's character has gradually become much more cheerful, no longer like at the beginning. Even talking to people normally will be nervous. Brother An, have you heard? The company next door to us seems to have a rich second-generation aughts, about the same age as us. The boss said he wants to treat the company as his own home. And guess what? Well, he emptied the company? Yeah, how do you know? I heard that the police came in the back and were supposed to arrest someone, but it turned out that the guy took the recording of the boss saying that he treated the company like his own home in the first place, and the police just let the guy go after warning him. Typical post-00 consolidation of the workplace, which Luo An also found quite amusing. The reason why bosses dared to squeeze workers without any bottom line in the workplace in the past was that workers would starve if they left the factory or company. As for now, most of the post-00s have cars and houses, so are they willing to suffer from this? Luo An and Yaoyao had just sat down after the meal, when an acquaintance sat across from him, none other than Ma Yun, who he hadn't seen for many days. Luo An looked at her, puzzled. Something wrong? Ma Yun hesitated, but still said what she was holding in her heart. It turns out that because Xiaoxuan, after entering the sales department, relying on outstanding looks, quickly sold more than a dozen sweets, causing some seniors dissatisfaction, began to rob her performance, as well as spread rumors with customers, saying that she is a woman of sex. Ma Yun really can't stand to watch, this time thinking to come to Luo An to help. After all, in the whole group, in addition to Mr. Su, Luo An is the biggest, who told him to have a righteous sister who spoiled him. After listening to what happened, in the face of Ma Yun's expectant eyes, Luo An was shaking his head, eating while faintly saying, since she didn't tell me, that means she doesn't want me to know or it would hurt her pride. And besides, we're not that close. What doesn't matter? She's your childhood friend no matter what. Ma Yun looked at Luo An with some disbelief. Only then did she notice that the gentle Luo An from before had changed. Or perhaps it was his tenderness that had long been given to someone else. Luo An stopped talking and just kept his head down and ate. Seeing this, Ma Yun angrily got up, and after seeing that Luo An still didn't move, she turned around with her dinner plate and quickly left. After she left, the cell phone on Luo An's desk rang. A video call from Su Mingyue. Yaoyao smiled and sat aside. The phone was connected, and Su Mingyue's stunning face immediately appeared on the screen. And at the moment, she appeared to be in the middle of a bustling commercial street, eating. Su Mingyue, why don't you turn on the camera? Luo An, I'm afraid you covet my beauty. Su Mingyue, isn't it owed to be tempered? Luo An bristled, which switched to a video call. His face also surfaced in front of Su Mingyue's eyes, and it was only then that some gentle smiles surfaced on his delicate cheeks as he softly said, Little Anan, call your sister Lord to hear you. When Yaoyao, who was close by, heard this, she couldn't help but sigh at Luo An's charm, actually being able to make that high and cold, unapproachable general manager Su, turn into a sister next door like, I'm not going to scream. What do you take me for? I'll scream if you tell me to? Wouldn't I lose face then? Luo An arrogantly hummed lightly. Man, there's a limit to my patience, and if you don't want me to go back with a whip in my hand, you'd better know better. Got it? Sister Sama. After shouting, even Luo An couldn't help but blush in his old face, and the corners of Su Mingyue's mouth on the other end of the phone couldn't be restrained from lifting. If she was not still traveling abroad, she really wanted to press this rebellious smelly brother under her body and bully him right now. Chapter 31, A Test from Grandpa. In the deep night, an airplane from overseas slowly landed at the Magic City airport. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and the city, shrouded in gray, was silent, with only the sound of the breeze whistling from time to time. When Su Mingyue got off the plane and walked through the waiting room, she found a familiar figure sitting inside, which was conspicuous because the time was so late that basically no one picked up the plane. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she headed that way. Luo An was sitting on a chair and dozing when suddenly a familiar fragrance hit him and Su Mingyue's voice came to his ears. Stinky brother, did you come all the way here to pick up your sister? Count on you still having some conscience. Luo An instantly woke up and skimmed his lips after seeing that the person in front of him was Su Mingyue. Who's picking you up? I just happened to be in this neighborhood on a night run and got a little tired, so I just came in to rest and relax. Looking at the hard-mouthed Luo An, Su Mingyue stretched out her slender hand towards him, pulling him up from the chair and walking towards the outside of the airport. Walking out of the airport, the city came into view at night, and the evening breeze blowing was cold. Seeing that she was only wearing a thin white dress, Luo An took off the jacket she was wearing and draped it over Su Mingyue's body. Seeing this, Su Mingyue's heart warmed and she stepped forward to hug Luo An, lifting her head and blinking. This way none of them will be cold. Ron didn't say anything, just held her a little tighter. The Porsche was parked on the side of the road, and Su Mingyue, who had been sleepy for a long time, sat in the co-pilot, and after saying good night, she soon fell into a deep sleep. It was clearly meant to wait until it was time to go home and for Luo An to carry her back to her room. What could Luo An do? He could only spoil the girlfriend he chose. Early the next morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, due to the fact that she slept late last night, Su Mingyue hadn't gotten up until now. On the dining table in the living room, hearing Lu Fongfang's words, Luo Mingyue glared. What the hell? Meet the old man? We've only just started living together. It's a bit inappropriate so soon. Luo An ate his meal indifferently, having long since trivialized old Luo's life and death. No matter how old, as long as the son-in-law, but all the first time to see the old man will hold the mood of apprehension. After all, it is to take the hard work of people to raise a little jacket, not to go through a 9981 difficulties. How can they recognize you? Thinking about it, Lone was kind of glad that at least he didn't have to suffer like this. On the sidelines, Luo Mingyue is still trying to get a delay in the execution, only to see Lu Fongfang blankly glance at him, speechless. My father wants to see little Anne, not you. Why are you so excited? What? Ah. Lorne froze. Luo Mingyue was briefly stunned before he reacted, and after coughing lightly twice, he patted Luo An's shoulder in a serious tone and said, Son of A, Grandpa wants to see you. You have to go. Show your face in front of the old man early. You at least have the 3 points of style that Dad had when I was young. Go, I believe in you. With the speed of this change of face, Lone would call this old den the strongest. Luo An could only respond. After all, they were elders, and it would be too impolite to refuse on the first meeting. After dinner, Lu Fongfang personally drove Luo An out of the house in the direction of the outskirts of the city. According to what Lu Fongfang said, Grandpa Lu seemed to be a businessman when he was young, making a fortune by the chaotic world, and then returning to the mountains when he was old, giving all the family property to his only daughter, that is, Lu Fongfang. As for the other 2 sons, they enlisted in the army and were killed in battle. On the fast road to the Lu family villa, the driving Lu Fongfang looked at the somewhat restrained Luo An and laughed out loud. Anne, how far along are you in Akatsuki now? Have you done it yet? Hearing this, Luo An almost lost his breath and coughed heavily twice, looking a little embarrassed. Auntie Willow, what are you talking about? Nothing was done. She and I are just a normal sibling relationship, Lu Fongfang said with a wry smile. There's no need to pretend in front of Auntie. Can I not know my daughter well? She didn't even talk to me much before. Since you came, her personality has all opened up a lot. So, have you guys done it or not? We've also only just finalized our relationship. Yet, do you know why the old man specified that you should meet him this time? Facing Luo An's puzzled look, Lu Fongfang gave him an answer to his doubts and said softly, when that guy Su Mingcheng saw you sending Mingyue to the airport, he probably guessed what was going on and secretly called the old man, who has always been the favorite of Mingyue, and after knowing that you were with her, that's why he asked you to go over. It's probably because he wants to test you, so be prepared. His old man's thoughts are hard to guess even for me. Lone nodded thoughtfully. After driving forward for another 10 kilometers or so, the car had already driven away from the bustling city, and both sides of the road were full of green hills and trees outside, with pleasant scenery. After getting off the expressway, the car drove up a winding mountain road before reaching the top. The top of the hill was surrounded by greenery, and Lone could tell at a glance that the trees had been restored to look beautiful. But what was even more surprising was the manor that was gradually becoming visible ahead of the road. A bit on the ancient style, the manor was surrounded by high walls and a team of security guards were patrolling the entrance. Seeing the familiar Maybach approaching, the two security guards hurriedly jogged to the door and pushed open the heavy iron gate. Open the door. Missy is back. When the door opened, the security guards bowed in unison. Welcome home, Missy. This scene made Lone marvel at the power of money. After the Maybach drove into the estate, it drove for another 2 minutes before stopping in front of a 2-story villa. Hearing the commotion, Lu Pingan walked out from the villa. Although he was already more than 70 years old, his back was still straight. Wearing a cloth coat, his shrewd gaze fell on Luo An's body. His voice was pale and powerful. He said, "It's you kid who made friends with Mingyue, isn't it? Come here and kneel for half an hour first." The pie in the face instantly caught Luan off guard. Lu Fongfang stepped down from the car and said helplessly, "Dad, when will you change this habit of scaring people? If you scare little An, watch out for Mingyue to come back to you." Humph. I don't believe Mingyue values this brat more than me, her loving grandfather. Lu Fongfang shook her head helplessly and led Luo An towards the villa. "Hello Grandpa Lu." Luo An gave a sort of greeting for the time being before following towards the villa. After entering the living room, Luo An sat down on the sofa while Lu Fongfang went to the kitchen to boil water. Lu Pingan took the opportunity to walk over to Luo An and coldly grunted, "Kid, if you want to take Mingyue away, you'll have to get past me first, otherwise it's useless for anyone to come." At that, Lone cautiously reminded, "That, Grandpa Lu, my dad and Aunt Lu are getting married. My mother-in-law and grandfather, they've been there for a long time. So even if Mingyue and I get married, we'll come to you for the New Year's holidays." Lu Pingan froze, and after thinking carefully it seemed to be true. So he added, "Spare me these useless me. Old man, I haven't read much. I can't speak to you young people. In short, it's just one sentence. If you want me to agree to you and Mingyue being together, you'll have to go and stay in my bear forest for a day. Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are 2 adult black bears in there, both of which have also been dipped in blood. If you can really stay in there for a whole day, it'll prove that you really like Mingyue. If you're scared, go back from wherever you came from now." Chapter 32. Luo An dead? Finish scattering flowers. Lu Pingan had a winning posture. A normal person would be shaking in their boots at the mere sight of a bear, let alone being in the same woods with one all day. However, Luo An nodded calmly. "Good, this is what your old man himself said. You can't go back on it." "Humph, my words have always been true. Follow me." Lu Pingan turned around after snorting coldly and walked towards the back door of the villa with his hands behind his back, followed closely by Luo An. The entire estate, which encompassed almost every kind of recreational facility, was huge, and one football-sized grove of trees took up a third of the estate, firmly enclosed by layers of iron fences, and the roar of a bear could be faintly heard. In order to prevent accidents, so a dozen or so bodyguards armed with electric batons were stationed at the entrance. Lu Pingan brought Luo An to the iron gate of the entrance, just as a deafening bear roar came from the forest. Somewhat complacently, "How about it, kid? It's not too late to regret now. This domesticated bear of mine can be stronger than those wild black bears outside. A slap down. I guess I can send you flying more than 10 meters away." Lone's face was fearless, and he returned calmly, "My favorite thing in the world is small animals." Lu Pingan was speechless. This kid was also too capable of pretending. He simply walked over to a nearby kiosk and brought a pager, tossing it to Lone and barking orders at the bodyguard guarding the door next to him. "Open the door and let the boy in." Then again towards Lone, "If you don't think you're going to make it, use the pager to call for help. And don't blame me for not warning you if you get eaten by a bear for showing off." The bouncer opened the iron door, behind which was deep, quiet woods, overgrown with weeds, giving it an eerie feeling. Lone tucked the pager into his pocket and headed directly inside the woods. His figure quickly disappeared from the crowd's view. It was at this time that Lu Fongfang, who had been silently watching, came from the back, stopped beside Lu Pingan, looked at the reclosed iron door, and said with some concern, "Dad, would you be going too far? What if something happens to little An?" Lu Pingan walked to the pavilion and poured a cup of hot tea and said lightly, "What accidents can happen? Those 2 black bears have just been adopted by me from their mother's womb, and have been fed well for 5 years. Their character is even more docile than the average bears. As long as that kid doesn't take the initiative to mess with them, nothing will happen." Lu Fongfang sighed softly and walked to sit down. Looking worried, Lu Pingan instantly became uncomfortable in his heart and yelled, What on earth is so good about that kid that he can make Mingyue like him so much and make you all so worried about him? You guys have only known each other for a few days. Lu Fongfang, Dad, I'm worried about you. If Mingyue found out that you're treating Xiaoxuan like this, she'd have to make a scene. I'm her grandfather. I just don't believe that this kid is more important than me in Mingyue's heart. Meanwhile, inside the woods surrounded by layers of iron fences, the sunlight filtered through the lush green foliage, mapping it into shapely patches of light that appeared and disappeared. Luo had already arrived at the core of the woods by now, his feet stepping on the loose soil. From the outside he still looked unconcerned, but in reality he was alert inside. The trees around them were more robust and leafy than the average large tree. Of course that wasn't the point. The point was that every now and then a claw mark could be seen on the thick trunk of the tree. In varying shades, the old man wasn't lying. They actually do keep bears in here. Just as Luo An was on alert, ready to find a hidden place to hide, the ground shook slightly and there was a rustling movement from behind him. Luo stopped in her tracks, swallowed, and slowly turned around, right where he had just walked. At some point, a black bear about the same height as him appeared, its pitch-black fur exposed to the air, as if it was filled with explosive power within its strong body. The black bear's eyes stared straight at Luo and his nose sniffed. Luo An knew that he couldn't run away at this time. If he did, he would instead be viewed as a deserter by the black bear, and it would arouse its desire to conquer even more. The first order of business was to try and stabilize the big guy, then escape out the back and find a place to hide. While Luo An's mind was racing, thinking of countermeasures, movement came from behind him once again. A black bear taller than him quietly appeared, blocking his retreat. Two black bears with a strong sense of oppression emanating from their bodies, one in front of the other, sandwiched Luo An in the center, not giving him a chance to react. Revealing his sharp teeth, glowing with a slight chill, he lunged at him. On the other hand, Su Mingyue slept until 12 noon, inside the dimly lit room. By the time she opened her eyes, she had a pink panda in her arms, her coat neatly folded and placed on a side chair. She started to get up and wash, then walked out of her room and opened the next room to Luo's, only to find it empty and the covers neatly folded. This stinky brother. He didn't even call her when he woke up. Su Mingyue closed the door and headed downstairs. Luo Mingyue was sitting in front of the sofa at the moment, peeling garlic while watching TV, quite the style of a family cook, and when he saw her walking downstairs, he laughed. Wake up, there's lean congee simmering in the pot, warm it up before you eat. Su Mingyue walked towards the kitchen and asked, where's Luo An? Luo Mingyue, went to your grandpa's place with Fongfang early in the morning, saying that your grandpa wanted to see him. Hearing this, Su Mingyue's footsteps immediately stopped. Grandpa wants to see Luo An? Could it be that her relationship with Luo An was known by her grandfather? Then with that foul temper of his. Thinking of this, Su Mingyue couldn't sit still and directly turned around and walked quickly towards the door of her home. Without looking back she said, I'll go over and take a look. Seeing this, Luo Mingyue scratched his head, not understanding what she was in such a hurry for. Could it be that the old man would eat people? After leaving the house, Su Mingyue drove a Rolls-Royce quickly towards the outskirts of the city, and as she stepped heavily on the gas pedal, the engine let out a roar, and her speed skyrocketed by a large margin. There are still more cars on the road at noon. Spare a thought. Originally 40 minutes away, Su Mingyue hard spent more than 20 minutes to arrive. Inside the pavilion outside the Bear Forest, Lu Pingan was leisurely sipping tea while playing backgammon with Lu Fongfang. At this moment, Su Mingyue's figure appeared not far away. Seeing this, he rose with delight and laughed like an old boy. Mingyue, why are you here? Did you miss Grandpa? Let me tell you, where's Luo An? Su Mingyue directly interrupted him with a cold attitude. Well, Lu Pingan immediately stammered, not having the slightest bit of the posture he had earlier in front of Luo An. It was Lu Fongfang who said from the sidelines, he was driven into the bear woods by your grandfather, and said he would not be allowed to be with you until he had stayed a full day, and he would not listen to me when I tried to persuade him to do so. Pingan Lu. What? Xiong Lin. Su Mingyue's beautiful eyes widened and her face was even more instantly gloomy. She had grown up in the manor and was naturally clear about Bearwood. Although those two black bears were gentle with the people of the Lu family, their attitude towards outsiders was not necessarily the same. Lu Pingan instantly knew that he had played a big game this time when he saw this look on her face, and hurriedly ordered towards the bodyguard waiting beside him. Quick, get the kid back on the pager. The bodyguard did as he was told, and operated the pager in his hand for a while, pressing the call button several times in succession, but there was no response, and only after a long time did he look a little panicked. The Lord, can't reach him, maybe his pager is damaged. Chapter 33, Recognition from Grandpa. Can't get in touch? Lu Pingan's exclamation of surprise came from within the gazebo, vaguely carrying some trimmers. These pagers can be eliminated from the military pagers from the army, but quality is absolutely no excuse. even in the desert with no signal, can carry out a short distance to send out a simple signal. Usually there are only two possibilities for not being able to make contact. Either the distance is too great or the pager is damaged. The situation now clearly falls into the latter category. Something has happened to Luo An. Thinking of this, Su Mingyue's face turned pale. Not being able to think much, she directly rushed out of the pavilion and ran towards the bare forest. Luo An, nothing can happen to you. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go find someone. Also, call Dr. Wang over as well. Just in case, Lu Pingan hurriedly ordered towards the bodyguard at the side. After arranging this, he too walked quickly towards the forest, remorse growing in his heart. Originally just wanted to scare Luo and this kid, but the result did not expect to have this mess. If there is really any good or bad words, Mingyue shall not hate him, this grandfather. Soon, a dozen bodyguards armed with tranquilizer guns entered the forest. Since the entire forest area wasn't big, Su Mingyue, who was the first to rush in, quickly came to the center area of the bare forest. As she ran, she yelled in all directions, "Luo An, Luo An." As she ran, Su Mingyue seemed to hear something and suddenly stopped and listened carefully, then determined a direction and walked towards the distant bushes. Gradually, the sound of a stream of water reached her ears. Pushing through the brush, a gently flowing stream came into her eyes, and on the bank, two large black bears were lying in the sun, a figure lying on their bellies. Noticing something, Luo An looked sideways and saw Su Mingyue appear at some point. Somewhat puzzled, "What brings you here?" The two big black bears seemed to be extraordinarily excited to see Su Mingyue and directly climbed up from the ground, circling around Su Mingyue like two pugs. At the same time an excited growl escaped his lips. Roar! In contrast, Luo An was in a miserable state, directly plunging headfirst into the stream. His entire body was soaked with water, and he suddenly had a bitter look on his face. Without waiting for him to react, he felt soft jade enter his arms as Su Mingyue rushed up and hugged him. Her whimpering voice came to her ears. "You idiot, you know how worried I was about you. No wandering off next time." This time it really scared Su Mingyue. Luckily Luo An didn't have any accidents. Otherwise she didn't know what to do for the rest of the day. Luo An didn't know why she was suddenly so sad, but he still hugged Su Mingyue and comforted her softly. "Good girl, I'm here." The bodyguards who had been brought in looked at the two embracing in the stream, looked at each other with a blank stare, and turned away with a sense of humor. After a long time, Su Mingyue wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, let go of Luo An, and questioned out loud, "Why is your pager broken?" "Honest." At that, Luo An shrugged helplessly and reached out to point at a pile of parts on the shore. Grimacing, "These two idiots stepped on it and it malfunctioned, so I thought I'd fix it, but it turned out to be a pile of scrapped parts that I couldn't even put back together." The two of them walked onto the shore. Su Mingyue turned towards the two black bears and ordered with a lowered face, "Bears, come over here and kneel obediently." Luo An's face was a bit odd when he heard this name. Could it be that these two goods came from the Dog Bear Ridge? After Su Mingyue's words fell, the two black bears obediently knelt down like children who had done something wrong. They also humanely blinked their eyes in a pitiful, aggravated manner. Su Mingyue then looked at Luo An again, carefully sizing him up before saying, "These two little cuties, don't approach strangers easily. It should be because the clothes you are wearing smell of me. That's why they are close to you." Bear de Xiong'er was considered Su Mingyue's childhood playmate, so the two bears were unusually sensitive to her odor. "You guys stay put and we'll get back to you later." After warning the two bears, Su Mingyue led the drenched Luo An towards the outside of the forest, and in 10 minutes of effort she was out of the bare forest. Lu Pingan, who had gotten the news, saw Luo An come out and cast his head aside. "Count on your boy's life." Su Mingyue, "Grandpa, isn't there anything you want to say to him?" Lu Pingan, "I said I'm sorry, not okay. Little you don't be angry with Grandpa. Besides he is not also okay." On the side, Lu Fongfang laughed out softly. The entire household was probably the only one who could control the old man, Mingyue. Afterwards, Su Mingyue brought Luo An back to the villa, and after finding him a change of clothes, she pushed him into the bathroom before heading upstairs herself to take a shower. It's not easy to catch a cold in the summer, but what if, after Luo An finished his shower and walked out, he saw several bodyguards holding a wooden box and delicately wrapped gift boxes and putting them into Su Mingyue's car. At the door, Lu Pingan had a face of flesh pain. These are all the good wine and good tea that he saved for several years. He couldn't even afford to drink it himself, and as a result, all of them are gone now. Lu Fongfang sympathetically patted her old father's shoulder and sighed. "I told you long ago not to bully little An. You still don't believe me." In Mingyue's heart, her boyfriend is much more important than Grandpa. After all this fuss, it was time for lunch. The chef of the lodge made a big table full of food at noon, and the flavor was not worse than the chefs of those star hotels outside. After lunch, Su Mingyue took Luo An to skate bears around the mountain villa, playing with all the facilities. Like a lively little girl, sharing all the fun selflessly to the cherished ones, looking at Lu Pingan with that envy. Usually, Su Mingyue would at most accompany him to play chess or something like that, and that would be enough to keep him entertained for the whole day. The day passed quickly in playfulness. In the evening, the chef has prepared an open-air barbecue, so you can enjoy the food while watching the night view. Su Mingyue was pulled into whispering by Mother Lu. Pingan Lu took a bottle of beer and walked over to sit on the lawn next to Lone, taking a large swig before beginning to relate the past. It turned out that the reason why Su Mingcheng was with Lu Fongfang was all because his father, had set him up. He saw Su Mingcheng's potential, plus his character wasn't extreme, so he had always been very supportive of him being the Lu family's son-in-law. Facts have proved that his vision is accurate. Su Mingcheng did become a famous entrepreneur in China, opening a multinational trade group, but not a good father. So over the years, Lu Pingan felt very guilty, believing that it was his reason that caused Su Mingyue to have bad childhood encounters. That's why he treated Luo An so harshly when he knew that Luo An was Su Mingyue's boyfriend, fearing that old events would repeat themselves. After listening to all this, Luo An was deeply touched by Su Mingyue's encounter. Although he had known for a long time that Su Mingyue didn't have a good childhood, it was still hard to avoid some sadness when listening to Lu Pingan say this. His face was suddenly serious as he assured towards Lu Pingan, "Grandpa Lu, don't worry, I will definitely protect Mingyue. I won't let her be bullied again. She is the person you and Auntie Lu are most attached to in your heart, and also the person I value most in my heart. As long as there is still a breath of life left in me, Luo An, I won't let her be wronged." Lu Pingan gazed deep into Luo An's determined eyes. After a long time, he reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't call Grandpa Lu. How strange it sounds. From now on, just like Mingyue, call me Grandpa." Chapter 34, The first time you share a bed. The full moon hangs high. The estate was quiet at night. Su Mingyue looked at the bare Daxiang heir, who was lying on the ground asleep after filling his stomach, and helplessly found them a blanket to cover them with. The open-air barbecue is over and 2 babysitters are cleaning up the mess. Loan was arranged by the butler to come outside a room on the 2nd floor. The room was simply furnished, and although there wasn't a lot of stuff, it was cleaned, and a faint scent of sandalwood filled the air. The butler turned away after a couple of instructions. Loan closed the door, didn't even bother to take off her clothes, and went straight under the covers. Just as he was about to fall asleep, there was a knock on the door of his room. "Knock knock, can't even sleep at night," Roan grumbled, getting out of bed to open the door. When the door opened, Lorne froze. He saw Su Mingyue wearing pink pajamas, expressionless, pushing open the door and walking into the room, and without saying a word, he got into his warmed-up comforter. This meal operation to Luo An looked confused, froze and asked, "This is my room. You went to the wrong house." Su Mingyue, who was lying on the bed, faintly responded, "I was afraid you wouldn't be able to sleep for fear of the dark, so I came to lie with you for a while, and I'll go back to my room when you're asleep." Luo An, he's afraid of the dark? When did that happen? Why doesn't he know that himself? But the cooked duck is on the verge of her mouth. Can she be allowed to run away? Luo An immediately closed the door of the room with some excitement and followed into the quilt. Just as he was about to hug Su Mingyue, he was kicked in the stomach by the latter. Lone covered her stomach and sucked in a cold breath. Su Mingyue coldly said, "Be honest with me. I'm only here to accompany you to lie down for a while. If you dare to mess around, beware of me fixing you. If you don't hug, then don't hug. Why do you have to kick me?" Luo An bristled, but still honestly turned off the light and went to sleep. As the lights went out, the room went dark, and only the breathing of the two could be faintly heard. Just when Luo An was about to fall asleep, suddenly a warm and delicate body behind him stuck up and hung on him like an octopus. The sound of Su Mingyue's even breathing came from her ears. Obviously asleep, she had gotten used to sleeping with the doll Lone had given her, and now that it was gone, she couldn't sleep after a few tosses and turns in her bed, which is how she found Lone, and now have totally used Luo An as a large cuddler. As a proper man, Luo An had thought of taking the opportunity to do something, but thinking that he might wake up Su Mingyue, he could only give up. Forget it, let's just go to bed. A peaceful night passed. A sliver of early morning sunlight shone through the window into the room. Su Mingyue woke up leisurely, her heart subconsciously stopping for a moment after seeing Luo An, who was close to her face. It was only then that she noticed that she was actually unconsciously using Roan as a cuddle pillow. However, the stinky brother looks so durable when he sleeps. Su Mingyue hesitated, and with excitement, she moved towards Luo An, her soft lips lightly touching on his lips, her heart bursting with satisfaction. Luo An, who was still sleeping, probably wouldn't even think that after he held back from taking advantage of Su Mingyue, the first thing the latter did when she woke up was actually take advantage of him. After stealing a kiss successfully, Su Mingyue then got out of bed and sneaked back to her room while it was still early. If someone saw them, they would inevitably be lectured by Lu Fongfang. Soon Lone was woken up by the babysitter and went downstairs for breakfast, after which she was ready to leave. Although he had only been on the estate for one day, it had left him with a lasting memory. Outside the gate of the manor, Lu Pingan personally came out to see him off, treating Luo An too much better than when he first arrived. Like a kind elder, he nodded toward Lone. Don't forget what you said last night. If you encounter anything you can't solve, just come to Grandpa me. I still have some reputation in this part of Magic City. Roan smiled slightly. I know Grandpa. Then I'll leave first. It's weirdly boring for you to stay alone in such a big manor. When I turn around I'll let my dad come and stay over here for 2 days. He likes these bears and stuff the most. Ha ha, well, if you have this heart, Grandpa is satisfied. The other side of the mansion compound, because there was no Lu Fongfang in charge, Luo Mingyue had brushed the live broadcast all night for a day, and was currently lying on the sofa watching an anti-Japanese drama. Suddenly, he sneezed twice violently and looked around suspiciously as a vicious chill passed through his heart. What asshole is behind this? Driving home. Inside the car, Lu Fongfang was responsible for driving. Su Mingcheng and Luo An sat next to each other in the back seat, the two of them quietly holding hands. The atmosphere was particularly ambiguous. That's when Lone's cell phone rang with an incoming call. The phone had just been connected, and Luo Tongtian's loud voice came out from the other end. Old Luo, your graduation thesis written yet? Lao Zhao just sent a notice in the group. At the latest before the 3rd of next month, you must submit the thesis. Have you written yet? Give me a reference to learn from it. I certainly do not copy. Lorne was silent. He spent most of his internship months groping fish and falling in love, leaving his dissertation behind him long ago. Luo Tongtian on the other side knew Luo An's urine, and immediately guessed that he must have forgotten, and directly hung up the phone, looking for other friends to ask for help. After returning to the mansion residence, Luo An quickly went back to his room, turned on his computer and started preparing for his dissertation. With 6 days to go before the time cutoff, it's perfectly fine. And Su Mingyue didn't stick with Luo An for the past 2 days and started to deal with Lin Ji's affairs. 2 days after returning from the lodge, on May 30th, the bidding began. Unsurprisingly, Su Mingyue, who had learned of Lin Ji's conspiracy with the rival company in advance, managed to take the bidding meeting, while Lin Ji was fired on the spot, as well as sent to court. Originally, it is also sentenced to a few years will come out, but the other company's boss was angry, directly sued Lin Ji raped his secretary. The crime is added to the first. Happy to mention 5 years in prison. Once this matter was exposed, it allowed Su Mingyue to increase her prestige within the group, and those previous backbone executives who acted without fear due to their seniority were all honest for a while. After all, who wouldn't be afraid of such a decisive, out-of-the-blue boss? Finally, the last day of May is upon us. On this day, Su Mingyue returned home after finishing her work early. Lone was seen sitting on the couch in the living room, tapping away at the computer keyboard with a confident look on her face. Is the thesis written? Su Mingyue inquired curiously. Lone rubbed his nose. Guaranteed less than 1% check rate. The professor has to say yes when he reads it. Hearing him say this, it instantly aroused Su Mingyue's curiosity. She changed her shoes and walked over to Luo An, her eyes looking towards the computer screen. 3 seconds later, she grimaced and grabbed Lone's ear hard, pointing to the paper on the computer, her beautiful eyes glaring at the avenue. You're writing this all in English, and it's a whole 10,000 word paper, 9,000 of which are devoted to thanking the teacher. Is this your paper? Lone drooped his head, wanting to make a mistake as a child, and bristled. What can I do? The professor, his old man, has very high requirements for papers. Just a few days' time is completely too late. Might as well write more words of thanks. Maybe his old man is happy. Let me pass. A chuckle escaped Lone's lips at the thought. Su Mingyue slapped him on the head, manipulated the mouse to delete all of Luo An's thanks that he had written for 2.5 days, and spoke sternly. Rewrite it. I'll teach you. Luo An, just you? Not that I'm bragging, but the professor in my major has the weirdest personality in the whole school, and ordinary papers won't get into his eyes. Su Mingyue, I graduated from Magic City University with the first grade in the entire department. Graduating early. Luo An didn't hesitate to kneel in place and hug Su Mingyue's thighs in one fluid motion. He looked up tearfully and pitifully. Oh my beautiful and talented side-by-side sister Sama, please save little brother. If I can get through this, I am willing to give my body to you. Chapter 35, Washing Jiaoyao for Su Mingyue. By the time Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue returned home after buying groceries, it was already evening. At the moment, the two of them were secretly hiding in the kitchen, happily looking at Luo An and Su Mingyue, who were writing a paper in the living room. It's not right here. Writing a thesis is not writing a novel. You have to write with a bit of rigor. Change it all. Okay. Lone responded in resignation. There is no way. Who asked him to beg others? At this moment Su Mingyue is his savior. whether he can get the diploma or not. It all depends on her. Fongfang, who was watching this scene inside the kitchen, snickered. I think Xiaoan will more than likely be a rakier in the future as well, and will be pinned to death by Mingyue. Luo Mingyue coldly grunted in defiance. This brat is really no good, actually being lectured by a woman who doesn't dare to say anything back. Fongfang, so, you're brave? Luo Mingyue, words daughter-in-law, what do you want to eat tonight? With the help of Su Mingcheng, a humanoid plugin, Luo An finally wrote a perfect paper before it was completely dark, a classic that took his breath away. People are so different. After writing her paper, Luo's entire body relaxed and beautifully closed her computer and walked over to the dining room table to start a dry meal. Today's dinner is 2 meat and 1 vegetarian. Braised chicken thighs plus poached sliced pork plus scrambled eggs with western red. Just enough for 4 people. After all, if you eat too much in the evening, you will not be able to sleep. At the dinner table, Fongfang had been serving Luo An dishes, playing the role of a mother to the fullest. Next to her was a little jealous man who was staring at her with a death glare. After dinner, Luo An cleaned up the empty bowls on the table and the kitchen hygiene. While he was washing the dishes, Fongfang and Luo Mingyue had already gone out for a walk. Su Mingcheng quietly leaned on the sofa and rewatched the romance drama Kagaya Oniachan with great interest. After washing the dishes, Luo An wiped the water stains on his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing the Kagaya Oniachan that was playing, he was immediately interested and stretched while walking to the sofa to sit down. Su Mingcheng kicked Luo An's calf lightly with her delicate jade foot, her gaze still resting on the TV, and faintly said, "Wash your feet." Luo An, what's your hurry? Wait for me to finish this episode. Just this episode is the most hilarious. How many times I've watched it, I'm not tired of it. Su Mingcheng turned her head sideways, tilting her head as she gazed at him. She lifted her arm lightly. Luan just had to skulk towards the bathroom to get the hot water ready to wash her feet. Washing Su Mingyue's feet for 3 months. This was the condition that Su Mingyue had put forward when Luo An had initially allowed Yaoyao to transfer. And there were still more than 2 full months before the time limit ended. What a cruel punishment. At this time the sky outside was completely dark, and through the window one could see the grey misty sky outside, blocking the moonlight. Soon, Luo An walked out of the bathroom with a basin of hot water and placed it in front of Su Mingyue, who cooperated by placing those exquisite and flawless jade feet into the basin. The hot water swept over her jade feet, warming them instantly. Coupled with Luo An's gentle techniques, Su Mingyue's pretty face showed an expression of enjoyment. Seeing as you've been so good lately, I've decided to reward you for washing my feet every day from now on. Kneel down and thank me for your kindness. Little Anko. Luo An glared at her in indignant dissatisfaction. Who wants to wash your stinking Geo every day? As the words fell, Luo An's rubbing jade foot broke free from the grip of his hand and brought up a burst of water to step directly on his face. Your feet are the ones that stink. Su Mingyue snorted coldly. After saying that, she huffed and put on her slippers, got up and headed upstairs, leaving Luo An, who had been stepped on with water stains, crouching in place. He lowered his head and looked at himself in the water. What's going on? Why did he actually feel a little excitement in his heart when he was just stepped on by this? Thinking fruitlessly Luo An after washing his feet. Also toward the upstairs room. After all, tomorrow still have to work to code, have to go to bed early. Just after entering the room and lying down, Su Mingyue's phone call came. After the phone is connected, the two did not speak. Each other's heart but extraordinarily solid, like the heart of the person is sleeping on the side. One night passed. Early the next morning, Luo came to the office. After not seeing him for 2 days, Yaoyao's temperament seemed to have matured a bit more, and when she saw Luo An walking from afar, she happily waved and greeted him. Good morning, An. The rest of the employees looked envious. Now the whole company little cute. They all know that Luo An has a good relationship with Mr. Su, and they ride to work together every day. A proper relationship. If they can have a good relationship with him, it will definitely help a lot in their career. Luo An ate half of the donuts he snatched from Su Mingyue and looked at Yaoyao holding a stack of documents. Puzzled. Where are you going with this? The company is expanding these 2 days, so the people over at the HR department are too busy. The minister asked me to go with the supervisor of the second group to interview the applicants. Yaoyao's demeanor was a bit nervous. After all, half a month ago, she had been one of the applicants for the job, and she hadn't expected it to be her turn to interview someone else so soon, albeit only as an understudy. Interviewing employees? Luan came to the point where it sounded like it would be a lot of fun. He glanced around and after realizing that the second group supervisor was making tea, he directly walked over and hooked up with his shoulders to call him a brother, as if he had met an old friend he hadn't seen for years. After learning that Luo An was an employee who wanted to be interviewed for a job, Supervisor Wang simply took the information directly to him. What's not to like about solving your own problems and giving away a favor? So, half an hour later, Luo An, in the capacity of the main interviewer, led Yaoyao towards the conference room on the second floor of the company. Although the Cloud Group is not the top enterprises in the Magic City, but the welfare benefits are notoriously good. The industry reputation is also good, so the people who come to apply for jobs, countless. Currently the main recruiters are still sales as well as designers. At this time, there were already 10 people sitting in the conference room, chatting about something in a low voice, but as Luo An pushed the door and walked in, the conference room instantly quieted down. The crowd looked at Luo An with awe, seeing their eyes full of respect. Luo An's whole body was floating. It was really cool, but after all, it was a formal occasion. He still held back the laughter in his heart. After walking to the front and sitting down, Luo An coughed twice. "Which one of you is first?" As the words fell, a man in his mid-30s got up, handed over his resume, and began to introduce himself, with a strong sense of confidence in his voice. "Hello interviewer, my name is Ai Kun. I graduated from Kyoto University in Neon. My study is house design. I believe I have enough ability to be competent for the position of designer in your company." This was followed by a blah 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 introduction. Seeing that he was still about to continue, Luo An hurriedly told him to stop and asked the question. "Looking at your employment experience, you have stayed in several famous domestic companies before. Why did you stay in the longest company for only 3 months? Is there something you are not satisfied with these companies?" "Yes, I don't think their system is suitable for me. I think those who are capable should get more. That's the point. I'm happy with your company's reward system." When these words came out, the rest of the 9 people who hadn't been interviewed yet felt marveled inwardly. Anyone who can say such a thing is a powerhouse at first glance. Just when the crowd thought that Ikuan would pass, in the next second, Luo An faintly said, "I'm sorry, I don't think you're a good fit for our company, so you're passed over." Chapter 36. If you die, I'll make a taxidermy of you. Luo An's words took everyone by surprise. Even Yaoyao beside him was puzzled. Iken frowned. "And the reason?" "Lorne, there's no reason. I'm a man who always does what I want." Eventually, Iken slammed the door in anger with his resume. It was then that Yaoyao came up and inquired in a curious whisper, "Brother An, I think this person is quite suitable for our company. Ah, how do you?" This kind of glance is a gold-plated return. Seemingly graduated from a prestigious university, but in fact has no ability to match it at all. This can be seen from the fact that he has changed 8 companies in a year. Luo An smiled and patiently explained. Only then did Yaoyao nod knowingly, and in her heart she gained a few more points of respect for Luo An. Obviously both graduated from the same university, and she was still 1 year older. But Luo An, the schoolmate, was so much more capable than she, the schoolmate, and no matter what, she always looked mature and old-fashioned. It's like the elite who have been in the workplace for years. The next person to rise for the interview was a slightly overbuilt man with a beard and heavy square-framed glasses who laughed. "Hello interviewer, my name is White Man." Luo An looked at the resume. Just an ordinary second university graduate, applying for a sales position. Upon seeing the physical condition, Luo's eyes stared slightly, looking up and raising an eyebrow in question. "You've got enough physical problems. ADHD? Is it serious?" The white man hemmed and hawed. "Yes, that's why I, for one, have to work all the time and can't stop." "Lorne, so this bulimia? Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital and get treated before you come back?" "White man, I like to eat the big pie the boss draws." Luo An, talent, but you claustrophobic?" "White man, I'm afraid to be home alone, so I can't be given a vacation." "Listen to the end." Without hesitation, Luo picked up his seal and put a red stamp on the list, giving a thumbs up. "We need people like you in our company. Report straight to work tomorrow." This scene to the rest of the people looked stunned. The first time to see such a strange interview occasion. This can pass? After White Man, the remaining 8 people were all average in their performance. Luo An simply handed the list directly to Yaoyao, and then walked aside to play the game alone. Yaoyao can be much more serious than Luo An. The rest of the people were all passed over by her without exception. Seeing that the people were gone, Luo An got up and headed out of the outer conference room. "Come on, let's go back and touch the fish." "Wait An, it seems like there's still one person who hasn't arrived." Yaoyao called out to him, then pointed to the list. 11 people. Only 10 had come now. While Luo An was puzzled, a figure outside the conference room hurriedly ran in, shouting, Sorry, I ran into something on the way so I'm late." The visitor was dressed in pure white short sleeves with gray and black jeans, and the way he ran coupled with that ponytail hairstyle gave a very youthful feeling. Luo An was surprised. "Chen Xiaoxian?" Chen Xiaoxian subconsciously froze, and then exclaimed, "Luo Xiaoan, why are you here?" Yaoyao walked up and said in confusion, "Brother An, do you guys know each other?" "This is my classmate in the same class. The relationship is quite okay." Luo An introduced with a smile, then chatted with Chen Xiaoxian. He does not have many friends in college. Chen Xiaoxian counts as one, or Luo Tongtian introduced to him. the relationship between the three is relatively iron, like buddies kind of. Luo An came over to Chen Xiaoxian's side, raised his eyebrows and laughed. What? Chasing after old Luo again? I'd say you're also persistent enough. Chen Xiaoxian glared. I'm warning you, don't talk nonsense. Who is here for him? I am. This is to work to make money. Luo An, come on. Your family has 2 buildings in Magic City. Just collecting rent is enough for you to eat, drink and be merry for the rest of your life. You still need to work to make money? Just as the two of them were chatting, Su Mingyue came from the end of the corridor. She was originally looking for Luo An for something, but when she saw him actually chatting so happily with a strange woman, she was inexplicably a little upset. Luo An also discovered the approaching Su Mingyue and hurriedly pulled away from Chen Xiaoxian and whispered towards Yaoyao. Let her go straight to sales. I'll go save the day. Saying that, Luo An turned towards Su Mingyue to meet her face to face, and seeing her cannibalistic gaze, he stepped forward and picked her up, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Let me take you to the sales department to go through the entry procedures, Yaoyao uttered to ease the embarrassment. Okay. 10 minutes later, inside the general manager's office. So she's a classmate of yours, having a bit of a chat because you haven't seen her in a while? Su Mingyue sat in her boss chair, playing with the fountain pen in her hand. Lone, who was giving her a shoulder squeeze, nodded curtly. Not good, cannot. The flesh on the waist is still painful now. I do not know what this woman ate to grow up. Hands so strong. Su Mingyue, but I'm still angry. I'll give you a minute to coax me quickly. Luo An thought for a moment, stopped the massage action, came to her ear softly said, Sister, I was wrong. You forgive me, okay? It happened that the office door opened at that moment, and Secretary Yi was dumbfounded at the scene of Luo An's pampering, apparently hearing it all. That, Mr. Su, you guys continue. I didn't hear anything. Secretary Yi closed the door. Lone's face flushed with a blush and she covered her face and crouched on the ground. My wise and honorable image. It's just gone. I won't live. Su Mingyue was in a better mood, touching his head and smiling. It's okay, I won't mind you being a sissy. The thoughtless words turned into a sharp sword stabbing Luo An's heart, completing the mending. Su Mingyue hugged the lost Luo An into her fragrant and soft arms, her words softly smiling. There's a celebration banquet in the evening to celebrate the company taking the project this time. You'll come with me then. Get used to getting used to this kind of occasion. Not going. Luo An raised his head with a sad face, pointed at the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and said angrily, even if I, Luo An, jump down from here today, I won't accompany you to any celebration banquet. The smile on Su Mingyue's face gradually returned to calmness as she clasped her hands and faintly said, Really? Since you have such a determined attitude, let's jump, and when you die, I'll make a specimen of you and hang it on the wall, and make do for the rest of your life. Chapter 37 An unprecedented sense of impact. Seeing that Su Mingyue actually did not follow the routine, Luo An shrunk his neck and saw that the cup on the table was out of water. Then he had an idea and went forward to pick up the cup and went to the water dispenser to pick up a cup of hot water, and then handed it over to Su Mingyue with a compensating smile. Sister, drink water. In fact, besides squeezing the shoulders, I'm also very good at pushing the back. Look at how busy you've been lately. Let me help you relax and unwind. Looking at Luo An, who was saddled with a horse, Su Mingyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of complacency. I'm in charge of thousands of people. I can't control you. After having lunch at the company, for the evening banquet, Luo An was dragged by Su Mingyue to a top-notch suit customization store in Magic City, where she had customized a suit for Luo An when she first moved in with him, inside a luxury apartment building in the center of Magic City. The sound of a woman's panting and a man's ragged gasps continued to come from the bedroom. The commotion lasted a long time before it subsided. In the middle of the room, Su Mingcheng walked to the closet and took out a set of pajamas and put them on, and on the bed behind him, there was a clothed woman lying on the bed, and her looks were not at all worse than those celebrities on TV. The woman suddenly got out of bed and hugged him, her voice flirtatious. Mingcheng, the day after tomorrow there will be a concert at the Bird's Nest in Magic City. Let's go together then. Su Mingcheng impatiently pushed her away, walked aside and took out a bank card from within the bag on the table and threw it onto the bed. His voice was cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. Take the money and get out. I'll call you when I have a need. And besides, don't do anything extra. You're just a tool for me to work off my libido. You don't deserve to talk to me about feelings. The woman's face was bitter, but she was also self-aware and didn't dare to stay any longer. Picking up the clothes that had fallen off the floor and walking out of the room barefoot, not forgetting to close the door gently. After the woman left, Su Mingcheng's cell phone rang and he picked it up to connect. In no time at all, his face grimaced, the hand gripping the phone bruised, and he hung up through gritted teeth. The call was from Lu Jinzhong, telling him to stop interfering with Su Mingyue and Luo An's affairs or suffer the consequences. Damn it, what exactly is so good about that kid? Why are each and every one of you like this? Su Mingcheng was annoyed in his heart, but did not lose his composure. Now that Luo An had gained a significant position in the hearts of the Lu family, if he interfered again, I'm afraid that Lu Jinzhong would be the first one to come to the door with a machete to chop him. Since the obvious won't work, we'll have to come to the dark side. It's night. Magic City's nightlife is very full. The roadside shopping everywhere. Food stalls everywhere, compared to the daytime but more lively. A Porsche stopped under the Magic City Center building. Su Mingyue walked out of the car wearing an exquisite long dress and crystal high heels. Her face was painted with light makeup. Using beauty could no longer describe her at this moment at all. The door on the other side of the car opened and Luo An, wearing a white suit, stepped out of the car. His hair slightly ruffled back, and his temperament was more mature with the change of outfit. Su Mingyue walked over to Luo An and reached out to hold his forehead, looking at the messed up tie on his chest, and helplessly reached out to help him straighten it out. How can someone so old not even know how to tie a tie? Luo An, I'm still just a baby that's just over 200 months old. Don't be poor. After arranging the tie on Luo An's chest, Su Mingyue reached over and took his arm towards the building. There were quite a few people around who were stunned by the two and took out their cell phones to take pictures and record them, causing Luo An to feel uncomfortable for a while. Su Mingyue eyed the front. Her vermilion lips gently opened and softly said, "Keep your back straight. Don't look around. So many people are watching. If someone takes an ugly picture and posts it on the internet, be careful of turning you into an internet celebrity." Although Luo An was nervous, his heart couldn't help but calm down when he felt the faint fragrance coming from Su Mingyue's body beside him, as well as her body temperature. The two of them just walked into the elevator. On the top floor of the building was where this banquet was being held, the Henteing restaurant. As the elevator slowly rose, through the transparent glass directly in front of him, Luo An more intuitively felt the prosperous night scene of Magic City. A sense of superiority overlooking all living beings rose from his heart. But more impact is yet to come. When Luo An followed Su Mingyue out of the elevator and arrived inside the banquet hall under the leadership of the restaurant manager, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Everyone was dressed in suits and talking, and a long table was filled with food that was usually hard to come by, and more importantly, a view out the window. Seeing this, Su Mingyue led him to the floor-to-ceiling window and said softly, "You can see the whole of Magic City from here, especially at night." Lone overlooked the starry, glittering night scene, with towering buildings and illuminated streets in the distance, making one marvel at the greatness of mankind. But before Luo An could finish admiring it, someone spotted Su Mingyue appearing and rushed forward to greet her. "Ms. Su, congratulations to your Yunxiao group for taking this bidding meeting. This cup of wine is a toast from Mr. Mo first to show his congratulations." "Ms. Su, do you still remember me? We met last time at the business gathering in the capital." "Ms. Su, you are really getting prettier and prettier." Compliments come in droves. These Su Mingyue has long been tired of hearing. If it was before, she was afraid that words do not even bother to say a word. As for now, well, how about it, stinky brother? Isn't sister great? If you don't behave in the future, there will be consequences for you. Su Mingyue flashed a smug smile at Luo An beside her. At that, Luo An said, "Ah yes, you're the best." None of the surrounding were the bosses and decision-makers of major companies, and after hearing Su Mingyue address Luo An, their eyes immediately lit up. A middle-aged man with a slightly shorter stature was the first to react and came forward to smile at Luo An. "So it is Miss Su's younger brother, ah. No wonder so handsome. Must be extraordinary. It just so happens that I have a daughter who is about the same age as you. Turn back to free time if." Su Mingyue was originally in a good mood. When she heard this, her face immediately turned gloomy and glared fiercely at the man. "She just got a man and you want to mess with him? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 38. Now all you have to do is look at me. With the arrival of Su Mingyue, the host, the atmosphere of the banquet became even hotter, and there was an endless stream of bashers. The party officially started with the restaurant's special program. After Luo An went to the restroom, he saw a beautiful woman wearing an ancient-style red cheongsam in good order. This cheongsam is different from what you usually see. It is all carefully customized by a master dressmaker. The openings are not too high and not too low, and a pair of beautiful legs are hidden at times, so people can't help but want to explore. Faint guzheng music resounded around the banquet hall, and 10 cheongsam women opened the paper umbrellas in their hands and danced slowly to the rhythm. But the guests watching were all looking disinterested. After all, they were frequenting such occasions, and even the best-looking things would be tasteless if they looked at them every day. After one dance, it was the guests' turn to pick a partner to dance with. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've eaten too much in the past 2 days and I feel like I've gained weight. Lone walked out of the restroom, muttering, and walked back into the ballroom, seeing many people gathered around, and his eyes could see through the layers of people to the dancing figures inside. Su Mingyue clasped her hands and stood extremely aloof as she silently watched. There were quite a few young handsome men who came tonight, but under the aura of a high and cold goddess, no one dared to go and invite Su Mingyue, knowing that they would be rejected. It was a cutie pie to go, only something that would be done. All she had to do was stand there quietly, as if she was the center of the world, making people feel unattainable and giving birth to a strong sense of frustration in their hearts. But Luo An knew Su Mingyue in her truest form, and knew that being high up was actually torture for her. She is lonely and longs to be like normal people, to be able to dance with people who weigh her down, but she is in a situation that dooms those who approach her with some sort of agenda. The song continues. Luo An trotted over to Su Mingyue and extended his hand towards her with a slight smile. This young lady, I wonder if I would have the honor of dancing with you. Su Mingyue pretty face flabbergasted. Some surprise Luo An actually will invite her to dance. Before is not no one has invited her, but without exception were all rejected by her. But if it is Luo An words, Su Mingyue didn't say a word, but just stretched out her right hand to rest on Luo An's. Luo held her delicate hand for a long time without making a move. Su Mingyue, what's wrong? Luo An, it occurs to me that I don't think I can dance. But now that the invitation has been extended and so many people are watching, saying that you don't actually know how to dance at this time must be laughed to death. Su Mingyue didn't expect Luo An to actually come and invite her without even knowing how to dance, and her cold face blossomed into a bright smile and laughed out loud. This guy is quite the dumb pig. Just as Luo An blushed at a loss for words, Su Mingyue reached out her left hand around his arm and rested it on the lower part of his shoulder, softly saying, "It's okay, I'll teach you. Follow my movements slowly." As she spoke, Su Mingyue had already adjusted Luo An's posture, and then began to dance her delicate body to the rhythm of the tune. Luo mimicked nervously, but his steps began to get a little confused when his eyes noticed the growing number of people watching around him. Su Mingyue noticed his unusual behavior and reached out to pinch Luo An's chin. The two of them locked eyes. Su Mingyue seriously said, "Don't look at them. Right now you only need to look at me. Your eyes only need to have me." Under Su Mingyue's personal teaching, Luo An quickly grasped the rhythm of the dance, and although he danced brokenly, it was much better than his stiff appearance at the beginning. Su Mingyue was also very happy and felt that she had worked hard to learn dance before just for this moment. It was worth all the hard work and sweat that had gone into it before. Gradually, the number of onlookers increased, and even the waiters at the restaurant couldn't help but stop what they were doing and watch from afar. The two don't dance very well, but as long as they look good, the three senses follow the five senses. Some of them also saw the signs and whispered, "Are they really siblings? Why do I look and feel more like a couple?" As soon as this statement was made, someone immediately retorted, "Isn't it normal for siblings to dance? Can't it be that they would still be siblings? Don't joke." And with Su's character, what kind of man do you think is worthy of her? May lovers end up as sisters and brothers, being joined halfway through. Luo had only just gotten some sense of dancing when the tune ended. Su, you dance really well. Dance another song with your brother. Yes, it's simply an honor to see Miss Su dance. One more dance. Looking at the crowd laughing and coaxing, Su Mingyue reached out and took Luo An's arm, smiling softly at them. "I appreciate all of you coming to this party today, but it's getting late, so I'll be sure to make up a dance if I get another chance." Hearing this, no one was forced to do anything, and it was indeed getting late. The celebration finally ended here, and the crowd retired. After the dinner was over, Su Mingyue and Luo An walked out of the center mansion and didn't choose to drive home. Instead, they held hands and strolled beside the creek by the side of the road. The night breeze on his face, coupled with the sweat from the exercise he had just done, made him feel exceptionally refreshed. It's nice to walk along the side of the road for a walk like this once in a while. Now it's June. The roadside growth of the willow trees are entering the maturity stage, growing bright green willow flakes, dancing with the wind. Willow flakes fly down the river, and ripples. Not far away, a fat orange cat suddenly popped out from behind a streetlight, gracefully taking what appeared to be a catwalk. Su Mingyue beside Luo An's eyes instantly lit up, directly scattering his hand and trotting towards the orange cat. Probably because there was no hostility on Su Mingyue, the orange cat didn't flee, but stopped. Su Mingyue became even more elated and directly took the cat into her arms, rubbing its head affectionately and stroking the fur on its stomach. "Meow." The orange cat purred in comfort. "Meow." Su Mingyue screamed after it. Seeing this scene, a helpless smile appeared on Luo An's face. How much does this guy love cats? Su Mingyue inadvertently noticed the smile on his face and thought he was laughing at his actions. Standing up with her fat cat in her arms and glaring at Luo An, "Can you stop looking at me and smiling? It feels like a demented man. It's disgusting." Luo An was dissatisfied. He just smiled a little, cannot? Immediately disliked back. "I think you're the one who's disgusting, silly girl, and you learn to purr like a cat. Who's the one who looks like a demented person? Vomit." Su Mingyue, stinky brother. "What did you say?" Beating. Seeing her take off her high heels and about to throw them over, scared Luo turned and ran. If he got his head blown off by this thing, he'd probably have to go to the hospital for 2 days. Aren't you quite the talker? If you have the ability, stop right there. Let's see if my sister doesn't teach you a good lesson today. Ah yes, you're right about everything. Wait until you catch up with me. Chapter 39 ushers in the first official date. The novel is published. That night, Su Mingyue chased Luo An for 2 blocks due to her bare feet, and eventually couldn't run anymore before Luo An willingly came back and carried her towards home. Of course, on the way back, a knock on the head was inevitable. Women equals unreasonable carbon-based creatures. Early the next morning, Saturday, the sun is rising. Luo An opened his eyes with a yawn, and his eyes were greeted by a pair of long, slender legs across his eyes, and he was instantly energized. Su Mingyue calmly sat barefoot on his bed, her back against the wall, holding a Japanese light novel in her hand and reading it with great interest. Those white feet casually stepped on his abdomen. Luo An grimaced. My dear sister, what are you doing early in the morning? Su Mingyue, my stupid brother, are you blind? Of course I'm reading a novel. Lorne, why are you reading a novel in my bed? Su Mingyue, isn't it normal for a girlfriend to like to lie next to her boyfriend and read novels? Or do you have any complaints? Hearing her justified reply, Luo An was speechless. This woman was always like this. Suddenly she would make some very risky moves. Wait for it. Sooner or later, I'll eat you up. Luo An began to get up and change his clothes, followed by washing his face and rinsing his mouth. A splash of cold water on his face, especially in the summer, was simply not too refreshing, and the whole person was instantly refreshed. Picking up her cell phone, Luo An was then surprised to find 2 unread texts and an unfamiliar missed call. Hello esteemed Mr. Luo, I'm your editor-in-charge at Red Fruit Fiction, Swimming Dragon. Seeing Luo An staring at his cell phone in a daze, Su Mingyue stretched out her foot and kicked him, saying suspiciously, what are you staring at? My book seems to be getting published. Luo An returned, surprised in her mind. Publishing is important for every novel and a great opportunity to boost your reputation and, if you're lucky, maybe even make a killing. But he's only been writing this light novel for a few days. He only updated it to 100,000 words yesterday. Speaking of which, it seems like he hasn't looked at the novel data for the past 2 days. With an excited heart, Luo An clicked into the writer's assistant, and a single 99 plus came into view. You have a new paragraph comment to view. Congratulations on You're My Sister, Please Let Me Go. Made it onto the new books list. You're My Sister, Please Let Me Go has completed the million in reading achievement. Looking at the flurry of messages, Luo An realized why the editor-in-chief had called him, and about the publication. This book exploded. Immediately afterward, Luo An rushed to call the editor-in-chief, who quickly responded on the other end and began chatting about publishing. Publishing is not the same as simply writing a web novel, which, in layman's terms, means that after publication Luo An drives less hard and is not astringent. That chat was a full hour, and while the publishing was finalized, Luo An got her first payment for this new book. Since it was released at the end of the month, in just 1 week, there was only a scant 20,000 for the manuscript. Luo An excitedly slapped Su Mingyue's head and said excitedly, come on, silly girl, let's go on a date. All of today's expenses, young Master Luo, will cover it all. Su Mingyue expressionlessly touched the place where she had just been slapped by Luo An, then silently got out of bed and took out a drying rack from the closet, her icy eyes gazing at him. Luo An, it's over. I was too excited. Now I'm going to die. Not a moment later, Luo An managed to reap the benefits of a life-threatening 5-count kick from his righteous sister. After a bit of playfulness, the two changed and headed downstairs, ready for their first official date since finalizing their relationship. As for Lu Fongfang and Luo Minghui, who went out after breakfast, it seems that Lu got into square dancing and then grabbed comrade Luo as an accompanying dancer. Getting in the car, Luo An curiously tapped on another unread text message. Mom stage, click XXXXXX. CC shake pussy purity line offline. Magic City 4 Seasons Zoo. Knowing that girls like some cute little animals, Luo An specifically picked the zoo as the venue for the first date. And the point is that this zoo has pandas. The panda alone could hold Su Mingyue, a cat lover, to death. There were also quite a few food stalls in front of the zoo, so Luo An stopped by and bought 2 cups of milk tea, drinking it while looking at the animals locked in cages, tigers, monkeys, lions and the like. The two walked side by side in the noisy crowd. Su Mingyue was a little tired of drinking the grape-flavored milk tea in her hand, and faintly said, "This doesn't taste good. Give me a taste of this cup of yours." Luo An's glass was mango-flavored, and there was still a good portion left at this point. "Here." Luo An honestly handed it over, then took Su Mingyue's cup. The straw of this cup of milk tea had been bitten beyond recognition at this point. Luo An was speechless for a while, just like a little kid, he still liked to bite the straw. Su Mingyue took this cup of milk tea from Luo An and drank it beautifully. Sure enough, milk tea in someone else's hand is the best. Luo An didn't mind drinking the milk tea in her hand either, only to feel a burst of sweetness. Su Mingyue added, "Stinky brother, I give you permission to hold my hand." "Lorne, I'm not going to in this heat." Once these words came out, Su Mingyue walked towards the front with an expressionless face, her footsteps speeding up a lot, obviously having a little temper tantrum. Luo An rushed after her and tried to pull her hand, but Su Mingyue shook her off. Seeing this, he forcibly went forward and hugged her, lowering his head and lightly touching Su Mingyue's mouth. "You're annoying me. Stay away from me. This trick doesn't work on me anymore." Su Mingyue coldly grunted and pushed him away. Luan stepped forward for a hug and another kiss, winking at her. "Do you think I'll forgive you just like that?" Su Mingyue's attitude remained unchanged. Another kiss fell from Lorne. After just a few repetitions like this, Su Mingyue's ice-cold features once again revealed a smile, allowing Luo An to hold her hand and humming lightly. "Just this once. Ah, it won't happen again." The guy behind him, who had watched the whole thing, gave Lone a thumbs up in admiration. Learned another trick to try on the tigress of the family later. The entire zoo wasn't really that big, plus there were a lot of people visiting on Saturdays, so Luo An and Su Mingyue headed to their next destination, the movie theater. After a brief stroll around, Lone had specially selected a horror movie, which I heard was one of the scariest in recent years, called Old Corpse in the Mountain Village. I thought that when Su Mingyue saw the ghost, would she be scared and shrink into his arms to seek security? But in the end, when he saw half of it, he himself shrunk into Su Mingyue's arms first and successfully inverted the Big Dipper. By the time we got out of the movie, it was 2 p.m. "Yasuko, where are you taking me? It's been half an hour of walking. I'm tired." Facing Su Mingyue's complaint, Luo An said expressionlessly, "You've been lying on my back all this time. If you want to be tired, it's me who's tired." After following her cell phone navigation through 2 more intersections, Lone eventually stopped in front of a pet store. Chapter 40, Returning to School After Half a Month. "What did you bring me to the pet store for?" Su Mingyue got off Luo An's back. Lone walked towards the store on her own, saying lightly, "Since it's a date, it definitely needs a date gift." The two entered the store one after the other. This pet store is not big. At the very end there are rows and rows of cages, in which there are puppies and kittens and other pets, and at the moment they are using curious eyes to survey Luo An and the two of them who walked in the door. "You must be Mr. Lo, the cat I've bathed and vaccinated." The owner was an enthusiastic aunt who went to a cage and held out a snow-white kitten with a pair of brown cat pupils. Extremely cute. Luo An took it and then handed it to Su Mingyue, who looked a little excited. Smiling, "Here, I picked it out especially for you. In the future when I'm not around, there will be this little thing to keep you company, so you won't feel lonely." The owner laughed. "Miss, your boyfriend really spoils you." Su Mingyue looked down at the small white cat lying peacefully in her arms, and a trace of excitement surfaced in her beautiful eyes. She had always wanted a cat, but she usually didn't have the time to take care of it at all, so she could only think about it, not realizing that Luo An would actually give her such a cute little guy. The cat had been ordered online by Lone, and after settling the rest of the final payment to the owner, the two walked out of the pet store with their newest addition. "There's still a bit of time before it gets dark, so I can still go to PetSmart and purchase all the kitty litter and cat houses and such. Go on your way." Looking at Su Mingyue, who was in love with the little white cat, Luo An curiously said, "What did you name it?" At that, Su Mingyue pondered for a moment. "The cat's female. Another dating gift from Luo An. Let's call it Luo Xiaobai." Early the next morning, Lone got up before 8 o'clock and began to wash and prepare for breakfast. Today was the last day to turn in his thesis, and he had to make a long overdue trip back to school to catch up with the other two good old boys. Inside the living room, Luo Mingyue complained bitterly, "Daughter-in-law, I really don't want to go square dancing anymore. Look at me, a big man wiggling his butt in front of so many people. Do you think it's appropriate?" "Ms." Lu mercilessly dismissed his request and coldly grunted, "What do you know? I'm helping you to exercise. You have to go today or not. There's no negotiation. I defy you. I protest. I'm a human being too, with the right to make my own choices. Kneel on a durian or a rubbing board. Take your pick. La Manhwa." This scene puts Luo An in a good position to look at the scene of the wife's execution. "Ah, so unproductive. Stinky brother, it looks like White has pooped. Go up and take care of it." "I don't." Boom. Su Mingyue slammed the table. Lone scowled and coyly headed upstairs. After seeing the poop on the floor of the second floor, Lone had only one thought in mind. It stinks. After having breakfast, Luo An and Su Mingyue changed their shoes and went out the door together, outside the gates of Mordor University. At this time the morning class is about to start. Many students who rent rooms outside walk into the school door, towards the school building. with youthful smiles on their faces, chatting about where to go to play after class. At the end of the road, a Porsche 911 came to a stop. The appearance of such $1 million luxury car immediately attracted the attention of many students. Even the security guards at the entrance looked over curiously. The door of the car opened and Luo An, wearing a black shirt, stepped out of the car carrying a black school bag. His features are three-dimensional and exquisite. Crow-feathered eyelashes are long. The bridge of his nose is high-ting. His slightly thin lips are gently pursed, and his body also carries an elegant and easygoing temperament. A girl exclaimed in a low voice, "Look, that handsome guy is so manly. Ha, why does it feel a bit familiar? It always feels like I've seen it somewhere before. My god, even the school grass Xinxingyu is not as handsome as him. When did our school get such a handsome guy? I'll give you 50 cents, and in 3 minutes, I want his contact information. I'll give you a bag of chips." Immediately after, Su Mingyue also walked down from the car, half-circled around the body and stopped in front of Luo An, came to his ear and pursed her red lips. "Be good at school. I'll come and pick you up at noon. If I know you've been womanizing, you know how my sister is." With that, she stamped on Luo An's face in front of the many flamboyant girls, as if swearing sovereignty, before driving away. Luo An touched the place where he had just been kissed and wiped his saliva with an expressionless face, wondering since when being kissed by this woman would no longer have the same excitement as it did in the beginning. It was then that Luo Tongtian, riding a small electric donkey, arrived late, followed by 2 boys of the same age. "Lo, did you miss daddy? Good son, give your father a hug." The 2 gave Luan a big hug, and an involuntary smile spread across Luan's face. These 2 were his roommates, one named Huang Ji and the other Su Yukai. After Luo Tongtian parked the small electric donkey, the 4 of them hooked shoulders and walked into the school gate, naturally chatting about the situation in this half-month. Huang Ji waved his hand and said, "Hey, my uncle's family happens to run a company, so he got me an internship certificate, and my dad said that he'll arrange a stable job for me when I graduate." Su Yukai was also complacent. "I am not talented, so I can only go and inherit the family business after graduation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't look out. You all usually pretend to be poor for me one by one. I didn't expect that all of you are actually hidden big brothers." Luo Tongtian was greatly shocked. "Old Luo, how about you? I heard that you and Yang Xiaoxuan's matter is yellow. Listen to my brother's advice. Women are like clothes, the change should be changed." Seeing the 2 comforting themselves, Luo An's heart was touched. At this time, Luo Tongtian skimmed his lips and said, "You guys comfort this kid is on the side of a rich woman. Cloudy Sky Group no. The general manager is his girlfriend. The chairman of the board is his stepmother." When these words came out, Su Yukai and Huangji exchanged a glance and quickly loosened their hands that were hooked around Luo An's neck, waving their hands at him in disgust. "Go go go. It's ing bad luck. You kids stay away from us. Luo An, I'm sure it's a real brother." Soon the 4 of them came to a classroom, took out their long-prepared papers, and were ready to be deleted and rewritten. Just as he walked into the classroom, Luo An just froze and looked at Yang Xiaoxian and Ma Yunyun in front of the podium in surprise. They're actually handing in their papers today too? That's too much of a coincidence. The teacher, He Wenba, beckoned toward the 4. "What are you still standing there for? Come in all of you and hand in your written papers for me to take a look." Yang Xiaoxian looked at Luo An who came this way. The emotions in her heart are a little complicated. Once she was ignorant, at the best age, missed the best people. Now she has changed, but she can no longer find the person who was once full of her. Chapter 41. Get all your basketball guys over here. The thesis at Mordor University has a high and low level of difficulty to pass according to the requirements of each department, and Luo An's class was unfortunate enough to meet the strictest professor in the entire university. Under Professor He's urging, the 4 of them walked slowly. There were also 2 neatly written papers on the lecture table, obviously from Yang Xiaoxian and Ma Yunyun, neatly placed there, obviously passed. After all, they were schoolboys, and the 4 were not surprised. "Which one of you comes first?" He Wenba swept his eyes at them. The buttons of his shirt opened by 1 or 2, his body carrying an unruffled might. Lone was about to pull back and let the 3 good oldest children be the vanguard when he was pushed up a step by 3 hands. Luo Tongtian looked at him with his eyes. "Professor, Luo An has long wanted to show you his thesis. It's better to let him come first." Huang Ji, yeah, he told us before how well he wrote his paper and said he was sure to blow your mind." Su Yukai, really? Old Luo, why are you still shy? Hurry up and take out the paper to the professor. Lone blackened his face as the 3 damn when did he ever say those words? But He Wenba came to be a bit more interested after hearing the words of the 3. Luo An himself was a student he personally taught, and was still very resourceful as a human being. He just didn't like to study, which made him feel pity more than once. Things having come to this, Luo An could only force himself to take out the paper that Su Mingyue had helped him revise and hand it over to the professor. Professor, he looked down at the paper seriously and suddenly stared and frowned. Is this really the paper you wrote? Seeing this, Luo An Xian let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. Seeing that this should be no problem, he immediately revealed a smile and laughed. Yes, teacher. This is what I've been working on for half a month to write. How about that? It's pretty good, Prof. He showed him a kind smile, and then instantly changed his face, glaring and coldly humming. Am I still not clear about what kind of strength you kid has? If this thesis is really written by you, I will directly eat this thesis. Say, did that girl Mingyue help you write it? Luo An was flabbergasted. Teacher, you know Su Mingyue? She's the best student I've ever brought up. He went boss-eyed, as if remembering something from the past. With Su Mingyue's talent, if she had stayed in school and plowed ahead, her future would have been unlimited. But unfortunately, she went into business as soon as she graduated. So professor, did I pass? Lorne hemmed and hawed. Go. Get out of my way. Next up was Tom Lowe, who confidently handed in his paper. Professor, he could tell at a glance that the paper was not written by him, but he didn't look into it, and after briefly reading it over, he waved his hand to indicate the next one. Soon, Huangji and Su Yotsai's papers also passed without any surprises, and Professor, he walked out of the classroom after exhorting them with a few words. The six walked out of the classroom and towards the playground. At this point in time is still early. Luo An proposed to go to eat a meal. Of course, Yang Xiaoxuan and Ma Yunyan, two people also called on. After all, are in the same company? After the low head to see, the relationship is not good to make it too stiff. There were many people playing basketball on the basketball court in the morning, waving their sweat in youth, while outside the fence was a screaming girl. The scene was extraordinarily lively. Like a starstruck fan, Huangji pointed at a figure running wildly in the stadium and said with some envy, "Look, that guy is just enrolled in the school, became the school grass Xinxingyu, or basketball department's ace. If I look at it, only a little more handsome, not as handsome as old Luo." Lone looked over curiously. Indeed, looks okay, belongs to the sunshine big handsome kind. The body is also good. No wonder so many girls on the side so crazy. As they chatted and walked towards the school gates, Luo Tongtian bumped Luo An's shoulder and whispered, why is that guy coming towards us? It was then that Xinxingyu, who had ended the game with a crushing momentum, walked out of the basketball court and walked straight toward them with a warm smile on his face. He looked at Luo An and the others, then came straight to Yang Xiaoxian and stretched out his hand and smiled. Sister Yang, I'm Xinxingyu from the finance department. Can I make a friend? Obviously, this is running for a pickup, but this is also reasonable. After all, Yang Xiaoxian is the actual first school flower of Magic City University. There are many people who admire her. Looking at the outstretched hand, Yang Xiaoxian returned an apologetic smile before bypassing him and proceeding towards the school gates, clearly meaning to refuse. Seeing this scene, Luo Tongtian's three people couldn't help but steal joy in their hearts. They were most unaccustomed to seeing this kind of people who thought they were good-looking just because they were handsome. Just as the four wanted to follow them, Xinxingyu noticed the laughter in their eyes and suddenly reached out to stop Luo An. Smiling slightly, "You're Senior Luo An, right? I've only been enrolled for less than a year, but I've heard a lot about you, such as being rejected for confessing your love and licking your chops to pursue it and so on. What did you kids say?" Luo Tongtian couldn't control his temper when he heard this and directly grabbed Xinxingyu's collar, making a move. Fortunately, Luo An was quick to stop him. Xinxingyu patted his clothes and smiled lightly. "This is a school. If you guys don't obey what I just said, I'll wait for you at the stadium." With that, he turned toward the court. "This is clearly looking down on us," Su Yukai said angrily. It was nothing more than a failed attempt at hitting on him, so he shifted the blame to Luo An. After all, the entire university knew about him and Yang Xiaoxian. Ron sighed. This was dealing with him as a love interest. Yang Xiaoxian walked back and also whispered somewhat helplessly, "Trouble for you. It's fine, I got used to it a long time ago." Lone waved her hand carelessly. Then he and his three good oldest children looked at each other, had a heart-to-heart, and headed for the basketball court at the same time. It wasn't Lone's style to be stepped on in the face and taunted and not fight back. Inside the basketball court, Xinxingyu was practicing three-point shooting, and when he saw the four of them coming, he laughed as he held the basketball and said, "I thought the seniors were too timid to come." Huangji raised his middle finger at him and sneered, "Today, the seniors are here to teach you how to behave, so that you won't bite people on sight next time." This commotion quickly drew the attention of the rest of the team, and they ran over, standing behind Xinxingyu in a huge formation to support him. Xinxingyu confidently threw the ball towards Luo An. "Seeing as the seniors are about to graduate, you guys decide the gameplay. I'll let you have one ball." Luo An stopped the irascible Luo Tongtian, swept his eyes at the dozen or so basketball department members behind him, extended his hand towards them and hooked it. saying, "Don't bother, just play normally, we'll just put out 4. You guys go together." "What do you mean?" Shen Xingyu frowned, not understanding what Luo An was trying to do. "Can't you understand human language?" Luo Tongtian clasped his hands and grunted coldly. "Call all of you from the basketball department, the 4 of us can you over." Chapter 42, I'm here for my man. The hot sun fell from the sky and baked the earth with abandon. Near the noon meal time, the cafeteria should be noisy at the moment is exceptionally quiet. Inside the food window of the cafeteria, the older woman looked at the few students eating and wondered. It's really strange. There used to be so many people at this point that it was too busy. Just like a food market. Why are there only this many people today? I haven't heard of any school activities. A slightly younger auntie near the door laughed. You don't know yet. People are all running to the playground to watch the fun. What's the buzz? It's like playing a basketball game where 4 guys beat 40 plus guys. Outside the basketball court on the playground directly across from the cafeteria, there was a huge crowd of people. Almost all the students who didn't have classes had come, and it was an incredibly rowdy scene, pointing towards the court. I'll be damned. Where did these 4 immortals come from? They've knocked over 20 people. The basketball department is in deep. I heard that it seems to be Xinxingyu provoked in the first place, usually surrounded by girls and still pretending to be courteous. I have long looked at him unpleasant. This time kick the iron plate. See how he got off the stage. Ouch me. Another foul shot. That dude in the black shirt is so fierce. In the center of the field, unlike the bustle outside the field, the atmosphere was extraordinarily depressing. With another foul shot for 2 points, Lone wiped the sweat seeping from his forehead. It's been almost half a decade since I've played, and my technique is rusty. Behind him, Luo Tongtian yelled toward the 4 basketball club members who were not far away with their heads down. Hurry up and replace them, 4 is not enough to play. Just give me 8. There was only one thought in the hearts of the 4. This guy is too damn rampant. Soon there were 8 more defiant basketball players on the court. Once again, there were overwhelming cheers from outside the arena. The head of the basketball department, Ran Tianyu, rushed to the playground from his dormitory at the first opportunity after learning about this, thinking that it was a provocation from another school. Seeing him arrive, the crowd cooperated by moving out of the way. Shen Xingyu, who was abused off the court in the first round, came up to the front and said, Minister, these 4 guys are too bullying. They came up and said that all of us in the basketball department are trash. It's because I'm not as good as the others. You must take revenge for us. The rest of the dozen or so ministry members who had been abused off the field looked like they had found their backbone, and came forward to accuse. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The head of the basketball department is here. He was the runner-up in the city basketball tournament in high school. This is going to be a good show. After walking out of the field, Ranta Hanyu looked at the 12 figures that were running in the field, as if he had realized something, and fixed his eyes on them, and a cold sweat ran down his back in fear. How could it be him? Outside the gates of Mordor University, a Porsche 911 stopped. Slender white legs stepped out of the door, and Su Mingyue, who had a high and cold temperament, stepped out of the car. Immediately after, a Lamborghini followed and stopped, and Shen Xiaoxuan walked down from the car. The luxury cars, which are usually rare to see, actually appeared 2 at a time. The 2 women looked at each other and narrowed their eyes slightly at the same time, an invisible aura emanating from them before they walked together towards the school grounds. Meanwhile, on this side of the basketball court, the game has finally reached a white-hot stage. Although there was a 2-fold difference in numbers, the 4 men on Lone's side worked closely together, each a veteran of the game, and Lone in particular had no one to defend against as he went through 5 and 6. A 3-pointer fell through the net, and the basketball department was once again crushed in this one. Just when the crowd thought that Basket Feather was ready to take revenge, he walked up to Luo An and stretched out his hand with a delighted look on his face. Senior Luo, it's been a long time. You're still so good at playing soccer. This confused Shin Xingyu behind him. These 2 know each other? Ranta Hashi hurriedly introduced to the ministry members behind her. This is the senior who taught me how to play ball that I always tell you about. So quickly say hello. Though puzzled, the members of the ministry bowed in unison and shouted, Greetings, Lo. The audience outside the arena looked at each other in dismay. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting to the death. Now how to recognize the big brother? Senpai, what the hell just happened to you guys? After greeting, Lan Tianyu was again a little puzzled, a little skeptical about what Shin Xingyu said earlier. With his understanding of Luo An, it is not like someone who likes to provoke awe. What else can happen? Luo Tongtian was about to open his mouth when he was disliked by Luo An with a slap to the side and then rubbed it on Su Yukai with disgust. The latter's face darkened at once. You're sober. You feel your hands sweaty and rub it on me. Human or not? Looking at Shin Xingyu, whose face was a bit unnatural, Luo An went up and patted his shoulder and laughed. It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding. Schoolboy is playing well. I'm optimistic about you. Keep up the good work. It's a compliment on the surface, but it's a mockery. But Xingyu didn't dare to retort in the slightest, and could only hold it in even if he was upset. At this moment, someone outside the field exclaimed, "Look, there's a beauty." The boys in the room looked like wolves smelling meat, their eyes glowing as they looked in the direction of the school entrance. Impeccable temperament and face value, excellent proportions of the body, making it impeccable. Who else could it be but Su Mingyue? Luo An walked over, not caring that there were so many people around, and was about to give a hug. Su Mingyue expressionlessly stretched out 2 fingers against his forehead, all covered in stinky sweat. "Stay away from me, woman. You've changed. You actually resent me." Facing Luo An's grumbling little eyes, Su Mingyue took out a pack of wet tissue paper and wiped the sweat on his forehead and neck, sighing somewhat breathlessly. "I don't know if you're not in your right mind, playing ball in this heat. What an unabashedly stupid pig." The two of them were so envious of their intimate gestures that jealousy was close to overflowing from their hearts. On the side, Xiaoxuan walked up to Luo Tongtian, holding her hands and coldly humming. "Why didn't you tell me when you came to the school to hand in your paper today, causing me to wait for you for half a day at the company? How are you going to compensate me for my time?" "Luo Tongtian, we are just colleagues. Why should I report to you? On what grounds? By the fact that you still owe me $3,000. I'm your debtor. I have the right to know where you're going before you run away. Of course, it's not like I can't agree to be with me if you have to. I'm sorry, I only thought you were blind at first. I didn't realize your brain was bad too." Next to them, Su Yukai and Huangji looked at each other and felt like they had suffered 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage inside. Why is the gap between people so wide? Yang Xiaoxian, who was outside the arena, saw Luo An and Su Mingyue's intimate gestures and turned towards the outside of the school, her heart surrounded by sadness. Ma Yunyun rushed to follow her, wondering, "Not with them? No, a miss is a miss, and I'll live with the guilt for the rest of my life if I interfere with their relationship again because of me." Chapter 43, I Love You Most. After getting out of Mordor University, Luo An's foursome was about to face separation, going their separate ways and not knowing when they would see each other again, so they decided to have a breakup dinner. Lone was so ostentatious that he booked a VIP room in a famous hotel nearby. He got into Su Mingyue's car. As for Luo Tongtian, the three of them were sitting in Chen Xiaoqian's Lamborghini. Although the Porsche 911 is a 4-seater, the car's space is relatively narrow, unlike Chen Xiaoqian's Lamborghini, which is similar to an SUV, and 4 people sit just right, although there are reasons for not wanting to eat dog food in there too. Lone twisted the key car ignition and led the way towards the booked hotel. Not far from here, only about 7 kilometers away, 10 minutes or so. On the co-pilot, Su Mingyue took off her shoes, revealing her delicate jade feet, and was trimming her nails as her voice was clear and cold. "Actually, I can arrange for those 2 friends of yours to work at the company so you can still hang out together later." Luo An shook her head. "People have self-respect. Since they didn't open up to me, they have their own plans in their hearts. If I were to help them without authorization, it would only hurt their self-respect. In that case, there's no point in even being friends. It's just fine the way it is now. And after graduation there's nothing to do but come out and get together and talk about the old college days." Remembering something, Luo An glanced at Su Mingyue and asked, "Speaking of which, do you have any friends?" Su Mingyue, "Well, first of all, there is a definition of a friend. What kind of relationship counts as a friend? E.g., Lorne? Oh, no, that's the kind of thing only people without friends say." Su Mingyue was about to get angry, but she heard Luo An added, "But it's okay, you still have me. Meeting a big handsome and gentle guy like me as your boyfriend. I doubt you saved the galaxy in your previous life." After a long time, Su Mingyue put on her shoes and lightly grunted. Narcissistic ghost. Soon, the 2 cars have arrived at the hotel. Because it is a VIP room, the manager is personally greeted at the door. The attitude of enthusiasm will bring the people into the box. Luo An did not say anything, directly ordered 10 cases of beer, and then sole possession of 2 of them began to clunk drink. The remaining 3 people did not say anything, began to spell alcohol. Su Mingyue and Chen Xiaoxian were sitting and playing with their cell phones. "You 3 younger brothers. Brother is bound to drink you all down today. Just your drinking, but pull back. I don't know who had their first drink in freshman year and ended up with 2 glasses of white wine. Make yourselves at home. I'm dry." The night was deepening, a deep darkness enveloped the whole land, and the city fell into silence at this moment. Luo An ended up, unsurprisingly, getting drunk, and was dragged by Su Mingyue into the car with a step and a slap in the face. No fan cannot. A little attention, a moment will be squatting on the ground to count ants, a moment to go to hug the tree, like a naughty little child. As for Luo Tongtian, he was taken away by Qin Xiaoqian, leaving the remaining 2 to stay in the hotel room to fend for themselves. Late at night, Luo An was led back home by Su Mingyue. Seeing this, Fongfang, who was watching TV on the sofa, hurriedly got up to assist. What's going on? Why did you drink like this? Drinking too much with friends. Obviously can't drink but still hard to pretend. Su Mingyue faintly said. As soon as these words came out, Luo An immediately glared fiercely at her. You goblin, who are you saying is drunk? I'm not drunk. Pa dash, what did you just call me? Luo An covered her face in aggravation and honestly said, Sister, humph, that's a good boy. Come on, I'll take you to your room, but I want to play some more. Lu Fongfang watched Su Mingyue roll Luo An to death. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but reveal a thick smile. Now it's all like this. If she waits to get married, it must be even worse. After walking into the room on the second floor, Su Mingyue pushed the shaky Luo An down onto the bed, then went to the bathroom and got a basin of hot water, wiping his body all over before washing his face and feet. This a number of get down. Spare Su Mingyue also cannot help but some heart-tired. Looking at the beautiful lying in the quilt, open a pair of round big eyes staring at her Luo An. No good cold snort. Leave me and see what you do. Immediately after, remembering something, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth rose slightly as she asked, who would you say is your favorite person? Luo An thought incomparably seriously and said with a serious face, although I have many wives, my favorite is still Asuna. Su Mingyue. She now had the urge to punch the dog man in the face. Su Mingyue gritted her teeth and said, then who is your favorite person in real life? What kind of words are you talking about? There are no true feelings in the third dimension. The second dimension is my true love. Long live the second dimension. Lone was drunk. Thoroughly drunk. Otherwise, he should be able to feel that icy, bone-piercing chill emanating from Su Mingyue at this moment. Su Mingyue never thought that she actually had a day to envy a paperweight, or at least to be thought of so much by Luo An. Probably sensing that Su Mingyue was angry, Luo An hurriedly went to hug her and looked up and said, Sister, did I say something wrong? I'll apologize to you, okay? I'm sorry. What do you care about my feelings if you don't like paperweights? Because you're my girlfriend. You just asked for a favorite. Likes go away but love doesn't. My favorite person is you. Su Mingyue's beautiful eyes looked at Luo An in her arms in surprise, not expecting this nerd to actually think this way. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but lift, her inner dissatisfaction dissipating in an instant in favor of joy. Count on it. I'll let you off the hook this time, but next time if someone asks you who your favorite person is, it has to be me or I'll spank your ass. You got it? There was no response for a long time. Su Mingyue looked down, only to realize that Luo An had fallen asleep in her arms, probably dreaming of something delicious, and baring her mouth every now and then, dreaming of food. What a silly pig. Covering Luo An with the quilt, Su Mingyue turned off the light and walked out of the room, and after returning to her own room, she looked at Luo Xiaobai, who was lying quietly on the bed, and went up to her and directly embraced it into her arms with joy. White, give mommy a kiss. Meow. Early in the morning, a ray of rising sunlight shines through the window into the room, dispelling the darkness and bringing warmth and light. Luo An opened her eyes in a daze, waking up with a rush of urine and rushing out towards the bathroom. Soon there was movement in the bathroom. Where are my pants? After hurriedly rummaging through the closet and putting on a brand new pair of underwear, Luo An wrapped a blanket and rushed out of the room, directly rushing into Su Mingyue's room and angrily saying towards her, Rascal, what did you do to me while I was drunk yesterday? And why was I naked when I got up? What's all the fuss about? What should have been seen was seen a long time ago. Brother's chastity. Downstairs in the living room, hearing Luo An shouts upstairs, Luo Mingyue, who was reading the newspaper, shook his head helplessly. So noisy early in the morning. Young people nowadays. Lu Fongfang was getting high on melon seeds and said with a smile, it's good to make some noise. That's what a home should be like. Chapter 44, The Lady is Mine. After breakfast, Luo An was dragged out of the house by Su Mingyue, who originally refused, but when the slap-called principal fell on his head, he had no choice but to follow. Early in the morning, the poisonous sun shone as if it was going to scorch the people walking on the road. The Magic City Airport is particularly noisy at this time. A large number of fans of Love Beans holding up the light sign, look excited and excited. Jiang Bei, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Jiang Bei, you're mine. I only love you in my life. Jiang Bei, come into your sister's embrace. Corner watching these fervent fans excited. Luo An looked at Su Mingyue who was playing with her cat beside her and asked, silly girl, who the hell are you here to pick up? It's been half an hour of waiting. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Su Mingyue stroked little white silky fur and said indifferently, if you dare to call me a silly girl again, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. That's when the star expected by many avid fans appeared at the gate, protected by layers of assistants and bodyguards, but still visible. All of a sudden, cell phones and cameras went wild, and the atmosphere was once again at a climax. Lone lost interest after only glancing at it. Now the fresh meat stars are just like that, before going out, but also have to specialize in makeup before daring to go out. Wash off that layer of powder on the face. It is estimated that these fans have to doubt life. Zhang Bei was the male lead of a recent hot immortal drama. Well, the kind of divine drama where a god can be knocked out by a piece of ordinary tongue. He was heading out of the airport at the moment when his afterglow caught a glimpse of one of the figures in the corner, and his eyes lit up as he turned around and headed that way. Zhang Bei walked up to Su Mingcheng and stretched out his hand, revealing a smile that he thought was charming and said, "Hello beautiful lady, do you need an autograph?" Seeing this, the surrounding fervent female fans immediately showed jealousy on their faces, as if it was a great honor to shake hands with Zhang Bei. The maneuver froze Luo in her tracks. "What do you mean? Trying to touch his girlfriend in front of him?" Luo An immediately shielded Su Mingyue behind him and coldly grunted, "No need, please walk away. The perfume smell on you is killing me." Zhang Bei's outstretched hand froze. He didn't think that he would actually have a day where he would be rejected. Retracting his hand, he stared at Su Mingyue's pure and flawless cheeks. His heart was a little excited. This was simply the perfect goddess in his heart. "Woman, you've managed to get my attention." The female fans next to them stirred at Lone's words. "Zhang Bei knows kindly want to give you autographs. Know how rare such an opportunity is. You actually dare to refuse. Too ungrateful, right?" "That's right. Why don't you want our baby's autograph? It's your honor, you know." "Yuck, looks like a lower head man. Surely no woman wants it." The crowd's curses came out, and it was exactly the effect that Zhang Bei wanted to see, and he was about to say something nice. A gust of wind came from behind, and before the bodyguard next to him had time to react, he saw Zhang Bei being kicked out. "Where did that sissy come from to approach my missy?" The visitor was dressed in black tights, had short shoulder-length hair, and exuded an indescribable aura, like a wild wolf chasing its prey. After kicking Zhang Bei unconscious, Han Bingbing was about to make a move on Luo An when Su Mingyue said without panic, "Bingbing, this is my boyfriend Luo An. If you break him, where can I find such a good man?" Han Bingbing gave Luo An a surprised look and retracted her foot with a cold grunt. "You, what kind of person are you? How dare you hit our family, Bei?" The assistant held Zhang Bei, who had fainted to death, in shock and anger. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest her." The three bodyguards rushed towards Han Bingbing in an aggressive manner, ready to capture her. Luo An only felt his eyes sway before his eyes, and the three bodyguards flew out backwards, falling heavily to the ground and covering their stomachs in screams. Su Mingyue then smiled at him. "Bingbing is my housekeeper and friend. Before that she has been abroad to help me deal with work matters. By the way, when she was small she was sent to the army by her grandfather to stay in the army. If you don't listen to me in the future." The bodyguard not far away was the downfall, and watching Lone couldn't help but get a chill down his back. The crazy female fans present then naturally began to crusade against Luo An and her entourage, with the female assistant screaming for the police to be called to arrest them. But Han Bingbing just walked up to her and said something, and the latter instantly shut her mouth in fear. As for the female fans around them, they were also quickly chased away by the arriving airport security. "What did you tell her?" Lorne asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Han Bingbing said with a cold attitude, "What are you? I'm not obligated to answer your questions." "Bingbing, be polite," Su Mingyue said indifferently, then continued to play with the little white cat in her arms. Only then did Han Bingbing say, "I told her if she kept it up, I'd have her banned from the entire industry and have to beg for food on the streets." What a vicious woman. Lone smacked his lips. It looked like he'd have to be more careful in the future, or the ones lying on the ground would be his downfall. After leaving the airport, Su Mingyue first arranged a single villa for Han Bingbing near her company, causing Han Bingbing's hatred for Luo An to deepen again in her heart. If it were before, she'd be living with Missy. What gives this kid the right? After that, naturally, you'll be purchasing household goods and such. In the bustling market, the two women were strolling in front. Luo An was following behind with his things, and Xiaobai was lounging on his head. Shady corners. "Brother Long, look at that kid with quite a lot of stuff hanging on him. It's also all branded goods. If you sell it upside down you can make quite a lot of money. Just pick him." A group of weirdly dressed men had their eyes fixed on Luo An, with stupidity in their eyes, and couldn't wait to go up and grab it. The man named Brother Long carefully observed for a while before confirming that there were only two soft women around Luo An before nodding his head. "Be careful when you do it later. Don't make too much of a mess. The cops have been checking hard these past 2 days. I don't want to get caught squatting again." "Success. We get it. This kid looks like a pipsqueak. It'll be over in 1 minute. Let's go. If we don't grab it people are going to be far away." Meanwhile, the street. Luo An was thinking about how to get back his dignity as a man. Nowadays force definitely can't be used, only to take it wisely. "Little Anon, I'm hungry. Go get me 2 candy canes." "Why don't you go yourself?" After spitting in his heart, Luo An walked towards the old man selling candy canes next to him. Just as he was picking, two figures suddenly rushed out of the crowd, snatching the bag in his hand and the small white on his head with great speed. Boy, thanks for the stuff, ha ha ha. Chapter 45, Men Are No Good. It all happened in such a hurry that Luo An didn't even have time to react, and the large bag of things he was carrying in his hand was snatched away, quickly rushing into the crowd. Someone who happened to see the scene pointed out, "It's these punks again. They often steal and rob things in these two streets nearby. This little brother is also unlucky. Don't the police and city authorities care? How do you control it when there are alleys all around it in all directions?" Su Mingyue looked at Luo An and asked, "Are you alright?" Luo An shook his head and hesitantly said, "Xiaobai seems to have been snatched by them as well." When these words came out, Su Mingyue's face instantly turned cold, her gaze became ferocious, and all the people around her couldn't help but feel a thump in their hearts it seemed. How dare you rob her baby in broad daylight? 10 meters away in the alley, two diminutive men were running furiously, one holding a bag, the other a cat. One of them looked at the luxuries in the bag and said happily, "We've made a fortune this time. So many goodies, they're worth a lot of money, enough for us to dash around for a while." The same was true on the other side. Looking at the collar around Bai's neck, it was worth a lot at first glance. Just when the two of them were complacent, they inadvertently looked back, only to find that two more silhouettes had appeared behind them at some point, getting closer and closer. "Dare to rob Our Lady's cat? Sure enough, no man is good." Han Bingbing's speed was so fast that she soon caught up with the two men, and with a leap two roundhouse kicks sent the two men toppling to the ground and slamming heavily into the wall. Boo! Ah! The two of them let out a miserable scream as things fell all over the place. Su Mingyue picked up the somewhat frightened little white from the ground, touched its head and said with a face of fear, "I'm sorry little white. Scared you, right? I blame your stupid father for being useless." It was only then that Lone followed, running and blushing and gasping for breath. "Are you guys okay?" Seeing Han Bingbing coming, one of them hurriedly shouted, "Brother Long, save me." "Humph, messing with my lady, the god of heaven can't save you even if he comes." Han Bingbing rubbed her fists. At this time, 5 or 6 figures appeared on both sides of the alley almost simultaneously to block the entrance and exit. Little is not big, but her breath is quite wild. Long pushed his little brother out. "Give you two a choice, either leave your stuff and get lost, or don't blame me for destroying the flowers with my hot hands." Han Bingbing couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them, and without saying a word, she directly rushed towards them. When the 5 people on the other side saw this, they were ready to step forward to help. When Luo An took the branch he picked up from the ground and grunted coldly, "I'm sorry, this is not the way. You can't get through unless you step on me to get through." Just as the words were finished, Luo An was pushed aside by a white hand. Su Mingyue stepped out and coldly said, "Get up, don't get in the way." Soon both sides were mixing it up, but the situation was almost crushing. These punks were completely no match for Su Mingyue and Han Bingbing, and were beaten up, holding their heads and running away, without the slightest hint of their previous arrogance. Lung knelt on the ground and said with a bitter face, "Two ants, we were wrong. Please be merciful and let the little one go. I promise I won't dare to do it again next time." After taking care of these people, Su Mingyue then carried back Xiaobai and left the alley. Luo An picked up his things on the floor and hurried to follow, probably due to the fact that they had just exercised too much. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to get hungry, and it just so happened that there was a noodle shop right next to them, so the 3 of them walked straight in. "Hello, what would you like to eat? We have all the covered noodles and such, as well as rice and stir-fry." Lone casually glanced at the menu and was about to ask the two what they were having. Su Mingyue played with little white's ears and faintly said, "I'm casual. Han Bingbing, I eat the same as the lady." Seeing this, Luo An had no choice but to smile at the waiter. "Please bring us 3 braised beef noodles and 2 more pounds of crayfish. This is the season when crayfish are breeding, and any piece of pork liver can go to the river and hang dozens of pounds, so the price is cheap." "Okay, 3 wait." The waiter turned with the menu and walked into the back kitchen. Su Mingyue was fiddling with Xiaobai, and Han Bingbing on the side was jealous and also came up to her, winking, "Miss, actually my ears are very comfortable to touch. Obviously, it's here to compete for favor." Su Mingyue only glanced at her faintly. "Don't." Luo An, who was sitting across the room watching the scene, didn't hold back his laughter, and burst out laughing. It was the first time he had ever seen a cat competing with a cat for favor. It seems that this woman is just a good fighter and lacks a brain. But he couldn't laugh in the next second, feeling his foot being stomped hard by the other foot, and it hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression twisting together in pain. "What's wrong with you?" Su Mingyue looked at him suspiciously. Han Bingbing laughed conspiratorially from the side. "It can't be false, right, miss? If you ask me, men don't have a single good thing. It's enough to have me with you. What do you need this guy for?" "This young lady, You seem to have a big misunderstanding about men. There are exceptions to everything. For example, I am a good man who is hard to find by lanterns. Oh duh. I reckon you've got a hard mouth all over you. A violent woman like you will surely never find a boyfriend in her life. I don't need things like boyfriends. I just need a lady. She's mine. Just as the two people were getting more and more noisy, Su Mingyue nonchalantly slapped each of them on the head. Her words not to be questioned said, "Knock it off. You're all mine." At this time the store into an old man. Her hair is a little messy, wearing old clothes, with a dying breath, eyes bleak. "Granny, what would you like to order?" The waiter walked up to hand over the menu and asked with a smile. The old man stared at the menu for a while, seemed to make up his mind, and pointed to a picture of beef noodles on a menu. "Give me a bowl of these noodles." "Okay, 18 for a bowl of beef-covered noodles. Code or cash?" This price is considered normal in the snack street. If you do other places then more expensive. In some scenic spots can even be sold to more than 50 a bowl. The old man was shocked after hearing the price. How to sell a bowl of noodles so expensive? In our town only $6 a bowl. I money did not bring enough. The old man then rummaged in his shirt pocket and only came up with a $10 bill. The waiter made a mistake. "What can you buy for $10? Even the cheapest clear soup noodles cost $11. At that moment, Lone spoke up. He smiled at the waiter. "Let's add another bowl of beef noodles. I'll pay." "This, how can this be? I cannot eat your." "For nothing." The old man made a gesture to go. Luo An stopped her, then pointed to Su Mingyue who was sitting in her seat playing with her cat and secretly whispered something in her ear. Only then did the old man willingly walk to the empty seat next to her and sit down. Su Mingyue curiously said, "What did you say to her?" "Oh, I'd say you're a rich and generous silly girl with a villa by the sea who doesn't care about this face money. Still dare to say I'm stupid. Stinky brother, looks like you really don't have a long memory. Ice. Give me to beat him up. It's long overdue, miss. What are you doing? Don't you come over here." Chapter 46 Company Departure Reunion, except for Lone. In the past, Luo An thought that the tigress was just a description. The tiger that is the king of all beasts. How brutal and terrible until he met Han Bingbing. He realized that the original tigress is a kind of creature. A bowl of beef noodles was quickly sucked up by Luo An. Su Mingyue herself wasn't hungry, so there was still half a bowl left in the bowl. She pushed it directly in front of the toolman and faintly said, "Can't waste food. You eat it for me." "No thanks. I'm not a trash can. This is all that's left." Luo An was about to complain when a fierce gaze shot towards him, frightening him so much that he shivered and trembled as he took the bowl and ate. Women are the beasts of the flood, and that's really saying something. Half a bowl of noodles was cleaned up by him in no time. The midday sun was so hot that it was like a dryer, trying to completely dry out anyone walking along the road. At this time, it was only 1 p.m. After sending the workaholic demon Han Bingbing to the company, Luo An and Su Mingyue leisurely returned to the magnificent residence. When he opened the door, he found the living room extraordinarily busy. "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, don't look at my brother. He's a silly man, but he has an honest character. So if there's any dirty work, you can just leave it all to him." On the sofa, Luo An's sister-in-law Luo Qiuying was pulling Lu Fongfang's hand and talking enthusiastically about something, and Luo Mingyue, who was sitting on the side, had a constipated expression on his face. He wanted to rebut his sister's words and show off his family status, but he didn't want to sleep on the couch at night, so he could only keep his bitterness inside. Next to her, Luo Xiaomeng, wearing a kindergarten school uniform, was fiddling with a hand puppet, playing with it with great devotion. Lone pushed the door into the living room expressionlessly and came to this girl. He looked at the already tortured angel Hikari hand puppet, directly picked up Luo Xiaomeng, and forcefully pinched her white and tender little face. It hurts. "Oh, sister, brother bullied me. She's a child. Can't she be gentle?" Su Mingyue didn't have the good sense to slap Luo An on the head and snatched Luo Xiaomeng in his arms, who immediately revealed a smug little expression. Lorne covered his head and gritted his teeth at the damn newbie protection period. Little An is back. Luo Qiuying looked Luo An up and down, a look of satisfaction in her eyes. "Not bad. Haven't seen you for so long. You've grown quite handsome. Auntie, what brings you over?" "It's not that Xiaomeng wants to play with you, and she cries when she doesn't come over. So I thought I'd come over just in time for today's vacation and have a chat with your aunt." Su Mingyue walked up to Luo Qiuying and softly shouted, "Hello little auntie. Mingyue is even prettier than in the picture. Come, accompany little auntie for a chat." Luo Xiaomeng took this opportunity to hug over little White in Su Mingyue's arms and ran wildly in the living room, living as a mixed-up little devil. As we chatted, the sky outside the window darkened silently and the sunlight was covered by deep darkness. Only after dinner did Luo Qiuying leave with a reluctant Luo Xiaomeng, and Luo An was responsible for driving the duo back. On the way back, Luo Xiaomeng, who was tired of playing, fell asleep in Luo Qiuying's arms, and the latter said softly, Xiaoxuan, Mingyue is a good kid, don't let her down. I don't know what's wrong with young people nowadays, divorcing and marrying again, marrying and divorcing again, treating marriage as a child's play. Back in our time, marriage was a lifelong affair. Lone nodded. I know auntie, my feelings for her are serious, never child's play, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. Hearing this, Luo Qiuying's face then showed a smile. She was really afraid that Luo An was just playing casually with Su Mingyue. After all, this is the status quo of young people in love nowadays. I also want to eat hairy crabs. Stinky brother is not allowed to steal with me. Luo Xiaoming suddenly spoke in her sleep, baring her little mouth. Lone locked eyes with her little aunt through the rearview mirror, and the two of them smiled in unison. It's a hot summer day in June, and everywhere you look on the roadside you can hear the raucous chirping of cicadas, echoing with the honking of cars whizzing by. As we all know, some big companies with good benefits will have reunion activities and various benefits every year as a way to relax their employees. The crowd in the planning department was burying their heads in the sand. The sounds of keyboarding were endless. Lone was also actively coding, one hand tapping out stumps on the keyboard. The minister stepped out of his office at that moment, clapped his hands, called a halt to his work, and looked around at the crowd, saying, due to the early completion of this quarter's targets, Mr. Su has decided to take a day off with pay tomorrow, and we will all go out for a group outing to see a meteor shower on Peking Star Mountain. Do I have to pay? Someone asked. The minister smiled faintly and said, scenic area tickets and the things needed for camping, all reimbursed by the company, those who do not want to participate in the group to say a word on the line. The crowd cheered in unison at this statement. It's just nice to have fun and get a paycheck at the same time. Luo An in the corner silently took out his cell phone, tapped on the employee group, and began to edit the message. Going to climb the mountain on a hot day. This is not torture. Little cutie. I'm not going. I'm just lying at home in the air conditioning. Within the staff group, Lorne, planning team 3 I'm not going. After sending the message, Luo An slumped prettily on the table and was just about to take a break when her cell phone gently vibrated. Someone in the staff group at him. Su Mingyue, general manager at all members, because something does not go to the reunion notify the management of each department, the management and then a unified calculation of the number of people, except Luo An, the employees of the planning department who saw this message. All of them turned their gazes to Luo An in the corner, and sure enough, at this moment, he was staring at his cell phone with a dark face. Luo An, planning team 3 at Su Mingyue, GM, I'm not convinced. Everyone is equal. Why should I be excluded? Su Mingyue, general manager, you have 2 minutes to get your ass to my office. Lone, planning team 3 report, I'm convinced. Next to her, Yaoyao stifled her laughter and held back from laughing out loud. Luo An could only turn his grief and anger into motivation, and once again started the frantic coding mode. He'd received word from his editor today that the book had been cleared, was already in print, and it wouldn't be long before he'd start buying traffic for promotional appointments at a certain tone. And Luo An's current followers of a certain voice account had come to a staggering 100,000, which was already considered extremely good for an online author. The afternoon passes quickly in the non-stop hustle and bustle. After work, the company also organized a party. The last time Luo An and Su Mingyue attended a celebration banquet was for the outside world, while this time it was for the inside world, which is also considered one of the employees' benefits. Corner of the party. Han Bingbing stared at Luo An and Su Mingyue, who were sitting together not far away, and looked to her cell phone a message that had just been sent. Su Mingcheng, as long as you can break up the two of them, I'll contact the top internal medicine doctors abroad to treat your brother's illness. Chapter 47 The Legendary Knee Pillow. A new day dawns. This day a dozen buses full of people from the Clouds Group, driving to the suburbs, located 30 kilometers away from the Magic City area. Peking Star Mountain is a high mountain that has been developed by developers into a nationally famous attraction at great expense, especially during the summer months, when meteor showers are active. There are countless travelers who come here, followed by a Rolls-Royce car behind the bus. Harder. Haven't you eaten? I'm dying. Stinky brother, hurry up and move for me. Are you in arrears with your conditioning again? I can't. Move yourself if you want to. I can't move anyway. Lorne slumped helplessly in his seat. Su Mingyue gritted her teeth and pinched his neck, exasperated. Only 3 minutes of massage and you can't do it. You're just doing it on purpose. And before that you said something about being good to me for the rest of your life. Hurry up and get up for me. But no matter how much she pinched, Luo An was unmoved. Ryoga bristled. It's all because of you. You had to make me come to climb the mountain on a hot day. And since you're so energetic, why don't you put that energy into giving me a massage? What answered him was a snow-white jade foot stepping on his face. Su Mingyue laughed coldly. Want me to give you a massage, right? Today I will fulfill your wish and give you a hard press. Stinky woman. Take your stinky feet away from me. If you keep this up, do you believe I'll move my mouth to bite it? The driver looked helplessly at the savage image of Su Mingyue in the rearview mirror. Where on earth had the former elegant and noble young lady gone? The current one was a savage girl no matter how you looked at her. Because it was a specially selected weekday to go out for a reunion, the bus fleet flowed freely along the way, and in an hour they arrived at the visitors' service area at the bottom of Peking Star Mountain. The manager of the service area had been informed in advance and came out to greet them. After all, it's a big client, and you can't have a low row. Secretary Yi went up and chatted with the manager for a couple of minutes before taking a loudspeaker from the latter's hand and shouting towards the crowd. Those who want to take a break can go into the service area to rest. Food and drink will all be reimbursed by the company, and there will be an open-air barbecue party at the top of the mountain at 5 p.m. So those who want to take part should pay attention to arranging a good time. Dismissed in place, the densely packed employees of the Cloud Group immediately dispersed, walking in groups towards the recreational facilities in the service area, while others couldn't wait to carry their bags towards the mountains. Han Bingbing was wearing a valiant short-sleeved shorts today, revealing her snow-white delicate long legs, which were extremely hot. Shall we go rest for a while first, miss? Su Mingyue was wearing a black dress, revealing her slender white arms. At that, she shook her head and said, "No, let's go up the mountain first while it's still not that hot. There's not much to wander around down here." "Well, I have absolute faith in your physical fitness, young lady, but I'm mostly afraid that someone's small body won't be able to handle it." Saying that, Han Bingbing glanced at Luo An without thinking, the meaning already too obvious to be obvious. Lone laughed instantly. "Oh, woman, you're playing with fire. Climbing a mountain isn't about who can fight the best, it's about who has more endurance and stamina, and whether or not their body can take it, and that's something I should be saying to you." Han Bingbing raced to see who gets there first. "Lorne, just what I need." Soon, the two of them were aggressively heading towards the mountain, ready to compete. Su Mingyue, who wore a sun hat on her head, looked at the backs of the two men, and after a moment of silence, she walked towards the cable car not far away, with some puzzlement in her heart. Why do you have to walk up the hill when you can obviously get there in a while by cable car? It's strange. The entire Plucked Star Mountain is 700 meters above sea level, and the mountain has green branches and leaves that grow extremely lush, obviously maintained by specialists. Carved into the entire mountain were two large golden characters, "Star Picking," which were incomparably grand. By now there were already quite a few people climbing upwards in the mountain. Two of the figures were walking unusually fast. It was Luo An and Han Bingbing. The two of them hadn't slowed down since they went up the mountain, and according to this trend, it would only take 2 hours to complete the ascent. The edges of the mountain have guardrails to prevent anyone from slipping and falling off, while Han Bingbing walked quickly with her hiking bag on her back. Her gaze was shadowy as she glanced at the sweating Luo An behind her, her hands gripping the shoulder straps of her backpack. A thought bubbled up uncontrollably in her mind and grew stronger, but eventually she suppressed it. Behind him, Luo An was actually already tired and his feet were weak, but he glanced at Han Bingbing, whose face was unchanged, and still clenched his teeth and insisted. He just couldn't believe that he, a big man, could lose in a physical strength competition. 2.5 hours later, the top of Peking Star Mountain is a flat lawn. The area is nearly 1,000 meters. When you look around, you can see the surrounding mountains surrounded by occasional flying birds skimming over the mountain streams, like the fairy mountain in the mythological story. Lone stumbled and collapsed onto the lawn in a stagger directly after climbing to the top of the hill. Breathing heavily, his face covered in fine beads of sweat that slid down onto the lawn and into the soil as his chest rose and fell violently. A soaked washcloth landed on his face, and a cold, refreshing sensation came over him. Lone opened her eyes. Su Mingyue's cold cheeks appeared in his line of sight with a concerned look. "Why do you look so pale? Why don't I go and get some glucose water for you to drink?" "No, it's fine. I'll just lie down and rest for a while." Seeing this, Su Mingyue also stopped persuading, but sat on the ground, picked up his head and put it on her lap, carefully wiping his sweat with some heartache. Lone blushed instantly. "Masaka, this is the legendary knee pillow." Although she usually liked to bully Luo An, if she really saw Luo An suffer, Su Mingyue couldn't bear it in her heart. On the side, Han Bingbing said somewhat jealously, "Miss, I'm sweating too. Why don't you give me a wipe too? Come on Les, with your physical fitness, how can a mountain of this elevation tire you? Go buy 2 bottles of water." Oh, the travelers who climbed up the mountain in the back, especially the male compatriots who accompanied their girlfriends to climb the mountain, all of them showed envy after seeing Luo An's treatment. It's the same girlfriend, so why is the gap so wide that it's hard to see? It is not possible to fix it. Damn this kid. After lying on Su Mingyue's lap and resting for a while, Luo An sat up, her face flushed a bit, and reached out to gently pound Su Mingyue's leg. "What are you doing? Give you a leg whack." "I'm sure I'm comfortable lying down, but your legs must be uncomfortable. I'll just give you a whack. Humph, count on your conscience. Soon Han Bingbing walked back with a bag of ice water. After sitting in place and resting for a while, the three of them took a step toward a rest area not far away, ready to have lunch and then take a good stroll around the mountain's attractions. Chapter 48, Vows Under the Stars. The reason why Mt. Peking Star is rich in fame throughout the country is that, in addition to the annual summer meteor shower, it has many attractions in its own right, such as the Iron Rope Bridge, the Cloudy Fairy Mountain, and the Bibo Lake. There are wire bridges erected between several peaks and staff are dedicated to keeping an eye on them. This doesn't look much taller. Do you need to be afraid like this? Luo An strutted on the bridge. Su Mingyue followed behind tugging on his coat, looking nervous. At that, she gritted her teeth. If you talk anymore, I'll cut out your tongue. Yes, I won't say anything, okay. Lone walked helplessly ahead, his feet moving slowly though his mouth was flirting, pacing toward the other end of the bridge. Han Bingbing followed at the end, her gaze somewhat complicated. The entire bridge is about 50 meters long and consists of a chain made of fine iron. Even the treads under your feet are iron. Like this safety issue, developers cannot dare to sloppy. In case of walking around the wire bridge breaks or something, you have to be happy to mention a pair of silver bracelets. After walking through the iron rope bridge, Luo An did not follow the original itinerary, but took Su Mingyue and Han Bingbing directly to the cloudy Immortal Mountain attraction. After all, this is his girlfriend, should be spoiled or have to be spoiled. Cloudy Fairy Mountain, to put it bluntly, is a year-round by the fog around the mountain. Birds are especially many. As long as you look up from time to time you can see flocks of birds around the sky, but also a few points like the fairy mountain in the mythological story. This time, the three of them circled around for 2 whole hours before circling out, and the turquoise blue sky was gradually dyed with a layer of dust color. When Luo An's trio returned to the top of Plucked Star Mountain, the open-air barbecue had already begun to be prepared. The chopping of vegetables, the barbecuing of barbecue. Anyway, all of them were in charge of the staff, and they only needed to be in charge of eating. Not far from the tent area, the employees of the Cloud Group were starting to set up their tents under the guidance of the staff. Old Lo, this way, come and help. Not far away, in front of the grill, Luo Tongtian waved his hand towards Luo An in his apron, and beside him, Chen Xiaoxuan was chopping vegetables. Have you turned monk, eating so lightly? Luo An came along and looked curiously at the vegetables on the grill, not half as needy. Hearing this, Luo Tongtian skimmed his lips and looked at Chen Xiaoxuan who was cutting meat on the side, and saw that she was staring dead at a large pork chop on the board without moving. Han Bingbing walked forward, took out a military dagger from within her carry-on backpack, and said indifferently, do you want me to help? I'm still a bit good at cutting things. Chen Xiaoxian nodded her head in embarrassment. Then I'll trouble you. I'm really not very good at cooking. When she finished, she stepped aside, looking a little frustrated at not being able to help. Seeing this, Luo An gave Luo Tongtian a wink. Your future daughter-in-law is so sad. Why don't you comfort her? Luo Tongtian came and put his hand on Chen Xiaoxian's shoulder, saying seriously, it's okay, although you're not good at cooking, you're good at eating. Lorne. 6. True to form. Your play remains consistent. Are you calling me a pig with those words? Chen Xiaoxian narrowed her eyes slightly, her eyes somewhat dangerous. I didn't say that, but that's what you mean, isn't it? Stop and don't run. I'll fight you today. I'm not wrong. You were already good at eating. While the two were coaxing, Han Bingbing quickly waved the dagger in her hand, skillfully and accurately slicing this large piece of pork chop into a dozen or so equally sized pieces. Why are you so skillful? Roan couldn't help but ask. Su Mingyue, who was drinking water beside her, said indifferently, Bingbing used to dismantle corpses every day when she was studying medicine. Slicing pork chops is easy for her. Dismantling the body. Lorne felt creepy at once. I'll go set up the tent. You guys go ahead. Su Mingyue, hitch a ride on mine by the way. Luo Tongtian and Chen Xiaoxian, thank you for helping us set up our tents. Lone looked at the three. Oh no, 2 shameless guys, not having the slightest idea what to do with them, and turned towards the tent area. Pitching a tent is not hard to say, but it is not easy to say. If you pitch it well, it may last for a few days, but if you don't pitch it well, it may be blown away by the mountain winds at night. It was a good thing that Lone had participated in the camping department a few times before when she was in school, though mostly to slack off and mix up her credits. But it's still okay to pitch a tent. Seeing this, the employees of the planning department rushed forward attentively to help. With their help, Lone soon had the tent set up, but it was also getting dark. The top of the mountain was very quiet at night, and a bright fire blazed in the center of the campfire table, and the crowd all gathered around it and sat down by it. The staff brought in plates of freshly grilled barbecue and placed them on the pre-built assembled tables, giving off a tantalizing aroma. How can you have food and drink less play it? Not a moment later there are 7 or 8 companies' little-known female employees began to dance, wearing ultra-short skirts, slender thighs exposed in the air. Luo An was about to make a couple comments when a jade hand pinched his face and skewed his head to the side. Su Mingyue said with a cold face, seemingly smiling, "Stinky brother, where were you looking just now? If you can't control your eyes, I don't mind buttoning you up, don't you think? Sister Lord, I know I'm wrong." Seeing Luo An's wimpy face, Luo Tongtian laughed his ass off before being slapped on the head by Xiaoxuan, who also stopped talking. Su Mingyue gently leaned her head on Luo An's shoulder, feeling the lively atmosphere around her. Her mood was extraordinarily relaxed. Traveling all over the world with the person you have your heart set on, the best thing in the world is just that. A moment later, she spoke softly, "Luo An, let's travel around the world when we get married. I'll leave the company to my mom and you'll accompany me to see the world." She spent the first half of her life bound by her career, but the second half of her life, all she wants to do is see the most beautiful sights in the world with the people she loves most. Hearing her say that, Ron nodded his head lightly and reached over to take her shoulders in his arms. "Wherever you go, I go." The bonfire was burning, sparks were splashing, and the bright moon and stars in the dark night witnessed the vows made at this moment. The bonfire is over. The night is late. Su Mingyue leaned against Luo An's shoulder and fell asleep. Seeing this, Luo An gently picked her up and walked towards the tent that had been set up in advance. On his way out, he didn't forget to give her a kiss on the forehead before pulling up the tent and leaving. "It's very foggy tonight, so I'm sure I won't be able to see the meteor shower, and I'm guessing it's going to rain tomorrow." Lone returned to the tent and briefly washed her face before retracting into her bedding and blowing out the candlelight in preparation for bed. But not long after he had just laid down, the tent was silently pulled open, and under the moonlight, a silhouette in a thin dress shrank into Lone's covers and held him close. Luo An originally thought it was Su Mingyue, but immediately afterward, he felt that something was wrong. The smell was wrong, and he immediately opened his eyes and turned to look. Bing Bing Han. Chapter 49. The end of the group building, an appointment with Su Mingcheng. Late at night, the lights in all the tents went out, except for the one in Lone's tent, which was lit again. Luo An looked expressionlessly at Han Bingbing, who was sitting under her own blanket, and asked, "May I ask what you're up to?" Han Bingbing returned with a flat face, "As long as Miss sees me sleeping with you, she'll break up with you, and that's what I'm going to do." "Then why are you saying it now?" Lone pulled out a jacket from the side and tossed it to her, saying lightly, "You could totally yell out right now and draw people in if you wanted to. If your lady saw that, 100% of the time she would have thrashed me first, and maybe you would have accomplished your goal." "One more question. Who told you to do this?" In the face of Luo An's questions, Han Bingbing told all the causes and consequences of the matter, not hiding anything, and no longer had any intention of tearing Luo An and Su Mingyue apart. Luo An then suddenly realized that it was Su Mingcheng's handiwork, but it was ruthless enough to take Han Bingbing's brother to threaten her. No wonder this woman was so hostile to him in the beginning. Han Bingbing did want to make a move to bluntly frame Luo An at first, but then Su Mingyue would definitely be heartbroken, and she had heard the conversation between the two during the bonfire meeting. If anything really happened to Luo An, it would undoubtedly cause an unprecedented psychological blow to Su Mingyue. After sorting out the causes and consequences, Luo An suddenly smiled at her. "Hey, I've got the best of both worlds. Do you want to hear it? It doesn't require me to separate from the silly girl, and it helps you save your brother." "What way?" "It's simple. I'll tell you." On the second day, the sunrise slowly rose, its dazzling light enveloping the vast and boundless land. When Luo An woke up from her sleep, she only felt warmth in her arms and a tantalizing aroma lingering on the tip of her nose. When he opened his eyes, Su Mingyue was lying on her side in his arms, curled up and asleep, like a lazy cat that had gotten tired of playing and lay down to sleep in her master's arms. Seeing this, Luo An closed her eyes once more before wrapping her arms around her a little tighter. The body odor of the silly girl is really something you can't get enough of. And this soft body, it's heaven. While Luo An was having a gorgeous face, Su Mingyue in her arms suddenly spoke out. "I smelled something on you from ice when I came in last night. What did you guys do last night?" The words scared Lone into a cold sweat behind her back, and in a hurry, she returned. "Probably got it when I helped him grill." "Aha. You believe it?" "Of course I don't believe it, but I know that you don't have the guts to cheat on me behind my back, and you wouldn't do that." "Gee mom, I'm just so touched. Come on baby, let me have a kiss. Get up off the floor. It's disgusting." After warming up in the quilt for a while, the two of them then put on their coats and walked out of the tent. And after eating the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the staff, the people then took the cable car down the mountain in order, ready to return to Magic City. Half a day off in the morning and still have to work in the afternoon, but no one complains. If you were to change the black-hearted boss, it is estimated that you should have gone back after the barbecue last night, or even worse, go straight back to the company to work overtime. When going back, Su Mingyue didn't choose to take the car, but even took Luo An on the bus, making many employees feel more identification with her in their hearts. After returning to the office, Su Mingyue started working, pushing Luo An, who was clinging to her, out of the office. Luo An and Han Bingbing, who had been waiting at the door, exchanged glances, and the two of them walked into the elevator together. Sky Trade Group. Su Mingcheng was looking down at the documents. His body exuded an unruffled might that made people not dare to approach. At that moment, the landline on the side rang. He picked it up, and Han Bingbing's cold voice came from the other end. A moment later, a hint of a smile appeared on Su Mingcheng's majestic face and he laughed. Okay, I'll go over there now, and don't worry about your brother. As soon as I see the picture, I'll make arrangements to go down there right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Mingcheng lost his mind of working, grabbed his jacket and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the office while taking out his cell phone to make a call. Little Li, I'm sending you a locator now. You come over here. About you and Mingyue. Inside a cafe near the Sky Trade Group, Su Mingcheng pushed the door and walked in, followed by a young man behind him, dressed in flashy clothes and wearing a valuable wristwatch on his wrist. With an aristocratic demeanor, Han Bingbing had been waiting for a long time, and after the two of them sat down, she faintly said, "The pictures of Luo and I being intimate are in my phone, but I want to ask a question. Why must you break up the two of them? That's your own daughter. Do you want her to be sad?" Su Mingcheng was in a good mood at this time and smiled. "It's precisely because she's my own daughter that I want to break them up. It's for her own good. That kid can't give Mingyue anything. Look again at this Li family's son beside me. He's handsome and has a strong family background. Only someone like that is worthy of Mingyue." Li Xiang, who was beside him, although he was pleased in his heart, he waved his hand on the surface and laughed. "Uncle Su is overpraising. There are many people in this world who are better than me. If I can really be with Mingyue, that would be a blessing for me." Hearing the two's remarks, Han Bingbing didn't hide the disgust in her eyes. How could she not see the two's purpose? What is for the good of Miss? It's clearly for your own benefit, even at the expense of Miss Happiness. Scum! Alright, cut the crap and give me the photos quickly so that your brother can get the best treatment abroad. Su Mingcheng urged up. As long as he gets the photo and gives it to Mingyue by Li Xiang's hand, the two of them will be able to get in touch with each other as a matter of course. "Uncle, what are you in such a hurry for? I still want to talk to you." Just then, Luo An walked out of the back kitchen of the cafe and sat down next to Han Bingbing. "Lone, why are you here?" Su Mingcheng instantly frowned and quickly guessed what was going on. His voice lowered. "You two are now a gang? Han Bingbing, don't you want your brother's life?" Han Bingbing didn't say anything, but she was actually very apprehensive in her heart. Luo An's gaze fell on Li Xiang, revealing a smile with mockery. "This Mr. Daydreamer, we're going to talk about something personal now. Can you leave first? You are too redundant here." "What did you say?" Li Xiang was enraged and slapped his hand heavily on the table. Luckily, Su Mingcheng stopped him and said in a deep voice, "Little Li, you go first, leave this place to me." Li Xiang was annoyed. He was a big young man in Kyoto. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this, but after looking at Su Mingcheng's serious look, he had no choice but to give up. He grunted before heading out of the coffee shop. A sudden urge to pee hit him, and he walked straight into a side alley and unzipped his pants in preparation for a spill. A figure approached silently behind him and took the bag in his hand and covered him. All of a sudden, a strong smell of urea hit. Chapter 50. How about a night? Inside a quiet cafe on a hot afternoon, Su Mingcheng gazed at Han Bingbing and Luo An, who were sitting together, and knew that his plan must have been known by Luo An. His face hardened down and he gritted his teeth. "I didn't expect it by 1,000 calculations. Han Bingbing, you would actually ignore your brother's death for this brat. You're really a cold-blooded and heartless sister." Being poked in the center of her heart, Han Bingbing felt even more uncomfortable. As things stood, she could only pin all her hopes on Luo An. After hearing Su Mingcheng's conspiratorial tone, Luo An waved his hand and said, "In terms of cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness, who can compare to you? Uncle, and her brother may not be okay." Su Mingcheng snorted. "Do you know what kind of disease her brother has? It can only be cured by the personal surgery of a top famous foreign doctor. Do you think you can find such a relationship? Don't expect the Lu family to help you either. At home the Lu family might still have some ability, but abroad, with just one word from me, you'll be unable to move an inch." When these words came out, instead of a look of panic on Luo An's face, the smile on his face increased. Su Mingcheng frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Lorne took out his cell phone and played a recording. "It is because she is my own daughter that I want to break them up." It was clearly what Su Mingcheng had just said. Luo An laughed evilly and said, "Since uncle your connections are so good abroad, why don't you help out? Just as a good deed. How?" "Words in advance. Your daughter is checking my cell phone every day. Oh, if she accidentally heard this recording." There was no doubt that if Su Mingyue really knew the content of this recording, then her father-daughter relationship with Su Mingcheng would be completely broken. Hate and hate, though similar in meaning, are two completely different things. Kid, how dare you threaten me? Su Mingcheng angrily grabbed Luo An's collar. He had been in the business world for decades, but he would actually be counted by a little kid. Lone, who was grabbed by his collar, was not flustered and grinned. Uncle, do you remember what I told you at the beginning? Don't belittle your opponent. The first step is to find out everything about him. I also know a lot of things about you, like being with a popular star. Shut up. Su Mingcheng's pupils shrunk violently, stopping what Luo An was going to say next. His face grim. Fine, I'll make arrangements for her brother, but everything that happened today you all have to rot in your stomachs. Of course, I'm the one with the tightest mouth. Humph, I hope so. After saying that, Su Mingcheng left in a huff. After leaving the coffee shop, he called his secretary directly and ordered through gritted teeth. Immediately send all the information about Luo An to my office. Remember, all of it. Meanwhile, inside the coffee shop, Han Bingbing wondered, how do you know he has that with a popular star? Reasoning. Lone held out a finger and wiggled it, then calmly analyzed it. You have to know that a man who has been divorced for so many years has a great need in that area, and with Su Mingcheng's cold character, it's destined that he won't be able to cultivate his feelings like an ordinary person, nor will he be able to casually go and play in any flamboyant places. What he needs is definitely a binding of interest to make sure he doesn't go east, and as for why it's a star, just pay a $500 to go to where he lives and ask the security guards to ask around to find out what kind of people spend a lot of time with him. Han Bingbing was puzzled. So you're sure he's looking for a popular star? As a billionaire worth hundreds of billions of dollars, in your place, would you look for an ordinary third-rate star if you had that kind of need? Luo An's deduction made Han Bingbing unable to find the slightest crack, and she was a bit surprised that the person she had been looking down on before actually had such an ability. Where did you learn all this? You still need to learn this? You go watch Conan back and forth. Reasoning like that is just small cass. Just as Luo An was getting carried away, a phone call came in. Su Mingyue's cold voice came out from the other end. Stinky man, where have you run off to fool around again? If I don't see you in person in 15 minutes, I'm going to give Mo all of your entire cabinet of hand-me-downs. Asterisk 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 so vicious. As far as you are concerned? Luo An exclaimed. He didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly picked up the cell phone on the table and headed out of the store. What an abominable woman. My goddess Hikari, and my Tushan Hong Hong, and most importantly my chicken. At this time in the alley next to the coffee shop, Luo Tongtian looked at the urea bags that kept rolling on the ground with satisfaction, and the pleading sounds emanating from them, as if he was enjoying a wonderful piece of music. At that moment he caught a glimpse of Luo An hurrying past and rushed out of the alley shouting towards his hurried back. Old Luo, what are you running so fast for? What to do with this guy? Watch yourself. I've got to go save my wives. Lorne returned hastily. In the office, Su Mingyue was counting down as she looked at her watch. The second hand turned slowly. 10, 9, 8, 2, just at the last second. Lone, who was then bursting into the office with a loud gasp of anger. Demonis, you actually dare to threaten me with my favorite hand puppet. Don't you know that people have reverse scales and will die if they touch them? You are too rampant. Su Mingyue raised an eyebrow, getting up and walking towards him with a stack of documents. A teasing smile surfaced on her delicate features. Your reverse scale? She raised her hand and picked up the paper and hit Lone over the head. One more chance to organize your words. Dragons have reverse scales. Touch, just touch it. Lone's voice weakened at once, like a mouse meeting a cat. Secretary Yi on the side had long been accustomed to this scene. Lovers, you have to fight and scold each other to make it last. Only then did Su Mingyue nod her head in satisfaction and walked back to the chair to sit down. I'm looking for you for business. Upon hearing this, Luo An came to his senses and walked to the side of the sofa to lie down, waving his hand and saying, if there's anything you're begging me to say directly, but let's say it up front. Brother's appearance fee is very expensive. Secretary Yi treated it as if he hadn't heard it and spoke faintly. There are quite a few people in the group who relied on connections to get in. Young Master Luo should also be aware of that, but it may have been too long since it was cleaned up, leading to the situation of connections oppressing ordinary employees becoming more and more serious, especially in the sales department, which is the most serious. In the past 2 days there have been quite a number of employees sending in reports to hold backdoor operations and maliciously robbing the performance. Luo An hemmed and hawed. Why don't I go and assassinate them all? It's only $5 million ahead. A paper cup hit him square in the forehead. Su Mingyue clapped her hands and grunted coldly. Be decent to me. I'll transfer you to sales tomorrow, and then you can come in as often as you like. And anyway, don't make it easy on those guys by forcing them to send their letters of separation to personnel. It's a simple big fish eating small fish rule. Since you're arrogant and bossy and have no one in sight, I'll send an even more arrogant one over there to swallow you all up. Su Mingyue hooked her hand towards Luo An. Good boy, come here. Secretary Yi had the sense to walk out of the office and close the door thoughtfully. There were only 2 people left in the office at the moment, and with no outsiders. Luo An immediately bumbled over. Su Mingyue hugged him, stamped on Luo An's face and whispered, "Is that enough for an appearance? It's not enough. It's not enough. It's such a hard job and it's still frowned upon. It needs to be kissed at least 3. Oh no. 4 more times. At least 4 more times. 4 hot, wet kisses landed on Luo An's lips. Su Mingyue blinked. That'll do. Lorne, I suddenly don't think it's enough. Why don't you spend the night?" Before he could finish, he was slapped on his arse by Su Mingyue. "Dog man, don't get ahead of yourself. Want to make demands? Wait until you finish what I've given you to do. Fix those guys and give them sleep? I'll think about it." Chapter 51 9 Heavenly Thunder Double Stomp. Driven by lust, Lone reported to the sales department early the next morning in high spirits, and was rarely late. The sales department is not like the planning department, which is a mixed bag and highly competitive. The head of the sales department was an extremely capable woman, wearing a professional outfit with sharp eyes, a proper businesswoman style. Lorne followed her out of the office. The sales department employees looked over, their gazes curious as they looked at Luo An, who was following behind Minister Ling. Minister Ling said lightly, "From today Luo An officially joins our sales department. Everyone welcome." The crowd clamored, but still reacted quickly by clapping their hands and shouting, their attitudes enthusiastic, but their minds incredibly alive. Now the whole company who does not know Luo An is the boyfriend of General Manager Su, proper through the sky relations. He is now actually going to join the sales department. Does not mean that they flatter the opportunity to come. After Minister Ling explained 2 sentences, he walked back to his office without looking back. After she left, those employees were about to go up and get acquainted with each other, but they saw Luo An walking straight towards the corner and finally sitting next to Ma Yunyun's workstation. Seeing this, they had no choice but to give up on climbing relationships for the time being and looked at Ma Yunyun with envious eyes before going about their own business. "Luo An, how did you transfer to our sales department?" Ma Yunyun asked curiously. "Come to be an insecticide." Lorian muddled back. After all, he couldn't just say he was here to screw around. Immediately afterward, he asked something about the sales department towards Ma Yunyun. She'd been in sales for a full half a month and definitely knew more than she did. Ma Yunyun has no relationship in the sales department, is naturally one of the victims. She will tell all the things she knows. At the same time in her mind vaguely guessed Luo An's purpose. 2 days ago someone handed in a report letter. Today Luo An was transferred to the sales department. To say that there is no cats and dogs in it, she certainly does not believe. Through Ma Yunyun, Luo An quickly understood the situation, and his eyes fell on a sharp-tongued man in the first 2 rows. Huang Jiazhu, although a junior high school graduate, but the relationship in the entire sales department is considered the strongest. Uncle is one of the members of the group's board of directors. Vice minister is his cousin. "Ha, where's Yang Xiaoxuan?" Lone looked around the room and asked casually. "Ma Yunyun, out to run the business. Now the whole department on her work the most hard. Every day people write love letters to her confession. Speak of the devil." Almost as soon as Ma Yunyun's words fell, Yang Xiaoxuan, who was carrying a bag, walked in from the doorway with a happy face. Obviously this time going out was rewarding. Suddenly when she caught a glimpse of Luo An sitting in the corner with her remaining light, she looked a bit surprised. Just as she was puzzled, a figure stopped in front of her. "Xiaoxian, look at you smiling so happily. It must be that the 10 million villa in Dragon Gate has been sold. Show me the contract. I'll check it for you." Huang rubbed his hands together excitedly. He has been eyeing this villa for a long time. He can get 200,000 commission not to mention, but also use it to promote him to the management of the company. The rest of the employees were used to the scene and kept their heads down as if they hadn't seen it. "No need to trouble you. I've already sent the contract to the minister. She'll check it for me." Yang Xiaoxian politely declined, walking around Huang Jiazhu towards her workstation. "Stop." Huang Jiazhu didn't expect Yang Xiaoxian to dare to refuse. Walking up to her, his voice low, "You'd better think about the consequences. My uncle is a shareholder of the board of directors. 1 word and he can fire you. Don't worry, as long as you let me have this performance, I will be promoted to management. I will cover you in the sales department in the future. A performance in exchange for an umbrella. You won't lose out." This was indeed tempting, but Yang Xiaoxian was not stupid. She knew that this was Huang Jiazhu painting her a cake and giving her one last step down. If she said yes, she'd have been working for nothing these past 2 days. If you don't say yes, your career in the workplace ends. Just as Yang Xiaoxian hesitated, a slow voice entered the ears of the crowd. "I am so thirsty." "That who? Your name is Xiao Huang, right? Go get me a glass of water." The only one who dared to talk to Huang like this was naturally Luo An, who put his hands in his pockets and placed his legs on the table. with a commanding tone between his words. At these words, the crowd looked up, their minds alive. What's going on? It's a meltdown. In front of so many people, Huang Jiadong's gaze was cloudy. No one had dared to talk to him like this since he came to the group, but thinking that Luo An was backed by Mr. Su, he had to hold back the dissatisfaction in his heart, walked to the water dispenser to receive a cup of water, and smiled as he walked to Luo An's side. Here, Lo, you drink. Luo An gave a soft just as Huang Jiadong turned around and was about to leave. Luo An behind him added, wait, come all the way here, massage my shoulders again, and later on, go get me a bowl of beef noodles without the scallions. If pouring water in front of him was considered an envoy, then these two requests were clearly Luo An deliberately making things difficult for Huang. Huang Jiadong's face was ugly and said, Luo brother, I respect that you have a relationship with Su General before I'm so polite to you, but be a man and leave a thread to meet in the future. Don't go too far. Excessive? Luo An glared, put her legs off the table, and directly slapped Huang on the head, saying angrily, I'll go overboard. What can you do to me? Let me tell you, if I want to you today, even if the God of heaven comes, he can't help you. Not to mention your bored uncle, I'll still slap him if he comes here, said Luo An, still feel not too much. It is not easy to be able to rampage for a time. The opportunity will not be lost again. He directly took out a yellow urea bag from the bag. A weird smile appeared on his face. Luo Tantian and Chen Xiaoxuan, who had just finished a single order, walked in and just happened to bump into the scene, and the two of them looked at each other and skillfully began to smash the camera. Ma Yunyan suddenly got up at this time. Oops, I suddenly remembered that I left my bracelet at a customer's house. I have to hurry to get it back. Everyone was human, and with her taking such a lead, they reacted by heading out of the office. I also suddenly remembered I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Ha. What? My old man was raped by a widow? Wait, I'll be right there. What? A blind date? Fine, I'll be right there. After everyone left, the sound of Huang's miserable screams came from the office. Luan went kick after kick toward the urea bag. I'll let you steal people's performance. I'll let you go to work and watch a movie. I'll let you. Never mind. Kick it first. The heavy foot landed on all parts of Huang's body, with the crotch receiving the brunt of the attention. Ah, Egu. Lo, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Cut the crap and eat my strike 9 heavenly thunder double stomp. Chapter 52. You are Sis's person. No one can take you away. Noon. The seemingly calm cloud sky group was surging with dark currents. A shocking melon spread throughout the company at an alarming rate. Employees going to the cafeteria are constantly talking about it and the discussion is heated. Have you guys heard about it? That Huang Jiadong from the sales department, the one who always flaunts himself in front of us, he was done in by Mr. Su's boyfriend. What? Done? Hardly? Pass it on. Mr. Su's boyfriend is actually a man. It's hard to believe that Mr. Su, originally, it was just Lone simply teaching a lesson to Wang. But the result is that the more rumors get more and more outrageous, and gradually some people start to say that Lone actually likes Wang and forces him to be a whore. And it turns out that the latter refuses to do so. So, either way, the incident created a big storm in the company. Even the impact was so great that even the nearly semi-retired chairman of the board personally came to the company to deal with it. Inside the high-level conference room, a depressing and heavy atmosphere permeated the conference room. Many executives were sitting upright, not daring to breathe. Even the shareholders of the board of directors came to too. Fongfang sat at the front, clipping her nails with a careless attitude. Su Mingyue sat in the first position on her right hand, her demeanor no different from hers, while Luo An stood behind her. Further down, he saw Huang Jiadong standing behind a middle-aged man in a suit with a swollen nose, his head lowered and he didn't dare to speak. At this time, Huang Jiadong's brother, Huang An, finally spoke up. He gazed at Su Mingyue and took the lead in questioning. Mr. Su, Luo An. He hit my brother for no reason and beat him to this state. So many people present at the Tim. He saw it. Aren't you going to say anything? At these words, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. When two factions fight each other, the issue of taking sides will inevitably be involved, and the slightest loosening of the guard may lead to the end of everything. At those words, Su Mingyue turned her head to look at Luo An standing behind her and asked, "Why did you hit him?" "Because he won't serve me tea." Oh. Su Mingyue turned back, looked at Huang An, and raised her eyebrows. Hear that? This explanation is still satisfactory, right? In a flash, the conference room was deathly silent. Just asked why. You call that an explanation? Huang Yan's face was grim, but he was only a vice minister. He couldn't do anything to Su Mingyue at all. He could only look at his cousin Ho Wu Chang, who was on the side, with a gaze of help. Ho Wu Chang's face was cloudy at this moment, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Mingyue and Lu Fongfang's bodies. He was considering it more deeply than Huang Yan. This time it was obvious that Su Mingyue was trying to hammer him. but considering his prestige on the board, he said, "Director Lu, this time Luo An did go a little overboard, beating Huang Jiadong to such an extent in front of so many people. If we don't give some punishment, I'm afraid that the employees below will be dissatisfied, which will not be good for the group's stability." One sentence managed to magnify the impact of what happened, directly bypassing Su Mingyue and letting Lu Fongfang make a move to punish Luo An. This was what Hou Wuchang had in mind. If Luo An and Su Mingyue were already married, he would definitely turn his head and leave without saying a word. But now the two of them were only boyfriend and girlfriend after all, and he believed that Lu Fongfang would definitely give him a face. With an uncertain future son-in-law on one side and a group patriarch on the other, anyone who isn't a cutie pie should all know how to choose. Unfortunately, what Hou Wuchang could not have imagined was that Luo An was not only Lu Fongfang's future son-in-law, but also an important family member. Sure enough, after his words fell, the aura on Lu Fongfang's body changed at once, and her gaze sharpened. In that case, let's punish Huang Jiado to sweep the toilet for 2 months. This matter ends here, and no one should mention it again. When these words came out, the crowd was dumbfounded, and Hou Wuchang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What the hell? Didn't you punish Lone? How did it become a punishment for Wang? Before they could react, Lu Fongfang stood up and walked towards the outside of the conference room, not wanting to stay a second longer. Let her punish her precious son-in-law? What kind of international joke is this? She can't even be bothered to spoil. How could she possibly want to punish? Su Mingyue got up and also walked towards the outside of the conference room. Seeing Luo An actually still teasing him by scowling at Huang Jiadong, she didn't have the good sense to tug on his ear and walk out of the conference room. Pain. What are you pulling my ear for? A serious meeting just ended in a nonsensical way. Uncle, I was beaten so badly by that guy. Should I just let it go? Huang Jiadong was indignant and dissatisfied. Perhaps his emotions were too agitated and involved his wound. He hurriedly covered his mouth and grimaced for a while, his hatred for Luo An intensifying in his heart. The rest of the top brass didn't dare to stay any longer and got up to leave. Only when there were only 3 people left in the conference room did Hou Wuchang open his mouth with a low voice. This time, it was Mr. Su who took the opportunity to suppress us. You guys have indeed gone a bit overboard recently. I brought you into the group for the sake of being relatives. Now behave yourselves, and don't ever use my banner as a fox in the future. After saying that, Hou Wuchang left the office without looking back and took out his cell phone to make a call. Xiao Zhang, go to the house and bring my treasured necklace here. I need it urgently now. Inside the general manager's office, Luo An ate takeout from a 5-star hotel and laughed cheerfully. Talent and beauty side by side of a good sister. I completed this mission well. Right, with me scavenger Luo An, to ensure that those relations do not dare to do wrong again. You previously promised me a reward. Su Mingyue stuffed a large piece of chicken leg into his mouth. Reward you with a large chicken leg. Satisfied. Luo An, half a day's hard work for a chicken leg, or you've had 2 bites. Is this personnel work? That's when his phone rang, and Lone picked it up and put it to his ear. Hello, myself scavenger Lo. Luo An, are you free after work today? You've done us a big favor this time, so I was thinking of treating you to a meal. And of course, Luo Tongtian and Shen Xiaoxuan are also going. The call was from Ma Yunyun. Luo An was about to speak when suddenly there was a coldness behind his back. Glancing at Su Mingyue who was eating silently, feeling the chill emanating from his body, he gulped and said, I feel your heart, but still, let's forget it. If I go, I guess I won't be able to save my little life. Then Luo An rushed to hang up. Su Mingyue unhurriedly ate her meal and faintly said, Peach Blossom luck is quite strong. There are girls inviting you to dinner. Luo An hurriedly hugged her slender waist and said with a serious face, Sister, what are you talking about? I'm a man of honor now. You're the only one in my heart. I love you like a mouse loves rice. I'm yours for the rest of my life. Hearing this answer, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth raised slightly, lowered her head and kissed Luo An's face, and said with a haughty light hum, I count on you to know what you're doing. Remember what you said. Your sister's person. No one can take you away. Chapter 53, I want to see you in women's clothing. Because Luo An taught Huang Jiadong a lesson, the whole company's atmosphere was rectified over. Each department was in Su Mingyue's instructions to come down a big cleaning. Will be some muffs all removed. And the rest of those relations do not dare to act arbitrarily. The whole day carefully. After all, they do not have the company shareholders as a backer. Lone is also known as the Great Devil. Versions of his exploits flew around several nearby company circles. Late night, after dinner Lone went back to her room to code. Currently, his book has been firmly at the 3rd place on the bestseller list, but the main source of traffic is not domestic, but foreign, especially in Neon, that country where light novels are prevalent. His book has been firmly at the top of the list, and the heat is still high. There were already people from the local clubs who had approached his editor, wanting to adapt the novels into anime and manga. with a 55 split after profit, but with conservative earnings of at least $1 million. It was only at 10 p.m. that Luo An finished and checked the 2 chapters, confirmed that there were no errors and clicked publish. Finally done. Sleep. Turning off her computer, Luo An undressed in relief and retreated under the covers. Turning off the light, the entire room was suddenly darkened, with only the faint moonlight shining through the window into the room, emitting a glittering light. Early the next morning, Fongfang's alarmed voice rang out from the 2nd floor. You guys are. Roan was awakened, opening her eyes in a daze, then snapping them wide as if she had seen something incredible. He saw Su Mingyue wearing a hot black silk nightgown, hanging over him like a sloth, and was currently reaching up to rub her eyes. At the doorway, Fongfang covered her mouth, her eyes looking at the 2 people on the bed in surprise. They're all sleeping together. This is moving too fast. Su Mingyue looked at Luo An and frowned her willow eyebrows. Why are you in my bed? Did you sneak into my room in the middle of the night? Tell me the truth. Lorne, do you want to hear what you're saying? This is clearly my room. Su Mingyue, the entire villa is mine, and the room is naturally no exception. Lorne was speechless. Ahem. It's getting late. You guys hurry down for breakfast. Fongfang lightly coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, then turned around and went downstairs. After Mother Lu left, Luo An and Su Mingyue exchanged glances, and he said tentatively, how about booing one? Boo your ass. Get your ass up. Su Mingyue grunted coldly and got out of bed, returning to her room, angry at the thought of last night's events. Originally she came over last night to reward Luo An, but it turned out that when she came this guy had actually fallen asleep, and also slept extraordinarily well, and couldn't even wake up by smacking his ass. Lone got out of bed with an innocent look on her face and got dressed and washed up. This woman ate the wrong medicine? Why early in the morning is fierce? But fierce look also good. Hey. Today's breakfast is a simple thin porridge with tea eggs. Luo An solves it in 3 tries. Su Mingyue stuffs half of the egg she can't finish into his mouth as well. Just when the 2 finished eating and were ready to go to the company, Fongfang stopped them and walked up with Luo Mingyue smiling. Wait, we'll go to the office together. Oh, Luo An nodded, then looked at Luo Mingyue, puzzled. Then what are you following, Dad? Accompanying my wife to work. Luo Mingyue had a lifeless look on his face. Lorne gloated and burst out laughing. The family went out and got in the car and headed towards the office. Originally, Fongfang didn't need to go to the company, but she considered Luo An and the 2 of them were in the heat of the moment. How could they waste most of their time in the company? So they should go out together to get tired of each other. But she was bored at work, so she brought along her multifunctional sufferer. Upon arriving at the company, Luo An's title as the Great Demon King had spread thoroughly, and he was transferred back to the planning department once again. He had just walked to his workstation and sat down when Yaoyao said with a look of admiration, Luo, you are just too good. That Huang Jiazhu commanded this and that to us when we were camping before. He deserved it. Luo An said with a serious face. Don't come to brag about me. You see me as the kind of person who giggles whenever I'm bragged about. The next moment he couldn't help but let out a smug laugh. You've got a good eye. I do. After most of the month since the exercise, Yaoyao's work ability is more and more outstanding. Has successively won several projects to get a large sum of money, hidden by the minister to focus on. Although there is also the factor of looking at the face of Luo An, but her ability is unquestionable. After chatting for a while, Lone began to code. Right now his plot is just getting on track, and by his estimation, the book will take at least 2 million words to finish. The daily update of 4,000 words was done in 2 hours, and he was about to take a break when his editor Hongxi called him. Luo de Day, is it convenient for you right now? I have something to talk to you about. About the adaptation. Luo An walked over to one of the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out at the sun-drenched city beyond and whispered, well, go ahead. It's like this. A convention club over in Neon has bought the opportunity to adapt your copyright. But as you know, the styles of novels are different between domestic and foreign countries. A light novel over in Neon is usually only a dozen or a few 100,000 words, whereas domestically it's 1 million words. So they want to ask you to be a screenwriter. Screenwriters, not so different from novel writers, specialize in producing scripts for TV shows, movies, and anime. Hongxi added, they gave a price guarantee of 50,000 for one episode, and if the pop-up proceeds are split with you 28, they 8. The price is fair enough, and you could even say it's sincere. It may seem like only 30%, but let's not forget that Lone is still the original author, and the profits on the club's side will have to be split 50-50 with him. At that, Lone thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. Send me the contract and I'll read it. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. And there's also the matter of the manga adaptation. Quite a few websites in China are interested in cooperating with you. This chat was for most of an hour. Luo An had to admire this promotion speed of red fruit novels. In just half a month's time, the anime adaptation and manga adaptation had already been arranged together. It's safe to say that this one book was enough for him to achieve wealth freedom. After hanging up the phone, Luo An walked out of the planning department office area and took the elevator to the top floor. He pushed his way into the general manager's office. Su Mingyue was looking down at the documents leisurely. With her mom working in the company, her pressure was instantly reduced. Lone walked up and placed her cell phone in front of her with a smug look on her face. See, anime adaptation contract. From now on, in front of my brother, you keep a low profile. Su Mingyue glanced at her faintly, hooked her finger towards him, and pursed her red lips slightly. Come over here. Lorne walked over honestly. Su Mingyue put her hand on his head and rubbed it fiercely, grunting coldly, stinky brother, 3 days without a fight, the upper room is covered. Lone bristled. I was trying to get you to look over the contract for me so I don't get screwed. My appearance is expensive. How will you repay me? Why don't I sleep with you? Asterisk 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 off. I asked you to repay me, not to reward you. So what do you want? Looking at the unruly Luo and letting himself be toyed with, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth lifted up high and came to his ear and whispered, I want to see you in women's clothing. Chapter 54, Stripping the Smelly Brother. Women's clothing. An exclamation of surprise came from the quiet office, breaking the silence. Luo An's gaze was dead set on Su Mingyue as he landed a heavy slap on the wooden desktop and gritted his teeth. Stinky woman, did I give you face? Still want to see me in women's clothing? I tell you never in this life. The corner of Su Mingyue's mouth swept through a playful arc, and as she grabbed Luo An by the collar of his shirt, she came to his ear and lowered her voice. Tell you what, to be fair, how about I show you the black silk and you ladies go out shopping with me? The words were met with a cold snort of disdain from Luo An. Do I look like someone who would sell his dignity for a mere black silk? A man can be killed but not humiliated. Women's clothing is just a matter of wearing it. Seeing that Luo An actually did agree, Su Mingyue jumped at the chance to pull his hand towards the outside of the office. Lorne, no. Where are you dragging me? Su Mingyue, of course I'm going home to change my clothes. I'm taking the afternoon off, so you accompany me out to do some shopping. After returning to the magnificent court residence, Su Mingyue directly pulled Luo An into her room. A faint fragrance lingered in the room. It was Su Mingyue's body fragrance, filling every corner. This was Luo An's second time entering Su Mingyue's room, and the last time he sneaked in during most of the night. The pink panda on the bed had a picture taped to its head. Luo An fixed her eyes on it and immediately exclaimed in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What are you doing posting my sleeping picture on its head? You female hooligan shouldn't be doing anything shibboleth to my picture. Cut the crap and get over here. Su Mingyue opened the closet as soon as she could, and in an instant, various styles of ladies' clothing were imprinted into Luo An's eyes, including wraparound skirts, dresses, tights, and the like. As Su Mingyue picked out her clothes, she faintly said, your body type is about the same as mine, so all of these clothes should be able to be worn. Soon she was picking out a plain black maxi dress from her closet, and rummaging through the corner of the cabinet for a wig and fake eyebrows. Lone now seriously suspected that this had been planning this for a long time. Otherwise how could a normal person prepare all these things? But since he had promised, he wouldn't go back on his word, and took his clothes and walked into the bathroom, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Hearing the sound of unlocking coming from inside, Su Mingyue lightly hummed, why are you so wary? You make it sound like I'm going to go in there and peek. Soon Luo An changed into a dress and came out, and Su Mingyue pulled him to sit down in front of the dressing table again and began to apply makeup to cover his bronzed skin. Luo An's face is meant to be a bit on the neutral side, with a dress, a wig, and makeup on her face. After the final makeup, even Su Mingyue herself was dumbfounded, holding the eyebrow pencil and froze in place, looking at the exquisite appearance of the female student in front of her. A look of disbelief appeared on her cold cheeks. It was simply more beautiful than she had expected. Luo An opened her mouth to break the silence. Hey, where's the black silk you promised me? I sold my dignity. If you back out at this time, I'll die for you. What's your hurry? Su Mingyue blankly glanced at him, then found the prepared unopened black silk from the closet, walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, throwing the black silk to Luo An, her words seductive. It's a rare opportunity, so you can help me put it on before I'm told I'm being unfair again. Saying that, she bent down to take off the shoes and socks on her feet, revealing her small feet that were as delicate and exquisite as beautiful jade, and lifted them towards Luo An. Naked seduction. Luo An only felt that his blood was spurting at the moment, and he had inexhaustible energy. He walked to the bedside and squatted down, unwrapped the stockings, reached out to hold the dangling jade foot, and slowly put the stockings on. 300 words omitted here, all based on extraordinarily imaginative. After putting on the stockings, Su Mingyue found a pair of small white shoes to change into, coupled with her and Luo An's white dress of the same style and different colors. The two dress up as a perfect match. She took Luo An's hand and headed outside. Let's go. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Mom asked me to buy some packages of dumplings to prepare the materials. At night they come back to pack dumplings to eat. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. So there are a lot of companies' early vacation. Walking on the road becomes more people. Roadside vendors' supermarkets are advertised holiday discounts. People come and go on the street. Two beautiful figures attracted the attention of the crowd, especially the male compatriots. Directly look at the walk. One black dress, one white dress, stunning worldly beauty, so that people could not take their eyes off. Holy, what day is it today? I'm actually lucky enough to see two beauties of this level, especially the one with the black skirt, walking so wild. My favorite type. The one with the white dress is not bad, but in terms of flavor, it's still the black dress that's better. It looks like a wild girl. No, I'm going up there to confess my love. I'm going after love. Luo An's ears were slightly reddened at this point, noticing the lewd gazes of those on the side of the road, his scalp tingling and goosebumps covering his entire body. Su Mingcheng, on the other hand, was enjoying this feeling. Just as the two were crossing the street and heading towards the mall not far away, two figures appeared to stop them. This young lady, meeting is fate, and this beautiful flower is gifted to the beautiful you. The visitor was 1 meter 7 in height, and his face value was considered the durable kind among ordinary people. But at this moment, he was looking at Luo An with affection, unashamedly surveying her snow-white cheeks. Every inch of it captivated his heart. Luo almost threw up. This was the first time he had ever been confessed to by a man, or such a disgusting love story. Big brother has a good eye. Then I'll choose this one that's a bit inferior. The fat man beside him gazed at Su Mingcheng. Su Mingcheng gazed at him with an icy gaze and spat out a single word from her mouth. Scram! What do you mean by second best? What kind of vision does this fat bastard have? She is actually not as good looking as this dog man? Luo An also spoke at that moment toward the man in front of him, letting out a male voice that was grossly at odds with his appearance. Are you sure, brother? The man froze. Why does that voice sound kind of male? The girl he had just decided to spend his life chasing was actually a guy. No way. How could this be possible? Bypassing these two comedians, Luo An walked towards the mall in front of him, glancing at Su Mingyue's unhappy little expression and said breathlessly, "You're the one who told me to dress up in women's clothes, so why are you upset with yourself? Who knew you looked so good after your female costume? Who told you to look so good?" If the love rival was a woman, Su Mingyue had 100% certainty that she would finish off the other party. But if it was a man, fine thought. No, the first thing I'm going to do when I get back is strip the skin off the dog man. The two absolutely beautiful students appeared in the shopping mall, inevitably caused another wave. In just 1 hour, Luo An has been 5 boys with flowers to express their love, while Su Mingyue is 0. This made her idea of stripping Luo's skin more and more determined. Chapter 55, The Coming of the Dragon Boat Festival. In the evening, the sun set in the west, illuminating the sky in brilliant red, like a picture of the world's beauty. After work, Fongfang and Luo Minghui drove back home, and were about to open the door, when there was a movement from inside the house. Luo Minghui was ready to open the door at once. "Ah, stinky woman, what are you smoking crazy? I warn you, don't come over. Stay away from me. Be careful, I'll sue you for molesting and raping a good beautiful man. Stinky brother, you stop. Quickly come over. Let me strip your clothes. Be more sensible, maybe you can still suffer less." "No, Father Ami." The husband and wife outside the house glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. Are these two youngsters playing so exciting? And play tearing clothes play? Lu Fongfang thought about it and then felt that it was wrong, and lowered her voice. It shouldn't be. Mingyue shouldn't have been so proactive in this regard. Otherwise, how could she have waited 3 years for Xiaoxuan without revealing her identity? When these words came out, Luo Minghui nodded with approval. "I think so. And as far as my rebellious son is concerned, if he really wants to play such a game, he'll be so happy that he won't be able to resist. Lu Fengfang, how about opening the door and taking a quiet peek?" With his wife's honor having spoken, Luo Minghui pulled down the doorknob, and the couple quietly mimicked through the doorway towards the living room. But the images were clearly more powerful than they had expected. Su Mingyue chased after Luo An with a fierce look on her face. The black dress on the latter's body had been mostly torn off at this point. The makeup on her face had not yet faded, and there was the half-forgotten wig. At that moment, Luo An noticed the Lu Fongfang duo peeping out of the doorway and stopped in her tracks in shock. Puzzled as to why he suddenly stopped, Su Mingyue followed his gaze and froze in place as well. You guys go on. We didn't see anything." Lu Fongfang panicked and pulled Luo Minghui towards the door of his house. His 3 views shattered to pieces. Are all the young people nowadays so good at cost plus ripping clothes plus resisting? Simply too good to be true. Wait, it's not what you think. We're innocent. We really didn't do anything. Luo An cried out in grief. Ruined. His 20 years of innocence, ruined at the moment. Xiaoxuan, you don't need to explain. Auntie understands everything. You guys take your time to play. Call us back when it's done. Or your dad and I will go to the hotel to make do for 2 days. Little Un. I didn't realize you're even better at playing than Dad me. The blue is better than the blue. You deserve to be my good son. Things really aren't what you think they are. Luo fell to his knees, his heart dead. But even so, Su Mingyue still had no thoughts of letting him go, reaching out and sharply tearing the skirt around Luo An's waist, revealing all of his holy body. Only then was she content to crouch down and hug Luo, whispering softly, "Honey, I'll never force you to dress up in women's clothes again. Just keep it the way it is now. Muo love you. Your love makes me sick." The following day, the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, was windy and sunny, a good day to go out. Su Mingyue yawned and went downstairs, reaching out and rubbing her eyes with a look of not having woken up. At this time on the dining table only sat Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue, 2 people. Is eating last night's package of dumplings? A variety of flavors have, sweet mostly, after all, dumplings should eat sweet. She wondered, where's little An? Lu Fongfang helplessly said, it's not that you played that yesterday to the other Xiaoxuan, and up to now it's still lying in the quilt, saying that you don't want to eat breakfast, and you want to sleep more. No breakfast? Su Mingyue heard that Luo An actually didn't even eat. How can this be? If she starved to death, she shall not die of heartache. Thinking of this, she directly picked up a still warm sweet dumpling on the table and headed upstairs. Seeing this, Lu Fongfang sighed. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for Xiaoxuan to meet Mingyue. Daughter-in-law, Oldly next door just asked me to go to his house for dinner. Shut up. Don't think I don't know that you're craving for other people's wine to drink. Obviously a bottle of white wine to pour the amount of alcohol. I don't know where you get such a big addiction. Upstairs bedroom. When Su Mingyue pushed open the door, she saw Luo An curled up under the covers in the quiet room, with her back to her. Stinky brother, it's time to eat. No, I'm not eating. I'm in a bad mood, so leave me alone. Su Mingyue was speechless. She didn't expect Luo An to actually dare to talk to her like this anymore. It seems that yesterday's play was indeed a bit too much. With that in mind, she took off her shoes and got into bed, burrowed under the warm comforter, and came up to Luo's ear and blew out a breath of scent, whispering softly, "Good brother, sister is wrong. I should not be so to you yesterday. So, I meet you and not excessive requirements. You forgive sister, okay? You don't take it from me." No movement came from behind him for a long time. Luo felt something was wrong and craned her head in confusion. Reflected in his eyes was Su Mingyue's sleeping face. Luo An immediately filled with black lines. You came to beg for my forgiveness. Why are you still asleep under my blanket? This is different from what he imagined. The promised humble condescension and beg for peace. But seeing her sleeping, Luo An couldn't be bothered to disturb her, so he could only go forward and gently carry Su Mingyue into his arms, smelling the refreshing fragrance of her body. Beyond Luo An's line of sight, the corners of Su Mingyue's mouth lifted slightly. Another hour passed before Su Mingyue woke up. She fed the cold dumplings to Luo An's mouth, and the latter ate them in one bite, not to mention that the cold dumplings tasted better instead. After finishing breakfast, Luo An got up and washed up and Su Mingyue headed downstairs. Mother Lu, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, saw this and stood up and laughed. Let's go. It's just about time. We can still see the Dragon Boat competition if we go now. Magic City. Every year at the Dragon Boat Festival there are private organizations to form their own Dragon Boat competition, just to have a good time, but also get the official support. So this time of the year the streets are extraordinarily many people are running to the Dragon Boat competition. The family got ready and headed out the door towards the location of the competition, not opting to drive after all. It was a rare holiday and it was time to slow down the pace of life and enjoy the moment. In total, there were more than 20 dragon boats in the Dragon Boat competition, across the turquoise river, filled with shirtless, burly men with muscles so muscular that Luo felt that if he were to take a punch, he would probably have to go to the hospital as a guest. The crowd of onlookers on the river is also lively and tight, constantly shouting and cheering for their own good Dragon Boat team. The sound is great. How spectacular. After watching the Dragon Boat competition, the family went shopping on the street and bought Luo An and Su Mingyue a few new clothes. The couple's version of the Dragon Boat limited edition. Can't afford to eat anymore, so I'm begging the yokels to reward me with a wave of free swag. Chapter 56, Invited to Comic-Con? Inside a large luxury bungalow. It was the Dragon Boat Festival, but the living room was extremely quiet. Su Mingcheng sat alone in front of the dining table, facing these delicacies on the table, but did not have half an appetite. The phone kept ringing with messages from friends. He picked it up and looked at it. His grip on the phone suddenly hard, his arm bruised. On the screen of the phone was a photo of Luo An and Su Mingyue, the two of them sitting on a dragon boat, wearing a couple's costume limited to the Dragon Boat Festival. laughing recklessly. There was also a picture of their family, with Luo Mingyue and Lu Fongfang hooking each other's shoulders and smiling happily. Seeing this, the emptiness in Su Mingcheng's heart was further amplified, and it felt as if his heart had been broken open into a large hole, with his emotions leaking out, and he was still alone except for loneliness. In response he shook his head again, his low voice especially noticeable in the silence of the living room. No, it can't be. How can I feel lonely now that I want power and status? Early the next morning, wind and sunshine, the sleeping Luo An was pulled up by Su Mingyue. The latter dressed him like a nanny, then sat down at the dining table and fed him again. The whole time Luo An only needed to open his mouth. On the way to work, Lone yawned sleepily and muttered, "Why do I feel like I'm going to be spoiled rotten by you? Isn't it bad to be spoiled into a wreck by me?" Su Mingyue asked rhetorically. No good? Of course it's good. Dressing with just a lift of the hand, eating with just an open mouth. Such a girlfriend is simply impeccably good. In the morning the road is particularly heavy with cars, and it took half an hour of traffic to reach the company's building. At this point the rest of the employees have basically arrived and are sitting at their workstations, busy. Seeing Su Mingyue and her group enter, they respectfully bowed their heads. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Su Mingyue softly walked into the office and sat down. Secretary Yi had already waited for a long time, and quickly began to report on today's work without the slightest delay. For his part, Luo An entered the office and lay down on the couch, ready to play some games before going back to the planning department to code. The office door pushed open and Han Bingbing walked in, a bento box in her hand. She walked straight to Luo An and handed the bento box to him. "Nah, my brother's surgery was a success. Now he just needs to recuperate. I thought about it and still felt like I had to thank you a little bit, so I made you the bento myself. So don't thank me too much. You actually know how to cook?" Roan gave her an unexpected look, seemingly remembering the fear of being dominated by a certain meal. He turned his head towards Su Mingyue at work and asked, "Su, have you eaten the bento she made? How did it feel?" This title made Secretary Yi sweat when he heard it. Looking at the entire Yunxiao group, it was estimated that only Luo An dared to address Mr. Su in such a way. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be out of luck. Xiao Su, who was reading the documents, said lightly without lifting her head, "The taste is excellent and the nutritional value is very rich. Even if a chef from a 5-star hotel comes, he can't compare to Bingbing in this regard." He, Mrs. Overpraising. Han Bingbing revealed a proud smile. Luo An curiously took the bento box and placed it on the table and opened it. At once a few pieces of fried dumplings came into his eyes. The golden-colored and crispy appearance was appetizing to look at. That made Lone let her guard down, thinking the manchild was a kitchen killer like Aunt Willow. Curious, he picked up his chopsticks and put a piece in his mouth. Behind the desk, Su Mingyue fished out 2 masks from somewhere and handed one to Secretary Yi before she quickly put it on. Although Secretary Yi was puzzled, she still put on the mask as an example. In a flash, the smell of canned herring swept through the office, and Lone's face instantly changed. Pupils snapped open and tears welled up in his eyes. What the hell was this manchild feeding him? Couldn't smell any better compared to this flavor. Just as Luo An was about to just spit it out, Han Bingbing, who noticed his movements, her face went cold and her voice chilled. "This is the first time I've made a bento for a man. If you dare to spit it out, you're dead." Saying that, she picked up the iron lid of the bento box on the table, and with a slight force from her arm, the lid twisted up, showing how terrifying the force was. Luo An's heart thumped, and she subconsciously swallowed something in her mouth. Out of nowhere, he saw his unseen mother standing on the other side of a river, waving at him. Han Bingbing put away the bento with satisfaction, not forgetting to remind, "You've also eaten the bento, so we're done with each other." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving a still alive, but dead body in its place. Only after the herring smell dissipated a bit did Su Mingyue walk over to Luo An and squat down in front of him, curiously poking his face with her hand. "Hey, still alive?" Luo An's eyes were hollow, and he returned breathlessly, "Woman, I'm breaking up with you. This is the second time you've cheated on me." Su Mingyue's stunningly beautiful pretty face revealed a playful smile. "I didn't lie to you. The taste is indeed very good. Right, the meat in the dumplings you're eating can be made of all kinds of high-protein worms. It's a local specialty that Bingbing brought back from abroad. The nutritional value is super high." Secretary Yi behind her sniffed and held her forehead, and playing with words, "I didn't expect Mr. Su to have such a naughty side." Seeing Luo An's bitter face, Su Mingyue came to her mouth and kissed her, her beautiful eyes blinking slightly. "How is it? Is it sweet now?" Lone pouted. Not enough unless you kiss me again." Su Mingyue came forward for another fragrant kiss. Lone pouted like a mangy dog. More. Promise one last time." "Secretary Yip, are you polite?" After getting 5 fragrant kisses, Luo An then walked out of the office with satisfaction and returned to the planning department to start a new day of coding. Not to mention, after eating the dumplings made by Han Bingbing, even though it was just one bite, Luo An felt energized throughout the morning, and the speed of his coding increased quite a bit. Near noon, a message came from editor Hongxi. Day. There's a large comic show event in Mordor tomorrow. The organizer is an anime company under the Penguin Group, and they want to invite you to an autograph session. Loan, no time. I'm a person who likes to be clean. Hongxi, $500,000 for the appearance. All food and drink on the way. Roan, actually, it's not impossible to liven things up once in a while, so I'll grudgingly agree to it, seeing as they're sincere. After the conversation, Lone put his phone down, not surprised that a comic convention had invited him to be a guest. Light novels are closely related to the anime and secondary genres, and the fan base is extremely sticky, so usually comic conventions will invite some well-known light novel authors and online secondary bloggers to participate. Of course, he genuinely wanted to attend Comic-Con. Never for the money. Chapter 57, Where did you get the fishbone? Today's state is surprisingly good. A morning Luo an entire code 10,000 words, but he chose to post only 4,000 words. After all, an author who doesn't save up is not a good author. And, of course, can't be known by readers to have saved up, or he'll be knifed. Luo An briefly calculated that his novel had currently rushed to the number 1 spot on the overall light novel list, and the earnings were quite substantial. In addition to the $10,000 per day in site revenue, there is also $10,000 per day in channel revenue, with a combined daily revenue of over $2 per day. He was genuinely surprised that there were actually so many people in the country who craved for sibling love, and sure enough, there were still a lot of perverts in this world. By lunchtime, just as Luo An was about to go to the cafeteria to try his meal, Luo Tongtian stopped him at the elevator entrance and raised his eyebrows and laughed. Lao Luo, it's so hot. Let's go to the restaurant across the street to get some cold beer, Lone said with a grimace. You know it's hot and you're asking me to go out to eat? You're out of your mind. My treat. Let's go. There are cheap not to take advantage of. This is Luo An's life creed. The two of them went directly to the restaurant across the street from the company, and when they walked in, an ice-cold wind blew in their faces, which was extraordinarily soothing. Walking over to a window seat and sitting down, Luo Tongtian shouted at the waiter after ordering, "Beauty, get us another case of cold beer." Luo An ate his peanuts and casually said, "Say what happened again? Depending on the situation, it's not like brother can't give you a hand." Luo Tongtian sighed heavily before he lowered his head and said, "You also know that Chen Xiaoxuan is interested in me, and I do have feelings for her, but you also know the family conditions of the two of us." No need to say it, I get it all. Lone stopped what he was about to say next. Why wasn't it like that when he and Su Mingyue first started out? Luo Tongtian, so as a person who has been there, do you have any good advice? Luo An, what else can be suggested? Make it seem like if you refuse, she will stop chasing you. Who told you to be a hero in college? Now that people are on to you, do you think you can run away? Fearing that he wouldn't believe her, Luo An took out her cell phone and called Su Mingyue, turning on the speakerphone and placing it on the table. After the phone was connected, Su Mingyue's clear and cold voice came from the other end. What for? Lone inquired. I want to ask you a question. What would you do if I broke up with you? Su Mingyue returned without hesitation. Break your legs and then imprison you in your home so you can't run away. Hearing this reply, Luo Tongtian shivered. Nowadays, women are so horrible. If you can't move, you have to break your legs. Then soon, the waiter brought 3 dishes and 1 soup to the table, and Luo An feasted on them. He went to the restroom midway, and when he came back, he found Luo Tongtian puzzled as he was picking the meat in his teeth with a fish splinter. We didn't order any fish either. Where did you get the spikes? I don't know. I guess the waitress didn't clean it up. At that moment, there was a soft noise from the next table, and both of them looked over at the same time. I saw an older man finish his meal and was clipping his toenails. One crunchy cut, toenails flying about. Luo An looked at the fishbone in Luo Tongtian's hand. The two of them exchanged a glance. Luo Tongtian hastily dry-heaving towards the garbage can. Hey, poor kid. You can tell me if you didn't have enough to eat. Why are you still eating other people's toenails? Luo An put his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Off you. After finishing lunch, Luo Tongtian proceeded to go back to the company to work, while Luo An received Su Mingyue downstairs at the company's main building and drove towards home. He glanced at Su Mingyue, who was reviewing her cell phone on the passenger side, and asked casually, "There's a comic convention at the Bird's Nest in Mordor tomorrow that invited me to be a guest. Do you want to go with me?" "Go." Su Mingyue didn't hesitate. After returning home, Lone first went to her room and took a shower, then laid down on the couch in the living room and prepared to start watching Fan. Not a moment later Su Mingyue also came out of her room and walked downstairs, smoothly lying in Luo An's arms, a pair of long white legs nakedly exposed in the air. Possibly feeling that the position was a bit uncomfortable, Su Mingyue hugged Luo An from behind, holding him as if he were hugging him, her body pressed tightly together, and her pair of jade legs clamped around his legs. Lone, I'm in heaven at the moment. The afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, Fongfang called and said that she and Luo Mingyue were going to have a candlelight dinner, and that the two of them should take care of the dinner themselves. Luo An looked at Su Mingyue, who glared at him. What are you looking at me for? Go cook. Either you cook for me or I'll eat you. Lone could only skim as she headed toward the kitchen. Stinking woman. Sooner or later I'll do you in. Day in and day out you just know how to bully me. I'll get this back sooner or later. In no time at all. He came out of the kitchen with 2 steaming bowls of noodles with some tomatoes and eggs in them. Su Mingyue picked up her chopsticks and was about to pinch the tomatoes in the bowl to Luo An, but fortunately the latter reacted quickly and took the bowl away in time with a smug look on her face. Still want to clip it to me? Think it's beautiful? Such a big man is still picking at his food like a little kid. Say it out to the world whether it's shameful or not. Su Mingyue gritted her teeth and said, Stinky brother, I'll give you 3 seconds to bring the bowl over. I won't take it. What can you do to me? Seeing Luo An's firm expression, Su Mingyue felt that her status as a sister was being provoked, and became angry as she got up from her position and walked towards Luo An. Stinky brother, today my sister will teach you what it means to honor your elders. Lorne rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. The two soon wrestled together. Who refused to let anyone? On the skills of natural Su Mingyue is better, but on the degree of shamelessness, Luo An unrivaled. A hand touching the milk dragon's scratching hand makes the stove perfect. Ah, Roan, let go of me. Humph, you let go first. The two of them stayed in a stalemate like that until White came running from nowhere and wagged his tail in front of Lorne's nose twice. Lorne's nose tickled and he couldn't help but sneeze. This does not hit okay. A sneeze directly let be pressed under the body of Su Mingyue to break free. Rolled over a sharp over-the-shoulder fall. Will be his ruthless stomp on the ground. Su Mingyue immediately revealed a smug smile. How about it? Convinced or not? Lone gave the little fat cat a vicious glare. I don't give in. You're cheating. Let me go if you can and we'll do it again. If you're stubbornly resisting, do you believe I'm going to put my foot in your mouth? Hiss. Wicked woman. Served. I eat not okay. Only after receiving a satisfactory answer did Su Mingyue release him. But when the two of them walked to the table, they realized that the noodles had long since been lumped, and they were so angry that they instantly lost their appetite. It's all your fault, stinky brother. Bull asterisk. It's obviously your fault. How about another fight? Who's afraid? Walk to my room. I have to fight you for 300 rounds. Chapter 58, Mr. Luo. I want to drink your foot washing water. On Wednesday, the turquoise blue sky was shrouded in a layer of haze, and the breeze brought a slight coolness. Because she was meeting her fans, Luo An dressed especially casually today. Anyway, it was a bunch of old colorful people. What to wear to go is the same. In comparison, Su Mingyue was too good. A delicate black corseted dress that showed off her perfect figure. Under her feet was a pair of small black leather shoes, and her dark hair was tied up. Using the word beauty was no longer enough to describe her. After breakfast the two walked out of the house arm in arm. The driver had been waiting at the door for a long time, and after Luo An and Su Mingyue got on the car, he started the car and slowly drove out of the villa towards the Magic City Bird's Nest. Luo Mingyue was about to go out, but he was called by Lu Fongfang. He turned around and queried, "Aren't you going to the company today?" Lu Fongfang shook her head and smiled inexplicably. "My father asked you to make a trip to his place to meet him. After all, we've been together for so long, and Xiaoxuan also went there. So you, the son-in-law, should go there anyways." At those words, Luo Mingyue couldn't help but think of the last time he came back. His son's evaluation of the old man: amiable, kind eyes, mild temper, and likes to raise small pets. Thinking of this, he confidently patted his chest. "I should. In fact, I've been wanting to see his old man for a long time. In that case, let's hurry up and go." Lu Fongfang nodded with a strange gaze. The Bird's Nest, usually used for celebrities to hold some concerts or some large-scale activities, is located in the most prosperous area of the Magic City, and the rent for one day is only $3 million. Holding a Comic-Con in a place like this is a testament to Penguin Group's strength, and as a result, this Comic-Con is probably the biggest Comic-Con in recent years, and the lineup is quite impressive. Waiting for the car in the Bird's Nest 2 kilometers away when the road has been completely blocked. Look around. All the densely packed, usually rare costs, at this time, such as rotten street cabbage, everywhere. Under the stunning gazes of passers-by, Luo An held Su Mingyue's hand, and the two of them looked like a male and female protagonist who came out of an anime. Whether it was their face value or temperament, they were impeccable. Lone had seen it all. After all, He was so handsome. It would be strange if no one lusted after him. Have you been to a comic convention before? Su Mingyue asked casually. Luo An shook his head. I haven't been here. Where did I have time to come before? As soon as I had time I had to do odd jobs. Besides, a ticket for a Comic-Con is big tens of hundreds. It was a heavenly price for me at that time. What about you? Su Mingyue also shook her head. No one came with me. It's no fun to be alone. Hearing this, Lone held her hand a little tighter. It's okay, you'll have someone to come with you from now on, whenever you want. Aha! After walking forward for a while, Luo An and Su Mingyue arrived at the periphery of the bird's nest, and looking around, it was full of crowds of people, such as densely packed ants, waiting for the opening. After Luo An took out his cell phone and sent out a message, a staff member soon came out from inside the bird's nest and looked around before landing his eyes on the two Luo Ans. Teacher Luo, you guys come with me? The location has been reserved for you in advance. In the very core area, the bloggers around us who came as guests showed envious glances. The most core area that is the heavyweight guests of the exclusive. The scale of this Comic-Con is very large. So large that they have hundreds of thousands of fans all over the network of bloggers. Can only be reduced to a supporting role? At most in the periphery of an autograph bit. And how old is this young man? To be treated so solemnly is simply terrifying. Since the Red Fruit Fiction website had previously publicized Luo An, his real photo had long spread, and there were quite a few of his fans present. After seeing Luo An's real person, each and every one of them turned upside down and shouted madly, Mr. Luo, I want to give you a monkey. Love, Mr. Luo, I want to drink your foot washing water. Vomit. You're disgusting. MS. Lo, I want to drink your bath water. This scene is no longer comparable to those avid stargazers. Even Lone himself didn't expect these people to be so fanatical, and all he could say was, not bad for my readers. I'm really not disappointed by this sick idea. Su Mingyue, on the other hand, looked at the people around her warily and held onto Luo An's arm for dear life, fearing that someone would suddenly lose their mind and snatch her man away. After following the staff into the bird's nest, there were much fewer people, basically invited guests who were at that moment putting on makeup or chatting. Seeing that Luo An had actually been placed in the core area, they immediately came over in a furious manner. Frightened, Luo An's body stared to protect Su Mingyue behind her. He can take a beating, but his future daughter-in-law can't. Nevertheless, after this group of people rushed to the front, each one of them bowed with frenzied eyes, and then said with a face full of joy, Mr. Luo, please give me an autograph, and me, please sign my neck. My signature is on Opie. Lone was relieved that it was for an autograph, causing him a false alarm. It's all part of it. Ahem. As for the one signed on Opie, better get a piece of paper or I'm going to go home and kneel on the keyboard. In no time at all, a long line formed in front of Lone's autograph booth, surprising the staff, realizing that the Comic-Con hadn't even officially started yet. And soon, just as Luo An had finished signing autographs for these people, a large group of people came pouring in from outside, splitting into several waves of people, one of which was towards Luo An. With that, Lone was caught up in the middle of an endless stream of signatures, unable to stop her hand. Not at all. But it would be a lie to say in my heart that I'm not happy. After all, so many people love his books. The autographing frenzy didn't stop until late afternoon. And yes, Luo An signed for the entire day and wasn't even allowed to eat lunch. I'm sorry, a rare Comic-Con, and I ended up making you sit with me all day. Luo An walked out of the Comic-Con and apologized towards Su Mingyue beside him. Su Mingyue shook her head. She held Luo An's hand and looked at the sunset in a corner of the city. The golden color reflected in her beautiful eyes. The bottom of her eyes were full of satisfaction. I don't care what fun Comic-Con is. I'm content to come to it with you. Hey, as an apology, I've decided that I'm going to show my sincerity by giving myself up tonight. Get out. After the two returned home, they were stunned by the scene before them. Luo An looked at Luo Mingyue, who was lying on the living room sofa in a sorry state like a beggar, and was surprised. Dad, are you turning into a beggar? Luo Mingyue turned towards him with a sad face. You still have the nerve to say that. Dad, I treated you well, didn't I? And you actually cheated on my feelings. Is that called being kind? And having two little pets? Whose little pets are two bears? By the looks of it, Luo's father had been screwed over by the bear. Luo An and Su Mingyue looked at each other, then laughed out at the same time. Chapter 59, Young Man, be temperate. Maybe it was because the Comic-Con signing time was too long, and he didn't feel anything when he went home that night, but by the time Luo An woke up from his sleep early the next morning, there was a sudden aching sensation coming from his right arm, and it hurt so much that he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Holy, it hurts, it hurts. Su Mingyue, who happened to pass by his room, heard the commotion and opened the door, just in time to see Luo An covering his right hand with a pained expression. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, You're still young. you need to moderate yourself. It's hard to imagine how fast it had to be to make your hand hurt like that. At those words, Luo An's eyes widened. Wait, what moderation? Stop right there. I've never. Bah, no, oops, I lost it. Let me explain. Su Mingyue turned towards the door with an expressionless face. Don't explain, I get it. Men, there's always a day or two a month. Let me explain it to you. Hearing Luo An's voice was trembling. Su Mingyue couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising as she turned around and re-entered his room. She walked to the bedside and sat down, gently holding Luo An's right hand and rubbing it. Her voice soft and delicate. Does it hurt here? Luo nodded his head in resignation. It has taken on a slightly dark blue color at the right wrist and is also the most painful. Go to the hospital. This situation is estimated to find a Chinese medicine practitioner to give you a revitalization of the arm tendons. Who told you to sign yesterday to sign so long? Revitalize your muscles and bones. Lone couldn't help but shiver at those 4 words. When he used to college, a code word excessive also hand problems also let the Chinese medicine practitioner to activate the tendons. The pain. Simply than the following that cut off more pain. Recalling the pain of that day, Luo An instantly shook his head like a rattle drum, covered his hands and burrowed into the quilt. His attitude was unusually resolute, and his tone was as if he was dying. No go, no go. You will not go today even if you beat me to death. This little injury. Wait for tomorrow, it will be fine by itself. I will just rest for a day. Su Mingyue looked at Luo An, who had shrunk into the comforter like a worm, and her face went cold. My brother doesn't listen, so I guess he needs to be educated. Inside the most famous Chinese hospital in Magic City, inside the consultation room, the old Chinese doctor with gray hair, after a careful examination, hesitated. The hand is not a big problem, just some load. Find a hand massager to rub a little, and then rest for 2 days can be recovered. It is best not to use it in these 2 days. As for these 2 slap marks on your face, want to put some medicine? The old Chinese doctor looked at Luo An's red and swollen face on both sides, and then looked at Su Mingyue, who stood with her hands clasped in a cold face, and couldn't stop shaking her head. No, no need. Luo An grimaced bitterly. At this moment, a killing intent came from behind, scaring his back. He hurriedly changed his words with a shiver. No, 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 no. This master, you'd better put some medicine on me. The old herbalist shook his head helplessly, then took out another box of medicinal patches from the shelf behind him. Looking at the Hello Kitty on the medicine sticker, Luo An glared. Moncler, you play with me. This thing pasted on the face, I still see no one. There is no normal point? No, just this kind. Do you want it? Definitely not. But stick it on for the sake of my face. Just like that, Luo An covered her face and walked out of the hospital, and the people passing by cast strange glances, while others couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Wasted. He Luo An a lifetime of fame. This day all ruined. He is no longer that 900 million girls dream of him, because she was coming to the hospital for a checkup. Luo An didn't even eat breakfast in the morning before being dragged to the hospital by Su Mingyue. The Porsche drove into the villa area and slowly parked in front of the house. After returning home, Su Mingyue took off her outerwear and headed towards the kitchen. Be good and sit on the sofa and watch TV. I'll go make you breakfast. Hearing this, Luo An was on the verge of tears, and bitterly said, actually, this breakfast isn't necessary, or we can order takeout. It's still convenient. Echoing Lone was a spoon that flew out of the kitchen, landing on the floor with an ear-splitting crash and sliding along the cold floor right to his feet. Lorne was sitting upright and had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. I don't know what's wrong with this woman today. She's so grumpy. It's like she wants to eat someone. Having no choice but to turn on the TV, Luo An could only lie down on the couch and watch the latest outing of Shadow Lord Theater Edition. As he watched, his eyes began to fight and he closed them to fall asleep. Half an hour later, a scent reached the tip of his nose, and his nose twitched as he opened his eyes in a daze, muttering under his breath, "What smells so good?" Su Mingyue placed a bowl of large ribs on the table, then walked over to the sofa and sat down, helping Luo An to lie on her lap, taking a spoon to serve the soup, her voice icy cold. This incident is considered to be a lesson for you. Let's see if you dare not take care of your body next time. If there's a next time, I promise to ignore you. Hearing this, Lone froze. Was that why she was angry? The soup was fed to her mouth and Lone opened her mouth to take a small sip. A mellow meat flavor came from his mouth, and the slightest hint of surprise surfaced in his eyes. Unable to believe that this was made by Su Mingyue, he immediately responded, "You can cook." "Then you were. Last time." Su Mingyue snorted coldly. "Who told you to disobey? If you don't behave in the future, I'll fry you a plate of shredded potatoes fried with shredded ginger." Saying that, she used her chopsticks to clip a piece of ribs to separate the meat from the bones and fed the meat to Luo An's mouth, who only needed to open her mouth. "Well, it seems like it's not so bad to be a patient. It wasn't until the next morning that the pain in Luo An's hand subsided and he accompanied Su Mingyue to the company. It just so happened that the club on the neon side had already signed the contract, which also meant that Luo An needed to make the script for the first anime, totaling 12 episodes, and send it to the other side within 3 months, or else he would have to bear the astronomical liquidated damages. Luo An had only just sat down at his workstation when Luo Tongtian, who was groping for fish, walked over to him and sat down, scowling. "Old Luo, thanks to you, I confessed to Chen Xiaoxuan successfully, and I'll definitely call you for wedding wine in the future." Lone, who was writing a script, pushed him away impatiently and bristled. "Go go go. Look at you, this unproductive look. This is where to wear. Family status is the most important. Look at me. Yesterday Su Mingyue, that woman, personally boil ribs for me, but also feed me. This is the status. Understand?" Luo Tongtian revealed a contemptuous gaze. "Don't you know what you're doing? The slap marks on your face haven't gone down yet, and your whole body is hard." At that moment, a loud roar suddenly came out from outside the company building, from far away and near, like the sound of a helicopter propeller turning. A banner came from far away with a few large words written on it. "Su Mingyue, I love you." Chapter 60, Old Thing. "You actually backstabbed me." The sound of the propellers spinning hovered in his ears. Helicopters shuttled over the city's buildings, dangling oversized red banners that drew the attention of passers-by and white-collar workers in office buildings. Luo Tongtian reached out and pointed to the word Su Mingyue, "I love," on the banner, and said to Luo An, "This is your handwriting. You can you." Looking out the window, Lone looked confused and shook her head. "I don't know anything. Is it hard to believe that someone wants to confess to your girlfriend? After all, she's so pretty. It's normal to have a few crazy suitors." Luo Tongtian tentatively opened his mouth, realizing that this was a real possibility. Lone hurriedly got up and ran towards the elevator. I throw low, when his face and his girlfriend confession. This is his Luo Deshao's face stepped on the ground, hard rubbing abuse. Meanwhile, outside the cloud tower, young Li, everything has been arranged. The bodyguard handed the microphone to the suited Li Xiang, and after hesitating for a while, he inquired in puzzlement. "Young Li, we clearly know that Miss Su has a boyfriend and is unlikely to agree to your confession. So why are we still making a big fuss? What do you know?" Li Xiang confidently took the microphone, tugged on his collar, and laughed in a transporting manner. "It's not like I'm doing this for the success of my confession. The reason why I'm making such a big commotion is for that poor kid surnamed Luo. Since it's impossible to break them up from the outside, the only way to make them contradict each other is from the inside. A poor boy with no talent like Luo An, after seeing someone put up such a big show of confessing his excellent girlfriend, guess how he would feel in his heart? Get low self-esteem?" The bouncer returned tentatively with some clarity. Li Xiang smiled and didn't say anything. The Bluetooth headset in his ear comes out confession love words. These are specially designed confession love words. He just need to read it. "Mingyue, I like you. Your beauty deeply attracted me. Your laughter like manna as sweet. Not like the sun as wild and intense. Not like the sea as majestic and rushing. Not like sucking water as entangled. Only a heart of love for you will never stop. I am willing to pour out all for you." Inside the general manager's office, Luo An stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, listening to the using love words in his ears, and looked back at Su Mingyue, who was sitting behind her desk working without any distractions, and asked, "You know this bastard?" Su Mingyue said indifferently without lifting her head, "Do you think if he knew me, he would still dare to confess to me?" Luo An thought about it. In Su Mingyue's character, if she was confessed to like this, she could probably kick the heirloom of that turtle grandson down there to waste. "Then leave it to me? Do whatever you want, as long as no one gets killed." Lorne nodded his head and walked out of the office in a huff, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready for the big show. But after thinking about it, he felt that his small body seemed to be not enough for those bodyguards down there to play with. So he took out his cell phone and called Han Bingbing, who was outside talking about business. Han Bingbing on the other end just took down the cooperation, saw that it was Luo An who called, and after connecting, said in a salty manner, "What do you want to find me?" "Hey Bing sister, I do have something to tell you." Luo An's face showed a bad smile. Laugh. Now outside the building someone with Xiaosu confession it. Good guy helicopters are getting. Now also outside the reading love words it. You listen to. Lone stepped out of the elevator and turned the volume of her phone to maximum. Li Xiang's needy love words instantly traveled through the cell phone into Han Bingbing's ears. "Mingyue, if falling in love with you is considered a mistake, I'm convinced that it will be the most beautiful mistake in life, and I'd rather be wrong for the rest of my life." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and Han Bingbing's angry roar came out. "God damn it, actually dare to confess to the lady while I'm not here. Wait, I'll go over and chop that guy now." The phone should hang up. Luo An came to the front desk at this time. Coincidentally, the old Luo also came from the side. See, his son is about to go out aggressively, and rushed forward to stop. You're just going to go empty-handed. How many people are enough for you to beat up with this little body? Luo asked in disbelief. What am I going to do? Are you going to get me an AK over here? Luo Mingyue came to his ear and whispered. I just saw the cleaning lady cleaning the toilet. You snatch that mop of hers and dip it in the secret sauce. Cracking up, Luo An's eyes grew brighter and brighter, giving him a thumbs up. Dad, really? No wonder I can get you a soft meal. You deserve it. After saying that, he excitedly rushed towards the first floor toilet, already thinking of the scene where he would later kill the 8 parties in front of Su Mingyue upstairs. When Luo An left, Luo Mingyue cheerfully pulled out a bottle of wolf spray from behind him and headed out of the building. How could he miss the great opportunity to be able to show his righteous fatherhood in front of his righteous daughter? But he couldn't let this silly boy rob him. Outside, Li Xiang and the others were scattering flowers at this time. All kinds of colorful rose petals fell from the sky, making the girls on the side of the road squeal and just feel a burst of romance. Even more so, I'm envious of why they're not the ones being confessed to. Luo Mingyue walked out of the building at this time, took the wolf spray in his hand and sprayed at Li Xiang. The pungent smell spread instantly, and the people were scared to avoid. Just you kid here, confession is it? Do not know my daughter, she has a boyfriend. Uneducated thing. Today I will on behalf of your father to teach you a lesson. With mace spray in hand, Luo's father killed the crowd. Luo An, who had stepped out with a dipping mop, was dumbfounded at the sight. You asked me to get something and you ended up on it first? Well, old man, even your own son is a backstabber, isn't that right? Without much time to think, Luo An also rushed into a group of bodyguards with a mop, shouting, I milk Xiaoxuan hoodlum, you rats, eat my mop. The 2 bodyguards were about to resist when they suddenly felt something was wrong and reached down to touch down a bit of yellow unidentified goo from their faces. An offending stench came from his hands. This kid has on his mop and it smells like ing garlic. Everyone stay away. Upon hearing that there was, the 10 or so bodyguards backed away in fear, not daring to approach Luo An at all. Losing your job is a small matter. Losing face is a big one. This can be bitter. Li Xiang, was the father and son take turns to greet, called that a bitter, can only be a woeful escape? You guys, do you know who I am? Actually dare to do this to me, my father, Li chairman of the group. You guys stop it. You guys stop it. Lu Fongfang walked into the general manager's office and saw Su Mingyue also watching the fun by the window. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look at the chaotic scene below, especially Luo Minghue's posture, which made her quite helpless, and said, they're both a handful of years old, and they're still doing things like a child. This father and son are both the same, but you just like that about him, don't you? Su Mingyue faintly returned a sentence, her gaze always fixed on Luo An's body, a strange color in her eyes. Her man is so handsome. Chapter 61. There are no pills of regret on earth, just a clear conscience. Name, Hooded Dragon. Address, Standing Mountain. In the gloomy interrogation room, the police officer in charge of the interrogation was full of black lines. His big hand slammed heavily on the table, and he did not have the good sense to say, this is a police station. Hurry up and give me a truthful explanation as to why you flung on people in public. Because he confessed to my girlfriend. Just because he confessed his love for your girlfriend. It's not only against public morals but also extremely unhygienic for you to do that. It's too much. So if he confesses to your daughter-in-law, do you still think it's too much? When Luo An walked out of the interrogation room, he saw Su Mingyue sitting on the bench in the corridor. She stood up, looked Luo An up and down, and after making sure that there were no missing arms or legs, she went forward and took his arm, and said softly, come on, home for dinner. Lone hemmed and hawed, my favorite sister, look at how well I've done today. Shouldn't I be rewarded with something? Su Mingyue, what reward do you want? Luo An, I'm actually a little afraid of the dark in my sleep these days. Su Mingyue, get lost. After returning home, Luo Mingyue, who had left Luo An to bugger off, had already prepared dinner, and after giving her own father a hard look, Luo An finished eating and went back upstairs to her room. Today he barely got the scripts for the first and second episodes written, and not 10 minutes after emailing them to his editor he received a cross-country money transfer. After finishing everything, Lone stretched. The night was dark outside. At 9 p.m. The second floor was gray. Luo An quietly opened the door of his room and tiptoed to the door of Su Mingyue's room. After confirming that there was no movement inside, he then opened the door of the room, which was dark. Su Mingyue was lying in bed sleeping, when suddenly a sound of opening the door woke her up, and immediately after that there was an extra person in the comforter, with a familiar smell. She reached out dominantly and took the outsider into her arms, closing her eyes again. It was a good night's sleep for Lorne. Sure enough, when a woman says she doesn't want it, she really means she does, and the only way to try to control your girlfriend is to be tough. Everything went quiet for 2 days after that. It's worth mentioning that the next day Han Bingbing rushed into Li's house with a group of bodyguards to give Li Xiang a fat beating, so much so that even his father couldn't recognize him. Originally, the Li family was going to go to the door to ask for a statement, and then Elder Lu stepped in, and a sentence made the Li family mute, not daring to mention the beating again. It's June 16th, Father's Day. Rising early in the morning, Luo An yawned and came down from upstairs, and Su Mingyue, who was fretting about not being able to eat the remaining half of the bowl, pushed the bowl directly in front of him and faintly said, "Eat, I blew on it for you, it's not hot at all. Just served." Luo Mingyue sat on the opposite side of the table and coughed lightly. "Son, today is Father's Day, do you have anything you want to say to Dad? Or prepare a gift or something?" "I don't mind." Luo An ate his meal and said expressionlessly, "Old Luo, how do you have the face to say this? Obviously 2 days ago you backstabbed me. You didn't even drag me along when the police came, and now you still want a gift? La Munify." Su Mingyue, who finished her meal, went to sit down in front of the sofa. A message popped up on her cell phone. Her lazy eyes changed slightly. Staring at this text message for a while, she got up and walked towards the upstairs. A few moments later, after changing her clothes, she pulled Luo An out the door, not forgetting to greet her mom. "I'm going out to slip loan." "Luo An, walking? Am I a dog?" Su Mingyue drove out a low-profile BMW from the garage, and Luo An pulled open the passenger door and sat in. Puzzled, "Where are you taking me early in the morning?" "Hotel." "Ah, this. Would it be too exciting to go to a room early in the morning? But I'm sure it's fine." Hearing this, even while driving, Su Mingyue couldn't help but to give him a headbutt towards his head and rolled her eyes at him. "Nice try. It's to meet someone at the hotel." Luo An covered her head in aggravation. Her first thought was to resist, and when she thought that she would have to sneak into her bed at night, she could only give up. Now is not married. He temporarily first endure, such as marriage after having to eat, have to let this woman see what is called a real man. Half an hour later, Su Mingyue led Luo An into a hotel that was so close to the airport that from time to time, one could hear the roar of airplanes as they took off or landed. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask if you have a reservation?" The greeter walked up and smiled. Su Mingyue faintly said, "Tianzi no. One private room." "Okay, you too, please follow me." Under the guidance of the greeter, the two of them, Su Mingyue, came to the 5th floor of the hotel in front of the heavenly private room, in which a figure was quietly sitting. It was clearly Su Mingyue's father, Su Mingcheng. Luo An was a bit surprised, not expecting Su Mingyue to actually bring her here early in the morning to see this old bastard Su Mingcheng. "You guys are here? Feel free to sit down." Su Mingcheng revealed a kind smile towards the two. His face was much more vicissitudes than what Luo An had seen before. His hair was quite white. Luo An sat down with a surprised gaze, somewhat curious as to what Su Mingcheng had gone through in the past 2 days to actually become this appearance. Su Mingyue sat down and said in a cold voice, "Say what you have to say now." Su Mingcheng let out a bitter smile, then took out a stack of documents from within the briefcase on the table and used the turntable on the table to turn it in front of Su Mingyue, his tone heavy. "My company abroad has been on track, so I intend to leave the country. Booked today's noon ticket. This go may not return to the country. This is the equity transfer contract of the Sky Trade Group. Half of my life's blood is poured into the Sky Trade Group, and now give you, is considered to be my father's parting gift left to you." Su Mingyue's face showed some surprise, unable to believe that her father, who valued his career over his family, would actually leave the Sky Trade Group to her. Why? She looked at the somewhat strange father in front of her with puzzled eyes. Su Mingcheng crossed his arms on the table. His voice seemed to suppress a sadness as he said in a deep voice, "In the past 2 days I often wondered what exactly I wanted. Endless money? But I'm sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars of assets, but I can't feel the joy I felt when I was young at all. Perhaps I was too ruthless before, and it's only now that it dawned on me that I don't even have anyone around me who can keep me company. For the sake of higher power and status, I divorced your mom, but I seem to regret it a little now. But unfortunately, it's too late to regret it. The only thing I can do now is to make up as much as I can for what you've been owed all these years." Chapter 62, Human Prejudice. It may not be too late to repent now. You know that the path you're taking now is wrong, and why do you still want to be obsessed with it again? Su Mingyue's voice was still cold, but it had softened a bit in comparison to before. Any person who lacks love will not be able to get the love in the heart of the infinite magnification, to fantasize too extravagant. She is no exception. So she Su Mingcheng this father can never hate. Lone couldn't help but listen to the conversation between the two. Power and money is really a good thing. It can make people lose themselves, and the price of getting it is cruel. That is, all the people around you will abandon you, and you will have to sit alone in that only position. It seems to have the whole world, but in reality there is a huge hole in the heart that nothing can fill it up. Lone felt sure he couldn't stand that kind of loneliness. Su Mingyue's words fell. only to hear Su Mingcheng let out a bitter smile and let out a heavy sigh and said, "It's too late. I've been on this road for too long. So long that I have no way out except to keep going on this road." Time passes by. Seeing that it was almost time to board the plane, Su Mingcheng stood up from his position and walked towards the outside of the private room. When he passed Su Mingyue, he stopped his steps, hesitated and put his hand on his daughter's shoulder, and faintly said, "Mingyue, I found you today to tell you these things because I don't want you to go down my old path. There's nothing in the world more important than the company of your loved ones. Boy, treat my daughter well." The latter sentence was addressed to Luo, and after he had finished speaking, he stepped out of the door of the private room, his footsteps disappearing into the corridor. Su Mingyue wanted to stay, but the words could not come out of her mouth. She could only sit on the chair in silence and daze, not knowing what she was thinking. "Don't be sad. Come on, give me a hug." Luo An reached out and was about to go and take her into his arms, but he was pressed down on his forehead by one of Su Mingyue's arms as she faintly said, "Your eyes tell me you want to take advantage of this opportunity to mooch." Being punctured in his mind, Luo An glared. "I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. Luo, look like the kind of person who takes advantage of people while they have the chance." Su Mingyue quietly looked at him without saying anything, as if to say, "What kind of person are you yourself? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" But just when Luo An was depressed, Su Mingyue suddenly hugged him again, her delicate and soft body close to him, a gust of fragrant wind coming from her. Her soft voice came to his ears. "Honey, I've decided." Decided what? Finally going to take that step with me and try to get me out of the intern boyfriend title? I've decided that I'm going to train you to be a qualified social elite so that you can manage the business with me, and then I'll have more time to spend with you in the future. What does that mean? It means you cannot go to work and touch the fish in the future. You have to accept my sister's strict teaching. If you do not listen to the words, you will not give you food. Ugly girl, I want to fight you one-on-one. Snap dash. After tidying up the disobedient little man, Su Mingyue took Luo An and first went to handle the transfer contract of the Sky Trade Group, which was successfully transferred to her name, then went back to the company to pick up some documents before finally returning home. The sound of a whip cracking against the palm of his hand resounded in the living room of the mansion house. Su Mingyue, wearing a black dress, stared coldly at Luo An, who was cowering in the corner of the sofa shivering like a lamb, and faintly said, "Let's get started then. Starting today I will teach you everything I've learned and promise to condition you to be a competent member of society's elite." Luo An, how willing to learn these things. He even rely on writing novels, can earn millions of dollars a year. Where is willing to suffer these things? He looked to Aunt Willow and his own father, who were sitting on the sidelines, with a look of help me. The two of them, Lu Fongfang, ignored the whole thing and stood up and walked towards the door of their house. "Lo, let's go. It's time to go to dance practice. Ooh, here it comes." Before leaving, Luo Mingyue didn't forget to give his son a look of self-seeking before turning around and leaving the house. Soon the villa was filled with Luo An's aggrieved pleas for mercy and the sound of Su Mingyue's whiplashing. The entire afternoon, Luo An was in hell, and it wasn't until the evening that she finally escaped Su Mingyue's clutches. Until the next day when Lone went to work at the company, she was a listless look, 3 steps and a yawn. Luo Tongtian came from the back, chewing on a donut in his hand, and curiously said, "How many times did you jerk off yesterday? So weak like this." Luo An, "Screw you. I'm the one with a girlfriend. Do I need to do that kind of dirty unseemly thing? Why didn't Xiaoxuan come with you? Doesn't she always like to stick to you?" Luo Tongtian, "She took the day off for something." The two of them walked into the special elevator for the upper floors. Luo An told the painful experience of being tortured by the crazy woman for an afternoon yesterday. Luo Tongtian listened with a bad smile as he said, "I think you're just too stupid. That's why she dared to bully you so much. Do you want my brother to teach you a trick? I guarantee to put you out of your misery. Say the terms. I kinda like that Hikari hand puppet you had in your friend's circle the other day. Deal." Seeing Luo An's quick agreement, Luo Tongtian didn't dawdle and came to his ear to whisper a few words. To summarize, have Luo An do something Su Mingyue hates so she won't keep pestering. Roan nodded in realization, thinking that he could give it a try. In an upscale neighborhood in the most prosperous status of Magic City, Chen Xiaoxian walked out of her room exquisitely dressed. The day after tomorrow would be Luo Tongtian's birthday, so she was going out today to prepare a birthday gift for him. At this moment, Chen's father stopped him and frowned. "Xiaoxing, I heard that you seem to have gotten together with that Luo kid again? How many times have I told you enough? Poor boys like this, whose families stink of farming, you won't have a good result together." Chen Xiaoxian's footsteps stopped, her eyebrows wrinkled up, unconvinced. "What's wrong with the family farming? Dad, you used to be a farmer. Why look down on people? That was before." Chen father snorted coldly. "Anyway, I won't allow the two of you to be together. Your brother has opened a company abroad and is short of people to help him. I've booked a flight for you to go abroad tomorrow night, so go over and help him tomorrow. Like Luo Tontian, that poor boy. The whole body is poor gas. Your brother in foreign countries know a lot of consortium mail. It is just right to let him introduce you to two, and strive to get married earlier. I also can rest assured. Chen Xiaoxuan was already impatient, and when she heard that her father had fixed her future in 2 casual sentences, she could no longer endure it and said angrily, I'm not going to go. I've been arranged by you since I was little. I'm really fed up now. You told me to go to cram school. Fine. I'll go. I wanted to go to art college. You favored me to go to Mordor University. I went there too. Only this matter I won't listen to you. Chen's father stormed out. You can try. If you dare to leave this door today, I'll die for you. Chen Xiaoqian left. The footsteps stopped, legs like lead, unable to move the slightest bit. The heart also sank to the bottom at this moment. She doesn't understand why the world is so prejudiced against the poor. Chapter 63. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a wife and husband? Planning department. Unlike usual, today's atmosphere was inexplicably weird, and everyone's faces looked odd. What did they see? That groping archdemon, Lone, was actually doing serious work. Yaoyao couldn't even help but put her hand on Luo An's forehead and touched it. With a worried face, she said, Luo Gu, is your head alright? Why don't I send you to the hospital first? Good health is the most important. Luo An pushed her hand away and rolled his eyes. Can you stop making such a fuss? If it wasn't for that crazy woman at home begging me to take my job seriously, brother wouldn't do it. Oh, yeah? A clear cold voice came from his ears, frightening Luo An to jump up directly from his position, looking at Su Mingyue, who suddenly appeared behind him, and said with trepidation, You, are you a human or a ghost that walks without a sound? Su Mingyue grunted coldly, placing her hand on Luo An's shoulder and pressing him down to sit again. Then her eyes fell on the planner on the computer, and with just a casual glance, she found 2 loopholes. You were taught yesterday and you can still make the same mistake today, so sit still and I'll teach you again. The unruly Lone sat down obediently. The whip he received yesterday had given him a deep impression. At least for a short period of time he didn't dare to provoke Su Mingyue to be angry again. Su Mingyue took the mouse in her right hand and instructed Luo An hand in hand, speaking in a simple and easy-to-understand manner. Yaoyao, who was sitting beside her, smartly picked up her notes and memorized what Su Mingyue had said word for word. The rest of the employees looked dumbfounded and were close to writing the word envy on their faces. They had never seen Mr. Su personally instructing someone else, so why wasn't this person them? If they could be guided by Mr. Su hand in hand, they would be willing to do so even if it meant making them lose their lives. With Su Mingyue's guidance, this plan was patched up with holes in barely 5 minutes, and the quality was far better than before, making Luo An admire it. Su Mingyue was clearly only a few years older than him, but it seemed that no matter what field of difficulty was difficult for her, he really didn't know how powerful this woman's learning ability was. After correcting the planner for Luo An, Su Mingyue stretched her back, showing off her delicate body, which made people couldn't help but look at her twice more. She moved to Lone's ear and lowered her voice to a soft whisper. I'm going to have a go at those old codgers from the Sky Trade Group at night. You're off work and going home alone to stay there. If I find you fooling around when I get home you'll be ready to pucker your ass. After saying that, Su Mingyue covered Luo An's face with a fragrant kiss, and when she retracted it, she teasingly stretched out her fragrant dinky little tongue to lick on Luo An's face before she turned away in satisfaction. As for the fight, naturally, it was against those old shareholders of the Sky Trade Group. Although Su Mingyue now owned 50% of the shares of Sky Trade Group and was still Su Mingcheng's daughter, it didn't mean that those shareholders would obey her, so it was a matter of time before they crossed the line. If you lose, the group will be in infighting for a long time to come. If you win, then Su Mingyue will be able to completely control the entire Sky Trade Group. The reason why he didn't take Lone with him was that he was afraid of being distracted. After all, who told the man to be so delicious? After Su Mingyue left, Luo An skimmed his lips and reached up to wipe off the saliva left on his face, but he looked up and realized that everyone in the office was looking at him in unison, and he was instantly annoyed. What are you looking at? You've never seen a wife beater or a female hooligan. The crowd was not laughing, but just because of this sentence, they could not hold back their laughter, and then as if it was contagious, the laughter resounded through the office for a long time before it stopped. Soon it was time for the noon meal. Everyone got up and headed for the cafeteria. Yaoyao followed beside Luo An, and after hesitating for a while, her slender white hand pinched the corner of her coat and said somewhat nervously, Luo, are you free tonight? My grandma is out of the hospital. I told her earlier that you take care of me in the company, so she wants to invite you over for dinner. Oh, it's okay, but on Mr. Su's side. Hey, I'm telling you, I'm accommodating her because it's outside. When I turn around and invite you to dinner at home, when I'm at home, she never dares to talk back to me when I'm talking. That's how that woman is. She loves face. Oh, So, since he had been dealing with work in the morning and didn't have time, Lone sat down in front of the computer after lunch and began to code aggressively. However, considering that these 2 days might be a bit busy, so he decisively took a day off for Mamma Mia, so that he could save 2 chapters of his manuscript, and then split that 1 day into 2 days of posting, which was simply not too good. Not to be outdone, he's the first person to economize on scripts. After work, Luo An drove the car out from the parking lot. Yaoyao subconsciously had to sit in the passenger seat. Fortunately, he was stopped by the quick-eyed Luo An, who said with a serious face, "No, you get in the back. That woman is Sherlock Holmes. I'll be in deep if she finds your hair on the passenger side." Oh. After waiting for Yaoyao to sit in the car, Luo An drove towards the company's apartment building, which wasn't too far away and was only a 5-minute drive. When Luo An followed Yaoyao into the apartment, she was surprised to find that her grandmother was actually the old man she met at the noodle shop that day. Grandma, he was also surprised, not expecting it to be such a coincidence. Yaoyao looked at the two in disbelief, and after listening to Luo An finish what happened, she directly huffed and crossed her arms to educate her grandmother a bit. "Grandma, how many times have I told you that you can't sneak out of the hospital by yourself without company?" Yes. Xiao Luo, have a seat. Xiaoyao is just like that. At home she's just like a granny. She can't stop chanting, "You forgive me more." Grandma. The dinner was cooked by Grandma he herself, making a sumptuous 5 dishes and 1 soup, and although the taste wasn't considered very good, probably because of the rural soil recipe, the taste of the dishes was very unique. As she ate, Grandma he began to talk about her past. Yaoyao's parents died in a factory accident when she was still a child. Originally speaking, they should have been able to get a compensation for the accident, but the factory director of that factory raised a lot of famous local gangsters, so no one dared to ask for money at all. Until later, one of the workers in the factory just couldn't take being squeezed and bullied, and made his own gunpowder and burned down the whole factory, killing a dozen people, and the boss was arrested by the police and put in jail. Grandma said, more and more energetic. Well, at this time Yaoyao find an excuse to send Luo An to leave, which stops. Chapter 64. Luo An, I want progress so badly. The quiet night sky was boundless, like a huge black satin enveloping the whole city. After eating from Yaoyao's house, Luo An was going to go home, but in the middle of the day, he received a call from Su Mingyue, and there was fatigue in her voice on the other end. "I'll send you the location, now come pick me up." Without waiting for Lone to reply, the phone should hang up and a location message was sent. Luo An had no choice but to turn the car around and drive towards the location of the hotel that Su Mingyue had sent. Tonight's style is extraordinarily cold, and it calms one's parched heart. Outside the Yuan Hotel, a silhouette wearing a black dress stood there quietly. The evening breeze blew her long silky hair in a messy manner. The fragrant winds swept away, and she carried a lonely and arrogant temperament around her, so that people did not dare to approach. Suddenly, a cluster of bright headlights at the end of the road shot this way. The roar of the engine came from far and near, only to hear the ear-splitting sound of the brakes, and the car came to a steady stop. Luo An got off the bus and frowned. He smelled a strong odor of alcohol from Su Mingyue. He quickly walked up to help her. "Why did you drink so much alcohol?" Su Mingyue didn't say anything. She just stretched out her hands and hugged his waist tightly, frantically fondly drawing on the flavor of Luo An's body, her restless heart gradually returning to calm. "Carry me home, I'm tired." Luo An intercepted and picked her up towards the car parked on the side of the road. Su Mingyue in her arms had her eyes closed and didn't know if she was resting or asleep. After placing her in the back of the car to lie down, Luo An sat back in the driver's seat to restart the car, his gaze looking at the exhaustion on her face through the rearview mirror. A slight color of heartache surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. Although he didn't know how difficult it was to deal with those people from the Sky Trade Group, it was definitely considered a difficult task for Su Mingyue, and he couldn't do anything to help. On the way home, the car sounded pleasant music, but could not dispel the layer in Luo's peace of mind, such as the darkness of the night like a heavy haze. After returning home he carried the sleeping Su Mingyue into her room, and after gently placing her on the bed and covering her with a quilt, he quietly exited the room. The living room was brightly lit, and Lu Fongfang was lying on the sofa applying a face mask, and let out a faint laugh when she saw Luo An coming down from upstairs. "Tough on you. This child Mingyue has no measure when she's busy. If no one watches over her, sooner or later something will happen." Lone walked up, looking serious. "Mom, can you teach me how to become like her? Even a little bit. I want to take the burden off her back. I'm her boyfriend and I want to help her, not be a burden to her." As soon as these words came out, Lu Fongfang staggered on the sofa, some surprise surfacing in her eyes, as well as being touched. The family had been together for over a month now, but this was the first time that Lone had ever called her mom, and although it was just a common name, it meant something extraordinary to her. "Of course, you and Akatsuki are both my children. I will teach you everything I know." Lone bowed gratefully toward Lu Fongfang. Thanks mom, then you have an early night, I'll go to my room. With the sound of the room door closing on the second floor, Lu Fongfang came back to her senses and murmured in a low voice as a spiritual light flashed in her eyes. What a cute little guy. I finally kind of understand now why Akatsuki likes you so much. The peaceful night passed in a flash. Early the next morning, a warm ray of sunlight shone through the window on the bed. Luo An woke up in a daze and looked expressionlessly at Su Mingyue who was sitting cross-legged on his bed. The latter's face was similarly unreadable. Rascal, you've been sneaking into my room again. My mom was bragging to me early in the morning about you letting her teach you some business skills last night. What? Think I can't teach you? Although Su Mingyue's face was expressionless, Luo An still read from her eyes that she was sulking right now and was close to writing the word unhappy on her face. Luo An hurriedly got up and hugged her, pampering her. I'm not afraid that you're too tired. Already you're busy enough, and now you have to deal with the Tian trade group. I don't want to drag you down either. Don't you come pouting at me. I'm used to your routine. My good sister, I really feel sorry for you. You, never again. Looking at Su Mingyue who arrogantly threw her head to the side, Luo An was inwardly amused. Although pampering is old-fashioned, although you are used to it, it doesn't mean it's not practical. Come dear sister, a good morning kiss for you. You haven't even rinsed your teeth. You're filthy. Get up and wash and get ready for dinner. Su Mingyue coldly grunted and pushed away Luo An who wanted to come up to eat tofu, got out of bed and walked out of the room with her long thighs, only leaving Luo An with a stunningly beautiful back. The rejected Lone skimmed up and suddenly reached out to touch his face, only to feel a wet sensation coming from his hand. Strange. Why is there water on my face? Can't it be that Xiaobai sneaked into my room and licked my face? The family took the car to the office after breakfast. Su Mingyue watched Luo An follow behind Lu Fongfang, so angry that she coldly grunted and walked towards the office, extremely depressed in her heart. Mom's a real pain in the ass too. She's got one and she's trying to take hers away from her. Lu Fongfang walked into the chairman's office with Dailuo Xiaoluo and casually threw his jacket to Dailuo, then asked towards Xiaoluo. Xiaoan, let me ask you a question first. Doing our real estate industry, almost every day we will encounter nail households wanting to sit on the ground. If it were you, how are you going to solve them in the shortest possible time? Upon hearing this question, Lone fell into deep thought and after a moment's hesitation returned. Individually or collectively? Personal. If it's an individual sitting on the ground, I think there could be some physical means, like taking a sack to him or something. Lu Fongfang blushed strangely and coughed lightly twice. It's true that force is the fastest way to settle things, but we're all civilized people, and these tactics should only be employed as a last resort, and usually our means of resolving such conflicts is to intensify them. Since he won't move, then we can stop the demolition and put the pressure on those who have already received the demolition money to negotiate with the nail households on our behalf. Radicalize the conflict? Lone nodded thoughtfully, taking those 4 words down. After that, Lu Fongfang explained some classic examples to Luo An to help him quickly understand the real estate industry. Whether it was the white way or the black way was explained in great detail. Lone was like a sponge that absorbed water. Keeping these things in mind, soon it was time for the noon meal. The cafeteria was overcrowded and the smell of rice filled the entire cafeteria. Luo An scanned the circle and walked with his dinner tray to sit in front of the soulful Luo Tongtian, inquiring in a puzzled manner. You're so sad that you've gotten a ligature? Tom Lo, Lao Luo, Xiaoqian just broke up with me. Chapter 65, The Sadness of the Times. Break up? Why are you looking for you to break up? You brat wouldn't have gone behind someone's back to steal meat and got caught, right? Luo An asked curiously. Steal what meat? The next second Su Mingyue came from the side and sat down beside Luo An, a playful smile on her cool cheeks. Roan was creeped out by her stare and panicked to explain. It's not me. Listen to my cunning. Shucks, listen to my explanation. It's not me who steals meat. It's this kid who steals meat. Luo Tongtian, on the other hand, curiously asked towards Su Mingyue. Sister-in-law, what would you do if Lone broke up with you and had to leave the country on tonight's flight? Su Mingyue was flattered by the title sister-in-law and said without thinking, well, break both legs, then find a chain to tie him up in his house, preferably with his hamstring picked off, so it's foolproof. Lone shivered in fear as he listened and obediently kept his mouth shut, but this method was obviously not suitable to use on Chen Xiaoxian. Su Mingyue could see that Luo Tongtian couldn't let go with her in the room, so after going all the tomatoes in the dinner plate to Luo An to eat, then she got up and walked to the other side to sit down. Only then did Luo Tongtian let out a sigh and said, her father doesn't agree with us being together, disliking my family for being poor, and saying things like if Xiaoqian dares to be with me, he'll kill himself. Lone analyzed rationally. In fact, it's normal for people to have this concern. After all, the gap between the two of you in terms of your family background is too big. There are good poor people, and naturally there are bad poor people, especially those relatives and neighbors in the village who don't feed well. And you yourself should be aware of how low those people's lower limits are. Obviously, Chen's father, who used to be a farmer, probably imagined Luo Tongtian as that kind of shameless person. So what am I supposed to do? Xiaoxuan said she's getting on a plane at 6 o'clock tonight to go to Rice. It's easy, just let his dad know that you're actually quite extraordinary. But what's unusual about me? Would an average person have a brother as good as me? Brother is at least the younger brother and boyfriend of the helmsman of the $100 billion group. You're hanging out under my hand. Do you think you're average? These are your advantages. As for how to show it out to make people think that your future is unlimited, it's up to you. Luo Tongtian fell into deep thought, feeling that this seemed quite reasonable. He is Luo An's righteous son, and Luo An is the heir to the $100 billion group. Rounding up, doesn't that mean he also owns $100 billion in assets? Lone had said as much as he could, and some things said too much. Instead of giving birth to some bad thoughts, he took out his car keys and placed them on the table, picking up his dinner plate and walking towards Su Mingyue, who was not far away. I'll lend you my Maybach. It's in the 3rd underground parking lot. Remember to return it to me when you're done. Luo Tongtian gratefully picked up the car keys and even skipped his meal, got up and hurriedly ran towards the parking lot. Seeing Luo An sitting down beside him, Su Mingyue picked up another piece of braised pork from her own plate and handed it to his mouth. Lone ate it, disgruntled. Why don't you eat? You hit these dishes. It's shameful to waste food. Why waste it? It's not there for you to eat for me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you think I'm a trash can? Don't worry, even if it's a garbage can, you're still a garbage can that belongs only to my sister and me alone. No loss. After lunch there was a 1-hour lunch break. Luo An took advantage of this time to return to the planning department to code 4,000 words, and in the meantime, looked at today's manuscript fee earnings. If you add in the manga adaptation, audio adaptation, and the channel's share, the total revenue has already exceeded 50,000 and is still rising steadily. So you can imagine that if you wait for the anime to air, it will usher in another qualitative breakthrough. After all, the novel is currently oriented only to the domestic market, while the anime is oriented to the whole world. The ceiling is very high, and usually excellent anime works, the production of more than $1 million, especially since he doesn't get stuck on writing autobiographies at all, like today, which was a day of being treated like a trash can by his sister. At the end of a rare lunch break, Luo An was taken out by Fongfang to socialize. If she were to do it normally, she would definitely not go personally for this kind of thing. After all, looking at the entire real estate industry in Magic City, almost no one is worth her personal appearance. But in the face of her baby son's request, she would have to satisfy even if she were to go up a mountain of knives and go down to the sea of fire. Spoiled, must be spoiled as if he were an invalid. Just as Luo An was studying up, the progress of Luo Tongtian, who was on the other side of the world, wasn't going so well. Is that all you want to say? After listening to Luo Tongtian's description, although Chen Daoming was a little surprised that this kid actually had such connections, he remained unmoved. Even if your brother's background is big, but those are still not yours. Human nature is something that no one can say. In case your relationship breaks down one day, do you still want my daughter to follow you and suffer? Or do you expect me, an old man who will soon be in the ground, to support you? Luo Tongtian was speechless. After all, he had nothing right now. Any more words would be delusional, and he hated himself even more for being incompetent. If he had Luo An's ability to earn millions of dollars a year without relying on others, and if he had Yang Xiaoxuan's intelligence, perhaps the situation would be very different. But if he were to stop there, he wouldn't be willing to do so. In the next second, under Chen Daoming's surprised gaze, Luo Tongtian knelt down, willingly kneeling down for the sake of the person he liked, and spoke humbly. Uncle, I beg you, give me a chance. Chen Xiaoqian, who could no longer look on in the bedroom, came out and also knelt in front of her father, the corners of her eyes reddening. Dad, I'm begging you to. There are so many people in the world. It's really hard to meet people who like each other. I don't want to perfume my feelings or like someone I don't like. You should know this better than I do. Seeing both men on their knees, his daughter's words echoed in his ears. Chen Daoming's thoughts couldn't help but return to that summer. In his day, marriage was undoubtedly the most important event in life in this lifetime. And like it or not, it was the first thing to do anyway, and he is no exception. At the urging of his parents, he married a woman he did not like, that is, Chen Xiaoxian's mother. In order to live a better life in the future, he forced himself to love her 100 times, but in the end the village came to a college student. Whether it is looks or family history is far beyond him, this cropper, but also coincidentally looked at her, and finally the love of the woman and college students elope. This incident has become a permanent pain in the heart of Chen Daoming. It was his poverty that caused all this. Chen Daoming looked at the two people kneeling before him with complicated eyes. I don't know when he became the kind of person he hated, doing the things he used to hate. In the end, all the thoughts in his heart turned into a sigh. I'll give you this chance. As long as you can do something in 3 years, and not much more. As long as you don't aggravate Xiaoxuan, I'll agree for you to be together. Chapter 66, Flowers Have a Price. Love has no price. The next morning, the sunlight that poured down from above the clouds was extremely harsh and poisonous. After breakfast, Luo An and Mom went out early. Today, in addition to going to negotiate with the material company, but also to investigate the market, time is very tight. In these 2 days Luo An followed the Willow. Mom also learned a lot. After all, is to teach, so learning will be much faster. Unlike those old-timers, in addition to serving tea is not enough, but also have to buy some gifts before they are willing to teach you a little fur. Su Mingyue watched the two of them go out, her gaze extremely depressed. She gently caressed Luo Xiaobai, who was quietly lying on her lap, and murmured in a low voice, "White, do you think I should tie him up with chains?" Meow. I second the motion. It was only after breakfast that Su Mingyue went out with a lack of interest. Without Loan as the spice of life, she always felt uninspired to do anything, and the only thing she could do was to sneak into her stinky brother's room every night while he was asleep to barf a couple of bites. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Luo An and Fongfang arrived at the material company's downstairs, and the other party's boss even came downstairs to greet them personally, with a big smile on his face. Loan acted as a secretary. Of course, a proper kind of secretary, organizing materials and such. The real estate industry, as the top of China's bright industry, as the main body, and a number of industries are closely related, such as decoration, home appliances, etc. The profit is quite considerable, such as this material company is specialized in providing decoration materials for the Clouds Group, is considered to be the Magic City decoration industry within the famous big company. Every year can give the Clouds Group to provide more than 50 million profits. Even so, in the conference room, negotiations on the situation is still firmly controlled by Fongfang, occupying the absolute upper hand. The other side of the pressure of the boss did not dare to breathe. Lorne was used to this. After signing a contract for the next 3 years, Mrs. Willow took Loan to investigate the market and develop Loan's abilities. Most of the day flew by, and it was nearing evening. On the bustling shopping street of Magic City, Luo An licked her ice cream and walked side by side with Willow's mom in the crowded crowd, casually saying, "Mrs. Willow, why do I get the feeling that people aren't very willing to buy a house these days?" Fongfang was likewise holding a strawberry-flavored ice cream, sticking out that small pink tongue and gently licking it, with a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were clear and bright, just like a pool of spring water, without the slightest hint of majesty, but instead full of girlish innocence and playfulness. Normal. The current housing prices are far beyond the upper limit of ordinary people's affordability. The future of housing prices will certainly plummet, although the state will step in to underwrite the bottom, but the profits will certainly not be as high as it is now, and smart people have begun to lay out other windfalls. While the two were talking, there was a loud commotion from the front. A group of people gathered around like they were watching something. In the center of the crowd, 2 uniformed city officials were raging, and in front of them stood a little girl trembling with fear. But even so, she held the flowers in her arms for dear life. "Who gave you permission to sell flowers here? Do you know the rules? Where is the adult in your family? You need a business license to sell things on the roadside, you know." With those words, the captain of the city administration went straight up to grab the flowers that the girl was holding tightly in her arms. How had the girl ever seen this scene before? She hugged the flowers to death and wouldn't let go, tears sliding down her pink cheeks as she cried, "Please don't take my flowers. I won't sell them here anymore. They are my grandfather's cure money. Please." At the sight of this scene, the onlookers were more than talking, pitying the tearful girl between words and actions. Lone stepped into the crowd, whispering in his ear from the 2 older women next to him, "This child I know, the Wang bachelor's granddaughter Xiaoling. Every day in this neighborhood to sell flowers to her grandfather to see the doctor. Before I also bought 2 Lu. Is also strange, this piece of stalls before no one tube. How suddenly tube up? This you do not know. Ah, look, across the street that flower store is this city police captain's wife opened. This little doll every day to sell flowers here. Sell also cheap, make basically no one is willing to go to the florist to buy flowers. Do you think that people's wives can be happy? So that's how it is." I said, "Why the attitude is so strong?" "Mud, your grandfather's cure has nothing to do with me. Even if he dies in front of me today, it's useless. This flower must be collected today." Seeing more and more people gathering around and pointing towards him, the captain gradually ran out of patience and lifted his foot to kick on Wang Lingling, forcefully grabbing the flowers she was holding in her arms. As if he didn't think it was enough to take the piss out of him, he rushed up to the girl and was about to slap her across the face. When the surrounding populace saw this scene, their faces changed drastically. Some of them covered their eyes with their hands, while others turned away, not daring to take another look. Some even began to sob in low voices, as if they had already foreseen what terrible things would happen next. A hand, however, reached out at that moment and clamped down on the captain's wrist with a deadly grip, twisting it in a smooth motion, causing the captain to scream out in pain. Lone's powerful kick directly hit the city police captain's vitals, sending him rolling on the ground a few times, covering his crotch as he rolled on the ground. Ah, my XX. What asshole in the grass dares to kick me? I'm going to kill you. Team, Captain, are you okay? The team members who had been silently watching the show rushed forward to help Captain Xian up. Luo An picked up the roses that fell on the ground and patted off the dust on them before handing them back to the little girl with a smile that warmed one's heart as if bathing in the spring breeze. Your flowers, hold them so they don't fall off. Wang Ling held the flowers in her arms with a grateful face. Thank you, uncle. The smile on Ron's face froze. He reached out his hand and rubbed the little girl's head, and said with a leathery smile, good boy. Next time you want to call your brother, it's best to add the word handsome in front of it. As he spoke, the captain of the city administration stood up under the assistants, looking at Luo An's young back, thinking that he was out to save the hero, and gritting his teeth, he said angrily, kid, if you dare to meddle in other people's business, you have to see if you have that strength. Believe it or not, I'll make you kneel and beg for my forgiveness today. With that, he turned toward the little brother beside him. What are you waiting for? Someone is disrupting law enforcement and assaulting staff. Hurry up and call someone. Only after the words fell, I saw a dozen city management personnel running in a great hurry outside the crowd, wearing uniforms, headed by the director of the city administration, Li Lei. Captain Xian's eyes lit up and he exclaimed with delight, Director Li, you came just in time. Someone disturbed the law enforcement. Xian-san Iu. Just when the crowd thought that Luo An was going to be in trouble, the leader of the group, Director Li, slapped at Captain Xian without saying a word after he came running. The scene took everyone around them by surprise. Wasn't here to help. How come you're still fighting amongst yourself? In fighting? Xian-san was also dumbfounded and sat dumbfounded on the ground. After Li Lei finished slapping him, his eyes roamed around for a while, then hurriedly trotted to Lu Fongfang's body and lowered his stance to compensate for the smile. Lu Dong, what happened today is all a misunderstanding. Turn around and I'll definitely teach these two accomplished things a good lesson. Don't be angry. Turn back? Lu Fongfang glanced at him faintly, her meaning self-evident. Li Lei is also a human spirit. Instantly reacted, turned around and walked to Qian-san with a stern face, coldly said, Qian-san, our city management serves the people. You actually dared to violently enforce the law on the street, damaging the prestige of our city management authority. I'm now informing you that you're dismissed, and what you've done today will also be recorded in your file. Violent enforcement of the law is put on the record, and it is basically impossible to work in the system unless one has excellent connections. Qian-san was stunned and hurriedly knelt down and cried for mercy. Director, I know I'm wrong, please give me another chance. I'm also ghostly today, so I do things impulsively please again. Li Lei ignored him and instead, after nodding his head to Lu Fongfang, he quickly led his men away. The surrounding people who were watching the show were no longer stupid at this time also reacted, their gazes converging on Luo An's body in unison. Good guy, handsome even if, relationship is also hard. Typical TV series super rich second generation. Did not expect that today they actually see the real thing. After settling the matter of the city manager, Luo An looked at the timid Wang Lingling behind him, glanced around, and then smiled at her. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back. After saying that, Luo An walked towards the convenience store not far away, and the crowd automatically made a path for him. Not a moment later, Lone walked back with a black bag and handed it to the little girl before taking the roses she was holding in her arms. Your flowers are beautiful. Brother wants them all. Wang Lingling opened the black plastic bag and looked at it, which was actually loaded with two thick piles of money, roughly estimated to be at least 20,000 or more. The girl's first thought was to refuse, but when she thought that her grandfather needed to spend money to see a doctor, she couldn't bear to do it, and her eyes showed a struggle, and then she was about to hand the bag back, but she was stopped by Luo An's big hand and pushed it back into her arms. Take it and be careful not to be seen on your way back. But that's too much. Grandpa said you can't just accept it from anyone. It's true that your flowers aren't worth that much, but this bouquet is going to a pretty sister, and she's going to be so happy to see it that it's going to give me far more value than the money in this bag. Flowers have a price, but love is priceless, and that's what Lone wanted to convey. The little girl nodded her head in confusion and thanked her nicely before turning away with the bag in her arms. Chapter 67. Waiting for my sister's favor at night. If you can't even do this little job well, am I paying your wages so that you can eat? Inside the office, Su Mingyue became furious and threw a publicity plan towards the three publicity department employees in front of her. Secretary Yi stood quietly and looked at the three with a pitiful gaze. Mr. Su was not in a good mood these 2 days. and he took out this kind of garbage propaganda, which is not an initiative to jump into the fire pit. Su Mingyue's face suddenly became gloomy to the extreme, as if it was enveloped in a wave of frost. Her voice also became cold and piercing, and with undisguised anger, she said in a chilling voice, "Our Yunsha group is taking the elite route. I gave you a whole half-month's time, and as a result, you just gave me a copy of the propaganda that plays with words and digs a hole for the consumers. Do you know how much it will affect the group's credibility?" Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. This publicity was advocated by Chi Fei. It has nothing to do with us. Yeah, I told him at the time that this kind of propaganda wouldn't work, and he wouldn't listen. The spearheads were all pointed at the man standing in the center, who was a newly hired employee, and at this moment, his face suddenly turned white. Not knowing how to explain, how could Su Mingyue not see that they were shrugging it off and was about to get angry, when the office door was pushed open vigorously and slammed against the wall. Boo! The crowd subconsciously looked toward the door, daring to come in without even knocking on the door, especially when Mr. Su is angry. Isn't this looking for death? Lone had just stepped through the door of the office, clutching a bouquet of roses, when she sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. So what? You guys carry on, huh? I'll come back later. Just as Luo An was about to bolt, Su Mingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Stop right there. Get over here. Lorne walked back with a bitter look on his face. First things first, I didn't make you angry. You're not allowed to implicate the innocent. Seeing his nervous appearance, the corner of Su Mingyue's lips lifted slightly and hooked a finger towards him. Good boy, come here. Secretary Yi could already imagine the next scene, and she smartly walked towards the outside of the office, not forgetting to glare at the three people who froze in place. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and take the planning back to change it. Ha! Oh, the three of them weren't stupid, and after gratefully glancing at Luo An's back, their footsteps quickened as they walked out of the office, closing the door in the process. Luo An had just walked up to Su Mingyue when she reached into her arms and snatched the bouquet of roses that gave off a faint floral scent. You bought it especially for me? Counting that you still have a bit of conscience. Usually my sister didn't love you for nothing. I saw it and bought it on the way. What were you doing just now? You looked so bad. The following people did something wrong. Would have liked to train them for a while longer. Now well, there you are enough. Saying that, Su Mingyue came to Luo An's neck and smelled it. After confirming that there was no odor, she stuck out her tongue and licked it, and in the next second, her red lips directly covered Luo An's lips. Lorne responded enthusiastically. These 2 days the two people get along with the opportunity is basically at home. See each other no more than 2 hours a day, but the feelings in the heart instead of detachment, but more and more intense. The loneliness that had built up in the heart was released at this moment. Just as this emotion was about to break through the tipping point, there was a shout from outside the office. Xiaoxuan, Mingyue, it's after work. What are you two still staying in the office for? If you don't go back, the food will get cold. Fongfang pushed the door in and looked at the two people with slightly reddened faces and wondered, why are your faces so red? Isn't the air conditioning on? Su Mingyue gritted her teeth and stared at her old mom who was interrupting her good deed. You can't hide the eyes of someone who wants to knife someone. It's probably because I just ran a bit fast. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Luo An returned without moving. After packing up, the three of them walked out of the office. Fongfang walked ahead and was talking to Lao Luo on the phone about adding chicken legs. Luo An walked behind the two of them. Su Mingyue came up and hummed softly in his ear. Stinky brother, wait for your sister's favor at night. Let's continue what we just didn't finish. Chapter 68. The book is finished. On the following day, Wednesday morning, the originally turquoise blue sky was covered by a layer of haze, shadowing the whole city like a huge curtain. Luo An woke up from his bed in a relaxed manner. He looked at the mess in the room, the torn clothes and stockings, the romance-like novels that had fallen to the floor, and his mind instantly recalled the events of last night. The thought of it made Lone look indignant. Wasn't it just touching her leg? But she actually hit herself with her hands, tearing her clothes and rubbing herself on the ground. This woman is really getting more and more excessive. Lone got out of bed and walked over to the closet to retake a brand new set of clothes from it to change into, and after a brief wash, headed downstairs. Downstairs, old Luo and Willow's mom, along with Diao Yang's sister, were sitting at the dining room table and were eating. There was a big plate of steaming, fragrant buns on the table, and it looked appetizing. The TV directly across the room was showing the top stories of the day. Shocked, an extremely explosive case occurred today in Murdoch City, Hebei Province, where a 50-year-old middle-aged man went to a prostitute and ordered his daughter. After the man fled the scene, his daughter called the police to report the man for not paying for prostitutes. Lone glanced at the TV in amazement and took a seat at the dining table, casually picking up one of the buns on the table and taking a big bite out of it. The next second, his face changed. This familiar smell. he can't remember wrongly. It is the smell of Ryu. Mom, how about Xiaoxuan? Mom saw you and Mingyue working so hard these past 2 days, so she thought of making you an early breakfast. So she got up early in the morning and kneaded the buns. This filling is my exclusive recipe. Oh. Facing Fongfang's expectant eyes, Luo An forcibly swallowed the meat bun in his mouth, his smile a little unnatural, and said, "It's really delicious, but leave the dirty work like cooking to my dad." Otherwise he was afraid he wouldn't even survive his estimated middle age and would have to die halfway through. At this time Luo An glimpsed Su Mingcheng and Luo Mingyue actually still calmly eating the buns in their hands, and was instantly filled with doubt. Seeing his expression, Su Mingcheng said calmly, "Don't worry, the only meat bun Mom makes is the one you're holding." Hearing this, Luo An inwardly let out a long breath. Fortunately, it was barely within his reach if it was only this one. After holding her breath and wolfing down the secret meat bun in her hand, Luo An couldn't wait to take out a bun from her plate and take a big bite with anticipation. The smile on his face gradually stiffened as he turned his head to look at Su Mingcheng beside him. The latter was snickering, saying, "It's true that the meat bun is the only one, but all the other buns are also hand-breaded by Mom, all with a secret sauce." Luo An, taking advantage of Fongfang getting up to go to the kitchen to serve soybean milk, Luo An felt a little out of place and directly snatched Su Mingyue's hand with her big hand over the bean paste buns that she had nibbled halfway through and took a small bite. Strong bean paste flavor. Identification complete. It's a normal bun. I'm afraid that bun-in-law Luo's hand is the same. Why do you guys eat different buns than I do? Luo Mingyue smiled harmlessly and said, "Because these 2 buns were bought by me secretly driving out to buy them while your mother Lu was kneading the buns." "Then why are there only 2? Your mother is not easy to get up early back to work half a day. She made the buns have to be someone to eat it, so you can only be entrusted to the good boy smashed." "Dad, look at you." "Oh, Luo An, 6. I'm done. Real dad." Seeing that Mrs. Lu hadn't come out of the kitchen yet, Luo An reacted quickly and rummaged out a thermos box from a side cabinet, pulling Su Mingyue's hand and heading towards the door of the house. "Mrs. Lu, my friend is having a birthday today, my sister, and I won't be back for lunch. I'll take these buns for the road." Hearing the commotion, Fongfang walked out of the kitchen, placed the warmed soy milk on the table, and wiped her hands with the apron she was wearing. This child is also really. At least drink the soy milk before leaving. What if he chokes? Rest assured, choking won't kill you, Luo Mingyue said smilingly. Then he was about to get up and walk towards the sofa, but was stopped by Fongfang, who saw her take out another drawer of hot buns from the kitchen and put them on the table. "You've only had 1 bun. Can you eat enough? Since Xiaoxuan and the others have left, these buns are all yours alone. You're responsible for fixing all of these. It's something my old lady worked hard on. If you dare to leave any left over, you're dead." After leaving the house, Luo An and Su Mingyue drove towards Luo Tongtian's current residence. That guy had sent a message early in the morning saying that he wanted to invite him for dinner. Su Mingyue sat on the passenger seat with her long legs crossed, looking intently at the novel within the screen of her cell phone, which was written by Luo An. "My sister Lord, please let me go." The experiences of the hero and heroine couldn't be said to be roughly the same as hers and Loan's, but only exactly the same. Even the plot was the experiences of the two, and even the dialogue hadn't been changed. Even so, Su Mingyue still looked at it with great interest, because she could tell from the book what Luo An was thinking in his mind when he faced her. Helps her understand her smelly brother so she can better tune him up in the future. Su Mingyue was looking at it with great interest when suddenly a yellow reminder button appeared in the screen, and a layer of frost immediately covered her pretty face. "Why is it only this much and then it's gone? Stinky brother, are you no good? How can I have time to code in the past 2 days? It's good to keep up with the daily updates. I don't care. Can't you code at night if you're busy during the day? Can't you be a little more conscientious and take 10 hours out of your sleep to code? 6. You're really treating me like a robot." Soon, the car drove into an upscale villa area, and after the security guard released the car, Luo An followed the navigation and drove in, and after advancing for a while, stopped in front of a big luxurious flat-story villa. Lone marveled a little. Although it is not as exquisite as the villa of the mansion house, the difference is not big. "Old Lo, this way." Luo Tongtian peeked out of the window and waved at the two of them. At this point he was wearing an apron and living up to his reputation as a family cook. Luo An and Su Mingyue walked into the spacious villa, which was decorated in a very minimalist style and had little furniture, making it seem a bit empty. Luo Tongtian saw the buns in the thermos box in Luo An's hand. His eyes lit up and directly snatched them. "Count on your kid's conscience. Knowing that I haven't eaten breakfast after a busy morning, you still know to bring 2 buns. Luo An didn't stop and smiled gently. "Yes, eat more if you like. The flavor of this bun is simply excellent." Luo Tongtian bit down with a big mouthful. His body stiffened for a few seconds before the bun in his hand slipped and tumbled to the ground for a few rounds, and then his whole body leaned backward and collapsed helplessly on the ground, his mouth continuously spitting out white foam. Seeing this, Luo An sked twice and walked around Luo Tongtian to sit down in front of the sofa, not forgetting to shout towards Chen Xiaoqian who was busy in the kitchen. Xiao Chen, your man is going GA. Hurry up and send him to the hospital to have his stomach pumped, otherwise you're afraid you'll be a widow. Luo Tongtian. D. End of book. Chapter 69, Magic Sound Through the Ears. After rescuing Luo Tongtian from his milk, Chen Xiaoqian was relieved and just wanted to give Luo An a fierce glare when Luo An quickly hid behind Su Mingyue. He's the one who took the food, so you can't blame me. Chen Xiaoqian wanted to curse, but after seeing Su Mingyue who was blocking Luo An's body, she could only helplessly choose to give up. She didn't have the courage to go against Su Mingyue. This Mr. Su was just too perfect, making any of her kind unconsciously ashamed of themselves in front of her. You're a damn good brother to me, poisoning me on my birthday. Luo Tong weather was so stormy. At this time he sniffed his nose, puzzled. What's that smell? Where did the paste come from? It's bad. I'm still frying vegetables in my pot. I didn't turn off the fire. Chen Xiaoqian exclaimed, rushing towards the kitchen in a panic. Luo Tongtian hurriedly followed into the kitchen to help. Luo An shook his head helplessly at the situation. Seeing the melon seeds on the table, directly grabbed a handful and knocked it up, then fed the melon seeds nuts to Su Mingyue's mouth. Su, eat melon seeds. Aha! Su Mingyue took a small bite. Not long after, Yaoyao, Yang Xiaoxian and Ma Yunyun also came successively. All were invited by Luo Tongtian. After all, if there are only 3 or 4 people on a birthday, it's really too cold. It's better to be lively. Yaoyao because Luo Tongtian often come to find Luo and Sake. The relationship between the two people is also gradually familiar with the relationship. Now as a colleague is also a good friend. It is worth mentioning that Yang Xiaoxian has now become a group leader of the planning department of the Yunxiao group. Knowing that she has only been here for more than a month, this promotion speed can only be described as horrible. Of course, it wasn't a backdoor that Luo An had someone give her, but all on her own in exchange for her performance. Roan was still happy for her. This was the confident, unobtainable girl he remembered. She found the path she was going to take and Luo An met the right person. What are you thinking? Su Mingyue, who was sitting beside him, saw Luo An dazed and raised her hand to pinch his face and asked, "Oh, I was wondering what I should do to get you to touch my leg." Asterisk 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 Q. Oops, wrong. Yaoyao's 3 girls were a little envious of such love when they saw the scene of Luo An's duo flirting. By the time noon rolled around, the table in the living room was filled with a dish that smelled so good that just by smelling it, it wasn't any worse than that of an outside restaurant. Luo Tongtian rural origin. Early practice to cooking skills. Cooking even Luo and have nothing to say. People send nicknamed Luo Big Mother. Due to the fact that he didn't eat in the morning, Luo An directly dried 3 large bowls of rice in a row, leaving Su Mingyue dumbfounded and curiously reaching out to touch his bulging stomach. Ouch, it tickles. Don't you touch. Ha ha. No, what are you tickling me for? LOL. Ha ha. After lunch, the group drove to a nearby KTV to sing again. Luo An showed off his singing voice, and Su Mingyue took pictures of him and sent them to her friend circle. The stupid pig can sing too. Asterisk video x 1 inch. The friend circle had just been sent out, and Willow's mom was the first to like it and send an encouraging emoticon. After Luo An finished singing, he saw Yaoyao sitting quietly in the corner eating, and directly walked up and handed her the microphone. How can you sit here? Go up and sing a couple of songs. We are all familiar with each other. No one will laugh at you if you sing badly. I can't. Yaoyao hurriedly waved her hand in rejection. Her cheeks flushed a light pink color, obviously shy. Luo Tongtian followed suit. Sing one. Today is my birthday. Give Luo a face. Later if anyone dares to dislike your singing, I will directly reward him with 2 big ears. Ma Yunyun and Yang Xiaoxian followed suit until Su Mingyue put her hand on Yaoyao's shoulder and her words faded. Go on. Only then did Yaoyao take the microphone and nervously walk to the big screen. Feeling her feet go weak and not knowing what to do, Lorne ordered the song for her. Let's sing I Think I've Seen You Somewhere by Shuizian. This accompaniment is good. You should have no problem singing it. The sound of twangy music plays in the booth as the lines are revealed on the big screen. Yaoyao took a deep breath and slowly opened her mouth. It's about you. There's nothing to see. If it is true, dare I ask the author what is the sin? How hard it is to persuade people to separate. Luo An froze. Listening to this voice that was as raw as reciting lines, goosebumps rose all over his body. Not being able to think too much, he rushed to cover Su Mingyue's ears, lest she be harmed by this sonic attack. Luo Tongtian expressionlessly came at his own face with 2 slaps, cursing his own cheap mouth. At this moment, the crowd regretted. Why did they have to let Yaoyao sing just now? Wasn't this asking for a crime? For minutes passed quickly and the song was over. Singing in front of so many people for the first time, Yaoyao felt that she was now full of hot blood and picked up the remote control on the table with great interest. I'll do another one. Luo An glared and hurriedly called out toward Xiaoxuan, who was closest to her. Xiaochen, stop her. Xiaoxuan snatched the remote control from Yaoyao's hand with a face of fear, touched her head and said in a serious tone, "Little Yaoyao, good boy, for the sake of everyone's life, you'd better sit back and eat, just now it's all our bad." Once these words came out, Yaoyao lost her glamour in her eyes and walked over to her original seat to sit down, her fingers continuously drawing circles on the leather sofa. "I'm going to draw a circle and curse you all." After that it was Yang Xiaoxian and Shen Xiaoqian taking turns. Both of their voices are the better kind. One gentle, one lively, each with their own style. Luo An had wanted Su Mingyue to go up and sing 2 songs as well. And then the soft flesh around his waist was viciously twisted 360 degrees by a devilish claw. Another 2 hours after getting high, the crowd just walked out of the KTV, only to find that it was already pouring rain outside, only just too noisy in the room, so they didn't notice. The sky was shrouded in a thick haze. Torrential rain poured down to wash away the filth of the city, and an earthy aroma spread through the air. The car was parked on the opposite side of the street. Luo An saw such a heavy rain, directly took off his short sleeves, then blocked on Su Mingyue's head, said, "Go." Chen Xiaoqian looked at Luo Tongtian, who tightened the secondary short sleeves on his body and said reluctantly, "This is a treasure that I spent $3,000 to buy." Chen Xiaoqian violently tore off his clothes and then blocked her head, and after a cold snort, she pulled Luo Tongtian's hand towards the car not far away. "I'm the only baby you have now." Yang Xiaoxian and the 3 of them all brought their bags with them, so they were able to block out the rain for a while. The female receptionist of the KTV walked out of the store. She looked at the back of Luo An and the others running in the rain, and then looked down at the 3 umbrellas in her hand, then silently walked back into the store. Chapter 70, Su Mingyue, you're not allowed to dislike me. Thursday morning, after a night of pounding rain, the whole city seemed to be renewed, glowing in the sunlight that poured down from the clouds. On the open living room sofa of her home, Su Mingyue lay listlessly on the sofa, her beautiful cheeks smoldering with a layer of pink, but it was obvious that she could feel a sense of powerless pallor from her pale lips. It had been a weak period for her in the past few days, plus yesterday, even though Luo An had sheltered her from the rain, she had inevitably caught a cold, resulting in a cold. Fongfang came and took out the thermometer from her daughter's armpit. 38.5 degrees. Fortunately not too serious. You shouldn't go to the office today. Stay home honestly and rest until you get better. Just a little cold. With Su Mingyue's strong woman character naturally refused. Good thing Luo An came at this time with cold medicine. A slap on her arched buttocks heavily. Tone stern. You? If you're sick you should rest. If you don't listen don't blame me for not being polite. Stinky brother. Don't you dare talk to me like that. What can you do with me? I can beat 2 of you now. Seeing the 2 arguing, Fongfang helplessly shook her head and smiled, stepped towards the upstairs, and in no time went downstairs again, already changed into a gray coat, took the bag in her hand, and went out together with Lao Luo. Su Mingyue gritted her teeth and stared at Luo An. How she wanted to stomp the stinky face of his and rub it on the ground, but she could not use her body at all. Be a good girl and drink your medicine to get over your cold. Come on, I'll feed you. After drinking a whole cup of medicine all the way through, Su Mingyue quietly lay on the sofa, but still coughed from time to time. Lone took a hot towel and put it on her bare forehead. I didn't expect that such a strong and domineering female general manager like Su Mingyue would also have such weak moments. Well, it should be only in front of him that she looks like this. If there were outsiders around, Luo An guessed the woman could just jump up from the couch and force herself to pretend she was fine. Suddenly, Su Mingyue paused and said in a soft voice, "It's not comfortable to fall asleep on the couch. Why don't you carry me to my room?" Roan didn't refuse, passing his hands under her armpits and between her feet and knees, taking her into his arms and easing her toward the stairs. Because of her cold, Su Mingyue's body was extra hot, wearing only a nightgown and Luo An's body together. I could smell the faint scent of her on the tip of my nose. As if Luo An felt something, his entire body froze in place, looking down at Su Mingyue in his arms and gulping. You're not wearing that, are you?" Su Mingyue quietly lay in his arms and blinked at him. "So what if I'm not wearing it? We've been dating for so long. Do you still care about these little things?" Lone's face instantly blushed. In other words, he and Su Mingyue were now only separated by 2 thin layers of fabric. The woman must have done it on purpose. The hot-blooded Luo An walked into Su Mingyue's room, but Su Mingyue refused to get down from his arms. The corner of her mouth playfully looked at Luo An's blushing side face, and she was instantly playful. Her slender white hand hooked around Luo An's neck and came to his ear, saying with compulsion in her voice, "There's no one at home right now, and I'm sick and weak, so if you want to take advantage of this, I won't be able to resist you." I thought that Luo An's reaction would be great, but I didn't expect him to have a flat expression, like he wasn't the least bit moved by the words. "I admit that you're pretty, but I, Luo An, have never liked a person's inner self, not a dirty skin, and if you have the time to seduce me, why don't you take more rest and try to get better sooner? After saying that, Luo An directly threw Su Mingyue on the bed and glanced at her disdainfully as he was leaving. The door to the room slammed heavily shut and footsteps sounded far away. Su Mingyue lay on the bed in dismay. Somewhat incredulous, she reached for the mirror on the nightstand and looked at her face. It's not ugly, is it? Even because of the illness, it adds a bit of sickly beauty. How can that dog man resist such beauty? Returning to his room, Lone rushed to the bathroom as fast as he could and turned on the shower head, the cold water sweeping down and soaking his clothes. The hot heart within his chest quickly smoothed out. That was close, almost didn't hold back. Lone spared a long breath. His girlfriend is just so charming. What Luo An didn't know was that Su Mingyue in the next room was frantically beating her pillow with her fist. Furious, it was only after a full 10 minutes of rushing that the fire in Luo An's heart completely disappeared. After drying off the water, he walked over to his closet and pulled out a new set of clothes to change into, ready to go out and get some pears to stop his cough. The phone shook slightly twice. Su Mingyue, I can't sleep. I order you to come over and sleep with me immediately now. Luo An had no choice but to retrace his steps back to Su Mingyue's room, and just as he laid down on the bed, he was hugged to death by her as a giant-sized hugging pillow. Her exasperated voice came to her ears. Do you not like me anymore? Otherwise why were you indifferent to what I said just now? Come on, did you find another woman outside? This was like a petulant tone. Luo An's heart blossomed inside, and he stroked her head, saying, what woman can be as beautiful as you? And you're sick right now. If I took this opportunity to make a move on you, would I still be human? Su Mingyue was silent for a few seconds. Before you say that, can you take your hand off my leg? I'm not touching my leg. I'm massaging your leg so you can fall asleep faster. This Luo An said with a straight face. Even Su Mingyue couldn't find the slightest crack. The two of them had their faces pressed together. Each other's breath could be clearly felt, and the speed of their heartbeats gradually increased. Su Mingyue closed her eyes and her voice was very soft as she pouted. I forbid you to dislike me. You can only love me in this world. You can only be mine. I won't allow you to be with anyone else. That's for sure. With Luo An's company, Su Mingyue quickly fell into dreamland, curling up in his arms like a lazy kitten and falling into a deep sleep. It was only after another half hour had passed after she fell asleep that Luo An gingerly got out of bed. After glancing back at the sleeping man on the bed, he stepped out of the room to prepare lunch. After washing the rice and putting it in the pot, Luo An saw that Xiaobai's dinner plate was empty, and took out a bag of cat food from the cabinet in the corner to pour it on. Good boy, smash. Eat. Luo Xiaobai barked and affectionately rubbed his head against Luo An's feet before he started to dry his meal. Because of Su Mingyue's endless feeding of all sorts of high-grade cat food snacks, this fat cat's size was 2 full circles larger than before, and gripping it was simply not too comfortable. Chapter 71 I want you to feed me with your mouth. After talking to Chen's father, Luo Tongtian submitted his letter of departure the next day. After all, he wanted to show Chen's father the results within 3 years. Walking on the bustling street, Luo Tongtian looked around as looking for business inspiration. With Chen Xiaoxuan around, plus he had saved some money before, the basic startup capital was definitely not a problem. But the question was which industry to enter. After the epidemic of the previous 2 years, the internet e-commerce industry earns a lot of money. On the contrary, the entity industry is more and more difficult. Every day there are many stores closed. However, Luo Tongtian felt that this is a good opportunity. The state of the real industry economic downturn will certainly not sit idly by. Sooner or later will come out of the relevant policies. It's going to be noon soon. Why don't we find a place to eat first? There's no rush in this business venture thing. Chen Xiaoqian softly comforted. Luo Tongtian nodded. He was now completely clueless, and strolling around further probably wouldn't yield any results. Business was booming at a nearby fried chicken restaurant, and the two of them casually found an empty seat and sat down. What can I get you to? The clerk approached and smiled politely. Chen Xiaoqian pointed to the list of set meals on the menu. Deluxe couple set meal for 2. A cup of cola and milk tea, both with ice. Yes, please wait. The clerk left, and a couple happened to take a seat behind Luo Tongtian with 2 orders of fried chicken. Only the boys were heard complaining towards the girls. I don't know what's so good about this milk tea. $50 a cup. You can buy a carton of milk, and it's not good for your body. What do you know? It's not important whether it's good or not. What's important is that it's expensive. If my girlfriends see me drinking those low-grade milk tea that costs a few dollars a cup, they will laugh at me. What's the joke? Aren't they just like you? With an ordinary family, where do they get the money to drink this kind of milk tea every day? They can't afford to drink it, but their boyfriends have money to buy it for them. The boys were dumbfounded by this statement and didn't know what to say. As if Luo Tongtian had caught some crucial information, his eyes instantly lit up and his brain began to run at a rapid pace. Now the milk tea is not moving on the big tens of cups. selling expensive even if the key is not much nutrition. Most of the audience are girls, so wouldn't it be sold out if there was a healthy and cheap milk tea? As for how healthy it is, adding some herbs to it couldn't be better. In an instant, several ideas popped up in Luo Tongtian's mind, and he excitedly held Chen Xiaoxian's hand and said with a face full of excitement, "Sin, I've got it. I've got it." It was so loud that the eyes of those around them were drawn to it. Got it? What's there? It shouldn't be. But he's a guy. At noon, the sun was hot. Inside the grand villa of the magnificent court residence, Su Mingyue, who had woken up from her sleep, came down from upstairs. The corners of her eyes were red because her nose was blocked. She found Luo An, who was boiling brown sugar water, and said pitifully, "Lo, how long will it take for my cold to go away? I feel so bad right now. I don't think I'll ever get better if you keep wearing just a nightgown like that for the rest of your life." Luo An expressionlessly put the boiled brown sugar water into a thermos cup, then took off the coat he was wearing and draped it over her, picking her up across his waist and walking out of the kitchen. Su Mingyue didn't resist and quietly lay in his arms. Perhaps because of the cold, she has become extremely docile. Lone put her on the couch and covered her up, then handed her the cup with brown sugar water to her mouth. "This is cooled in advance. It's not hot at all. You should feel better after drinking it, and I'll boil you some pear water later, so your throat won't hurt if you drink it." Su Mingyue disgruntledly pushed the cup away and shook her jade feet in the quilt, her voice soft and pouty. "I want you to feed me. I'm not feeding you. I'm handing you the cup to your mouth. Isn't that enough?" "Not enough. I want you to feed me with your mouth." Lone glared and refused without hesitation. "Are you kidding? You've got a cold. What if I catch it from mouth to mouth?" Su Mingyue huffed. "Are you disliking me? You don't love me anymore. I'm going to break up with you. I'm going to cut you off." Saying that, Su Mingyue began to splash and roll around, living as a brash young lady, rather like Luo An not feeding her. She was going to turn the sky upside down. Helplessly, Luo An directly took a mouthful of brown sugar water wrapped in her mouth and sent it into her mouth. The knot in his throat rolled, and droplets of water slid down the corners of his mouth and onto the bedding, leaving a noticeable little wet spot. Just when Luo An was about to continue, Su Mingyue was pushing him away. Her tone was extremely disgusted. "Your mouth stinks. You must not have brushed your teeth today. I don't want you to feed it. It's better for me to drink it myself." With that, she grabbed the cup from Lone's hand and took a big gulp. Lone was so devastated by the comment that she couldn't help but wonder about life. It's not very damaging and extremely insulting. He didn't believe in it and blew towards his palm, and sure enough, he smelled a smell of garlic, presumably because he put too much garlic paste on the pasta he ate in the morning, so the smell was a bit heavy. But this woman actually resented him. Roan snatched the cup in annoyance. "You don't want me to feed me, I'm going to feed you. Jesus couldn't stop me today. I say, you stay away from me. I'm going to kick your ass." When Lu Fongfang and Luo Minghui came home in the evening, they looked at the messy living room, looked at each other with only one thought in their minds. A burglar in the house? Early the next morning, Lone walked down the stairs 2 steps at a time, sneezing, rubbing her reddened nose with a hard look on her face, feeling weak. On the contrary, after a night's sleep, Su Mingyue recovered completely from her cold, was extraordinarily energetic, and had an appetite for everything she ate. Lu Fongfang said helplessly, "You two are really enemies. Yesterday that cold, today this cold. Young people still need to exercise more. Don't stay at home all day." Su Mingyue sipped the porridge, swallowed it and then faintly said, "That's right, stinky brother. You're also too weak. Wait for one day sister to take you to exercise." Hearing this, Luo An was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's clearly you who infected me. If you hadn't insisted that I feed you with my mouth yesterday, I definitely wouldn't have caught a cold. False is false. Don't make excuses for yourself. Ah, stinking woman. I'm going to fight you one-on-one." 1 minute later, Lone was on the ground. Originally he was not Su Mingyue's opponent, not to mention that he had a cold now. He could not carry a punch from Su Mingyue. The next period of time, Luo An has been recuperating from illness. Even the code words do not have the energy, can only helplessly take a vacation. The vacation note just went out and Inhuman readers immediately commented below. Dog author, get up and update quickly. Can a small cold break your will? As long as you can't die, get up and keep updating. Are you only this short? Crowdfunding delivers blades. 1 out of 100. Seeing these comments, Lone had no choice but to put a welfare picture below. Chapter 72, You Can. Ha 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 ha. On the following day, the chirping of early birds was heard outside the window, and a refreshing coolness seeped in through the cracks in the window, causing the temperature inside the house to drop. After a night's sleep, Lone's already minor cold recovered completely. At the moment, he was lying on the bed, looking earnestly at Su Mingyue in her arms, who was wearing brown bear pajamas. No, to be precise, he was looking at the pair of huge rabbits that she had raised with her own hands. This nightgown belonged to the very loose kind, plus Su Mingyue's sleeping posture was very poor, so without realizing it the nightgown slipped off her body, revealing a pair of snow-white delicate shoulders. Lorne gulped. These pajamas are so white. His hand touched up uncontrollably, caressing the rabbit Su Mingyue had raised with her own hands through the thin layer of fabric. Lorne's face was grave and solemn. He wasn't taking advantage of the situation. He was just looking at Su Mingyue's rabbit as if there was some kind of dirt on it, so he helped wipe it off. Yeah right, that's right, he's decent. Stinky brother, where do you keep your hands? Su Mingyue woke up at an unknown time and was staring sternly at the giggling Luo An, her body radiating an icy cold chill as she quickly smacked away Luo An's increasingly wanton salty hands, pulling up her pajamas to cover up her perfect jade body. No, you listen to my cunning explanation. I saw something dirty on your pajamas, so, that's why. Su Mingyue crossed her long, slender, jade-smooth legs and sat on the edge of the bed, throwing the keyboard towards Luo An and faintly said, "Kneel down." Knowing he was guilty, Lone knew better and knelt down. Su Mingyue added, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Luo An raised his head and said with unyielding eyes, "I am not right. The beginning of man's nature is evil. There is a cheap not to take advantage of. Love of color is a man's nature. To be wrong is also your fault. Who let you wear such loose pajamas? You're pretty enough, the prettiest person I've ever seen, and you're wearing such revealing pajamas. I'd still be a man if I didn't take advantage of the situation and do something." This Lone said with a straight face, using the hardest tone to say the softest words. Even Su Mingyue felt that what he said made sense now. He is such a beautiful woman lying beside him with her bosom open. If there is nothing crooked, it is not normal. In the end, Lohan was penalized with a 10-minute jade foot to the face penalty. This will not happen again. Su Mingyue turned around with a cold snort and walked out of the room. It was then that Lone got up from the ground and touched his ravaged face. Well, it still smells good. That's a pretty vicious punishment. I had dumplings for breakfast today, leftovers from the Dragon Boat Festival a few days ago, which have been sitting in the freezer in the emergency room, but they still tasted so good. A little bit of chili goes a long way. After having breakfast, Luo An had wanted to go to the company. After all, he had already rested for 2 days. If he did not go to the company, well, it doesn't really matter. Who asked the company to be run by his family? Early in the morning, Luo Tongtian sent a message to Luo An, asking him to make a trip over there, with the beautiful name of bringing him to make a fortune. But Luo An guessed that this kid wasn't holding back any good farts. There must be something for him to do. Following the address sent by Luo Tongtian, Luo An was stuck in traffic for most of an hour before arriving at a commercial street, surrounded by skyscrapers and white-collar workers everywhere on the road. Breakfast stores and various milk tea stores are full of business, with long lines outside the stores. Lorne walked outside a store that hadn't been renovated yet. "Old Luo, you're here. Ha, your daughter-in-law didn't come along?" Luo Tongtian, dressed as a cleaner, walked out from the back kitchen of the store with a broom in his hand, covered in dust. Luo An expressionless said, "She has something to do in the company today. So, the chance to get rich you said is picking up garbage?" Upon hearing this, Luo Tongtian came into the spirit and quickly said his idea one by one, portraying it as if he had already fantasized about the scene of business bursting in the future. "Milk tea with herbs?" Luo An murmured. "This idea is really quite innovative. This neighborhood our office buildings are not lack of traffic, and those white-collar workers work overtime every day. There are healthy and cheap milk tea naturally more suitable for them. But the thing is, the flavor of the herbs, not to mention the taste, but anyone who knows how to smell that kind of smell understands that compared to that smell, is considered fragrant. Nope, seems to be a part of herbal medicine." Hearing Luo An's concerns, Luo Tongtian's agitation eased a bit and became extremely serious. "I called you here to ask for your help. Xiaoxian's family is a demolition household and Mordor has little connections, but the Lu family has been based in Mordor for so many years. Their connections must be very wide. So I would like to ask your daughter-in-law to help and find a master of traditional Chinese medicine to mix it." Chen Xiaoxian also walked out of the store at this time, put her hand on Luo Tongtian's shoulder, and said toward Luo An, "Luo An, just help him. He does have quite a lot of pressure these days, if he doesn't really have no other way." Both of them looked earnestly at Lone, who shrugged helplessly. "You all said so, what can I do? But first say goodbye." "I but want shares. We also want to experience a taste of being a boss." Luo Tongtian was instantly delighted. "No problem, I've long thought of these. Let's split the shares in half. I'll be responsible for the operation, and you'll be responsible for finding someone to get the formula out. As for the funds to open the store, Chen Xiaoxian has plenty of money, really can't go home and find Lao Deng to pop some gold coins. After that, The three of them discussed some specific matters, and by the time they were done talking it was almost noon, and only after a free lunch did Luo An return to the company, because of the Sky Trade Group. So recently Su Mingyue's workload was huge. Fortunately, there was Han Bingbing, such a competent general able to preside over the overall situation, or else even if she was busy from morning to night, it is estimated that she could not be busy. The scorching sunlight penetrated into the office from the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and a delicate silhouette was sitting in a position to carefully read the documents. Lone walked in with a cafeteria-beaten meal and casually sat down at the table with a chair. Su Mingyue didn't make a move. She just kicked his leg gently with her foot. Luo An immediately understood and fed her with chopsticks. Secretary Yi silently walked out of the office. If she walked any slower, she probably wouldn't even need to eat her lunch. After finishing her meal, Su Mingyue then cozily put down the documents in her hand and leaned her back on the backrest of the boss chair, her mouth letting out a sound that made people misunderstand. The half-dropped heels hung on one of her beautiful feet before she casually shrugged them off and rested her geo on Luo An's leg before she faintly said, "Say, what did you do this morning?" Luo An pinched her geo while briefly describing Luo Tongtian's opening of the store and stating the current difficulties. Upon hearing this, the corners of Su Mingyue's mouth rose and she let out a delicate laugh. "I do know something about Chinese medicine, but why should I help you? You even ate your sister's tofu in the morning, and now you still want your sister's help. You have to pay something, right? The point is that I don't have anything, and you certainly can't look at this amount of money I have." Su Mingyue suddenly raised her foot and rubbed Luo An's face intimately with her toes, saying, "You can pay for your meat." Chapter 73, Take a bath and get cleaned up. Wait for me to pamper you in the evening. Flesh payment. Hearing such seductive words from Su Mingyue, Luo An had goosebumps all over his body and hurriedly pushed away the smelly geo from his face, tightened his clothes, and said with a face of death, "I can agree to you on any condition, except this one. This is my innocence that I have guarded for over 20 years. I will never give it to you so easily. So, gotta add money." Su Mingyue lightly grunted, too lazy to tease this living treasure. Anyway, his body will be hers sooner or later. Really can't wait for the wedding time to dominate. Immediately after, Su Mingyue took the cell phone on the table and tapped it for a while before faintly saying, "The address is sent to you. When you go over there, bring a little bit of the tea and wine that you took from my grandpa last time. In return, bathe and clean up a bit at night and wait for me to pamper you." Because of the recent frequency of sleeping in the same bed with Luo An, Su Mingyue had gotten a little used to it in her heart, and coupled with the warming up of her feelings, she simply stayed in Luo An's room openly and honestly. Luo An naturally threw up his hands in approval and played with Su Mingyue for a while longer before walking out of the office with an empty dinner plate. After the lunch break, Lone returned to her workstation in the planning department and began to code. It's worth mentioning that the welfare picture posted yesterday had a good response, and all those color batch readers were madly leaving comments below, looking at Luo and shaking his head and sighing. What a tart these days. In 2 hours, Lone had scripted the last 2 episodes of the anime, a much easier job than coding. After all, Neon is not like home. There's not so much hassle with auditing, showing a leg and a rabbit to be reported off the shelves and all that, so it's relatively easy to write. The next step is to sit back and wait for the final payment. After taking care of the work on the code, Luo An followed Mrs. Lu to 2 advertising agencies in the afternoon to talk about cooperation, and learned a lot of practical skills. It wasn't until close to the end of the day that Luo An, who was busy with everything, brought the wine and tea that he had smuggled in from his grandfather to a neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. With moss still hanging on the walls of the unit building and the 90-year-old security man at the door, Lone was a little puzzled. The person Su Mingyue introduced herself to was definitely not an ordinary person. But how could a master Chinese medicine practitioner live in such a downtrodden place? Could it be that he was the type of person who had seen through the world? Following the address on his cell phone, Lone carried the gift to the 8th floor. At the doorway sat an old man in cloth, with a bushel fan in his hand, slowly fanning it. Luo An walked up and smiled. "Your grandpa Xia, right? First time meeting, my name is Luo An." The old man raised his eyes and glanced at Luo An, his voice flat. "How did you recognize me?" "Lone, I can smell the herbal medicine on you. Plus your eyes have been on the tea and wine I've been carrying since I came over." Xiaoxuan got up from the bamboo chair, snatched the wine altar in Luo An's hand, couldn't wait to open it and smelled it, and was instantly satisfied. Old man Lu's winemaking skills are still so good. There's actually a full large altar. "What are you to him? Grandson plus granddaughter-in-law?" Luo An answered truthfully, while curiously sizing up the old man in front of him. Although he was wearing a cloth, his eyes gave Luo An indescribable feeling. He had followed Lu Ma to meet many bosses of big companies these days, and they all had the same kind of eyes. The sword hides the blade. This is Luo An's most intuitive feeling. Xiaoxuan took the wine and tea carried in Luo An's hands, then shouted in a neutral voice towards the open window on the 3rd floor. Yi, the person who's picking you up is here. Hurry and come down. Yi, Lorne froze slightly. Immediately after that, he saw a young girl dragging a suitcase, expressionless, coming down from the upper floor, wearing a black short sleeve and shorts, with a slightly slim figure. Elder Xia, what are you doing? Luo An was a bit puzzled. Xiaoji pulled Lone aside before he whispered, this is my granddaughter, Xia Yue. When she was very young, her parents were hacked to death in the street because of a medical dispute, and she's been mentally ill ever since, and has only gotten better in the past 2 years. Let me tell you, don't look at her young age. Although she didn't even finish elementary school, she has been learning Chinese medicine with me, plus she is very talented in this area. Her ability is not inferior to those Chinese medicine masters outside, but I can't stay by her side all the time. Sooner or later she's going to be exposed to the outside world, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of my granddaughter more. Xia Gojia's first impression of Luo An was that he was high and cold, but for the sake of his granddaughter, he took the initiative to put down his stance at this point. Luo An was silent for a long time and asked, this matter was authorized by the old man? Xia Wujie nodded. If it wasn't for Lu Ping'an's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to give his granddaughter to a random stranger. I see. Roan eventually nodded. Since it was Grandpa's arrangement, plus the fact that he really needed talents in this area as well, there was no reason for him to refuse. Xia Yue stood in the doorway with some urgency, her hand tightly gripping the grip of the suitcase, and inside she was a little nervous and afraid, as well as a hint of anticipation of the outside world she was about to face. Lone walked up to the young girl, who had just turned 18, and whispered, will you come with me? Xia Yue didn't say anything and nodded nervously. Luo An, after some eye contact with Xia Wujie, pulled Xia Yu's suitcase and led her out of the neighborhood where she had lived for 11 years. After Lone left, Shaggy let out a lost sigh, his spine curving as he retraced his steps to the recliner and sat down. What's there to worry about? Can I not know what kind of character my granddaughter-in-law has? Just put 100 hearts. Lu Ping'an walked out of the building at this time. His laugh was pale and powerful, also wearing a gray cloth coat, becoming much more approachable. Hearing this laugh, Xia Wujie coldly grunted, don't you dare laugh with me here. If anything happens to my precious granddaughter, I'll be the first to find you to settle the score. Lu Ping'an waved his hand indifferently, obviously not putting his words in his heart at all. Okay, we've been friends for so many years, can I lie to you? If your granddaughter is wronged, I'll you in the ass. You, for old age. Ha, quickly don't sit here dryly. Hurry up and go up to drink. Mingyue, this girl is so bad. I just bullied her boyfriend a little bit and she moved all the wine in my wine cellar. I'm suffocating to death these days. Chapter 74 Luo An, I have weak kidneys? No way. In the evening, the night is drawing in and the temperature is slightly cooler. Mansion house. In the brightly lit living room, Luo An, Su Mingyue, as well as Lu Fongfang and Luo Minghui all curiously dropped their gazes on Xia Yudi. Ideas vary. Luo An, this little sister looks oddly cute. Su Mingyue, damn old man, actually got me a potential love rival back. Should find some time to empty those antiques of his. Lu Fongfang, the little girl is so cute looking. She looks much more well-behaved than Mingyue when she was a child. Luo Minghui, family status 1. Xia Yue sat on the sofa with some nervousness, her hands flattened in her lap, her spine subconsciously raised. It was the first time she was stared at by so many people. Her heart was extremely apprehensive. Looking at this small agaric nose, and glowing crystal skin, Luo An was 100 times not convinced that this little girl could understand Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years, and now most doctors are combining Chinese and Western medicine. The biggest reason is that Chinese medicine is too difficult to produce results without painstakingly studying for more than 10 years. Deciding it would be better to quiz her, Lone softened his tone and asked softly, that your grandfather said that you know Chinese medicine, or a connoisseur, so why don't you give your brother and sister and uncle an anti-diagnosis, to see if there is anything physically wrong? Upon hearing this, Xia Yue raised her head, her dark eyes scanning the 4 people in front of her, and after hesitating for a moment, she raised her hand to point at Luo An and whispered, brother, you have heavy dark circles under your eyes, and your skin texture is rough. So what? Lone wondered. So you are kidney weak. Xia Yue nailed it with a single word, and the scene instantly quieted down, and in a flash, a needle could be heard. Su Mingyue and Lu Fongfang looked at Luo An with odd expressions. The emotions in their eyes were a bit complicated. Luo Minghui even patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, sun smashing, don't be too sad. These can be nourished later in life. The district's kidney is just weak. Lorne, can you stop laughing before you say that? Polite you. Xia Yu continued, but the good thing is not serious. Should be often stay up late and work and rest is not standardized, resulting in only need to recuperate a period of time will be able to recover. Hearing this, Su Mingyue let out a sigh of relief. I thought the rest of my life's happiness was gone, but luckily it was just a false alarm. Luo An lightly coughed twice, walked to the dining table and poured a cup of water, sipped a small mouthful of it to moisten his throat, and pretended to be calm, saying, "There is no need for tempering. The district has a kidney deficiency, and after a while it will be fine on its own." In order to divert this awkward topic as quickly as possible, he hurriedly said, "Right, you go upstairs and choose a room first. The store side is still being renovated. You'll be living here with me for this period of time, and if you need any materials, make a list out and I'll have someone go and buy them." Su Mingyue got up at this time, pulled over Xiaoyua's suitcase and led her towards the second floor, faintly saying, "The other rooms are not packed. Stay in my room for now. I'll just condescend and share a room with my stinky brother." Upon hearing this, Luo was instantly enraptured. Doesn't it mean that he can openly share a room with his stinky sister these days? Hooray! Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue glanced at each other. Both saw the helpless smile in each other's eyes, and at the same time got up and walked towards the upper floor, preparing to rest early. After all, they had to get up early tomorrow. "Say, daughter-in-law, I recently practiced a new trick, old man cart. Why don't we wait to try it?" "Humph, here comes my one. Don't even think about it. If you really can't hold it and you can take care of it yourself." "Ah, what's the difference between you and killing me?" After bringing Xiaoyue to her room, Su Mingyue brought some new toiletries and then brought her change of clothes and Xiaobai to Luo An's room. Before leaving, she revealed a smile towards Xiaoyue and said, "Yue, just treat this place as your own home, and remember to talk to your sister when you meet something. Also, if you're free, it's better to give your brother a tune-up." Although the words were said so, Xiaoyue was still restrained and nodded her head in silence, until she heard the footsteps outside the door disappear. Then her taut heart relaxed. She looked at her room, which was twice as big as her old one, with some small leap of faith, and then couldn't wait to sit down on Sen's bed. Only then did she notice on the ceiling, actually rows and rows of photos. Without exception they were all about Luo An. There were sleeping photos, photos during meals, and photos of the two together. Densely packed photos filled a corner of the ceiling. Xiaoyue's entire body was bad. This sister shouldn't be a peeping Tom, right? The next room. Lone called a tub of hot water from the bathroom and placed it next to the bed, her heart pounding. Noticing his expression, Su Mingyue took off her sandals while placing her pink-white jade feet into the basin filled with hot water, then rolled her eyes at him, smiling like a demented man. "It's not like we haven't slept together. Why are you so happy? I'm warning you, if you do something weird, don't blame me for being merciless. Before it was all about you sneaking into my room while I was asleep. Now it's about sleeping with you in your arms in the open. Can it be the same?" Luo An said as he also took off his shoes and put his feet into the basin. And since the basin was relatively small, it happened to step on Su Mingyue's pair of small pink and white feet. Su Mingyue could tolerate it, directly stepped back. And so it was that soon the room was playing foot-stomping wars, the hot water in the basin pouring out and splashing because of the two people's violent movements. In the end, Su Mingyue got tired of playing and simply half-lay on the bed, closing her eyes and cozying up to enjoy Luo An's hands washing her feet. Luo An naturally has no complaints, holding over the pair of delicate jade feet, revealing a smile of infatuation as if he had been given the most precious treasure. Numbly scrubbing up, the movement was very light. Su Mingyue had a face of enjoyment. After washing Su Mingyue's feet, Luo An reluctantly poured out the foot-washing water with some pity in his heart. He then sharply drilled into the quilt and hugged her fragrant and soft petite body, indulging in it and quickly falling into dreamland, as did Su Mingyue. This night, both of them slept extraordinarily well. When the next morning came, Luo An and Su Mingyue came down from upstairs. There were already 5 bowls of thin porridge of different colors on the dining table, and Lu Fongfang had already curiously sat down in front of the table to eat it. "Well, it's corn-flavored porridge. It tastes pretty good. Did Yue make this?" Xiaoyue nodded and walked over to the table and sat down, whispering, "Grandpa said to help out more, and it just so happens that I got up early, so I'm making breakfast with Uncle." Su Mingyue took a bowl and tasted it, nodded her head and said, "Peanut and pure milk flavored. The flavor is quite strong. It can go outside and open a separate breakfast store." Seeing that the two people with picky tastes were actually raving about it, Luo An couldn't wait to walk over to his place and sit down, taking a big sip straight from the bottle, and his face changed instantly. In the mouth, there is only one flavor, bitter. Luo An forced herself to swallow, and said with some aggravation, "Why is my bowl so hard to drink? It also smells like medicine." "Yue, are you treating it differently?" Xiaoyue faintly said, "Brother, you added some special materials to this bowl to cure kidney deficiency." Luo An, Chapter 75 Taijun, this mountain spring water, greatly sweet. After eating breakfast, Xiaoyue handed Luo An a white paper filled with words. These were all Chinese herbs that could be used to make drinks. while the flavor was not so harsh. Just what Luo An wanted. If you improve it with milk tea, the herbal milk tea will be out of this world. Originally Xiaoyao didn't want to go out. She was used to staying at home since she was a child and rarely went out, not to mention friends and the like, which was a luxury for her. But Luo An wouldn't allow it. Master Xia gave his granddaughter to him because he wanted her to be more exposed to the outside world. How could it work if she stayed at home all the time? Aya, let's go. Just go out and buy you some clothes and necessities. Don't worry, all the expenses will be paid by the rich woman. We don't need to spend a penny. Under Su Mingyue and Luo An's continuous attack, Xiaoyao was unable to resist, so she had to change her clothes and follow out the door. Luo Mingyue laughed joyfully at this scene and received a vigorous brain crash directly from Lu Fongfang. What are you laughing at? Mingyue is not going to the company today, our workload is doubled. Why don't you hurry back to your room and change for work? Oh, this is going. It was a hot day on Sunday and there were a lot of people shopping on both sides of the road. The city's hustle and bustle gave Xiaoyao a huge sense of impact. Although she had seen the bustling scene on TV, but seeing it with her own eyes was another matter. Xiaoyao stood right in the middle of Luo An and Su Mingyue, rather like a family of three in a cozy scene. Extremely high face value attracts the attention of passers-by all the time. Seeing her surprised little expression, Lone took the opportunity to immediately educate. We Chinese have always known ourselves as self-reliance, sincerity, benevolence, kindness and other good virtues, and we should pull out our knives to help each other when we see injustice. Of course, if the other party has a knife, it's best to turn your head and walk away. Someone else's life is even more precious than someone else's. And anyway, if you don't threaten your own rights and interests, you should help others to do good. Luo An endless talk, mood a little excited. So it is so cool to be someone's teacher. Please call him Mr. Luo from now on. Su Mingyue didn't look at him with her eyes, and the color of dislike was hidden under her eyes. In order to let Xiaoyao better see the beauty of the city, Luo An didn't rush to buy medicinal herbs, but instead wandered blindly up and down the city, getting more and more out of the way. Cities are like this: the closer to the center of the city, the more prosperous, but the closer to the outskirts of the city view is better, and artificial creation is different. There is a kind of natural beauty. Suddenly, Xiaoyao reached out and pointed at the man who was not far away from the river, drinking water, and wondered, "Can you drink the water directly from the river here?" Luo An merely glanced at it and replied without thinking, "Oh, because this neighborhood is relatively remote. There is no kiosk, supermarket or the like, probably foreign tourists, but the water here is not drinkable. You have to go up and warn them." Saying that, Lone quickly stepped forward and tapped the shoulder of the man who was drinking from the river, kindly reminding him, "Brother, this water cannot drink. You do not look at this water clean inside or hit the purifying agent. Above is the septic tank." But, before Lone could finish his sentence, his hand was knocked away impatiently by the man, his mouth speaking bird language. "Baka, throat ga water ga, bastard. I'm thirsty, I want to drink water, don't you get in my way, it's pure neon Mandarin." Lone was shocked. If it isn't the little Japanese people, how rare. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind it, but with the experience of watching Japanese manga for many years, Luo An guessed that what this guy said was definitely not something good. He immediately took the trick and poured out the water from the mineral water in his hand, handing the empty bottle to the man with a fawning smile. "Taijun, drink with this. This is the authentic mountain spring water of our country of China. Greatly sweet. You must drink more." The man didn't hear Lone's words, but when he saw him hand over the bottle, he gave a thumbs up, then quickly filled the bottle with water from the river and took a big gulp. Yosi, greatly sweet, Aligardo, Lai Taijun, one more bite, Yosi. Finally the man drank his fill, and after a grateful pat on Lone's shoulder, he turned to leave, not forgetting to fill up a bottle of water on his way out to take with him on the road. Lone couldn't stop smiling. Su Mingyue breathlessly touched Xiaoyao's head and softly educated. "See, your brother is the antithesis. You can't be this bad to people, except dogs." Aha! Learned. After strolling around Luo An then followed the map navigation to the largest Chinese herbal medicine store in Magic City. The owner was an old man in his flowery years, full of gray hair, but looking in good spirits, with a pair of heavy square-framed glasses. His voice was thick and powerful as he said, "Welcome, what herbs do you need? The prescription, give me a look." Usually this kind of herbal store is introduced by a hospital doctor. Only people will come, of course, was introduced by the doctor. In terms of price, all understand. Luo An handed over the list that Xiaoyao had written in advance and said indifferently, "Boss, let's see if you have any of these medicinal herbs here. How much stock do you have? I'll take all of them. Pack them up for me." The old man took the list and looked at it. seeing that they were all common Chinese medicines, but the number was as many as 100. Out of vigilance, he asked suspiciously, "What do you want these medicines for? Although these medicines are good for the body when eaten, they are 3 times poisonous, and there are hidden dangers to the body if too large a quantity is ingested at once." The old man was mainly afraid that Luo An would buy it back and eat it indiscriminately, and if he ate it and died, he would be held jointly and severally liable at that time. But when he heard that these were what Xiaoyao wanted, a hint of surprise appeared on his wrinkled face. This little girl was just the same age as his granddaughter, and she actually already knew Chinese medicine. The boss successively quizzed Xiaoyao on 2 questions, and Xiaoyao answered them directly without even thinking, as if it was muscle memory. You can see how strict Xiao Lao's education was in this regard. Only then did the boss sell all the remaining goods to Luo An, and on his way out he did not forget to smile towards Xiaoyao and ask, "Little girl, I happen to be short of a storekeeper in this store. Would you like to come and work for me as a storekeeper? How about I give you $30,000 in wages? That's quite a lot." Before Xiaoyao could say anything, Luo An glared at the boss. "Boss, you're not being decent by digging up corners in front of me. This little genius was the one I looked at first." Hearing this, Xiaoyao's heart was suddenly happy, with a feeling of being needed. Turns out she's needed too. Su Mingyue knew about her life, and gently stroked her head. "Let's go. Time is still early. Sister will take you to eat cake, and let brother take these things back." "Ah, why? That's not fair. I protest. I'm going for the cake too." "Shut up, you. Shut up and shut up." Chapter 76. What do you need a face for? A daughter-in-law is enough. With Xiaoyao's help, the recipe for the herbal milk tea was developed in just 2 days, and although it was a basic model and the effect wasn't great, as long as the price was cheap, Luo An believed that it would definitely be able to be a big seller. Luo Tongtian's side of the store decoration has also been made almost. As long as the equipment for making milk tea is transported to, at most the day after tomorrow will be able to start formal business. The day poured with heavy rain and sleet. The whistling of the gale was deafening. Because of the relationship between this year's housing prices increased again, the bottom of the public who want to buy a house suffering, so the Magic City government temporarily held a meeting. The Magic City's prestigious real estate companies are called to a meeting. The theme of the meeting is also very simple, that is, without affecting the current price of housing, so that the bottom of the population to actively buy homes must not be raised to lay flat thinking. The GDP of the Magic City cannot fall. That's a tough one. You can't affect the price of the house, which means you can't make concessions and still get people down there to buy the house. After the meeting, the executives coming from the major real estate companies walked out of the conference room, and there was an endless stream of discussion. You say that the above is not difficult for us, and want to let everyone buy a house, but cannot give concessions. It is difficult to ask us to pay for their own money to buy. Housing prices will plummet not out of this year, and when that happens, the impact will be quite significant. So the government naturally won't just sit back and do nothing. Maybe a little trickery. Su Mingyue finally walked out of the conference room, dressed in exquisite professional attire, a head of hair tied up casually, her gaze without the slightest ripple, her body exuding an uninviting aura. Secretary Yi followed closely behind, inquiring in puzzlement after thinking hard to no avail. "Mr. Su, what do you think the government means by this? They can't lower the price and they want people to actively buy houses. And people who buy houses are not cuties." Su Mingyue faintly returned. "What else can it mean? Naturally, it is wanting us to spread our wealth. The house price can't fall. Then we can only send things, such as gold, cars and so on, which will not affect the house price, but also is a disguised price reduction." Before Secretary Yi could speak, a professionally dressed woman walking ahead slowed down her pace and walked with the duo, a flirtatious smile on the woman's mature cheeks. Or not to say Su is always a talented woman. A glance can see through the mind of the people above, but unfortunately is too young to grow. Women or to mature a little better. Secretary Yi glanced at her. The real estate industry is as deep as the sea. 2 of the most famous flowers, one of which is Su Mingyue, strong background, stunning talent, is the Magic City's famous talent, and the other flower is in front of the thorn in the rose. Jian Mime, appearance is not worse than Su Mingyue, 35 years old. The more you grow more scourge, but successively killed 5 husbands, relying on their inheritance, to build a large Jinmei real estate. Is the existence of a quantum leap with the Clouds Group? Su Mingyue ignored her and walked straight out of the building. Half an hour had passed, and the rain outside did not abate at all, but became bigger and bigger, and the whole sky was gray and misty, giving people a heavy and depressing atmosphere. When he walked to the door, Secretary Yi received a call. His face changed slightly, and after answering 2 times, he looked at Su Mingyue. His face was somewhat helpless and said, "Mr. Su, old Lu's wife's water broke. He just drove to the hospital first, and I'm afraid he won't have time to pick us up for a while." why don't we take a cab back to the office? Jean Mimi was close by. She was about to get into the business car parked at the entrance. When she heard Secretary Ye's words, she smiled delicately and said, Mr. Su, you wouldn't even have a driver to pick you up. Would you call your man to come and pick you up? Oh, I almost forgot. You're not married yet. Why don't you ask your sister to give you a ride by the way? Su Mingyue ignored her. Her eyes focused on a small electric donkey coming this way in the rain. Secretary Yi followed her gaze, then said in surprise, Luo An, why is he here? In the pouring rain, Lone rode a small pink electric donkey wearing a black raincoat, the gusty wind blowing the raincoat in the air in a gusty fashion. Before he stopped under the building, Su Mingyue was surprised. Why are you here? Lone pulled a pink cat helmet out from underneath her and handed it to her, wiping the rainwater from his face and skimming. The driver just called me to say he had something impromptu and asked me to come and pick you up, so I just happened to be in the neighborhood, so I rushed over. He then handed Secretary Yi an umbrella and raincoat. This rain won't stop for a while. There's a bit of traffic jam in front of us. Sister Yi, you walk for a while and take a taxi, otherwise the driver probably won't be able to get through. Noticing Jean Mime standing to the side, Luo An thought it was Su Mingyue's friend and apologized. Sorry auntie, I just brought 2 helmets and a raincoat. Auntie. Jean Mime's breath hitched and her lungs exploded with anger. No one had ever dared to call her aunt. Is she that old? Jean Nini smiled and said, it's okay, sister has a special car to send, which is like our Su. Such a heavy rain, but have to take a small donkey back. When she finished, she turned around with a cold snort of exasperation and got into the special car at the door. Su Mingyue didn't take this to heart, sharply putting on her helmet before getting into Luo An's raincoat, reaching around his waist and whispering, let's go. The business car took the lead into the rain and disappeared before Lone's eyes in a flash, leaving behind only a pair of red taillights and the sound of the car's engine roaring. But soon the pair of taillights reappeared in front of Lone. Stationary. I saw the intersection ahead of me was jammed with cars. The sound of car horns and the sound of rain mixed together. The scene was extremely chaotic. Traffic police are directing traffic in the pouring rain. Jean Mime inside the business car frowned when she saw the scene. How long do we have to be stuck in traffic with so many cars? Why aren't the cars in front of us moving? The driver is also confused. This convoy is long, but it is not possible to be blocked for so long without moving a bit. At this point, knock knock. There was a knock on the backseat window pane. Kimmy sat farther away to avoid getting her clothes soaked by the rain when she opened the window before opening the window in confusion. Lorne's face was revealed and he smiled as he showed his large incisors. Auntie, I forgot to tell you, when I came this way, there were 2 car accidents in front of me. The road was blocked. Without 4 or 5 hours this road can't be passed. You just take your time to wait. I rode my little donkey first home to soak in a hot bath. After saying that, Luo An twisted the grip and rode the little donkey in a jumble of stalled traffic, disappearing in front of Jean Mime's eyes in no time. Kim Mei grimaced and asked the driver through clenched teeth, do I look old? The driver knew that if he answered wrongly, he would have to deduct his salary. His back was sweating coldly, and he swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Jean, you are as beautiful as a flower. The entire magic can't find a few prettier than you, and those who don't know would think that you're only in your early 20s. Then why does he keep calling me auntie? Or are you lying to me? But, maybe you're just too mature looking. Are you calling me old in disguise? Deduct 500 of your wages. Driver, the baby heart aggrieved, but the baby does not say. Today is another day of work for nothing. Shuttling through the traffic on the small electric donkey, Su Mingyue hugged Luo An's waist and whispered, thank you. Luo An laughed and said, that smelly deserved it. She dared to bully my daughter-in-law with her heavy makeup. Who's your daughter-in-law? You haven't even gotten married yet. Just because you're not now doesn't mean you won't be later. Rounding up equals you're my daughter-in-law now. Bah, shame on you. What do you need a face for? Having a daughter-in-law is enough. Hey, chapter 77 you open the door and I'll check it for you. Because the rain was getting heavier and heavier. In order to avoid Su Mingyue catching another cold, Luo An didn't rush home, but found a hotel nearby. Walking into the hotel, Luo An took out his card and came to the front desk. Behind the counter sat a young man in his 30s or so, playing the cell phone version of jerking off. Seeing the incoming guests, he stood up and smiled. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? Lone handed the card over and said lightly, get 2 of the best rooms you have here. Behind her, Su Mingyue, who was wiping the water from her hair, had a slightly puzzled gaze. 2 rooms? What's gotten into this dog man today? Facing her quizzical gaze, Lone tightened her wet jacket and said with a slight smile, what? Do I look like the kind of person who takes advantage of people? I, Luo An, don't care to do that kind of disgraceful thing yet. The youth received the bank card with both hands, suddenly felt that the hand did not feel right, and got the stage to quietly look at the eyes, suddenly showed a knowing smile, looked up and laughed. I'm sorry Atu, today this rain is too big, and the surrounding only are this hotel. So come to stay quite a lot of people. Now there is only one last VIP room left. You see. Upon hearing this, Luo An immediately revealed a difficult look and turned to look at Su Mingyue. You've heard it. There's only the last room left. This isn't me wanting to take advantage of people. Su Mingyue stared at him with an expressionless face, as if to say, pretend. You keep pretending. I'll see how long you can act. Finally Luo An took a room card and walked into the elevator with Su Mingyue. After the two left, before the counter boy had a chance to sit down, another man and a woman walked in. With a young appearance, they should be college students who haven't graduated yet. The boys grabbed out their bank cards first. 2 regular king rooms for us, please. The young man took the card, once again revealed a I understand smile, and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, 2 of you, today's room supply is tight. There is only the last one king-size bedroom left. Taking the card to open the room, which is a standard exquisite single room with a balcony, all kinds of equipment, and a mysterious black plastic bag on the bedside table. Su Mingyue was about to go in, but was stopped by Luo An, who reached out with a cautious face. Wait a minute, let me see if a camera has been installed first. In case someone takes a sneak peek and posts it on the internet, that would be bad. After all, in a place as mixed as a hotel, it's entirely possible that the last occupant might have been a scout, and put a pinhole camera or something in his or her hand on the way out. In the end, after Luo An checked carefully, he confirmed that there were no problems before allowing Su Mingyue to enter the room. The feeling of clothes sticking to your body is very unpleasant. Su Mingyue couldn't wait to head towards the bathroom, ready to take a nice hot bath. The bathroom door locked and soon the sound of water came from inside. Through the translucent window, Lone gulped and quietly made his way to the bathroom door and knocked, coughing twice. That what? I suddenly remembered that I just forgot to check if there are any cameras in the bathroom. Xiaoxuan, you hurry up and open the door. I'll go in and help you check it properly. The sound of water clattering resounded within the bathroom, and Su Mingyue's coldly nortaying voice was heard. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your pig brain. But immediately afterward, her voice was slightly hesitant as she said, do you really want to come in and watch me shower so badly? Originally, Luo An was just joking, but when he heard Su Mingyue's words, his heartbeat started to speed up, and his mind couldn't help but show a picture that was inappropriate for children. What if I said I wanted to? No response came from inside the bathroom, and just when Luo An thought she was being molested, she heard a soft thud, and the bathroom door opened. Lone's pupils snapped. His body moved uncontrollably toward the half-hidden door. Through the cracks in the plastic door, he could see the white mist inside, as if it was hiding some kind of treasure. Finally, Lone's hand rested on the door, then pushed it open. A scream resounded throughout the room. 10 minutes later, Lone was kneeling bitterly on the keyboard of the hotel computer. The upper half of his body was drenched with hot water was dripping down. Su Mingyue, on the other hand, was wrapped in a wide bathrobe, sitting on the edge of the bed, those long, white legs casually sticking out, full of temptation. But now Lone didn't dare to mess around for fear of being taught another lesson. At this time, Fongfang, who had not seen the two home for a long time, called, Little Un, where did you and Mingyue run off to when it was raining so hard outside? Did you go back to the office? It's at the hotel. Lone answered truthfully. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and Fongfang's words were a bit hesitant. Then am I disturbing you? Luo An bristled in resignation, kneeling on the keyboard. Not disturbing at all. After saying that, he handed the cell phone to Su Mingyue, who was sitting in front of him, and then lowered his head like a child who made a mistake. He just wanted to check for cameras. What's wrong with him? What did he do wrong? He clearly had good intentions. Su Mingyue hung up the phone after talking to her mom for a couple of sentences and put a jade foot on Luo An's shoulder and faintly said, for my mom's sake, I'll spare you this time. Go take a shower. Luo An, as if she had been pardoned, hurriedly slipped into the bathroom. The door slammed heavily. The corner of Su Mingyue's mouth then lifted slightly. She naturally wasn't really angry. However, if I let this stinky brother have his way today, he might dare to do something out of bounds in the future. That's why I pretended to be angry and taught him a lesson. Humph. Stinky brother, don't even think about messing around until you're married. After taking a shower, Luo An was extremely well behaved and sat down in front of the computer to code. But the keyboard of the hotel computer was not of very good quality, so it was much slower to code. Su Mingyue, on the other hand, was lying on the bed, quietly watching him as he was coding. Her heart was very relieved. This heavy rain finally stopped after 2 hours. After the rain cleared, a pale round of Rainbow Bridge appeared in the sky and was photographed by pedestrians walking on the road. Luo An and Su Mingyue walked out of the hotel in their blow-dried clothes. Su Mingyue took his hand and said with a smile, why, are you still angry? It's just that I was mean to you. Lorne, humph. I'm not mad. Su Mingyue, then what will it take for you to forgive me? Lorne, touched the leg. Pa dash. Chapter 78, You're actually Lily. After 2 busy days, finally, on June 28th, Miracle Milk Tea opened its doors. On the first day of opening, the streets were filled with people handing out coupons, constantly soliciting passers-by to sample the next, and the first cup was all free. A kind of rumor also spread unnoticed in the neighborhood circles. Inside a 5-story office building on Commercial Street, 2 female white-collar workers are slacking off and touching the fish. Ha, can. You had such heavy dark circles under your eyes before. Why do I feel that they have suddenly lightened up a lot? Did you use something good behind my back again? Quickly and truthfully. Which is not. You do not know it. Just in the street that sells breakfast opened a new Miracle Milk Tea store. There stores milk tea inside the Chinese medicine ingredients, health benefits. The key is also sold at a special price. Other people's milk tea most expensive can be sold to hundreds. Miracle Milk Tea store the most expensive is only 10 yuan a cup, the cheapest 4 yuan. The first time to buy the first cup of milk tea free of charge. The other female white-collar worker sniffed, her eyes widening. Is there actually a $4 milkshake in this world? I'll definitely have to try it when I get off work. The Miracle Milk Tea shop is doing so much business that there is a huge line outside the store, taking all the traffic from other milk tea stores. When those bosses heard about this, they were so angry that they could not wait to curse in the street. Where do you sell milk tea for $4? Isn't this breaking the market? Young men do not speak of martial virtues. It makes them afraid to even do a price reduction promotion. After all, no matter how much they reduce it, they can't go down to $4 a cup. On the other side of the company, Luo An was happy to know about this and walked around with a big smile on his face. Hello Lo. Don't call Luo brother. From now on I'll call me Mr. Luo. Come on, take this free tasting coupon. Come back to this old boss for more if you don't have enough. Luo An came all the way outside the general manager's office, vigorously pushed open the office door, walked to Su Mingyue, and handed her the cup of milk tea in her hand. Come Xiaoxuan, you have worked hard. Drink a cup of milk tea. Rest. Work well to learn to combine labor and rest. Listening to this superior-like tone, Su Mingyue slightly narrowed her eyes, her gaze vaguely a bit unkind, slowly put down the documents in her hand. Her words were not to be questioned. You come here. Lone walked over to him before a slender hand clamped around his neck and an icy voice came to his ear. If you don't want to be conditioned, be normal. Or do you want to kneel on the keyboard? I was wrong. I'm sorry I was so arrogant. But even so, Lone couldn't avoid the fate of kneeling on the keyboard, and honestly knelt aside. Secretary Yi knocked on the door and walked into the office. Accustomed to this scene, calmly walked to Su Mingyue and began to report on today's work. Su Mingyue listened while picking up the milk tea on the table and drinking it. The taste of the entrance was slightly bitter but with a light sweetness. After drinking half of it she handed it to Luo An, who was kneeling beside her, and said indifferently, drink it, this young lady rewarded you. If you dare to leave a single drop you're done for. Shay, obviously I gave it to you. Luo An muttered in dissatisfaction and took the leftover milk tea that Su Mingyue drank like a spiteful woman and drank it. Looking at Su Mingyue's inner pang of satisfaction, the fatigue from work was swept away. Only after a full half hour of kneeling did Lone get up from the floor in a sorry state and slink out of the office as if fleeing, fearing that he would have to stay on his knees for another half hour. Before you leave, you don't forget to leave a bad word. Surname Su, you wait for me. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. This son brother will definitely get it back. Secretary Yi had all but predicted the end of the latter decade or so. Don't cheat the middle-aged poor. Don't cheat the old-aged poor. The corners of Su Mingyue's mouth revealed a contemptuous smile, completely not taking his words to heart, and almost in a moment the smile tightened up, her words once again cold. Go on. In addition, tell all the employees of the group, go to the Miracle Milk Tea store to buy milk tea. Within today, all consumption will be paid for by me, and tomorrow the invoice will be uniformly handed over to the finance department. After all, it was her man who opened the milk tea store. How could she, the girlfriend, not support the support? Secretary Yi nodded, then lowered his head to continue his report. After walking out of the general manager's office, Luo An had just walked to the planning department when he realized that Han Bingbing was getting cozy with Yaoyao. Han Bingbing wrapped his arm around Yaoyao's small waist, looked at her blushing cheeks, and Jie laughed. Little Yaoyao, do you want to go to my house to play tonight? My house's bed can be big. Yaoyao had a red face and stammered nervously, unable to speak. The rest of the employees around them took it all in stride. After all, the content was just too exciting and stimulating to creep them out inside. Luo An walked quickly to push Han Bingbing away with a wide-eyed stare. Asterisk. In broad daylight you actually dare to molest female employees. After all, it turns out that you have a good taste. Yaoyao hurriedly and shyly hid behind Luo An. not daring to look at Han Bingbing. When a good thing was disturbed, how could Han Bingbing hold back? And immediately said angrily, "None of your business. Miss was snatched away by you, and I'm not allowed to find another new love. If it wasn't for Mrs. Face, you'd have gotten your ass kicked by now." The crowd immediately showed a look of watching the show. Two of the company's biggest connections are going head to head, which could be interesting. Even Luo An didn't expect Han Bingbing to be a lily. No wonder she wasn't interested in a man as good as him. "It's my oldest sister, you say it's none of my business?" Hearing Luo An's words, Han Bingbing suspiciously looked at Yaoyao, and when she saw her shyly nodding her head in acknowledgement, the anger in her heart dissipated a bit before she took out a card and threw it on the table. Lorne disdained. "Do you think such mundane things as money in the district can? There's $1 million in there. Go out to dinner with me." Luo An instantly changed his words, took the bank card on the table and turned to take Yaoyao's shoulders, whispering in her ear, "It's $1 million. It's just a dinner with her. We'll split it equally between us later. She doesn't have that anyway. At most she's sleeping in the same bed." Yaoyao did not expect Luo An to turn her head and sell her, but 500,000 is really fragrant. In the end, Yaoyao followed Han Bingbing. Luo An earned $500,000 without any effort, and he got the title of scum. Lone had just walked over to his workstation and sat down when the message tone sounded. "Hongxi, Red Fruit Novel Editor Didi. Are you free on July 1st? We're planning to organize an author exchange conference in Magic City the day after tomorrow, and a lot of famous authors and people from the local Writers Association will be there." Composers Association, as the name suggests, is the Magic City Network Authors Association, belonging to the semi-official organization, but there is little power, belonging to the empty shelf. Luo An was going to refuse, but suddenly remembered that there are so many male supporting romance authors. Relationship experience must be richer than him, a white man. Then how to take the girlfriend think must also be very good at it. Sung, as a good online author, this kind of event is definitely something I'll actively participate in. Okay, then I'll send you the relevant information later. There are specific processes and personnel lists in it. You may need to give a speech on stage or something like that at that time. Of course, I'll help you prepare the speech. No problem. You're so sweet, much more considerate than my girlfriend. Su Mingyue, who was working, suddenly sneezed several times in a row, her eyes looking around warily. Why did it feel like someone was talking about her behind her back? It must be that dog man. No, I have to go home and punish him with another half hour on the keyboard. A day without conditioning is a day of discomfort. Chapter 79. Kneel down and bark for me, because it's Friday, as a qualified business would have left work early. But of course, it's more of a bonus to work 4 hours of overtime. In a nutshell it's that. Saturday guaranteed no rest. Sunday rest not guaranteed. Luo An had wanted to go straight back to his bed and blow the air conditioner after work. After all, the weather was so hot. But he had no choice but to be grabbed by Su Mingyue just as he walked out of the company building and forced to go shopping. The beauty of it was that she was going shopping to build up her relationship, but in reality she wanted to buy a pretty dress but didn't want to lift anything, so she grabbed a toolman. Su Mingyue came to the international brand name clothing store she frequented. Just walking into the store, the charming manager came with a smile on her face and respectfully bent over. "Miss Su, you came at the right time. Our store just customized skirt from abroad just arrived in the morning. You first drink a cup of milk tea and wait a moment. I'll go get it for you." Su Mingyue lightly walked to the side and sat down, pointing at Luo An, who had a displeased face behind her, and said towards the manager, "Find some outfits for this pouting cutie too. On the casual side, black and white mix is best." Luo An, what do you mean pouting cutie? He doesn't want to lose face. The manager nodded with a smile after carefully measuring Luo An's figure. This is Miss Su's boyfriend, right? He's so handsome, and this figure has good proportions. A natural clothes rack. Sit down for a moment, both of you, and I'll get the clothes. Listening to the compliments on Luo An, Su Mingyue was in a good mood. Wasn't this indirectly proving that she had good taste in picking men? Lone, on the other hand, curiously walked over to a pile of clothes in the corner. These were also dresses, but with very little fabric, very revealing and obviously not normal dresses. There is also a pile of stockings of different colors on the side, such as flesh stockings, white silk, black silk, garter stockings, pantyhose, fishing nets, knee socks, etc. It so happened that a female shopper passed by at that moment, and seeing Luo An's interest in these dresses, she walked up to him and lowered her voice. "Sir, these are also this year's newest models, suitable for summer nightgowns, and the fabrics used are top of the line. Not only do they feel good to the touch, but most importantly they are also exceptionally easy to tear." Obviously, that last sentence is the point. Luo An coughed twice, looked at the shopper who showed a you-know expression, coughed twice. His face suddenly became serious, and his voice followed sternly. How can you have the nerve to put out clothes like these shameful clothes for sale? Isn't it obvious that you're leading children astray? Your store manager's ideological awareness still needs to be improved. Actually putting this kind of thing out for sale. Luckily I'm here today. You, give me all these dirty skirts and stockings to put away. I want to take them back to be uniformly destroyed. As for the money, seeing as it's not easy for you guys to do business, I'll begrudgingly help you bear the losses. The female guide was flabbergasted at the words, and then quickly reacted, nodding her head repeatedly with a joyful face. Yes, these skirts and stockings are indeed not suitable to be taken out for sale. Thank you sir for helping us to destroy them. Let's do it this way. I'll give you 20% off. Well, the children are teachable. Luo An nodded his head in satisfaction before turning back to sit beside Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue was puzzled. What did you do? Lone smiled mysteriously. I'm off to destroy Sin, so don't thank me too much. Soon, the manager came pushing a rack with a dozen or so dresses and 2 sets of men's clothes hanging on it. Unlike the dresses Lone had just looked at, these were very conservative, but the patterns and color palettes on them were a sight to behold. With Su Mingyue's character, she naturally took all of them, remembering that there was still a Xiaoyao at home, and asked the manager to take 2 more smaller sized dresses according to her figure. The 2 people's figures were actually not very different. It was that Xiaoyue's capital was not as strong as Su Mingyue's. After buying the clothes, Su Mingyue and Luo An took a casual stroll around the neighborhood before heading home just in time for dinner. In the evening, the family sat down at the table and ate their meal with great joy. Midway through, Fongfang continuously gave Xiaoyue dishes, obviously really liking this well-behaved and somewhat naive little girl. Most importantly, Xiaoyue could also help her with her beauty. Now it was simply her little heart baby. After eating, Lone washed the dishes and returned to her room. Inside the room, Su Mingyue sat on the edge of the bed with an expressionless face. The very revealing nightgown at her feet was unusually obtrusive. She looked coldly at Lone and sneered playfully. I said why I was so happy when I came back, so I secretly bought these things. You want me to wear these so badly? Lone stammered for words, racking his brain for a way to break the ice. At this time, Su Mingyue, however, walked to his side, came to his ear voice with a sense of compulsion, softly said, Want me to wear this to bed with you? Lone nodded honestly. Su Mingyue let out a delicate laugh. Actually it's not impossible. If you kneel on the ground and let out 2 barks, how about I wear it for you? Dignity on one side, XX on the other. Just as Su Mingyue was curious about what Luo An would choose, he kneeled down without hesitation and woofed twice. At this moment, even Su Mingyue was inwardly speechless, hurriedly pulling Luo An up from the ground with a helpless face. I'm really impressed. Can you have some downtime? Che, is it useful to have a lower limit? If it were someone else, the kneeling would be faster than me. Who asked you to look like such a scourge? Who can stand this kind of test? Eventually, Su Mingyue picked up a black nightgown and walked into the bathroom, and the sound of rustling and changing clothes came from inside. That night, Lone had her fill of eye candy, and her only regret may have been sleeping on the floor, which was a bit cool. Early the next morning, Saturday, Su Mingyue sat at the dining table fully dressed for dinner. Xiaoyue looked at Luo An, who had come down from upstairs and was in a somewhat poor state, and wondered, Brother Luo An, did you stay up all night yesterday? Why does your face look so bad? No, it's nothing, just a little backache. As she said this, Luo An glanced at Su Mingyue, who was eating quietly, and with a disgruntled skim, she walked to the seat furthest away from her and sat down. This woman, she changed her dress, and as a result, she wouldn't let herself sleep in the bed. Su Mingyue lightly glanced at Luo An, who was sitting on the other side of the room. Her voice was calm, but the words she uttered gave Luo An the creeps. You have 3 seconds. If you don't sit over here, you're moving to the guest room to sleep starting tomorrow. Chapter 80. Someone comes to the door to cause trouble. Food poisoning. These words are undoubtedly pinching Luo An's soft underbelly. His only pleasure every day now is to hug his daughter-in-law to sleep and sleep. But as a result, now Su Mingyue actually wants to drive him out. How can this be done? Luo An had to honestly sit beside Su Mingyue with the bowl. With a satisfied face, Su Mingyue placed her hand on his head and rubbed it, then reached out and cupped his face, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. That's good behavior. You're my thing. You'll do whatever I want you to do. If you're good, you'll get a reward at night. If you're not, you'll wait for your punishment. You're the one who's a thing. I'm not a thing. Blah, I'm a dong. Blah blah blah. This scene was seen by Xiaoyue, who was sitting on the opposite side of the room, causing a sense of shock that could no longer be described in words. So this is how adults fall in love with each other. She must learn it. She might need it later. Since it was Saturday, so after breakfast, Luo An was comfortable lying on the lazy sofa ready to catch up with the fans, recently either busy working or busy coding. There is no spare time to catch up with the fans. Luo Tongtian also recommended a masterpiece to him 2 days ago. Seems to be called What the Stick of the Brave into the Other World. Is a top pure love tomato. Listen to this name is very interesting. When the TV turned on, just as Lone was wondering left and right why this tomato was not searchable on TV, the cell phone in her pocket rang. Luo Tongtian's urgent and panicked voice came from the other end. Old Luo, where are you now? Hurry up and come to the store. Something big has happened. At those words, Luo An was flabbergasted. What's the big deal? Xiaoxuan is pregnant? Luo Tongtian, just now there is an old man in our store ordered a cup of Chinese wolfberry milk tea. The result is just drink 2 mouths of people fell to the ground. The doctor who came said it was food poisoning. People's families are now at the door to make trouble to sue us. Elderly? Food poisoning? Luo An didn't dare to delay. Hurriedly hung up the phone to put on his clothes and shoes, and called on Xiaoyao to hurry towards the door of his house. Where are you guys going? Su Mingyue came out from the kitchen with a cup of hot milk. Seeing the two of them going out, she asked with a puzzled opening. Time is urgent. Luo An can't explain so much. He can only hurriedly return a sentence. Something happened in the store. I can handle it. You take a good rest at home. I'll be back soon. Su Mingyue didn't think much about it, carrying the hot milk and walking to the sofa to sit down. Looking at the search record on the TV, her expression cooled down. Stick of bravery. Is this dog man so bold now that he dares to search for such things openly? Getting into the Porsche 911, Luo An rushed out of the parking lot with a kick of the gas pedal and rushed towards the milk tea store as fast as he could. At the same time, he didn't forget to ask Xiaoyao if there was a problem with the recipe, but Xiaoyao's attitude was very firm in denying that it could never be the milk tea. Goji berry milk tea. To put it bluntly, is some goji berries in milk tea with, and then add some beneficial to the human body, but not much of the production of Chinese medicine. How can food poisoning? There weren't many people working on Saturday, and Lone had a smooth ride, stepping on the gas to keep accelerating while contemplating what to do about the problem when he got to the place later. 15 minutes later, when Luo An arrived at the commercial street, the store was already surrounded by layers of people outside, who were converging together to watch the fun, and there were vague sounds of smashing coming from inside. You this unscrupulous black store? The surveillance clearly see. My mom is drinking your milk tea before fainted. Now check out food poisoning. You must give us an explanation. Otherwise I will smash your store today. That's it. Hurry up and compensate us for our medical expenses. You sell milk tea so cheaply. There must be something wrong with the contents. Hurry up and pay for it. You listen to my explanation. Now the hospital's laboratory results have not yet come out. If it is really drinking our miracle milk tea store's milk tea caused by food poisoning, this medical expenses we will certainly pay. You again patiently wait. I'll be damned. You guys are just trying to stall for time. Daughter-in-law, smash it for me. If you don't pay up today, I'll smash everything in your store. A pair of fancy dress middle-aged couple in the store was about to make a move, and Luo Tongtian on the side wanted to stop it, but he was afraid that things would get worse, so he could only be anxious on the side. At that moment, a voice came out from the crowd. The tables and chairs in our store are all privately customized. A set is worth $2.999. The equipment is imported from abroad. The official price is $100,000. If you can afford to lose money, just smash it. Hearing this price, the man who was about to make a move stopped moving, and the bench in his hand was almost about to fall to the ground. The crowd looked towards the source of the sound, and the crowd quickly made way for Luo An, who had an outstanding temperament and a calm face, to walk with the somewhat nervous Xiaoyao. Who are you? Wu Hao frowned and put down the chair in his hand. Luo An said indifferently, coming to my store to smash up the place, not even knowing who I am. Say it, who told you to come and make trouble? What mess? My mom got food poisoning because your store's milk tea is not clean. You have to give us an explanation for this. Hurry up and pay for the medical bills. Hearing this, Xiaoyao summoned up enough courage to timidly hide behind Luo An, poking out a head with an unusually firm tone. Impossible. Our store's milk tea has just a few ingredients in total. How could there be a problem? Luo An, on the other hand, revealed a playful smile and looked at the man's aggressive appearance, his voice a few points louder, and said aloud, in fact, there is one thing I cannot understand. Food poisoning of the elderly is your mother, right? You do not go to the hospital at the first time to check the condition of the even if, actually still here to make a scene, and 2 sentences are not away from the compensation for the money. For you guys, is it the old man's life is important, or the compensation for the money is important? As soon as these words came out, some people in the crowd came to a realization and murmured, so true, his own mother food poisoning, how normal people should follow to the hospital to see how it is a little unusual to make a scene here. The man named Wu Hao was stunned by Luo An's words, but soon he reacted and said angrily, our family is poor, We can't afford to pay the hospital's medical bills. If we don't find you to pay for the damages, we can't even afford to pay for the medicine. So who are we going to find if not you? That did make some sense, and some nodded in agreement. After all, hospital medicine is not usually expensive nowadays, and just a small cold can cost thousands of dollars, not to mention food poisoning. Lone, however, appeared unfazed, stepping forward and taking out a black card from his body and handing it over to the man's hand, smiling calmly. Since you want money so badly, I'll give it to you. There's 20 million Chinese dollars in this card. If the person is indeed in the hospital because of something from our store, it's all yours. But if not, you've been messing around in front of our store for so long, it has seriously affected our reputation and normal business. We have the right to sue you for malicious fraud and disturbing business. 20 million Chinese dollars. This figure directly scared the man silly. Only feel as if the hand is pressed with 1,000 pounds of boulders. He only wanted a few tens of thousands, 100,000 or so compensation. How do you know that Luo An is $2 million in one shot? He has never seen so much money in his life. But soon he shook his head again and said, no, your card may be fake. I have not even seen this kind of card. It is not that you are fooling me, but also $20 million. But the onlookers can be a lot of the company's accountants, have seen the world. There are knowledgeable people loudly. I know this card, the black card that only the VIPs of the Bank of China can have. To get this level of black card assets must reach more than 100 million. My boss has one, exactly the same as this one. Many people followed and chimed in, and the atmosphere grew hotter and hotter. The man stood still, not knowing what to do, and turned his gaze to his wife, who was also torn. At that moment, Luo Tongtian, who was on the side, spoke up, clasping his hands and laughing. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Our miracle milk tea shop's hourly turnover is about 2,000, and today is even a weekend. So if people don't have accidents because of our store's milk tea, all these damages will have to be borne then. Hearing this, Wu Hao panicked and hurriedly threw the card back to Luo An. Who knows if this card of yours is real or not? My mom is still in the hospital. I'll go and check on her first, and then I'll come back to find you guys to pay for the money. After saying that, he quickly rushed out of the crowd without looking back, and the woman on the side saw this and hurriedly followed, fleeing. At this point, anyone who isn't a cutie, anyone can see that there's something wrong with these two. You're afraid to take the money that comes to you, so it's obvious that you have a weak heart. Chapter 81. No one will have to work on Saturday, right? Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Lone also probably figured out what the hell was going on with this today. First of all, these two must have been planning this for a long time, coming to ask for money because they were worried about the medical bills. This was fairly normal, but Luo An had given them the money, and their first thought was actually not to get the money to save the people, but the risk they needed to take. This alone was enough to prove that these two had problems. Seeing that the crowd surrounding the store was still talking, Lone's voice raised and he pointed to the clocks on the walls of the store with no expression. It's almost 8 o'clock. Do you guys really not need to work? When these words came out, the scene was instantly silent, and then with the sound of one person's exclamation of shock, it was like a plague that quickly spread through the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I got addicted to watching the theater and forgot that I have to go to work today. It's over. It's over. I'm going to be late. Ouch. My working time is 7:30, now all 7:55. Wasted. $500 full attendance award is gone. A hustle and bustle kills me. $500. Go back to be sure to be wife scolded to death. No way. Someone actually has to work on Saturday, right? Yo. Poor thing. Just 2 minutes of work. The crowds outside the store quickly dispersed. There are also many people in the walk into the store to buy milk tea. Some people are deliberately hacking this milk tea store. What does that mean? It means that the flavor of this milk tea is really good. Xiaoxuan quickly got busy. Xiaoyao, who was hiding behind Luo An, wanted to go up and help when she saw this, but because she was afraid of life and hesitated to go up, she could only stand nervously in place. Seeing the change in her expression, Lone rubbed her head and laughed. Sister Shu Xin is too busy to help. Can you please go and help? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao nodded heavily and gathered her courage to take the first step. Then her footsteps accelerated towards the store, helping Xiaoxuan pass the plastic cups, as well as packing the bags. Thank you, Yui. When you get off work, sister treats you to a big meal. No, it's okay. I'm fine anyway. Ha. This sales clerk little sister is so cute. Why don't we add a contact? Maybe we can make a friend or something. This guest, contact information is an extra charge. That's better. In a fast-paced work environment, Xiaoyao quickly became proficient, blending into the atmosphere and no longer appearing to be a maverick. Luo An withdrew his gaze, and in his heart, he was pleased with Xiaoyao's efforts to make a change. People will always be group creatures, can be alone, but not forever. only to find a person who can rely on each other, can have the perseverance to the end of life. Thanks, it really helped today, or else I would have definitely been blackmailed by that grandson. After Luo Tontian took care of the hygiene of the doorway, he took out 2 bottles of fatty happy water from the refrigerator, threw one to Luo An, and gulped it down. Luo An took a small sip and her eyes fell on a milk tea store across the street, just as the other owner was looking this way. Seeing this, Luo An revealed a friendly smile, but the owner, as if he was a thief, quickly skimmed his head then hurriedly walked into the store and disappeared from Luo An's sight. Even Luo Tongtian, at this moment, guessed that today's matter might be related to that milk tea store across the street. After all, the miracle milk tea store opening, the first to receive the brunt of the impact is them. He gasped, "Grandma, I saw something wrong in that guy's eyes 2 days ago. This must have something to do with that guy. How about it? Should we teach him a lesson?" The lesson in Luo Tongtian's mouth is naturally the unbeatable urea bag. It doesn't matter if you're a schoolboy cockney or a big boss. If you go in and get a beating, you'll be honest in a moment. A lesson definitely needs to be taught, but a beating would be too cheap for that guy. Saying that, Luo An had a bad smile on his face and whispered a few words in Luo Tongtian's ear. Not knowing what he heard, the latter's face instantly revealed an odd smile. "You boy, still so dirty. However, I like it. I'll get ready now then. Just wait for my good news." After dealing with the milk tea store, Luo An yawned, and after asking Xiaoxuan to be responsible for sending Xiaoyao home after she finished her work, he got in the car alone and prepared to go home. A message was sent. "Su Mingyue, there are no more snacks at home. When you come back, stop by the supermarket and buy some chips and dried fruit to come back. I want tomato flavor." "Lauren, is there a reward?" "Su Mingyue, reward you for being able to watch TV in my arms when you go home." Kneeling down to thank you emoji. Looking at the message, a faint smile appeared on Luo An's face, and after returning an okay gesture, he turned the car around and rushed towards the nearest supermarket. These 2 years can be more than just the price of milk tea crazy. Even the price of potato chips every year. In Luo An is still in high school. A packet of potato chips is only $4 to $6. Now the supermarket sells potato chips. There is no packet of price is less than $8. Those who packaged is more than $12 a packet. After buying 2 whole big bags of snacks, Lone then drove towards home. The author has something to say. Happy Dragon Boat Festival to all. When it comes to the Dragon Boat Festival is definitely to eat dumplings, so this author has decided to share a private dumpling recipe in order to thank our readers for their support. As the old saying goes, dumplings plus chili noodles, life is red and hot, and then dip some freshly picked peppercorns to eat in the mouth. Unforgettable. You're welcome. If you guys have to reward the author with some gifts, it's not like I can't take it. Chapter 82 The Case of the Overpriced Milk Tea Breakup. Carrying 2 big bags full of snacks back home, Luo An hadn't even had time to sit down and rest when the things in her hand were snatched by Su Mingyue, who just said faintly, "Hard work." Angry Luo An was on fire. How did this thank you feel like charity? He immediately rolled up his sleeves and said with dissatisfaction, "You give me stand there. In order to buy snacks I also special trip. You think the attitude cannot be a little better. A hard work, what is the matter? How to feel like a boss treats subordinates like." Hearing this, Su Mingyue stopped, turned around and walked back again after thinking about it, put her hand on Luo An's shoulder, and said with a serious face, "Good job, keep up the good work next time." After saying that, Su Mingyue jumped up and down like a little girl, trotting to the sofa and lying down, concentrating on the anime that was playing on the TV. Lone, regardless, walked over to the couch as well and reached over her small waist to hold her tightly in his arms, the soft and fragrant body into his arms. His heart suddenly balanced a lot. Su Mingyue, who was watching TV, suddenly said, "Hey, stinky brother, why are you hiding a stick in your pants? Are you planning to sneak up on your sister?" Luo An. The morning passed by in a flash, until at noon, Hongxi editor sent all the matters related to tomorrow's authors conference to Luo An, as well as the words for the speech on the stage, 2 whole big pieces. Looking at Luo An's scalp numb. "I'm going to an author party tomorrow. It should be quite a scene. Do you want to come along?" Luo An looked to the well-behaved Xiaoxuan in his arms, who rested his head on his warm stomach and said with a blank face, "No, I have a very important meeting tomorrow. Go by yourself, but you must send me a safe text every hour or I'll come after you with a knife." A safe text every hour. The corner of Lone's mouth twitched at how afraid he was of being abducted. This woman is way too controlling. After answering the question, seeing that it was almost lunchtime, Luo An sat up and headed towards the kitchen, not forgetting to mooch a handful of oil off Su Mingyue's capital on his way out. "Stinky Ann, get over here. Not just accidentally touched it. You think I'm willing to touch your pan? Talk to talk, you take the knife. Why? Put. Wrong. On the other side, Commercial Street, being the most trafficked street in the neighborhood, there are as many as 6 milk tea stores open on this street alone. 7 now counting the Miracle Milk Tea Shop, which opens across the street from the Miracle Milk Tea Shop, which is Tea Chindo. At this moment, the front of the Tea Chindo store was surrounded by people, and there was a faint sound of arguing coming out from within the crowd, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. You just don't love me anymore. You won't even buy me a cup of $79 milk tea, and you still say you want to give me happiness. You men are really all talk, and you know it sells for $79. That's enough to buy 2 cases of milk, and you're only paid $100 a day. Right, $100 for giving people a low blow every day, and you're doing it for a cup of milk tea? A couple in the store arguing. The clerk several times want to persuade the fight were pushed away by the boys. See him have to do it. The clerk did not dare to go forward, had to call the boss to come. The content of the two men's argument clearly reached the ears of the human crowd, talking in low voices. $100 a day salary. Also dare to drink $79 a cup of milk tea. $500 a day I dare not drink. Milk tea nowadays is really getting more and more expensive. Look at how good the Miracle Milk Tea Shop across the street is. It's cheap and healthy, and the key flavor is almost the same. That's what suits us. Selling it for so much, it should cost them quite a bit. At this point, the quarreling boy in the store couldn't stand it any longer and rushed behind the counter despite the clerk's obstruction, picked up the ingredients for the milk tea and raged at his girlfriend. Look at these things. $12 can buy several pounds on the internet. He gave you to add again inside the milk tea. Turn around a sale is 30 or 40. You are still willing to be the wrongdoer. That kind of stuff. Cutie. Only buy it. You're the cutie. Are you? The crowd chimed in, spurred on by what the boy had said, nodding their heads in agreement with what he had said, along with a little bit of heartbreak. Even they hadn't realized that the cost of these sky-high milk teas was actually so low. They used to actually buy it and drink it, thinking it was a premium product. The more I think about it now, the more I feel like a cutie. Soon the owner of Tea Chindo pushed his way through the crowd and came running and sweating profusely, seeing so many people watching, bending down toward them and lowering his posture to smile. Two of you quickly don't quarrel to affect the feelings. So, this cup of milk tea counts as my treat. You see how? Let's consider this as making friends. This for a cup of milk tea. Not to. The owner is obviously very experienced and goes straight to the root of the problem temporarily. After all, he definitely had the most to lose if it went on. The couple walked away with the milk tea, and the crowd, which had no drama to watch, dispersed, which made the owner breathe a sigh of relief. The female clerk walked to him with a bitter face and said, "Boss, this is the second time today that someone has quarreled because our milk tea is expensive. Why don't? Let's make a special offer." The owner shook his head no without thinking. "No, we T1000 Road do is high-end milk tea brand. Come to drink the people figure is that our store is famous. Buy our milk tea to drink. Go out with face. If the price reduction, that is tantamount to actively reduce the quality of our brand." But what the owner didn't know was that the recipe for their store's milk tea had been leaked, including the cost of making it. The couple circled the street twice after leaving Chachandao, and finally sneaked into an alley where Luo Tongtian had been waiting for a long time. "It's been hard work. Come and take it. You deserve it. And take this free coupon too." "Thank you, Luo." After an excited thank you, the two of them took their money and coupons and left down the other side of the alley. After the two left for a while, Luo Tongtian then walked out of the alley, took out a cigarette and lit it, glancing at the T1000 Road that no one patronized not far away. "Humph, dare to trip the little master. Thanks to me now as civilized people. Otherwise take a sack will give you set. Beat you cry father and mother." "Hey, is that the driving rain contractor?" "What? Oh, I'm not asking you to handle the driving rain. I'll pay you $10,000 to haul me a load of driving rain. I'll give you an address, and you'll give me a deliberate spill." "What? Uncivilized? I'll add another $10,000. Chapter 83, Inherited Dog Licking Jian. Night fell quietly, and the full moon hanging high in the night sky gave off a bright pale light, echoing the surrounding starlight. Xiaoyao didn't come back tonight, but was abducted back to her house by Qin Xiaoxuan. At 8 p.m., Han Bingbing was called to her home for dinner by Su Mingcheng, and behind her was a white-haired boy in a black jacket. "Bingbing is here, and Xiaojia, not bad, looks much better. Hurry to auntie here to do. Taste your uncle's cooking is not to your liking." After Han Jia glanced at Luo An with hostility, he quickly changed his face and put on a smiling face to take a seat beside Lu Fongfang. "Thanks auntie." Inexplicably hostile. Lone was a bit puzzled. "This seems to be the first time we've met, right? How come there's so much hostility towards him? Can't it be that Han Bingbing, the lily-livered woman, is saying bad things about him in private?" In the next second, Han Bingbing walked over to him and sat down, answering his doubts with an expressionless face, lowering his voice. "My brother has always admired Miss, similar to those celebrity brainwashed fans, and your Mrs. boyfriend, so, you know, if eyes could kill, you'd have been killed by 1,000 cuts by now. Although Han Jie can survive all because of Luo An, he still can't help but resist when he sees that his sister, whom he has admired since he was a child, is actually married to a woman. Luo Mingyue came out of the kitchen with a big bowl of ribs at that moment, using a wet cloth to isolate the boiling hot bowl, and walked quickly to put it on the table, which was a relief. It's a little hot right out of the pot. Let it cool a bit before you eat it. I'll go make some dipping sauce. These ribs just have to be dipped in some chili to make them taste good. Fongfang greeted Han Bingbing's siblings to move their chopsticks. Luo An also picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of spare ribs, separating the bone from the meat before putting the meat into Su Mingyue's bowl. This scene was seen by Han Jie, and his heart felt bad, especially after seeing Su Mingyue take small bites of it. He became even more depressed and had the feeling of an idol falling off the pedestal. During the meal, Fongfang kept asking about Han Jie's life in a foreign country, and Luo An took the opportunity to know where the siblings came from. It turns out that Han Bingbing's father and mother are both Lu Pinggan's former domestic servants, and after the two old men died in an accident, the old man even treated Han Bingbing and Han Jie as his own grandchildren. Unfortunately, Han Jie suffered from a family disease and was born in poor health, so after finishing elementary school at home, he was sent abroad by his old man for treatment. It's a bitter child, too. After Luo An and Han Bingbing washed the dishes after dinner, the time was too late for Lu Fongfang to simply let the siblings sleep at home tonight. There was plenty of room anyway. When Luo An opened the room, Su Mingyue had just finished her shower and was sitting in front of the dresser blowing her hair, wearing short sleeves and shorts, revealing her elastic white and tender legs. Lone casually closed the door and moved over to her to take the hairdryer, blowing on her hair. Hey, daughter-in-law, your skin has become white again, worthy of being the #1 beauty in Mordor. Those celebrities are simply far from you. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue crossed her legs, her white face showing coziness and lethargy. Come on, don't patronize me here, just tell me what's going on. I want to go to bed tonight, mainly because this floor is too cool and too hard for me to sleep on. Looking at the pampered Luo baby in the dressing mirror, the corners of Su Mingyue's mouth rose slightly. She was about to open her mouth when the door to the room was knocked on, coming from a thumping sound. Sister Mingyue, are you asleep? I'm Han Jie. I have something I want to talk to you about. Han Jie? What's he doing here so late? Lone bristled, but put the hair dryer on the shelf before walking up and opening the door to the room, revealing Han Jie standing outside the door in his pajamas. He was a head smaller than Luo An, so Luo An looked at him with the same feeling of a giant looking down on a dwarf. What's the matter, Jie? Is there something missing from the room? Su Mingyue picked up the mask on the dressing table and tore open the bag and put it on her face, asking in a casual tone. No. Han Jie looked like he was about to say something, glanced absently at Lone beside him, and whispered, I don't want this guy to know that he's not trustworthy. I won't eat anyone, don't worry. Luo An was speechless. Su Mingyue faintly said, understand. After all, this smelly brother is usually hangdog and really doesn't look very reliable. Then you go out first, okay? Then call me when you guys are done. Luo An thought he was talking about him and scratched his head helplessly as he walked towards the outside of the room, feeling a little depressed in his heart, feeling as if he had fallen out of favor, while Han Jie's face showed obvious joy. But at this time, Su Mingyue once again spoke carelessly. Where are you going? I am letting Han Jie go. It seems that you have gone abroad for a few years, and you don't even know the most basic manners at home. Wait until you have learned the etiquette well, then come back to talk to me. As for now, get out. Seeing that she actually defended herself so much, Luo An was touched for a moment in his heart, not ashamed to be his own maiden. But the surface work still needs to be done. He lightly coughed twice and said, actually, you don't have to be so harsh. It's normal for kids to have high self-esteem. Keep your mouth shut and go to bed honestly. With Su Mingyue's words, Luo An was speechless and walked like an aggravated bag to the bedside and sat down. Seeing his sister is really angry, Han Jie no longer play a small temper, some reluctance to say. In fact, it's a girl I fell in love with, in the hospital abroad to know. These 2 days we often chat online, chatting quite opportunistic. So I want to confess to her. Love talk. Luo An knew his chance to shine had come. It's times like these that a lover must step in. Han Jie was about to hand his cell phone to Su Mingyue, but he was intercepted and snatched it away by Luo An, who put his hand on Han Jie's shoulder with a serious face. Confessions can be a heavy topic, so it's better to let me, who has a lot of experience, guide you. After saying that, Luo An glanced at the chat log on his phone, then stared wide-eyed. Good guy, you send a dozen people before they reply one, and also so long interval. You call this chatting very friendly? Old man, aren't you pure dog licking? Not at all. She just didn't check her phone, that's why she didn't reply to my messages. What kind of person goes a day without looking at their cell phone these days? She's not like the others. Han Jie glared angrily at Luo An. If his eyes could kill, Luo An would have died 800 times already. He wasn't a licking dog. He was the god of pure love war. Luo An argued his case with no loss of momentum. How is it different? She does not return your message. The pendulum is full of do not like you. Listen to my brothers, hurry to delete her. Give yourself some face. I checked. She's a sign that just doesn't like to return messages. Luo An expressionlessly handed the phone to Su Mingyue. This child is hopeless. After Su Mingyue glanced at the chat logs, her willow eyebrows slightly stared up. And at this time, Han Bingbing, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, couldn't help but walk into the room, reaching out and pointing at Han Jie's head. I said, why you've been distracted lately? So you have a crush. You keep sending messages when they don't respond to you. What's going on in your head? Exactly. Luo An nodded approvingly, choosing to stand on the same side as Han Bingbing, just as she added, people are obviously testing your patience with her. You should buy her a present and go to her. Ha! The comment made Lone look dumbfounded, her eyes scanning back and forth between the siblings. Do dog-licking genes also run in the family? You two are really something. Su Mingyue, how high and proud a person. How could she tolerate having two licking dogs around her? Immediately coldly commanded towards Luo An, you get out of here and close the door, by the way. I'm going to give them a lesson in love. Lone led the way out of the room. Soon there were screams from Han Bingbing and Han Jie inside the house, making a lot of noise, and the sounds of fleeing came out along the doorway. Miss, what are you kicking my ass for? And while I don't hate it, you've got to prepare me for it first. Author's mini class. What to do when you meet a girl with a crush. Full answer. Get down on your knees and beg her to say yes to your confession. Hold her legs. The expression must be deep. Long live pure love. Chapter 84. The world is full of sorrows. It's night. It was a long time before the commotion in the room stopped. When the door to the room opened again, they saw Han Bingbing and Han Jie, a large and small group, walk out with their heads bowed in aggravation, and then walk towards the guest rooms they each lived in. Looking like this, obviously getting cleaned up, Lone let out an unkind laugh. Lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick the dog until there's nothing left at the end of the day. Serves you right. Su Mingyue, because of teaching the siblings to get all sweaty. The mood is immediately bad, to know that she just finished the bath, and now she has to wash again. See Luo An actually still standing in the doorway snickering. She immediately did not have a good mood to pull him into the room. What are you doing? I can't even smile. Not. What are you pulling my clothes, you rascal? In the end, Lone didn't escape. Her hair rubbed into a cocktail nap, and she lay breathless on the bed. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a wasted play in heaven. After tempering Luo An, Su Mingyue then walked towards the bathroom with satisfaction, casually taking off the white short sleeves on her body and throwing them on the floor, revealing her white spine and black hooded belt. Lying on the bed, Lone merely glanced at it, instantly full of blood and blood. Daughter-in-law, let me help you take a bath. He was answered by the sound of the bathroom door slamming vigorously shut. I'll make it up to you by giving you a look. Don't get carried away. Speaking, the swish of water came out from the bathroom. The translucent plastic door blurred to reveal the delicate body inside. Luo An looked mesmerized and said with a serious face, it's okay, just let me listen to the sound of your shower and I'll eat 3 more bowls of rice. Scram! Go warm up the bed for me. Oh, since she had washed herself once before, this time Su Mingyue simply rinsed her body and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in her bathrobe. Water droplets dripped down the spread of her hair, and the subtle curve of the indentation of her chest made Luo An unable to blink, and the smooth and delicate skin, white and red, made people want to take a bite. Mind your eyes. Cut. It was destined to be a good night for Lone, and although he couldn't do anything, just holding his daughter-in-law in just her underwear was a big step forward, and next time it would still be simple to remove the fabric that was in the way. The following morning, the first day of July, the day of the founding of the party, the sun is still hot, emitting hot rays, baking people and things in the city. The ground is hot, walking on it is like a fire, like hell on earth. Because she was going to participate in the author conference, Luo An got up early today, changed into more formal clothes, and put some veil cream on her face. The whole person was handsome. He first sent Su Mingyue to the company. As for Han Bingbing, she drove another car to Sky Trade Group, bringing Han Jie to the hospital for a review in the meantime. Under the Cloud Group building, the white Porsche stopped steadily. Inside the car, Su Mingyue cupped Luo An's face with both hands and covered his mouth with a fragrant kiss before letting go, licking her red lips with a hint of sweetness. Behave yourself out there and pick me up when you get off work. Grandpa asked us to go to his place for dinner tonight. Okay, bye. Love you. Su Mingyue smiled and stepped out of the car. After closing the door, the smile on her pretty face disappeared, and turned to climb up a few points of indifference, stepping on high heels, the posture of the cold and arrogant toward the interior of the building to go. Good morning, Mr. Su. Aha. After bidding farewell to Su Mingyue, because the time was still early. The start time of the authors' conference was 10 a.m. And there were still 2 hours from now. So Luo An went to the store first to see if the ploy he came up with yesterday worked. Inside the commercial street, it was the morning rush hour and the crowd was swarming. Now the miracle herbal milk tea has been more than just a healthy drink, but also as a must-have breakfast drink. Drink a mouthful. The whole person's spirit is raised a lot. By the time Luo arrived at the store, there was hardly anyone seated in the store. After all, everyone had to work, so it was easier to take a drink. Xiaoxuan looked for 2 young female sales clerks, both high school dropouts, with a salary of $4,000, and only need to play a full 28 days of full attendance in a month. Originally, according to this benefit and salary, it is completely able to recruit more experienced sales clerks, but who called the store also has a social terrorism sister Xiaoyao. If she spends more time with her peers, her personality should change as well, and this matter is something Chen Xiaoqian has really taken to heart. Luo Tongtian thought it was a guest, went forward to greet, but the result was out of the counter only to find that it was Luo An. Immediately went forward to seize his neck, said excitedly, "Old Luo, your trick is really excellent. Now the cost of 10,000 ways of milk tea all publicized, more than 10 yuan cost, it dares to sell big tens of dollars. Now people are not willing to go to their place to buy milk tea to drink. To put it bluntly, the brand credibility is gone." Luo An had noticed that there were hardly any customers in front of the tea Chandao store when he arrived, so he wasn't surprised, but instead smiled and asked towards Xiaoyao, who was busy behind the counter, "How about Yue? Are you still used to staying at your sister Xiaoqian's place? Why don't you move back in? Your little Qian sister is hairy and definitely not suitable to take care of people." After handing the milk tea in her hand to the guest, Chen Xiaoqian hugged Xiaoyao's waist as she waved her hand towards Luo An in disgust. Go. You're the one who's fussy. I'm telling you, Yue is my person now. You'll never try to abduct her. Don't you think so, Yue? Well, Sister Sin is so nice to me. Gee, it looks like the ninny has gone rogue. Luo An shook his head helplessly. Originally he also wanted to abduct Xiaoyao back to give him a tune-up to regulate his body. Ahem, definitely not to cure kidney deficiency, said. He turned to leave. There was an old man on the side of the road with disabled legs sitting on a cart begging, struggling to use his hands for support, pushing the cart forward. In front of him lay a worn iron bowl with several chips in it, containing some change. With both feet wasted but still trying to live in this world, Long couldn't help but think of a certain eyebrow pencil kid who felt around his body and came up with nothing. After all, who carries cash when you go out these days? There was no other way. Luo An had to walk back to the milk tea store, and under Chen Xiaoqian's murderous gaze, he fished away a bunch of Mao Grandpa as well as a bunch of change from the counter's drawer, and put them all into a black pocket. When he passed the disabled old man, he pretended to throw the black bag accurately into the iron bowl without the slightest drag in his footsteps, and faintly said, "Take this money and go have a nice dinner." Puzzled, the old man untied the knot on the bag and looked at it, then stared at his cloudy eyes, rushing to look behind him only to find that the youth had disappeared into the crowd. Still, the old man paid a grateful obeisance in the direction Lone had gone, before stuffing the black pockets into his arms and carting off, not daring to linger any longer. And Lone is unaware that everything he just did was coincidentally all caught on camera by a reporter. The video was also about to explode online, making the Miracle Milk Tea Shop an internet sensation and completely famous in the Magic City. Chapter 85, You'd Better Never Come Home. After leaving the commercial street and seeing that it was about time, Yi Cheng then rushed towards the hotel booked by Red Fruit Novel without any panic. As the current leader of the domestic free novel website, the sort of a certain sound group, the author conference unfolded by Red Fruit Novels naturally won't be too shabby, and chose an international hotel, wrapping up a whole layer of it. Editor Hongxi was waiting downstairs at the hotel early. After all, as a newcomer editor, it was such a blessing to have a great author under her hand that she had to hold Luo An greatly as if she were a star in the sky. From a long distance Luo An saw her, wearing a plain clothes. Her looks are ordinary, favoring the lowly type, but her body is, well, childish and huge breasts, and the word is more appropriate to describe it. Lone greatly, "I'm here." Hongxi waved with some excitement. Then and Luo An greeted each other. This was the first time the two had met in reality. Before that they had been in contact on their cell phones. Although Hongxi had seen Luo An's photos and knew that he was very handsome, she didn't expect that he was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. He was simply the male god of her heart. What to do? So much to chase. General Manager's Office of Cloud Sky Group, Su Mingcheng, who was concentrating on reading the documents, suddenly felt a vicious chill in her heart and was vaguely uneasy. Did she dress up the dog man too much today? What if they are abducted? After chatting with Hongxi for a couple of minutes, Luo An followed her into the hotel's elevator. during which she naturally met her peers, but these authors didn't take it too seriously as they knew she was a new editor after seeing that it was Hongxi. The two of them talked in low voices in the elevator, both on topics related to Netflix. For example, yesterday, a certain author received the Contradiction Award, and today, a certain web author was greenlit, and so on. Soon the elevator arrived at the 32nd floor, the floor where the authors' conference was held. There were 2 staff members set up at the elevator entrance to check invitations, and a convention of this caliber required at least authors earning $500,000 or more a year to be eligible to attend. Just as Luo An was about to enter, a familiar voice came from behind her, again a little uncertain. Luo An? Being called by name, Luo An subconsciously turned to look and found that it was actually Li Xiang who had confessed his love to Su Mingyue last time in the company's downstairs. Only at this time, he already had an unfamiliar woman in his arms, with an enchanting posture. Seeing that it was indeed the culprit who made himself lose face in public, Li Xiang's good mood instantly vanished and he yelled in dissatisfaction. Are all your red fruit company inspections so lax that someone like this who can only play smart can blend in? Can it be that he is also a VIP who received an invitation? Naturally, author conferences are not all about authors and editors, and some local company owners are invited to come along for the ride. Luo An lazily ignored him, and faced the staff's difficult gaze, and blandly said, I'm an invited author. If you're the author, I'm going to stand upside down and eat Shang. Li Xiang, anyway, killed never believe that a person who dares to come out in broad daylight with a stained mop to disgust people will be the author. He preferred to believe that Luo An was an invited guest of honor, and this was a little more normal. Unbeknownst to him, Hongxi carefully opened his mouth at this moment. That, Luo An Data is really an invited author. Do I need to prepare a bowl for you? Upon hearing the last sentence, the staff member next to him didn't hold back his laughter, then quickly stifled it and acted as if nothing had happened. However, Li Xiang's face was instantly gloomy. Luo An, this kid has a white rich girl cover even if he cannot afford to mess with, but you a small editor he still cannot afford to mess with. Seeing this expression on his face, Luo An instantly guessed what he was thinking and shielded Hongxi behind him, faintly saying, Young Li looks like he's not in a good mood today. It's better to please go back. Think about what you should and shouldn't do after you've rested, or else you'll end up in a situation you know. Li Xiang was on fire, but he could only hold his tongue as he turned around and walked back to the elevator with the woman in his arms. Su Mingyue now not only had the Cloudy Sky Group, but also such a behemoth as the Sky Trade Group. It was no longer something he could mess with. As the son of a wealthy family, he is still clear about what is more important, but it doesn't mean that this fire in the heart is extinguished. Soon after the elevator doors closed, there was a heavy crash and a woman's gasp from inside. Luo An, unaware of all this, had walked into the venue with Hongxi, and after greeting the site's editor-in-chief, it was a free-for-all. It is said to be an exchange conference. In fact, it is not much different from a normal party. The main thing to do is to eat and make friends, and then after getting the gifts given by the website, the conference is over. Luo An had come with a purpose this time. He quickly blended in with a group of romance authors, constantly absorbing their experiences and going back to see if it had any effect on that Su Mingyue woman. The thought of being able to turn over a new leaf in the future sent a thrill through him. After all, what man doesn't want to be on top? As a result, Luo An had only just learned something when her identity was raked over the coals, surrounded by a group of authors who wrote romance literature, with those glowing eyes, like a demon looking at the meat of the Tang monk in Journey to the West. Immediately afterward, Luo An was constantly asked for tips on writing, such as why he writes romance so realistically. In response, Luo An could only reply helplessly, I'm just a newbie who's been in the business for 2.5 years, so I don't know any advanced writing skills, and the only reason I write well is because it's my autobiography. In a word, most of the authors around broke defense. Autobiography? It's written so sweetly, so truthfully, and you're telling me it's your autobiography? You are so damned. You know how many brain cells they have to consume to write an article, fighting with the reader, and now you're telling us that you're writing an autobiography. Luo An couldn't stand the murderous gaze and found a random excuse to leave the hotel early, constantly summarizing the lessons he had just learned. To determine if someone loves you or not, do something she hates, and her reaction is the answer to the question. Doing things Su Mingyue hates. Luo An's first thought was to find a woman to bounce in front of Su Mingyue, but for the sake of his little life, he decisively gave up on this idea. After thinking for a long time, Luo An finally pulled out his cell phone and called Su Mingyue. The other end picked up almost seconds later, and her cool voice came out. Hello. Luo An took a deep breath and kept calming his agitated feelings, then yelled at the other end. Stinky woman. I've actually put up with you for a long time, moving against me. If you don't apologize to me today, I won't go home. After saying this, Luo An felt unprecedentedly free in his heart, like a volcano about to erupt in an eruption. It's okay, love is all-inclusive. She loves me so much, Surely she won't be mad at me. And with so much previous experience, surely she can't be wrong. There was a brief silence on the other end, and after a few moments, a cold voice came out. Come back or don't come back. You better never come home. The author has something to say. New book after rebirth. I was set by the delicate Jian has been released. Like the rebirth of love can go to sea. Single female main article. Inventory has 80,000 words. Do not have to worry about rotten end. Chapter 86. I'm stuck on you for life. I won't leave even if I'm beaten to death. The clear sky gradually darkened. The whole city fell into silence. And there was an extra hint of coolness in the breeze that brushed against his face. A starry night at the mansion house. Lone parked the car in the garage and then came to the door of the house with a shiver in his heart. It was already 9 o'clock at night, and the living room was dark and quiet from the outside. After seeing no movement inside, Luo An then breathed a sigh of relief and regret in her heart. I should have known that I wouldn't have blown awesome during the day. What with trying to test someone to see if they love you and then doing something she hates, making it so that he can't even sleep in his bed right now. But luckily, sleeping on the couch makes up for it. With a ding, the door of the house opened quietly, and faint moonlight shone in, accompanied by a sneaky figure, and then the door closed quietly again, making very little noise. The living room was dimly lit and it was hard to see anything. Luo An walked to the couch in the dark and lay down. His heart then breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly he had a feeling that something was wrong. When did you change the pillows? It's still so soft. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the quiet living room. Turn on the light. The electronic voice sounded out of nowhere. Yes, master. As the words fell, the lights in the living room instantly came on, flickering brightly. Piercing Luo An subconsciously closed her eyes and sat up from the couch. Only then did he realize that Su Mingyue was actually sitting beside him. Her stunningly beautiful face carried a few chills, and her beautiful eyes were staring at him dead on, as if she would make a move in the next second. Lone wanted to cry. Sister, it's so late. You're still up. In the next second, Su Mingyue forcefully tugged over his collar. The two of their faces were nearly pressed together, and she said with a teasing and cold voice, What? Aren't you not going home? What are you coming back for now? You get the hell out of here now and I'll pretend I never saw you. When these words came out, Luo An Xian vainly swallowed her saliva, rubbed herself on Su Mingyue's arm like a little bird, and pampered herself. I'm just kidding. Joke? I'm taking it seriously. Get out before I do, or I'll knock you out. No, I'm not leaving. I'm glued to you for life. Seeing this, Su Mingyue coldly grunted and did not say anything, getting up and walking towards the upstairs bedroom. Relying on her, Luo An's body weightlessness collapsed on the sofa, her heart sighing with relief. Halfway up the stairs, Su Mingyue saw that this guy was actually lying on the sofa and not moving, so angry that she directly took down her slippers and threw them at him, accurately exploding her head. This guy, won't he ever coax me? Ouch! Lone yelped out in pain. Looking at the sandals in his hand, he understood. Joy and a smile appeared on his face, quickly running towards the upstairs. Little Su, wait for me. I'll warm the bed for you. Soon the sound of a room door closing came from upstairs. Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue, who had been eavesdropping inside the master bedroom, saw this and had laughter in their eyes. They really thought that these two little guys had quarreled, causing them to follow and worry. But it's fun to do that once in a while. After all, what kind of couple is it if you don't fight? Fighting is kissing. Scolding is loving. Honey, let's fight too. Off. Dead beat. Early the next morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Su Mingyue's eyelids slightly moved to wake up from her sleep. Luo An's sleeping face was close at hand, and she was now like an octopus wrapping his body firmly, showing all the intimacy. Who would have thought that the general manager of the Hall of Clouds Group, an unattainable figure to ordinary people, would actually have such a poor sleeping posture? Su Mingyue wiped away the saliva at the corner of her mouth, got up from the bed with an expressionless face, and just took off her pajamas, then took out a set of black short sleeves and a knee-length skirt from the closet and put them on to hide her delicate figure, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. The sound of water woke up Lone, who was having a wet dream, and he looked around in confusion, yawning as he came back to his senses and got out of bed, heading for the bathroom. Su, come on, a hug and a good morning kiss. Get up off me. You haven't rinsed your mouth. It's dirty. Get away from me. Che, why didn't you say stay away from me when you were cuddling me in bed? Women are double standards. What did you say? No, nothing. Because the weather was getting hotter and hotter. Su Mingyue had to wash her hair once a day in the morning and in the evening to avoid her hair getting too dry and affecting her image. After Lone finished blow-drying her hair, he skillfully tied it up and then took a pink kitten hair clip out of the hair clip box and put it on her head. Sitting in front of the dresser, Su Mingyue expressionlessly looked at the hair clips in the mirror that were seriously inconsistent with her temperament and faintly said, Change them for me. I don't like wearing hair clips. Ha, I think it looks good. Look how cute it looks on your head. Do you really want to change it? Forget it, that's it. After getting dressed, the two of them walked downstairs, one after the other, to get ready for breakfast. Wearing an apron, Fongfang stood in front of the dining table and placed 2 hot meals on the table, frightening Luo An so much that he almost fell down the stairs with a weak leg. He gave a smile that was worse than a cry. Willow's mom, you're cooking today? Fongfang waved her hand and said, no, this is the dinner that Xiaojia specially made for you yesterday. He just found out from Bing Bing that it was thanks to you that he was able to come back from abroad, so he came last night to make a special meal as a thank you. As the brother of that woman Han Bingbing, that his cooking. Luo An looked at Su Mingyue, who had already taken a seat at the dining table, and the latter guessed what he was thinking and faintly said, the flavor is very unforgettable. This deja vu situation. Deja vu answer. Lone's heart was as good as dead. Is there another kitchen killer? Is it so hard to cook a meal, but the dishes are all warmed up, or people specially ran over to do it for themselves? A bite is not eaten, that how hurtful. Luo An still sat down, picked up the chopsticks on the table to clip a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. In the mouth, the meat was mellow, the meat was soft and sticky. Luo An's eyes widened slightly. So delicious. When Su Mingyue saw his incredulous expression, the corner of her mouth raised a smile. Xiaojia's health has been bad since he was a child, so he often researches things at home, at least when it comes to cooking. Even I can't find fault with it. Hurry up and eat. After eating, come with me to Magic City University. What's the point of going to college? The college entrance exam is coming up in 2 days, and Mordor First High School has asked me, an outstanding alumnus, to give a speech, but before that I want to go to Mordor University to see my teachers. Hearing these words, Luo An was visibly stunned. Even his eating movements stopped, and only after swallowing the food in his mouth did he say in dismay, you also graduated from Magic City University? Fongfang, who was drinking kanji next to her, laughed. Not only did Mingyue graduate from Mordor University, but she also skipped a grade before you were admitted to Mordor University. Otherwise the two of you would have been able to get to know each other earlier. Chapter 87, Su Mingyue's teacher? Su Mingyue was a bit depressed at the mention of this. If God gave her a chance to choose again, she would definitely not choose to skip a grade, so that she might still be able to spend a year of pleasant school life with her stinky brother. Freshly baked bean paste buns are here. Make way. Don't burn them. Luo Mingyue trotted out from the kitchen, holding a covered steamer, and Fongfang hurriedly got the dishes on the table aside and moved out of the way. Opening the steamer, white steam exploded out. Luo An rushed to sidestep his head, while Su Mingyue directly pulled him over to block herself. Okay, let's eat. After having breakfast, Fongfang and Luo Mingyue had the day off and did not go to the company, but went to prepare for matters related to the wedding. The two have been together for 3 years, but because Luan was still in college at the time, they only have a marriage license at this point and have not yet had a wedding. Both are second marriages, but both have their own struggles. Luo An naturally raised his hands in support, and then he was pulled out by Su Mingyue, ready to revisit his old school, while he was also a little curious about Su Mingyue's teacher. To be able to teach a genius like Su Mingyue, he must be a very famous figure. At this time, although it is still morning, but the temperature has come to 30 degrees. Hot people's hearts restless, really want to find a river to jump in and swim. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the entrance of Mordor University. Because it is Tuesday, there are a lot of students who have classes at this time or walking towards the campus, but after seeing the Porsche, hard to stop their footsteps. Curious about this and which rich second generation to drive the family car to the school to pretend to be X. Until Luo An and Su Mingyue stepped out of the car, the crowd resounded in awe, and naturally, there were people from the student union among them, who exclaimed in shock after seeing Su Mingyue's face. My God, isn't that our 19th student council's president, Sister Su Mingyue? I've seen her picture in the president's office, hanging in the highest row. Yeah, it does kind of look like that. I even looked into it at the time. At that time, the school flower list had already come out, but I heard the graduating seniors say that in those 3 years only Su Mingyue's name was on the school flower list. What's the deal? Was the quality that bad back then that there wasn't a second beauty that made the list? Do you think there's anyone else who dares to call themselves a beauty in front of Sister Su? Lone took it all in and said with a sideways, jovial smile, Little Su, can't see that you're quite famous? This is how you're recognized. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue raised her head with some small pride, but quickly reached out to give Luo An a slap on the head again, humming softly, in the home call even so, outside to me according to the occasion to address, at work to address me as Mr. Su, in the school, you should address me why? I don't know. Su Mingyue slightly stared at her eyebrows, huffing and puffing. She reached out her hand and was about to pinch him in the face. Seeing her in this position, Luo An, who was just still hardened, wimped out for a second. Hokage, as the saying goes, those who know what's good for them know what's good for them, and he's calling it a temporary softening of his heart in order to pave the way for a better future. Hearing this sound of schoolmate, Su Mingyue was satisfied and pinched Luo An's face, then reached over and took his arm towards the school grounds. Let's go, cute little junior. Schoolmate will first take you to see your teacher. The two of them walked through the school gates and headed in the direction of the back of the hill. The crowd of students at the entrance of the school were so excited that they took pictures of the two's backs with their cell phones and posted them on the campus forum, their teeth gnashing with envy and jealousy. It's amazing that such a national-level beauty is already famous. This kid deserves to die. Luo An noticed the murderous gazes of these people, thought carefully and felt that being a human being still couldn't be too high profile. So as he passed by these people, a kind smile appeared on his face and pointed at Su Mingyue beside him. How do you know she's my daughter-in-law? Passerby, are you polite? Su Mingyue beside him had nothing to say about his childish behavior, but did not dissuade him. She'd like to try saying that if she wasn't afraid of affecting her persona. After all, who asked her to have such a cute smelly brother? While the school forum was stirring up a furor, Su Mingyue had already brought Luo into the mountain behind the school district. The trees are so thick and leafy here that the sunlight overhead falls through the gaps in the leaves onto the fallen dirt floor, the light dappling in and out. If Luo An remembered correctly, this back mountain seems to be a place for the students of the College of Agriculture to use for experiments. In this mountain cultivates a lot of medicinal herbs that are rarely seen on the market, and usually do not allow people to enter, so as to avoid these rare medicinal herbs from being damaged, and even specially configured a security guard to watch the entrance. In the past, Luo An had even gone inside to pick some ginseng for one of his friends to replenish his health, only to be stopped directly by the trident of the security guard. Soon the two people came to the back of the mountain door. The security guards are sitting in the security booth to watch the live broadcast, heard the movement, looked up and skimmed the two people walking. Mingyue is here, coming to see your teacher again. Yo, isn't this the kid who tried to steal the ginseng before? Ahem. I have to seriously affirm that I don't call that stealing, I call it borrowing. Luo An looked a little embarrassed and didn't dare to look at Su Mingyue, who was beside him with a strange expression on her face. Grandpa Wang, it's been a long time, this is a little gift I brought for you. Su Mingyue, obviously not less with the security Moncler outlet store. From holding the handbag took out a Chinese. The Moncler outlet store cheerfully took over. Hands and feet took out the key to open the locked iron door. The iron gate opened with a creak and the two walked into the back of the hill. This was the first time Luo An had come in, curiously observing the surroundings. It felt as if there was nothing special, only that the trees were a bit thicker and heavier. After following the forest path a little further, a wooden house came into view for the two of them. The wooden house looks already some years old. The color is a bit dull, on top of a thick layer of straw. Beside the wooden house is a clear stream. Occasionally you can see the shadows of the fish inside scurrying, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Mingyue let go of her hold on Luo An and walked forward to push open the wooden door. In the eye is simple wooden furniture. The space is a little narrow, probably only about 50 square feet. Only a bed and a desk. Desk beside an unfinished candle. An old man in linen short sleeves sitting at a desk, wearing glasses, staring at the paper in front of him. Seems to be calculating some data. Even if someone entered the room did not notice. Immersed in the world of calculations cannot be extricated. Su Mingyue had already seen it all. She casually tossed the broom leaning against the door to Lone, gesturing to the dust and plastic trash on the floor, signaling for him to sweep the floor. Surprised, Lone took the broom and gently swept up the trash on the floor, trying not to make a big noise so as not to disturb the old man. This scruffy old man is actually Su's teacher. Chapter 88, Everyone has his own light. The house wasn't very big, so Lone quickly swept all the trash and dust off the floor. And by the way, he also got rid of the cobwebs in the corners. And looking at the refreshed house, he nodded in satisfaction. It seems he still has the potential to be a full-time main husband. At this time, the old man's calculations just ended, took off his glasses and looked at Su Mingyue standing beside him. A faint smile appeared on his face filled with signs of age, but his eyes appeared a bit empty and lifeless, and his words gave off a feeling of breathlessness. Su is here. Well, teacher, I had to come by the school for something. I just saw you working on something, so I didn't bother you. Did you have breakfast? The old man named Lu Jinzhong nodded. However, Su Mingyue was helpless as she took out a thermos box from her bag and placed it on the table in front of the old man. Lying again. You definitely didn't eat breakfast. What a hassle to eat breakfast. I might as well do a little more research if I have the time. No way. Breakfast must be eaten. Su Mingyue assumed a stern stance and spoke in a single word. Lu Jinzhong noticed Luo An standing on the side and looked at Su Mingyue in confusion. The latter pulled over the frozen Luo An, took his arm and smiled. This is my boyfriend, Luo An. This is my teacher, Lu Jinzhong. Although he doesn't have any position in the school, his old man has won the Pole Peak Award many times for his previously published papers, and has great achievements in the field of biology. Luo An looked at the old man in dismay. The Extreme Top Award? Wasn't that the most famous international award that only the top researchers from all walks of life had the chance to win? Although it was thought that teacher Su Mingyue would be awesome, I didn't think that it would actually be this awesome. Su Mingyue then chatted with Lu Jinzhong about some professional issues. Luo An listened attentively from the side and nodded his head from time to time. Why was it that he couldn't understand what was clearly being said in Chinese when it was linked together? Luckily, such a conversation didn't last long. Su Mingyue stood up and said goodbye to her teacher before leading Luo An out of the cabin. Then teacher, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. I'll see you next time. Be sure to eat breakfast. Well, that Xiaoxuan, although Xiao Su's character is a bit harsh, but also to trouble you to take care of her this stinky temper. Don't worry teacher, she wouldn't dare not listen to me when I speak. Out of the cabin, the confidence on Luo An's face instantly disappeared. Taking out a bottle of water from his body and quickly unscrewing the cap to hand it to Su Mingyue's mouth, and laughing heatedly. You must be thirsty from talking so much just now. Come daughter-in-law, have a drink of water to moisturize your throat. There will be a speech later. Well, do you want to ask me about my teacher and why he, a great scientific researcher, has to live at a snail's pace in this tiny backwater? Luo An said with an innocent face. I don't want to know. Maybe his old man likes this kind of life. Hearing this, Su Mingyue, whose words had already reached her mouth, stopped stiffly, her eyebrows slightly raised, then a slap landed on his head as she coldly grunted. Aren't you curious? Of course it's not good. Oops. I'm curious. Get your hands off my old back. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Su Mingyue then let go of her hand, throwing the mineral water in her hand at him. Walking on the forest path, with a gravel road under her feet, she slowly recounted a story that happened a long time ago. In Lu Jinzhong's time, the development of the country had just begun, and all the wastes were waiting to be rebuilt, and as a biologist who had returned from studying abroad, he was naturally reused, and was busy with biology all day long, so that his country could develop and grow. But just when Lu Jinzhong sacrificed his life for China, his wife and children in his hometown were killed alive by local bullies, and even were eaten. Things like starvation were not uncommon in those days. This incident has become a thorn in Lu Jinzhong's heart. He had sworn under the red flag to protect the people and dedicate himself to the country, and now the people he protects are hurting the people who matter most to him. Rowan felt creeped out inside when he heard this. If it were him, I'm afraid he would have gone crazy by now. But this old man Lu actually tenaciously survived and remains dedicated to his country. What happened then? What happened to those people? Of course it's all death penalty. Su Mingyue snorted coldly. Then the teacher applied for retirement and has been living in the back of the mountain of this university. And it was only through the relationship between my grandfather and the principal that I was accepted as a student. The first class of the morning had ended and there were more students walking along the side of the road, discussing where they were going to play today and what classes they would have tomorrow. The college was a good distance from the high school, and it was a full half-hour drive to get there. From a long distance Luo An saw the red banner pulled up at the entrance of Mordor No. 1 middle school with the words Welcome Su Mingyue written on it. Thinking that she would have to maintain her high and mighty image later, Su Mingyue hurriedly barfed on Luo An's face for 2 seconds before it was too late. Otherwise it would be difficult to kiss her later. Bitch, you're being a hooligan again. Be a good boy and don't move. And drive your car properly. Soon the car stopped in front of the school gate of the first middle school. Su Mingyue walked down from the car without expression, with a hint of sternness in her eyes, in the face of the flattery of these school leaders, just a cold and walked towards the school. Luo An, on the other hand, wiped the lipstick marks on her face before getting off the car, her heart indignantly dissatisfied. Every time this woman took the initiative, when the night came, she had to be made to scream. And among the people who greeted Su Mingyue in the first middle school, there was Su Mingyue's middle school classmate, who was now a homeroom teacher. And when she saw Su Mingyue, she was a bit afraid to even go up and greet her, because Su Mingyue was simply too dazzling, destined to be an existence she could not reach. As the model high school of the Magic City, the teaching construction of the first high school can be said to be very advanced. The playground is paved with fresh turf, which can be too much better than Luo An's previous high school's playground that is full of holes. The lawn was full of students at this time, and there was a photographer on the sidelines specializing in video recording, so that it would be convenient to publicize the school's newcomers in the future. More than 2,000 pairs of eyes just looked in unison at Su Mingyue, who was walking towards the lectern. She had long been used to this feeling of being in the limelight, and glancing at Luo An, who had a creepy look on his face under the stage. The corners of Su Mingyue's mouth lifted up before she began to relate some of the experiences she had had. In a nutshell, it is that if there are difficulties, overcome them, If there are no difficulties, create them, and only adversity can keep people progressing. The students on stage were listening extraordinarily attentively, and some were whispering, as if they were divided into two different kinds of people with different futures. As Su Mingyue finished what she wanted to say, she glanced at the yawning Luo An on the stage and smiled faintly towards the microphone in her hand. I've finished what I wanted to say, so let's have this big brother come up to the stage next to say a few words for you guys. What the hell? Luo An pointed a finger at himself, looking incredulously at Su Mingyue on the stage. The latter nodded and said with a smile, yes, that's you. Don't look around. Don't you want to say something about the future of our motherland? Everyone's eyes converged on Luo An at the moment. What else could Luo An do but walk onto the stage with a stiff upper lip and take the microphone from Su Mingyue's hands, her petite laughter coming from her ears. Honey, I'm looking at you. Oh. Exasperated, he gritted his teeth, suddenly remembered a passage I read in college before, thought about it, and read out the words that had been dusted in his memory for a long time, his voice steady and strong. The light of the sky at first breaks through the gaps in the clouds, shedding longing and hope, standing in the light, as if you can touch the pulse of life. Light is flowing, tugging, jumping, skylight and clouds, changing rapidly, walking toward the light. The remaining light is the same as dust, and those who chase the light will eventually become the light. There is always that light that is for you, just for you personally. Chapter 89. Luo An becomes a defendant? The weather was hot at noon. Under the cheering of the school leaders, Su Mingyue and Luo An got into the car, and the white Porsche roared and disappeared at the end of the road. The principal let out a long sigh, remembered something, rushed to find the photographer, took the camera in his hand, lowered his head to check, at the same time excitedly asked, who was that one just now? Headmaster, I think the name is Lone. Oh yeah, Lone. Did you record everything he just said on stage? No editing, just send it straight to the official website. No problem. Traveling car, because the speech just stood under the sun. At this moment Su Mingyue is hot and sweaty. After taking off her coat, only a white short-sleeved one is left. She put her hand on Luo An's shoulder. Not bad. What you just said on the stage was all your own ideas. How can that be? That was spoken by Yang Xiaoxuan during the college entrance ceremony. I'm just a porter. The smile on Su Mingyue's face instantly disappeared, retrieved her hand expressionlessly and wiped it with a paper towel, and faintly said, advance your girlfriend in front of your current girlfriend. Scumbag, why don't you go to hell? What can I do? Who asked you to call me up to give a speech out of the blue? I just happened to think of this line, so I read it out, and I think it's quite appropriate. The red light is on straight ahead at the intersection. Taking advantage of this, Luo An quickly hugged Su Mingyue's neck and kissed her on the mouth, which was soft in the mouth with a hint of sweetness. Everyone has a light that belongs to them, and you are the light that belongs to me. Poor mouth. Hearing Luo An say this, Su Mingyue cast her head aside, but the corners of her mouth showed a faint smile, in a pleasant mood. Fool, you're my light too. Inside the office of the general manager of Sky Trade Group, Han Bingbing, who was entrusted by Su Mingyue, is working. Han Jia is sitting aside with some boredom, picking up his cell phone several times and then putting it down, skimming his lips. Sister, I'm so bored. Why don't we go out and stroll around? I haven't gone out and stroll around much in the past 2 days since I returned to China. At those words, Han Bingbing didn't lift her head. If you want to go, you go by yourself. I still have a whole lot of work to do. You're not some little kid. Do you even need your sister to accompany you when you go shopping? With that, she took out a bank card and placed it on the table. There's over $2 million in there. Buy whatever you see that you like for yourself, and buy me a bottle of perfume on the way back. I want to give it away. Oh. Han Jia joyfully took the card, answered and walked out of the office, secretly thinking in his heart, when I was abroad, I heard that domestic bathhouses seem to be very comfortable and seem to be good for your health, so I happened to try it today. Sky Trade Group set up the most prosperous area of the Magic City, around like a bar club bath city and so on quite a lot. Han Jia drove around the circle, and soon found a paradise foot bath. After parking the car, the teenager walked in with a curiosity about the unknown. Seeing him so young, the female receptionist was a bit surprised and inquired, little brother, what's the matter with you? Lost? Because of his frail childhood, Han Jia's mind was more mature than his peers, so he hated it when people said he was small, and after hearing the receptionist's words, he said in dissatisfaction, what else can I come to a foot bath store for? Give me a set of the most expensive package you have here. Swipe your card. Although the female receptionist was shocked, she quickly gave Han Jia the package, thinking, are kids so mature now? Coming to wash their feet at a young age? Soon, Han Jia was brought into a room by 5 beautiful young ladies. Time went by and the 2 hours flew by. Han Jia walked out of the footbath city with a spring in his step, opening the door to a new world as if he had experienced a new life. At that moment a couple walked past him on the side of the road, and the sound of talking came. I don't know what kind of drugs are in this miracle milk tea. It's bitter but kind of sweet to drink, kind of addictive. This is my third cup today, and it's only 12 bucks. Indeed. As long as this price doesn't go up, we'll go and drink it every day. Hearing the two people talking, the curiosity in Han Jie's heart was instantly aroused. Took the car keys and walked up to the car, took out his cell phone and opened the map, starting the car towards the commercial street 5 kilometers away. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Miracle Milk Tea shop. Han Jie got down from the car just in time to see the side door of the store open. A girl in an apron carrying a bucket of water out, her snow-white cheeks slightly flushed, her neckline open a little, her hair sticking to her forehead. Han Jie was attracted to that face and stared blankly, his heart thumping. So beautiful. Could that be an angel? Is this what heartbeat feels like? On the way home, Luo An had a bit of a craving, so he turned around and went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of barbecue materials and seasonings, ready to make some barbecue for himself. Barbecue is troublesome to deal with the ingredients, but men and women work together, and in less than 2 hours, Luo An took out a plate of colorful and fragrant barbecue from the kitchen, with pancetta, golden mushrooms, chili beef, and pawpaw. Why so much chili? Su Mingyue frowned at the plate full of chili seasoning and was a bit upset. Luo An picked up a beef skewer and said rightfully after taking a bite, "How can a barbecue work without eating chili? If I wasn't afraid that you wouldn't be able to stand it, I was going to get some millet chili. You should be glad you didn't get it, or you'd be on your knees at the keyboard right now." Just as Luo An was feasting, the cell phone in his pocket rang with an incoming call. "Who is it? Calling at this hour, delaying me from enjoying my food." Luo An muttered and took out his cell phone. He stepped aside before connecting it because the sound of the TV was too loud. Seeing this, Su Mingyue silently accelerated the speed of eating the barbecue. Phone call connected. "Hello?" Hongshi's hesitant voice came from the other end of the phone. "Luo An Dede. Do you remember the anime adaptation of your novel? Remember? Didn't I make all of those 12 episodes? What's wrong?" Luo An opened his mouth in doubt, hearing the hesitant tone on the other end of the phone. His heart was vaguely disturbed. Is something wrong? Is that the Neon side's work review didn't pass? So now the club side is demanding that you refund the entire amount they paid you, or else they're going to sue you in court. Chapter 90, Lord Su's Dog. The club that signed the contract with Loan is called 4Cs, which is considered a small or large-scale local production company in Neon. Luo An's person went numb when he heard Hongshi's words. Audit didn't go through? Isn't the audit of your little life a facade? Who doesn't know that those Shirbari anime and some unspeakable pieces are your signature? He's writing about a sibling relationship right now, and it's not even pro, and it didn't go through? Is it hard to believe that you're converting? But soon Luo An felt that something was wrong again. The audit did not pass. The first thought of the society was not to ask him to modify the script, but actually asked him to refund the money, as if they were specifically running for money. For a moment, several thoughts flashed through Loan's mind. It would make sense if the 4C Society was running for White Johns. Otherwise, with the amount of traffic their own novels get, there's no reason for them to give it up. Is it possible that they're trying to redo an anime with a script I wrote out? The editor on the other end of the phone, Hongxi, sniffed, and upon careful consideration realized that it was really possible, which would make sense. The other party wasn't running for an adaptation from the start, but wanted to plagiarize White Whore, and then finally get Luo An to return the script fee on the grounds that the review didn't pass and that it wasn't a crime. It could be said that Luo An's writing scripts all night long these days belonged to a wasted effort, losing his wife and his army. I'll call them with the money later. That's all for now. Luo An hung up the phone and walked to the sofa and sat down with mixed feelings. This time he was taught a lesson by his little life. What's wrong with you? Seeing his face look a bit ugly, Su Mingyue, who had already finished all the barbecue, inquired suspiciously. Loan told the story briefly. After hearing this, Su Mingyue looked at him with a little cute expression at him. Luo An couldn't stand her expression and yelled in dissatisfaction. What are you staring at me like that for? Do I have flowers on my face? I just don't understand why you can't get a domestic production company to adapt it for you. If we can't, we'll just start our own production company. You make enough money to start one anyway. Che, you don't know that the domestic audit is so strict. Showing a leg will be sprayed. Not to mention the sister-brother relationship. When Su Mingyue saw him speak with vigor, she couldn't help but reach out and hold her forehead and faintly said, "Then you can't send gifts?" The domestic film and television industry is a semi-money laundering industry. Strict auditing is also relative to ordinary people. Spend some money on the internet to create momentum. As long as it's not too serious, who can audit you? The set of words froze Loan with a sense of clarity. After 20 plus years of being an ordinary person, his mind is so used to following the rules that he forgets that the rules are for ordinary people. Thinking of this, Luo An hurriedly got up from in front of the sofa, hugged Su Mingyue's slender thighs, rubbed his head against it, and pampered. "Good sister, begged to point out a clear path. Have pity on your humble brother. These words amused Su Mingyue and commanded, go and bring my little white over to me. Okay, my little white is hungry. Go get him something good to eat. Right this way. After Luo An got a pot of luxurious cat meals, Su Mingyue stretched out her arm and winked at him. I'm tired. Carry me back to my room to sleep and sleep. The soft voice turned into a sharp arrow that plunged straight into Lone's little heart, and he covered his chest, thumping his heart. Whose girlfriend could be this cute? Luo An's heart surged. His hand passed through Su Mingyue's waist to pick her up across her waist, and walked towards the second floor without haste. Su Mingyue's head relied on his chest. The smell was extraordinarily soothing. Xiaobai's clueless eyes glanced at the backs of the two, and then looked down at the fragrant meal, but he didn't have half an appetite. The most prosperous Kyoto in the Neon Empire, although it is only a modest production company in the industry, as the most popular local industry, the Four Seas Society has raked in a lot of money in recent years, even in Kyoto, which is an inch of land, and has its own office building. Inside the luxurious president's office, the shapely female secretary unlocked the office door, stepped on her red-soled high heels and walked over to the president's side and sat down, with a slightly puzzled expression. President, why are we giving up on this collaboration? It's not like we're giving much money to the Chinese side, and this novel will definitely be able to sell well if it's adapted. The president was a middle-aged man in professional attire. At this time, he was messaging with his wife, because he would go back late because of the evening entertainment. When he heard the words of the female secretary, he put down his cell phone, with a treacherous look in his eyes, and his voice was pale and strong. I definitely don't care about this amount of money. What I care about is that after the adaptation of this novel catches fire, it will definitely come out with related peripherals, and that's the big head. But according to the contract, we have to share 30% of the money we earn from selling the peripherals to that Chinese person. That's at least $10 million of income, and the best way to kick Loan out is to pillage his results in turtledove. This was obviously not the first time the president had done this, and after taking a sip of his tea, he let out a giggle of triumph at his brilliant and multi-intelligent mind. What a stupid Chinese! In Chinese terms, this is called a money-giving child. Ha ha ha. Smiling, the president's hand climbed onto the secretary's bountiful waist, and the latter didn't resist, letting out a delicate laugh. President, you'll have to be gentle with people later. Oh, the magic city of China. At dinner in the evening, Luo An mentioned a mouthful of things he wanted to open a company, which was a decision he made after careful consideration. Novel authors or even more powerful must rely on the website to survive. The money that can be earned is ultimately limited. It would be fine if he was just an ordinary person, but if he wanted to be worthy of a proud daughter of heaven like Su Mingyue, this was just a starting point. After hearing what Luo An said, Lu Fongfang expressed her unconditional support. Luo Mingyue wanted to mutter a few words, but after seeing his daughter-in-law's murderous gaze, he skimmed his lips and didn't say anything. After dinner, Luo An washed Su Mingyue's feet. The air conditioner was on in the room, 18 degrees, a little chilly, and in the corner Luo Xiaobai lay shrunken into a ball in his nest, well fed and ready to rest. The game sounds loud. You, who would make an enemy of me? Determination, courage, adoration, hatred, all deteriorate and distort in the course of time, but only the law remains eternal. After half an hour of Kryptonite 648, Su Mingyue curiously maneuvered the Thunderbolt General with a full life seat to kill in the big world, and next to her, Luo An skimmed his lips and proceeded to play his baby Glory. Stinky brother, this game is so much fun. Hurry up and download one and come stay with me. Che, this is the game only beggars play. Do I look like someone who plays this kind of game to you? 1 minute later, Su Mingyue looked at the full level account in her phone and looked at Luo An with an expressionless face. Level 60? Luo An scratched his head awkwardly. Before was before, now is now. Okay, don't look at me with such eyes. Let me take you to see the scenery. Well, change your name first. Change what? My name is Lord Su, so you can change it to Lord Su's dog. It seems like that kind of name is popular in this game. Okay, perhaps this game is a bit addictive. Su Mingyue played until 2 o'clock in the morning before she was willing to put down her phone, hugging Luo An and closing her eyes contentedly. Chapter 91 Pendome Productions is officially established. The next day Luo An successfully registered a company with the help of Secretary Yi, the name of which was Pendome Productions. As the name implies, the strokes of the dome, just for her. The process of registering a company was extremely cumbersome, but fortunately, Secretary Yi was experienced and skilled in this aspect of the business, coupled with the fact that the Cloud Group had quite a few contacts in this area. In just one morning, Luo An's company was registered successfully, and that's just the first step. Since it is a company, then the office building is essential. Lu Mother directly waved a big hand will be a building in the city center to Luo An. As an office building, the Secretary Yi looked at a blank stare. It's nice to have a rich man's son. Opening a building. The location of the office building is not far from the Cloud Group. Walking only 10 minutes, soon Luo An came to the main building. It was a 5-story building, which stood out among a crowd of dozens of story-high edifices, and the surface of the building was coated with a special coating that not only waterproofed and corrosion-resistant, but also consolidated. The security guard at the entrance had already gotten the news in advance, and upon seeing Luo An walking, he hurriedly greeted him, bending slightly and speaking in a respectful tone. "Hello, Mr. Luo. I'm the head of security, Kung, and I will be in charge of the company's security. Hard work." Luo An revealed a kind smile, then took out the prepared Chinese and gave each of these security guards one. "Take all this and smoke it. By the way, how much does Mrs. Willow pay you guys?" 10,000 for the security guard, 20,000 for the vice captain, and 30,000 for the captain. Secretary Yi whispered in Luo An's ear. "That's not a bad price, but it's not too much of a stretch in the Magic City." Upon hearing this, Luo An directly waved his hand and said, "It's too little. How about this? Double everyone's salary. As long as you guard the building well for me, the benefits won't be lacking for you." As soon as the pay was doubled, everyone in the security team showed a look of joy and gave Luo An another deep bow, but this time it was a genuine one. After all, who doesn't like a boss who is generous? After buying people's hearts, Luo An walked into the building with his hands on his back. When he saw the neat brand new equipment in the office area, a touch of joy appeared on his face, and Secretary Yi, who was following closely behind him, whispered, "Most of the equipment for the production has arrived. There is some customized equipment that will take a couple of days to arrive. It's the production side of the team that's not coming to fruition at the moment. Domestic movie and TV drama anime may suck, but the production team is still in demand. Plus Pendome is just a small company that was just founded, so no one is willing to jump ship at all. It's not like the average level team can do what Luo An wants." Luo An sighed. "Let's leave it like this for now. We'll see if there's a suitable candidate in a couple of days." "Sister Yi, it's been a hard day for you to give me a busy day today." "Where? This is all part of my job. If there is still a need, Mr. Luo can call me anytime." After saying that, Secretary Yi turned around and walked out of the building. As Su Mingyue's close confidant, she had a lot to be busy with every day, and being able to spare half a day to help Luo An with things was already the limit. After she left, Luo An walked into his president's office and opened his computer to download the coding software. Ready to code today's 4,000 words first. The novel's popularity has been dropping a bit lately, but it still maintains 2 million people reading it, and with the manga and audiobook adaptations, Luo An's daily revenue is still above 100,000 per day at the moment. In the middle of the day, Hongxi calls in Luo and asked her in the morning to see if she knows any production teams, but Hongxi is also just a new editor with limited access to resources and keeps apologizing when she calls. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo An took care of today's coding task, and then came to the bank to return the 1 million script fee of the 4C Society to the original, and also generously gave an extra $250. "I'll let you have your fun for a while, but I'm not that good at whoring." After leaving the company, Luo An drove towards the Miracle Milk Tea Shop, ready to pick up Xiaoyao for dinner. Today is Lao Luo's birthday. Well, it's the 50th birthday, so Lu Fongfang decided to set up a table at the hotel. The Miracle Milk Tea Shop is doing brisk business, as Lone was previously photographed by a reporter helping a disabled old man on the side of the road and then posted online, ushering in another wave of netizens to buy milk tea after learning that he is one of the owners of the milk tea store. Now at this point in time, the white-collar workers in the neighborhood are not yet off work, and inside the store Xiaoxuan and the others are gathered around a table to fight the landlord. Whoever loses will put white stripes on his face, and at this moment, Xiaoyu's face is covered with white stripes. Her face is aggrieved, but she can't afford to throw away the cards in her hand. Maybe this one will win. Then there was another white slip on his face, making Xiaoxuan and Luo Tongtian laugh so much that Luo An could hear them laughing outside the store. "What are you smiling about, smiling so hard? Let me try it too." Luo An appeared. The smile on Xiaoxuan's face instantly disappeared. Her head shook like a rattle drum. "Only not to play with you, you guy with a dirty heart. Landlord is a game to play the mind." Xiaoxuan to now still remember the previous out to play. She and Luo Tongtian, 2 people, lost to Luo An $2,000. Since then the 2 people have a shadow. "Brother Luo An, why are you here?" Xiaoyu surprised out loud. After the 2 days of honing her skills as a waitress in the store, she was no longer nervous when facing Luo An. Luo An reached out and rubbed her head, smiling. "Today is my dad's birthday. Picking you up for dinner, and Mrs. Lu misses you too." Xiaoyu nodded her head obediently. At this time, the back kitchen walked out of a person, wearing the store's overalls, full of water stains casually wiped on his clothes, excitedly said, "Sister Xiaoqian, the health are cleaned." Luo An originally thought it was a new clerk, but after taking a look at it, he realized something was wrong and looked again, uttering in surprise, Han Jie, why are you here? How is it you? Han Jie also stood in place with some surprise, and after reacting calmly said, I just recovered and want to exercise more, so I'm looking for something for myself to do. You're not allowed to tell my sister. What looking for something to do? It's obvious that he's looking at our family Yue. Chen Xiaoxuan, who was on the side, sniffed and mercilessly exposed his lies. As soon as these words came out, Han Jie immediately turned red and stuttered nervously. Only not. Sister Xiaoqian, don't talk nonsense. Seeing this, Luo An put on an I get it smile and said sorrowfully, this little comrade, you wouldn't want your part-time crush to be known by your sister. Chapter 92 Luo An, I think 10,000 is too much. 5,000 is enough for pocket money. 4 p.m. In front of the Miracle Milk Tea Shop. What do you want? Han Jie stared at Luo An with a wary expression, his hands raised in a guarded fist, as if he would strike if Luo An dared to make a mess. Luo An Jie laughed. From now on you have to call Luo An brother. If not, I will tell your sister about your part-time job. If she knows that you came out to work just after you recovered, she definitely won't let you go, and I'll also expel you. You don't want to see Yui again. Next to her, Xiaoyao said expressionlessly, Brother Luo An, your lines are very much like the bad guys in TV dramas, who basically don't live to see the grand finale. Luo Tongtian patted the little girl's shoulder. This is his nature. Yui good boy. Let's stay away from him in the future, lest we be counted. That's it. Chen Xiaoqian cooperated and helped out. What are you guys talking about? Don't teach the little kid a bad lesson. Luo An looked at the two of them speechlessly, then looked down at Han Jie, who had a tangled face at this moment. This bad guy had snatched away his favorite sister, Mingyue, and now he was actually asking himself to call him brother. But the thought of never seeing Xiaoyao again, never seeing her when she is working seriously, Han Jie finally lowered his head and said in a tiny voice, Luo, brother Luo An. That's right, the children are teachable. Seeing that it was getting late, and estimating that Xiaoxuan and the others had already arrived, Luo An helpfully greeted Xiaoyao and Han Jie as they got on the car, and after saying goodbye to Chen Xiaoqian and Luo Tongtian, drove towards the booked hotel. In the evening is the climax of the work. The road is jammed with cars, lined up in a steel torrent extending into the distance. The sound of honking and the cries of birds mixed together, as if into a beautiful melody. Fortunately, the milk tea store was not far from the hotel, plus Luo An's luxury car added. Other family cars did not dare to come too close, so it quickly came to the front of the big hotel. A Rolls-Royce and Maybach were parked aside. Obviously Su Mingcheng and the girls had already arrived. Luo An walked into the hotel. After passing through the front desk, he saw Su Mingcheng sitting at the lobby C-place table at a glance, and hurriedly and smilingly came over. Daughter-in-law, I've missed you since I haven't seen you for a day. Come and give me a kiss. Just as his mouth was about to land on Su Mingcheng's face, she expressionlessly reached out her hand to push it away and faintly said, so many people are watching. Shame on you. Xiaoyao was pulled down by Lu Fongfang's side, while Han Jie sat beside her sister. Han Bingbing asked suspiciously, why haven't you seen anyone for the past 2 days? Where have you been? I'm a bit curious about traditional Chinese medicine, so I've been following Xiaoyao around to learn. Han Jie uttered the excuse he had fabricated on the way here without revealing the slightest crack. Han Bingbing didn't suspect anything and nodded before asking any more questions. It was natural for her brother to have things that interested him, and there was no reason for her to stand in the way, as long as he could be happy. Seeing Han Bingbing with a tinge of sadness in her eyes, Luo An asked suspiciously toward Su Mingyue, what's wrong with this Tyrannosaurus Rex? Confessed to Yaoyao and was rejected. Su Mingyue said expressionlessly. Then she stood up and brought a king crab from the table, sat back down and skillfully peeled the shell and put the crab meat into Long's bowl. The family ate and chatted. The atmosphere was harmonious. The most wonderful thing in the world is just like this. The family can be happy to sit at the dinner table to eat, is already a great fortune in life. The entire first floor was wrapped up by Lu Fongfang for the sake of not being disturbed. Lu Fongfang peeled off the shrimp shells and handed the shrimp meat to Xiaoyao's mouth, glanced at Luo Mingyue who was drinking the wanghua soup, and laughed softly. Today is your 50th birthday. If there's anything you want you can bring it up. Luo Minghue's spirit perked up and his eyes burned. Is it okay to double the pocket money in the future? $10,000 a month isn't enough. Hearing that it was actually asking for pocket money, the smile on Lu Fongfang's face instantly disappeared, and she wiped her mouth with a piece of paper and faintly said, don't even think about money. Men get worse when they have money. Unless you can make money on your own like Little An and prove you can manage, it's not like I can't consider it. Luo An, I raise my hands in favor of that, and I think 10K per month is too much. Actually 5K is enough. Since Xiaoan has said so, let's lower it to 5,000. Luo Mingyue, you are really my good son. Su Mingyue saw a dish of stone pot meat on the table, curiously reached out her chopsticks to clip a piece, bit down only a little bit of meat and chewed, her expression wrinkled together, feeling that the flavor was bitter, and chai, and directly put the rest of the meat into Luo An's bowl. This tastes weird, try it. Upon hearing this, Luo An suspiciously picked up the meat and bit down on the place where Su Mingyue had just bitten, and the meat was eaten into his mouth. Well, it should be chicken breast, but there are some herbs added to it, so ordinary people can't eat this flavor. When he finished, he ate the whole piece of meat into his mouth and licked the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. Indirect kissing, so nice. This scene happened to be seen by Han Jie. His eyes lit up slightly. Actually can still play like this. His mood was suddenly excited. With an example, he used his uneaten chopsticks to pick up a piece of stone pot meat and put it into Xiaoyu's bowl, and faintly said, "For you to eat." Xiaoyu calmly ate it and said softly, "Yummy." Han Jie froze. How was it different from what he thought? Was it really delicious? He re-picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, and his face suddenly became bitter, tough to eat. This amused Lone. Xiaoyu had learned Chinese medicine from elementary school. What suffering hadn't been eaten? These dishes were even more difficult to eat. Compared to the medicinal herbs, they were simply delicious. After eating for about 10 minutes, the waiter wheeled over a 5-layer exquisite cake from the bakery, with 5 candles on top, and a small word written in chocolate on the surface of the cake. "Happy birthday, hubby." Apparently, it was ordered by Fongfang. Luo An naturally didn't come empty-handed. He knew that his dad was interested in cooking, so he took out a set of kitchen knives that had been prepared long ago. Su Mingyue's songs were 2 diamond-encrusted watches. Han Bingbing's were a set of tea sets. Han Jie's was a fountain pen. And what Xiaoyu sent was a blended 10% tonic soup divided into one small package. The meal went late, and afterward Luo Mingyue proposed to go to a KTV to sing some songs, and it wasn't until the latter part of the night that tonight's birthday process ended. Perhaps because of the infection of tonight's atmosphere, Luo An night back to the room when sitting in front of the computer inspiration burst, enough to code words until 3 o'clock in the morning. If it is not Su Mingyue in his head clang 2 knock words, it is estimated to get to the dawn before stopping. Simply taking a cool shower, Luo An hunkered down under the covers in his pajamas. Su Mingyue came up and hugged him, closing her eyes and whispering, "Good night." Late. Technically it should be good morning. Oops. It's good night. Good night. Chapter 93, Bad. Didn't bring my cell phone. The next morning, Luo An went out for a morning run very early. After all, originally he was a yard man, stayed at home all year round. If he didn't exercise once in a while, his body functions would decline, and then he would really become a kidney deficiency male. It took 2 laps around the road, about 5 or 6 kilometers, for Lone to get home. Luo Mingyue, Lu Fongfang and Xiaoyu were already sitting at the table and started to eat breakfast. Seeing Luo An return drenched in sweat, Lu Ma voiced out a greeting. "Xiaoan, you're back just in time. Go upstairs and get Mingyue up. She's definitely still cowering under the quilt. Take a shower and also hurry to come down to eat, or else the nests will get cold later on." "Good." Luo An jogged upstairs and opened the door of her room. A cold air came to her face. The air conditioning temperature was 20 degrees. A silkworm baby was sleeping shrunk on the bed, and in her arms she was holding a small white fat cat. Seeing this, Luo An went forward and lifted the quilt, helplessly shouting, "Lord Su, the sun is on your butt, hurry up and get up for breakfast." On the bed, Su Mingyue rolled over, her voice languid. "This adult will sleep for 3 more minutes, just 3 minutes." With this familiar line, Luo An couldn't help but recall his junior high school days when he often slept in because he had to get up at 5 o'clock every day because he had to read in the morning. As a result, every time, old Luo greeted his buttocks with a slipper nonchalantly. With this in mind, Luo An picked up Su Mingyue's pink slippers and approached her with a bad smile, then directly pumped them towards her arse. The force was not heavy or light, but it was enough to wake Su Mingyue up. And then Luo An saw how scary a dominant woman with a get-up-and-go attitude always is. The two coaxed around the room for a while before Su Mingyue changed and headed downstairs, and Luo An skimmed his lips as he gathered up his cockamamie hair and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. After breakfast, Luo An first drove Su Mingyue downstairs to the company, and then sent Xiaoyu to the milk tea store. On the way there, he casually asked, "Yui, you are also an adult. Have you ever thought about getting a driver's license? Sister Xiaoxuan should have shared quite a bit of your money. Buying a car to commute to work would also be more convenient." Miracle Milk Tea Shop has launched more than a dozen types of milk tea. The recipe is all made independently by Xiaoyu. The profit naturally has her share. Even Luo Xiaoxian also specifically took out 100,000 yuan bonus to her. As long as a new formula, you can get an additional bonus, so buy a BMW or something like a car should still have no pressure. Xiaoyao thought about it, and it seemed like it was indeed the case, but the thought of having to take the driving test alone scared her a little. Seeing her expression, Luo An roughly guessed what she was thinking, so he did not ask more questions. After sending Xiaoyao to the milk tea store, Luo An called Han Jia, who was playing with lemons, and the latter said with a displeased face, "Roan, brother, what are you calling me for?" Luo An hooked his shoulder and whispered joyfully, "It seems like Yui is going to take the driving test, but she's a little scared to be alone. Can you help her?" Han Jia, who had an unhappy face, had his eyes instantly light up when he heard this, white as bronze bells, with surprise in his voice. "Really? Of course it's true. Would you like to help her?" "Of course. Don't worry about me. I'm an old driver." Then Han Jia walked back to the milk tea store with great excitement. Luo An looked at his back with a satisfied smile. If there was someone to accompany him, with that niece's character, it should be no problem. Han Jia and Xiaoyao are both problem children, and the serious kind at that. One grew up sick, with no access to the outside world, and grew up in the eyes of others who looked at him differently. The other also lost both parents and closed her heart. It was for this reason that Luo An had shown tolerance for Han Jia's previous lack of manners. Now it is even more personally set up these two people. After all, only those who have experienced the same encounter can feel the pain that is engraved in their hearts, and only then will they cherish each other more. After sending off Xiaoyao, Luo An returned to Pendong, and after posting the recruitment information online, he sat alone in the empty office to code words, waiting for 1,000 horses to come to his door. The morning passed quickly, and by noon, with temperatures approaching 40-degree heat, there were hardly any people on the road. There are a lot of restaurants near Pendong, and they are all full of business at this time, mostly workers from nearby construction teams. In such harsh heat, yet a man in a sorry state was lying under a tree in front of a restaurant, not moving, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Workers eating in the restaurant cast curious glances. It is a rare thing to see beggars in the center of a big city like Mordor. Fast food restaurant owner is a 40-year-old aunt. After frying see no guests to order, put down the spoon to pick up the side of already a fast food, out of the store, fast food in front of the beggar, and then walked straight back to the store. Seeing this, the workers eating by the door asked curiously, "Boss lady, your heart is still strange good Lu. Recognize?" Aunt Wu casually smiled, said, "Sort of. His name is Lai Sol. Used to be a regular customer of my store, seems to be doing animation, but also fire for a period of time. And then I don't know what happened. Suddenly went bankrupt, or was a friend rolled up and ran away. I see that he used to take care of my family's business often, and occasionally give him a meal. Anyway, it does not cost a few dollars." Upon hearing this, the store bragged. Corner of a black-clothed youth but the face of the color of surprise. "It is the code finished downstairs to eat lunch Luo An." His eyes surprised. "Lai Sol, the maker of the Yu Dance of the Nine Heavens? Yao Dance 9 Days is a short movie, only 10 minutes. A few years ago when the anime circle burst into flames, relying on the unique ink drawing style, once fire out of the circle. Back then Luo An was one of the fans. I heard that the short film was going to be a full-length feature later on, and Lone was looking forward to it for a while, but unfortunately didn't wait until she went to college, and it wasn't until later that she learned that her boss's partner had run away, and that Lai Sol's whereabouts were unknown. I didn't expect to become a beggar now." Lone's heart was pounding, and he had a feeling that his millennial was coming. Appetite for food instantly vanished. He got up and walked out of the fast food restaurant to the beggar's face, scrutinizing the vicissitudes of the face. Lai Sol looked up at the youth standing in front of him with a strange demeanor, didn't say anything, lowered his head and silently picked up the boxed lunch on the ground and wolfed it down. Half a dozen times, Lone stroked his chin and spoke with interest. "Director Lai, are you interested in coming to my production company? My company is short of talents like you." "Not interested." Lai Sol's voice was without fluctuation. Over the years a number of well-known domestic companies had invited him, but he had refused, because the current national comics circle had disappointed him, and the current anime was simply made to make money, and for him to do that kind of garbage, he might as well die. Lone also knew of Lai Sol's past, having once read a paragraph about him on a small broken station. Since childhood, he has loved animation, graduated from the Capital University of Film and Television, and when he was young, he was even a famous up master on the internet. He has been a director, a screenwriter, and even a graphic artist, which can be said to be an all-around genius, and it is evident that he loves animation. Luo An squatted down and sat down cross-legged on the ground. After being rejected, his face was not half discouraged, and he still smiled and said, "I know what you want, and I can give you what you want. You're worried about the work getting caught up in the competition of businessmen, or that I'll run away with the money when I'm famous, but I won't." Lai Sol lifted his head. A flash of sharpness appeared in his eyes. His voice was a bit icy. "I've heard this kind of words a lot. Are you treating me as a 3-year-old child?" Luo An shrugged his shoulders. You can disbelieve what I say, but we can sign a contract. I'm a creator just like you, so I can very well understand your feelings, and I'm the only one who can help you in the entire Magic City. For example, I can give you absolute control of my company. Hearing this, Lai Sol's eyes were shocked. What was the difference between this and giving away his company? There would be such a cutie in the world. What's the difference between this and giving away his company? You're nuts. All you need is a madman, isn't it? The two people's eyes met each other. One side is still young but with confidence. One side is mature and vicissitudes, but secretly it seems to be mixed with infinite fighting spirit. Want to come with me? Luo An asked again out of the blue. This time, Lai Sol didn't reject as decisively as he did just now, and there was a struggle and hesitation in the bottom of his eyes, a fierce struggle going on in his heart. A moment later, his voice was hoarse. Lend me $500 first. I still owe the boss's wife for dinner. No problem. Luo An looked delighted, then reached for his cell phone but didn't touch anything. The smile on his face instantly froze. It's broken. His cell phone is still on his desk in the office. Families, what to do at a time like this? Please advise. Chapter 94, Little Su. Help! The sun was scorching the earth. The midday heat was suffocating, and the cicadas were chirping in the trees as if they were complaining about the irritating weather. Anticipating the imminent collapse of real estate, the Cloud Group has been attacking the new energy industry, for which it has invested a lot of money, and finally achieved some research results today. It was only by relying on Su Mingyue to integrate the resources of the Yunxiao Group and the Sky Trade Group that she was barely able to gain a foothold in the new energy industry. She was in a good mood at the moment, sitting in her office playing with White. Meow. Su Mingyue mimicked a cat's purr. Her voice was soft and glutinous, and it was as if one's bones were softened by the sound of it. Luo Xiaobai, who was lying in her arms, purred humanely. Mother and son, just like this, you screamed and I screamed. Obviously a boring game, but Su Mingyue played extraordinarily vigorously, not the slightest bit tired. That's when the cell phone ringing with incoming calls on the table breaks the beauty. Fool's call. Fool's call. This was the ringtone Su Mingyue had specifically set for the incoming call. She picked up the phone and put it to her ear, her other hand teasing the little white whiskers. Hello, Xiaoxuan, help. I didn't bring my cell phone with me for dinner. You quickly asked the security guard to send some money over. What did you call me? Su Mingyue crossed her legs and lay down on the chair without panicking, the corner of her mouth stroking Luo Xiaobai's fur playfully. Lone, good sister. My favorite sister. Muah. Su Mingyue, just wait. The other side. Luo An returned the cell phone to the boss's wife after hanging up the phone, slightly bending over in embarrassment and compensating with a smile. I'm sorry, boss's wife. Someone will send the money over right away. I'm sure I'm not a bully. It's best if it isn't. Or my old lady didn't practice her dog fighting stick for nothing. Yes, you're right. If I'm a bully, don't say whip me. You can whip my dad. I promise I won't fight back. Luo An and Lai Sol sat on the chair and waited for a while, during which the store's customers gradually went away. After all, most of them were workers, with limited time for lunch breaks, and they had to hurry back to their posts after eating. Not a moment later, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the store, and the security chief of the Yunxiao Group walked in, and at the sight of Luo An, hurriedly bent over and smiled. Young Master Luo, I've come to pick you up. Saying this, the security guard took out a bunch of red bills from his pocket and laid them on the table, saying towards the boss's wife, Boss, this is our young Master Luo's meal money. See if it's enough. Enough, young master? Hearing the security guard's address to Luo An and that respectful appearance, Lai Sol wondered, your family is very powerful in Magic City? Luo An laughed, not talented. My father climbed into the bed of a rich woman, and I soaked the daughter of a rich woman. There is still some energy in the Magic City local. After saying that, the two have walked out of the store to sit on the security guard's Mercedes-Benz, because of the proximity, so Luo An did not drive when he came out. Luo Xiao, where are we going next? First go to the nearest shopping mall, change our Mr. Lai's line and cut his hair again, then go to Massage City to put, or forget it. If my daughter-in-law finds out, she can hammer me on the ground. Lai Sol, you think a rich man like you is still afraid of his wife? Luo An, afraid? Haha, your joke is really funny. I'm giving that woman face and honoring the virtue of treating women and old people well in my country of China. Security chief, if I hadn't seen you nodding your head this morning, I'd almost believe it. When the beggar dress Lai Sol appeared in the mall, instantly attracted the attention of the vast majority of passers-by. Have taken pictures? Think this is in cosplay. After all, how can there still be a beggar these days? While Lai Sol is changing, Lone sends a go message to Hongxi to help her make an announcement that the novel is ready to be animeized and for her to politely publicize what Neon Genesis Evangelion has done. It's a way to get back at each other while building momentum for the anime adaptation. Half an hour time Lai Sol is like a new person, fading that emits the sour smell of beggar's clothes. wearing a neat white suit, big back hairstyle, like a movie gangster Big Brother. More than it's a few points of righteousness. Lone didn't delay in taking him directly to Pen Dome, arms outstretched. Welcome to our Pen Dome productions. We haven't recruited the right staff yet since we've only just started, so you're probably going to be busy for the next while. His initial idea was to become an investment company, and then hand over the Pen Dome to Xiao for management, allowing him to take absolute control, and only then could he create without worries. Xiao looked at the empty Pen Dome, his fighting spirit rekindled after a long time. This will be his new starting point. Then looked at Luo An. On the way here he already knew about Luo An's intention to adapt his novel, so he said, "How much money do you have for production? Is 10 million enough? Asterisk. I've never fought a battle so rich." Almost at the same time, Luo An's adaptation of his own novel was sent out by Hongxi, sending shockwaves throughout the online literature circle. Adapting your own webcomic is the first time something like this has happened. Even in the 20+ years since webcomics have been around, bitter coders have only one thought: you don't want to be a rich second generation. What kind of job are you trying to steal from us? Not to speak of martial arts. The Neon Nation makes up a large portion of Lone's fanbase. When they heard that their favorite novel was going to be adapted, they were all excited, thinking that only they, the great Neon Empire, would be able to adapt the novel in the best possible way. And now, as a result, it actually didn't even pass the vetting process? You should know that the fans in Neon are crazy. There was once a club that was set on fire the next day for just writing all the male and female leads to death, and several manuscripts were all reduced to ashes. There are also incidents where authors go out and are forced to change the ending by fans with knives. Shirkai Society. President Saito Ryuya was looking down at his business when suddenly the secretary barged in without even knocking on the door, holding his cell phone and shouting in panic, "It's not good, President. Our company building is surrounded by people who say they want to claim their rights." Saito Ryuya froze, not yet realizing the seriousness of the matter, took the secretary's phone and looked at it. Instantly froze in his position. That Walpo guy actually built his own company to adapt his own book. Can you still play like that? And posted about the review not passing. The secretary was in disarray and worried. "President, what do we do now?" Saito Ryuya's face was cloudy, hesitating for a while before gritting his teeth. "Send out an announcement, dumping all of this time to the reviewing authorities, and then have the people in the production team speed up the progress. Make sure to rush the anime out before that Chinese person does, and never let them steal the heat." "Okay, I'm on my way." Chapter 95 Untalented. In the following, former Akuma mountain car god, after letting go of Pen Dome to Lai Sol quickly relied on his credibility in the industry to put together a production team, and the news of Lai Sol's comeback once again was well known in the circle of creators, attracting a lot of people who wanted to follow. Pen Dome is on the right track, followed by Miracle Milk Tea Shop getting ready to open branches in large numbers. The technical content of the herbal milk tea recipe was not very high, so it was necessary to open branches all over the Magic City before those chain milk tea stores could react. If he lost, all his efforts would be lost. If he won, the Miracle Milk Tea Shop would be able to branch out across the country, and by then, the marriage between Luo Tongtian and Chen Xiaoxuan would be finalized. July 13th. This Saturday, Luo An, who had planned to go on out and busy herself with her work, was walloped by Su Mingyue against the wall at this time, cutting off all retreats. Her absolutely beautiful face revealed dissatisfaction, and her tone of voice was not salty, saying, "Stinky brother, how long has it been since you hung out with me? And why do I get the feeling that work is more important than me in your eyes?" This week, Luo An was so busy that he ran around every day, although Su Mingyue knew that he didn't do anything wrong, but her heart was just a little bit uncomfortable, and she spent less than 10 hours with Luo An every day, and most of the time she still slept in bed. Luo An reacted that he did somewhat ignore Su Mingyue's feelings these days. It was because of work that she was separated from her real father. At that thought, he apologized. "I was wrong, so can I go out with you today? Don't be mad. Where do you want to go?" Seeing Luo An's apologetic expression, a faint smile appeared on Su Mingyue's face, reaching out to pinch his chin. "I don't care where I go, as long as I can stay with you all day long." "It's enough," Lone offered after some thought. "Then why don't we take a plane to play in the ancient town of Jang Nan? It seems to be quite famous in China. It's also in the song sung by Mr. Zhou, and there's also a healing novel called The Female Tenant that has been written about the ancient town of Jang Nan, so it should be pretty good." Su Mingyue nodded her head, leaving the decision to Luo An. Traveling is definitely the more people the more lively, so Luo An called Luo Tongtian and Chen Xiaoxian also. As for the other people, then forget about it, afraid that they will come to just eat dog food and not eat. It's still quite far from Mordor to Gangnam, but it's only 1 hour by airplane. Luo An directly chartered an entire plane, and after packing the clothes he would change for the day, He pulled his suitcase and held Su Mingyue's hand to the airport. You guys are also too slow. Luo Tongtian pulled his suitcase over. Hearing that she was going on a trip, Xiaoxuan changed into a black dress and didn't dress herself up too much. She secretly glanced at Su Mingyue, who was also wearing a black dress, and secretly sighed. In front of this one, the more beautifully dressed she was. In the end, it was all just embellishment and could only be reduced to a supporting role. Let's go in. Then, well, it's not easy to go out for a trip. I'm going to have a great time this time. The four walked into the airport, walked into the exclusive boarding entrance to the awe of onlookers, and were led all the way to the plane by the staff. Under the turquoise blue sky, an airplane flew along the runway into the sky, leaving trails on the clouds before being submerged by them again. It was the first time that Luo had experienced a chartered airplane. Just sat down when the stewardess pushed a variety of snacks fruit to come, but also provide ordering service. Can be described as all-encompassing. Su, come take a picture. Luo An reached out and hooked his hand around Su Mingyue's neck. His face and face almost pressed together, with an endless sea of clouds in the background, and the scent of her body lingering on the tip of his nose. Kaching dash. After taking a few shots in a row, Luo An posted the photos to her friends, the corners of her mouth raised high. No, 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 no. It's summer. There's no way anyone hasn't traveled yet, is there? Photo. Su Mingyue seemed to be a bit airsick and soon fell asleep against Luo An's shoulder. Luo An was infected by her, and after a short period of excitement, she also felt a wave of drowsiness sweep over her and closed her eyes against her head. On the seat next to her, Xiaoxuan saw this scene and looked at Luo Tongtian, who was already snoring beside her, and without any good reason, she slapped him on the head, then forcibly broke her arm and lay into his arms. The beaten Luo Tongtian woke up with a dumbfounded face and thought it was a hallucination, so he hugged Xiaoxuan and closed his eyes again. 1 hour was not too long to say, not too short to say, and the airplane soon arrived at the territory of Jang Nan province. When Luo An opened his eyes, he realized that he was lying on Su Mingyue's lap. No wonder his dreams were fragrant and soft. Awake! Su Mingyue sensed the movement and lowered her head to faintly say, "No, I'm not awake. I'm still sleepwalking." Luo An pampered himself by lying on the white and tender thighs, wanting to lie down for a while longer. There weren't many chances to take advantage of him like this, but Su Mingyue obviously didn't give him a chance to mooch off of him. Pain. You don't pull my ears. I won't lie down, okay? Next to him, Luo Tongtian happily laughed out loud. This guy is really a wife. Wimpy, simply a disgrace to men. If it were him, just die. The next second Xiaoxuan pinched his face in the same way and said viciously, "Silly big man, did you sleep drool on my clothes? Injustice Qianqian, do I look like the kind of person who drools in his sleep? You wipe the drool from the corners of your mouth before you speak." Just as the four men were coaxing, an announcement came from the airplane. "Attention dear travelers, the plane is about to arrive at Hangzhou North Railway Station. After the door opens, please leave in an orderly manner with your belongings. There are a lot of ancient towns in Jang Nan, which are famous in the country. Just 2 days' time Luo An can't possibly stroll through all of them, so he chose Shitong ancient town in Jiacheng, which is not far away from Hangzhou, and after getting off the plane and then taking a 1-hour ride, he can get there." Upon exiting the airport, the doorway was full of parked cabs waiting to pick up passengers, and Luan was quickly grabbed by an experienced master driver who smiled as he pulled over his suitcase and pushed it into the car. "Come on little brother, I'll put the suitcase for you, just go sit in the car." Lone had no choice but to greet the three of them as they got into the car. After putting the suitcase into the trunk, the driver master returned to the driver's seat and said with slight difficulty after learning that Luoan and the others were going to Shitong ancient town, "You guys know how famous Shitang is in the neighborhood. Plus it's Saturday, so I guess the highway is already all jammed up, so it's not very nice." Lone heard the meaning of his words, "not very well," which meant that it was possible to go, just with conditions. PayPal arrived with $1,000. Now what? Well, say good. Meet my old Li as you today to find the right person. Within 40 minutes to ensure that you to the Shitong scenic spot door, said Mr. Li broke open a cover under the car screen. There is a starter device. He pushed it directly up, and then closed it again. Seeing this scene, Lone hurriedly fastened his seatbelt and gulped. "Master, where do you mix? I'm not talented. I'm the former car god of Xiaoming Mountain. I've been running this highway for 7 years. I know exactly where the cameras are, so sit tight. I'm going to step on the gas." Chapter 96. Arriving at a 1,000-year-old town. On Saturday, the hot sun was still poisonous. Wide highway at this time is a row of cars jammed together. Honking noisy, crowded traffic but not the slightest easing. Some people cursed out of the window, and people exchanging genealogy. There are also people with a calm face out of the car. From the trunk of the car out of a pot of boiled rice and vegetables. Just ate up. Anyone who has ever been stuck in a traffic jam knows that it is impossible to ease a massive traffic jam like this one without half a day. Traffic jam is not the front of the car does not move, but in the front of the car to drive out. After the car needs to accelerate the time, and at the same time hundreds of cars accelerate the time superimposed. The formation of a large traffic jam site. In the midst of such congested traffic, a yellow and green cab speeding down the emergency road seemed exceptional. Inside the car, Lone glanced sideways out the window at the stalled traffic and wondered, "Master, take the emergency lane. Aren't you afraid of being caught on camera or by the traffic police to deduct your points?" Master Li, who was holding the steering wheel with one hand and placing one hand on the gear, smiled unconcernedly. "What's so scary? I'll tell you, the camera on this cut-off road has an old problem. During the time from morning to noon, there's a probability that the previous section of the screen will be repeated. This is before when I was young. A powerful driver in order to facilitate the race car to hack this side of the camera to leave a small bug. The highway crew didn't know? Oh, of course they know, but the money to replace the cameras was eaten up by the staff. Plus the road hasn't been in trouble in recent years, so they just don't bother." Seemingly afraid that Luo An and the others would tell this matter, Master Li hurriedly reminded, "I'm telling you because you guys are generous. Don't tell anyone about this, or I'll have to be a good boy and wait in line from now on. Traffic jam. It's worse than killing me." Don't worry. We won't mind our own business." Luo An made his attitude clear, and the three Su Mingyue beside him nodded their heads in cooperation. Luo Tongtian sighed at this time. "It's true that things change. In the past, those who could play racing were all rich people. I didn't realize that you, uncle, had fallen to the point of driving a cab as well." "Young man, what are you talking about? I drive a cab is to experience life to come. A person at home bored. A day does not touch the steering wheel is not comfortable. Just my car, or I spent 5 million to change it. The engine are professional racers special." Tom Low, "Are all rich people so plain and simple nowadays? About 10 minutes or so on the expressway, the road in front of the road all of a sudden wide. The master driver will drive back to the normal road, and then drive forward about 20 minutes or so. Arrived at the border of Jiacheng, turn right and drive out of the highway. Out of the highway is very close to the ancient town of Shitong. Only 5 minutes. Luoan has already seen the ticket gate of the ancient town, is lined up in a long queue. The booked hotel is in the middle of the scenic area. Luoan booked 2 deluxe suites, because there are only the last 2 rooms. In all, a day and a half between noon today and tomorrow afternoon. The 2 rooms used up a total of $3,000, which includes entrance fees and 3 meals a day. The hotel proved to be good for the price, while the others were still laboriously queuing up. Luoan's 4 people directly entered the scenic spot under the guidance of the hotel staff. To the eye are rows of brick and shingle huts made of aged brick walls. A turquoise river about 7 meters wide divided the road into 2 sides. Willow trees stood on the bank, bright red lanterns hung on the eaves, and there were thousands of people walking on the road, including those in cheongsams, Chinese dresses, and long-legged ladies in ultra-short skirts. After walking in the scenic area for more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at the hotel, which is not as high-end as I imagined, but the decoration is definitely considered exquisite, and each room has an independent balcony. At night, standing by the balcony, you can see the night view of Shitong, which is the most important reason why Luoan chose this hotel. The front desk guy smiled in congratulation as he inserted his room card into the insertion box and the room began to power up. This hotel provides hanbok and bar admission ticket service. If you need to scan the QR code on the door, after picking out hanbok on your phone will be sent over. In addition to a few of the tickets in this day and a half can be unlimited access to the scenic area without the need to repeat the purchase. After instructing a few things, the receptionist turned to go downstairs. Ego can finally rest. I'm exhausted. Let's sleep first. Saying this, Luoan was about to burrow towards the bed, but was pulled by Su Mingyue's back collar and stumbled and almost fell to the ground. What are you doing? You slept on the plane for so long. How can you sleep at your age? Accompany me to stroll outside first. It seems like it's lively and fun. Su Mingyue showed some excitement in her eyes. She herself disliked crowded places, especially scenic spots packed with people like this one, but as long as she was with Luoan, she seemed to be filled with excitement about these things, making her desire to challenge unprecedentedly strong. Seeing her look of interest, Luoan scratched his head and headed out of the room. What else could he do? Who called this his girlfriend? Immediately after that, he went to ask Luo Tongtian and Chen Xiaoxuan, and the 2 of them said that it was too hot now, so they would go out to play later. Having no choice, Luoan could only walk out of the hotel with Su Mingyue. Inside the room, after the 2 people left, Luo Tongtian puzzled. This is not the magic city. Only 30 degrees. Come to the ancient town is not to play. Why not go? Chen Xiaoxian, who was holding her washing clothes and preparing to take a shower, rolled her eyes at him. It's not like I'm asking you not to play, but don't you think you're being redundant? So fond of being a light bulb. Ah, no eyes at all. Luo Tongtian scratched his head, remembered something, looked up and shouted towards the bathroom with the door closed. Do you want me to wash it for you? I'm old at scrubbing. Get out. After leaving the hotel, Luo An and Su Mingyue walked within the alleyways of this ancient town with 1,000 years of history, took many pictures, and also visited many attractions together, such as the museum, the Moon Bridge, and the Bar Street. It took half an hour to walk through 1/20th of the old town. Su Mingyue curiously walked to a wall filled with writing. It was filled with mottled and messy names, but the rows of small, dark-colored characters were particularly obvious. Lorne walked over as well, following her gaze up. Behind human nature are white clouds. May you and I be masters in life. Zhao Yuqi, in this city of desire, you are my last faith. HLQ, live well and everything will go well. River flow. Seeing this, Luo An bought 2 colorful stickers in the shape of a heart from the side and handed one of them to her. Since you're here you always have to leave something behind. Just write whatever you want. I'll find a higher place to hang it later. Chapter 97, I hope my daughter-in-law can give me a soccer team. Loan. Luo An placed the colored pencil flat on the bridge abutment, but did not know what to write. His family's safety and so on is too cheesy. His career is still going well. It is hard not to write that he is free of disease and disaster. After some hard thinking, Luo An's brain flashed, picked up a ballpoint pen and wrote a line of crooked small letters on the paper, which could not be said to be sloppy, but could only be said to be oddly ugly. After all, it's been too long since I've put pen to paper, so it's normal to be rusty. Su Mingyue also happened to have written it. Luo An wanted to take it but was avoided by her. Her eyebrows wrinkled up and said, I'm not going to show it to you. You go aside. I'll hang it myself. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she added curiously, what have you written? Show me. I'm not giving it to you. You're not even showing it to me. Why should I show it to you? Luo An moved quickly to cover the colorful sign and spoke arrogantly. What if I'm inclined to look? Su Mingyue exuded an absolute aura, narrowing her eyes slightly to stare at Luo An with a threatening intent in her gaze. Just don't give it. Luo An didn't show any weakness. He didn't believe that with so many people around, Su Mingyue would dare to temper him in the street. It was also true that Su Mingyue didn't want to be treated like a shrew, so she was momentarily at her wit's end with Luo An. After the atmosphere had been so stagnant for a while, Lone tentatively suggested, why don't we exchange looks with each other? Although Su Mingyue didn't want to, she really couldn't help but be curious about what Luo An had written, so she had to lightly nod her head and take the lead in taking out her colorful sign. The two of them quickly finished exchanging. After reading what Luo An wrote, Su Mingyue's face was instantly like a ripe apple, biting her red lips and subconsciously exerting force on the hand that clutched the colored sticker. This dog man, I wish my daughter-in-law could give me a soccer team. Loan. At the same time, Luo An also saw Su Mingyue's writing, and unlike his oracle bones, Su Mingyue's characters were very dignified and beautiful. I hope that stinky brother will be well every year and grow old with me. Lord Su. Luo An had only just finished reading it when Su Mingyue grabbed her ears and held the colored sticker and crossed her arms angrily. You bad egg. Who's going to give birth to a soccer team for you? You let go. This is not a wish. The wish must be the bigger the better. You want to hand. Pain. I'm wrong. Well, we do not give birth to a soccer team. Enough to get together a table of mahjong on the line. Go to hell. When they returned to the hotel, Su Mingyue walked in front, while Luo An covered his face and walked behind aggrieved. He just wanted to give birth to 2 babies. What's wrong with him? After hearing what happened, Chen Xiaoxuan nonchalantly said, you didn't get this slap unjustly. You really deserve it. Mingyue is a person who wants to save face. There are so many people next to her. You asked her to give you a child. Isn't that rushing up to ask for a beating? Who knew she'd react that way? Luan bristled. At this time, his cell phone rang, and it was Su Mingyue calling. Her cold voice came out of the phone. I'm tired. Come over here right now and be a cuddler for me. Hearing that he was a hugging pillow, Luo An was instantly happy and hurriedly said, coming. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out of the room, not forgetting to close the door in passing. In the evening, after a buffet dinner provided by the hotel, the 4 of them went on a river cruise, then sat in a bar called Sky City for a while, and then walked around the town. Should not say, worthy of being a famous scenic spot in China. Even to 2 o'clock in the morning, the town's alleyways are full of people. The atmosphere is more lively than during the day. Until 3 o'clock in the morning Luo An and others returned to the hotel, by the way with some barbecue and beer on the balcony of the room, while eating and enjoying the beautiful scenery of Shitang. Until after eating has been a little light, the 4 only then sleep. The hustle and bustle within the old town within earshot was quieted at some point. As the sun rises, the whole ancient town is enveloped in warmth to witness the beginning of a new day. Due to the late night's fun last night, Lone and the others slept until 2 p.m. 2 hours before checkout time. Enough time for them to wander around the old town some more. After buying souvenirs, hand-me-downs and some local specialties, time passed unconsciously until the evening when the four people took a taxi out of the ancient town and returned to Hangzhou Airport to take the plane out of Jang Nan. By the time Luo An came home with a big bag, it was already 7 p.m. When the door of the house was opened, Fongfang was lying on the sofa watching the latest outing of the love drama with Lao Luo. Seeing the two little ones come back, Luo Mingyue hurriedly put on his shoes and went forward to take the large and small gift boxes in his son's hands and put them on the table. Why did you buy so many things? Lu Fongfang looked at her daughter, sat up slightly straight and smiled. How is it? Is the Shitong ancient town fun? It feels good to be traveling, right? Su Mingyue changed into slippers and walked towards the upstairs. Her voice was as calm as stopping water, but she could feel the pleasure from it. It's okay, it would be better if the piggy didn't piss me off. Lorne tried to retort, but thought about the fact that it was at home and he didn't want to sleep on the floor later. Mrs. Willow, come on, I bought you a bracelet while I was shopping, try it on your hand to see if it looks good. Little and has a heart, and it does feel quite nice to the touch. No, son, don't you have anything for your old man? That doesn't buy you a bunch of food. Dad used to love you for nothing. Ha, I'm going to my room to sleep. Really? Then it looks like I'm going to lose this Buddha bracelet I bought. What's a good thing to throw it for? Give it to me. I want it. The living room was quiet for a long time after a lively time, and Lone was really tired after playing all day, so she said hello and went upstairs to her room to sleep. Tonight Lord Su is wearing a purple nightgown with pins that don't poke. Monday morning, Luo An got up for a morning run as usual and didn't come home until he was covered in sweat. First he slapped his hot hand mercilessly on the sleeping Su Mingyue's ass, woke her up, rushed to hide in the bathroom to take a shower, and then when he came out he was rubbed and abused before the two of them went downstairs to eat breakfast. After sending Su Mingyue downstairs to the company, Luo An arrived at Pen Dome and parked his car at the entrance before getting out and walking towards the interior of the building. Good morning, Mr. Luo. The security team respectfully bent down to greet him. Well, good morning. Here's a gift I bought on my trip out yesterday. You guys can split it. After Luo An answered, he took the gift bag in his hand to the head of security for two before walking into the company. The security guards whispered, Luo always people strange good Luo. Go out to travel also give us these subordinates to bring something. Hey, it's still food. Handmade ice crystal cake. My daughter was screaming at me for this yesterday, so it's just as well that I'm taking two of them back to her today. Hey, you guys save some for me. Luo An came all the way to the vice president's office, where Lai Sol had arrived early and was sitting in front of the computer calculating something. How's it going? Lorne asked. It was then that Lai Sol noticed Luo An come in and stood up to stare, his face heavy. Something's not right. Chapter 98, Han Bingbing, now is the rule of law society. Immediately after that, Lai Sol handed his cell phone to Luo An, and on the screen was an announcement, but not from the country, but from Neon. The Four Seas Society has already released an advance POV, and it will be on the shelves in October at the latest for my lovely righteous sister. And we on our side are just now getting the entire team together, so there's no way we can possibly catch up with the release before the Four Seas Society if we're talking about progress. My Cute Righteous Sister is an anime parody by Shirkai Kaisha based on a script written by Roan. In the anime world it doesn't matter where it originates from, whoever releases it first is the rightful owner, and anything that comes later is recognized as plagiarism. And maybe there are people who know about it, but more often than not it's the uninformed. If we can't get the anime out in time for Shirkai Kaisha, it will greatly affect the flow of works produced by Lone. Is there really no solution? Luo An opened his mouth to inquire with an extra tinge of worry between his brows. It's not like there isn't any. Lai Sol hesitated for a moment before saying, a 2D animation adaptation is definitely too late now, but if it's 3D, it can be much more efficient in terms of efficiency. But, the latter words didn't need to be said by Lai Sol for Luo An to think of them. The main audience of his works are in Neon, but 3D anime is an anomaly in Neon. They only accept 2D animation, so if he adapts it to 3D anime, it's the same as giving up the Neon market in disguise. You guys just go at the current pace and I'll figure it out. After leaving a sentence, Luo An turned around and walked out of the vice president's office with a heavy heart, his mind racing, constantly thinking of a solution. But he's in China, and it's hard for him to stick his nose into what's going on in Neon. Since his own brain didn't work, he borrowed someone else's. So Luo An bought a cup of 2 milk teas on the side of the road and then drove to the cloud group. Su Mingyue was discussing something with Secretary Yi. Suddenly the movement of opening the door interrupted her thoughts, immediately frowning towards the door. But after seeing that it was Luo An, the dissatisfaction on her face dispersed, and she instructed towards Secretary Yi, you go down first, and hand in a detailed report to me at noon. Okay Mr. Su. Secretary Yan nodded politely with the approaching Luo An before walking out of the office, closing the door smoothly. Didn't you just leave? Why are you here again? Without outsiders, Su Mingyue's posture instantly became lethargic, and after turning her neck, she walked to the cat cage in the corner of the office and grabbed out the small white cat that was sleeping. Luo An put the milk tea on the table and went behind her with a burst of shoulder squeezing and back pounding, then briefly described the current ordeal she had encountered. Before, Su Mingyue went to Neon on a business trip, so that meant she should have some connections in Neon. After listening to Luo An's speech, Su Mingyue leaned back in her boss chair. Her voice was clear and cold. This is something you should go to Bing Bing. She stayed in the Neon Kingdom for a full 4 years. She doesn't have any relationship in the official world, but she knows a lot of people on the road, so she should be able to help you get rid of this difficult matter. Luo An instantly came to a realization and her massage stopped. Then she walked quickly towards the outside of the office. I'll catch up with you later. Seeing Luo An dryly running away, Su Mingyue shouted at him without any good reason. Wait, little white should get vaccinated. You take it to get vaccinated. Saying this, Su Mingyue lightly patted the little white cat's butt in her arms. Go to your stinky father's place. Understanding the meaning, Luo Xiaobai reluctantly got up, landed on the floor with a jump, and in the blink of an eye climbed onto Luo An's shoulder and purred. As for her sister's command, Luo An dared not disobey, and left with Xiaobai, took the elevator to the parking lot, and then first drove Luo Xiaobai to the nearest pet hospital, instructed the doctor to give vaccines as well as do a full body checkup, and then hurriedly rushed to the business district where the Sky Trade Group was located. The current Sky Trade Group had been completely controlled by Su Mingyue, and after several rounds of her cleansing, some of the gang relations within the group had been completely removed, and the working atmosphere of the employees was a lot better. Luo An had sent Su Mingyue here a few times before, so the security guards at the entrance didn't stop him upon seeing him and directly let him through. The new security guard asked curiously, Captain, who was that person just now? He looks so familiar. Is he from our group too? The captain returned lightly. He's not in our group, but half in the group is his. Luo An quickly arrived outside Han Bingbing's office, and Han Bingbing was a bit surprised when she saw Luo An. After learning of his intention, Han Bingbing said that it was all a small matter, and that he would definitely do it beautifully for him, as a reward for taking care of Han Jie all these days. Seeing her say it so easily, Luo An in turn became a bit suspicious. The thing that made her anxious, in her it became a small matter? In the end, he left the Sky Trade Group with the idea of reluctantly trusting this woman for once and waited for good news. After Luo An left, Han Bingbing unhurriedly took out a senior citizen's phone from the drawer by her feet, unlocked it and opened the address book. There were only 5 numbers in it. She chose the first one to dial out. It didn't take long for the phone to pick up, and a pure neon language came from the other end. Why did you remember to call me? Big sister? Need you to take care of a little trouble. Han Bingbing recounted all of the roughly what happened, and the man on the other end was confused, stumped for a moment, and then said in disbelief, Big sister, so you want me to steal the manuscript from the club of what's his name? Steal your head in case of being found how to do. Now is the rule of law society. We cannot do things that violate the law. You find someone to take advantage of the night of fire to the club burned not on the line. But didn't you just say that it's a society of law and order where you can't break the law? You stupid bird. Getting caught is what's called breaking the law. Can't you use your head more? Oh, the man on the other end responded with an aggravated voice before the phone hung up. On the same night, a fire broke out in the Godong area of Niaguk, which was inspected by firefighters and initially judged to be caused by an overloaded electrical circuit, and was ruled an accident. Luo An, who came to the company early the next morning, heard this good news from Xia, and immediately had an odd expression. He only told Han Bingbing yesterday, but it was too much of a coincidence that the same night the Four Seas Club caught fire and all the manuscripts were burned. This woman is so terrifying. It seems that she can't be easily messed with in the future. And Saito Ryu on the other side of the room was miserable. Now not only does he have to pay a large sum of money to the landlord, but he also has to pay a large sum of money for breach of contract, which all adds up to enough for him to lose his family's money. Because of the burning of the office building, Saito Ryuya was at home at the moment listening to his secretary's report, and his face was surprisingly calm, which made the secretary's panicked heart settle down a little. The fact that the boss had such a calm expression meant that there was still room for maneuver in this matter. After the secretary's report, Saito Ryuya got up with a serious face and said, This incident was an accident, but I should admit some responsibility, so go tell the staff of the club to take a month's vacation with pay, and when the new office is chosen, each of them will be given an additional 200,000 yen bonus. Boss, you are so responsible. The secretary was a little moved, even tearful. Saito Ryuya's image was infinitely enlarged in her mind at this moment. Who wouldn't love such a good responsible man? Go ahead and tell everyone. I've got some business to take care of later. Yes, boss. The secretary clutched the papers excitedly and strutted away. Only after the roar of the car outside the door was far away did Ryuya Saito stand up, walk to the door of the house to make sure the secretary was gone, and hurriedly take out his cell phone to call his wife, who was working at the hospital. Honey, hurry home now. I've booked a flight out of the country at noon. What? To work? Geez, why are you working at this hour? Hurry home, we're getting ready to leave the country. I have 100 million yen left, enough for us to go to a small country for the rest of our lives. If the departing secretary had heard that, she would have been so angry that she would have fainted straight away. You old six, damn you. Chapter 99, Going to the Swimming Pool. After the bankruptcy of the Four Seas Society, Pendome also slowed down the pace of production, aiming to sculpt their work until the end before releasing it. With the matter of her heart settled, Lone felt like walking with the wind in her sails, and the dogs on the side of the road had to take a couple of pedals. Early the next morning, a rush of footsteps sounded in the corridor outside the room, and before Luo An and Su Mingyue, who were sleeping on the bed, could react, the door of the room was opened, and a small figure jumped directly onto the bed, startling the two of them. Brother Luo An and sister Mingyue, Xiaoming came to see you. The sun is shining on your butt, don't sleep, get up and play with Xiaoming. Lone slipped the little girl up in one hand, speechless. Who sent you here in the middle of the morning to disturb your sleep? Of course mommy and daddy sent Mo here. Go downstairs and play for a while. Your brother has to change and you can't watch. Luo Xiaoming was curious. Why? Luo An, because brother's body is so good. I'm afraid that after you've seen it, you'll have to steal brother from your sister. Luo Xiaoming, stinky brother is so self-absorbed. After the little girl left, Luo An and Su Mingyue began to get up and change their clothes. A guest came to the house. Surely go downstairs to meet them. Otherwise how rude. Su Mingyue looked at a white dress and a pink dress, fell into a tangle, looked sideways at Luo An who was only wearing a big pants, and asked, Lo, which do you think looks better, white or pink? Lorne, it looks good on you as long as you're wearing it. Su Mingyue, what if a choice must be made? Lorne, I think it looks best without it. Hearing this, Su Mingyue walked to the side with an expressionless face and threw Luo An's coding keyboard on the ground, clasping her hands to her chest and saying nothing but everything. Lone, who had already changed her clothes, could only kneel on the keyboard in aggravation. He didn't say anything wrong, but it's just that he looks the best without it, so why should he be punished? Women are such unreasonable creatures. Su Mingyue finally chose the pink one to change into, and then walked into the bathroom to wash her hair, only to hear the sound of water clattering. Not long after she came out of the bathroom, walked to the dresser and sat down. Her black hair was wet at this time. Seeing this, Luo An hurriedly got up from the keyboard, picked up the nearby hairdryer and skillfully blew up her hair. Su Mingyue reached her hand over. A red hair scarf was placed over her slender white wrist. Luo An took it and tied a bow for her. After everything was done, the two of them then walked out of the room and headed downstairs. On the sofa in the living room, Lu Fongfang was chatting with her young aunt, Luo Qiuying, and beside the old Luo sat a man, Luo An's young aunt's husband, Wang Hong. Wang Hong has to admire Luo Qiuying as favored Luo An, which can be seen from Luo Xiaoming as surname Luo. After all, for people nowadays, it's common for children to take the man's last name, and only occasionally do they ask for the woman's last name. Little auntie husband, what brings you over? Lone asked curiously as she walked down the stairs. Luo Xiaoming, who was playing with her toys, raised her hand and grabbed the answer. Because Mo won the lottery. It's 5 tickets to the swimming pool, but there are only 3 people in total, mom and dad and I combined, so there are 2 extra. So I came to take my brother and sister to play. The little girl's cheeks were full of triumph as she said this, feeling accomplished. Lu Fongfang was amused by this girl. It's a rare opportunity. Why don't we go together? I haven't swam in a long time either. When she heard that she was going to the swimming pool, a picture popped into Lone's head. Su Mingyue walked toward him in a black bikini swimsuit. The small waist without a trace of fat, the arched buttocks, the perfectly proportioned long legs and delicate jade feet. Seemingly sensing something, Su Mingyue grabbed Luo An's ear and coldly grunted. You weren't thinking of something nasty just now, were you? How can that be? I look like that kind of person. Luo An yelped out in pain and flatly denied her words. Sister, Meng came to help you teach your brother a lesson. Luo Xiaoming excitedly trotted over and grabbed Luo An's leg and bit on it. Luo Qiuying, who couldn't stand to watch, hurriedly picked up her baby daughter and gave her a blank look. Who taught you to bite? Dirty, there are germs, be careful of getting sick. Lone, why do I get the feeling that you're calling me names in a different way? Simply pack up some. The people out of the house, ready to go first to pick swimsuit. Su Mingyue used to have a piece, but in the past 2 years to become a lot bigger. That sea cover already cannot fit, because there were so many people. Luo An drove out of the garage a business car that she had just bought a while ago, just enough to seat 7 people. In the meantime, inside Pendome Productions, Lai Sol is adapting the plot as usual. Anime and novels are different, the audience groups are different, so the video played out to make appropriate changes. More importantly, the domestic audit is not generally strict, so some of the keyboard clip to be deleted. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the office door. The secretary walked in and reported, Mr. Lai. The security guard downstairs reported that a man named Yaoyao claimed to be your good brother, and was clamoring to see you at the company entrance. Hire? The moment he heard this name, Lai Sol couldn't help but recall a memory from the past, and anger boiled up in his heart. When he took several contracts, the result is because of this good brother backstabbing himself. The key time to roll up the money and run abroad. Otherwise how would he be reduced to being a beggar? Now this guy had the nerve to come to himself. Let him come up. Lai Sol suppressed monstrous anger in his voice and didn't explode on the spot. He'd like to see what this former best buddy wanted when he came to see him. Chapter 100 Lai Sol's Past. After the secretary left, Lai Sol was physically and mentally exhausted as he leaned his back against the seat, gazing up at the ceiling as his mind recalled some previous events. He used to have 2 best brothers Yaoyao and Sue. The 3 are studying in the same university, live in the same dormitory. Vacation and rest are mixed together, so by classmates called Iron Triangle. Lai Sol's dream since childhood is to make a global animation sensation, but also for this and continue to work hard. Finally, after graduating from college and 2 brothers to start the first production company in life, and after that it is a continuous effort to spend 2 years to make a boutique animation short film, relying on excellent action scenes fire throughout the comic circle, attracting many famous investors to invest. But just at the most critical time, when Lai Sol was only 1 step away from his dream, his most trusted brother, Yaoyao, stole all the company's money, fled the country and never heard from again. The sound of footsteps coming from outside the door interrupted Lai Sol's thoughts. Immediately after the office door opened again, this time the secretary was followed by a yellow-haired man, stylishly dressed in a flowered shirt and a gold chain around his neck. It was none other than Lai Sol's former brother, Yaoyao. At the sight of that familiar and somewhat unfamiliar face, Lai Sol's face immediately cooled down and did not get up, but his words were cold. Yaoyao, you still have the face to come to me. Believe it or not, I'll let the police arrest you with 1 call. What you did is enough for you to squat inside for more than 10 years. Sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off, the secretary turned away wisely and didn't forget to close the door behind him. After the secretary left, Yaoyao walked to the sofa next to him with his hands in his pockets and sat down, smiling with a confident expression. You wouldn't do that, would you? After all, I am your best brother. But it was these words that completely enraged Lai Sol, who slapped his big hand heavily on the table and got up to shout angrily, I don't have you as a brother. It seems that after all these years, you are still unrepentant. What exactly did you come to see me for? The tone-deaf smile on Yaoyao's face converged, and his face was serious. In fact, I've figured out after all these years that I still like to stay with you and do things, and what happened in the past was wrong of me, so I'm hoping you'll give me a chance, and I'd like to hit the top with you. When he said this, Yaoyao's gaze was sincere, making people subconsciously want to believe it, but Lai Sol had been deceived by this face of his before, so how could he fall for it again now? You'd better get as far away from me as you can right now, or I'll make sure you regret returning home, Lai Sol said and picked up the cell phone, his gaze coldly high to stare at each other. Yaoyao inwardly began to scare. Did not expect him. This set actually does not work. Think of the debt carried abroad. He clenched his teeth, actually walked to the front of the Lai Sol, directly kneeling. I know I did a lot of wrong things in the past, but I beg you to give me another chance. All that money I took away has been cheated. My mother is still sick in the hospital. Lai Sol, just for the sake of the brotherhood that was once many years old, let me follow you. Hearing the aunt sick, Lai Sol inwardly suddenly into a tangle. Before Hai to be his mother very care of him, if Hai to say his true words, but after only a moment of entanglement, Lai Sol's face appeared in his mind and Luo An's words were once again cold. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out. If Auntie was really sick, I would have gone to see her, and I know exactly where your house is, so don't think I'm going to take pity on you. Hearing these words, Yaoyao's eyes covered a little bit of shade, and then he actually stood up and left. He didn't expect that Lai Sol's heart had actually become so determined, so it seemed that he could only increase his chips. When he thought of the cruel methods of those debtors abroad, Yaoyao couldn't help but tremble inwardly. If he couldn't get 5 million within 1 year, those people would definitely kill him along with the locator installed in his body. After leaving the office, Gao wanted to take out his cell phone. Hey, Hui Wei, the other side, the Pantheon swimming pool, as the most famous swimming pool in Magic City. In the summer every day to swim in countless people. Most of them are to relieve the heat in the heart, but also some people are specifically to open the eyes to appreciate the works of art. The long line of people in the queue soon took their turn for Luo and the others. Luo Xiaoming took out 5 tickets and placed them on the table, saying in a milky voice, "Sister, these are our tickets." Hearing this fluffy cry, the heart of the ticket examiner lady melted, took the ticket, and said with a smile, "Tickets to the public pool, limited to 5 hours, have a good time." Holding the little toddler, Lone froze and subconsciously said, "A public pool? Isn't it private?" The ticket salesgirl sniffed and patiently explained, "These outgoing tickets are for public swimming pools. Of course, our swimming pools also offer private pools, but you need to pay extra. The price is $1,000 for 8 hours. This gentleman, do you see, $1,000 for 8 hours? Luo Qiuying, who heard this price, exclaimed out in shock. This was her 5 days of salary, and as a result, she could only exchange it for 8 hours of swimming time. On the side, Lu Fongfang kindly said, "In that case, let's go to the public pool." "No." Before Lu Fongfang could finish her words, she was unanimously opposed by Luo Mingyue, Luo An, and Wang Hong. All 3 men were unusually determined and then said in unison, "Just book the private pool." Luo An, Luo Mingyue, Wang Hong, "Are you kidding? My daughter-in-law is so beautiful. If she goes to the public pool, she will be stared at by obsessive men." "No, resolutely not." Su Mingyue was speechless as she saw through the trio's inner methods with a single glance. "What are you guys reacting so much for?" The female ticket agent quickly gave the check-in service, and then a staff member in a navy blue uniform came and bowed slightly. "Several people, please follow me. The whole swimming pool has 10 floors. 1 floor to 3 floors are public swimming pools. Go to the most people, while 4 to 8 floors are private pools. Decoration to be a lot more luxurious. There are specialized staff services, drinks and fruits eat and drink. The last 2 floors are children's playgrounds and man-made sandy beaches. Is very popular with guests." The staff led Lone and the others to the private pool, and as far as the eye could see, there were all sorts of water playing facilities in the 400 square foot area. "I'm going to go change into my swimsuit, and if you try to peek, I'll never allow you to sleep in the same bed with me again." After warning and threatening Luo An for a while, Su Mingyue was then relieved and walked towards the changing room with the bag containing the swimsuit. Luan bristled. "Peekaboo? Do I look like the kind of person who doesn't even have the most basic trust between people? No love." As she spoke, Su Mingyue had already entered the changing room and unlocked the door, while Luo An's footsteps were uncontrollably approaching towards the changing room. He definitely wasn't trying to peek, he was just worried about his daughter-in-law's safety. Chapter 101. The road to the top is destined to be lonely. After Su Mingyue, Lu Fongfang, Luo Qiuying, and Luo Xiaoming entered the changing room, Luo An's 3 men glanced at each other and directly and sharply took off their tops and pants. The whole process took less than 10 seconds, and the main thing was a fast word. Not a moment later, Su Mingyue's trio also changed into swimsuits and came out. Luo Xiaoming ran to Wang Hong in her newly purchased children's swim skirt and spun around, saying in a milky way, "Daddy, do you see my pretty little skirt? Pretty." After saying that, Wang Hong walked to his daughter-in-law Luo Qiuying, thumbs up and laughed. "Daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Those open filter stars are not your rival at all. To be able to marry a wife as good-looking as you are, it's really my good fortune." Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaoming stomped her feet in anger and was about to find her brother to show off, when she realized that Luo An was also following behind Su Mingyue. Happy. I don't know if the pool was any good, but the 3 men had a good time anyway. Su Mingyue, who changed into her swimsuit, did not rush into the water, but reached out her hand to touch the surface of the pool water, and then retracted as if she was electrocuted, and a pair of willow leaf eyebrows slightly condensed, instantly losing the idea of going into the water. The water was a little cold and so clear, so maybe there was some kind of dirt put in it, but at this moment, Luo An quietly came behind her. Seeing her hesitantly sitting at the edge of the pool not daring to go down, a bad smile appeared on his face. Then without hesitation, he stepped his foot on her back and pushed Su Mingyue into the water. The sound of falling water. All at once water splashed out of the pool, glistening in the light. The pool is probably only 1 m deep, which is perfectly swimmable for a normal adult. After Su Mingyue fell into the pool, she kept tossing and turning inside the pool, her face showing a color of emotional urgency, and she just wanted to speak before she sank into the water. Seeing this, Lone's face changed drastically. "Wyatt, this woman can't swim. For people who do not know how to swim, not to mention 1 meter, even half a meter may be drowned. People in the heat of the moment will be completely lost intellect, relying purely on instinct to act, will not even think that in fact, as long as he stood up straight, the water cannot drown him." It was too late to think too much. Luo An jumped down to the pool, and ended up being caught right in the middle by Su Mingyue, who no longer struggled, but instead tackled Luo An's neck with both hands, and let out a cold laugh from her mouth. "Stinky brother, you've got a lot of guts. No one has dared to kick me since I was a kid, and you're the first one, so have you thought about how you're going to die? Oh, why don't we make a deal? Don't kick your face. The pool quickly splashed with a large amount of water, occasionally accompanied by Lone's mournful screams. Luo Xiaoming wanted to jump directly into the water, but fortunately Wang Hong was quick to catch her in midair and helplessly touched her little head. Meng good. The water here is too deep. Daddy come and pull you to swim, okay? Oh, well, enough. After being rubbed and abused by Su Mingyue for half an hour, Luo An had the breath to lie down on the poolside. Although the flesh is painful, but the spirit is satisfied. After all, there is always a little bit of physical contact in the process of contact. After that, it didn't take long to swim. Luo Mingyue and Lu Fongfang went ashore and sat on the lounge chair to rest up, casually taking the fruit platter on the table and eating it. After all, swimming is a physical activity. The body of a normal person will swim up to an hour to the limit, while the better people can hold out for about 1 hour and a half, while professional swimmers can often reach 3 hours to sea, or even longer. Soon Luo An also could not hold on, and Su Mingyue walked ashore. After resting for a while, Luo Xiaoming, who was tired of playing next to him, clamored to go home, and today's trip to the swimming pool had to come to an end. In the evening, Luo An and the others were at the sister-in-law's house for dinner. After dinner, the family sat down at the table again to play draw 10.5, $1 a game. After struggling for 2 hours, Su Mingyue managed to win more than $700, while Luo An lost the most. Until 11 p.m., it was too late in the day. Luo An simply stayed at her little aunt's house, a total of 3 rooms. Lu Ma and her little aunt slept in the master bedroom. Su Mingyue slept in Luo Xiaoming's small room, while old Luo and her little aunt slept in the last room, and poor Luo An could only sleep on the sofa. Early the next morning, as usual, Lai Sol came to the company early and didn't go directly to the office, but instead walked towards the production team, ready to check the progress of yesterday's work. And every day he had to check it carefully to make sure that there would be no oversights, which was his work habit. But when Lai Sol walked into the office area of the production team, he found a familiar figure, and only after approaching did he realize that it was actually Yaoyao. Lai Sol saw the work plate in front of his chest, subconsciously froze. How are you? Here? Yaoyao was cleaning the desktop hygiene at this time, and when he saw Lai Sol arrive, he put down the rag in his hand and laughed brightly. I'm also a member of the pen vault now. Why can't I be here? Lai Sol was about to open his mouth again, when the door of the minister's office next to him opened. Minister Su Wei stepped out and was not surprised to see Lai Sol, but instead came and hooked his shoulder and laughed. Unexpectedly, old Lai, I didn't expect that after so long we would still be able to have a reunion one day in the Iron Triangle. The past is the past. Lao Li, Lao Gao, he knows he's wrong. We're all brothers, just forgive him once. No one can guarantee they won't make a mistake, right? Yaoyao took the opportunity to say, Old Li, no, brother Li, I really know the wrong. You just forgive brother for what he did in the past. I know I'm sorry, I'll be a cow for you in the future, okay? Saying that, Yaoyao was about to go and put his arms around Lai Sol's neck, but Lai Sol stepped back and avoided it, his gaze always coldly staring at him, his voice coldly saying, it's true that people do make mistakes, but it also depends on what kind of mistakes they make. There are some mistakes that you can't make for the rest of your life. Since you've done it, you have to have the appropriate awareness. Yaoyao, I'm going to give the last chance again. Get out of my sight. Otherwise I'm really going to call the police to let the police come and arrest you. With these words, the original easing atmosphere was once again tense and oppressive and heavy, causing the smile on the face of the high dignitary to gradually freeze. The smirk on Su Wei's face disappeared, his angry voice tinged with disbelief. Lai Sol, you've changed. The old you wasn't so narrow-minded. We've been brothers for so many years. Are we going to break up just because of one mistake? Don't you think you've gone too far? If you have to fire old Gao, then you can fire me too. Obviously, between Lai Sol and Yaoyao, Su Wei chose Yaoyao, and he couldn't understand at all why Lai Sol wanted to take things to the extreme. It may be that after the high want to roll up the money to flee the country, he suffered the least damage, compared to the $10 million of Lai Sol's huge debt. According to the equity, he is only responsible for a few tens of thousands of dollars of debt, so it does not feel anything. Looking at the two who stood on a united front, Lai Sol eventually let out a bitter laugh. Until this moment he realized that he and Su Wei and Yaoyao were not at all people along the way, and the road to the top was destined to be lonely and could not have any ties. Lai Sol finally made up his mind. Chapter 102, Don't let these two in, so as not to waste carbon dioxide. Old Lai, count on me to beg you, not to say that for the sake of so many years of brotherhood. Consider it as giving me face and let that matter pass. Even now, Su Wei was still thinking of persuading Lai Sol, but he didn't realize that Lai Sol's gaze was getting colder and colder, and with every additional word he said, the coldness increased by 1 point. Su Wei was protected behind the surface of the Hai to remain unchanged, but in fact the heart has long been excited. To his understanding of Li Sol, Su Wei forced to protect him, valuing the feelings of Li Sol will certainly give in. At that time only need him a little bit into the company's senior management, and then a bottom of the payroll. Then it is still not the sky-high birds fly. Su Wei still didn't know that he was being utilized and was still persuading him one way or another. And after he finished speaking, there was no longer any semblance of lingering in Li Sol's eyes as he finally opened his mouth. Since you value your relationship with Yaoyao so much, go with him and send your application for leaving to my office within today. I will never retain it. After eyeing that, Li Sol didn't even bother to look at the two people one more time, directly turned away, pressed open the elevator door and walked in. Su Wei froze and stood frozen in place, still not reacting. Li Sol is actually going to fire him? What makes him? Even Yaoyao was surprised by this move of Li Sol's. This was not what he expected. Shouldn't he be giving in at this time? There was only one thought left in the minds of the two men at the moment. Li Sol changed. Su Wei came back to his senses after a few moments. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Anger rose from the bottom of his heart and went straight to his head. He said with suppressed anger, "This bastard, at the expense of me treating him as a brother in the past, he actually disregarded the slightest bit of sentimentality. Perhaps there is another way." After a brief moment of panic, Yaoyao quickly calmed down. His eyes rolled, and an idea came to his mind. Then he whispered something in Su Wei's ear. Su Wei's face changed slightly, although the heart moved but still as it did not. "This is not good. We used to be brothers at least." Seeing this, Yaoyao hated it and said, "You treat him as a brother. Then does he treat you as a brother? Not willing to give you any face, he is purely treating you as a tool." These words managed to make Su Wei's mind up. Okay, that's it. In the morning Luo An ate breakfast at his little aunt's house, 2 steamed buns and a tea egg, because his little aunt Wang Hong was born in the southern province, and he never ate rice in the southern province. It was all replaced by steamed buns, so the Wang family's breakfast is usually steamed buns or bread. Luo Qiuying and Wang Hong left for work early after breakfast, and when they left, they instructed Luo An to send little Meng Meng to her grandfather's house. If the little girl was left alone at home, it would be no different from keeping a era, and the home would probably be torn down. So usually when the two of them were at work, they would send the little girl to her grandfather's house. Su Mingyue had just gotten up when Luo An finished breakfast, and he held Luo Xiaoming's hand as he walked towards the door of his house. Little Ant's hometown was originally a small county in the southern province, and then the county was flooded. Had no choice but to come to the magic city to settle down, but fortunately he is a polytechnic double bow graduate. A month's salary can be more than 50,000. The pressure is not too big. By the time Luo An returned from dropping off his little girl, it was already after 8 a.m., and Su Mingyue was just finishing her breakfast. Only after sending Su Mingyue to the company did he rush to Pendong without any panic. Just after parking the car, Su Mingyue sent a message. "Su Mingyue, I see that your shoes seem a bit old. Come pick me up earlier today and go buy you 2 pairs of casual shoes. Loan, don't bother. I'll just stop by and buy 2 pairs when I get off work." Su Mingyue, do you know how to choose? Do you know which material is comfortable to wear? Know which color goes best with it? I'm informing you, not asking for your opinion. Luo An. Compliance. Su Mingyue, smiling smugly. After replying to the message, Luo An smiled helplessly, warmth rising in his heart as he pushed open the car door towards the company building. It's so nice to be cared for by my daughter-in-law. Another fabulous day. Luo An was about to enter the company building, when Su Wei, who had been squatting in the corner, suddenly patted the Yaoyao beside him, signaling him to look in Luo An's direction, and the two of them got up nimbly. "Mr. Luo." Hearing someone call out to him, Luo An's footsteps paused, subconsciously looking towards the right side. Seeing Su Wei who hurriedly ran here, he queried, "I remember that you're that friend of Li Sol's, because it is the first time to open a company, so Luo An is very cautious with people. All the management of Pendong were interviewed by him personally, plus Su Wei was called by Li Sol, so he has some impression on him." Su Wei saw Luo An actually remembered himself, his face flashed with joy, and then added fuel to describe the behavior of the morning's Li Sol, and did not mention a word about Yaoyao's fleeing with the money back then. Ko wanted to pat himself on the back for his assurance. "Mr. Luo, you look at this person is full of righteousness. Can never let Li Sol continue to do whatever he wants in your company? You can rest assured that Li Sol will, Su Wei and I will, and we do not need any shares of the company. After all, we are just a part-time worker." Inadvertently saying that Li Sol has no one in his sight, while at the same time pulling up Luo An's status. coupled with the fact that he doesn't need the company's shares. Yaoyao's words simply make it impossible for people to find a place to refuse. Instead of being happy in the face of the two's expectant gazes, Luo An revealed a look of contempt and skimmed his lips. I say, are you guys taking yourselves too seriously? Ah, what do you mean by that? Sui and Yaoyao froze at the same time. Luo An turned to face them squarely, his voice cold. The unpleasant lie soul in your mouths. But I personally invited him to the company, so to belittle him like this, isn't it a different way of saying that I have poor vision? This, Yaoyao and Su Wei stammered for words. They are all production staff. On the shopping mall these human affairs are not considered proficient. The words are even more on the stage, which cannot think of a sentence actually offended Luo An. That wasn't all. Luo An's gaze fell on Su Wei and he once again spoke without mercy. And you, and what lie soul will you all will? If lie soul is compared to a commodity, then you do not even have the qualification to be a giveaway. People who do not even have self-knowledge of their own abilities. Our company does not need it, and it is a waste of resources to come. After Lone grunted disdainfully, he ignored the two men's reactions and walked straight into the company, not forgetting to instruct the security guards towards the door. Keep a close eye on them, but don't let these two get in here while they're wasting CO2. Understood, Mr. Luo. In just 2 short sentences, Su Wei and Yaoyao's hearts completely collapsed. Their dignity as human beings was trampled to pieces by Luo An, completely unable to accept that they were even unqualified to be a lie soul gift. Chapter 103, Did you just laugh? The thought that if you cannot earn 5 million in a year will be shaved organs, high to be helpless to fall on the ground, faces full of panic color, with only their own voice can be heard in a small murmur. It's over. It's completely over. Unlike Yaoyao's helplessness, Su Wei beside him was completely overwhelmed by anger. The fact that his skills were inferior to lie souls was something he certainly understood, but he just wasn't willing to admit it. Su Wei looked at the Pendome building with a cynical gaze. It's not over yet. I'll definitely double this humiliation and make you guys pay back. Meanwhile, Lone came outside the vice president's office. Knock knock. Lie soul's slightly hoarse voice came from the office. Come in. Lone pushed the door and walked in. And inside the office Lie soul had his back to him, his eyes falling on the street outside the building, not knowing what he was thinking. It's not a good feeling to turn against your friends, is it? Hearing Luo An's voice, Lie soul turned around in shock, and when he saw Luo An walking this way, a helpless, bitter laugh escaped his mouth. Boss, you know all about it. People who aren't on the same path, there will always be a day of separation. Don't throw too much energy at the wrong person. It will only make yourself more miserable. Luo An picked up the paper cup on the desk and walked over to the water fountain to pick up a glass of warm water. That's what Mrs. Lu told me, and now I'm giving it to you. At these words, Lie soul walked to the chair and sat down, his body paralyzed, his tone helpless, which is so easy to put down. Luo An placed the water in front of him and took out his cell phone to operate it. And in no time, Lie soul's cell phone rang a message tone. Your tail number 8723 credited 1,000,000 Chinese currency. For more details click. Your current state is not suitable for work. Go and relax for 2 days. Like traveling abroad or something. I'll give you half a month's vacation. I'll pay for all the expenses. But you can't run away and not come back. Looking at the smile on Luo An's face, Lie soul froze. In fact, after driving away the two Yaoyao, he felt that the pressure he was carrying was suddenly much smaller, and the taut strings were relaxed. But his heart was a little empty. But now the empty heart was filled with a warm feeling. Thanks boss, but half a month is too long. A week is enough. Whatever. After comforting Lie soul, Luo An returned to his president's office. $1 million is nothing to him now. And if you can keep the heart of a top talent for $1 million, you can say it's worth it. If I may put it in the words of Willow's mom, money scatters. Money scatters. Only if there is enough benefit to those around you will they lay down their lives to follow you. But if all you think about is pocketing the benefits, it's only a matter of time before it collapses. Lorne went to his seat and began to code. This novel is nearing the end. Young adult romance novels are not like other types of novels that have a limited cap of a maximum of more than 3 million words. And if you can still write backward, it means that the author's hydrology is very strong. A new novel has also been conceptualized by Lone, who is going to write a story about a college romance. With a small, nippy schoolboy and a naughty schoolgirl, time passed quickly in the busyness. And at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Luo An drove to the big building of the Cloud Group. In no time, Su Mingyue came out of the building with her bag, and the high and cold temperament emanating from her body made the security guards and receptionists bend down and lower their postures. Hello Mr. Su. Aha. The high and cold stance was instantly gone when Su Mingyue got in the car. She dumped her bag onto the back seat and hugged Luo An's face and nibbled on it. Demented girl, can you be a little more ladylike? If those employees see you like this, I'll see what you do then. If you see it, you see it. I kiss my own boyfriend. Who dares to say anything? Since you kissed me, I'll give you a kiss too. No. Su Mingyue expressionlessly pushed away Luo An, who came closer. He wondered. Why? Su Mingyue calmly fastened her seatbelt. Because your mouth is smelly and mine is fragrant. So you can't kiss me, but I can kiss you. Hearing this explanation, Luo An skimmed his lips, and while Su Mingyue was taking off her jacket, he directly barfed on her face. The texture was soft and sticky. So good. Su Mingyue, who was sneak attacked, immediately huffed. Who allowed you to kiss me? Bad guy. I want to kiss back. Luo An was a dead pig. Cheeky and smiling. You can kiss if you want to. I'm not at a disadvantage anyway. These words infuriated Su Mingyue so much that she gritted her teeth and simply grabbed Luo An's arm directly and bit on it fiercely. Hiss. You're a dog. Let go of my mouth. If you don't let go of my mouth, I'm going to be rude. Seeing that Su Mingyue had absolutely no intention of letting go of her mouth, in the heat of the moment Luo An directly bit down towards her neck. There was a shaking of the car. There was a shake of the head and a sigh of relief from passers-by walking by. Nowadays, Su Mingyue ended up winning the battle, mainly because Luo An was heartbroken and helplessly admitted defeat of her own accord. Starting the car, the two headed towards the nearby branded shoe store. A dress or pants, Luo An can wear for years, but wearing shoes is more costly. Randomly scuffed look uncomfortable and want to change. He is 42 yards of feet. To the store, the clerk quickly find 3 pairs of summer breathable casual shoes. Our master handmade, a pair of 10,000 yuan. A little expensive, but wearing really comfortable, but also value for money. The shopgirl laughed inwardly with envy as she fitted Luo's shoes. Sir, this is your girlfriend, right? She's so good looking. Our store has many teenage stars come to customize shoes every year, but they are far inferior to this young lady. Thanks. Luo An thanked the clerk and walked out of the shoe store with Su Mingyue. Seeing that she couldn't see the slightest fluctuation of emotions on her face, he came to her ear and laughed in a low voice. Were you happy when people complimented you just now? There's no shame in smiling. But Su Mingyue was expressionless and said, it's not like I just found out about the matter of me being pretty today. Isn't it normal to be complimented? Hearing this Versailles statement, Luo An bristled, unable to retort, and only accelerated toward the car at the side of the road. Looking at his back, the corners of Su Mingyue's mouth couldn't help but raise, but once she thought of her persona, she quickly collected the smile at the corners of her mouth. Luo An turned back suddenly at that moment and spoke suspiciously. Did you just laugh? No way. You sure just laughed, didn't you? Not at all. Until after buying shoes is just to 4 o'clock. From eating dinner there are still 2 hours time. Luo An and Su Mingyue went to the cinema to see a movie. Is the Bear's newest movie? The two people watch with great interest. It was about time to get out of the movie theater, so the two headed for home. Chapter 104, Double Standard Old Luo. 6 p.m. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. The night gradually enveloped the whole city. The noisy atmosphere seemed to quiet down at once, and the barbecue stalls and gazpacho stalls that emitted tantalizing smells all appeared at the corners of the streets one after another. Mansion house. Luo Mingyue came out of the kitchen with a serving of cold eggplant and patted cucumber. A strong smell of fragrant chili filled the living room, and 4 bowls of thin porridge were cooling on the table. It's so late. Why aren't the 2 children back? Did they forget the time playing outside? Picking up the rag on the table and wiping his hands, Luo Mingyue looked at the clock on the wall and spoke in doubt. Upon hearing this, Fongfang, who was lying on the sofa applying a face mask, evenly slapped her face while saying, "It's good to come back later. It's best if you don't come back tonight. I'm still thinking of holding my grandchildren earlier." Luo Mingyue walked to the front of the sofa and sat down, skillfully took over her feet and massaged them. They also got along for so long time. Shouldn't they find a time to get the marriage booked first? A friend of mine is the same age as me, and his granddaughters have 2 of them. It's time to finalize the marriage earlier, but we still have to ask the old man's opinion on this. Let's wait until Mingyue and the others come back. Speak of the devil. As soon as Lu Fongfang's words fell, the door of the house was pushed open and Luo An was carrying a bag of snacks, barbecue, meat buns, small candy figures and the like, while Su Mingyue, who was following behind, was carrying 3 bags with new shoes in her hands. Dad, Willow, Mom, we're back. Buying all this junk food when you know you're going to have dinner. You think you're still young. Luo Mingyue bristled at his son. In their generation's impression, snacks are for kids only, and snacking as an adult means you haven't grown up. Lone, these are what Su wants to eat. I'm just helping with them. Luo Mingyue, in fact, it's still good to eat some snacks once in a while. Mingyue, what do you want to eat next time? Directly tell uncle. I'll do all these things. I'll do it myself. It's tasty and healthy, so as not to eat a bad stomach. So pro daddy. It's a completely different face than when it comes to Luo An. Putting things down, The family then sat down at the dining table and began to move their chopsticks. Luo An picked up a piece of cold eggplant wrapped in fragrant chili and put it into her mouth, swallowing it and nodding. Dad, you've improved your craft. This chili is much more flavorful than the ones you used to boil. Luo family to this summer. The dinner table is essential to the coleslaw. Simple and trouble-free. Of course, the main ingredients have to be well adjusted, or eat a meal to get tired. Luo Mingyue, who heard this, rolled his eyes at him. This bowl of chili uses over $1,000 in ingredients alone. Can it not be delicious? At this time, Fongfang looked sideways at her daughter. Mingyue, find some time to see when you can make a trip to your grandpa's place to pick the date of the engagement. This kind of thing needs to be prepared early. Engagement. Su Mingyue's action of clamping the vegetables stopped. With a slight consternation in her expression, she silently put away her chopsticks, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing that she didn't respond, Fongfang was puzzled and said, "What's wrong?" Su Mingyue shook her head. "It's nothing." She inwardly at this time some feelings. Before she thought she would never have to get married this day. The sea of people want to meet a person who can enter their hearts. How difficult. But did not expect this day actually came so quickly. In just 2 months, her life has been turned upside down. The boring life has become colorful. And every day I wake up with the expectation of a new day in the future. Thinking of this, her gaze couldn't help but fall on Luo An, who was wolfing down the food next to her. Luo An saw her gaze staring straight at herself and suspiciously pinched the last roasted chicken leg into her bowl. "You want to eat it? This is the last one." Fongfang smiled at the sight. After dinner, Luo An put the cold eggplant and patted cucumber she hadn't finished yet into the refrigerator, saving them for tomorrow morning, and then walked into the kitchen, clutching the dirty dishes, and in no time at all, the sound of clattering water resounded from inside. While he was washing the dishes, Su Mingyue returned to her room, and after pouring some cat food into Xiaobai's dinner plate, she walked towards the bathroom, preparing to soak in a hot bath, and as she did so, she stripped off the clothes on her body and casually threw them on the floor. The delicate body is revealed at this moment. The proportion of the body is just right. The soft skin is exposed in the air. The delicate and small jade feet stepped on the cold tile floor, white and red. The balls are full and moist. The bathroom resounded with the sound of water running, white vapor filling the room, crystal droplets hanging on the door, glistening in the light. Not a moment later, after cleaning up the dining table, Luo An also returned to the room. When he saw the scattered skirts and intimate apparel on the floor, helplessly stooped down to clean up, and in the meantime, smelled the clothes again whether there is no stench. Milky, stinky, I'd better wash it. Su Mingyue inside the bathroom heard the movement of Luo An's walking, cozily lying inside the bathtub, her voice lazy. "Xiao Luo, I didn't take the clothes, help me bring the nightgown." The eyes of Lone, who was shoveling kitty litter for White, blossomed into a bright light. Come on, do you want pink or white? White, just put it by the door." Hearing this, Luo An, who originally still exuded a surging aura, instantly shriveled down, skimmed her lips and took out a long white dress from the closet and folded it in front of the bathroom door, then walked over to the computer and stepped down, sighing, "It's so boring, I thought I could take a lovebird's bath." For the next 2 days, Luo An had been busy with Pen Vault. After all, the company he had invested so much money in couldn't just adapt his novel alone. So for the next 2 days he kept chatting with those authors who had the rights to it, asking if there was any interest in adapting it. Red Fruit Novels is a leading free website. The authors are naturally countless, and there is no lack of well-written authors, but may not suitable for the style of the website, so it leads to lukewarm. And what Luo An is going to do is to pan for gold. With Hongshi's help, he quickly contacted several authors, signed a contract for the adaptation, and handed it over to a team led by Lai Sol for production. The netizen circle was small, plus Luo An was generous, and soon became famous in the industry, and many authors took the initiative to send emails over in hopes of adapting their novels. Sunday, July 21st, was a sunny day. A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Miracle Milk Tea Shop, the car window lowered, revealing Luo An's sunny and resolute face, and he called out towards Xiaoyao, who was busy inside the store. "Yue, it's time for us to leave. I'll be right there." Xiaoyao took off her work apron, and after speaking to Xiaoxuan, she happily jogged towards the car at the door. "Today she's going to see Grandpa. I haven't seen her in half a month. Grandpa must miss her too." A moment later, Luo An twisted his head to look at Han Jie, who was sitting beside Xiaoyao, and bristled. "What are you doing up here?" "I'm taking Yue to see her grandfather." "What are you doing there?" Han Jie was both shy and nervous. "I'm going to see Grandpa too." Su Mingyue reached out and broke Luo An's head back, her voice clear and cold. "Drive your car properly." "Oh," Lone responded, pulling off the handbrake and putting it in first gear, and stepping on the gas with some excitement in his mood. "Cannot be excited. If things go well, he and Xiaoxu will be able to set the time of the engagement today. Are engaged, then the wedding will still be far away? Chapter 105, Returning to the Lu family villa, Xiao Wujie's master and grandson meeting. Unlike the heat of the city, the mountains and forests are filled with cool air in the morning, and the cool winds blowing on your face are very comfortable. Luo An was driving on the road up the mountain, and beside him Su Mingyue was frantically online shopping for things like the clothes that Xiaobai wore, and his cat food, as well as picking out a keyboard for Luo An. Originally, every online author had the habit of tuning the keyboard. Laying it on the desktop just to look at it is very accomplished, but Luo An won't, because when he first joined the industry he relied on his cell phone to code, and didn't have that much reliance on the keyboard, but also not so much. He as a net writer did not have the habit of collecting keyboards. Su Mingyue on the contrary, especially liked to buy keyboards and collect them. Luo An could not even figure out whether she wanted to use it for viewing, or simply wanted to see herself kneeling on it. When he was still 2 kilometers away from the Lu family manor, Luo An saw that Xia Yuyue hadn't said anything since she got on the bus, so she casually asked, Yui, how's the driver's license test going? Xia Yuyue unconsciously pinched the corner of her skirt and said softly, there is still one last subject 3 left, and the instructors at the driving school are all quite gentle. Gentle? Lone's expression was odd. He couldn't help but remember how he used to be gripped by his coach. Could it be that the coach was double standard too? After that Lorne asked about some small family matters, with a topic to talk about. Xia Yuyue's words immediately increased, and her body quickly relaxed. As for Han Jie, who had followed beside him, he was dreaming about Zhou Gong at the moment, and the drool dripping from the corner of his mouth onto his pants showed how much he had slept. Soon the outline of the estate appeared ahead. Learning that Su Mingyue was coming back, Lu Pingan was overjoyed early in the morning, and the smile on his face didn't stop, and the same was true for Xiao Wujie who had been living in the manor recently. Seeing the car coming not far away, the security guard guarding the gate opened the gate sharply. Welcome home young lady. Hearing the commotion, Lu Pingan and Xiaoguojie were overjoyed and walked out of the house with hurried footsteps. The car stopped steadily in front of the villa gate of the estate. Mingyue, Grandpa missed you. Su Mingyue calmly walked towards the house, only sniffing her agaric nose. One sentence made Lu Pingan's forehead in cold sweat. Such a heavy odor of alcohol. Looks like we didn't move it clean last time. This time it's just the right time for a cleanup. Ah, good granddaughter. Be merciful. I just drank a little bit today. Just a little bit. Compared to Lu Pingan who was like a living treasure, Xiao Wujie was much more normal. After getting off the car, Xia Yuyu walked up to him and shouted in a good manner, Grandpa. Hearing this cry that contained feelings, Xiao Wujie revealed a pleased color, stroked his beard and smiled kindly. Not bad. It seems that these days really grow a lot. What fun things have you encountered? Tell Grandpa about it. Aha! The grandparents and grandchildren chatted as they headed toward the house. Seeing this, Luo An looked at Han Jie, who was still sleeping in the car, and after hesitating for 0.01 seconds, he decisively gave up the idea of waking him up and walked towards the villa in a beautiful manner. Su, wait for me. Su Mingyue walked into the living room, looking at the bottles of wine that hadn't been cleaned up on the table, as well as the dishes. Her eyebrows slightly frowned as she looked at her grandfather who was following behind her. Did you drink all night again last night? How many times have I told you that you can't drink too much alcohol? If you keep this up I'll never come back to your place again. Yes. Lu Pingan's face was piled with smiles, and when he glanced at Xia Yuyu, who was standing beside Xiao Wujie in a well-behaved manner, he was envious in his heart. Other people's granddaughters are so well-behaved, but his family is like raising a police officer, who can't hide anything and has to be criticized. But as long as he could see little Mingyue, he would be willing to be criticized every day. Let's clean up first. Luo An helped to sweep all the trash that hadn't been cleaned up on the table into the trash can, including the wine that hadn't been finished, and it was heartbreaking to watch Lu Pingan. To divert attention, he asked with a laugh, Mingyue, there must be something going on this time you're back. Did you run into any trouble? Or did this brat bully you? Grandpa helped you out. As he said that, Lu Pingan even glanced at Luo An inadvertently, and the latter skimmed his lips. This is so tough. It's good that she doesn't actively bully him. Su Mingyue poured a cup of hot water and said lightly, Luo An and I are getting engaged, and I'm looking for you to discuss the time. At those words, Lu Pingan was speechless and sighed a moment later. It's also time to find a day to finalize the marriage. Time flies. I'll go back to find someone to calculate which day is suitable. It's just that I also want to hold my grandchildren. Although the words, but Lu Pingan's heart is still full of loneliness. On the one hand is reluctant to give up. On the other hand, hope that granddaughter has their own home. Seeing him like this, the sight of Xiao Wujie not salty, look at you like this. Make it like morning. This time should be happy only right. And what if it's your granddaughter who's engaged? Just when the atmosphere was a bit depressing, The butler appeared at the right time and respectfully said, "Master, Miss, lunch is ready." Luo An also cleaned up the mess on the table at this time, took out a paper to wipe his hands and laughed. "It's lunchtime so soon, so let's go eat first." Knowing that Su Mingyue will be back today, the kitchen made a big table full of dishes today that are all flavors that Su Mingyue loves to eat. Su Mingyue grew up within the mountain villa, and could be said to have been watched by these servants growing up to this day. Thus everyone was extraordinarily pampered towards this little miss who was cold on the outside and hot on the inside, treating her as if she was their own. On the dinner table, Xiaoxuan continuously gave Xiaoyao dishes, although the surface seemed calm, but the love in his eyes could not be concealed. Xiaoyao ate one bite at a time, her mouth bulging slightly as she carefully dealt with the dishes and rice in the bowl. Extremely well behaved, Luo An chucked a piece of braised pork ribs and was about to take a bite but suddenly paused, his face showing a torn expression. "What's wrong with you?" Su Mingyue wondered. "No, it just feels like I'm forgetting something, but I can't remember. Let's eat first." Saying that, Su Mingyue chucked a slice of pancetta into his bowl. Luo An felt the same and continued to eat. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. In the car in front of the villa, Han Jie, who was lying down in the back seat, suddenly sneezed and instantly woke up, sitting up and looking around in confusion. "Who am I and where am I?" Chapter 106. Luo An, you won't peek at me, will you? By the time the sleepy Han Jie walked into the villa, Luo An and the others had just finished eating lunch, and when they saw him arrive late, Lu Pingon blew his mustache and glared. "You're here too? Why didn't I see you at dinner just now? Did you sneak out to play again and forget the time?" Immediately followed by a reprimand. Poor Han Jie could only suffer in aggravation, and after seeing the empty plates on the table, his heart became even more miserable. "No, you guys eat too clean, you don't even leave me any leftovers." CD-ROM action. You see, this is not still some oil water, mixed with the meal old flavor. Once a person has eaten a full meal, they will find a place to lie or sit down, not wanting to move at all. This is from the biological instincts. Luo An is no exception. Lying on the sofa beautifully, holding a toothpick is flossing his teeth. Su Mingyue went straight upstairs and came down with a basket of fruits and incense in no time. "Lo Pig is up. Come out with me." "Ah, it's just after dinner. Where are you going in this heat in the middle of the day?" "Climb the mountain." In the face of Su Mingyue's command, does Luo An have the right to refuse? Of course, didn't. Lu Pingon and Xiaoguojie were playing chess on the stone table in front of the entrance. "Grandpa, I'm going to take a trip to Mount Nian." Hearing this, Lu Pingon revealed a ray of surprise in his eyes, glanced at Su Mingyue who had already pulled Luo An out the door, and helplessly shook his head. A woman is not a woman. What kind of mesmerizing soup has this brat filled my little Mingyue with? To the point that he even took Nian Shan with him. Nian Mountain, a hill of the Lu family villa, as well as the highest mountain in this neighborhood, was completely blocked off and strictly forbidden for others to enter after being bought by Lu Pingon with a huge amount of money, for no other reason than the fact that Mount Nimrod has a special meaning for him. After leaving the manor, Su Mingyue led Luo An up a rugged path leading to Nian Mountain. Luo An knew that Su Mingyue wasn't someone who liked abuse, and there must be some special reason why she had to drag herself out on such a hot day. After walking on this path for about half an hour, soon Luo An saw that the mountain not far away was heavily encircled by a circle of iron poles, and there were security guards chatting under the trees. But after seeing Su Mingyue walking this way, a few of them hurriedly stood up and respectfully bent down. "Little miss, you're going up the mountain? Well, hard work guys, open the door." "No hard work, no hard work, it's all part of our job." The security guard didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly took out the key to open the iron door, while the other two security guards brought 2 bottles of anti-insect spray to spray on Su Mingyue's 2 people, before making way. In front of them was a staircase made of stone constantly extending up the mountain, which could not be seen at a glance, like an immortal ladder leading to the sky. Behind the iron gate, there is a 2-meter-high stone monument with the word Nian carved on it in a crooked manner. After Su Mingyue's 2 men went up the hill, the 3 security guards were relieved and once again walked to the shade of the tree and sat down, pulling out foreign imported cigarettes from their pockets and lighting them up. "Just now that one is the little Mrs. Boyfriend, right? TSK, fine skin and tender flesh. I reckon I can hit 2 with 1 punch. How come such a good thing as hugging a rich woman's thighs can't be my turn? Che, with your looks rich woman I guess there is no chance, but being a duck should be very popular. Sleeping once $1,000, it's almost more than our one-day salary." But this is the first time an outsider has come up to the mountain. Even little Mrs. Father wanted to go up to the mountain to take a look at it in the first place, but he was stopped by his lordship. "Isn't this normal? Who told little miss to be the favorite of the whole family?" Her request. How could the master refuse? After going up the mountain, the surrounding greenery becomes more and more. Various colors of flowers bloom on both sides of the stone steps. Flowers, plants and trees are all pruned. looking at people's heart a burst of comfort. Su Mingyue glanced at Luo An's curious baby-like eyes. The corners of her mouth added a wisp of a smile, and from the fruit basket he was holding, she took out a pear, which she explained as she ate. Nianshan actually didn't used to be called Nianshan, it was called Pashan. Because the mountain hides the tomb of some great official or emperor of an ancient dynasty? Because there is a natural hot spring on this mountain. If you bury your next of kin at the top of the mountain, and then soak in the hot spring for 1 hour, then that person's bad luck will be washed away by the deceased, and their future will be bright from now on. Taking a bite of the pear meat, Su Mingyue continued on. My grandmother died from a bacterial infection caused by giving birth to my mother, and at the time, my grandfather was still a poor man who couldn't even afford to eat, let alone give a clean environment for delivering babies, so he always hated himself, and to this day this incident has always been a problem for him. Later Grandpa buried Grandma on this precious mountain and soaked in the hot springs, and soon after he came down the mountain he leveled off and became a famous businessman in this area, and the first thing he did after he made his money was to buy this mountain and name it Nian Mountain, which stands for missing. Luo An fell into silence after hearing this sad story, and probably understood why Su Mingyue had brought herself here. This mountain was undoubtedly the most important place in the Lu family, and the fact that she was willing to bring herself here also showed how much weight she carried in her heart. After half a minute of silence, Luo An suddenly said, "Say, all these fruits are used to pay tribute to your grandmother. It's not good for you to just take and eat them, right? I'm sure Grandma won't blame me if I look this pretty." It took over 2 hours to reach the top. Luo An stood at the edge of the mountain top. He kind of understood what was called the feeling of having a panoramic view of the mountains. Feeling the refreshing wind blowing around him, he revealed an expression of enjoyment. "Hurry over for incense, then we'll go to the hot springs." Not far away, Su Mingyue, who was weeding the area around the tombstone, gave a disgruntled urge. Luo An turned to help. There is a photo attached to the tombstone. The photo is a wonderful woman wearing cloth, a kind face. The weeds around are not much or newly grown. It is assumed that Elder Lu often come over to clean. After paying tribute to his grandmother, he walked a little further. The temperature around him gradually began to rise. Su Mingyue pushed away the bushes. A hot spring with a radius of 3 meters wide surfaced in front of him, still bubbling with hot air. It seemed that because the two of them were moving too much, the surface of the hot spring swirled with a series of ripples. "You soak it up, I'll go around the side." With that, Lone was ready to turn around and go. After all, there was only one hot spring, and there wasn't anything in the way yet, so they had to come one at a time. "Wait," Su Mingyue called out to him, a pink color appearing on her stunning face, her voice smaller. "Let's soak together. I'll go in first, then you can go in." "What?" Hearing this, Luo An's face was stunned, somewhat doubting whether his ears had heard wrong. This was the meaning of having a love bath with him. At the thought of that hot scene, Lone's blood ran cold and his breath caught, forcing his mind to calm down. Su Mingyue, who had her back to him, as if she guessed what he was thinking, immediately let out a cold snort and said, "If you can't control your eyes, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death today, and don't even think about talking to me in the future." The latter words were not said further, but those who understood understood. "Ah, I'm blind, why can't I see anything?" Luo An blocked his eyes with his hand and performed a pompous shout. Seeing this, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth slightly raised, reaching out to remove the clothes on her body, first using her toes to test the temperature of the water. It was a bit hot but still within the acceptable range. She slowly walked into the hot spring, towards the innermost part of it. The white water vapor enveloped her white petite body. Lone listened to the rustling of movement behind him for a long time before a voice came. "I'm better, you come down." Upon hearing this, Luo An was like a chicken blood, taking off his clothes as fast as he could in his life, but when he got to his pants, he suddenly remembered something and stopped the movement of his hands. His face became serious, and he looked on guard. "You aren't going to peek at me, are you? This is my first time." Chapter 107, The Downstairs Game. In the evening, it was getting dark and the sky was beautifully reddened by the afterglow of the setting sun. The unit of time in the past was different from now. Half an hour was equal to 1 hour now. After soaking in the hot springs for a full 2 hours, Luo An couldn't help but feel dizzy, and lay down on the ground to enjoy the refreshing evening breeze after getting dressed in a vain manner. Su Mingyue's state, on the other hand, was quite normal. After all, she came once a year, and after so many years, she had long gotten used to it, but at the sight of Luo An, who was lying on the ground like a salted fish, she felt some dissatisfaction in her heart. It's amazing that this guy really didn't do anything. Not honest when you should be, and honest when you shouldn't be. After resting for a few moments, the two of them walked towards the bottom of the mountain, picking some wild fruits to quench their thirst on the way, and then, like two children who hadn't grown up, they began to play rock paper scissors again. with the winner getting to take a step downward and the loser staying put. What could have been done in 2 hours was dragged hard downhill until dark. By the time the two lones returned to the manor it was already 8 p.m. In the afternoon Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue came. After all, the matter of engagement is not too big, not too small, must sit together as a family to discuss. Seeing the two sweaty head into the house, is sitting on the sofa to Lu Pingan press the legs of Lu Fongfang see the situation, hurriedly picked up the towel on the table and handed it over. Why so late to come back? Hurry up to eat, the food should still be hot. After eating immediately go to take a bath. Look at the two of you full of sweat. Su Mingyue took the towel and wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead, not moving to dump the black pot on Luo An. It's not as if someone is partial to playing that childish game of descending stairs. What do you mean by childish? I was just joking. Who knew you really wanted to play and call me childish? Say that again if you can. You're the most childish of them all. I told you what's wrong. The two instantly quarreled, looking at Luo Qiuying and Luo Mingyue who were sitting on the sofa, crying and laughing. Sitting in her mother's arms, Luo Xiaoming said in a milky voice, brother and sister are even more childish than Mengmeng. Mengmeng doesn't even play the downstairs game. Don't you think so, mommy? Yes, Mo is a big boy, so just sleep alone from now on, okay? No way. Luo An and Su Mingyue walked to the dining table and sat down while arguing. Today I had carrot casserole with dried rice, and the rice was also added with meat grains both fat and lean, with a strong meat flavor. Luo An was about to move chopsticks. The bowl in his hand was grabbed by Su Mingyue, saw her pick out the fat meat in her bowl, all the clip to Luo An's bowl, but also beautifully said, look at your thin. Eat more meat is good for the body. Grow up white and chubby only lovely. Then why don't you eat it? You're cute even when you're white and fat. I'm not going to eat it. White and fat. Wouldn't that be like a pig? Luo An. After eating the two went back to their respective rooms to take a shower. The housekeeper had already prepared a change of clothes, and by the time Luo An and the two had finished showering and went downstairs, the time of the engagement had already been set. Just 2 months later, on October 1st, the 4th of July, after Luo An and Su Mingyue sat down on the sofa, a few people fished for family stories, such as Luo An digging out a bird's nest when he was a child and ended up falling down. Su Mingyue's face didn't stop smiling when she heard this. Has been so chatting until late at night 11 o'clock. Xiaoyao and Hanjia used to go to bed early and get up early. Has long been back to the room to rest. Luo Xiaoming is lying in the arms of Luo Qiuying sleep. Chatting sound froze. This girl did not wake up. Sleep like a pig. Luo An took a bag of melon seeds from the table, slowly walked back to the upstairs room. The door was hidden and did not close. Wait until he lay down on the bed. The hidden door was pushed open. Wearing pajamas Su Mingyue calmly walked in, closed the door and directly into the nest. Like an octopus will Luo An dead entangled. Good night. Aha. The lights went out and the room fell into a deathly silence. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast Luo An daily morning run, different from usual, today Su Mingyue also rare accompany him together. Wearing a tight sportswear, she is less high and cold, more a few points of valor and youth. Originally, Su Mingyue was a health-conscious person, and used to run in the morning or do some stretching exercises almost every day. But since she met Luo An, her whole person became lazier and lazier, and in contrast, Luo An became more and more diligent. Maybe it's something that couples in love meet, like it's some kind of chemical reaction or something. The two ran side by side down the hill. After such a long time of exercise, Luo An has been able to keep up with Su Mingyue's speed, coupled with the unique physical strength advantage of men. Luo An feels that he should now be able to press Su Mingyue on the ground friction, the position of the head of the family well. Thinking of this, the corner of Luo An's mouth lifted up unconsciously, secretly speeding up his running speed, a hint of smugness in his low voice. Take your time, I'll go ahead and wait for you at the bottom of the mountain. As the words fell, Luo An's speed accelerated once again and ran straight towards the mountain. His mental activities extremely rich, true to form. He certainly charmed the hell out of this woman. Su Mingyue, who was running unhurriedly, saw his small mind at a glance. Her pretty face revealed a sense of playfulness, and immediately after that, her speed increased with the naked eye, and in no time, she easily caught up with Luo An, who was in the lead. Lone, who heard the commotion, turned around and couldn't help but burst out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He was running at full speed now, and this woman actually caught up with him in one go, and she didn't blush or gasp, completely different from the scene he had imagined. Seeing Luo An's exaggerated expression, Su Mingyue's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of cunning, reaching out directly towards giving him a hard blow on his buttocks before speeding up again and running towards the bottom of the mountain. Not looking back, Luo Ogui, just run slowly, sister will wait for you at the bottom of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, Su Mingyue's figure disappeared into the early morning mist, leaving behind a confused Luo An. Chapter 108, The Rebel Son. As time passed, the morning fog slowly dispersed, and the mountain peaks appeared and disappeared in the thin fog. Just like ancient immortal mountains, a figure ran down the mountain in a sweaty mess. The entire mountain is not that high in elevation, but the road twists and turns for nearly 10 kilometers, twice the amount of exercise that Luo usually gets. At first it was fine, but the further he went the slower his speed became. His body felt like it was going to be out of his control. His limbs were sore and weak. He gasped for breath. More than once he thought of stopping to rest and take a break, but the moment he thought of Su Mingyue, who had long since run out of sight, the desire for victory in his heart burned like a blazing fire. And so it went until 7:30 a.m. When Lorne arrived at the bottom of the hill. Under the big mountain is a county town and endless cultivated fields, and Su Mingyue is squatting next to the shed on the right side of the road at this time, holding a piece of watermelon in her hand, eating it prettily, puckering her mouth from time to time and spitting out the inedible black seeds. When did you get here? Ron's white short sleeves were already drenched in sweat, so he simply laid down directly on the ground, gasping for air as he inquired towards her. Su Mingyue squatted down in front of him, spitting watermelon seeds on Luo An's face with a smug smile. Nearly 15 minutes faster than you, conceding defeat? Hearing this figure, Luo An completely ran out of words and skimmed his mouth in disinterest. Seeing Su Mingyue nibbling with gusto, he reached out to take it. Where did you get the watermelon? Give me a bite. If you want to eat, go to the shed and get it yourself. $2 for a piece of watermelon. Su Mingyue retreated a step back to avoid his clutches and rolled her eyes at him. Having no choice but to get up from the ground, Lone endured the discomfort and walked towards the shed next to him. Inside the shed, an old man with gray hair was carrying a bucket of water, trying to pour it into a big pot full of apples, which were obviously freshly picked, still with a lot of mud, and not only big but also red, and looked very tasty. Auntie, let me help you. Resting for a while, Luo An regained a little strength, and seeing the old man's strained appearance, he stepped forward to help him lift the bucket and easily poured the water into the basin. Thank you, lad. Please. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, some smiles on his face, and slowly and leisurely walked to the chair next to him and sat down, pointing to the matzah not far away. Sit down. Luo An shook his head. No, auntie. I just finished my morning run, now I'm a bit thirsty. I want to buy a watermelon from you. Oh, you're Xiaoxuan's boyfriend, right? There's a cup of water with glucose on the table over there. She just poured it for you. Luo An was a bit surprised by what he heard and looked at Su Mingyue, who was eating watermelon outside the shed. Warmth flowed in his heart. He walked to the nearby table and picked up a disposable water cup and drank the water inside in one go. After that he bought another watermelon and apples, which led him out of the shed. The security guard called by Su Mingyue also drove down from the mountain at this time, turned the car around and parked it on the side of the road. Su Mingyue pulled open the door of the back seat and sat in. Luo An followed closely behind. The two of them returned to the manor just in time for breakfast, and when they were done, they went upstairs and took a hot shower, feeling instantly refreshed. After spending another day at the manor, they then returned to the magnificent court residence, probably due to excessive physical exertion in the morning. Lone had just gotten home, turned on the TV, sat on the couch for a while, and soon her eyelids began to fight. Su Mingyue silently lowered the TV volume after realizing that he was asleep, then leaned her head against his embrace, tugged Luo An's hand on her waist, and focused on watching the TV. By the time Lone opened her eyes again, it was noon. The sound of cicadas mixed with the sound of the television reached his ears, clearing his mind a little and rubbing his eyes. How to fall asleep. Su Mingyue looked intently at the reunion blade being shown on the TV, and said without looking away, lazy pig, why don't you hurry up and go make lunch? I'm hungry. Where's my dad? Moved back to the old house with my mom, and it's just the two of us living here from now on. What? Hearing this, Lone woke up in shock, but quickly reacted. When Lu's mom and Lao Luo moved here, it was to prevent him and Su Mingyue from progressing too quickly and doing something that pushed the boundaries, and now that they were almost engaged, it was normal to move back home. No, then who will do the hygiene and 3 meals a day in the house from now on? How about, we hire a nanny? No, I'm not used to having outsiders in the house, and besides, don't we still have you? What's with the babysitter and all? Lone, do I look like a babysitter when I'm so handsome and sassy? He was instantly disgruntled. I've done all of this. So what are you doing? Su Mingyue blinked. I'm responsible for looking good. These words directly gave Luo An dry silence. He looked at Su Mingyue's proud face and was speechless. Women, unreasonable creatures. The other side, Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue had returned to their original home. The housekeeper had already plastered the entire villa with happy words, and even the pillowcases and quilt covers in the rooms had been changed to a festive red color. Aside from Luo An and Su Mingyue's engagement, the most important thing in the entire Lu family right now was the wedding of the two of them. Lu Fang walked over to the couch and sat down. Luo Mingyue poured a glass of water and handed it to her. smiling lightly, when our affairs and the children's affairs are finished, let's go on a global trip. If we don't indulge in indulgence now, when we're too old to move in the future, that is, if we want to indulge, we won't have a chance. Also, receiving the cup of water, Fongfang took a slight sip. In a few more years, Mingyue and Xiaoxuan might have children, and by then they'll still be busy helping them with their babies. A cozy scene floated in her mind, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Luo Mingyue sat down beside her, close to her body, and could feel the body heat and aroma coming from Fongfang's body. Honey, you smell so good. Well, Willow seemed to guess what he wanted to do and closed her eyes. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and it was at this moment that a ringing phone interrupted their next move, and their faces, which were originally pressed together, instantly pulled apart. Luo Mingyue gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone, just a little bit short of him getting to eat. Which bastard called at this time to ruin his good deed? The phone picked up and out came Lorne's voice. Hey Dad, you forgot to take a box of clothes with you. Come over and pick them up sometime. Luo Mingyue gritted his teeth and said, I know, is there anything else? Well, I'm not used to you guys moving away so suddenly and I kind of miss you. These words, Luo Mingyue froze. Want to kill like expression gradually ease, gaze gradually gentle, tone lighten. Silly child, the world does not have a feast that does not go away. You will eventually learn to be independent. Dad cannot always accompany you. You have to learn to be strong. Learn to learn the courage. Without waiting for old Luo to finish his sentence, Luo An, who had goosebumps on his head, hurriedly interrupted him, his head full of black lines. Stop. This is what with what I want to say that I kind of want you to do the meal. This big noon out to eat how troublesome Anyway, not far away, or you and the come over to me to do a lunch. Luo Mingyue, who still had a whole lot of things left to say, choked, his hand holding the cell phone subconsciously hard, so angry that he wanted to go to the police. Rebel Son, Chapter 109. Another breakthrough in relationships. Half a month passed quickly. The temperature in the Magic City still remains at 40 degrees without half a drop. The dogs hiding in the shade on the side of the road are sticking out their tongues, and when you walk on the asphalt, you can feel the dry heat coming from the soles of your feet, as if they are going to melt your shoes. A lot has happened in that half a month as well. On the second day back from the mountain village, Fongfang held a directors' meeting, publicly announcing that she would transfer 51% of the shares under her name, with 21% of the shares being transferred to Luo An's name, and the other 20% to Su Mingyue's name, as well as her own daughter taking over as the new chairman. And Su Mingyue, who already owns 55% of the absolute equity, is expected to sit as the chairman of the board. Luo An has not been idle in this half month, set up a short drama department in Pendome, and in just half a month's time has made more than 10 big fireworks, and the profit has exceeded $10 million. Perhaps in this industry, this achievement is nothing, but in Lone's case, it's a good sign that he'll only make more money in the future. August 10th, on the day of Tanabata, Magic City, a 5-star hotel, today lively and extraordinary, the entire hotel inside and outside the upper and lower lights, hung with red lanterns and festive red banner. Today is Fongfang and Luo Mingyue 2 wedding. Luo An and Su Mingyue early to the scene. Some of the industry celebrities and suppliers have been invited to come. The Lu family may not be the top gentry in the Magic City, but it is definitely prestigious. No one dares to underestimate it, and there are countless people below who want to climb up the ladder. When people are almost here, the host went up to the stage and began to state the speech. Words are in the words of congratulations on the wedding of Fongfang and Luo Mingyue. The two are simply a match made in heaven. Although the following people do not care in their hearts, but on the surface is still pretending to look like a serious listening to the appearance. After that, it was Fongfang and Luo Mingyue who went on stage, and when they finished, it was Luo An and Su Mingyue's turn, and the two of them narrated according to the script they had memorized in advance. By the time the introductory remarks are done, the next step is to honor the elderly and give gifts and other tedious procedures. This wedding lasted all day before it was over. The boundless black curtain fell from the sky, enveloping the whole city, a bright white moon in the gray misty sky, revealing its sacred figure, bringing a touch of solace to the deep night. I can still drink, you guys let go of me. I have to get drunk today. I won't fall until Qingdao falls. I won't fall without the snowflakes. The royally drunk Luo Mingyue, his face reddened and covered with the pungent odor of alcohol, was helped into the house by Luo An and lowered onto the sofa. Luo Mingyue was still trying to resist when a voice came from outside the door. You lie still or you'll sleep on the street tonight. Immediately after that, they saw Fongfang and Su Mingyue holding a large pile of gifts, walking into the house from outside the door. These were all given by those guests, and at a casual glance, they were either all kinds of watches and jewelry, or internationally famous cosmetics and great tonics, which might not be very practical, but were definitely expensive enough to make one's scalp numb. Hearing this, Luo Mingyue, who was just now like a monkey king trying to cause havoc in the palace of heaven, shriveled up at once and honestly shrunk down to lie on the sofa, and his mouth kept muttering that, "No, no, no, sleeping on the street will give you a cold. I'll just lie down. I don't want to sleep on the street." Drunk as a live child. Looking at her dad, who was acting like a little kid, Lone was rather speechless. Fongfang placed the gifts on the coffee table and smiled lightly towards Luo An. "It's not too late. You and Mingyue hurry back to rest. Staying up all night is not good for your health. You still have to work tomorrow." "Good. Then we'll go first, Mrs. Willow." Luo An finished speaking and walked towards the door with Su Mingcheng. The moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight, and at night, the cicadas are constantly ringing in the trees, mixed with the frogs' cries, which are exceptionally noisy. Walking to the car parked in front of the door, Luo An just wanted to sit in the driver's seat, but she was pulled by Su Mingyue's rear collar. Her voice was clear and cold. "You drank tonight, it's better for me to drive." Lone didn't say no and responded, going around to the passenger side and pulling the door open to get in. With that, Su Mingyue sat in the driver's seat, and in order to facilitate driving, she bent down and took off the high heels she was wearing on her feet and stuffed them into Luo An's arms, and stepped on the clutch pedal of the car with her bare jade feet. The car pulled away slowly. The night was quiet, and even quieter in the car, isolated from outside sounds. On a day like today, Su Mingyue naturally dressed herself up exquisitely. Moonlight sprinkled on her flawless white cheeks through the car window, gilding her carefully sculpted makeup with a layer of soft golden radiance, and her pair of seductive danfang eyes were deep and bright, as if they were able to take in the hearts of the people without even realizing it. The masterfully designed gown is unbiased, revealing a bit of a career line, with a pair of white slimes crowding it, making you want to explore the wonders of it. Su Mingyue noticed the line of sight shooting from the side. Her eyes reflected Luo An, who was fuming. The corners of her lips raised slightly. Her soft voice carried a different kind of charm. "Do I look good?" "Well, good looking," Luo An subconsciously blurted out, but in the blink of an eye, she reacted and hastily shook her head, her face slightly red. "It's actually just average." Hearing this error-ridden lie, the surly smile on Su Mingyue's face increased. It just so happened that the light ahead was red, with a 60-second wait. Just as Luo An was racking his brain thinking of how to find an excuse for peeking, he heard Su Mingyue softly say, "If you tell the truth, seeing as we are all happy today, it's not like sister can't go further with you." Lone froze, a myriad of thoughts instantly flooding his mind. Further, he and Su Mingyue have now slept in the same bed. That further is not. Images of white blossoms built up rapidly in Lone's mind, and his heartbeat instantly sped up, causing his mouth and tongue to dry out as he couldn't help but gulp. "It's hard to believe that he will be a real man tonight. Can we eat it?" All these thoughts were only in the turn of an instant. Luo An did not bring a trace of hesitation. Holding Su Mingyue's slender little hand, with an extraordinarily serious look, he said, "You are the most beautiful woman in my heart. I love you." Very cheesy, even cliched words, but coming from Luo An's mouth, Su Mingyue was very flattered. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that Luo An and Su Mingyue drove back to the mansion residence. After parking the car, Su Mingyue threw the car keys to Luo An, put on those crystal high heels again, and didn't forget to hook Luo An's chin. "Be good, go to the bed and wash up and wait for me." If this were the usual Lone, he would have retorted twice, but at the moment he was very obedient, like an obedient puppy dog. According to what Su Mingyue said, went into the bathroom and carefully gave himself a bath, wearing big pants, can't wait to shrink into the quilt. Heart pounding. Chapter 110. Big Star arrives in Magic City. Since there was only one bathroom per room, Su Mingyue returned to her original room to take a shower. Time passes by. After a full half hour had passed, the excitement in Luo An's heart eased quite a bit, and when he saw Su Mingyue's delay in coming, just when he thought he was being tricked, the lights overhead suddenly went out. All of a sudden, the whole room was gray and dark, unable to reach out, with only a bit of moonlight from the window penetrating through the gaps in the curtains and spilling onto the floor. Luo An only heard the door of the room open, then was gently closed again. A silhouette walked towards the bed. Listening to the sound of the footsteps, it was obvious that they were walking barefooted, without shoes. The Simmons king-size bed suddenly sank 2 centimeters, undoubtedly caused by the increased weight on the bed. The covers lifted a corner, and Lone felt a delicate body with smooth, warm skin hugging him, and unlike usual, this time Lone didn't feel the fabric getting in the way. Su Mingyue, who had just finished her bath, carried a pleasant fragrance on her body. Her breathing was slightly rapid at the moment, and if she turned on the light, she would find her face flushed with flavor. "You can do whatever you want. I can break the rules and fulfill you today." As soon as he heard this, Luo An's hands moved restlessly, roaming over her body and quickly touching it. Both of them breathed progressively faster. their body temperatures rose, and their movements became larger and bolder. Just as Luo An was about to break through that layer of barrier, Su Mingyue stretched out her hands and hooked them around his neck, her voice teasing, "Stinky brother, I forgot to tell you, I got my period today." "Ah, then you're worse than killing me." Hearing her words, Luo An's excited expression collapsed, only to feel a pang of suffocation inside with nowhere to vent it. "I've got my pants down, and you're here with me? Okay, don't be mad. I can help you. It's kind of a reward for you, okay?" Well, it was a night destined to be unforgettable, and although they didn't get to eat, Luo An and Su Mingyue were only one step away from that final step. 2 days later, the Magic City airport was crowded at this time, and the faces of the people looking toward the departure gate in unison had different expressions, with anticipation, nervousness, and excitement intertwined. With so many people, the scene was extremely quiet, and the atmosphere was oppressive, like the precursor of an approaching storm. These people didn't dare to breathe a word. They were both nervous and excited, and their eyes looked unblinkingly toward the exit of the machine, as if they were afraid of missing something. At that moment, the sound of a high heel stepping reached their ears. "Here we go." A dressy silhouette came from the departure gate and was flanked by several bodyguards towards the airport exit. Into the eyes, that is a perfect to no flaws of the lovely face, although the height is only 1 meter 6, but the capital is extraordinarily strong. The body of the pure and youthful temperament, like a drug addictive. In an instant, the entire airport was wildly agitated. The crowd excitedly waved the lighted sign in their hands and shouted with excitement and madness, "Yo-yo, you're the most beautiful. Yo-yo, I love you. Yo-yo." The sound of the fans' frantic shouts was deafening, as if they wanted to shatter one's eardrums, to tear this heavenly dome apart. This huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of bystanders, and a young security guard guarding the door at the exit queried, "What's going on? Which celebrity is showing his face again?" The old security guard who had just returned to his post after going to the restroom sniffed and a smile appeared on his face. "I know about this one. There's an extraordinary person here." These words instantly aroused the young security guard's curiosity, and he asked with a longing face, "Who is it?" "Uncle Gao, don't be so secretive at this time, just tell me." The old guard turned a deaf ear, casting his head aside as if he hadn't heard. Seeing this, the young security guard revealed a helpless look, and after observing that no one was paying attention to the sight in the surroundings, he took out a cigarette box from his pocket. But before he could say anything, the old security guard snatched it away from him, and took out the last cigarette in the box, and only then laughed smugly. "I also just went to the restroom and heard those people say that. It seems that her name is Xiaoyao, a star who is very hot in singing and acting, and these people are all her fans who came specifically to see her." Goddess Xiaoyao. Hearing this familiar name, the young security guard exclaimed in shock and disbelief written all over his face. "That is Xiaoyao goddess In today's show business may not be the hottest, but if on the pure, no one can, and it's left and right, so widely loved by many people. The reputation is also getting bigger and bigger, and even vaguely have to ask for the trend of the Queen of Heaven." Obviously this young security guard was also Xiaoyao's hardcore fan. His first thought was to go and witness the goddess's real face, but after looking at the security uniform on his body, the excitement in his heart turned into helplessness. He had a wife and child to support and was no longer the hot-headed teenager. At that moment, the old security guard pushed his back and laughed. "If you want to see it, go ahead and see it. The management is coming. When the time comes, I'll say that you've gone to the toilet." "Thank you, Uncle Gao." After signing autographs for some of her fans and taking pictures, actress Xiaoyao was protected by her bodyguards all the way out of the airport and into a special car that had already been prepared. Phew, although I've seen this several times already, every time I see it, it's so shocking. It's so nice to have so many people like me. Xiaoyao patted her strong capital and exhaled a breath of aroma. Her reaction was extremely cute and mesmerizing, youthful and lively, as if it was made for her. Even the driver froze for a moment, then rushed to start the car, but his eyes still peeked into the rearview mirror from time to time. Lai Sol, who was sitting in the co-pilot, handed Xiaoyao his business card and smiled slightly. "Miss Xiao, I'm Lai Sol, the vice president of Pen Dome Productions. It's an honor to meet you. I'm going to trouble you for the next period of time." This time it was Pen Vault that was preparing to shoot a short drama on the subject of Doom to publicize its own fame, so no matter whether it was the production, special effects, or the casting was strictly screened, and even invited popular stars to use the flow of celebrities to push the boundaries of the company's fame. After all, it was a popular star, so in order not to lose etiquette, Lai Sol had to put down the business at hand and came to personally greet them. But the agent was still a little disgruntled to know that the Yaoyao is a popular star. This dome is just a small production company, although they do not know where to get so much money to invite them, but after all, it is a small temple. come to meet actually only a vice president. The car sped along and soon arrived at Pendong's company building. A bright red carpet had been laid out at the entrance, and all the company's employees descended the stairs to greet them. Under the applause and cheering, Xiaoyao revealed a sweet smile and waved her hand before following Lai Sol into the building and riding the elevator to the top floor. Lai Sol knocked on the door of the president's office and said softly, "Mr. Luo, MS. Xiao has arrived." "Oh, come in." Getting permission, Lai Sol pushed open the door and sidestepped to let Xiaoyao go in first before he walked in. Inside the office, Lone, dressed in casual clothes, was on the phone, his back to them, grumbling bitterly. "Why is it that 7 days a week I have to be responsible for cooking and doing laundry for 6 days, and you only have to be responsible for 1 day? That's not fair. I don't accept it. I protest." A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Protests are invalid. It's decided. Be good and remember to pick me up from work." Muah. The phone should hang up. Chapter 111, Surviving with a Mask on Her Face. Seeing Luo An put down her cell phone, Lai Sol, who was waiting by the side, then stepped forward and couldn't wait to be introduced. "Mr. Luo, this is Miss Xiaoyao, and her manager. You guys take your time to chat. I still have things to finish, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Lai Sol hurriedly turned around and walked out of the office, not wanting to delay for a second more. As far as he was concerned, wasting even 1 second on something that had nothing to do with the production was a waste of life and trampling on it. Luo An looked at his departing back speechlessly, only then did his gaze fall on Xiaoyao's body. She just stood there in a pavilion, with a beauty that couldn't be ignored. Even if it was compared to Su Mingcheng, it wasn't even close. Facing such a worldly-looking Xiaoyao, Luo An was only lost in thought for a moment before instantly returning to his senses, getting up and stretching out his hand, smiling towards her. "It's been a long time since I've seen MS. Zhao's great name, a famous singer and actress in the entertainment industry, and when I saw her today, she really does have a great talent. Mr. Luo is also young and promising, about the same age as me, and he's already the owner of a company. It's my honor to work with you." The two men politely shook hands and said a few official words. Seeing Luo An actually retracting her hand back without any attachment, a flash of surprise surfaced in Xiaoyao's eyes, but in the blink of an eye she regained her composure once again, her baby fat cheeks carrying a sweet honeyed smile that made people unconsciously feel good about themselves. After that is to discuss the specific time to shoot the short drama. Xiaoyao as the circle is on Firestar. Today's schedule is very full. If not, Luo An has the ability to money. It is not really sure to invite her. Also, as a result, the filming of the show was short, expected to last just half a month from start to finish. By the time the deliberation was over, it was already the noon meal. As the host, Luo An invited Xiaoyao to have lunch out of etiquette, and the latter readily agreed. As for the manager, he politely declined because he still had a lot of things to do, thus leaving Luo An and Xiaoyao alone. Originally, Luo An wanted Lai Sol to come as well, but the other party didn't hesitate to refuse. His voice was full of grudges, like a pissed-off little widow, because of picking up people in the morning, so he had to take advantage of the midday mealtime to make up for the morning's workload. A proper workaholic. The temperature was extraordinarily hot at noon, and the sun seemed to be melting the whole earth, constantly evaporating its heat and making people suffer. Inside a famous Chinese restaurant in Magic City, because Xiaoyao was a member of the circle, Luo An specially booked a luxurious private room to avoid causing some unnecessary trouble. In no time at all, the waiter walked into the private room with a tray of dishes. In a flash, the entire booth was wrapped in a pungent aroma. After placing the last bowl of soup on the table, the waiter bent down and respectfully said, "Sir, your dishes have been served. If you need anything, you can press the red button on the table." "Okay, thanks." The waiter exited the booth and the door closed. Xiaoyao, who was sitting across the table, then took off the black mask she was wearing and exhaled, fanning herself with her hand as a fan, her mischievous voice carrying a bit of helplessness. "It's really hard to be a star. Even when you go out you have to dress yourself up tightly. Don't you think so, brother Luo An?" After saying this, she gave a mischievous wink, which was adorable. Lone dipped the bowl in front of her in hot water and looked up with a faint smile. "There's no one else here now. You don't really need to deliberately put on a mask. Human eyes can't be fooled. Your original character shouldn't be this lively." One sentence made Xiaoyao freeze, her expression stunned. She didn't expect that her acting skills, which were so good, would actually be seen through by Luo An in one go. Knowing that even the director and manager of the crew didn't have the ability to do this, the person in front of her was clearly about her age, so how on earth could she tell? You can determine a person's character just by their eyes? At this moment, Xiaoyao became intensely curious about Luo An, to actually be seen through so easily. "It seems that my acting skills are still not up to par." After a short period of frothing, Xiaoyao opened her mouth again. Her voice was no longer that lively and had more depth. Luo An spoke with a smile while eating. Your acting is good, but I've seen more people. The mall is like a battlefield. Everyone is an old fox, so I'm more sensitive to this aspect. Eat up, the food is getting cold. Yeah, probably because she was seen through her nature. Xiaoyao no longer maintained the image of a cute young girl. Her words became much less, but her body was relaxed. After all, acting all the time was also very tiring. Roan ate her meal, keeping her eyes on her cell phone. Su Mingyue, I heard you went out to dinner with a little starlet. Luo An, you're by my side on Jian. We're both getting married and we don't even have this much trust. It breaks my heart. Su Mingyue, cut the crap. You're dead tonight. Rage, lorn, scared, fearful. Seeing the angry emoticons sent by Su Mingyue, Luo An could imagine what kind of torture he would endure in the evening. Cold sweat broke out behind his back, and he couldn't help but speed up the speed of eating. Xiaoyao was also stuffing her head and drying her rice. The two of them settled the fight in half an hour and walked out of the restaurant with a full stomach. Luo An drove Xiaoyao back to the hotel where she had landed after paying the bill. When she was leaving, Xiaoyao smiled and waved at him. I had a great time at this meal. See you next time, brother Luo An. Apparently, she's back to her cute teenage girl persona. Lorne nodded and raised the window, driving straight away. At the entrance of the hotel, Xiaoyao looked at the faraway car, the corner of her mouth with a wisp of a smile, turned around and walked towards the hotel. In her heart she secretly said, what an interesting person. It was the first time she had ever dined without flattering anyone or being flattered, and eating was just eating, and it was interesting to her to be together like that. After driving away from the hotel, Luo An drove towards the cloud group, ready to let Su Mingyue voice her discontent ahead of time without having to wait until the night, in which case he would be able to sleep on the bed at night instead of on the floor. He also understood Su Mingyue's feelings, thinking differently. If he was the one who knew that Su Mingyue had gone out to eat alone with a young man, he would definitely feel uncomfortable in his heart as well, even if he knew that it wasn't her fault. Love is so selfish. Chapter 112 Essentials for Going Out. Luo An. Inside the office of the chairman of the Cloud Sky Group, Su Mingyue, who had been promoted to chairman of the board, was sitting in her boss chair with an unhappy face, staring at the time on her cell phone screen as she began to time herself. If that dog man doesn't come to her within an hour, she'll just kill him with a kitchen knife. Secretary Yi put the brewed coffee on the table, smartly took the stack of processed documents on the table, and lightly walked out of the office, closing the door in the process. About 10 minutes passed, and just as Su Mingyue grew impatient, the office door quietly opened, and Luo An probed and observed the situation inside the office. At the sight of Su Mingyue's gloomy face, he gulped and prepared to bolt, waiting for another moment for her mood to ease a bit before coming over. But how could Su Mingyue not notice his small movements, and immediately spoke in a cold voice. Where do you think you're going? Get your ass over here. Luo An's head shook like a rattle and her tone was resolute. I don't. If I go over there now, you'll definitely bully me. Seeing that a hard one wouldn't work, Su Mingyue's tone was a bit softer and beckoned towards him. Good boy, come over here. I'm sure I won't bully you. It's not like you've done anything wrong. Besides, you're my little baby, how could I want to bully you? Real doo-doo. You're not going to lie to me, are you? Lone looked at her a little suspiciously. Good boy, come here. At the sound of her seductive voice, Lone, a little mouse attracted to cheese, walked into the office on full alert, just when the distance between the two was only a meter away. The smile on Su Mingyue's face instantly disappeared, gritting her teeth and reaching out towards Luo An's collar to grab it, but was dodged smartly by the well-prepared Luo An, who turned around and ran towards the outside of the office. He didn't forget to turn around and accuse. Women really are all liars. You're a chairman of a group who can't keep his words. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Who dares to laugh at me? Luo An, stop right there. Su Mingyue knew that she couldn't fool Luo An with the same tactics again, and reacted quickly by getting up and chasing after him, with her teeth and claws open, rather like she wanted to tear him apart alive. It was noon. The group's employees have basically finished eating and returned to their workstations for a lunch break, lying on their desks, some gossiping about the company's gossip, some wearing headphones and listening to songs, immersed in a beautiful spiritual world. But at that moment, two figures rushed out of the office one after the other. The noise was so loud that it woke up the employees who were taking a nap, and they all cast puzzled gazes. Damn Luo An, how dare you run? Let's see if I don't break your legs. Crazy woman, you think I'm afraid of you? Wait until you catch me first. Originally, with Su Mingyue's speed, she could easily catch Luo An, but the high heels she was wearing made it really impossible for her to raise her speed. Seeing this guy running farther and farther away, Su Mingyue had a flash of insight and commanded collectively towards the employees looking this way. Listen up. Whoever catches Luo An first will double their salary this month, plus 2 days of paid vacation. Hearing this, the employees of this department instantly stirred up. The ones who reacted quickly had already gotten up and chased towards Luo An, while the others also reacted quickly and followed with curses. In a flash, the originally quiet office became as noisy as a food market. Get out of my way, all of you. Double pay is mine. Old Luo, when the supervisor asked you to run an errand in the morning, didn't you say you had bad legs? How did you run faster than me? What do you know? I call it temporary rehabilitation. Get out of the way. If anyone dares to grab it from me today, I'll take it out on him. The crowd chased after Luo An, who was running wildly not far away, like a madman, with eager eyes as if they were looking at a naked beauty. Su Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief and watched as Luo An was drowned by the crowd, and his voice of grief and indignation came out. Stinking woman, you don't speak of martial virtues. The first one to catch Luo An was the grandpa who was guarding the warehouse, watching the employees collectively depressed. You're only making 2,500 a month. Doubling that is only 5,000. It's a waste. Moncler outlet store, but it was a joyful one. Luo An, who was sent into the tiger's mouth, was rubbed and abused by Su Mingyue in turn. For example, taking off her high heels and stepping on his face with her white and tender feet, stomping on him non-stop, and even scolding Luo An, venting the dissatisfaction in her heart. Looking at the petulant and capricious Su Mingyue, as well as the abusive words coming out of her mouth, for some reason, Luo An not only didn't feel unhappy, but instead, there was a drop of pleasure. Finally, after lasting for half an hour, Su Mingyue sat down tiredly on a chair, her eyes staring suspiciously at Luo An, who had gotten up from the ground, red-faced and in high spirits, in disbelief. Why do you look so happy? The corners of his mouth, which were harder to suppress than AK, sniffed and hastily covered the smile at the corners of his mouth. You must have been too tired to look at the wrong thing. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Knock knock, come in. As Su Mingyue's words fell, Secretary Yi pushed open the door and walked in, reached out and stroked the red eyeglass frames, and softly said, Su Dong, it's almost time. This afternoon Su Mingyue was going to Kyoto to talk about a business. The other party was a group that was among the top 500 in the world, so she had to go there personally to show her importance. Since you're going to be busy, I'll go first. Luo An was ready to bolt, but was called by Su Mingyue. Stop, you go home right now and change your clothes and come with me, so you don't have to fool around outside. No, you don't even have that much trust in me? Of course I believe you, but I'm just going to take you. Do you have a problem with that? Of course I didn't. Seeing Luo An honestly blinking like a good baby, Su Mingyue then picked up her jacket and bag and walked towards the office, her mouth with a wisp of a charming smile. Going on a tedious journey with a stinky brother is just right. It's simply a must-have for the journey. From the Magic City to Kyoto, a round trip will also take half a day's time. After talking about business, Su Mingyue and Luo An did not rush back. It was not easy to travel together to Kyoto. If just go back would not it be too much of a pity. The two walked out of the hotel as the first rays of the morning sun hit the city. Together, we went to Tiananmen Square to appreciate the luster and glory of the 5-star red flag. Together, we went to eat Kyoto roast duck, pak kee rice cake, belly bun pork, and palace beef cake. Go on a full day trip together to a nearby scenic spot and take pictures to leave proof that they were here. After playing painfully for 2 days, Luo and siblings then took the airplane to return to Magic City, and when they woke up from sleep, it was already evening. Luo An went to old Luo's place and took him the accompanying gifts he bought in Kyoto, and Lu Fongfang looked at the photos on her cell phone of the two of them traveling in the mountains, envious to the point of exasperation, and pulled Luo Mingyue to fly to the neon country that night, ready to start the first leg of the globe-trotting trip. August has come to the second half of the month. Although the weather forecast was still showing 40 degrees, it was obvious to Lone that it was more than that, and I'm afraid that the real temperature had come to 42 degrees, which was the case everywhere now, with the constant high temperatures and the disastrous crops. After eating the loving breakfast made by Su Mingyue, Luo An drove to the downstairs of the company in a beautiful car, wearing sunglasses on his head, and casually handed the food he bought in Kyoto to the security guards guarding the door. Take it and share it. You bought too much to eat. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Under the adoring gaze of the security guards, Luo An walked into the elevator and stepped out a moment later, making his way to his office, where Lai Sol was discussing something with Xiaoyao and her manager. Seeing that the shirker had finally returned, Lai Sol cast a sultry gaze before saying, the script and the personnel are almost ready. Now there is only one difficult problem. The male lead in the script is relying on a luxurious manor house in the early stage to get through the pre-crisis, but the manor houses rented out in Magic City these days are either not up to the mark or have been rented out in advance. Chapter 113, She is the Sun in My World. Lai Sol had just finished reporting to Luo An. Xiaoyao's manager walked over and said in a salty tone, Mr. Luo, our Yaoyao's time is very valuable. If it's because of your side, resulting in an extended shooting time, it's not our business. we'll leave when it's time. The spearhead in the manager's words had been tightened up a lot, just telling Luo the consequences of postponement. After all, we are all in business, a bubble and a nail, not a child's playground. At this time, Xiaoyao took the initiative to get up, and out of the goodwill she had towards Luo An yesterday, she opened her mouth with a smiling face. If I really can't find the right one, I can get some of my friends to help out, so feel free to ask if you need anything. For a fee, of course. Stars can contact the circle, are either rich or noble, especially know a lot of rich second generation. At least in this piece of network, even some big bosses are not as powerful as Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao has also read the script. The opening manner is indeed very important, involves a lot of key plot. She does not think that still in the early stages of business Luo An can find a set of manner to meet the requirements. After all, Pandome is just a small, unheard of company that is only somewhat famous in the online writing community. Thanks, but no, I should be able to find it. Luo An politely refused Xiaoyao's kindness, then walked behind the desk and sat down, signaling Xiaoyao to wait for a moment before taking out his cell phone. Su Mingyue had just sat down at this moment when her cell phone dripped and beeped. Luo An, daughter-in-law, arrange a manor for me, preferably bigger and more remote, for filming the drama. Su Mingyue, what about the benefits? Lone, you're going to ask me for favors for our relationship. Su Mingyue, kissing sister and brother is clear, not to mention we are not pro. I won't make things difficult for you. I bought 2 sets of costumes yesterday. You as Thunder movie, I as Thunder real. Lorne, good. Grits teeth emoji. In no time, Luo An, who was waiting, received a locator from Su Mingyue, which was a bit far away from the city and needed to drive for 1 hour. The Cloud Group is the main real estate. Not to mention, at least the house is as much as you want. Luo An got up and turned toward Lai Sol. Get the crew together and bring the tools you need to use with me. You two just take my car. Have you found a suitable estate? Xiaoyao was a little surprised that the troubling dilemma had been solved so easily in less than 10 minutes from the time Luo An entered the office. This guy, he's not easy. Taking the elevator to the parking lot, Xiaoyao was surprised to find that Luo An's car had changed. Obviously yesterday it was still a BMW, but today it was actually changed to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This is a multi-million-dollar luxury car, which shows how rich the owner is. Once seated in the car, the manager dared not speak again and surveyed the car's interior with some restraint. Xiaoyao couldn't help but say, "Did you rent this car?" A luxury car of this caliber would cost more than $100,000 even to rent for a day, and it's not always possible to rent it. My house, Luo An casually said, suddenly feeling a sense of accomplishment. The original filling cups so comfortable. As a screenwriter, Lai Sol naturally followed. He had just opened the passenger door to sit in, when Luo An's quick eyes and hands stopped him, saying seriously, "You sit in the back. The passenger can only sit in my daughter-in-law. She's a clean freak. She'd have to cut me down if she found out someone was sitting in her place." Sol bristled, but closed the car door and went to the back seat and pulled it open to sit beside his manager. Lorne started the car and pulled out of the parking lot. The 5 vans downstairs of the company were ready to go, and when they saw their boss come out, they rushed to follow the Rolls-Royce Phantom. On the way, Xiaoyao finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart and inquired, "You're married?" "Not yet, but it's coming up. We're engaged on the 4th of July, so if you're free then, don't forget to come over for dinner." Eyes on the road ahead, Luo An smiled in response, gripping the steering wheel and stepping on the gas pedal to accelerate 1 gear at a time, and then proudly laughed. "My daughter-in-law is beautiful, just as beautiful as you are, and except for a bit of a bad personality, she's impeccable." As a single dog, Lai Sol suffered a storm attack and spoke in a sultry tone. "What's so great about being married? It's being single that's the most liberating, free from constraints, free as a dandelion. How wonderful." These words spoke to Xiaoyao's heart. Being in the entertainment industry, she had seen far too many people get together for the sake of profit, resulting in broken families and even wives in their later years. Thinking of life after marriage and growing old together, Luo An's eyes showed a touch of longing and smiled slightly. Everyone has everyone's opinion, I guess. To the vastness of the universe, the earth is just a speck of dust, and to the earth, all of us are not much different from dust. The earth has the sun to warm it, and she is the sun in my world, brightening my life, warming my heart, and giving me something to look forward to in the future. After Luo An finished, the car fell into a temporary loneliness. The 3 people were immersed in the world created by Luo An, and their hearts actually gave birth to a kind of desire, the desire for love. It was the first time that Xiaoyao had ever, for the first time, desired something so much. Now she was surviving for the sake of surviving, but what exactly was the thing she wanted? What was her original reason for getting into acting in the first place? From her viewpoint, she could just see the warm smile spreading at the corners of Luo An's mouth, so she thought he must be very happy right now. Noticing that the topic just now was a bit heavy, Luo An took the initiative to ask about Xiaoyao's showbiz life in order to ease the depressing atmosphere. Curious about what the daily lives of celebrities were like. Infected by Luo An's words, Lai Sol's heart was touched for a while, took out his cell phone and clicked on the contact that had been separated for a long time, hesitated for a long time to edit a message and send it out, and turned off his cell phone as fast as he could in fear. Heart rate gradually increases. Chapter 114, Xiaoyao living with a mask. An hour passed quickly, with fewer and fewer skyscrapers in the neighborhood, until finally all that could be seen when looking out the window was a towering mountain. Another 10 minutes passed, and the 6 vehicles successively stopped in front of a manor surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the crew stepped out of the vehicles with a face of amazement. The terrain of this manor house could simply be described as luxurious. It was a summer resort built by Lu Pingon when he was young, and every year he came to live here for a period of time during the hottest part of the summer. But certainly not this year. After all, first there was Lu Fongfang's marriage, and then Su Mingyue and Luo An's engagement, so it was too busy. Most importantly, his granddaughter had taken away all his wine, and what was a summer vacation without wine? The entire mountain villa was built with mahogany bricks and tiles, giving a strong sense of antiquity, and the plaque at the entrance was neatly written with 3 large golden italicized characters, Dream Immortal Residence. Upon hearing the commotion, a middle-aged man in butler's clothing walked out from the manor, his eyes quickly locking onto Luo An as he stepped forward and slightly bent over, saluting. Young master, Miss is already waiting for you inside. Su, she's here too? Luo An was a bit surprised. Soon, Lone walked into the sprawling lodge with a ravenous group of people. The ground of the villa was all paved with red and white bricks, and crossing the threshold into the outer courtyard of the villa, the left and right sides were filled with different kinds of plants, emitting a strong fragrance. The outside yard plants were on the large side and were beautifully manicured. The flowers and plants were all fresh, healthy in color and looked well cared for. In the inner courtyard, there were more buildings, and under the emerald green lotus leaves in the fish pond, a goldfish swam lively, causing the water to ripple. Not far away there is a 3-meter-high pavilion. Inside the pavilion sits a black dress woman. Just by looking at the side face, let thousands of beauty eclipsed. Luo An directly walked over. Su Mingyue was making tea. Her slender jade hand picked up the boiled water and poured it on the tea light, making the cup better able to retain the aroma of the tea. After pouring out the water, Su Mingyue then started to make the tea. Just after making a cup of tea and placing it on the table, it was picked up by Luo An, who came and drank it all in one go. As a result, he was scalded and grimaced, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Oops, hot hot hot. The butler duly brought a broom and cleaned up the pieces of china on the floor, sighing in his heart that another $20,000 were gone. Su Mingyue rolled her eyes at Luo An, her voice as clear and pleasant as a yellow warbler, fussy like a child, making it sound like someone is robbing from you. Lai Sol walked up and smiled. Hello boss lady. Xiaoyao surveyed with a curious face. This was Luo An's girlfriend? At the same time Su Mingyue was sizing her up. The looks of the two were almost indistinguishable from each other. One went for the cute style and the other went for the imperial style. At the sight of Xiaoyao's tablet, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth revealed a victory-like smile. After Su Mingyue poured tea for a few people one by one, she told the housekeeper to treat them well, and then pulled Luo An towards the house inside the mountain villa, preparing to put some medicine on his sausage mouth. Lone's mouth had been burned with blisters and was filled with bitterness. Whoever told you to drink in such a hurry deserved it. Taking advantage of Su Mingyue's departure, Lai Sol carried a cup of tea around the mountain manor, nodding his head in satisfaction from time to time. It was obvious that this manor was very much in line with his imagined scenario, and could be put into use straight away with just a little bit of remodeling. Soon, the crew began to set up the location and work on the shoot. It wasn't long before Luo An and Su Mingyue came out of the house and watched the ongoing filming. The story begins with the protagonist waking up and realizing that the world has mutated and the city is full of zombies. So he escapes to an uninhabited mountain village in the wilderness, and encounters a female zombie and the heroine. And after that, the two of them continue to strengthen themselves in order to look for food, and they go to the city to look for food and water, and as a result, are set up by their own kind of story. Humanity is more frightening than zombies during the apocalypse, but domestic scrutiny is harsh, so that aspect needs to be weakened appropriately as well. Luo An took Su Mingyue and introduced her to everything on the crew, smugly, with a feeling of, these are all the rivers and mountains I've laid down for you. What man doesn't like to show his strength in front of the girl he likes? It's an instinct that stems from biology, and Luo An is no exception. Su Mingyue listened attentively from beginning to end, a doting smile crossing the corner of her lips from time to time, enjoying this feeling now, because now the boy she liked was sharing his world with her. 2 hours later, Xiaoyao, who finished the first scene, sat under a big tree with some fatigue, and the breeze blew from time to take away the heat in her heart. Raising her eyes, not far away Luo An and Su Mingyue hand in hand are catching butterflies. The scene is extraordinarily cozy, obviously meaningless things. At this moment Yaoyao actually some envy. The secretary came from not far away, holding a tablet in her arms. Her tone was very excited. Yaoyao, the director of Nine Heavens Record has just called. He wants you to be the female lead, with a paycheck of $20 million. Such an opportunity can be very rare, and it can definitely bring your influence to another level. The Nine Heavenly Records is a recent novel that's been a big hit on the internet, and now it's been confirmed for a TV series adaptation in the immortal cultivation genre. Yes, the kind of godly drama where an immortal can be injured by a mortal with an axe. It hasn't even aired yet, and there's already a lot of cursing on the internet, most of which is from fans of the original, but that didn't stop the platform from giving the drama a boost. After listening to what the manager said, if it were in the past, Xiaoyao would have agreed without thinking. After all, this is as high as $20 million of remuneration, almost catching up with 1/10 of her entire assets. But Xiaoyao looked at the two Luo An who were catching butterflies not far away, and a question surfaced in her mind. What exactly was her reason for getting into acting in the first place? Is it to make more money? Or is it for the luxury car and the big house? Obviously neither. Her original intention was to just want to be happy and shoot a movie, instead of socializing day in and day out. What with the wine table culture, having dinner with this general today and that general tomorrow, and being manipulated by the company like a puppet on a string. What's wrong with you, Yo-Yo? Seeing Xiaoyao's delay in speaking, the manager waved his hand in front of her eyes with a puzzled outstretched hand. Xiaoyao returned to her senses and buried her head between her knees, not letting anyone see her expression at the moment, and only after a long time did she muffle her voice. Sister Su, after filming this short drama, I want to terminate my contract with the company. The manager sniffed and said with a big shocked look on his face, as if he had heard something unbelievable and was full of disbelief. Are you crazy? You still have 3 years left in your contract with the company. If you terminate your contract early it's considered a breach of contract and you'll have to pay up to $200 million in liquidated damages, which will make you lose all your family's money. You must have been under too much stress lately. I'll call my boss later and ask him to give you a vacation and get some rest. The manager wanted to persuade him again, but Xiaoyao's attitude was unusually firm, and after saying these words, all of her body was relieved, finally unloading the 1,000-pound burden she had been carrying for so long. She didn't want to live in a mask anymore. Chapter 115 A Disturbing Night. Saturday morning, August 17th. As usual, the Miracle Milk Tea Shop's business was still booming today, although it was not as hot as in the beginning, with a whole street of queues, but the number of guests that came every day was more than the rest of the milk tea shops on this street combined. Xiaoxuan, who was busy behind the counter, was in pain and happy. No one would have thought that she, a grand lady, would actually come to sell milk tea and be as tired as a dog every day. Although she was physically exhausted, Xiaoxuan was inwardly incredibly happy because this was not far from her goal with Luo Tongtian. And aside, Luo Tongtian, like a robot, numbly whacked the lemon slices hard and then put them into a warm box aside. It was busy until the 11 p.m. mealtime, when everyone was busy going home for dinner, which gave them a hard-earned break. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Xiaoxuan shouted toward the back kitchen. Yu Yi, Xia Jie, what are you guys eating? Xia Yuyue's voice was the first to come out, asking for a pork feet with rice, followed by Han Jie's nervous voice, asking for the same as Xia Yuyue. Xiaoxuan wasn't surprised, adding 2 more servings of pig's feet rice. Luo Tongtian was already tired and lying on the table at this point. She walked over and sat across from him, said with pleasure in his voice, I did the math when I came to the store this morning, and guess how much money we're making now? Mention of money, Luo Tongtian instantly full-blood resurrection. Carefully think about it with a finger counting. Some uncertainty, said, 1 million? Xiaoxian's pretty face revealed a mysterious smile and shook her head before slowly raising 2 fingers. That's what the head office and branch stores make combined. Although one single earns less, but the victory is the number. Now the branch alone has opened 5. Luo Tongtian or the first time to earn so much money. He was a little stunned. The thought of the idea of Chinese medicine milk tea was his idea. A burst of excitement, pride from the heart. He offered, how about we go fetch a little out later and spread the room with money? That would sure be cool. Luo Tongtian had wanted to do this ages ago, but unfortunately he didn't have the strength before, but now that he did, his heart began to stir. Xiaoxian smiled and nodded, taking the initiative to stretch out her slender little hand and wipe away the beads of sweat on his forehead, with some heartache inside. Magic City's takeout delivery is still very fast, from the order to the delivery door only after 15 minutes, the takeout boy riding a chariot, a floating stop in front of the milk tea store. From the back seat of the car's insulated box out of the 4 packaged pig's feet rice, a bright smile, Your takeout. Please give a 5-star review. When he finished, he left his meal on the table and rushed off on his bike again, busy running to the next location, running for his life. Xiaoyao and Han Jia cleaned up the hygiene, came out from the back kitchen, sat down at the table and couldn't wait to open the package, broke open the chopsticks and wolfed it down. The hours at the Miracle Milk Tea Shop are rotated on a half-day basis. After all, such intense and continuous work would be too much to handle if it lasted all day. After dinner, the employees who took over the shift came over just in time. 2 40-year-old aunts, with 2 girls from Mordor University who had come out for a summer job. Xiaoxuan went to the second floor to change out of her work clothes, wearing a beautiful yellow girdle waist dress, long hair fluttering with its own fragrance down from the upper floors, as if she were a fairy out of a dream. Luo Tongtian extended his hand. Come along, my dear Ms. Chun. Aha. The bank is only half a block away from this commercial street, and a 5-minute walk arrives at the bank's entrance. In order not to be noticed, Luo Tongtian also specially prepared a black plastic bag. Although it was noon, there were still a lot of people doing business in the bank, mostly elderly people, sitting in front of the manual window, and bank employees were patiently explaining to them. Luo Tongtian and the 2 of them walked to an unused ATM cash machine, inserted their bank cards into it, and were just about to withdraw money when a sudden commotion came from behind them, only to hear someone yell in a stern voice, "Nobody move, and if you don't want to die, crouch down where you are." At the sight of the visitor, the female bank employee behind the counter immediately turned white as snow, hurriedly put down the list in her hand, and squatted in place in fear. The other side. Inside the Dream Immortal Residence Manor on the outskirts of Magic City, the sky is gradually darkening, the night sky is floating a little starlight, and the forest a little fireflies reflect. The ears of the cicadas and the wind blowing through the leaves of the rustling sound of each other intertwined. The scene is extremely harmonious. The cast and crew went back after filming the scene because they still had to edit and fix the sound. Xiaoyao, on the other hand, stayed at the lodge with her manager. In the evening the butler made a large and hearty dinner, and you could tell he was a good cook, with a big smile on his face. After all, it was really a lonely thing for a person to guard such a large estate alone. Luo An came to a room and was about to knock on the door when it opened first, and he saw the manager come out of the room with a sullen face, and after looking at Luo An, he turned straight away. Xiaoyao was sitting on the edge of the bed in the room when Luo An walked in, and out of the fact that he was the owner of the company, he softly opened his mouth to ask, "I've come to call you for dinner. What's wrong with her?" "It's fine. It's just that I'm planning to terminate my contract with my current company and want to be myself. Sister Su is just having some hard time. Don't you mind?" Xiaoyao lowered her head and explained. Luo An showed a stunned expression, vaguely guessing that this matter might have something to do with him. Feeling that the atmosphere was too heavy, he shrugged and laughed. "As long as you're happy, you can come to me if you can't make it. I don't mind having more than one capable person on hand. When I terminate my contract, the company will definitely go around hacking me on the internet when they feel that I have no use for them, making it difficult for me to move an inch in the entertainment industry, and I'm going to take you seriously when you say that. I don't care about reputation. Those are all false. As long as there is a capable person, I am willing to take in the bag. I can't guarantee anything else, but at least with me, you can be yourself, because I am not a qualified businessman." After chatting with Luo An, Xiaoyao's mood was much better. Her suppressed mood relaxed a little. She got up and walked towards the outside of the house with small broken steps. "Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving." Just as he walked out of the house, Luo An's cell phone rang with a sharp incoming ringtone, and the caller ID showed that the person was Xiaoyao. Calling so late in the evening was a bit of a rarity for Xiaoyao, who had always preferred to go to bed early. Answering the phone, Luo An was about to open his mouth when Xiaoyao's panicked tone came from the other end, her voice trembling. Just listening to what she said, Luo An's entire face instantly changed drastically, and after the phone hung up, he rushed out of the manor as fast as he could and drove towards the Magic City district against the boundless night. A quiet and tranquil night, but tonight there is something about it that is intensely unsettling and adds a layer of gloom to one's heart. Chapter 116. Luo An, do I look like a decent person to you? Late at night, by the time Luo An arrived at the Magic City Hospital in a hurry, it was close to 10 p.m. He followed the location given by Xiaoyao and took the elevator all the way to the 5th floor of the hospital. The corridor was very quiet, a little eerily quiet, and everywhere smelled strongly of disinfectant. Outside the operating room, Luo Tongtian sat in a chair with 6 gods, hands together constantly praying inwardly. Obviously it was a hot summer day, but his heart was incomparably cold, and his body was trembling slightly. Lorne had known what was going on when he arrived. Luo Tongtian and Xiaoxuan went to the bank to get money when they encountered robbers robbing the bank. The mental state is a little crazy. The nearest Xiaoxuan was shot, and now still lying in the operating room rescue. Do not know whether to live or die. Lone stepped forward to put a hand on his best buddy's shoulder and whispered a soft, comforting word. Xiaoxuan will be fine. This bullet thing, as long as it doesn't hit the vitals, the probability of surviving is high. Tears of remorse wet pants. Luo Tongtian eyes red at the corners of the eyes to cover the face, blaming himself and cried, "It is my fault. If I did not say that I want to go to the bank to withdraw money, Xiaoqian will not encounter this kind of thing. It is me who harmed her." After another 10 minutes or so, the light on the operating room turned from bright red to green. The door opened, and the doctor in a white coat walked out, took off his mask, looked at Luo An and Luo Tongtian standing in the corridor, and frowned as he asked, "Which one of you is the patient's family?" "I'm her boyfriend." "Doctor, how is Xiaoqian her condition?" Luo Tongtian asked nervously. The doctor told the truth about the current situation. The patient has been shot in the liver and needs a liver replacement surgery. With current medical technology, liver replacement is not that difficult, but the problem now is that there is poison on that bullet, which makes the surgery much more risky, and it's best to do it in the fastest time possible. Hearing the doctor's words, Luo Tongtian's body softened and he was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Luo An held him in time and turned his head towards the doctor and asked in a deep voice, "What is the probability of the operation being successful?" "Less than 50%, and a failed surgery would likely be life-threatening to the patient." After a couple of instructions, the doctor shook his head helplessly and left, and soon the nurse came out pushing the bed towards the ward. That night Luo Tongtian was heard to come to Chun father a scolding, accusing him of being a coward. Fortunately there are nurses to stop, or surely will not be spared of physical pain. The following morning, the sky was cloudy, as if it was going to pour down rain the next second. When Luo Tongtian came to the hospital with the boiled chicken soup, he learned that Chen Xiaoqian had been transferred to a foreign hospital by Chen's father, and asked the nurse to help him with a message. "A man who can't even protect his own woman. You can't be with Xiaoxing for the rest of your life." After saying that, the young nurse carefully took out a piece of white paper and whispered, "This is what the patient asked me to secretly pass on to you." There were 2 lines of beautiful handwriting on the white paper, just 2 short sentences. "I love you. Let's get married when I come back from abroad." The time left for Chen Xiaoqian was very short, and she only had time to leave these 2 sentences. At this moment, Luo Tongtian was plunged into an unprecedented low, becoming depressed, with no light left in his eyes, as his light had gone to the other side of the sea. Mansion house. Luo An, who had been busy all night without sleep, was now lying in Su Mingyue's arms. He had just returned from the police station and also knew the identity of the perpetrator, a migrant worker who was forced to go nowhere by the factory owner's unpaid wages. His son suffers from a serious illness, but can only lie at home without money for medical treatment, long-term mental stress, so that he began to become a little crazy, which made the bank robbery such a thing. As for the pistol, it was sold to him by a black dealer and is still under investigation. Seeing the unabated worry on Luo An's face, Su Mingyue reached out and closed his eyes, saying softly and comfortingly, "It'll be fine, go to sleep." Long exhausted, Lone fell into a deep sleep, smelling her scent and sleeping extraordinarily well. By the time Lone opened his eyes again, it was completely dark outside, and there was movement coming from within the kitchen, and he rubbed his eyes and slipped on his shoes and walked over, muttering under his breath, "What are you doing?" "Awake, making you dinner." Soon the dinner table was set with 4 dishes and 1 soup, all meat dishes. Su Mingyue kept on giving Luo An dishes until she filled his bowl. Then she put down her chopsticks. Then an angry grunt threatened, "It's not easy for this young lady to cook once. If you dare to leave any leftovers, I'll make sure that you'll never be able to eat my hand-cooked food again." "Well, I'm sure I'll eat it all. Not a crumb left." Hungry, Lone began to dry his meal, and with yesterday's dinner plus not a grain of rice in his stomach all day today, he felt like he could eat a cow. Seeing him eating happily, the corner of Su Mingyue's mouth revealed a smile, took out an amulet pendant and put it in front of Luo An, said with extra seriousness, "This is what I went to the temple this afternoon to beg for you. I heard it's very spiritual. No matter what time you have to wear it, you must definitely wear it. You're not allowed to take it off even when you're taking a bath." Obviously, this time, Chen Xiaoqian's accident had made Su Mingyue fearful, fearing that Luo An would have the same accident. The whole pendant is made of jade, an image of a smiling Buddha, with a pleasant texture to the touch, like a piece of warm jade. Luo An, who had a warm heart, however, put the amulet in front of Su Mingyue, grinning with a mouthful of large white teeth. "I've lived long enough to be careful, and you need this more than I do, so it's better that you wear it." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue had expected it and peeled off her collar, revealing the jade Buddha pendant hanging around her neck, which was the same model as this one of Luo An's. Seeing this, Lone was willing to take it and hung it around his neck before concentrating on drying his meal once again. After Chen Xiaoqian left the country, a few more days passed. During this period of time the milk tea store has been Luo An's distraction management. As for Luo Tongtian, all day to hide in the house martyred wine. A broken attitude. Luo An knows cannot go on like this. So he came to the villa where Luo Tongtian lived early in the morning, rummaged under the carpet at the entrance and opened the door with a key and walked in. There was a man lying on the couch in the living room, bearded and sleeping, and the floor was full of empty beer bottles, with garbage strewn about, giving off an acrid odor. "Wake up!" Lone woke him up with a slap on the back and placed the breakfast she had bought on the table, saying lightly, "Are you just going to stay so depressed?" Luo Tongtian sat up, silently picked up the bun on the table and took a bite, wolfing it down before he bitterly laughed. "I know it's wrong for me to be so negative, but I just can't help myself. I'm a cowardly, incompetent wreck. I can't even protect the one I love. What face do I have left to meet her? Yeah, you are indeed a waste." Luo An nodded his head to agree with him, and then commented, "Look at this lousy looking you. Only Chen Xiaoxian is blind enough to look at you. You're just a no-brainer. Stupid bee. If I were Chen Xiaoxian, I definitely wouldn't be looking at you, and I don't know if she's lacking a brain." The first words were fine, but after hearing the last sentence, Luo Tongtian became enraged, reached out his hand and pulled Luo An's collar with force, and directly punched him. The two men began to beat each other up in the living room, the sound of things juggling constantly ringing out, piercingly loud and hard to bear. This was Luo An's way of getting the emotions out of Luo Tongtian's heart by fighting. But as he fought, Luo Tongtian suddenly felt that he couldn't make his body work, and quickly realized that something was wrong, and angrily looked at Luo An who was riding on top of him. "What did you just put in the bun you gave me to eat?" Luo An skimmed his lips and said, "A little magic formula to temporarily incapacitate you. Fighting is fighting, but I'm afraid of pain, so I'll have to use some extraordinary means." With that, Lone slammed his fist into his face without a moment's hesitation. Luo Tongtian's face reddened, desperately trying to struggle, but to no avail. He roared in annoyance and anger, "You despicable, nasty, shameless villain. If you have the ability to we fight squarely. Che, do I look like a dang good guy to you? That said, I brought the urea bag. Just wait, I'll put it on you now." Chapter 117, Doomsday Hills finished. Mid-Autumn Festival. The early morning breeze grew hot and blew with an inward restlessness that was hard to resist. Luo An fatally beat up Luo Tongtian for half an hour before this stopped. The medicine given by Xiaoyao, the effect was only 10 minutes. Halfway through, Luo Tongtian regained his strength, and the two of them tangled and fought, but it was always Luo An who had the upper hand. In the end, both of them were lying on the floor with bruises and swollen noses, and the living room was in a mess, with water cups and fruit plates thrown everywhere. Even the coffee table was dry, shattered by Lone's foot. Lone's face was bleeding from a 1 centimeter cut accidentally made by a shard of the coffee table. He wiped it with his arm without caring and gasped, This, you should be comfortable now. If not, I can continue." Bah! Luo Tongtian, who was also lying on the ground, spat out a puddle of blood. "I'm not going to fight with you, a villain, who has only been playing underhanded tricks since he was in college. What do you know? I call that tactics. I make my living with my brain, you know? Oh, I can you guy who doesn't want billion." After such a fight, Luo Tongtian's heart was indeed much more comfortable. He let out a long breath. The dazzling light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enveloping his entire person, piercing his eyes, but he felt that his face was very warm, like her hand, which was caressing his face. "Old Luo, I've decided that I'm going to make lots and lots of money. When Xiaoqian comes back from abroad, I'm going to impress her. Let her see the transformed me." "Just you? Can you do it?" "Of course I can. My name is Luo Tongtian, and I'm not destined to be an ordinary person." The two men's laughter carried through the empty living room. Then Su Mingyue, who was wearing a white kitten short sleeve, walked into the villa, and her icy gaze was like a sharp arrow shooting into Luo An's heart, and he couldn't smile at once. That familiar feeling. It's the feeling to GA. In September, the small summer heat, with the crew's haste, the short film Doomsday, starting a village, picking up all the equipment. The short film Doomsday, starting a village, picking up all the equipment starring Yaoyao was finally finalized. The first season is a total of 72 episodes, each 10 minutes long, and with Lai Soul at the helm, the quality is off the charts. Soon this short drama was broadcast on all major video software and short video platforms. Luo An waved his hand and directly took out 1 million to buy traffic and publicize everywhere, relying on a luxurious cast as well as special effects, and a plot that stands up to scrutiny. Doomsday Hill has been dominating the top of the airplay charts of several video software for a long time, and it can be said to be making money by the day. But the big fire, but also attracted a lot of black. Some of the major platforms under the hands of the Water Army, but also those who are the mother of God heart of the audience, cannot accept this kind of dark flow of the subject matter. Then, Lone earned more. After all, Black and red is also red. As long as the official does not go down, it is not a threat to him at all. Meanwhile, Luo's romance novels come to an end, as well as the first season of the anime officially airing. This series of moves has brought the name Pendome within the public eye. Pendome is thus entering a period of rapid development. The scale is rapidly expanding, has launched its own novel software and short drama software. Let the industry in the breathtaking. Relying on his relationship with Luo An, Luo Tongtian launched a series of peripheral products in the milk tea store, which sold a lot, and there are already dozens of franchises in the country. But now Luo Tongtian no longer have the joy of earning money. His chest is like breaking open a big hole. More money cannot fill the gap in his body. There was only one person in the world who could close the gap, but she was far away on the other side of the sea, alive or dead. September 17th, Mid-Autumn Festival. The mansion courtyard. Early in the morning the movement of the kitchen did not stop. Noisy Luo An yawned and walked down from upstairs, looking at Lu Fongfang sitting on the sofa knitting scarves. Confused. Mrs. Willow, you and my father are back from your trip abroad so soon. Where is he? Lu Fongfang's hand movements were non-stop. Smilingly said, today's Mid-Autumn Festival. He's in the kitchen getting lunch. Today your grandpa and the others are coming over. A family reunion sitting together for dinner. There is a custom in the Lu family. As long as it is the Mid-Autumn Festival, no matter where you are, you have to go home, fall back to your roots, and have a complete Mid-Autumn Festival, or else you will definitely be alone for the rest of your life in the future. Old Luo's shout came from the kitchen. Son of a, go buy 2 bottles of beer and come back. I want to make beer duck. I just went out and forgot to buy it. Hey, old age doesn't remember. Luo An responded and was about to go out when Lu Fongfang called out to him and hooked her hand towards him. Luo An walked over to him suspiciously. What's wrong? Lu Fongfang looked at the second floor and whispered in his ear and laughed. Remember to buy 2 more bottles of wanted milk back. Mingyue has to drink this every year for Mid-Autumn Festival. Before that she drank it secretly. Just buy it back and put it in the fridge. She'll take it herself. Upon hearing this, Luo An revealed an interested look, not expecting Su Mingcheng to actually have such a girlish side, and that she had to drink Wangjai during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Okay, then I went out right, to buy some mooncakes back. Lu mom, you eat what filling? No need to go through so much trouble. Your dad makes them by hand in the afternoon. The bought mooncakes don't taste good and have less filling. The ones you make yourself are delicious. It's okay. Busy from morning until noon. Luo Mingyue made a full 18 hard dishes, filling the room with the aroma of rice. Lu Pingan brought Xiaoxuan, and Han Bingbing also came. She had wanted to help in the kitchen, and when she was so frightened that Luan almost fell to her knees, she hurriedly pulled her to the couch and sat down. Mid-Autumn Festival is a festival of reunion, and if this comes on, it's probably going to turn into a reunion. Chapter 118, Death Certificates. Su Mingcheng woke up from her nap, changed her clothes and sat beside Luo An. She wanted to eat the ugly orange on the table, but didn't want to wash her hands, so she looked at the toolman beside her. The toolman smiled helplessly and peeled the orange shell sharply, handing a petal of pulp to her mouth. Su Mingcheng took a small bite. The sweet flavor spread in her mouth and she revealed an expression of enjoyment. Luo An fed and turned towards Han Bingbing, inquiring suspiciously, "It's 12 o'clock, where's your brother?" He said he'd wait until evening and eat at the store at noon. With the arrival of the Mid-Autumn Festival, working people welcome a rare holiday, and there are many more people shopping during the day, carrying large bags of things with happy smiles on their faces. Luo Tongtian had just finished his work, and when he saw that Xia Yuhi and Han Jie were still busy in the store, he put down the information in his hand and wondered, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why haven't you guys gone back yet? Didn't I give you a day off?" With Luo Tongtian's current assets, there was absolutely no need for him to come to the store personally, but this store had a different meaning to him, so he did everything himself because it was opened with her. Xia Yuyu blinked her eyes and laughed playfully. "Sister Xiaoxuan isn't here. Let's spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with you." Grandpa said that the Mid-Autumn Festival is all about the crowd. Han Jie nodded in agreement. Luo Tongtian's heart was touched. His eyes were a little red. He rubbed his eyes, not knowing why he suddenly burst into tears. "Bad. My eyes have gotten sand in them. I'll go get some water to wash them. Don't you guys get busy. Pack up and clean up. Brother will take you out for a big meal later." Mansion house. At this time, Luo Mingyue had already started to spar with Lu Pingan, and his address had changed from elder to brother. The scene was so lively. At that moment, the doorbell rang. "You guys keep eating. I'll get the door." Luo An put down her chopsticks and got up to open the door. When she opened it, the door was empty, and there was a courier on the carpet, thin like some kind of document. Looking at the address, it was actually sent from abroad. Luo An tore open the seal. Only a thin piece of paper was placed inside. A line of large words came into his eyes. His pupils contracted violently. frozen place, staring at the paper in his hand. Death certificate. Dead people. Su Mingcheng? Seeing the familiar name, Luo An staggered in place with the report card, inwardly disbelieving as her gaze then moved downward. Cause of death, late-stage brain tumor. At this moment, a deep-seated doubt in Lone's heart was answered. Why previously Su Mingcheng's change would be so big, completely different, and before leaving the country, he also gave the entire Sky Trade Group to Su Mingyue. For a person like him who loves power, this is almost impossible to be a thing, but now Lorne understood. For a person who will die, more money is a useless piece of waste paper. Monstrous power no longer has half the attraction. Will soon come to the end of his life. The only thing he has to worry about is his family. But Mrs. Lu already has a new home, and he has no face to bother. So Su Mingcheng chooses to run abroad and die in a foreign country. Su Mingyue, who was eating, saw Luo An standing in the doorway in a daze and did not notice anything wrong, and prodded. Lone withdrew her mind, folded up this death report and put it in her bag, closing the door and walking to the dining table with a heavy heart. One can't let Su Mingyue know about this. At least, not on this day. What did you just do? Oh, the new security guard doesn't know his way around and delivers the wrong courier. Eat quickly. I'll peel a shrimp for you. But Luo An had forgotten that the person who knew him best in this world was Su Mingyue, who had keenly observed that Luo An had intentionally or unintentionally avoided meeting his eyes when he spoke just now. This guy is definitely hiding something from himself. Su Mingyue did not point it out on the spot, but pretended not to know anything and proceeded to enjoy the food on the table. Lone had been distracted while washing the dishes, not realizing that he'd been shown the door by someone long ago. To the afternoon, the family began to rub mahjong, but also called the little ant family. Just a table of mahjong and a table of landlords, and a table of Luo Xiaomeng exclusive, with mahjong to pile up a variety of small animals, a person to play a lot of fun. It was until 2 o'clock when Luo Mingyue went out to buy the ingredients for making mooncakes. Making mooncakes is easy, basically nothing difficult. In layman's terms, even kitchen killers, Mrs. Lu and Han Bingbing, can learn. In a bowl, beat 1 egg, 60 g sugar, 3 g baking soda, 50 g honey and mix well. Then pour it into the flour and quickly mix and press again. Then like wrapping dumplings, wrap the preferred filling with the crust, and finally use the mold to set the shape. Put it in the oven for 15 minutes and the mooncake is done. The family all participated. Luo Xiaomeng excitedly stirred together black bean paste, red bean paste, chili peppers, vinegar, and also meat froth, and then wrapped it in dough. Excitedly, Mo's mooncakes are definitely the best. Lone held his forehead. Come on, after dodging 2 big killers, here comes a little one. I don't know which unlucky person will eat this girl's cooking. In the midst of the hustle and bustle night crept in. The gray fog in the sky lifted to reveal a full moon emitting a faint glow. In the courtyard of the villa, everyone was happily eating the handmade mooncakes and admiring the bright moon in the night sky, which could be seen every day, but was rare at the moment. Luo An was also the first time he had such a lively mid-autumn festival, and it was at this time that he realized something. The most important thing about Mid-Autumn Festival is not to enjoy the moon and eat mooncakes, but to have a family reunion. It may not seem like much, but very few families can actually do it. It took until 11 p.m. for the meal to be considered over, and after a long day of fun, everyone was busy going back to their rooms and going to bed. A bedroom on the second floor was brightly lit. Su Mingyue, who had finished her bath, sat on the bed, playing with the hairpin in her hand, and Luo An, kneeling on the keyboard with cold sweat on her back, said without thinking, "You are getting more and more licentious now. Something is going on and you dare to hide it from me. Tell me, what was going on at lunch? If you dare to lie, you will not be able to get into my bed tonight. This is my room, my bed." Lone spoke weakly. Aha! Su Mingyue glared at him with a stern gaze. This stinky younger brother, actually still talks back. This, me. Luo An stammered and couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Su Mingyue walked out of the room, and when she came back in no time, she had more than half of a durian shell in her hand, and threw it on the ground, the meaning of which was obvious. Forced to take out the death report form from his pocket, Lone shakily handed it over, muttering, "This is what you have to see." Su Mingyue took over and swept her eyes on the paper. Her pupils involuntarily trembled, and her right hand holding the paper clenched hard, clenching out a crease in the report sheet. Just when Luo An thought she would bawl her eyes out, Su Mingyue was silent for a moment before putting down the report sheet and taking off her shoes to lie under the covers. "Go to sleep. It's getting late." After saying that, the bright light suddenly dimmed, and the whole room was dark and very quiet, so that only the sound of light breathing could be heard, and the intermittent sound of cicadas outside the window. After Luo An laid down on the bed, Su Mingyue, who had her back turned, hugged his waist and shrunk into his warm embrace, and soon Luo An felt a wetness coming from his abdomen. Su Mingyue, who buried her head in his arms, Her shoulders trembled slightly. There was nothing Lone could do but hold her and grieve with her so she wouldn't be so alone. Chapter 119. Where there is you, there is my home. Late at night, the world is silent at the moment. Far away from the Magic City area, there was an isolated village in the middle of the rolling mountains, with the sound of chickens and dogs echoing out from time to time. In one of the candle-lit wooden houses, 6 figures were gathered around a wooden table, discussing something in a low voice. Big brother, what should we do now? That retarded bachelor Wang. We told him to rob a bank with fewer people, but this idiot actually went to the bank in the center of Mordor, and before he even started he was arrested by the security guards, and he even beat up a person. I told you a long time ago that you shouldn't have sold the gun to that fool. Now that it's so heavily scrutinized out there, it's only a matter of time before the police come looking for it. Big brother, you say something? I'm still so young, have not married a wife and have children. I do not want to die. The gazes of the 5 people looked in unison at a robust middle-aged man sitting directly in front of the table, with exposed muscles at his arms, a practiced man at a glance. Fatty took out a Chinese lighted, fierce inhalation after 2 mouths of a cigarette has been only the mouth. White smoke in the cabin wafting, his expression fluctuating for a while, and then cold voice. Technology is so advanced now, it's only a matter of time before it finds its way to our heads. We have to escape the country before we are found out. Second, go look around and see if there's anything suitable for one more job before you go. No problem, big brother. Everyone be honest these days, don't go out if you can. And if anyone dares to do anything bad, I won't be blamed for not remembering my brotherhood. Hearing the threat in their big brother's words and the violence hidden in them, the 5 men nodded timidly. Early in the morning, the sky gradually rose to a gentle fish-belly white, quietly erasing the depths of the night, the air filled with the aroma of earth. Luo An opened her eyes and yawned, lifted the quilt and got up to get out of bed. Su Mingyue happened to come out of the toilet. Seeing her expressionless face, probably because she had been living too comfortably lately, Luo An ghosted a sentence. Yo, crybaby, why are you up so early today? The sun beating down on the west side? Downstairs, Luo Qiuying only had 1 day off, so she left little Meng Meng here and went to work early in the morning. At this time, Lu Fongfang was teaching Luo Xiaomeng to write her summer vacation homework by hand, with a loving smile on her face, pointing to an addition or subtraction problem on her workbook, and was about to open her mouth to explain, when a commotion came from upstairs. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I have a cheap mouth. Daughter-in-law, you have the generosity to spare me. I really didn't mean it. Ouch. Don't you kick my ass. Immediately after that, he saw Luo An wearing pajamas, bare feet running down the stairs in a mess, hurriedly running towards the door. Su Mingyue, who was holding a drying rack, followed closely behind, her eyes icy cold, in which there was a hidden anger burning. The 2 ran out the door one after the other. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaomeng, which still have the heart to study, wearing small slippers and chased out. Brother and sister, wait for me. You guys are playing ghost hunting game? I want to play too. Lu Fongfang helplessly held her forehead inside. Really? Making such a fuss in the morning? Young people's energy is good. Soon Luo An was caught up by Su Mingyue, rewarded with a loving iron fist, and a good dose of grudges from Luo Xiaomeng, who had caught up to him and used him as a horse. After breakfast, Luo An accompanied Su Mingyue to the cemetery, found some of Su Mingcheng's clothes from his life and buried them in the grave, and then lighted incense to pay homage. The whole time she didn't say a word, but Luo An could feel the hardness in her heart. Su Mingcheng is still her real father even if he's on the wrong track. After the service, the 2 of them wandered aimlessly through the streets, touring the morning Magic City, which was actually quite busy, but not that busy. For those who have to get up at dawn to go to work in the morning, Magic City is just a city of high consumption, leaving them only alleyways and roadside views everywhere. They are just people who are lost in this city, and the real Magic City belongs to the rich. The 10 miles of paper drunkenness and nightly music, both seem to be human, but there is a heaven and earth gap, just like a human and, even not as good, separated by a chasm that has been insurmountable since birth. Su Mingyue looked at the people hurrying along the roadside and suddenly said, "You are not allowed to leave me." Lone smiled. "Of course I'm not leaving you. Su Mingyue, what if? Luo An, anywhere in the world can be my home, and in my home, there must be you. Because of you, I have a home." At this moment Su Mingyue smiled, a bright smile, reaching over Luo An's arm, leaning her head quietly on his shoulder, her sadness gradually replaced by happiness. As they walked, the 2 unknowingly arrived at the Miracle Milk Tea Shop. At this time the time was still early. There were not many people in the store. What made Luo An feel surprised was that Han Bingbing was actually sitting in the store drinking milk tea at this moment. Seeing the 2 enter the store, Han Bingbing's eyes lit up and directly handed over the milk tea she hadn't finished drinking. "Miss, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want to drink some?" Su Mingyue's face was expressionless. "You drank it. It's a bit dirty. it's better for you to drink it yourself. If you do not do it, at this moment, the heart must be unable to stop the despondency, but Han Bingbing is like getting a great reward. The heart is happy. A lady with a disgusted face, or a womanly charm. Luo An plopped down in front of the counter and asked towards Xiaoyao, who was preparing for business. How's that guy been doing these past 2 days? Well, very energetic, but it feels like the talking has become dull and there are so many fewer words. Will something happen? I don't think so. When a person becomes very short on words, it means he's becoming mature. A group of people walked into the store, and the leader of the group muffled his voice. 6 lemonades, please. Yes, please hold. The total is $24. Luo An gave them an extra glance. His brows slightly condensed, his heart suddenly a little uneasy. In such a hot day, even if you wear a mask, you still wear such thick clothes. Aren't you afraid of suffocating yourself to death? Just as Xiaoyao turned to get ready, the leader of the fat, measuring the store a glance. First Luo An, see the muscles on his arm, and then look at Su Mingyue sitting on the side to play with the phone. This is not good. From the temperament of the feeling is not to be messed with. In the end, his gaze landed on Han Bingbing, who was enjoying herself with a look of enjoyment, drinking milk tea. This one is good. It doesn't look like much of a fight. It's supposed to be a dumb white guy. Chapter 120 The Return. Identify the target to be held hostage. Fatty gave a look to his little brother behind him, and the two nodded, quickly rushing to Han Bingbing's body and taking out a dagger against her throat. Don't move if you don't want to die. The other two pulled the roll-up door shut as fast as they could, and then each pulled 2 chilling daggers from their bags as well. Nobody move. Robbery. If you don't want this woman to die, hurry up and hand over your money. And store owner, I know you're in there. Hurry up and get your ass out here. This sudden move scared Xiaoyu's cup in her hand to fall to the ground, smashing it to pieces, and she crouched her head to protect her head at a loss for words. Han Bingbing was pulled aside by 2 robbers. Luo An looked at the leader, Fatty, with an odd expression. Are you guys sure you want to make a move on her? Han Bingbing looked at the milk tea that spilled on the ground and was still half left, and her gaze gradually became grim. Fatty hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter at this point and didn't understand what Luo An meant by this. Just as he was about to open his mouth, 3 screams came from behind him, frightening his body. Subconsciously looking back, his pupils contracted violently, and he saw a sharp dagger right at his eyeball, less than 5 centimeters away. 3 robbers lying dead or alive on the ground. Han Bingbing's tone was filled with murderous intent. You pay for my milk tea. I'll pay. Fatty swallowed his saliva. His hand reached into his pocket, and then brazenly struck out, taking out a short dagger and stabbing it towards Han Bingbing, and his eyes became ruthless and decisive, with a hint of viciousness. Give me hell. Han Bingbing reacted extremely quickly crouching down to dodge the knife, then braced her hands on the ground with a powerful spinning kick to bring the dagger down with a clanging clash. Just as Han Bingbing was about to capitalize on her victory, a drink once again came from the side. If you don't want this guy to die, stop it now. It turned out that a robber had taken Lone hostage and was currently holding a knife to his neck. But just as his words came out of his mouth, a harsh wind sound came from behind him, and in the next second, his eyes rolled over and he completely fainted. Su Mingyue calmly retracted her foot and coldly grunted. Dare to touch my man. Eat your bear's heart and leopard's gall you. This guy can only be bullied by me. Luo An, which can stand this anger, directly to the man's brother hard to 2 feet, and then let Xiaoyao bring a packet of chili powder and transparent tape, while chili powder sprinkled on the robber's face with a bandage firmly wrapped. Dare to play dirty with little master. See if I don't play you to death. The robber, who was viciously pinched a handful of people, forced to wake up, subconsciously breathing. Chili powder surged into his nasal cavity. His face changed drastically, immediately and violently want to cough, but no matter how the mouth was sealed by Luo An with tape, can only let out a painful grunt. Eventually, the group was put in silver handcuffs and escorted to a police car by arriving officers. When Luo Tongtian learned that these people were actually the ones who sold the pistol to that bank-robbing king's bachelor, he was so furious that he angrily took a kitchen knife and wanted to cut off these people's younger brother. But fortunately he was stopped by Luo An. After such a mess, Han Bingbing was no longer in the mood to drink milk tea, and after saying hello, she walked out of the milk tea store and drove towards the company. After Luo Tongtian calmed down, he wiped his hands and asked, would you guys like a cream tea? No need. I had dinner in the morning. Luo An shook his head. Remembering something, he took out an invitation from his pocket and joked, don't forget to come to the engagement banquet in half a month. People cannot come, but the gift must be delivered. Otherwise don't blame me for cutting you off. Come on, can a buddy afford to pay you that much for your share? After leaving the milk tea store, Su Mingyue and Luo An went back to their respective companies. After all, talk about love to talk about love, career or to get to go. Later this can be his daughter's dowry. A cab stopped in front of the Pendong building. The security guard was about to go forward to drive away, but upon seeing that it was Luo An who got out of the car, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Luo, good morning. Aha. Lorne nodded and was about to enter when a wild cheer came from the second floor of the company, as if they were celebrating something. The security guard said at the right time, Mr. Luo, today the entire network of Doomsday Hills has broken 10 billion, so everyone is celebrating. Should I go and tell them to be quiet? No need. Luo An shook his head and said, the airplay breaking 10 billion is indeed a great joy. It's worth celebrating. Go tell them to add 50,000 bonuses each this month. Okay, I'm going. The security guard was excited, but did not forget his manners. After Luo An entered the elevator, which ran towards the second floor, and not a moment later, the cheering became even louder, and did not stop for a long time. In the following half a month, nothing major happened, and the only thing that attracted Luo An's attention was Xiaoyao's termination of her contract with the entertainment company she worked for. On the first day after the termination of the contract, the entire internet was flooded with rumors and malicious and slanderous comments, with a big hand vaguely behind the scenes. The day of the engagement came quickly. Today the entire building of the Magic City International Hotel has been wrapped up, with festive red lanterns hanging all around, a long, brightly colored red carpet at the entrance, and posted happy words everywhere. Elder Lu, congratulations, this is a little bit of my thin gift. You must not refuse it. I wish Mr. Luo and Miss Su a happy and joyful life together. You two are truly a golden couple. Although it was only an engagement, there were still a lot of people coming. Luo An and Su Mingyue were wearing their dresses to receive guests at the door, smiling broadly, greeting the seniors who came and went from time to time, and handing out wedding candies to the children who leaned over. The hotel radio was playing We're Getting Married, mixing well with the clamor of the crowd. The gifts were even piled up next to each other in a small mountain. Until 9 a.m., the guests have basically arrived. The host took the microphone to the stage to speak, although only engaged, but the sense of ceremony must be done. On this special day today, let's congratulate Mr. Luo An and Miss Su Mingyue. Congratulate you on finding a partner to spend your life together, and bless you for truly loving each other forever. The entrance to the hotel, Luo Tongtian, who was standing there alone, looked at Luo An and Su Mingyue who were hand in hand on the stage, turned around and walked out of the hotel forlornly, took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth and lit it. The streets outside the hotel are filled with passers-by coming and going, with traffic, each with their own home, with their own little son of the inner world. A touch of wetness dampened the corner of Luo Tongtian's eyes. The half-smoked cigarette fell to the ground, and the tears bubbled up continuously like a dike-breaking torrent, wetting the lapel. He choked and crouched on the ground, crying helplessly and painfully. Lone finds the person he's been with all his life, while the person he loves doesn't even know if he's alive or dead. Soft footsteps followed the honking of a car. A pair of white canvas shoes were reflected in Luo Tongtian's eyes, as well as the plain white skirt. The wind blew the familiar scent of perfume. At this moment, for Luo Tongtian, the world seemed to fall silent. The roar of cars, the talk of passers-by, and the sound of music behind him were all isolated. Fool, what are you crying about? The woman in the long white dress had a soft smile on her face, dragging a pink suitcase in her hand, the sun shining brightly behind her, and the whole person seemed to have stepped out of a cartoon. Her back. Chapter 121, A Night of Turbulence. The engagement ceremony lasted half a day and ended, and it was also confirmed that the marriage would take place on the 24th of December, which is Christmas Eve. Luo An, who had dealt with half a day's worth of guests, thought she could finally take a break after the engagement was over when she was dragged around in the afternoon to visit relatives, important partners of the group, some of Grandpa's oldest friends, Lu's mom's girlfriends, and the like. It wasn't until he got home at night that he fell lifelessly onto the bed in his room. He would rather stay at home and write a novel for 10 days than go to visit his relatives for half a day. The former was just mentally exhausting, but the latter was close to stripping him naked for a trial. The door to the room opened and Su Mingyue, who had finished her bath, walked in from outside, and seeing Luo An's played-out appearance, she couldn't help but walk over and reach out to pinch his face. Moving to his ear, he whispered, I was going to do something fun with you, but since you're so tired, I'd better forget it. Interesting stuff. Luo An's eyes widened in surprise as he jumped up from the bed, his eyes fiery as he looked towards Su Mingyue whose body was emitting a faint fragrance, rubbing his hands together. I don't suppose you're kidding me? Su Mingyue blinked. What if I say yes? Late. After saying that, Luo An directly pounced towards her, and in 3 tries, he ripped off the thin nightgown on Su Mingyue's body, and her snow-white body was undoubtedly revealed. 1 million words are omitted here. To see the details, please reward 50 yuan and upgrade to Supreme VIP member. The unabridged version is available. The night of the flip-flop passed, a night in which both men grew. Inside the room plastered with happy words, Luo An, who was being held as a pillow by Su Mingyue on the large Simmons bed, turned around and woke up leisurely, opened his eyes, peeled away the jade hand between his neck, and sat up. A splash of red on the bedspread came into view. Before he could think more, a merciless hand slapped him on the face, and Luo An was once again taken into Su Mingyue's arms as she murmured softly, "Sleep again." At those words, Luo An hugged her small waist and closed his eyes with a satisfied face. This feeling is simply nice. Some single dogs are afraid of a lifetime cannot be experienced. What are you looking at? It's you in front of the screen. This sleep was until 12 o'clock noon. Luo An, who was still dreaming about the week, was kicked in the butt by Su Mingyue and rolled on the ground with a wail. "What are you doing? I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. I want to eat braised pork and braised pig's feet for lunch." Probably because of being plowed into the wee hours of the morning yesterday. Today Su Mingyue had an extraordinarily strong appetite and couldn't care less about losing weight to keep her body in shape. Anyway, the person was already there. Even if she ate her way into fat, this little man couldn't get away. How unreasonable. "You're obviously the one cooking today," Ron muttered as he rubbed his ass and got up from the floor. In the next second, a cold, icy gaze looked toward him, frightening him so much that he shivered and hurriedly picked up the clothes on the floor and trotted out of the room. It has been repeated many times, but he is going to say it. Women, unreasonable creatures. After Luo An walked out of the room, Su Mingyue sat up from the bed, stepped on her slippers and walked to the closet. Last night the nightgown was torn by the wild Luo An, so she could only change it. These 2 days were national holidays, so she didn't have to go to the office. So after putting on her underwear, she randomly picked a white shirt to put on and then took out a denim skirt, which was a perfect match for her pair of caricature legs with excellent proportions. Compared to the previous one, Yuan changed her dress more valiant. Walking in the street can let countless men infatuation look back. Inside the living room, Luo An received a phone call from Luo Tongtian and had already learned about Chen Xiaoxian's return from abroad. Then, with a serious face, he said, "Xiaoxian came back from abroad. This matter must be celebrated properly to celebrate. You see, how about this? Today at noon you and Xiaoxian bring my house. Make a big meal properly." There was silence on the other end of the phone for half an instant, and Luo Tongtian's suspicious voice came out. "You boys don't think you want me to go cook for you for free, do you? Do I look like that kind of brazen person to you?" Luo An, who was holding the cell phone, opened his mouth with wide eyes and righteous indignation. He was answered by the beeping sound of the phone being hung up. Silent answers are the most deadly. There is no way Luo An had to honestly walk into the kitchen, put on the apron, and then took out from the refrigerator yesterday's old Luo did not use up the 5-flake meat cut into the right size. Su Mingyue, who came down from upstairs, held the little white cat and walked to the sofa and sat down, turning on the TV and started watching today's news while constantly kneading little White's body with her hands. "White, have you gained weight again in the past 2 days? Meow." The jacked Luo Xiaobai yelped out in protest, and then was jacked even harder, and now it could only suffer in aggravation. It couldn't be helped. Who let in this family? Su Mingyue was the empress. The process of making braised pork is not difficult and only takes 4 steps. Step 1, blanch the chopped pancetta with onion, ginger and garlic to remove the fishy odor. Step 2, stir-fry the sugar color with rock sugar and then add blanched pork. Add green onion, ginger, garlic, star anise, and various seasonings. Step 3, add the yellow wine and simmer on low heat for 1 hour to tenderize the meat. Step 4, throw the completely blackened red meat in the trash along with the pan. Probably because he was too tired yesterday, Luo An accidentally confused the old soy sauce with the raw soy sauce, so a pot of meat was ruined. Just when he was about to take his cell phone to order takeout, Su Mingyue did not know when she came to the kitchen door, and frowned when she looked at the sneaky him. "It's not done yet? Soon, soon, soon." Before Luo An could finish her explanation, she was pushed away by Su Mingyue, who suspiciously picked up her chopsticks and tasted the meat in the pot. It tasted strange in the mouth, but she swallowed it. "It's not like it's inedible. What a shame to throw it away." Saying that, she put the meat into a bowl, and then a spoonful of fragrant white rice. Looking at Luo An was touched for a while. He was about to walk out, but Su Mingyue glared at him, and said furiously, "Where are my braised pig's feet? Why don't you hurry up and make them?" Luo An's smile froze, and the emotion that had just risen within him was gone in an instant. "Dad, I missed you so much." Chapter 122, Special Physique. Calm days passed day by day. What surprised Luo An was that 2 weeks after he got engaged, Luo Tongtian and Chen Xiaoxian actually preceded him and got married directly. It seemed that he wanted to make the first decision before Chen's father returned to the country, so that the raw rice would be cooked and he would have nothing to say. In fact, they succeeded. When Chen's father came back from a foreign country and was about to bring back Chen Xiaoxian, who had sneaked back, he was so angry that he almost didn't take a breath when he learned that the two had gotten married. "The license has been taken. the wedding has been done. Even if he wants to stop it at this moment, there is nothing he can do. But it can be imagined that Luo Tongtian's life after marriage will be very happy. The day of October 16th. Because Pendom's works have successively topped the hot search lists of all major platforms, many investors have seen its potential and have wanted to invest in it. So today Luo An summoned the company's executives and prepared to discuss the matter of going public. Inside the high-level conference room, at this time, Lai Sol's expression was somewhat hesitant. Going public is certainly a good thing. It can expand the company's size by more than a few times, and may even make us the leader in this industry. But it does come in exchange for a diluted shareholding, and I'm worried that I'll be targeted, affecting the company's decision-making power in the future. The rest of the executives didn't say anything. Of course they wanted Pendom to go public. In that case, their status would also rise, and they would definitely earn far more money than now. But may none of them have a voice in this regard. They came, and they were just doing face-saving work. The ones who really made the decisions were Luo An and Lai Sol. After all, they hold all the shares of Pendom. After listening to Lai Sol's words, Luo An fell into deep thought. Expansion of scale will indeed make the management structure of the company unstable, such as the installation of the relationship is a small matter. Affecting the operation of the company is a big matter. While the two were discussing, a phone call came in. Luo An took out her cell phone, saw that it was Secretary Yi calling, and answered it suspiciously. Hello? With that, without knowing what was said on the other end, Luo An's bland demeanor suddenly changed drastically, and then said in a serious tone, "Okay, I'll be right there." "What happened, Mr. Luo?" Seeing his ugly face, Lai Sol suspiciously opened his mouth and inquired. "I have some personal business to attend to, and the decision on this matter is yours." After leaving these words, Luo An hurriedly took his jacket and walked out of the conference room. In a hurry, Lai Sol had never seen such a flustered Luo An. Immediately afterward, the gazes of all the members in the conference room all looked at Lai Sol in unison, waiting for him to give a result. Lai Sol instantly had a choice problem and sat down at the table, tapping his fingers on the desktop. The atmosphere in the quiet conference room grew heavy. It took a long time, after deep thought, for Lai Sol to give an answer. Pendom needs to go public to go farther. But not now. We've only just taken the first step. We'll discuss the listing later. Adjourn. Without waiting for the executives to react, Lai Sol fled as if he was leaving at a fast pace. On the other hand, Luo An exited the company and drove as fast as he could towards the Magic City People's Hospital. The sound of the throttle roaring madly carried through the streets. The black Rolls-Royce was like a bizarre black shadow, flashing past the eyes of passers-by and disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Luo An arrived, Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue were already waiting outside the hospital room, their expressions filled with worry. Seeing Luo An running this way, Secretary Yi walked up and said softly, "I originally wanted to find Su Dong to report on the work, but as soon as I went in, I found Su Dong lying on the ground with a painful expression." His words were incomplete, and the specific reason is still unclear. Just as Secretary Ye's words fell, the door of the ward opened and a middle-aged female doctor in a white coat took off her mask and walked out, followed by two nurses. "Doctor, my daughter, how is she doing?" Lu Fongfang rushed forward to inquire, nervous inside. Seeing this, the female doctor revealed a smile. "Don't worry, the patient's body is fine. For now we can tentatively determine that she is pregnant." "Congratulations, pregnant!" Lu Fongfang was shocked. Her eyes couldn't help but look at Luo An, who was also frozen in place at this time, somewhat unable to believe her ears. Daughter-in-law pregnant. He was in one shot? But, how can you pass out when you're pregnant? The family was overjoyed and were about to go into the ward to check on the situation when the female doctor quickly stopped them and explained. "At present, the patient's body is a bit weak and needs a quiet environment. It's best to arrange for someone to keep a special watch for the next few hours, or find a caretaker, and the diet needs to be watched." I'll guard," Lone volunteered, looking excited. "Can you not be excited? After all, he's going to be a father." Luo Mingyue also looked joyful and said, "Doctor, what needs attention in terms of diet? You can tell me directly. I'm the one responsible for cooking at home." Originally, these trivial matters should be arranged by the nurse, but Su Mingyue's identity is not simple. The female doctor, out of prudent consideration, explained all the matters that need attention, big and small, and even wrote them down with paper. On the bed in the hospital room, Su Mingyue, who was still healthy and rosy-colored in the morning, was as pale as snow, about to be shattered, which was heartbreaking. Lorne walked in, his footsteps light. Su Mingyue, who was lying on the hospital bed, glanced sideways at the nervous man and rolled her eyes. "Can you not walk slowly, making it look like I have a terminal illness?" Roan glared at her. "Who told you to surprise me so suddenly? I wasn't even ready for it." Immediately after that, he came over and lifted a corner of the quilt, pressed his head against Su Mingyue's warm stomach, and said prettily, definitely a brat. Actually making my daughter-in-law suffer so much. When you're born, let's see if I don't fix you properly. Su Mingyue pushed him away and recovered the quilt. Die aside. My son is also something you can lecture. Why can't I teach my son a lesson? On your knees. Oh, just kneel. Make it sound like I'm afraid of you. Looking at the defiant Luo An actually really kneeling on the ground. Su Mingyue's pale as paper face finally revealed a smile and opened her mouth. Yasuko, I'm hungry. Peel me an apple. Oh, Lorne did as he was told. There's no way around it. A daughter-in-law is heaven. A daughter-in-law is earth. And a pregnant daughter-in-law is better than the Jade Emperor. A nurse soon entered the room. Are you a chaperone? Follow me to the patient's paperwork. And janitor ID. Oh, okay. Luo An followed the young female nurse out of the hospital room and towards the payment office while he asked curiously. MS. Nurse, a newly pregnant person's body shouldn't be this weak, right? My daughter-in-law she is? At that, the nurse explained without changing her face. There are exceptions to every rule. Look at that woman over there resting on the bench. Lone looked in the direction the nurse was pointing and saw a skinny, pregnant woman sitting in a chair, resting. The nurse then spoke. She's a fitness instructor, and when she wasn't pregnant, she could break several bricks with one punch, but after she got pregnant, when she was only half a month pregnant, she became what she is now, and things like this are the exceptions to the rule. But don't worry, MS. Su's situation isn't as serious as hers, and she should be able to recover after nursing her body for a while. Lone nodded thoughtfully, her uneasy heart settling a little. Chapter 123, The Lu Family's Genetic Disease. As the heat of summer fades away, fall creeps in, bringing with it a refreshing dose of coolness. The maple leaves on the trees outside the hospital were gradually turning red, and an occasional breeze swept by and swept it away into the unknown distance. In the past half-month, Luo An had left all his work behind and concentrated on taking care of the pregnant Su Mingyue, which could be described as looking forward and backward, taking care of her as if she were a small talking baby. The slightly cool wind blew into the ward. Luo An closed the window. His eyes looked towards Su Mingyue, who was curled up on the hospital bed and was secretly chasing after her fans. He went forward and directly snatched the cell phone, sternly saying, "The doctor said that people who are pregnant should play with their cell phones less. Your body is very sensitive right now, and all of this is radiation, which is not good for your body or the fetus. I'm going to play. Give me my phone." Seeing that Luo An actually dared to go against herself, Su Mingyue's eyes immediately glared round, rather like she was going to fix Luo An if she didn't return the phone. Tucking her cell phone into her bag, Luo An sighed as he reached up to stroke her head. "I'm doing this for your own good. Good boy. Let's not play on the phone. Listen, dog man, do you really think I'm 3 years old?" Su Mingyue made a gesture to repair Luo An. The latter opened his large Kazran-like eyes and blinked innocently. Su Mingyue was amused by his cute look and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter was crisp and pleasant. This guy is such a livewire. She can't even be bothered to make a move. Seeing her laugh, Lone smiled back. Just as the scene was getting cozy, a coughing sound came from the doorway of the hospital room. Luo An turned his head to look, only to realize that Grandpa was standing there at some point, and hastily collected the smile on his face and walked up to assist him. "Grandpa, what brings you here? Can I not come to something as big as a pregnancy?" Lu Pingan let him help him walk into the ward, sat down in front of the chair beside the hospital bed, looked at his granddaughter. His cloudy eyes revealed a sense of care, and softly inquired, "How's the body feeling?" "It's okay. It feels pretty much the same as when you're not pregnant, and you don't really even need to be hospitalized." "That won't do. You're carrying my great-grandson. Let you out of the hospital and then let you go to work? Don't even think about it. Just stay in the hospital honestly." Lu Pingan's tone was harsh, not giving Su Mingyue a chance to choose at all. Then he looked at Luo An, who was next to him. "I came in a hurry, went out without breakfast, just saw a kanji store across from the hospital. Go and buy a bowl of kanji up for me." Hearing this, Lone froze. It was almost 10 a.m. Wasn't it a bit too late for breakfast? But he reacted quickly and nodded, and closed the door thoughtfully as he walked out of the hospital room. The cries of birds came from outside the window, and in the quiet of the hospital room, Lu Pingan once again asked in a deep voice, "Tell me honestly, what's going on with the body?" "My body is fine." Su Mingyue's face didn't change, her hands unconsciously crossed together, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally avoiding Grandpa's line of sight. In the next second, Lu Pingan got up and stretched out his thumb to press on one of the acupoints between Su Mingyue's abdomen, and in just an instant, Su Mingyue's face quickly changed from red to pale, and her expression became painful, as if she was suffering from unbearable pain. Seeing this, Lu Pingan then sighed. "You think you can hide it from Grandpa? Your grandmother's generation had a family genetic disease. Usually you can't see anything, but once you get pregnant, the symptoms of the genetic disease will worsen. Your grandmother died in childbirth in the first place in large part because of this. When your mom was giving birth to you, she also had to die 9 deaths and walk through the gates of hell before you were born safely. And you're obviously in a worse condition now than your mom was back then. Take grandpa's advice and abort the baby. I'm sure Luo An won't blame you either. In the face of Lu Pinggan's earnest persuasion, Su Mingyue, whose face was gradually flushed, firmly shook her head, touched her stomach, and hung her head. This is my child with him. And the doctor told me that I have a special constitution, and if I abort this child, it will be difficult for me to get pregnant again in the future. Even if it might kill you, it's nothing more than a gamble. I've gambled many times since I was a kid and never lost. I'm sure I won't this time either, and I'm going to travel around the world with Luo An in the future. As she spoke, a loving smile gradually appeared on Su Mingyue's face, her mind painting a cozy picture of her and Luo An, holding their child in her arms. Even though she knew that the cost of this choice could be her life, she still did what she was told to do. Maybe that's what a mother's love is all about, the best love in the world. She had already experienced it, so what was there to fear? Seeing this determined look on Su Mingyue's face, Lu Pinggan knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he sat back down on the chair again, took a deep breath, and tried his best to make his voice softer. I had long expected this day to come, so when you were born, I bought a private hospital abroad to continuously attack our Lu family's genetic disease, and after researching for more than 20 years, although I didn't find a way to definitively eradicate it, there are some feasible options. You say a proper goodbye to him and be prepared to not be back in the country anytime soon. Seeing Su Mingyue lowering her head and not saying anything, Lu Pinggan wanted to say something more, but the words could not come out of his mouth, so he could only get up and walk towards the outside of the hospital room. And before he left, he took one last look at this granddaughter that he had loved since she was a child. Looks so much like her, even the personalities are so stubborn. Shortly after Lu Pinggan left, Luo An walked into the ward carrying a serving of kanji, placed the kanji on the table and casually said, "Grandpa left so quickly, what did you talk to him about?" "It's nothing. By the way, let's go see the sea at night. I've been bored to death after half a month in the hospital." Luo An was speechless. The doctor said that it's best not to go out in the cool weather these 2 days. Su Mingyue blinked her soulful eyes. "So it's a night out. Okay." Spoiled up Su Mingyue, the lethality directly exploded. Luo An could not resist at all, so he had to say, "First of all, just look at the sea. You can't touch the water." Aha, aha. Chapter 124, Fate will let us meet again. With the passage of time, the clear sky gradually darkens. The sky presents a picture of the beauty of the burning clouds. The night is like a black curtain, quietly shrouding the whole world. Emitting a faint glow of the moon does not know when to emerge, for the deep night to bring a trace of peace and tranquility. An inconspicuous black BMW, mixed in the night, quietly drove away from the hospital. Inside the car on the co-pilot, the original slim figure of Su Mingyue was wrapped into a fat dumpling. She was dissatisfied and wanted to peel off the jacket on her body. Beside her came Luo An's careless voice. "Don't forget how you promised me during the day that when you came out, you'd do everything I said. Lo, I've noticed that you've drifted and are actually telling me what to do." Su Mingyue's expression was serious as she reached out and pulled Luo An's face hard, as if she was venting her inner dissatisfaction. Still, he didn't bother to take off the clothes on his body again, and after playing with Luo An for a while, he lay back on the seat in boredom, his eyes looking out of the window, the night view of the city coming into view, the despondency in the bottom of his eyes reflecting on the car window. The nearest sea to the nearest Mordor People's Hospital, which is more than 50 kilometers away, has been developed into a scenic spot, open for free, and has a very distinctive name, Sandy Bayshore. There weren't many cars on the road at night, so Lone drove furiously and managed to arrive at the outskirts of the Sabi Sea 2 hours later. The car gradually slowed down and finally stopped on the side of the road. To the left is the quiet city, to the right is the endless sea and sandy beaches, and every now and then there is a gust of sea breeze that chills you to the core. The ringing of the waves lapping against the reef came to his ears, and the large splashes of water glistened in the moonlight before blending into the sand. After getting out of the car, Luo An held Su Mingyue and walked on the soft sandy beach, leaving behind pairs of footprints, and now this beach belonged only to the two of them. Breathing in the fresh air, Luo An took a deep breath before saying, "In fact, I prefer to see the sea at night, peaceful and quiet. There will be no one else to disturb, only the sound of the waves and the wind whistling in the ear. Unlike the daytime, noisy, it is difficult to empty your mind to enjoy the beauty." Su Mingyue leaned her head on Luo An's shoulder. "If you like, we can come more often in the future and bring our children with us." "Well, we'll come together then." And there's no backing out of the appointment. The footprints stretch out far and wide, quietly enjoying the moment. The whole beach is not really far, half an hour to the end, at the end of which is a rocky wigwam with a smiley face carved into the mountain. The wigwam is able to go up, and there is a pitted stone staircase at the back that goes right to the top of the mountain. The two walked up the stone stairs and realized that the wigwam was not very high, but just enough to take in the entire beach. At this moment, Su Mingyue was torn inside, whether she should tell Luo An the truth or not. When he knew about herself, he would definitely be in pain. She couldn't bear it in her heart. Just then, Lone, who was beside him, spoke up. You've been a little soulful since Grandpa came in the morning, and you wanted me to bring you to see the sea, so I suppose there's something you want to tell me. His gaze came over, a very calm look with a hint of sharpness, as if he could read her mind at a glance. Su Mingyue's face was slightly shocked, but she quickly calmed down and took out the warm cup of water from her arms, opened the lid and took a sip before handing it to Luo An, her voice very soft. Do you believe in fate? Lone took the mug of water and took a sip of the hot tea. Of course I believe that fate is what is meant to happen. Fate made me meet you. Fate made us fall in love. And fate has destined us to be together for the rest of our lives. Su Mingyue's slightly whitened face revealed a pale and powerless smile. I'm going to say something next, so don't interrupt me or I'm afraid I won't have the courage to say it again. Lone didn't speak, a sense of unease welling up in her heart. She said, because of something I'm going somewhere far away and probably won't be back for a short time, maybe never again. So there's something I have to make clear now. I love you. It was your presence that changed me, changed everything in my life. The day I met you was a turning point in my life. If before I met you my life was gray and white, after I met you my life started to become colorful. It was you who gave me a new life. Hearing this, Luo An's entire body was stunned. Su Mingyue's hand stroked towards his face. The corners of her eyes reddened, her eyes filled with tears of sadness, sliding down her snow-white cheeks. But even so, she forced a smile. Lone, I love you. You have to remember me. Even if I never come back, you have to remember me forever. Because I'm the one who loves you the most in this world. But really, inside she preferred him to forget, because if she hadn't come back, then for this man to have memories of her must have been full of pain. Luo An's consciousness gradually began to blur, and the glass of water in his hand fell to the ground, rolled a few times and then fell off the wigwam and sank into the deep, bottomless sea. Su Mingyue's last two words were deeply seared into his mind. Don't come looking for me. If I'm still alive, I'll find you no matter where you are in the world, even if it's the ends of the earth. I also believe in fate and that fate will bring us together. If I don't come back in 3 years, forget about me. As the last word fell, Luo An completely fainted and collapsed helplessly into Su Mingyue's arms, a tear from the corner of her eye wetting the corner of her skirt. Two bodyguards appeared at an unknown time and took Luo An from Su Mingyue's arms, their faces expressionless. A car bound for the airport had been waiting for a long time on the road by the beach. Su Mingyue got up, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, collected her emotions, looked at Luo An who was being supported by the bodyguards, and choked and commanded, keep an eye on him, don't let him do anything stupid. After the words, Su Mingyue stepped down the stone steps and walked down the rockery, step by step towards the car not far away. Each step was difficult, but she still took a firm step, got into the car parked by the road and disappeared into the deep night color. She believed that if fate and destiny existed in this world, then surely fate will bring her back alive. Fate would have her meet him again. Unfinished business. Chapter 125, Wait for me. In the days after Su Mingyue's departure, Luo An experienced the ups and downs of his life, and when he woke up the next day, he went to the Lu family villa, wanting to learn about Su Mingyue's whereabouts from his grandfather, but Lu Pingon didn't see him. Even when Luo An knelt outside the mountain villa for a day and a night, the iron gate did not open, and he could only leave with all his thoughts. In order to prevent Luo An from doing something stupid, an informed Lu Fongfang takes Luo Mingyue to move back into the mansion house, but no matter how much they try to persuade him, Luo An refuses to take a step out of his room. Downstairs living room. Lu Fongfang looked at the room on the second floor with a sad expression. This child has not eaten for 2 days. This is not the way to go on. Have to boil the body, or we directly smash the door open? Luo Mingyue sighed. It can only be done. Just as the two men were about to call for the door to be broken down, a crisp doorbell rang outside the house. Ding 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 ding. Luo Mingyue stepped forward to open the door. A woman in a long dress stood in the doorway, her black hair falling like a waterfall. Although facing looking a bit strange, Luo Mingyue still recognized her and said with some suspicion, Are you, Xiaoxuan? What brings you here? That's right, the person who came was none other than Xiaoxuan. She bowed slightly before glancing at the empty living room of the house before speaking softly. Uncle Lo, long time no see. Lone, is he home? Luo Mingyue sidestepped his body, thinking that Yang Xiaoxian was aware of Luo An's demoralization and had come specifically to comfort him. He walked over to the couch and sat down, reaching out and pointing to a room on the second floor in a helpless tone. Nah, locked himself in his room for 2 days and 2 nights. I was about to call someone to break down the door. The brat is a real pain in the ass. I should have a way to get him out. Yang Xiaoxuan walked towards the stairs on the second floor after she finished speaking. Upon hearing this, Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue glanced at each other, both seeing the doubt in each other's eyes, and a hint of anticipation couldn't help but grow in their hearts. Soon Yang Xiaoxuan stopped in front of Luo An's room and reached out to knock on the door. Knock knock. Luo An, it's me. I'm Yang Xiaoxuan. Can you open the door? There was no movement in the room, as if there was no one in it at all. Just listen to Yang Xiaoxuan speak calmly. It's Su Dong who asked me to come to you. As if the words had flicked some switch, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground came from within the room, followed by a rush of footsteps from far away and the door to the room being opened. Inside the door, Luo An was as if he was a different person. His eyes were densely red bloodshot, his hair was messy like a dog's kennel, and his body faintly emitted a foul odor. His gaze was fixed on Yang Xiaoxuan standing in the doorway, and in his low, hoarse voice, there was some hidden excitement. Did she really send you to me? You smell so bad. Please clean yourself up before you talk to me. Saying that, Yang Xiaoxuan took out an amulet pendant from her bag. This was exactly the amulet that Su Mingyue had gone to the temple to beg for before. A total of 2. And this one in Yang Xiaoxuan's hand was obviously Su Mingyue's one. To Yang Xiaoxuan's words, Luo An at the moment honored him as a god. As long as he could let him know about Su Mingyue's news, he could do whatever he was told to do. He turned and rushed into the bathroom, and soon there was a swish of water inside. Yang Xiaoxuan, on the other hand, walked into the room and sat down in front of the small table on the balcony, her eyes surveying the environment in the room. Looking at the heart vaguely lost some. On the wall at the head of the bed hangs 5 or 6 photos askew, all of which are Luo An's collaborations with Su Mingyue, from Shitong, Kyoto, and the company's reunion, when they went to watch a meteor shower. There was a cat cage in the corner with a chubby white kitten inside, and it was obvious that Luo An had taken good care of the cat for the past 2 days despite his self-indulgence. Just as Yang Xiaoxuan was walking on the chair in a daze, the bathroom door opened and a refreshed Luo An walked out. Excited. What did she tell you to tell me? Yang Xiaoxuan took out her cell phone, flipped out a video that had been recorded in advance, and clicked play. The video is set in a hospital room. Su Mingyue's face appeared within the video, exasperatedly crossing her arms and saying, "Lone, did you slight yourself while I was gone? If so, now give yourself 2 slaps on the face as my punishment for you." Lone didn't hesitate to give her face a double whammy, and 2 more red marks appeared on her clean face. The video continues. Su Mingyue's expression in the video suddenly became soft, the sunlight outside the window sprinkled on her white cheeks. Her voice soft. "Fool, it's not like I'm not coming back. There's still so much I haven't told you, so many places I haven't gone with you yet, and I hope that when I come back, I see you full of spirit." The short 60-second video ends with Su Mingyue's "Wait for me." In just 60 seconds, Lone was so deeply moved that tears once again filled her eyes and slid down her face. Wait for her. Of course he'll wait, even if you have to wait a lifetime. Seeing Luo An's eyes red and immersed in a world of sadness, Yang Xiaoxuan stood up from her position and took her bag and headed out of the room. From behind him came Lone's choked voice. "Thank you. Can this video be sent to me?" Yang Xiaoxuan softly before she stepped out of the room, closing the door thoughtfully. Actually, there's something else she didn't say. Why would this video be given by her? Why Su Mingyue chose her? If anything really happens to me, please take care of him for me. Luo An is a very persistent person. If something really happens to me and no one is watching over him, he'll go crazy. Yang Xiaoxuan knew very well what the meaning of the word Su Mingyue said represented, and when she heard them, she couldn't help but feel a trace of joy within her heart. But after seeing Luo An like this, Yang Xiaoxuan understood. Even if she tried harder, even if she was the one he used to like, she would never be able to match what she had in Lohan. His heart was so small that after fitting someone in, there was not a single space left for anyone else. That spot had been firmly occupied by one person, and even if she died, that would not change. There was no doubt that Su Mingyue had ultimately underestimated Luo An's love for her. Unfinished business. Chapter 126, the final chapter, the love of snow. I don't know how much time has passed after Su Mingyue left, but time has no meaning for Luo An. He put all his energy into his career, working day after day, challenging his own limits day after day. Every day without her is a gray day, and he is stuck in an endless cycle, not knowing when he can get out of the cycle. In his spare time at work, Luo An would go to the places he and Su Mingyue had been to in the old days, trying to find the traces left behind from before. But no matter how much he portrayed the beautiful scenes in his mind, they were ultimately false. A dream will always be a dream, and what makes it beautiful is that it will always be false, and there will always be a day when you wake up, and then the pain of reality will sweep in like a tidal wave, plunging the world into grayness once again. In a blink of an eye 4 years have slipped by. On this day, the snow was flying, the air inhaled into the lungs cold and piercing. The whole magic is covered with white snow, as a white coat. in a 5-star hotel built on the edge of a lake. At this time, a business party was being held, and elites from all walks of life, or perhaps the sons and daughters of the rich and powerful, were there, raising their glasses and inviting songs. Such an occasion naturally involves some rich kids. $2,000 ladies from famous local families were each holding a cup of wine at the moment, looking towards a figure sitting in the corner and whispering, "That person seems a bit familiar. I think I've seen him at a party some time ago. So handsome. And that melancholic aura on his body is also charming. Why don't we go strike up a conversation? Get a contact, maybe we can have a one-night stand or something afterward." A passing rich kid heard the two whispering and snorted disdainfully. "Do you guys know who that is? Just go up and hit on them. I don't care who he is. He can only sit in the corner on this kind of occasion. He must not have any deep background. My father is the vice mayor. It's his honor to be able to flatter me." One of the girls opened her mouth somewhat proudly and said, "Extremely proud. Having a deputy mayor's father as a backer. Also really have the capital to be proud." The man sniffed even more disdainfully. "Come on you guys, don't say your dad is the vice mayor. Even if the mayor comes, you have to be polite to him. Does Su's investment group know? Do you know Su's investment group? Luo's group? That's the youngest entrepreneur in Magic City. At 26 years old, he made it to the domestic rich list with hundreds of billions of assets. Do you still think you're good enough for him now?" Hearing this, both girls froze, realizing at this moment why they thought the man in the corner looked so familiar. Isn't that the famous, big-name Luo An, who has risen to fame in recent years? And at this time in the corner of the parlor, Luo An was holding a glass of wine, his eyes looking out the window, alone and sad, as if there were endless suffering in his heart. A gust of wind whistled by, blowing the snow outside the window in all directions. In the distance, a figure gradually emerged amidst the drifting snowflakes, and walked towards this side with gentle footsteps. Luo An's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and his dull eyes gradually took on a sparkle. The distance is getting closer and closer. The appearance of that face is getting clearer and clearer. In her arms is also holding a little baby with a panda hat, white porcelain-like face. Between the eyebrows are 3 times similar to him, while the temperament and face is completely inherited from her. Luo An has never seen such a cute little girl. While the others were immersed in the lively atmosphere of the party, Luo An went crazy and rushed out of the hotel under the astonished gazes of the security staff and the manager. Stopping in the snow at the entrance and looking unbelievingly at the white-skirted figure not far away, the icy wind struck again, bringing with it that familiar scent of her, and the icy wind couldn't extinguish the fire inside Luo An, who could hear his own powerful heartbeat. For years had passed, and just when he was about to give up hope, she finally came back, along with their child. Su Mingyue looked towards the little girl in her arms who was eating a lollipop. Her words dotingly said, "Sugar, call daddy." The little girl looked with a puzzled gaze at Luo An, who was walking slowly towards the side, and timidly cried out, "Dad, Dad." After shouting this, the little girl shyly flung her head into her mother's arms. Her little face flushed. Su Mingyue helplessly reached out and rubbed her head, surveying this becoming matured him, and spoke softly, "I told you I would find you. That fate would bring us together again." In the vast sea of snow, the lovers, who had been separated for 4 long years, embraced each other again. This is their story, finally coming to an end and perhaps a new beginning. End of this post. Next up is the author's choice segment. This book could actually go further, but it's actually kind of a good ending up to this point. And if it continues on, it'll probably be on the milquetoast side, and no longer be about Luo An's romance with Su Mingyue, but about the growth of their child. The author isn't sure if my fan lords love the milkman style, so I'll leave the decision up to you to come up with the following 2 sentences. By most comments. 1. I hope this is the end. Comment here. 2. I hope it continues down the road. Comment here. And finally, please all of you click on the little gifts that don't cost any money. I'm going to pick up trash on the streets. Chapter 127. Luo An, guardian of a family's peace and security. Snowflakes lightly spinning, fluttering, as if nature's carefully choreographed dance. Each piece is a unique note, gathered into a silent music. In the white snow in front of the hotel, 2 hearts finally meet again. Their gazes met in the snowflakes, and all their thoughts and expectations were transformed into the gentlest of smiles at this moment, and the snowflakes falling and swirling around them seemed to be celebrating their reunion. Luo An finally let go of Su Mingyue, smelling the familiar scent coming from her body. His heart was at peace like never before. He laughed out loud in a soft voice. "It's been 4 years since I left. Do you know how much I've missed you over the years? I won't let you leave my side again." Su Mingyue placed the daughter she was holding in her arms on the ground, reached out and touched his angular side face, suddenly tugging hard on his face, seemingly smiling. "Silly brother, you're teaching your sister how to do things? I'm still a bit unaccustomed to becoming so overbearing. I didn't dabble with women outside while I was away, did I? How dare I with you, daughter-in-law?" At this moment, Luo An, the chairman of the listed group with hundreds of billions of assets, was like a mischievous child, and not the slightest bit of indifference and maturity could be seen from his body. At this time, the little milk bag on the ground stretched out its small pink hand and tugged on Su Mingyue's coat corner, blinking its cute little eyes and said in a milky voice, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Lorraine melted at the sound of that. He squatted down to take the little milk bag into his arms, stroked her little head, and laughed. "Daddy will come home and make you a delicious meal, okay? Aha!" Because of the continuous heavy snowfall these days, it was almost impossible to find a spot to park on the roadside, so Luo An's car was parked in the hotel's underground parking lot. Holding his little girl in one hand, he took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hey, Uncle Long. Yeah, why don't you come pick me up? I'll meet you at the curb." After the order, Lone looked to her daughter in her arms and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" "Low Sugar Sugar. Mommy says she wants my life to be as sweet as a candy." "Daddy, what's your name?" "Lone, the peace that guards the peace of a family." While chatting, a Bentley Elegance worth more than $9 million drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot and slowly parked on the curb. The driver's window was lowered, and there was a kindly old man. Longbo looked at the stunningly beautiful woman standing beside Luo An and the cute baby he was holding in his arms with a surprised look on his face, feeling very amazed. He'd been Lone's chauffeur for 3 years, and he'd never seen him so close to any woman. And what was it about that little girl, who looked a bit like Lone? The three of them got into the car and closed the back door before Longbo started the car again. Finally, he couldn't help but be curious. "Mr. Lo, is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my wife Su Mingyue." Luo An was about to introduce his daughter when he saw her excitedly raise her little hand. Her little face flushed as she introduced herself. "My name is Sweetie Lo and I'm 3 years old. Love mommy and cupcakes." Hearing the last name, Longbo instantly understood why he never saw Luo An having intimate contact with the rest of the women. So it turned out that he was already married and had a daughter. On the way home, Luo An asked Su Mingyue about her experience abroad. With the help of foreign medical professors, although Su Mingyue lived to give birth to her daughter, the family genetic disease has not been eradicated, which means that in case she wants to have children again, she will still suffer from life-threatening diseases, and the probability is that Luo Tian will do the same in the future. So she has been staying in the country for the past 2 years to accept the doctor's examination, and finally researched the treatment serum some days ago, and after a period of investigation to make sure that her body was fine, she returned to the country with her daughter. The place to live is still the mansion house. Fongfang, who had learned of her daughter and granddaughter's return, was already waiting at home, where the family chef, Luo Mingyue, was busy in the kitchen, preparing lunch. After returning home, Lu Fongfang couldn't wait to hug over her granddaughter. Looking at this cute face that was 7% similar to Su Mingyue's when she was a child, a bright smile immediately surfaced on her face and she laughed amiably. "You're Sugar, aren't you? Good girl. Call Grandma." "Grandma. Well, what a good boy. Here, Grandma has candy here. It's sweet and delicious." Luo Mingyue also came out from the kitchen when he heard the commotion, and just as he came next to his granddaughter, he was disgustedly peeled away by Lu Fongfang and waved his hand. "Hurry up and do your cooking, all smelling of grease and fumes. Don't smother our sweetness." Yeah. Luo Mingyue was undiscouraged, and after smiling at the little girl, he turned around and returned to the kitchen to continue cooking, and soon a burst of pungent aroma came out from within the kitchen. Half an hour later, the table was fully loaded with 18 courses. Apparently, in order to make his granddaughter happy, old Luo had brought out all the best skills of the caretaker, and even Luo An had never been treated so well. When it was time to eat, Lao Luo held his granddaughter in his arms, feeding her one bite at a time, and telling a joke every now and then, making the little girl laugh non-stop. With her 2 restless little feet swaying around in midair, Lu Fongfang kept pouring food into her daughter's bowl, not forgetting to accuse. "It's good for you to come back. It's just the right time to manage Xiaoxuan. You said this child has a home not to return. 3 days and 2 days to live in the company. Every day overtime until the night. This is like words?" We said he turned his head and forgot, not at all serious. A while ago also put himself into the hospital. At those words, Su Mingyue looked at Luo An and faintly said, "Really?" This scared Luo An into a cold sweat behind his back. He nodded his head in fear, suddenly regretting a little why he didn't listen to Luma before. Seeing this, Su Mingyue pinched a piece of meat and put it into his bowl, and faintly said, "After dinner go upstairs and get the keyboard and kneel. Since you don't even take your body seriously, I'm sure it's okay to kneel for 2 or 3 hours. Line it." Seeing his drooping head, Su Mingyue covered her mouth and laughed out loud. After such a long time, this man is still so interesting, still so much fun. With Su Mingyue's return, this home finally had more fireworks and the warmth that a home should have. After eating, Luo's sweetheart, who was about to go outside the house to pile up a snowman, noticed a white figure flashing by on the second floor, and with curiosity flashing in her dark little eyes, she ran up the stairs in a fart. It was only then that I realized it was a fat cat with snow-white fur. "Mommy, look, there's a kitty cat." Luo Sweetheart's voice was excited, reaching out to grab toward Xiaobai, but the agile Luo Xiaobai easily dodged over and leapt down from the second floor. In just the blink of an eye, it came to Su Mingyue's feet, smelling the familiar smell and rubbing against her pant leg affectionately, showing its good behavior. "Gained weight again you." Su Mingyue picked it up and placed it on her lap, reaching out to gently caress its silky fur. Luo Sweetie, who had run down from upstairs in a farting manner, followed closely behind, pouncing into Mommy's arms and reaching out her small hand to touch little White's head in curiosity. "Mommy, why is this kitty cat's fur white?" "Because it's a white cat." "Then why isn't its fur black?" "If you ask again, there will be no more milk for you at night." Luo An, who had finished washing the dishes, came out of the kitchen and saw this scene. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her heart, which had been empty all along, was incomparably full at this time, covered with warmth. This is the home of his dreams. Chapter 128. This is your boss's wife. In the cold month of January, red couplets are put up at the entrance of every house. Red lanterns are hung up, and even the trees along the roadside are hung with colorful lanterns at this time. All of them are welcoming the arrival of the new year. Early in the morning, the sound of a cold wind howling outside the window rang out. Lone opened her eyes in a daze, feeling like she was being ghosted. Lifting the covers to see, good grief, the two of them slept like dogs, the older one using his chest as a pillow and the younger one lying on his stomach for warmth. Lone didn't bother waking up his mother and father, so he just lay in bed and played with his cell phone, checking up on the latest news, which was already one of the things he had to do every day when he woke up early. In his position, in order to maintain the normal operation of the large group, to understand current events is an essential part, in case the law appears against the interests of the group, or to make timely changes. It wasn't until 9 in the morning that Su Mingyue woke up leisurely. She wiped off the drool at the corner of her mouth, reached out and hugged Luo An's head bearing 2 mouthfuls before getting up and out of bed, walking towards the bathroom to prepare to wash up. It was then that Lone woke up her still sleeping daughter. Luo Sweetheart rubbed her eyes and muttered, "I'll just sleep a little longer. Just a little longer." There was no way. Luo An could only carry her towards the bathroom to wash her. Who called this his baby girl? In addition to pampering or only pampering, this made the little girl so happy. She knew that when she was abroad, if she was sleepy and didn't get out of bed, Mommy would come up and slap her twice, and then look at her gentle daddy. There was no comparison between the two. Seeing this scene, Su Mingyue frowned. The child is 3 years old. She needs to learn to brush her teeth and wash her face on her own. You'll spoil her like this. What does it matter if it happens once or twice? Right, sugar? Right. Mommy is just blindly worried. You don't need to worry about sugar. At this time Luo Sweetness was full of energy. With her father as her backing, she finally dared to look straight at her mommy's murderous gaze. Then, Su Mingyue cleaned up even Luo An. By the time they went downstairs, Luo Mingyue had already prepared breakfast, and in addition to soy milk and buns, there were also 2 of Luo Tiantian's favorite cupcakes. After yesterday's time together, Luo Sweetness started to gradually reveal her lively nature from her initial constraints, pinning the old couple of Lu Ma to death. The atmosphere during the meal was joyful. Luo An was about to get ready to go out after quickly resolving the battle. He put down his bowl and turned his head to look at Su Mingyue beside him and asked, "Are you going to the office?" "Of course. I have to see what kind of company you've run mine into." Su Mingyue nodded. To be honest, after being laid back for so long, she still missed working a bit. Luo Sweetness is going to meet Grandpa with Lu Ma and Lao Luo. After all, it's the first time that her great-granddaughter has returned to China, so she definitely needs to be brought along for a visit. Before leaving, the little girl also insisted on taking Xiaobai with her, seemingly extraordinarily fond of this fat, lazy cat. Let's just hope that when we see the bears in the Willow Hills, they won't move on. Luo An and the 2 of them walked out of the house. Long Bo had already waited outside the small courtyard, waiting for the 2 of them to get into the car, and drove towards the exit of the villa area. Today's weather is relatively cold, has dropped to -7 or 8 degrees, the wind blowing in the face as if the knife scraping, the coldness piercing the bones. After 4 years of development, Pendome is now taking root in all industries, especially adaptations, because of the extremely generous outlay, which is the most in the industry, and even more so, it drives the flow of its video software, occupying a large portion of the market for anime adaptations. Pendome headquarters is now set up in a commercial building that sticks straight up into the clouds. The entire building is funded by Luo An to allow the construction department of the Cloud Group to build. The money comes out of the left pocket and then comes in from the right pocket, basically at cost. At this time, the employees in the company were all working seriously. and Luo An led Su Mingyue to inspect one layer at a time. He smiles when his employees cast curious glances. This is your boss's wife. How's that for pretty? Inspection of a circle down. Spare Su Mingyue are some marvel Luo An's business acumen. At the same time fortunate that the man has been in advance said, Shui, service. Otherwise it will be a strong business rivals. After inspecting the circle, Luo An led Su Mingyue to his office. The entire topmost floor was his office, with a study, bedroom, and separate kitchen and such. A luxury. Su Mingyue sat in her boss chair and felt it for a while, raised her eyes to Luo An who was standing in front of her and gave orders. Go on, get me a glass of water. At that exact moment, a man in a suit came in from outside the office, and when he saw Su Mingyue sitting in Luo An's seat, as well as Luo An, who was handing her water, the slightest hint of surprise came out of his eyes. Lei Chongkong, the deputy general manager of Pendong Group, with authority only under Luo An and Lai Sol, was also responsible for the normal operation of the group, and was a genius investor. Originally, Lei Chongkong had an investment company of his own, but just after starting out, he offended people and was targeted to the point of bankruptcy. Luo An coincidentally discovered his talent and spent a great deal of effort to hire Pendong, which, like Lai Sol, is his right-hand man. It's you. Let me introduce you to my wife, Su Mingyue. Can I help you? After a brief moment of surprise, Lei Chongkong stated the purpose of his visit and said seriously, just now the city met and decided to expand Mordor, and chose the piece of land on the southern outskirts of the city, which involves 2 towns and is ready to be tendered to the public. Although the real estate industry in the country has now begun to crash down, but that is only for the second-tier cities. The impact on the Magic City, but not big. Now the government has come down to start the rescue. A large number of acquisition of housing for rent. The rental object is those who come to work. If the long term, the Magic City housing prices will not only not fall, but because of the shortage of housing, start to rise. This expansion is a great opportunity, and while it's impossible to eat all of this cake, even if it's just a small slice, it's a quick payback and a big profit. Accordingly, the competition will certainly be fierce. Lone said after a few moments of contemplation. This is indeed an opportunity. You see to it, I still believe in your ability. Just bring me a plan to go over afterwards. Good, then I'll leave you alone. After Lei Chongkong left, Luo An just wanted to make out with his daughter-in-law for a while when Su Mingyue received a call from her daughter. Mommy, great-grandfather told you to come back for lunch, so if you're late, you'll have to eat Sweetie's leftovers. Chapter 129, Where did the God of Wealth come from? At 12 noon, Luo An and Su Mingyue managed to arrive at the mountain villa. 2 burly figures came forward and back. 4 years of time, has nearly 30 years of age. The bears and bears, hair is no longer soft and shiny, become rough a lot, but still full of spirit. Bears can live 20 years in their lifetime, which is equivalent to 100 years for humans. But of course there are exceptions, and under excellent breeding conditions, life expectancy can be in the 40s. A pill-popping girl sat on the back of a bear, dancing with excitement. Mommy, Daddy, look, Sweetie is riding a bear. Isn't it mushy? This bear is so much fun, and it doesn't bully Sweetie. Bear de Xiong'er walked up to Su Mingyue like a little brother and rubbed her head affectionately, a low murmur escaping his mouth as a sign of goodwill. What about me? What about me? Seeing the treatment, Lone pointed to herself with longing in her eyes. He was answered by bears and bears' asses, which amused Sugar to no end. Lu Pingon chased out, probably due to the relationship of good conditioning. The body is still hard. Fearful of following the girl, said, Sugar, slow down. It hurts if you fall. Hurry down. The crowd laughed as they walked into the villa. The atmosphere was a lot more cheerful with Sugar as the little living treasure. The whole family surrounded her. The chef had already prepared the dishes in advance, and at Lu Pingon's command, he began to serve them, filling the 2-meter-long table to the brim. There were also melon seeds and candy on the table, as well as the girl's favorite cupcake. A New Year's sing-along was shown on TV. It also reminded Lone of someone, Yaoyao. After terminating her contract with the original company, she fell into a half-year-long slump, and after half a year, she re-emerged into the entertainment industry with even more superb acting and singing skills, and with Luo An's help, she soon surpassed her previous achievements and became the hottest star in the acting and singing circles in China today. At the dinner table, Lao Luo laughed. We all have to go to the temple to pray for blessings in the new year, so it's just as well that the weather isn't so cold after dinner. So let's go to the temple and take a look around. Naturally, the crowd was fine with it. In the afternoon, Luo An's large family got off the bus and arrived at the nearest temple, the bottom of the hill of Qingkong Temple, which was so overcrowded at this time that there wasn't even a place to park. The crowd got out of the car and hiked toward the hill, caught up in the lively atmosphere of the crowd, clearly saying nothing, but with wisps of laughter at the corners of their mouths. The little girl was being held by Lone so she wouldn't get lost. Her little face was frozen red with excitement. Daddy, Sweetie is going to worship the god of wealth and make lots and lots of money and buy lots and lots of cupcakes to eat later. Silly girl, where does a temple get a god of wealth? Loan's eyes doted on her and stroked her little head. Su Mingyue walked beside her, remembering the previous incident of asking Luo An for a peace talisman. Her gaze couldn't help but look at his neck. Then she frowned. Where's the peace sign I asked you for? She was wondering if Loan had lost it or something when she heard him apologize. I moved some people's cakes earlier and got stabbed. But luckily the peace talisman got in the way and deflected the knife a bit and didn't stab me in the vitals. But the peace talisman you begged for me shattered. Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, Luo An pulled down the lapel of his shirt, revealing the corner of the scar at his chest, which looked a bit oozy. Su Mingyue's face immediately went cold. Her voice lowered. Who did this? It's all taken care of. Don't worry. Since it's broken, I'll ask for 2 more later. No, it should be 3 more. Both of their gazes couldn't help but look at Luo Tian who was walking in the center and was full of thoughts about how to make money to buy cupcakes to fill up the entire room. Just thinking about that scene, the little girl couldn't help but burst out laughing with excitement. It's still a real snacker. After 2 days at the lodge, Loan was the first to return to the city, needing to take care of some major company business. After all, there were thousands of mouths to feed down there, and there was no way back but forward. Just as he walked into the office, Lei Changkong came to report, saying, Luo Dong, I have received reliable information that Hongchen Real Estate is also ready to compete for the development rights of the south of the city, and is collecting funds, with a preliminary estimate of no less than 200 billion. Hearing this amount, Loan wasn't surprised. After all, with over 100 kilometers of this expansion, the upfront investment must have been huge, but the payoff later on was worth the struggle. But after thinking about the group's current funds, Loan shook his head. Then don't argue. We are after all an internet company. Real estate is not our main direction. A half-month passed. During this period, Luo An handed over all the matters at hand to Lei Changkong and Li Sol, squeezing out as much time as possible to accompany his good daughter to play around, wanting to make up for the fatherly love that he had previously lost. At the same time, a small town in the southern suburbs of the magic capital city. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and continuous heavy snow had covered the mountains. Between the valleys, the subtle sound of snow melting in the sunlight could occasionally be heard. It was in this tranquil environment that the meeting room of the town committee of Sinan town was noisy at this time. A familiar female voice emanated from the conference room. Why is it that our house is more than 200 square feet and we can only get 700,000 yuan of demolition money after the demolition? And this amount of money is not even enough to buy a 3-room apartment in the city. So where do you want this big family of ours to live? That's right, the year before last, my great-aunt's house was demolished, and there was more than $3 million for 100 square meters of demolition money. Why do we only have this? It's so unfair. In the conference room, a large group of people were arguing with the person in charge sent by the developer, and the representative of the people's side was no other than Xiaoyao. Sinan town was her hometown, and she had grown up eating 100 meals, and had rushed back after hearing about what had happened in the town. Xiaoyao frowned at the person in charge and stared. Mr. Hu, you should be clear about the house price in Magic City. Your group's demolition money is only this. Where do you let these folks go to live? Why don't you go back and discuss it? Hu Pioneer waved his hand and sighed. Miss Xiao does not know. Now the real estate is not the same as before. It is not good to do. The expansion is a major event concerning the whole Magic City. The funds used are also a lot, so it is normal that the demolition payment will be less. But we also know how difficult it is for you. So as long as you are willing to demolish the house, the government will reward you with a $50,000 subsidy for purchasing the house. Or of course, you can discount it. Hearing this, the young man beside Xiaoyao couldn't help himself and pointed at his nose and cursed. $50,000 is enough to do what you're sending out beggars. If you don't come up with a reasonable price today, don't expect us to sign. That's it. When we're beggars, determined not to sign. Facing the crowd's crusade, Hu Pioneer had a few more shades in his eyes, which converged in the blink of an eye, and then he gazed at Xiaoyao, smilingly saying, Ms. Xiao, can we talk alone? There are some things I'm not comfortable saying in front of so many people. Hearing this, Xiaoyao did not refuse. In the hearts of these people, it was obvious that Xiaoyao's trustworthiness was high, and under her eye gesture, everyone walked out of the conference room one by one with the dissatisfaction in their hearts. The door to the conference room closed again, without any outsiders. The smile on Luo Pioneer's face tightened and he turned to calmly open his mouth towards Xiaoyao. Ms. Xiao, this matter I advise you to stay out of it, lest you get into trouble. After all, it wasn't easy for you to get to this point. If the city wants to develop, there must be sacrifices. Only by forcing these people to buy houses in the city and boosting the economy will the Magic City become more prosperous. and that's what the above means. There's still me here to talk to you now, but the next one coming may not be. The words were clear. If you don't sign it, then you will force it to be demolished. Anyway, when the time comes, just find someone else to come out and take the blame, and you won't be implicated with the top. This matter was far beyond Xiaoyao's ability. I'll put the words here, and I've warned what I should have warned, so be on your best behavior. After saying that, Luo Pioneer stood up, grabbed his bag and pushed open the door of the conference room and walked out. The people waiting outside came in, asking Xiaoyao about the result of the negotiation. Xiaoyao had no choice but to explain the inside of the road to them in detail, hearing that it was actually the government's tacit approval. These people immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. The young man from earlier, who was considered one of Xiaoyao's few friends from childhood, said bitterly, "Sister Xiaoyao, is there really no room for negotiation on this matter? You know so many people. Is there anyone who can help in this area? Or else the guys can all be finished in the future." Xiaoyao also remembered someone in her heart at this time. Maybe he's the only one who can intervene in this matter. Chapter 130, within 3 kilometers. Yellow hair extinction. As January draws to a close and temperatures begin to creep up, it's still chilly and windy outside, but it's a lot better than it was before. Last night Luo An and Su Mingyue spent a long time in the world of two, and at this time were sleeping in bed. The door to the room opened quietly. Today Sweetie is wearing a pink princess dress, outside wearing a small red vest. It is the new clothes bought by Willow's mom yesterday, coupled with her pill head. It is simply adorable and not too cute. The little girl walked over to the bed with White in her arms and plopped down next to Lone, milking her little voice. "Daddy, get up and build a snowman with Sweetie." Lorne didn't respond, probably because the sound was too low. Seeing this, the little girl quickly took off her shoes and burrowed into the quilt, and like a wriggling worm, she quickly came to Luo An's stomach, and then followed Su Mingyue's example of hitting her abroad, and slapped Luo An's face. "Daddy, get up!" This gave Lone a start and subconsciously sat up. The little girl sitting on top of him rolled in place a few times, nearly falling off the bed, and she puffed her cheeks out in anger, milking a grunt. "Daddy bad, ignore Daddy." Luo An helplessly took the little cotton-padded jacket into his arms and easily coaxed it, and beside him, Su Mingyue was also awakened, yawning and lifting the covers, and began to wash up. When he waited to go downstairs, Lao Luo happened to come out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly baked pastries. When it was time to eat, the little girl sat on Luo An's lap and accepted the feeding beautifully. The cell phone on the table lit up and a message came into view. Seeing this news, Luo An was a bit surprised and handed the silly girl into Su Mingyue's arms, who queried, "What's wrong? Xiaoyao, you remember the star I hired for the skit before? She invited me to her old home to play." Lorne answered truthfully, looking a little surprised. He did have some contact with Xiaoyao in these 2 years, but it was all about work matters, and this was the first time that he suddenly invited himself to play. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue looked at the girl in her arms, reached out to poke her bulging little face, and said, "Sweets, Daddy's going to go out with another aunt. What do you call this?" I know. Luo Sweetie raised her little hand high, then pointed at Luo An and said excitedly, "Daddy cheated on her. He's abandoning Sweetie and Mommy and is going to be another kid's daddy." In just a moment, a modern TV series was constructed in the little girl's head. Luo An's face immediately blackened. How could a 3-year-old child know about this nonsense and say it in front of his daughter-in-law? He helplessly spread his hands and said, "It's always okay if I don't go. I'll stay with Sweetie all day today to see the princesses, okay?" "Yes," Su Mingyue said at this time. "However, go, why not? Nothing is wrong, and I'm curious as to what she's looking for from you." Her pair of beautiful eyes had a full smile in them, but it made Luo An scared from the bottom of his heart. Obviously he hadn't done anything, but now it felt like he had done something wrong. Well, at that moment, Mrs. Lu, who was on the opposite side of the dining table, knocked on the bowl with her chopsticks and said, "All right, don't just chat, hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold later." Luo Mingyue, who was on the side, reminded, "Daughter-in-law, you can't knock on the bowl when you're eating. Only beggars asking for food knock on the bowl. Are you calling me a beggar in disguise?" Lu Fongfang looked at him with a dangerous gaze. Lao Luo stopped talking at once and began to smother his dry rice, wishing to give himself 2 slaps. "What's wrong with you? Now you're gonna have to sleep on the floor tonight." After eating, Luo An hugged her daughter and went upstairs to change into a thicker dress. Su Mingyue painted a rare light makeup, making her already stunningly beautiful cheeks even more bright and moving. When she came out of the room, Loner said, "Daughter-in-law, you're beautiful." Now Su Mingyue temperament is even better than before, fading a trace of high cold, more a few points of mature and intellectual beauty. Even if she is wearing a thick cotton jacket, it is also difficult to hide her wonderful figure. Oily mouth. Su Mingyue glanced at him casually, picked up Luo Tani, who was eating candies, and headed downstairs. In the moment she turned around, the corner of her mouth crossed an imperceptible arc. Mommy, did you just smile? No, you're looking at it wrong. Hell no, I just saw you smile. No cupcakes tonight. Oh, why don't you give me my cupcake? Bad mommy, you give me back my cupcake. So, just after leaving the house, the little girl was made to cry by Su Mingyue. For her, not having cupcakes to eat was like the sky falling. Su Mingyue threw her to Luo An in disgust, then pulled open the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Apparently she'd rather be a chauffeur than coaxing small children. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Luo An heartily hugged her crying daughter and whispered comforting words in her ear. Sweetie, good boy, let's not cry. Later daddy will take you to buy cupcakes to eat, okay? Real do fake do? Luo sweetie immediately stopped crying and blinked her reddened little eyes. Suddenly adorable. Luo and are a little suspicious of this girl. Will not the yellow hair a piece of cake in the future to cheat away? It seems to have to find an opportunity to purge the yellow hairs around the villa area, where his daughter is located. Within 3 kilometers there must not be yellow hairs of this species exist. Chapter 131, A Visit to Sinan Town. Sinan Town used to be a nearby still famous scenic spot, but with the pollution of industrial sewage, the scenery around the town are gradually withered. Over time, no tourists are willing to go to play. At this moment, at the entrance of Sinan Town, a group of townspeople stood there nervously, their gazes peering into the distant intersection from time to time. Xiaoyao stood at the front of the crowd. The young man beside him, Nyo Dahai, wondered, Sister Xiaoyao, can this person you're talking about really help us? Xiaoyao shook her head with a preoccupied look. I don't know, but if even he can't help us, then no one can. At that moment, someone exclaimed, Look, here it comes, here it comes. He saw a Bedley accent with an elegant and noble appearance, coming from the end of the road, and in a few breaths, he had already come to the near front, and then slowly came to a stop. The door of the car opened and a handsome-looking youth stepped down from the car, exuding an air of nobility around him, and in his arms he was also holding a little girl with a combed marble head, who was eating a lollipop. The door on the other side of the car opened with it, and Su Mingyue, who was like a celestial fairy descending from heaven, stepped out of the car, and her high and cold temperament blossomed invisibly, so that people didn't dare to get close to her. Xiaoyao quickly stepped forward, her eyes looking doubtfully at the girl in Luo An's arms. This is your daughter? It wasn't that Xiaoyao's eyes were sharp, it was mainly that this big and small were too similar. It's time for introductions again, and the girl raises her little hand in excitement. Hi auntie, my name is Sugar, I'm 3 years old, and my favorite things are mommy and daddy, and cupcakes. Xiaoyao revealed a surprised look. She didn't expect that it was actually Luo An's daughter. She had never heard that Luo An had a child before. Thinking of something, she looked towards Su Mingyue, who walked to Luo An's side and smiled slightly down. Hello Sister Su, welcome to Sinan Town. Su Mingyue smiled and nodded. It's been a long time, there's no need to be so formal, we're all acquaintances. Then led by Xiaoyao, Luo An's family walked towards the town with a large group of people behind them. In the middle of the day, the little girl wanted to pee, so Xiaoyao brought them to the public restroom. After Luo An's trio went in, Nyo Dahai came over and pulled on the corner of her coat, his face full of suspicion. Holy Sister Xiaoyao, are you kidding me? This person is so young, probably only 1 or 2 years older than me. Can he really help us? This kind of joke doesn't stand up. The townspeople behind them chimed in. It wasn't that they were showing off with their appearance. It was mainly that Luo An and Su Mingyue were just too young. They were estimated to be not even 30 years old, and not even as old as their sons and daughters. It makes them wonder if they can really help. Xiaoyao helplessly pacified them. Don't look at him as young. He's a model for the young generation of entrepreneurs in Mordor. He's worth hundreds of billions of dollars. So you guys just trust me. But just relying on Luo An's meager relationship with her, it's a bit unrealistic to think of asking him to help in such a big matter. So Xiaoyao rushed towards the townspeople. Any of you who have kids about Sugar's age at home, go home and bring them over. We need to keep them entertained so we have a better chance of success. Ah, my child was taken to kindergarten registration today and hasn't come back yet. My family too. Ouch. What do you care about enrollment at this point in time? Is the family important, or is it important to let your kid go to kindergarten and spill his guts? Fair enough. I'm going now. Soon. Lone came out of the restroom with Sugar. The little guy deflated. Daddy, where's the sweet cupcake you promised? Luo An was helpless. Why do you just think about eating? Be careful of eating into a little fatty. Hearing their conversation, Xiaoyao's eyes lit up and immediately smiled. You want to eat cake? That's easy. There's a 100-year-old pastry store in town that sells cupcakes. It's not far from here, just a few steps away. I'll take you there. The little girl's eyes lit up. Yes, auntie, you're so nice. Su Mingyue took out a strawberry-flavored lollipop from her bag and waved it in front of the little one, smilingly. Naughty boy, want some? Seeing the food, the little girl can still hold back, stretching out her small hand to grab, but pounced on the empty. Su Mingyue withdrew her hand and unwrapped the package before taking the lollipop into her mouth as soon as she did, provocatively raising an eyebrow at her daughter. This infuriated Sugar and charged at Lone. Daddy, Mommy is bullying me. Hurry up and help me teach her a lesson. Dad can't do it. Daddy, why are you so afraid of Mommy? Because if Daddy doesn't behave, Mommy will have to temper Daddy. Soon came a pastry store. The store was made up of wood throughout, very old-fashioned style, and sold a wide variety of items. Next to a middle-aged woman who was making pastries on the spot, Luo An just put the little girl down. She couldn't wait to trot to the shelf, a cookie in her left hand, a cupcake in her right hand, and ate it beautifully. Calling her a snacker really didn't wrong her. In no time, 3 children about the same age as Sugar were brought over, both male and female, and seeing so many people around, they couldn't help but get nervous inside. Seeing their formal appearance, Xiaoyao reached out and touched the head of one of the little girls and smiled lightly. Eat whatever you want in the store today. Sister will pay for it, but only if you guys get along with that sister. The greatest temptations for small children are undoubtedly food and play. After the initial rustiness, the children soon became acquainted, and Sugar was surrounded by the crowd, probably playing with her peers for the first time, and she smiled a lot. Su Mingyue went up and wiped her mouth. There were also some photos on the walls of the store. Xiaoyao took Luo An to look through them and said in a nostalgic tone, I've traveled to many places and seen many beautiful sights over the years of being a star, but none of them are as beautiful as the town of Sinan when I was a child. A photo of the town of Sinan, surrounded by mountains, mountains full of brightly colored flowers, as in the sea of flowers. Just as Xiaoyao was about to open her mouth to bring up the matter of demolition, she saw Luo An take the lead and faintly said, You came to me about the town demolition. How do you know? Xiaoyao was slightly stunned. It's not hard to guess when you come to me at this juncture, favoring the fact that Sinan is one of the towns that needs to be demolished, or your hometown. Luo An surveyed the various photographs on the wall and spoke casually. There was no other way. Xiaoyao had to tell the current difficulties, especially the matter of the demolition money. This Lone wasn't surprised. He managed the Cloud Group for so many years. All kinds of things have seen. Sinan town is still good. At least there is money to take. There are excessive, not even money. Directly find out a bunch of proof that is not necessary, and then forced demolition. Afterward, Luo An turned his gaze to Su Mingyue who was standing on the side. Since the head of the family had returned, it was natural for her to be in charge of such a big matter. Chapter 132 10-year contract. Seeing Luo An looking at herself, Su Mingyue walked behind the snack food item, stroked her little head, and faintly said, As a qualified businessman, this favor of yours is thankless for me, and the relationship between us isn't familiar to that extent. After all, it's not a small matter, but on the basis of you letting my home sweetie have so much fun, I'll grudgingly help out this time. At this time, the little girl was already full after eating a dozen or so pastries and 2 cupcakes in a row, her little stomach bulging slightly as she patted her belly in satisfaction. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiaoyao had already lost hope, but after hearing Su Mingyue's willingness to help, her face instantly became joyful, and the townspeople behind her were also overjoyed. Just at that moment, a new batch of pastries came out of the oven, steaming hot and being brought over by the owner. She smiled warmly. Come on, freshly baked pastries for everyone to try. There was no movement from the crowd. Seeing this, Luo An had to go up and take 2 pieces of sesame cakes, handing one to his daughter-in-law before these townspeople enthusiastically gathered around and started dividing them up, with simple smiles on their faces. It's also the kind of simple smile you only see in towns and villages, free of heart and calculation. At that moment, a figure walked outside the store with a briefcase between his arms. Yo, they're all here. Just in time. Saves me running around. The person who came was naturally Luo Pioneer. He took out a notice from his briefcase, dipped it in glue and stuck it on the bulletin board in front of the store, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. The day after tomorrow everyone will be at the township committee meeting at 7 a.m. Sharp to sign the papers, get the money after signing, and then move. As for those who don't move, you all know exactly what will happen, so I won't say any more. Seeing Luo Xianfeng, the rest of the people's originally great mood was instantly destroyed, and their faces showed dissatisfaction. You are breaking the law. Yeah, we're not signing this. Big deal. I'll fight you guys. The townspeople were in a frenzy of excitement. Luo An stepped out of the store at this time, surveyed Luo Pioneer who was posting a demolition notice, stroked his chin, and said with interest, I'd be curious to see what happens if I don't sign. Why don't you popularize it for me? Hearing the commotion, Luo Pioneer turned his head and found an unfamiliar youth that he hadn't seen before, but looked vaguely familiar. He recognized that Luo An was wearing clothes that were worth a lot of money, and immediately frowned. You're the helper they found? Don't blame me for not reminding you. This matter is not something you can get involved in. I've seen a lot of young people like you who take pride in their accomplishments when they have a little achievement. It's better to rest wherever it's cool. Don't ask for trouble. And be careful of drawing the fire to burn yourself. Before Luo An could reply, Su Mingyue beside him couldn't help herself after seeing her man being degraded and said in a cold voice, "What are you? Watch your tone of voice. I may not be able to do anything about the people behind you, but it's still easy to turn you into a stray dog." These words made Luo Xianfeng angry at first, but did not snap. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he once again took a closer look at Luo An's face, and after perfectly overlapping with the face in his mind, his pupils snapped together and he said with some surprise, "Are you the chairman of the Pen Dome Group, Luo An?" Luo An replied faintly, "You know it's me and you still don't want to get out." Seeing Luo An admit his identity, Luo Pioneer thought about what he had just said, and his legs began to weaken as he gulped. Penvault is a big company on the same level as Hongchen Real Estate. He just spoke to Luo An in that tone, in case if he keeps it in his mind. Thinking of this, Luo Pioneer didn't dare to linger any longer, and turned around without stopping and left in a sorry state, very different from his just arrogant appearance. At the sight, the townspeople cheered in relief. What's more, towards Luo Pioneer's back was a tirade of abuse, showing how deep the resentment towards him was. After that, Luo An strolled around Sinan town again, ate at the cafeteria of the school in the town at noon, and played again until the evening, and then he was ready to go home. The crowd came to the entrance of the town. Before leaving, Luo An didn't forget to give Yaoyao a reminder. Demolition is unavoidable. I can only guarantee that the demolition payment will meet the standard, and in this regard you have to prepare them mentally. Thank you, Lo. I understand all of this. Yaoyao nodded, and after hesitating for a while, she took out a paper contract from her body and opened her mouth. I can't let you guys help for nothing. It's a small token of my appreciation. Lone took the contract without bothering to read it because he knew exactly what it was, got in the car and closed the door. The car started up again, making the sound of blasting the gas, before heading down this twisty little road and out of this quiet town. Car, the stinky girl who had eaten her fill, coupled with running around like crazy all afternoon, lay down in Su Mingyue's arms and fell asleep not long after getting into the car. Every now and then he even barred his mouth, obviously dreaming of something delicious. Su Mingyue took off her running dirty little shoes, took the blanket handed by Luo An and covered her. It seemed that the movement was too much. The little girl was confused. "Mommy, I want more." Next to him, Lone was overjoyed. His little cottontail was adorable. Su Mingyue glared at him, still laughing, letting her eat so much. "Starting tomorrow you are responsible for taking her for a morning run. I don't want to raise a fat girl. How nice to be chubby and still feel it when you squeeze it. I don't like it. Do you have a problem with that?" "No." Immediately, she noticed the contract in Luo An's pocket and took it in her hand to look at it. It was a signing contract with a time limit of 10 years, and the B party was none other than Yaoyao, while the A party was Luo An. She quickly figured everything out and raised an eyebrow. "You were here for this contract from the beginning?" Luo An smiled and replied, "There's also a reason for this. Yaoyao has a lot of potential, and I'm confident that I can make her the face of Pen Vault within a year's time, increasing her influence, that is, creating a god." Su Mingyue did not say much after hearing this. In the face of women, she had absolute confidence that there would not be a better woman than her in the entire Magic City, so there was no worry about Luo An being stolen. However, a man might want to take precautions in case he lets this guy eat too well and wants to experience some excitement once in a while. By the time we got home in the evening, Luo Sweetie was still awake and was carried to her room by Mrs. Lu to go to sleep, while Luo An spent a pleasant evening for two with Su Mingyue again. Early the next morning, Luo An got up early and jogged around the villa area with the little munchkin. The little guy was too angry to disturb Su Mingyue's sleep, so he shifted his hatred and put a cat collar on Bai, pulling him along to suffer. Chapter 133. Eat enough to have the strength to lose weight. Early in the morning on the side of the road, you can often see walking groups of elderly people walking past, to the cold, silent streets, adding a little popularity. Across the street, a father and daughter in identical white sweatshirts trotted by. Only 10 minutes after the start, the little girl is tired of the little face red, breathing more and more ragged. She blinks her soulful little eyes. Aggravated Baba said, "Daddy, Sugar can't run anymore." Seeing this, Xiao Bai, who was holding in her hand, took the opportunity to break free from her bonds and ran in the direction she came from, disappearing in a puff of smoke. This made Sugar feel even worse inside. Lone paused in her steps and walked back to crouch in front of her daughter, reaching out to rub her little head encouragingly. "Come on, Sugar, you're the best. You can still run." Daddy believes in you, but I'm too hungry to run. The little girl deflated, her afterglow glimpsing the KFC not far ahead of her. Her eyes widened, and she reached out her small hand to tug on Lone's shirt. Daddy, look, there's a KFC there. Yeah, it smells so good. Why don't we go and fill up our stomachs first? Ah, but your mom is letting us out to lose weight and exercise. Ah, if we eat KFC, then we do not run in vain this morning. But how can we have the strength to run without eating enough? And how can we lose weight without running? If you want to lose weight, you have to be full first. Dad, do you think Sweetie is right? Luo An froze, suddenly feeling that it did make quite a bit of sense. How can you lose weight if you don't eat? Okay then, first things first, we can only eat a little bit. Oh, aha! After discussing the situation, the father and daughter walked towards the Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant. At this time KFC had just started business. A young waitress lady was cleaning up. Seeing the two enter the store, she put down the broom in her hand and walked behind the counter and smiled. What can I get you too? Lauren glanced at the menu and thought for a moment. Please get us a family bucket. Replace the Coke with milk tea, 1 pearl and 1 coconut, and make it hot. Okay, a family bucket is full of 10 or so items, which is more than enough for 2 people. Even though the fried chicken drink is known as junk food, it doesn't stop it from smelling good. Come on, can anyone really resist this kind of temptation? Soon the smell of fried chicken was coming from the back kitchen. About 15 minutes later, the staff came with a tray full of chicken leg burgers and placed it on the table, and an aroma immediately hit the room. That's not all. The lady working there took another little pink flag out of her pocket and stuck it on the burger, and brought a little bear doll from the side. The store recently had an event where kids under 12 ordering the family bucket got a gift, so enjoy your meal. The little girl couldn't wait before she picked up a large chicken leg and nibbled on it. Lone had to wipe her mouth every now and then as she ate. A serving of the family bucket was quickly finished off, with most of it going into Lone's stomach. When the two returned home with full bellies, he saw Su Mingyue sitting quietly in the small courtyard, looking through a book with a focused expression. Good morning, daughter-in-law. Good morning, mommy. The two people with weak hearts were about to walk directly towards the house, but they heard Su Mingyue raise her head at this time and faintly said, "Slow down. Why are you back so late? What did you just do? Give me an honest answer." At those words, Luo An's heart thumped, feigning calmness on the surface and pretending to be puzzled. Honey, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Sweetie and I just got back from a run. We didn't go for anything. Don't you think so, sugar? Yeah. Mommy, you're overthinking it. Seeing that these two guys still didn't admit it, Su Mingyue, who was sitting on a recliner in the small courtyard, put down her book, intertwined her legs together, looked at her daughter who had bulged her small belly, and laughed coldly. Sugar, be honest about what the hell you guys have been up to. Mommy can spare you the punishment, but if you lie to mommy again, you won't be able to eat cupcakes ever again. Mommy said yes. Hearing this, Lone could barely hold back her laughter. What a laugh. I can't believe they're testing their father-daughter bond with a district cupcake. After hesitating for 0.01 seconds, Luo Sweetness did not hesitate. It's Dad who took Sweetie to KFC. Sweetie didn't even want to go, but Dad pulled Sweetie hard, and Sweetie couldn't help it. Hey! The smile that surfaced on Luo An's face instantly froze, and he looked down in disbelief at the little girl at his feet who was full of nonsense. It's broken. This little cotton jacket is leaking a little. The little girl who finished the planting didn't dare to stay for long and hurriedly ran towards the house, ready to seek the shelter of her grandparents. Su Mingyue stood up and walked towards Luo An, clapping her hands. Not bad, stinky brother, actually learned to cheat. Really let sister my eye-opening. Daughter-in-law, you listen to my explanation. Seeing Su Mingyue walking towards her, Luo An took 2 steps back in panic, twisting her head in fear and running away, wishing she had 2 more legs. But how could he outrun Su Mingyue? Soon, Luo An's pleas for mercy and screams came out from within the small courtyard, startling both Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue who were watching TV within the living room. At 9 a.m., Luo An drove to the company and bumped into the oncoming Lysol, who looked at his panda eyes in surprise and said, Luo Don, are you, getting ready to play a real-life version of Kung Fu Panda? Luo An's face instantly darkened. Act your ass off, this is obviously being beaten. That tiger, sooner or later I'm going to get my revenge. Hearing this, Lysol understood and stifled a laugh. You're still looking for a fight. By the way, where are you going with this? Oh, there's a seminar today that I'm going to have to go to. For now, I'm in a hurry. It was only then that Lysol remembered that he had business to attend to, and after hastily bidding farewell to Luo An, he quickly walked out of the company. Under the astonished gazes of the employees around him, Luo An came to the office with panda eyes, picked up the mirror and looked at his handsome face with a pang of heartache. Can't this go easy on her? Just wait for me. I'll get back in the game tonight. Let you know what it means to be a real man. I had just put the mirror down when there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Luo Dong, you're looking for me? Lei Chongkong, who was wearing a neat suit and combing his big back hair, walked into the office, and when he saw Luo An's panda eyes, surprise appeared in his eyes, and then brightly took out his cell phone and started to take pictures, ready to keep a souvenir. Luo An gritted his teeth in anger and said after a cold snort, I called you here so that you can gather the group's funds, and prepare to grab the right to build on that piece of land in Changnan. Ha, but the winning bids are all over already? Lei Chongkong froze. Lone waved his hand and replied, isn't the contract not signed until tomorrow? I'll take care of this matter. Get another bidding session. You just prepare the funds. Okay, I'm on it. Bringing up business. Lei Chongkong's complexion became extraordinarily serious, and after answering, he turned around and walked out of the office with his cell phone. Lone remembered something and stared wide-eyed. Stop right there and delete the photo before you leave, or else your wages will be deducted. Chapter 134, the most precious thing in the world. The hot midday, poisonous sun was scorching the earth like a giant microwave oven. Inside the chairman's office of Hongchan Real Estate, a stout middle-aged man in a bumpy collar suit sat behind the office, holding a cigar in his hand, lighting it and putting it in his mouth with an expression of enjoyment. Behind him, the female secretary with a convex front and back, still wearing black silk, was squeezing his shoulders and smiling charmingly. Li Dong, you are really smart. Actually thought of withholding money from the demolition money and then use it on the bidding, which saves billions of dollars. Li Hongchen has been very pleased recently. As long as after the land in the south of the city, as long as nothing happens next, the size of the group will be able to go further. Even the mayor would have to give him the benefit of the doubt. Hearing the secretary's compliment, he let out a smug laugh. Don't look at who I am, Li Hongchen. Starting from nothing and making it to where I am can be counted on one hand in the entire country of China. But I've heard that those two towns are hesitant to sign on. Will that affect us in any way? Humph. What can happen to a bunch of country bumpkins? The old rules get two people to make an example of them, and the rest won't be honest. Just when Li Hongchen was happy, a rush of footsteps came from outside the office, followed by a man running in a panic. He instantly chided. What's all the panic about? Your mom dying? The man quickly said. Chairman, it's not good. Mayor Wang just sent a notice saying that there were some accidents and the bidding has to be reopened, and all the deposits we gave have been returned. What? Li Hongchen stood up from his chair in disbelief, the cigar he had just lit falling to the ground, stepped forward and tugged at the man's collar. Frowning, what the hell is going on? Bidding results are out. The results of the government at this juncture backtracked, to start again. Spare Li Hongchen are the first time to see this situation. The man hurriedly told the story, mentioning the Pen Dong Group and Luo An, coupled with yesterday's report from Luo Xianfeng. Li Hongchen instantly understood what was going on. He retraced his steps to his seat and sat down, his face extremely ugly, not knowing what he was thinking. The female secretary asked cautiously, Dong Li, what should we do now? Li Hongchen's face was gloomy and said, what else can I do? The mayor has given the word, and can only bid once more. I don't believe I will lose to a brat. Rather, I didn't expect those country bumpkins actually have this relationship. Wait, when I take the bid, I'll let the people of Sinan town not get a penny. In the meantime, Luo An's side is also raising money fast. Just as he was busy, there was a knock on the office door and an assistant's voice at the door. Luo Dong, Mr. Luo and Chen Xiaoxian are here. Luo Tongtian and Chen Xiaoxian? Lone didn't think much of it and simply said, let them in. The next second, the office door opened and a man and woman walked in. The woman with a baby girl in her arms who was drinking milk. Who else could the visitors be besides Luo Tongtian and Chen Xiaoxian? For years, the two have long held a wedding. At the end of last year when gave birth to a daughter, when the Miracle Milk Tea Store, now also metamorphosed into sitting more than 50 billion yuan of large companies. The country has more than 20,000 outlets. What brings you here? Lorne got up and smiled. Luo Tongtian casually sat down in front of the desk while handing a chair to his daughter-in-law before saying, it's not that I've heard that you're short of money and have come to send you warmth. I heard that Su Mingyue gave you a daughter. Is she cute? Luo An took the baby girl she was holding from Chen Xiaoxian's arms, poked her bouncy little face and replied with a smile. That's for sure. With my brother's genes, how can her looks be bad? She's much prettier than my goddaughter. The little baby lying in the swaddling clothes reached out its small, fleshy hand and pushed Lone's hand away, its eyes quickly covered by a layer of watery mist. Seeing that she was about to cry out, Chen Xiaoxian hurriedly carried her daughter back and gave Luo An a blank look. Can't you be gentle? You can't even coax her back after making her cry. My daughter is the cutest in the world. Don't you dare brag here. Luo Tongtian defiantly swore sovereignty, and then just argued with Luo An. Both felt that their daughters were the most adorable, which was like the two bosses, clearly two children who couldn't grow up. After a short argument, Lone then realized where the two were coming from. Luo Tongtian took out a card and placed it on the table, patted his chest and opened his mouth righteously. This card is $30 billion. No matter what you do, brother, I will support you. Buddy, lack of everything, just not lack of money. You just take it and use it. If it's not enough, I'll think of another way. Lone didn't refuse and slipped the card into his pocket, not needing to be polite given the bond between the two. Thanks. Alright, you go on and get busy. I still have to take Xiaoxuan to the hospital for a checkup, so I'll leave first. Good. Come to the house for dinner sometime. I touched a lot of good wine from my grandpa the other day. Let's have a drink. Shortly after Luo Tongtian and Chen Xiaoxuan left, Su Mingyue also came with her bouncing little girl, with a small pink school bag on her back. The girl excitedly circled in front of Luo An with a face full of anticipation. Daddy, this is the little book bag mommy bought me. How is it? Does it look good? Seeing the lively little girl running, Luo An's exhaustion was swept away and he took his daughter into his arms, dotingly scraped her little nose and laughed. Our sweetie looks good carrying everything. Where did she just go to play? Mommy took sweetie to the amusement park. There were lots of kids there and lots of fun things to do. The little girl sat in Luan's arms and excitedly talked about her experiences at the amusement park, telling each one to her favorite daddy. The compassion in Luo An's eyes grew stronger and stronger. At this time, Su Mingyue came over and placed a card on the table and faintly said, "There's over $100 billion in there. Kind of all the liquidity grandpa, my mom, and I can come up with at the moment. So go ahead and do whatever you want. I'll always be there to support you." Both the Cloud Group and the Sky Trade Group were mostly fixed assets, and being able to come up with so much money in a short period of time had far exceeded Luo An's expectations. It also knew how much pressure Su Mingyue had to endure when she took out so much money. Thank you, 2 words to the edge of the mouth. Luo An how can not say? His heart a burst of moving. With this money, this bidding he has 10% certainty can be taken. Seeing his thoughts, Su Mingyue reached out and took his head into her arms, gently stroking it and softly saying, "Fool, you're my husband and I'm your wife. We don't need those words between the two of us. Some things are just clear in our hearts." Luo sweetheart, who was sandwiched in the middle by the two men, suddenly looked bitter and covered her belly. "Mommy, I want to poop." Chapter 135. Mommy, will you let me have daddy? Inside the office, Luo An was working seriously, but his eyes glanced from time to time at the mother and daughter who were playing in the corner. The little girl fished out a black pen from somewhere and looked at the shivering white who was cowering in the corner, her little face excited. "Mommy, can we paint by black? That way we won't have to bathe it so often and it'll look good." Su Mingyue slapped her on the head and faintly said, "Don't hit on my cat. If you want to paint, go paint on your dad." This cat was a gift from Luo An, and she had raised it white and fat, so she couldn't let this little devil give her a ho-hum. Upon hearing this, Luo sweetheart had to shift her spearhead, trotting over to Luo An's side, taking out a pen and starting to draw on her white shirt, and justifiably asking Luo An to cooperate a bit. Lone was speechless for a moment, but what else could he do? Spoil it. "Daddy, don't move. Sugar is drawing crooked." Okay, I'm not moving." "Hey, that's pretty. Sugar sure has a talent for drawing." Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded in the office filled with a serene atmosphere. "Come in." As Roan spoke, the door to the office opened and Risol walked in with 2 folders. As he approached and saw the ghostly graffiti on Lone's body, he first froze, then glimpsed a sneaky pill popper behind Lone tinkering with something, and instantly understood, a hint of a smile growing on his face. "Here's the latest script, initially ready for a $20 million capital investment, and it needs your signature." Luo An took the document and symbolically read it twice before signing it at the end and handing it back to Lysol, who let his footsteps lighten and left. Another half hour had passed and it was lunchtime. The original Luo An table like a small mountain of documents, at this time neatly put aside, all have been dealt with. Feeling as if something was missing, he looked behind him and realized that the little girl was, at some point, lying on the floor asleep, with the pen still clutched tightly in her hand. "Finished with it? Let's eat then." Su Mingyue, who had just finished watching an episode of the TV series, came over and squatted down to pat the little one's face. "Sugar, get up and eat." As if receiving some kind of signal, the little girl who was sleeping soundly sat up from the ground as a reflex, with a crystalline drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. Dinner? Sugar wants a big chicken leg. All you do is eat all day. Run an extra half hour tomorrow morning and I'll keep an eye on you myself. Bad woman. Don't give an inch. If you bully Sweetie so much, beware of Sweetie telling her grandparents and great-grandfather. Just say that you bullied Sweetie. What's your name? Mom, Mommy. 2 large and 1 small walked out of the company. Street at this time has set up a lot of food stalls. The white-collar workers of nearby companies are almost all gathered around to buy. The owner of the stall smiled from ear to ear, and the movement of the hand did not stop. Sweetie swept a glance and quickly discovered that there was an instant noodle stand across the street. A bright light flashed in her agile little eyes and tugged on Su Mingyue's hand, excitedly saying, "Mommy, Sugar wants to eat that. It smells so good." Su Mingyue lost interest after only looking at it. Add some pissed off cow balls and real beef to the noodles and then you can sell them for dozens of dollars a bowl. But at the end of the day it's still noodles and she doesn't like them. Good boy. These are not healthy. Mommy will take you to eat some nutritious ones. Nutritious to grow tall and white. At those words, the little girl who was being held by the hand, pointed to Luo An who had already run to the bubble noodle stand at some point and weakly said, "So, why does Daddy get to eat?" You can hear Lone's voice from across the street. "Boss, give me stabs of spicy flavor with extra beef balls and beef." "Okay." Su Mingyue's face was grim as she led the girl over and reached out to ruthlessly tug on Luo An's ear, coldly snorting without any good humor. "Just know how to eat some junk food. The kids are spoiled by you. AI. Pain pain pain. This is delicious. Why don't you daughter-in-law try a bite of this beef ball? It'll explode with juice. Old flavor. I'm not going to eat any of this stuff. It's unappetizing to look at." About 10 minutes later, Lai Sol and Lei Changkong came out of the company with a smile on their faces. "Going to get something to eat later? Nothing much to do this afternoon. Want a drink? Okay." A Sichuan restaurant opened on Kunji Street yesterday. "Go try it." "Good. It just so happens that it's been a while since I've had Sichuan food, and I kinda miss the flavor." With that, the two of them walked towards the car parked on the side of the road, when suddenly Lai Sol stopped in his tracks and looked at a small stall across the street in dismay. "What's wrong?" Lei Changkong suspiciously followed his gaze, followed by a look of dismay on his face as well. "Just see, not far across the street under a pole, a pair of men and women with a small baby milk is holding the instant noodles clunk eat." No image. Who else could it be but the Lohan family? Lai Sol was a bit unconvinced of his eyes at first. After all, who would have thought that the boss of $100 billion conglomerate would be squatting by the side of the road eating instant noodles? This is simply more unbelievable than Hawking being fit and reigning over the court and beating some muss out of himself. Is this a experience of life? I suppose. Sort of. Across the street, Luo An, who was still unaware that he had been discovered, looked at Su Mingyue, who had already finished a bucket beside him, and smiled smugly. "How about that? I told you it smelled good, didn't I? You can question that it's not healthy, but you definitely can't question that it doesn't smell good. Humph. I'll rip your mouth off if you laugh again." "Daddy, I want more pills." Sweat fell down their foreheads drop by drop. When Luo An walked to the boss to settle the bill, he saw that he was followed by a little girl, quite good looking. Her little face was red from the cold. "Boss, you're still bringing your daughter out to set up a stall on such a cold day? Hey, it can't be helped. The child, her mother died early. The family lives in a remote place. Do not dare to leave her alone at home, so they can only bring out to follow the stall." At that, Lone smiled as she finished her check. "This tastes good to you. I assume you made all of these yourself, Maruko?" "That's right. Those frozen ones they sell in the supermarket are unhealthy and don't taste good, so I make them all myself." "Ever consider selling them inside the company cafeteria? That would be much more comfortable than you being here, and you wouldn't have to be exposed to the elements." The boss sighed. "Of course I've thought about it. It doesn't matter if I suffer a little bit. The sun is nothing, but the child is only this big, which can't bear to see her suffer. But ordinary people like us don't have that kind of relationship. A lot of the cafeteria of the people's company is outsourced." Hearing this, a smirk appeared on Lone's face as he turned and waved at the two security guards under the company's building across the street. The security guards had been watching this side, and when they saw Lone calling them, they hurriedly crossed the street at the first opportunity and ran over. "Luo Dong, what are your instructions?" Lone pointed to the owner's booth and ordered with them. "Take them to our company cafeteria and give him a separate window and tell them I ordered it." "Good, Luo Dong." Lock tongue? The boss's entire body froze. The chairman of a company coming to him to eat instant noodles? But he quickly reacted and turned to Luo and just bowed his head and thanked him repeatedly, and pulled his daughter along with him. Two security guards helped clean up the chairs and tables in front of the booth. Sweetie, who was watching this scene from the side and was held in Su Mingyue's arms, said with a face of adoration, "Mommy, Daddy is so handsome." Hearing her daughter's praise, Su Mingyue proudly said, "That's for sure. It's the man Mommy has her eye on." "Then Mommy, will you let Sweets have Daddy? Sweetie also wants a boyfriend as awesome as Daddy." Snap dash. A slap landed on her butt, and Luo Sweetie instantly deflated her little mouth in displeasure. Bad Mommy. Spanking again. Chapter 136, The Hidden Family. On Tuesday, January 28th, after 2 days of no movement, it snowed again and the temperature dropped. Today is the day of the rebidding of the demolition in the south of the city. The location of the bidding is still in the big meeting in the Magic City government building. With the first bidding failure of the previous record, Those previous real estate companies are ready to more strong funds. Quite a momentum not to take the bidding will not stop. By 9 a.m., most of the companies that had received invitations were already there. Everyone's gazes were intentionally or unintentionally looking towards the very front, where Li Hongchen was, whispering about it. Present are not any ordinary people. A wide range of information channels are clear that this time Li Hongchen is smart and clever. In the demolition of the money on the hand, the results to their own to attract a tiger. Li Hongchen's face didn't look good at this time, and he was obviously furious. At that moment, a young man and woman walked in the doorway. It was Luo An and Su Mingyue. In a flash, a dozen gazes all looked toward them, constantly sizing them up as if they wanted to see Luo An through. Li Hongchen, who was harboring a grudge, sneered when he saw Luo An appear. Since when can a soft-eating white boy participate in this kind of occasion? It seems that the threshold for participating in bidding is getting lower and lower now. Everyone in the room had done their research on Loan. And in a sense, Loan had really made a fortune on soft food. Loan wasn't angered by his comment and shrugged. Then I'll look forward to Boss Li's performance later. After all, you're such a powerful character. It would be a shame if you lose to a soft-eating brat like me. Then we'll see. Li Hongchen snorted coldly and stopped talking. In fact, compared to the entity with more fixed assets, internet companies like Pendome have a great advantage in terms of cash flow. However, as of now, it seems that Pendome is still a distance away from Hongchen Real Estate, so Li Hongchen is very confident to take the bidding meeting. As for the Cloud Group, he did not put it in his mind because he had consumed a lot of money in the previous years for researching new energy sources. Another 10 minutes passed, and with the arrival of the mayor, the crowd in the room fell silent in unison. Because there were some accidents in the last bidding, so the second bidding will be held today. Some words have already been said last time. This time I won't say any more. Now the bidding starts. As the market's words fell, one person directly shouted the price. Picturesque Realty, offer 100 billion. Dongliang Properties, $150 billion. Hongchen Real Estate, $250 billion. As Li Hongchen opened his mouth, the whole room quieted down. Because the last bidding meeting Hongchen Real Estate was to win with 250 billion. Most of them were heavily involved in this solicitation, mainly coming to see the show. The crowd's eyes couldn't help but fall on Loan's body in the last row. He spoke faintly. Cloudy Realty, $260 billion. Hongchen Real Estate, $270 billion. The main drama of the bidding began, and the two of them, Luo An and Li Hongchen, began to go toe-to-toe, constantly raising their prices, and soon surpassed the 300 billion mark. Such a huge amount of money is already enough to make that piece of land in the south of the city a famous business district in the country. With the price increase again and again, sitting in front of Li Hongchen, because of nervousness forehead gradually began to sweat. Originally he thought that Luo An had most about $270 billion, but now things have obviously exceeded his expectations. Thinking of the consequences of a failed bid, Li Hongchen could no longer sit still, and he got up with an ugly face. Mayor Yu, can you pause the bidding? I want to talk to Brother Luo alone. It won't take too much time, just a few minutes. Upon hearing this, Mayor Yu nodded and said, yes. Luo An exchanged a glance with Su Mingyue as he stood up and headed out of the conference room. The two walked out of the conference room one after the other. Li Hongchen tried to squeeze an unnatural smile on his face and whispered towards Luo An, Brother Luo, I didn't know beforehand that there was a friend of yours in Sinan town. This is something I did wrong. I am willing to bring a generous gift to make amends afterward. I wonder if you can give up the bidding. Consider it as giving me, Mr. Li, a face, and we will all be friends in the future. What if I don't give? Roan replied in a flat tone. Li Hongchen held back in his heart, but still forced himself to hold back and whispered in Luo An's ear. I'm also not afraid to tell you. This time it's the Peng family who has their eyes on this piece of land. I'm just a tool that they've supported. If you snatch this piece of land, it's like you're making an enemy out of the Peng family, just for the sake of a bunch of insignificant people. It's not worth it to do that. Since ancient times, there would be a few hidden families in each region, who held the vast majority of the society's resources, but kept a low profile, so few people knew about them. For example, the well-known Papa Ma or the founder of Penguin, Ma Tang, are both members of the Ma family in Kyoto. Those big bosses of trillion-dollar conglomerates who are ostensibly so glamorous may just be a puppet supported by the local hidden family and can be replaced at any time. Luo An also didn't expect Hongchen Real Estate to be one of the forces being supported, but he didn't lose his cool because of this and spoke calmly. Then it's even more unlikely that I'll give you face. You're a puppet. Why do you want me to give you face? After you step down, I'm sure someone will come to me to negotiate. After saying that, Luo An turned around and walked into the conference room, leaving Li Hongchen standing alone in the doorway with an ugly face. The final result of the bidding was that Luo An succeeded in his bid and Li Hongchen simply disappeared. As for what comes next, I'll leave it to the people underneath to get busy. Back in the car, Su Mingyue listened to Luo An and said, "You're in luck. I understand the Pang family. They probably want to create a brand new advanced business district. That's why they're spending huge sums of money to bid for the project. We can sell the cloud sky real estate to them and earn quite a bit of difference in price. Not bad for a smart and brilliant daughter-in-law. Not unlike me. Come on, give me a kiss. Geez, off and drive home." The dead girl called me a dozen times during the meeting, clamoring for me to go back and stay with her. Chapter 137, The Luo Family and the Peng Family. Children are the most clingy to their parents between the ages of 3 and 12. To put it in layman's terms, no matter where your parents go, they have to stick to them like a dog's paw and never leave the middle of the line of sight. What? You're not taking me? Then I'll just have to cry for you. This is not. Luo An and Su Mingyue go to the city government to open a meeting of the effort. Parked the car just returned home. Across the small courtyard can be heard inside the house of the little girl heartbreaking cries. Wow 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 cries non-stop. The whole house seemed to tremble. In the villa's living room, Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue are making every effort. But on the contrary, the little girl is crying more and more fierce. Red little eyes. Tears drop by drop don't want money to fall. Just looking at the human heart. Want to carry into the arms of a good comfort. Sweetie, don't cry. Look, Grandpa here has cupcakes. Or your favorite strawberry flavor. Let's eat the cupcakes together. Okay? Sweets. Look at Grandma. There are so many dolls here. All in your favorite pink color? Will Grandma play with you? Whoa whoa. I don't want these. I want Mommy and Daddy. At the critical moment, a movement came from outside the house, followed by the door opening. Luo An and Su Mingyue walked into the house successively. Seeing the two of them, the little guy's crying stopped at once, huffed his little nose, jumped off the sofa with his bare little feet, and pounced towards Su Mingyue, burrowing in her arms non-stop. Mommy! The scene was extremely cozy as mother and daughter embraced. However, Su Mingyue's voice was cold. You're already 3 years old. Why are you still such a crybaby? And I've only been gone for how long? You're not allowed to eat cupcakes from now on. You can only eat them when you stop crying. This is good. Just stopped crying, little sweet. Once heard cannot eat her favorite cupcakes. Mouth deflated again cried, and crying movement than before even louder. Luo An, who was standing by the side, held her forehead, took her daughter into her arms, stroked her little head, and comforted her with a gentle voice. Sweet sweet good oh, we don't cry. Mommy just said the words or scare you. Sweet sweet so cute. How can I not let you eat cupcakes it? We eat every day. Eat all the time. Okay? Aha! Obviously Luo An's words. The girl was very convinced. After 2 chokes, she didn't cry anymore, and lay quietly in Luo An's arms, blinking her slightly reddish little eyes. Cute as hell. Seeing this, Su Mingyue was speechless and puzzled. Obviously when she was abroad, as long as she said so, sugar would stop even if she cried fiercely. How come it didn't work since she came back home? With a glance, Lu Fongfang could see through what she was thinking and laughed softly. In the past, when Sweetie hadn't been properly coaxed, your set was naturally useful, but after returning to China, she's almost being spoiled by little An, and you're still so fierce. How can you possibly coax her? When you're a mom, you still need to be gentler. Su Mingyue felt that this seemed to make some sense, so she revealed a slightly raw and loving motherly smile towards her daughter who was looking this way, and began to play the persona of a gentle mommy, which knows that the little girl saw it, all jolted, rushed to step his head into his father's arms, deflated little mouth aggrieved said, Mommy is so scary, scarier than a mother tyrannosaurus in the movies. Su Mingyue, Luo An even failed to hold back and let out a pft of laughter, and after reacting, she hastily stretched out her other hand to cover her mouth, but in the end, it was too late. A chill enveloped him, and a demonic whisper came to his ears. What are you laughing at? It's not supposed to be laughing at me, is it? Su Mingyue, who was already upset, fist pumped her way towards Luo An, with a sinister expression that one couldn't help but feel intimidated by. Soon, the villa resounded with screams and pleas for mercy. Ah, daughter-in-law, I was wrong. I wasn't laughing at you just now. I just thought of something funny. Definitely not laughing at you. Oh, Sugar isn't smiling. So why are you hitting Sugar? Both of you stop right there. I have to teach you a good lesson today, so you'll know who's the head of the family. 2 people with the same last name were flabbergasted to be chased and beaten for 3 blocks by a person with a foreign last name, until Luo An lay on the ground unable to climb up. Su Mingyue was only willing to give up. One hand picked up her daughter's back collar, like a toy, carried her in her hand and walked towards home. All 3 were tired after all the fuss, and after a brief shower lay down on one of the beds and began to take a lunch break. The following morning the weather was exceptionally fine, and under the strong sunlight, the snow on the roadside and eaves slowly began to melt into water, which blended into the soil and turned into nutrients for the plants. just as Luo An and Su Mingyue had predicted. Luo An had just arrived at the office today when he received a message from his secretary that someone was looking for him, claiming to be from the Pang family in Jiang province, but to his surprise, there was another person claiming to be from the Luo family in the next province. The last name made Lone think twice. Soon he arrived at the office and saw a man and a woman sitting on the sofa drinking tea. The man was dressed in a casual outfit, but from the gold threads at the cuffs and the sheen of the fabric, anyone who knew what they were doing could tell that the outfit was expensive. As for looks, square face, not as handsome as him anyway. The other woman, on the other hand, was sitting there all dressed up and glamorous, in a purple dress that was also extremely fancy, with a few sparkling white diamonds on it. There was a tear mole at the corner of his right eye, and his looks could be said to be pretty, but not exactly stunning, not half as beautiful as his daughter-in-law's. While Lone was sizing up the duo, the youth was the first to rise and came forward with his hand outstretched in a sprightly smile. "Hello, Luo Dong, Pang Yun of the Pang family, please forgive me for coming to nag you in your busy schedule." Then it was the woman sitting on the couch who got up, but she did not reach out. Instead her words were slightly cold. "Luo family, Luo Yagu." After introducing himself, Pang Yun did not speak, but instead walked to the side and leisurely sat back on the sofa with a look of waiting for a good show. He also didn't know what those people in the Luo family were thinking. Letting Luo Yagu, a young pampered young lady, go out to gild the lily. He could understand that, but actually not sending someone to follow her. With this woman's character, something was properly going to happen. As expected, just as Pang Yun had predicted, the next second he heard Luo Yaji's words coldly say, "I won't say any more of those polite words. I'm here on behalf of Luo's group to acquire Cloudy Sky Real Estate this time. Make an offer. I'm very busy and don't want to waste more time here." In one sentence, Luo Yagu changed her primary and secondary status, which was a big taboo in the workplace. Luo An walked unhurriedly behind his desk and sat down, smiling lightly. "If I guessed correctly, Ms. Luo should be the first time to come out to negotiate. Your so-called money I'm not lacking at all. Contracting that piece of land is just to find something for myself to do. It doesn't matter to me who the company is sold to. What's important is what you can come up with to exchange with me." Unfortunately, Luo Yagu didn't intend to stay here for long at all. She was still waiting for noon to go for her beauty treatment. If not for her father who insisted her to come, she wouldn't bother to come. At this moment, after seeing Luo An with this attitude, she was dissatisfied. "So just say what you want and can you stop wasting my time? I'm too busy to waste my time here. Since Ms. Luo has her own business to attend to, then please go ahead. I won't see her off." Seeing Luo Yagu in such a posture, Luo An did not hesitate to issue an expulsion order. "This one is too stupid to communicate well at first glance, or the one next to him looks smarter." "You." Luo Yaji's eyes widened. She had waited for half an hour painstakingly, but Luo An just came for 1 minute and let her go. What was this? Are you treating her like a monkey? I'll remember you, and I'll make you regret doing this to me. In the end, Luo Yagu angrily slammed the door and left. Chapter 138 Naughty Little Girl. After Loyalist left, Pang Yun then smiled and got up and walked to the chair in front of the desk and sat down, took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket and just about to hand them over, when Luo An reached out and politely refused. "With kids at home, I've quit. I didn't realize that brother you had a double harvest of career and love at a young age. Admire admire admire. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I've already jacked off that idiot Li Hongchen. What he's done in the past 2 years is enough for him to spend 10 years in prison," said Pang Yun, stuffed the cigarettes back into the cigarette case. In actuality, he himself did not like smoking, but socializing was always a necessity for these. Then he held up 4 fingers and smiled at Luo An. "Our Pang family is willing to spend this number to acquire the Cloudy Sky Real Estate, to ensure that you do not let the brother to suffer. But so much cash want to take out is not realistic, so we will take some assets to offset. In addition to this, our Pang family owes you 3 favors. This condition, may I ask Luo Dong satisfied?" 3 favors? Luo An didn't move and smiled slightly. "I have money if I want it and connections if I want it in Magic City. What use are your favors to me? Nowadays in the Magic City, Luo Anguang a Pendong may not count for much, but the child her mother's hands have 2 taxpayers, Cloud Sky Group and Sky Trade Group, coupled with Lu Pinggan's connections in the government. Even if the mayor came, he would have to give 3 points. Hearing Luo An's words, Pang Yun replied without panic. "In Magic City, perhaps you have gone to the head, but Luo Dong cannot stay in Magic City all the time. Right, we do businessmen. Once we step on this road, we can only keep moving forward. Has been snailed in one place, only to be pushed off the stage of the end. And we, the Pang family, still have some relations in various provinces, and can help you solve a lot of trouble for you, brother, such as the above." Lone narrowed his eyes slightly, constantly pondering the pros and cons. The Peng family's power in the Magic City could not be underestimated, so if he could not offend, he should still try not to offend. After all, he could only be considered a particularly rich businessman at best now, and did not have too deep a relationship above. That land has a lot of potential. 3 favors is too little. Help me out at least 8 times. Brother, 8 times is too much. Anything that can trouble you is surely not a small matter, and it's troublesome for us to go up and down. So let's do it this way. Let's each take a step back. 5 times. Deal. Seeing Luo An agree so readily, Pinyin cursed in his heart for giving too much, but since the words had been said, it was too late to regret them. Soon, Lei Changkong walked in from outside the office with a proposed contract. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, both parties signed, and from this moment onwards, the Yunxiao real estate completely belonged to the Pang Group. Peng Yun was still in a hurry to return home to deliver his orders, so he didn't stay long and left in a hurry after exchanging a few words with Luo An. As soon as the people had left, a girl with a small ponytail was sneaking around, poking her head out of the doorway. Lone spotted her at a glance and waved at her daughter, smiling dotingly. Sugar, what brings you here? Did you come alone? Uncle Driver drove me here. The little girl made a dash and jumped into Luo An's arms, rubbing and rubbing in his embrace, lifting her head and blinking her small black eyes, craving for more. Daddy, let's go eat something yummy. Mommy just gave Sugar half a cupcake this morning and Sugar is so hungry right now. Looking at the gluttonous girl, Luo An helplessly reached out and touched her head. Good, just in time for Daddy to take you to a fun place. Yeah. The girl was happy to be spinning in place. After cleaning up the tabletop a bit, Lone took her small hand and headed outside. This time, the Peng family handed him many properties, including several amusement parks and toy cities. Dad, I'm going to tell you a secret in secret. Don't tell anyone else. Well, what's the secret? So secretive. When I got up this morning, I drew a little turtle on the back of her neck while you and Mommy were still sleeping and napping. How's that? Sweetie awesome? Luo An. This kid, he's tired of not being cleaned up enough yesterday. How it's even more of a wild card than when he was a kid. In the meantime, it was only at 10 a.m. that Su Mingyue came to the company without any panic. Oncoming employees greeted each other respectfully. Secretary Yi had been waiting for a long time, and with a stack of documents in his hand, he began to report on the recent situation. Su Dong, this month The words had only just left his mouth when Secretary Yi lost his voice. Su Mingyue, who had already pushed the door into the office, stopped and frowned back to look. What's wrong? That. Secretary Yi brought a mirror from the side and carefully said, Su Dong, you'd better take a look at the back of your neck. Su Mingyue took the mirror in disbelief and shone it at the back of her neck. A crooked turtle caught her eye, still painted with green watercolors. In a flash, Su Mingyue's face instantly clouded over as she gritted her teeth. Lo, sweet. The other side. After Luo Yaga left the cloudy sky group, she directly boarded the plane back to Jang Nan, took out her cell phone and started complaining about Luo and teasing her. Luo Changyang knew the character of this daughter of his and opened his mouth to inquire with suspicion in his heart. People have nothing against you. How could they come up and kick you out? Didn't I send my secretary over to assist you? Where is she? Oh, I got tired of her being too nagging and told her to go back by herself first. I can handle this kind of small matter by myself, but this matter is not my problem. It's mainly because that lone guy is deliberately targeting me. On the other end of the phone, Luo Changyang had already roughly guessed what happened, and in his heart he was completely disappointed in this daughter. Forget it, you'd better come back. In the future, just give me an honest stay at home. You're not allowed to meddle in the company's affairs in the future. I'll personally make a trip to Magic City. With that, the phone hung up. Jiang Nan Province. Inside a duplex villa in Jinling. Inside the living room, Luo Changyang hung up the phone. The old man who was sitting on the couch beside him with a cane, coldly grunted. I told you a long time ago that your daughter wouldn't make it. Just like Junsu, her qualifications are mediocre and she's hardly qualified for a big job. When you go to the magic capital this time, bring Jin Chun's grandson back to me. I want to test him personally. Chapter 139 Enrollment in Kindergarten, Proper Education. Early in the morning, Lone was sleeping when a hand suddenly pinched his nose. Unable to breathe, he awoke with a start. Su Mingyue withdrew her hand, wrapped her hands around her chest, and faintly said, Sweetie is 3. It's time for kindergarten. I have things to do at the office, so take her and enroll her. The little girl knew that she was going to enroll today, and excitedly put on one of her prettiest little black princess dresses, and carried the little pink school bag that Su Mingyue had bought for her. Seeing that Luo An's eyes were about to close, she rushed to hold Luo An's head, shaking it while huffing and puffing. Daddy, you'd better get up. Sweetie's going to be late for registration. Geez, signing up is fine between noon, so be a good boy and go watch some cartoons and let Daddy sleep some more. It's not too late to take you to sign up when you're awake. After that, Loan's eyes closed, letting the little girl wiggle around as much as she wanted. Unable to do anything about it, Sugar could only look at her mommy, who was standing beside her. With an aggrieved gaze, Su Mingyue looked at Luo An, who was still sleeping on the bed, and raised her white arm while whispering, "Watch and learn, mommy only teaches once." The words fell, and a swift slap landed on Loan's face with a crisp, pleasant thud. It was followed by the wailing of Loan, being woken up by a slap. He could only helplessly skim his lips, get up and start to change his clothes and wash up, not daring to resist this fierce and smelly at all, seemingly afraid that he would find a place to sneak off to sleep. The little girl was like a little follower, always following closely behind to supervise him, and every now and then she even prodded him. "Hurry up, daddy, you're grinding. The little turtles at the zoo are faster than you." It was only at this moment that Lone realized how pathetic his family's disciple position was. The big ones can't be beaten, and the little ones can't be told. By the time he finished washing up and went downstairs, there was already a hot breakfast on the table, 2 buns and 2 cups of soy milk. Sitting on the sofa and weaving towels for her granddaughter, Fongfang saw little sweetie bouncing and jumping still down from upstairs and smiled with a face full of love. "Our little sweetie is going to kindergarten today. Are you scared?" "Humph, what's so scary about going to kindergarten?" "Sweetie isn't scared." "Okay, hurry over for breakfast. I can sleep some more when I get back from registration." Because she was about to go to kindergarten, Luo Tian, who used to need to be fed, ate breakfast today with no usual neatness, and settled the buns and soy milk in 3 tries. Father and daughter changed their shoes and headed out the door with the car keys. Winter is often the hottest time for kindergarten enrollment, and the entrance to the school is usually surrounded by parents' cars, often requiring traffic police to come out and direct them. The kindergarten that Luo Sweets attends was carefully selected by Su Mingyue, and has a very good reputation in Magic City, as well as being a private kindergarten. It's not far from the mansion house, just a 15-minute drive away, but because of the many cars in the morning, Luo An drove hard for half an hour before arriving at the entrance of the kindergarten. The parking spaces were already taken and he had to park his car randomly on the side of the road. The kindergarten entrance was filled with people, and 2 security guards were maintaining the situation, shouting with a loudspeaker, "Don't crowd everyone, safety first, enrollment second, all take your time." "That parent, there is no parking in front of the school, move your car now, all come over here and line up in order." This scene, Luo An had to brag when he looked at it. Looking at the announcement on the wall, this kindergarten's tuition fee for a year was as high as 100,000 yuan, and there were actually so many people who came to enroll. It seems that there are quite a lot of rich people in Magic City. He took the little girl to the end of the line and moved slowly toward the front. The little girl's eyes looked around curiously, mostly at the crying, spluttering children, all about her age. "Daddy, why are they crying?" "Oh, probably just being idle." "Eggs? This is not knowledge for a child like you to know. Here, have a lollipop." After that, after waiting in line for a full 10 minutes, Luo An was then able to enter the school, and was directed by the security guards to walk towards the Sunshine Building in the center, the floor where the classrooms were located. Next to the Sunshine Building are the Library Building, the Art Building, and the Indoor Stadium. The usual kindergarten is not as big as one of the playgrounds in this kindergarten, which seems to be a disguised illustration of the gap between people. People only start learning English in elementary school, some start learning it in kindergarten. How can we compare? Most people's futures are doomed from the start. Just as Luo An signed up with her daughters, a guest, who had traveled a long way, knocked on the door of the Luo family. Knock knock. Hearing the commotion, Luo Mingyue, who had just finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen, walked to open the door. "Who is it this early?" The door opened, revealing a formally dressed middle-aged man, who wore a large back comb, had a serious and rigid face, and was faintly emanating the aura of a superior person. After looking up and down twice, Luo Mingyue felt that the person in front of him was very unfamiliar, so he politely asked out loud, "You are?" "I'm from the Luo family in Jiang province, Luo Changyang." Hearing the 4 words Luo family of Jiang province, Luo Minghue's pupils shrunk slightly, and a section of his mind's nearly forgotten memories resurfaced like a tidal wave. Noticing the change in his expression, Luo Changyang smiled slightly. "This time it was the old man who asked me to come. May I be allowed to enter the house for a moment?" "My cousin. Well, come on in." Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, inside the Gold Mountain Kindergarten, the small classrooms were located on the first floor, and at this time parents filled the entire hallway, nervously watching their children inside the classroom. In the classroom, a young female teacher skillfully comforted the crying children, and with her encouragement, the classroom quickly quieted down. The female teacher started talking about things from the podium while the little kids below whispered. She didn't care, it was supposed to be all this talk about the parents outside the window. After a few words of caution, the female teacher gave each parent a sheet with some school rules and things to be instructed. In just 10 minutes or so, small groups had formed in the classroom and started talking to each other. Cute looking like a ceramic doll, Luo Sweetness naturally bore the brunt of the conversation, being brought along by one little boy after another. If eyes could kill, Lorne's eyes outside the corridor would be enough to kill them back and forth 100 times over. Damn little bastards. How dare they get so close to his little cottontails. It seems that when he goes back, he needs to give his daughter some knowledge about men and women, or else if he is abducted by any yellow hair, he will have no place to cry. Luo Sweetie quickly made many friends and laughed a lot. Her afterglow caught a glimpse of a small girl sitting alone in the corner of the classroom, and she was just about to walk over to her when a young boy took her hand and shook her head. Don't go over there. My mom says she's from an orphanage and has a lot of germs and you can't get too close to her. As if hearing this, the girl in the corner lowered her head even further. Sugar wondered, but, she's so pathetic like that, no one even plays with her. Gee, don't mind her. Let's go play eagle and chicken. I'll be the eagle. A group of children ran to the playground after getting permission from the teacher, but Sugar started to mope around, not as happy as she was at the beginning, and even fell several times while playing, but stubbornly didn't cry. Finally she couldn't help herself and broke away from the playful group and walked over to Lone's side to hug his leg in an unhappy manner. Daddy, why doesn't everyone want to play with her? Are germs dirty? Everyone says she's dirty, but I obviously don't smell a stinky odor. Luo An was watching the scene just now. Private schools like this one basically enroll some kids from orphanages every year, for free, and then go on the internet to publicize them, do stories, and raise the school's profile. Unfortunately, it didn't work out so well for those children in the orphanage. The gap created by status only causes pain. As in the saying, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Sugar, what do you think of that little friend? Ron crouched down and reached out to rub his daughter's head and began to guide her while exercising the responsibilities that a father should do. Sugar bowed her little head, pursed her lips, and replied with a wilted emotion, smiley face, I don't know, but I just feel sorry for her. It's obvious she's done nothing wrong and people don't play with her. So what do you want to do? I want to be friends with her. Sweetie wants to make lots and lots of friends. The commotion of the father-daughter conversation drew the attention of the rest of the parents, among them the female teacher. She could see that Luo An's temperament was extraordinary and his identity was definitely not simple, so she was even more curious about the way he would teach the child. Chapter 140, The Real Difference Between the Poor and the Rich. As they watched Luo An educate their children, the parents also split into two factions and began to whisper, if you ask me, it's better to keep children away from these orphans. Orphans usually have psychological problems and bad habits, and it's troublesome to teach children to be bad. That's what I think too. And I don't know why the school is looking for these orphans to come into the school every year. Or is it free enrollment? So why should we have to pay to get our children in? Laughing my ass off. I see you guys don't have much money. You were just paying for your tuition and asking if you could get a discount. And you're packaging yourselves as upper class. The first two who spoke were women. And the last sentence was from a man who brought his son to enrollment and just couldn't stand to watch. The two women were just about to theorize with the man when they heard Luo An laugh at the girl. Since you want to be friends with her, do it the way you like. Don't worry about what other people say. And when things go wrong, Dad's got your back. Remember, people are rich and poor, but not noble and lowly. At this statement, the parents around the room had a variety of demeanors, ranging from approval, to disbelief, to calmness. Snap. A round of applause came at that moment. However, the crowd looked around and realized it was the female teacher clapping, and they heard her laugh admiringly. This father said it well. This is the right way to educate children. People are never divided into nobility and inferiority. We can't impose our negative thoughts on our children. Often such children will not go far in the future. The little child's name is Yang Xiu. Her father is a firefighter who was killed in a firefighting accident 2 years ago, rescuing 18 survivors, and her mother, a doctor, fainted from too much exhaustion in a medical accident and never woke up afterward. As the isolated little girl's life came to light, the woman who had just spoken out lowered her head in self-conscious shame, not having the face to look at anyone else. With Luo An's guidance, Luo Sweetheart quickly figured it out and took out 2 bags of snacks from the small bag Luo An was holding and trotted over towards the classroom. The little girl was used to being treated in isolation and sat calmly in the corner of the classroom. A girl wearing a black princess dress ran into the classroom and placed 2 packets of snacks on her desk. A slanting ray of warm sunlight shone on her face. Her smile was bright and innocent, and her small black eyes were filled with curiosity as she opened her mouth. Hey, you want to be friends with Sugar? I have lots and lots of yummy for you. The little girl who was accosted, a flash of unnaturalness on her face, replied in a clear voice. My name's not Hey, it's Yancy. So you want to be friends with Sugar? Can I be your friend? Of course. Mommy said that holding hands makes us good friends, so we are good friends now. Between a few words, the two kids talked. At first, Yang Xiyu was still a bit tired of dealing with Luo Tiantian's seemingly endless questions, but she soon became skillful and gradually revealed her original character. The scene was all in the eyes of the parents outside, especially those parents who can barely pay the tuition fees feel the most deeply, and they realize at this moment where the gap between the poor and the rich really lies. It's not about money or status, it's about the difference in thinking, which is almost a disconnect. Today was just registration, and after the kids got to know each other, the teacher called for dismissal. It's only the end of January, half a month before school officially starts, but the silly girl is so hard to make a real friend. How can she be willing to part so soon? Hard to pull Luo An. Take her and Yang Xiyu to play in the amusement park. What? You're not taking me? Then Ben Sugar will cry for you, the kind that can never be coaxed. What else could Lone do? After greeting the staff of the orphanage, he took the two little ones to the amusement park and had a painful morning of fun. It wasn't until after lunch that this sent Yang Xiyu back to the orphanage. Originally Luo Tian also wanted to move into the orphanage, but was stopped by Luo and slap. Are you kidding? If you go to the orphanage, doesn't that mean I'm lying on the board with your mommy? If people find out, they'll be laughed at. Driving back home, the little girl ran into the living room with her school bag on her back and lay down in Su Mingyue's arms, who was watching TV, sharing her morning's harvest. Luo An was ready to go for a nap, but he was called back by old Luo, who had a rare serious look on his face. You're coming upstairs with me. There's something I need to tell you. What's wrong, Dad? With such a serious expression. You didn't give me a sibling, did you? Or did you start something and people came to the door? Can you be serious? I'm going to talk to you about business. Besides, do I look like the kind of person who'd abandon you? If your Willow's mom hears about this, she's going to kick my ass. Chapter 141, First Arrival at Luo Family in Jian Province. Toward evening, Luo Mingyue brought Luo into the study on the second floor before he spoke. There's something I've been hiding from you for a long time, and now it's time to tell you. Do you know about the Luo family in Jian Province? Luo family? Luo An froze and truthfully said, I know. I've seen someone from the Luo family 2 days ago. What's wrong? Walking behind the desk and sitting down, Luo Mingyue spoke a secret he had buried in his heart for decades, slowly stating, actually, our family has a great deal of affinity with the Luo family. The Luo family, the only 100-year-old family in Jiang Province, has a pivotal position in Jiang Province, whether it is the business sector or the military, with the political world, all have their shadow, can be a super giant power, and Luo Minghue's father was from the Luo family, and he was a blood brother to Luo Jiu, the current ruler of the Luo family. So originally, Luo An would have been able to enjoy inexhaustible glory and wealth since he was born. However, there is a rule in the Luo family that in order to make the family more long-term, there can only be one heir in each generation, and this position needs to be competed for, with the winner being the future head of the Luo family, and vice versa. The loser will have to travel far away from home, completely eliminating the possibility of civil strife within the family. And Luo An's grandfather was the loser who was expelled from the Luo family back then. Hearing all this, even the well-informed Luo An couldn't help but have a surprised expression on his face. Somewhat hard to imagine that he and that Luo family actually had such a layer of relationship. Luo Mingyue sighed as he lifted a compact altar from a cabinet in his study. This contains your grandfather's ashes. After being kicked out of his home, his old man's greatest wish was to return to the Luo family, but unfortunately, he ended up depressed. The Luo family came to me today, hoping to ask you to make a trip to Jiang Province. Lone frowned at the age-filled urn and guessed. So you want me to make a trip to bring Grandpa's ashes back to the Luo family to bury them? No, just the opposite. But Luo Mingyue was shaking his head. I don't want you to get involved with the Luo family in any way. They're a group of people who eat people without spitting out their bones are not good people. This is also the reason why I didn't tell you about this before. But even if I say I won't go, they'll use other means to make me go, right? Luo An said what Luo Mingyue wanted to say below. Luo Mingyue nodded. Seeing the helplessness revealed in his dad's eyes, Lone reached out to pat his shoulder and smiled confidently. Don't worry, Dad. Grandpa's wish will be fulfilled by me. Tomorrow I'll make a trip to Jiang Province to see what they're up to. But then again, I didn't expect you to be so dutiful as to preserve your grandfather's ashes so well. I'm impressed, haha. At the mention of this, Luo Mingyue, as if remembering something, unwrapped the lid of the altar, then stuck his hand into the altar, and when he retracted his hand, there was already a bulging envelope in his hand. He patted the ashes on it, cheerfully. Actually not really, this was originally the wife's book I saved for you. I've forgotten about it over time. It's just right to take it out now. You're not short of it anyway, so I can spend this money however I want. Lone retracted his thoughts and looked at the money-minded Olden in front of him. He turned and walked out of the study, shouting downstairs, "Mrs. Lu, my dad hid his private money, and quite a lot of it, at least a few million. He also said that he would find time to go to a massage parlor to relax." "What?" From downstairs came the angry voice of Mrs. Willow, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps sounding up the stairs. Inside the study, the money that came into his hands was not yet warmed up by Luo Mingyue. "What a good son of the old man. Filial piety died for me." Unsurprisingly, Lao Luo was severely repaired by Lu Fongfang, who went upstairs, and naturally the money was not kept, so it is estimated that he will have to sleep on the sofa at night. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Su Mingcheng is asleep. There was a rush of footsteps in the hallway outside the room. Immediately after the door to the room opened, the little girl in her pajamas trotted in and flung herself onto the bed, but there was no sign of Lone, and she blinked her puzzled little eyes. "Mommy, where's Daddy? Daddy's got something to do and he's going away for 2 days, so go play by yourself and don't disturb my sleep." Su Mingyue's voice was lazy, not wanting to get up at all. "That bad guy actually lasted that long yesterday, but he tossed her around a lot. When he comes back, he'll have to be taught a lesson." In the meantime, Luo An took his grandfather's urn early in the morning and boarded a plane to Jian province. Today's weather is good. The sea of clouds outside the airplane window looks like a fairyland, and the warm sunlight shines through the window to dispel some of the coolness. Jiang province, also known as Jang Nan. There is an old saying that says, Jang Nan women, the most soft and beautiful, are suitable to bring home as wives. The stewardess pushed a trolley with a wide range of snacks on it. The middle tier was a variety of boxed lunches, and the bottom tier was a decent assortment of beverages. "Sir, may I take your order?" the stewardess softly inquired. Lone thought for a moment and laughed softly. "An orange juice, please." Attention was attracted by the smile. The stewardess's face couldn't help but blush, picking up a bottle of orange juice and pouring a glass, handing it to the small table, her voice shy. "Sir can call me again if you need anything." "Okay, thanks." The stewardess pushed the cart away. The distance between Magic City and Jiang province was only 300 kilometers, and it only took 3 hours to drive. 1.5 hours later, the airplane arrived at the border of Jiang province and began to drop its altitude, heading toward the airport far below, its wings leaving 2 long trails in the turquoise blue sky. Outside the airport in Jiang province, a black stretch Bentley slowly parked on the side of the road. The license plate is a clear 9, which shows the owner's extraordinary status. The appearance of such a high-profile luxury car naturally caused an uproar in the crowd, who all bowed their heads and talked about it. "Which big shot has arrived here again? TSK, this car I know. The price of more than 20 million, or global limited edition. There is a price without a market. Simply cannot be bought. Can take this car as a seat." The entire Jiang province are only a handful of people. "Look, isn't that Luo Changyang, the general manager of the Luo group? And the one next to him is his daughter, right? Are they here to pick up the airplane? What kind of person has such a big party?" A young man in a black long-sleeved shirt walked out of the airport. Amidst the surprised gazes of the onlookers, Luo An greeted Luo Changyang, "Uncle Luo, and Miss Luo, we meet again. Ha ha, little and you're welcome. We're all family. Just call me uncle. You've already met with your cousin, right? She's not yet experienced in the world. If she did anything rude before, I'll apologize to you for her. It's okay, I'm not that narrow-minded." Looking at Luo An's clouded appearance when facing her own father, Luo Yaga snorted coldly, pulled open the car door and sat in. Seeing this, a touch of helplessness appeared in Luo Chengyang's eyes. He was completely disappointed in this daughter. "If I had known that I would have raised her to be the savage character she is today, I should have been a bit more strict in the past." Without stopping too much, after getting into the car, the extended version of the Bentley drove away from the airport with a roar of the gas pedal, heading in the direction of the center of Jinling. Luo family is the deepest family in Jiang province. The place where they live is not the big mansion that Luo An imagined. With the big manor, the main family lives in the city in a small manor with an old style of decoration, but it was such a small manor that made those from the Luo family's outer subfamilies rush to it. Without any hesitation, this small manor was the power center of the entire Luo family. Seeing the car approaching, the security guards guarding the gate hastily pulled open the iron gate. The stretch Bentley stopped in front of the small courtyard of the 3-story villa, and Lone got out, holding the altar and surveying the property. Luo Changyan walked to his side and laughed. "Go on in. Don't keep your great-grandfather waiting." Aha! The door to the villa was open. There were 3 people sitting quietly on the couch in the living room at that moment. An old man with gray hair and a well-tended but exquisite body sat in the center of the sofa, a wooden dragon head cane in his hand, exuding a faint majesty. To the left of the old man sat a father and son who looked similar. The youth looked about the same age as Luo An, with wisps of Englishness between his eyebrows. After bringing Luo An, Luo Changyang and Luo Yaga sat down on the sofa to the right of the old man, quietly without speaking. Seeing Luo An holding a broken urn, Luo Kai coldly grunted. What are you still stupidly standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to kowtow to Grandpa? If it wasn't for his old man's kind heart, you wouldn't have had a chance to return to your family in this life. Chapter 142, Accumulating Strength and Waiting for an Opportunity. The words added a few heavy moments to the atmosphere in the living room. Luo Yaga sat on the side, looking like she was ready to watch a good show, as if she had already expected this to be the current situation. Lone's arrival adds a touch of possibility to the Luo family. Originally, the Luo family's family head would be among Luo Yaga and Luo Kai, but with Luo An's arrival, there was one more possibility, and he would naturally become a target. Luo Hongyan, who was sitting in the center, didn't open his mouth, ready to observe and watch this little grandson's reaction. Luo An took in their gazes and sneered out at Luo Kai as if he had seen something funny. I think you're mistaken about one thing. It's not me, Luo An, who climbed high into your Luo family's wealth. It's your Luo family who invited me here, but it doesn't look like you guys are welcoming me, so I'll see you around. After saying that, Luo An turned around and walked towards the outside dryly and without dragging his feet, which froze Luo Changyang and Luo Jiming on the side. It was out of their expectation to actually say they were leaving. Wait, Luo Hongyan, who was the backbone of the family, finally couldn't help but open his mouth when he saw Luo An step 1 foot out of the threshold. A smirk appeared between his eyebrows as he said, "You're an interesting kid, with 3 of your grandfather's style back then. Kai, apologize to your cousin." Grandpa, I'll say it one last time and apologize to your cousin. Facing his grandfather's extremely oppressive gaze, Luo Kai was instantly defeated and could only get up and bowed towards Luo An, very much suffocating. I'm sorry. As the words fell, Luo An's footsteps paused. Turning around, he said with a smile, "Seeing as you have such a proper attitude, I'll grudgingly accept your apology. After all, a gentleman doesn't see eye to eye with a villain. Don't you think so? Okay, all quiet." After stopping the two, Luo Hongyan got up and walked towards the second floor. Luo Changyang and Luo Jiming were about to follow up to assist, only to hear the old man faintly say, "Xiao Ge, Xiao Kai, and Xiao An come up here with me. As for you two, do what you need to do. Don't make any small moves or get the hell out of this house." Luo Changyang and Luo Jiming looked at each other in dismay and turned around to leave in a sensible manner. Just as he got to the second floor, Lone heard the sound of water running. As expected, following Luo Hongyan, he saw a square fish pond on the balcony, in which a goldfish was swimming lively in the water. Luo Hongyan sat down in the chair next to him and pointed to the 3 small puddles on the side that were specifically isolated for treatment. Inside were actually 3 piranhas with sharp teeth exposed, 2 big ones and 1 small one, which were displaying their ferocious looks. If I put these 3 piranhas in the fish pond, they will definitely attack each other in order to fight for the small fish. So the question is, which one do you think will be the final winner? If you answer correctly, I can give you a small reward, be it a luxury car or a mansion. With a reward, Luo Yaga and Luo Kai were instantly excited. Luxury cars and mansions they don't lack, but being able to have a good performance in front of Grandpa will definitely be beneficial to the future competition for the heir, and immediately voiced their opinions. They each chose a large piranha. Luo An was not interested in this boring game or the Luo family fortune, so he did not answer. Luo Hongyan glanced at the altar he was holding and spoke in a single word. "If you can choose the right one, then I'll have Inchuan's tomb moved back to the Luo family." Does that raise some excitement in you? Wasn't that the purpose of Luo An's visit to Jian province? He replied, "Since you all chose the big one, I'll take the small one." "What about the reason?" Luo Hongyan asked in an interested voice. Immediately afterward, Luo An stated the answer he had in mind. Mantis catching cicadas, yellow bird in the back, 2 big fish fighting each other. Fighting to the end is bound to lose both, and from the beginning of the small fish is ignored. At this moment becomes particularly important. Simply put, is to accumulate power, waiting for the opportunity to move. To this statement, Luo Kai obviously disagreed and immediately retorted against Luo An. The weak will always be the strong. The small will always be the small. How can they fight the big? Don't you know that a hungry camel is bigger than a horse? Loyalist was of the same opinion. Standing aside, Luo Hongyan's eyes showed disappointment in them, while at the same time sweating over Luo An's potential. The old man took an iron poker and dropped 3 piranhas into the fish pond, getting a wider environment to live in. The 3 fish swam quickly and soon found their prey. Unsurprisingly, the 2 large piranhas started fighting each other, not giving the smaller piranha a chance to grab it. The little goldfish was torn in half in the water, and the rich smell of blood filled the air, staining the entire pond. It was followed by a struggle between 2 large fish, one of which was quickly bitten to death, and the other, by now exhausted, was bitten in the blink of an eye by the smaller piranha. which had preserved its strength from the beginning. Apparently, it was Lorne who picked the right one. He looked to Lakai and smiled. A word to the wise. No one can stay on a high horse when a tiger falls. This sentence Luo Hongyan was satisfied. When the air battle was held, he was also vulnerable from the beginning and was not favored. But he managed to salvage his defeat at the end and sat in the position he is in today. Such a talent will surely be able to lead the Luo family to a higher position. But if it is not available, it must be strangled in the cradle. Chapter 143, Meeting an Old Friend. Under Luo's sweetheart's spilling and rolling, Su Mingyue had no choice but to drive helplessly and prepare to take her to the orphanage. Mommy, will you take Sweetie to buy some food? I promised Whisper that I would bring her something delicious. Sugar climbed sharply into the back seat of the car and after fastening her seatbelt, wiggled her little pink and white legs, her face one of suppressed excitement and happiness. Su Mingyue's reply was unforgiving. That's what you promised people. What's it to me? If you want snacks, pay for them yourself. Ah, Mommy, you're bad. How about I give you a kiss and you buy it for Sweetie? Okay? Saying that, the little munchkin directly proceeded to undo the seatbelt that had just been tied on, pouted and clunked a kiss on Su Mingyue's face. Really can't do anything about you. Su Mingyue took out a piece of paper and wiped off the saliva on her face. Let's say first that you can only buy a little bit, lest you eat too many snacks and don't eat again. The little munchkin wanted to fight a little more, but then he heard Su Mingyue say firmly, that's not negotiable. I'm not as easy to coax as your stinking father. Okay. The car drove away from the villa area towards the nearest supermarket, and after buying a full 5 big bags of snacks and 3 big bottles of happy water, Su Mingyue then drove towards the orphanage according to her daughter's guidance. I don't know if it's because the genes are too good, but Luo's sweetheart's memory has been especially good since she remembered, and she basically won't forget what she's seen once. So naturally, remembering the road is not a problem. Soon, under guidance, the Rolls-Royce pulls up outside the courtyard of an orphanage. The houses around them were dilapidated and full of age. The walls were covered in moss, and debris was everywhere on the roads. It's hard to imagine such a place near the center of the city in the developed Magic City. Clutching a bag of snacks, Sugar ran into the orphanage and milkily shouted towards the small 3-story building not far away. Whisper, I've come to play with you. The door to a room on the first floor near the corridor was opened, and a small girl, also wearing a pilled head, trotted out, a bright light shining in her small eyes. Sweets. Behind her ran an aunt, about 50 years old, who was shouting, you slow down, see you. Go wash your face and rinse your mouth first. Watch out for bugs drilling holes in your teeth. Yancy listened to the dean, so she and Sugar walked back to their room hand in hand, ready to wash up together. The crisp laughter of the 2 little girls echoed through the courtyard. Hello, I'm the director of the orphanage. You're the mother of this girl, Sweetie, aren't you? She's so good looking. No wonder she was able to give birth to such a well-behaved child as Sweetie. Didn't her father come today? Dean, he wiped his hands, smiled and greeted Su Mingyue with a simple smile, belonging to the type of person with very little heart. Su Mingyue shook hands with her, a smile on her face. The child was clamoring to come and play early in the morning. Her father had something to do, so I'm the one who brought her here today. It won't disturb you guys, right? Do not disturb, do not disturb. Dean, he waved his hand. It's just fine now. Why don't I take you around? That would be a problem. At the sight of the limousine outside the courtyard, Dean, he was originally a bit nervous. After all, it was not uncommon for rich people to look down on the poor, but now that she saw Su Mingyue being so nice, she immediately relaxed quite a bit. The entire orphanage is not large, raising more than 10 children, living in a small 3-story building, in addition to a small playground and a small yard, the area totaling about 1,000 square feet. Dean, he took Su Mingyue around the building and sighed as she mentioned the children who had no one to adopt them. These children are bitter people, most of them have no parents. Some were born abandoned by their parents. I was in fact just to help the orphanage college student volunteers, but after seeing these children alone, but also often abused by volunteers, so I defied my family's objections, resolutely stayed in the orphanage. Stayed. I did not think it was 30 years. I didn't realize it would be 30 years. Su Mingyue gazed through the window and glanced obliquely at her daughter who was running madly on the playground, and inwardly she couldn't help but empathize and miss Luo An a little. Why isn't this dog man back yet? Be comforted. Meanwhile, Jinling, Jiang province. After his grandfather's ashes were buried in the Luo family cemetery, Luo An was ready to go back to Mordor. This Luo family is all heart and soul. Getting along is too torturous. He doesn't want to stay a moment longer, but Luo Hongyan wouldn't let him go so easily. Where would he find such a potential heir if he ran away? So he brought Luo An, as well as Luo Yago and Luo Kai, and prepared to go to a rare banquet, so that Luo An could see the strength of the Luo family, and perhaps find a chance to take advantage of the opportunity to leave him behind. Out of Luo Hongyan's request as an elder, Luo An couldn't refuse and had to reluctantly accept. Outside the topmost Saya hotel in Jinling, all kinds of luxury cars were parked as far as the eye could see, and the people walking in them were all dressed in suits and holding invitations. Today's banquet was no ordinary business gathering, held only once every 10 years, inviting major local dignitaries and local officials to attend, and used to familiarize themselves with each other. Luo An and the others came a bit late, and by the time they waited, the guests had basically already entered. He had already changed into a suit at this time and followed Luo Hongyan. When, at the entrance of the hotel, he saw a familiar figure with a somewhat stunned expression. Why is she here? Yang Xiaoxuan, his favorite from college. Yang Xiaoxuan was dressed in a purple dress, carrying a mature woman's charm, but at this time, she was stopped at the door by the security guard. Please let me in, I really did forget my invitation. This kind of reasoning, I've already heard it 17 times today. This young lady, can you please walk away from me? Is this kind of place something you can come to, without an invitation? Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be allowed to enter today. After resigning from the Cloud Group, Yang Xiaoxian came to Jiang province to start her own business, and in 4 years' time, she successfully created an electrical company with a market value of $10 million. But she also incurred a lot of enemies, who began to constrain her from the materials, which led to the company's inability to produce normally. If she couldn't find any more material suppliers, her company would go bankrupt due to default, or even fall into debt. There are a lot of famous material company owners among the people attending this banquet today, and it was her last chance. Please let me in, I can pay you. Go go go, get out before we do. One of the security guards couldn't stand the stalking and impatiently pushed her away with force. Yang Xiaoxian was wearing high heels. This push directly caused her body to lose its center of gravity, and when she saw that she was about to land on the back of her head, a big warm hand suddenly held her shoulders from behind. A low, husky voice came to his ear. Are you okay? Chapter 144, Returning to the Magic City. I was so focused on the theater that I forgot to collect the money. Thanks. Yang Xiaoxian turned around and just as she thanked her, she saw a familiar figure standing behind her. She was surprised. Luo An, why are you here? You guys know each other? Luo Hongyan, who came from behind, inquired out loud. Luo An replied in a flat tone. Friends, classmates in college. Luo Kai had more thoughts inside when he saw Yang Xiaoxuan's looks, but didn't show them, while Luo Yago on the side was disdainful. They had all seen Yang Xiaoxuan's humble appearance just now. Luo An actually knew someone of this low class. If it were her, she wouldn't have the face to come out and meet people. And the two security guards, after seeing Luo Hongyan appear, trembled with fear and hurriedly bent down respectfully. Luo Lao. Luo Hongyan gave a casual Lone said, I'll have no problem taking her in. Luo Hongyan smiled. Of course, just like this. Yang Xiaoxian followed behind Luo An and walked into the hotel together. The security guards didn't dare to stop them at all, and in their hearts, they kept praying that Yang Xiaoxian wouldn't hold a grudge, otherwise they would be finished. If I had known that this woman knew the Luo family, I should have had a better attitude just now. Surveying the surroundings, Lone wondered, don't you need an invitation to the party? Luo Hongyan stroked his beard and smiled lightly. The Luo family's identity is the biggest invitation. As long as they are in Jiang province, wherever they go, they will be honored as guests. As Luo Hongyan, a heavyweight big shot, appeared, it set off a clamor in the crowd, followed by a number of people coming over to greet him. After learning that Luo An was also a member of the Luo family, especially after seeing Luo Hongyan's attitude towards him, it aroused the curiosity of the crowd. Lone was used to such scenes and did not panic. Yang Xiaoxian looked at Luo An, who was surrounded by stars in the crowd, watched him look dignified, and dealt with these bigwigs that she couldn't even come into contact with ease. It was definitely false to say that it wasn't difficult in her heart, but she was not stupid. After scanning through the crowd, she quickly found a suitable target, and relying on the relationship of being Luo An's old classmate, she soon chatted familiarly with the boss of a large material company. Luo Hongyan was equally satisfied with Luo An's performance. This was the perfect air in his mind. He took this opportunity to lecture his grandchildren behind him. Look at how other people's Xiaoan did it. Learn it well. Talking is a profound study. People who can talk can mix well wherever they go. Loyalist skimmed her lips. Grandpa, you're clearly favoring him. It's obviously all trivial matters. You've praised him several times today. You haven't even praised us like this. We're your own grandchildren. Chicken Little. Hearing these words, Luo Hongyan inwardly shook his head in disappointment and stopped speaking. The feast did not last long, and was declared over after 2 hours. After all, we are all at the helm of major companies, or in public office, busy with daily affairs. It's not easy to come here. The banquet was over, and Lone had to get ready to go back to the Magic City. The atmosphere in the car on the way to the airport was slightly depressing and made you feel very uncomfortable. Luo Hongyan, who was sitting against the car window, finally opened his mouth at this moment. Little An, I was ashamed of your grandfather in the first place, but rules are rules and I can't interfere with them. But you are different. I can set a precedent for you and let you have the right to inherit the Luo family's property as well. What do you think? Since you've said so, how can I be ashamed to refuse? Luo An's surface was filled with a bright smile. In reality, he had already started cursing in his heart. It seemed to be asking for his opinion, but if he didn't agree, this old fox would definitely have to find himself a lot of trouble in the future. Seeing Luo An agreeing so quickly, Luo Hongyan couldn't help but freeze, but immediately afterward, he laughed out loud, his voice pale and powerful, saying, "Good, since that's the case, then Grandpa will give you a gift for meeting you, and the Luo's insurance company in Magic City will be under your care from now on." Luo's insurance was a big money-sucking beast for the Luo family, and hearing that Grandpa had actually handed the company over to Luo An just like that, Luo Gaya and Luo Kai instantly couldn't sit still. "Grandpa, that's a hasty decision, isn't it?" "Yes, you just met him today, and you leave such an important company in his hands, in case he is not right in heart." "Enough!" Luo Hongyan stopped the two from saying what they were going to say next and said with an indifferent expression, "When do I need you guys to talk too much about what I do? Don't think I don't know what you guys are playing at. It just so happens that all three of you are here today, so I'm going to put my words here. 3 years' time, whoever can make solid achievements within 3 years will be able to inherit the family fortune in the future." At these words, the atmosphere in the car was instantly quiet. Luo An always had a watchful attitude. As for the Luo family's property, he was not interested at all. But if he could fight for it, it was not bad, and there was no harm in not being able to fight for it. After all, he was different from Luo Yagua and Luo Kai. Leaving the Luo family, he was still able to live a good life, and would not be like them, living on the streets. It was just after 3 p.m. when Lone took a plane back to the Magic City. He took out his cell phone and called Su Mingyue. The phone rang twice and connected. Her cool voice came out of the cell phone. "Back?" Hearing this voice, Luo An's unhappiness that had accumulated for most of the day vanished in an instant, and he said with a smile, "Well, did you miss me?" "Miss you. Now that you're back, hurry up and come pick me up." The phone hung up in response after Su Mingyue said without a good breath. However, Luo An was comfortable in his heart, and he enjoyed this feeling of being ordered around by Su Mingyue. If this thought was known to Luo's sweetheart, the mischievous and mischievousher would definitely say, "Daddy is a traitor." There happened to be an empty cab coming this way, and after waving and stopping it, Lone got in and let the master drive towards the orphanage. The airport is not far from the orphanage, only 4 kilometers away. About 10 minutes later, the cab stopped in front of the orphanage. "How much for the master?" "Maki, $40. Lorne, at $40 for 4 kilometers. This is equivalent to $10 for 1 kilometer, which can no longer be described as black, but simply open robbery." This driver probably took him for a rash and tried to rip him off. Although Luo An didn't lack money, it didn't mean he could accept being ripped off, and immediately argued with the driver. When Su Mingyue heard the commotion and came out to check what she saw was such a scene, she went up and breathlessly grabbed his ears and lectured. "What are you doing? Daughter-in-law, let go. Today I must fight this old man to the death. And don't inquire who I am. How dare you slaughter my wallet? Can you stabilize your focus? You said you'd be back at noon, but you're actually back so late. I'll clean you up later." Watching Luo An, who was being treated with obedience, being tugged by Su Mingyue's ears into the orphanage, the driver master unkindly laughed out loud. He got in his car and left in a wonderful mood, even whistling. Halfway through the drive, he suddenly slapped his hand over his head, chagrined. "Holy, it's broken. I was so focused on the show, I forgot to collect the money." Chapter 145, A Real Man Never Loses. Ali gives. Walking into the orphanage, Lone saw his little baby walking in all messy, all dirty, with mud and leaves, except for a pair of dark little eyes that still gleamed. He crouched down breathlessly. "Why did you get yourself so dirty? Watch out for Grandma to teach you a lesson when you go back." Sugar thought about it and reached out to hug Lone, then rubbed herself against his body with a cheeky grin. "Then Daddy's going to get a lesson too." Luo An. Su Mingyue, who was on the side, looked at the dirty two of them and revealed an expression of disgust, just in time to be seen by Luo An, who turned his head. He and the little girl exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Then together they went forward to hug Su Mingyue. "What are you guys doing? Let go of me. You're getting my clothes dirty." "It's good to be dirty. Families are meant to be neat and tidy." "Mommy, you can't get away either. You are dead." Seeing Su Mingyue's expression gloomy, Luo An, who sensed that the situation was not good, let go of his hand and twisted his head to run. If he remembered correctly, Su Mingyue seemed to be a bit of a cleanliness freak, and the ignorant little guy was still hugging Su Mingyue's leg and rubbing, playing extraordinarily happily. without the slightest realization of the danger that was about to come. A hand lifted her up and suspended her in midair. No matter how hard the little girl stomped her legs, she couldn't break free. Su Mingyue looked at her and sneered. Sugar, do you want to be spanked on the ass first, or on the head first? Oh, Daddy, come save me. Luo's sweetheart turned back, but only saw the back of Luo An, who had already run out more than 100 meters. Her small face swished pale, already anticipating the next scene. When they got home, the little girl was pouting, and Lone's face was red. Seeing the dirty trio, Fongfang hurriedly got up from the sofa and said in shock, "You guys went through the trash? What's gotten it so dirty?" Lone bristled and used the fall as an excuse to quickly go upstairs and take a shower. Su Mingyue was also ready to go upstairs. Remembering something, she turned back and lifted the little girl towards the upper floor. By the time the three of them finished showering and came downstairs, dinner was ready. While eating, Fongfang said as she gave her maid some food, "Before long it will be New Year's Eve, and then it will be New Year's Eve. Some things have to be hastily organized. Mingyue, you and Xiaoxuan will go and buy back the couplets and lanterns and these tomorrow, and your uncle and I will go and buy melons and fruits." Got it. On January 30th, the temperature in the Magic City remained at 5 degrees above zero. As the end of the year approaches, most companies are taking their annual vacations, and both wage earners and students are relieved to have a rare respite. Today Luo Sweet got up early. After washing up alone, she went downstairs and was about to sit on the couch to watch her favorite dog and bear. The TV had just been turned on when the doorbell rang outside. In the small courtyard outside the door, Luo An, who had arrived from Kyoto on an early morning flight, looked a little nervous. Thinking of the way she had treated Luo An before, she could not wait to turn around and leave. But thinking of what her father had said, she once again firmly pressed the doorbell. This time she came to seek cooperation with Lone. Luo family's largest industry is the pharmaceutical company. Yesterday has been Luo Hongyan divided into Luo Kai, and her share is Luo's real estate company. In this era of gradually declining housing prices, want to rely on this to make a difference is tantamount to a fool's errand. That's why she came to find Luo An to cooperate and work together against Luo Kai, so that her chances of taking over the family fortune would be higher. Just as Loyalist was contemplating, the door opened and there was no one behind it. A soft voice came from below. "Ha, who are you looking for, sis?" Luo An lowered her head. Only then did she see a cute little girl standing behind the door. Remembering Luo An's profile, she squatted down and smiled. "Little friend, my sister is here to see your father." "Is your father home? Looking for Dad?" Sweet suspiciously glanced at Luo An, and suddenly her little head flashed with a bad smile. "Mommy said you can't just let strangers into the house, and Sugar hasn't even met you to let you in. But if you buy Sugar a cupcake to eat..." "Cupcake?" Hearing this, Luo An froze, instinctively wanting to refuse. Her hallowed Luo family's eldest young lady giving an errand to a half-grown little girl. It must not be humiliating to say out loud, but once she thought of the fact that this was Luo An's daughter, and that if she made a good relationship with this girl, it would definitely help in the cooperation later on, she finally nodded her head. "Okay, then my sister will go get you cupcakes." So it was that Luo An, who had hurried away again and drove down the navigation towards the nearest cake store. Unfortunately, having never cared for a child, she doesn't realize that once she's satisfied once, she'll be satisfied a second time, and a third time. Soon, when a big bag full of cakes was bought, Sugar took the opportunity to ask for a whole bunch of dolls, and then all kinds of snacks, fried chicken, and milk tea. When Luo An and Su Mingyue came down from upstairs, they saw a large pile of things on the table. Su Mingyue mistook it for something that her mom had bought, and immediately frowned. "Mom, why are you buying this girl so many snacks again? She'll stop eating." Willow's mom innocently spread her hands and said, "I didn't buy this. Just go to the small yard and see for yourself." The two pushed open the door to the small courtyard outside the villa, and the little girl's voice reached her ears. "Oops, no, this piece is not spelled here. Why are you so stupid? Nah, Xiaobai is smarter than you. This piece should be put here." There was a large jigsaw puzzle on the lawn in the yard. Luo An was puzzling it with a sad face. Luo Sweetie, who was sitting on a stone bench on the side, holding milk tea in one hand and a cupcake in the other, and her mouth was still directing her constantly. Hearing the commotion of the door opening, the little girl looked up and shivered in fear, dropping her favorite cupcake and turning to run towards the outside of the small courtyard. "Oh, Mommy, I was wrong." Su Mingyue went after the child. Luo An, on the other hand, looked at Luo An with an odd expression. "Why are you here? What are you doing?" Luo An blushed and got up from the floor, patting the ash on her skirt and answering with 2 light coughs. "I'm here for you. Your daughter had to make me finish this puzzle before she would let me in your house." After that, Luo An described the cooperation briefly, and as long as Luo An agreed, she could tell Luo An about an upcoming event. Unexpectedly, Luo An agreed to her request for cooperation with little hesitation, which caused Luo Yiga to be somewhat stunned. Luo An laughed. I'm not interested in the Luo family's fortune. At that time, if I didn't agree to your grandpa's words, it's questionable if I could return to magic. So what is the thing you want to tell me? Luo Yiga didn't suspect too much, because from Luo An's behavior, it was also true that it was just like he said, that he wasn't interested in the Luo family's property, which was why Luo Changyang asked her to make a trip to the magic city. With that, Luo Yiga whispered a few words in Luo An's ear, not knowing what he had heard. Luo An's eyes showed some surprise, as if he had known something hard to believe. I'll get back to you afterward. Bye. Loyalist walked out of the small courtyard and drove away. Just as Su Mingyue returned from grabbing the failed escapee Luo Tiantian, she coldly grunted at Luo An. This is the good daughter you've taught. She's asking for favors from people. How is she like a normal little kid? At that, Luo An bristled. I've only had her for how long? You brought her up. So if there's a problem it means it's your problem too. What's it got to do with me? What did you say? Su Mingyue stared, fist-pumping her way towards Luo An. Looking at his daughter standing at the door of the small courtyard with an aggrieved face, Luo An felt the need for him to be tough for a while, to establish a tall image in his daughter's heart. He immediately pointed his finger at Su Mingyue's nose and glared angrily. I'm talking about you. She's still a kid. What's wrong with loving snacks? Isn't that normal? Watch your tone of voice when you talk to me in the future. I'm also a man, the spiritual pillar of this family. Don't ever bully my daughter again. A bright light appeared in Luo's sweetheart's eyes. Daddy, so handsome. At those words, Luo An's bottom line was even stronger, and he held his head high, with a posture of never giving in. My life is my own. A real man never loses. Ali gives. Chapter 146, a long-lost time for two, buying New Year's goods. Breakfast time. Luo Mingyue clamped the dish and glanced at Luo An's reddened face, stealing joy in his heart, but on the surface he still pretended to be puzzled. Hey son, why is your face so red? Putting on makeup? Luo An sipped the porridge, her gaze grim. What do you know? This is the consequence of the revolution. Next to her, Sugar let out an unkind laugh, the soup sliding down the corners of her mouth. Su Mingyue squinted at the girl. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Not funny. Not funny. Like a mouse to a cat. Luo Tiantian bowed her head and ate in silence. Although her little tummy was already very full, she still had to eat, or else mommy's iron paw of love would affectionately caress her buttocks. After dinner we're going to go shopping for New Year's Eve, which was assigned last night. Luo An and Su Mingyue went to buy lanterns and couplets, while Lu Ma and Lao Luo prepared melons and fruits. After putting on his shoes, Luo Mingyue looked at his good granddaughter, who was wiggling her little feet beside him, and asked with a smile, Sweetie, are you going to follow Daddy, or Grandpa? I want to talk to Grandpa, to buy lots of delicious food. Luo Sweetness raised her delicate little hands, a bright light shining in her eyes. Nothing is more tempting to this girl than food. If it was a choice between Daddy not getting beaten and a cupcake, then she would choose without hesitation, eating the cupcake and watching Daddy get beaten. Su Mingyue and Luo An didn't say anything and went out the door after some preparation. After a long time of leisure time for the two of them, they tacitly chose to walk and not drive. Driving would certainly be efficient, but walking would be more effective in taking in the sights of the road. And while these commonplace sights don't mean much, just being with him, her is the biggest deal. With Chinese New Year just around the corner, both sides of the road are filled with people walking around with big bags and small bags in their hands. Luo An walked hand in hand with Su Mingyue through the crowd, drawing envy from passers-by. Noticing the gazes that looked his way, Luo An said with a smile, It seems that my face value is still quite high. Look at those people. They can't even walk when they see this handsome man. Humph. Stinky. Su Mingyue lightly hummed, but anyone could tell that she was in a good mood at the moment. There was a milk tea store across the street, and when Luo An saw it, she looked sideways and inquired, Daughter-in-law, do you drink milk tea? I'm not going to drink any of this kid stuff. Oh, okay, got it. A few moments later, Luo An and Su Mingyue had more cups of coconut milk tea in their hands, drinking it with relish. When a woman says she doesn't want it, she wants it, and this is something Luo An has mastered with Su Mingyue. After following this road for about 10 minutes or so, Luo An and the two of them came to the entrance of the mall and were about to go in when a surprised shout came from behind them. Brother Luo An, Sister Mingyue? Hearing someone call his name, Luo An turned around to look in confusion, and Su Mingyue was surprised to see the two figures walking towards him. Yui and Jay? Not bad. The people who came were none other than Xiaoyao and Han Jia. Now, in addition to helping Miracle Milk Tea research the formula, Xiaoyao had also opened her own private medical clinic, which she ran with Han Jia. After 4 long years of companionship, the two finally came together some time ago and are holding hands at the moment. Luo An wondered, You guys come to the mall for New Year's shopping too? Xiaoyao who was wearing a long turquoise dress without the slightest sense of incongruity, nodded her head. Well, Grandpa told me to come and get some things. Why don't we join him? I'm worried I don't know what to choose. Lone didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. The four walked into the mall along with the crowd, and as far as the eye could see, there were two red vertical banners descending from the top floor. Happy New Year to you all. All the best. The mall was a very noisy environment with a lot of people. Xiaoyao walked together with Su Mingyue, chatting about some relationship topics that women talk about. For the first time in a relationship, Xiaoyao didn't know how to make a guy happy and feel happy, to which Su Mingyue naturally taught her domineering husband control skills without reservation. Luo An, who was following behind, reached out and hooked his hand around Han Jie's neck, laughing in a whisper. How about experiencing the forbidden fruit after being together for so long? The colorful topic made Han Jie blush a little unnaturally, and he shook his head sheepishly. Not yet. Lone smiled cheerfully at the sight and whispered in his ear. I'm telling you, in order to have a high status after marriage, you have to be strong before marriage. Just after saying 2 sentences of the Sentinel Heart Sutra, Luo An's ear was grabbed by a hand. Painfully he begged for mercy. Su Mingyue raised her eyebrows. Stinky brother, I think I just heard you say something about what you need before marriage if you want high status after marriage? Aggie daughter-in-law you gently. What I am saying is that if you want to have a high status after marriage, you should hold your wife high before marriage, and as big as the sky is, your daughter-in-law is the biggest. Hearing these words, Su Mingyue then let go of her hand with satisfaction, turning to hold Luo An's arm and walking towards the lantern stall not far away. Han Jie couldn't help but look at Xiaoyao, who thought for a moment and followed Su Mingyue's example, clasping her hands and humming. What are you looking at? Go buy a lantern. Oh, after 2 hours of picking, Luo An and Su Mingyue were able to get everything they needed, and when they were about to leave the mall with a big bag of things, a commotion not far away attracted them. Just outside the cake store on the first floor of the mall, the host held a microphone and shouted passionately, "The Children's Appetizer King competition has officially begun. Let's see how our 4 young contestants will perform and who will take home the trophy." Chapter 147, beginning to lay out the official world. Children's Appetizer Contest? Luo An came to his senses, thinking that if his own daughter was there, she would be in the top 3 anyhow, and he squinted his eyes towards the crowd. The eyes moved through the layers of people and looked at the young contestants of the game and couldn't take their eyes off of them. What are you looking at? What's there to see in a kid's game? Hurry up. Seeing Luo An floundering and not moving, Su Mingyue couldn't help but urge her on. Lone froze and said, "Daughter-in-law, why do I think that girl in the center looks so much like our daughter?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue then raised her eyebrows and looked towards the crowded tournament site, and found that the girl sitting at the C-seat of the player's seat, who was munching on food, was really her family's snack food. Next to the contestants' seats, Fongfang and Luo Mingyue were holding their cell phones with joyful faces to take pictures for memory, while not forgetting to encourage them. Go sugar, try to win a trophy and go home. If you win, Grandpa will make you lots of good food when you get home. There were a lot of parents of kids cheering alongside as well. This children's big gulp contest is restricted to children under the age of 6, and at only 3 years old, Sweetie Lo is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. It was a good thing that the little girl had hypoglycemia and was usually a better eater, so she didn't eat any less than the other kids who were 2 years older than her. But because she had eaten a lot of food in the morning, Luo Tianyi ended up with only a second. She patted the already rounded little belly, contentedly walked off the player stage. A series of several hiccups? Beautifully. It's so filling. Wow. I wish I could compete every day. Yes? The cold, familiar voice reached her ears, and Sweetness couldn't help but shiver. Only then did she notice that at some point her mommy had appeared in front of her, and she immediately said with a bitter little face, "Mommy, I'm definitely going to be good and lose weight starting tomorrow." "Humph, you better keep your word." Okay. It's most important that the child is happy." Luo An squatted down and picked up her daughter who couldn't walk and touched her reddened little cheeks, which were adorable. "Dad, what's wrong? Sugar wants to poop and is about to hold it." Hearing this, Luo An took his suffocating daughter-in-law at the fastest speed in his life, stuffed her into his daughter-in-law's arms, and then hid far away for fear of being smoked. "Have you been a father like this? Actually disliking your own daughter?" Su Mingyue's phoenix eyes widened, but at this moment, she couldn't care so much, and after a glance around, she held the snack goods in her arms and walked quickly towards the toilet not far away. Unsurprisingly, after going to the restroom, Luo An was chased and hammered by Su Mingyue again. By the time he got home, Lone was lying breathlessly on the couch, her ass still hurting from being kicked more than 10 times in a row. Su Mingyue is worried about the little girl gaining weight. After putting the bought annual goods at home, she can't wait to take her daughter out to exercise. Mrs. Lu put up the couplets and lanterns, while Lao Luo went into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for lunch. At that moment, the phone chimed. A friend request alert. Lakai requests to add you as a friend yes/no. Lone had an odd expression on his face, but quickly guessed why this guy had friended him. As expected, just after agreeing to friend, I received a message. Luo Kai, cousin. It's about to be Chinese New Year, so I bought some gifts to send to you, and I hope you don't mind and forgive me for my rude behavior before. Unsurprisingly to Luo An, after a brief chat, Luo Kai raised the intention of wanting to cooperate with him, to deal with Luo Yagu together, and there would be generous rewards after the matter was accomplished. Unfortunately, he was one step slower than Loyalist. The corners of his mouth lifted as Lone edited a message and sent it out. Luo An, no problem. I've long looked at that woman with displeasure. What's the plan? Just let me know. I'll try to help if I can. Luo Kai on the other end was instantly surprised. Sure enough, he made the right move. With Luo An's help, it would be much easier to deal with Luo Yagu, but he didn't know that he and Luo Yagu, at this point, had been played by Luo An. These two were targeting each other, and no matter what was going on Lone would be the first to know, and it was simply not too bah humbug to take advantage of both sides and then pretend to help. In the days that followed, Luo An stayed at home with his daughter-in-law and children, and the even colder month of February came on schedule, with more than a week to go before the spring festival. Meanwhile in the meantime, Lone was preparing for something, according to the information that Luo Yagu had previously given him, as cooperation. In the near future the head of the Public Security Bureau of Mordor would be transferred to Shangjing, and who should be chosen as the next head would be a difficult task. Normally, a city would only have 3 to 5 deputy directors, but Mordor was different. As one of the few first-tier cities in the country and a heavy economic development area, there were a full 10 deputy directors, and behind these people there was basically a party of power supporting them. Such a great opportunity, now that he knew about it, was impossible for Lone to miss. Although he was calling the shots in the Magic City business world, but in front of those real capital is simply not enough to look at, because the capital, in addition to money, more entitled, which is the bottom of their survival. Early in the morning, Lone put on her shoes and got ready to go out. Seeing this, Luo Sweetie, who was lying on the sofa watching cartoons, her little eyes lit up and she was about to put on her shoes and follow her, when Luo An waved her hand at her. Sweetie, good boy, Daddy went out to do some business, you be good and watch TV. When I come back later, I'll bring you something delicious. Okay. Pushing open the door, outside the small courtyard Longbo had the car ready. When Luo An got into the car, he started the car and drove away from the mansion house with a kick of the gas. Meanwhile, the Magic City Police Department. As one of the deputy chiefs of the police department, Chang Qingtu had a lot of prestige in the police department, and was even a very famous figure in the entire Magic City police community, belonging to the practical school. As Evergreen walked into the police station in full uniform as usual, the passing officers bowed their heads and greeted each other with heartfelt respect. Good morning, Deputy Secretary Chang. Well, good morning, Deputy Chief. Congratulations on solving another big case. Just lucky. Ivy talks very little, and appears to outsiders to be one of the more sexually aloof people. It was only after he had made his way into the office that the officers outside proceeded to discuss it in whispers. Alas, often Deputy Bureau when the police for more than 20 years, solved a lot of big cases. 2 days ago that mother and daughter were raped case. In the internet is very hot. The director of the worry has looked for 3 deputy director to check. The results of the fart did not find a. Often Deputy Bureau ago. 2 days on the culprits to catch out. No comparison, there is no harm. What's the use of being more powerful? When the briefing was issued, the credit was all raked in by the first 2 deputy bureaus, and the most crucial standing deputy bureau was turned into a miscellaneous one. Shoo, how dare you say that without fear of getting your shoes worn? What are you afraid of? Who present here doesn't know these things in their hearts? We police officers took our lives on the front line, and as a result, even the most basic fairness cannot be guaranteed. Are you not willing in your hearts? That's when an Audi stopped outside. This is the chief's ride. Seeing this, the police officers who were gossiping dispersed and hurriedly went about their respective business. After arriving at the police station, Director Zhao Ji directly called Chang Qingdao to his office. He took off his coat and hung it on a nearby rack, glancing at his old comrade sitting at his desk and smiling lightly. Chang, it's been a long time since we sat down and chatted like this, hasn't it? The 2 men came from the same police academy and had a decades-long friendship, and few people in the police department knew about it. Evergreen's face was calm. His eyes rippled as he said, "What is it that you want from me? Tell me, I have 2 more reports to write." For him such attitude, Zhao Ji has long been accustomed to, walked to the position and sat down. From the cabinet at the foot of the cabinet out of a transfer order on the table. Face serious. The above sent me to serve in Kyoto. This is the transfer order. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. You come with me. When I get to Kyoto, the people of the Wang family can't do anything about you. 6 years ago, Chang Qingtu was already in the position of deputy director and was the most promising candidate to take over the director's position. However, in an intentional homicide case, Chang Qingtu arrested the son of the head of the Wang family in Mordor, and under his strong attitude, the son of the Wang family was sentenced to life imprisonment, but he was also cynically hated by the Wang family as a result, and began to be targeted. Otherwise, for so many years with the ability of Chang Qingdao, it would never stop at the deputy bureau, even if it is possible at the ministerial level. After all, he graduated with the first place in the police academy of the state of China. In the era of 0 years, it was definitely considered the top talent in the country. After saying that, Zhao Ji had expected Chang Qingdao to agree, but he saw him shake his head with a firm attitude. I've been working on cases all my life with a clear conscience, so why should I flee to Kyoto like a lost dog? Isn't this a sign of weakness in disguise? I won't go. I'm staying in Mordor. I'm not going anywhere. Without giving Zhao Ji the chance to continue speaking, he got up and left the office, his back resolute. Hey, what's the point? Zhou couldn't help but sigh. He is still the director of the Mordor Police Department. The Wang family has only been able to not do too much over the years, but as long as he waits for him to go to Kyoto to take office, then the end of the ivy. This world, full of injustice everywhere, is destined to be a painful experience for principled people to be born into. Chapter 148 Luo An, why don't I give you daddy's hand? It's delicious. Ivy had just come out of the director's office when he received a phone call. I don't know what I heard. His face instantly changed drastically. I'll be right there. Hanging up the phone, he hurriedly ran towards the outside of the police station. The person who just called was his wife, who was being followed at the moment, and she sensed something was wrong, so she called him. Ivy's first thought was the Wang family. I didn't expect them to press on so quickly. Out of the police station he drove an antique car that he had bought for $4,000 at a second-hand market and headed as fast as he could towards the nearest food market. Even when he was solving a serial murder case and rushing to be the first, he was not afraid. But at this moment, when he learned that his family was in danger, fear swallowed his entire being completely. In front of a food market in the eastern district of Magic City, it is especially lively at the moment, and everywhere on the roadside are old people selling and buying food. When Evergreen hurriedly drove to the entrance of the food market, he saw that his wife, who should have been in danger, was currently chatting with a young man with a smile on her face. He got out of the car and walked over. Liang noticed and waved at him. Ahato, you're here. What are you doing? Ivy was full of doubts. Which looks like it is in danger. It is hard to believe that his wife lied to him. Guessing what he was thinking, Liang patted her chest in hindsight. You don't know how close it was just now. After I made the call, those punks rushed towards me. Luckily I met this little brother, who helped me drive the people away. Hurry up and thank them. Luo An waved his hand and said, You're welcome. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. I didn't realize that your husband is actually the standing deputy director. What a coincidence. I was just about to go look for you. Originally, Luo An was on his way to the police station, but happened to see Liang being tailed, so he went along and saved her, not realizing that she was actually Chang Qingtou's wife. Seeing that both of them had something to say, Liang made an excuse to leave. You guys take your time to chat. I still have to go buy food. If I go late I won't be able to buy ribs. Luo, little brother, remember to come to the house for lunch. Okay, sis. After she left, Lone invited Ivy to get into a Bentley parked not far from the curb. He had investigated Evergreen a long time ago, which is why he chose him as a support target. As expected, after hearing about Luo An's intention, Evergreen didn't even think about it before decisively shaking his head and refusing. I am not affiliated with any power. I am a people's policeman and belong only to the people. I appreciate you helping my wife, and I'll return the favor. After saying that, Ivy was about to pull the handlebar, not intending to give Luo An any room for discussion at all, but that's exactly what Lorne sees in him. This guy is a prick with a stubborn personality, but if once he makes it bend for himself, he will become a great general. Ivy was about to push open the car door when Lone's flat voice came from behind him. It doesn't matter to you, but what about your wife and kids? If something like today happens again, maybe you can save them, but what about next time? What about the next time? There's always going to be a time when you're too late, right? It's human to be broken, and it's clear that Evergreen's brokenness is his wife and kids. Lone proceeded to say without panicking, I'm just like you. I have my own family and a wife and child. It's good to have principles, but could it be that you've been a police officer for so many years just to uphold your so-called principles? Even if it means putting your wife and child in jeopardy for it. If you want to uphold your principles while keeping your family free, then I'm your best bet. All of these words were seared into Ivy's heart, attacking his steadfast heart step by step. Eventually, thinking of his still young child, he nodded, which made him get out of the car and leave. Seeing that his purpose was achieved, Luo An took out the business card that Peng Yunfeng had given him last time and called the number on it. He had no business in the official world, so this had to be done through the power of the Peng family. It's good to have connections and not use them. After all that, Luo An took the car and came home. He had just pushed open the door of his home when the snack food goods lying in Su Mingyue's arms on the living room sofa jumped down and came running excitedly. After scanning twice and not seeing anything tasty, she cocked her head in confusion. Daddy, where's the goodies you said you'd bring me? Luo An, it's broken. I was so focused on my errands, I forgot to get my daughter something good to eat. Unsurprisingly, seeing Luo An's expression, Luo Sweetheart's heart instantly became uncomfortable. Her little mouth deflated in aggravation, and tears were about to slide down her face. Su Mingyue, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, looked over, her gaze gazing at Luo An with an obvious meaning. You caused this to cry. If you can't coax it out, you're screwed. Luo An looked at the girl who looked up at himself with an aggrieved face. He resentfully stretched out a finger and said with slight embarrassment, "That, sugar, do you want to eat your hand? A lot of kids love to eat their hands when they're little. Will daddy give you a hand?" Such poor acting obviously couldn't fool Luo Tian, opening her mouth and biting hard on Luo An's outstretched finger. Bite the bad daddy. Chapter 149, China's first filial daughter. There was no way to face the tantrum-throwing little ancestor, and before Luo An, who had just come back, could sit down and rest and relax, he had to take the snacker out to buy delicious food. Good girl, put your shoes on. Daughter-in-law, are you going? No, I'm not going. I have to stop by the office later. Oh, okay. Since Su Mingyue wasn't going, Luo An could only take the girl out alone. He had wanted to drive, but remembering that his daughter had eaten too much in the past 2 days, he decided to walk to help her lose weight, which knows that the eye-smart Luo Tian doesn't buy it. Just outside the door, she stood on the steps with her hands clasped in front of her, and milked her orders toward Luo An. Daddy, you squat down. What are you doing? Though puzzled, Lone squatted down, and in the next second, just a fragrant and soft little one climbed onto his back. Just when Luo An thought that she was going to carry it, Luo Sweetness rode directly on his neck, both little hands holding her head. Excitedly, little Anon ship, go! Apparently, this was a ride on Lone as a spaceship. A doting smile spread across the corners of Lone's mouth, and he reached out and grabbed the 2 little feet that were on his chest to prevent the snack food from falling, before he got up and headed out of the yard. Today's weather is nice. Long Bo was sunbathing in front of the door, with a well-brewed tea in his hand. This was Luo An's intention, because Su Mingyu others were rushing around in front of her. That would make her uncomfortable, so Luo An let Long Bo treat this as his own home. Anything in the house can be taken out and used as he pleases. He has the money anyway. If it breaks, the big deal is to buy another set. Seeing the sunbathing Long Bo, Luo Sweetie, who was riding the little Anon, happily waved at him. Grandpa Long, Sugar is going out. Do you think Sugar is handsome? Ha ha, handsome, handsome. Seeing the lively little girl, Long Bo smiled all over and was in a much better mood. I'll bring you good food when Sweetie comes back. Good. The little conspicuous bag asked her if she was handsome almost every time she passed by, and looked at the crowd with joy. There is a mini mall not far from the villa area. Originally, this mall were about to close down, coincided with the new year. The 2 days something every day to sell burst. A moment on the back of the dead. The boss earned a lot of money. Just walking into the mall, Luo Sweetness was like a small fish returning to the sea. When Luo An put her on the ground, she was gone in no time. Lone was used to this and headed straight for the snack area on the 2nd floor. As expected, just up the stairs, I saw that between the layers of shelves, a little girl with a pill head, pushing a cart, was frantically sweeping the shelves of snacks. The staff next to them were dumbfounded, and even wondered if this little girl had become a savant with her snacks. Soon the cart baskets were filled with all sorts of snacks, the most numerous of which were things like cheese. After purchasing, Luo Sweetness pushed the cart and went to the cashier. Seeing the live payer going slow, she couldn't help but urge, "Dad, hurry up nah, check out." Luo An came, took out his cell phone to pay. Just so a big bag of snacks enough to spend more than 700, if it is not his family wealth, have to be eaten by this snack goods cannot be poor. The father and daughter walked out of the mall, and Luo Tian couldn't wait to take out a cheese stick and eat it. Seeing this, Luo An laughed. Sweets, give daddy a bite too, okay? At that, the little girl swallowed the cheese in one gulp, then skimmed her head and milked a grunt. Eat up. The scene made the ant passing by laugh out loud. Lone shook his head helplessly and was about to go home when a message beeped from his cell phone. It was from Su Mingyue, saying that she had a long delay at the company, so she wouldn't be home for lunch. Old Lo and Willow's mom, on the other hand, are traveling and won't be back today. Sugar, mommy won't be home for lunch today. What would you like to eat later? At the mention of food, the snacker's eyes lit up and he raised his small hands in excitement and returned. Sugar wants a seafood dinner. Okay, no problem. Then, let's go. The father and daughter were so thoroughly high that they didn't return home and ran straight toward the nearby hotel, inside a Chinese medicine clinic called Health and Magic City. As more people go on vacation for the new year, those who usually accumulate a lot of health problems due to their busy schedules take advantage of this time to start healing. A working couple walks into the clinic. Seeing this, Xiaoyao, who was brushing the video, stood up and laughed. Welcome, may I ask what you need? Little girl, is your doctor here? My husband's legs and hands ache from time to time at night because he does a lot of manual labor, and we want to see what's going on. I'm the doctor. Why don't you go lie down on the bed and I'll check you out? You're a doctor? The couple saw Xiaoyu's young face. The heart cannot help but doubt her ability. The price of treating a disease is not cheap. In case the money spent, the body is not cured, it is not a waste of money. Thinking of this, the couple didn't dare to stay long and turned their heads toward the outside. Forget it, let's just go to a regular big hospital. It's a bit more expensive but at least it can be cured. That's right, such a little girl, probably just graduated from college. What kind of disease can she see? Now this clinic can really be opened by anyone. These words were transmitted word for word into Xiaoyu's ears, and she couldn't help but show a lost expression on her fair cheeks. At that moment, the sound of a little girl singing came from outside the clinic. Two tigers, run fast, one can be steamed, one can be braised. It's so cool, so cool. Luo An walked into the clinic with Luo Tian. Seeing the two of them, Xiaoyu was a bit surprised and said, Brother Luo An, and sweetie, why are you guys here? Is there something wrong with your body? Luo took the bouncing little girl by the hand and smiled. No, sweetie, and I just happened to be eating in the neighborhood. And when I thought about the fact that you hadn't come to see the clinic yet since you opened it, I thought I'd come over and take a look. You don't look so good. What happened to you? Xiaoyu didn't hide it, and found stools for the two to sit on before sighing with a heavy heart. It's nothing really, it's just that the clinic isn't doing very well, and those people see me young and turn their heads away. For Xiaoyu, it didn't matter if the clinic made money or not, but no business came to her door, which was a disguised indication that she was incapable, which was why she lost her mind. It's okay, it's normal for the clinic to have fewer people at the beginning, just like a supermarket. When it's open for a long time, with more repeat customers, the business will naturally get better. Don't be discouraged. Yes, Yui sister. It's really not possible for mommy to drive daddy to sleep at the door at night and freeze him cold, so that we'll have business. The little cotton-padded innocent words were transformed into a harsh sword that was plunged mercilessly into Luo An's heart. You're a real daddy's girl. Chapter 150. What would you do if mommy and daddy fell into the water at the same time? In the afternoon, Luo An took her daughter to play with her buddies and went home first when she felt a little bored. Just pick it up at dinner time tonight. Yesterday Harakami came out with a new character and mainline, so it's just as well that I have some time to live her while I'm at it. Night was falling and the city was shrouded in darkness. Outside the villa's small courtyard came the sound of a car's engine, and the sound of parking. Su Mingyue took her bag and returned home, casually throwing her high heels aside and walking barefoot towards Luo An, who was lying on the sofa doing the main quest. She crossed her arms with one hand and stared. What are you doing? Of course is to play the game. This new role is quite fun. Lo, actually have 3 jumps. I'm angry that I'm going to bully you when my mother is working hard outside and you're lying at home blowing the air conditioning and playing with your cell phone. Su Mingyue rolled up her sleeves in dissatisfaction and was about to prepare to vent her anger, but he heard Luo An faintly say, I'm playing your number, and I've been working hard all afternoon on this quest with my liver. Honey, do you want braised pork or stewed ribs for dinner? TCH, what's the point of making a multiple choice question when you're an adult? Of course you want both. Su Mingyue put on her apron and walked into the kitchen before she realized something was wrong and immediately reacted. Strange, wasn't it right for this stinky brother to call her number? Why did she have to cook dinner for him instead? Why should she be reasonable? Thinking of this, Su Mingyue walked out of the kitchen with a spatula in her hand aggressively, scaring Luo An so much that she got up and ran towards the upstairs. Dog man, stop right there. You actually dare to make me now. I have to teach you a good lesson today. Now you dare to make me cook. Tomorrow are you going to want me to be a cow for you? Ouch, my god. I'm wrong, not okay. You first put down the shovel. We have a good talk. Do not do it. What? You still want to fight me? Soon Luo An was mounted by Su Mingyue. Her white and flawless hands lifted up and kept hitting Luo An's head like a monk hitting a wooden fish. Of course, Su Mingyue didn't actually use much strength, but Luo An still cooperated with her. Su Mingyue enjoyed this feeling. The fatigue of a day's work dissipates at this moment. After playing around, Su Mingyue laid down on the sofa instead of Luo An and played a game while Luo An went into the kitchen to make dinner. Soon there was a smell of rice wafting out of the kitchen. A peaceful night passed. The next day, Lone woke up yawning, ready to go to the office after breakfast to check on the last 2 days. At the dinner table, He and Su Mingyue sat down face to face. He picked up a dumpling and was about to put it into his mouth, but his eating motion suddenly stopped and his hand hovered in midair. Daughter-in-law, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? I dropped Sweetie off at the orphanage yesterday and I don't think I picked her up. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyue silently got up and walked towards the kitchen. Daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Sit there and don't move. I'm going to get you a big baby, don't ever move. In the end, it was Su Mingyue who went to pick up the child. Taking 2 kicks, Luo An drove bitterly to the office. Sure enough, the game is hurting people. Just walked into the office. Lei Chongkong, who had learned the news, followed in on the back foot and began to report a series of work. Because Pendome has been so popular lately, a bunch of water armies have started to appear on the internet to hack around. Don't even think about it. It must have been someone Penguin found. After all, the growth of the Pendome, it is 100 harms and no good, since it cannot be acquired. Then crazy suppression. This is the consistent style of Penguin. Lei Chongkong continued. One more thing. The security guard on night duty last night saw someone sneaking around outside the company with a hammer in their hand, but they ran away when they were spotted. Hearing this, Luo An fell into deep thought. With a hammer? It's hard not to want to cause havoc. Thinking of the fire at the Neon Congressional Society, Luo An was alert and commanded. Let the brothers in the security team work hard. 3 shifts, don't get drilled, and give double pay this month. Good. After the report, Lei Chongkong left the office. The company's profit for the last month has been calculated. The short drama department alone reached more than 200 million in 1 month. Counting other projects, the total profit has reached 10 figures. But every aspect of the company costs money, and when you do the actual math, you're left with a small few hundred million per month. After reading the financial report and confirming that it was correct, Luo An began to read the documents on the table with a focused expression. The other side, Su Mingyue received her daughter and drove away from the orphanage. In the back seat, the little girl grunted in exasperation. Bad daddy. He said he'd come to pick up Sweetie after dinner, but he actually forgot Sweetie. Sweetie don't care about him no more. Su Mingyue's eyes looked through the rearview mirror, and with a flash of light in her head, she smilingly inquired to her daughter. Sugar, suppose mommy and daddy fell into the water at the same time, what would you do? Ah, but, I can't swim. Suppose you would, what would you do? Well, the little girl was stumped by the question and fell into hesitation. After a moment she had the answer in her mind and answered with a smile. Of course it's a big and elegant affair. Grandma said that people can eat a lot of good food when they die, so Sweetie can have a good time. This answer was something Su Mingyue hadn't expected, but thinking about it, Sugar, no matter how smart she was only a 3-year-old doll with not even the most basic understanding of the concept of death. In comparison, eating a seed is a downgrade, and the two are completely incomparable. Mommy, did Sweetie answer correctly? Is there a reward? Of course I have. Mommy has decided to reward you with 5 practice books, and if you can't finish them in half a month, you can say goodbye to your cupcakes. Woohoo! The heat of midday dispels the chill of the morning, and the warmth of the sun shines warmly on your body. After lunch, Luo An was ready to go to his daughter-in-law for some energy when a call came in. Contact, loyalist. The phone connected. The Luo Yagu on the other end did not have half a prefix. Directly stated the purpose of the visit. His voice was a little excited. I have a great idea. Immediately after that she rattled off a bunch of stuff, which Luo An roughly summarized. This douchebag woman gets a drug that can temporarily put a person in a vegetative state, and she wants to use it to cause trouble for the hospital that Lakai manages, e.g., treating a cold, only to end up putting someone in a vegetative state. In the current internet era, one medical malpractice may not be a big deal, but once more than one occurs within a short period of time, it will create an uproar on the internet and attract countless people's attention. And if, at this point in time, the hospital itself treats a person to death, it will trigger a series of cascading reactions, resulting in extremely horrific consequences, such as large-scale medical disputes. However, it is basically impossible to think of this as a way to affect the reputation that Luo's hospital has built up over the years. Knowing this, but Luo An did not intend to tell Luo Yagu, but instead agreed to help her with alacrity, having already constructed a plan in her mind, as he had initially thought. Let these two dogfight while he profited from it. Chapter 151. The new director was surprisingly him. February 4th, Spring. Spring is here to chase away the biting cold of winter. Today is the day that Zhao Ji is transferred out of Mordor. In the conference room of the police station, the captains and vice-captains of each police force, as well as all the deputy commissioners were all present, with different expressions on their faces. There is confidence, restlessness, and calm. The door to the conference room pushed open, and Zhao Ji walked in wearing a solemn police uniform, his footsteps resounding and echoing in the quiet conference room. When he sat down, he said with grave seriousness, "This is my last meeting in Mordor. and I have two main announcements to make today. First, I received a transfer order from above, and I'll be leaving Magic City today to take up my post in Shangjing. The second is to announce the new director. The content of the meeting was known to everyone for a long time, and at this moment most of them couldn't help but look at a bald man in Zhao Ji's right-hand seat. Deputy Director He Xin, but also the director of the strongest competition candidates, behind the Magic City Wang family and support. This point in the police department has long been no secret. Half of the cases made by Evergreen in the past 2 years have been intercepted by Hoshin. He Xin had already anticipated the next scene and confidently stood up, about to prepare to receive the admiring gaze of the crowd. Zhao Ji guessed his thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but feel some amusement in his heart, then spoke out 2 appointments. After I'm gone, it will be Comrade Ivy who will be the new chief of police, and we've all seen what he's done for the people over the years, so it shouldn't be a problem for any of us, should it? What? He Xin was staggered in place, unable to believe his ears. It was only yesterday that the head of the Wang family called to tell him that arrangements had been made above and that he was the new director. And now what's going on? Even if it wasn't him, how would it be this Ivy guy's turn? The crowd's eyes turned to Standing Green, who was seated at the back of the room, and they saw that he had a calm face, as if he had known about the outcome for a long time. Joji was also surprised when he found out about the appointment. Although he didn't know what had happened in between, he was heartily happy for Ivy. He was the first to applaud, and those below him responded by applauding as well. A moment later the applause stopped and Joji added, "There's one more thing, because Deputy Director he has been working diligently for the past 2 years. The leaders have all seen it in their eyes, so they decided to transfer you to the new township police station as the director, hoping that, under your management, you can make the new township free of crime again." There was another outcry below. Xinxiang Town is a small town within the jurisdiction of Magic City, which is located in a remote area and is very backward in terms of development. And now they want to promote a deputy director to become a director? He Xin sat back down limply in his seat, his eyes frozen. He's no cutie pie. There must be someone behind all this manipulating all this. The other side is helping Ivy out. Ivy stood up and saluted solemnly at the coat of arms in front of him. I will live up to the party's cultivation. From this moment on, his long-stalled gears finally began to turn. Perhaps even Lone himself could not have imagined that at a later date this new director would actually go to heights he did not expect, causing countless criminals to tremble in fear. In the meantime, early in the morning after eating, Lone went outside the health clinic. Han Jia and Xiaoyao were cleaning up at this time, and when they saw the familiar Bentley parked at the door, they walked out of the clinic together and looked at Luo An, who got out of the car, slightly surprised. Good morning, brother Lone. Good morning, Ong. Have you had breakfast? Well, eat. Roan smiled at the two. Since he had to get to the office, he didn't delay too much and went straight to pulling a syringe out of his pocket. A glass tube filled with a weird, viscous green liquid. Yui, this is a medicine that can temporarily put a person into a vegetative state. Study and research. If you inject this into the human body, is there any way to cure it immediately? Hearing the effects of this thing, Xiaoyao was a bit surprised as she took the injection and nodded her head. Okay, I'll try. She didn't bother to ask what the point of doing this was, because since Brother Lone was the one who told her to do it, he must have had something in mind. Luo An made some more small talk before getting in the car and heading to the office. It was definitely not enough to throw Magic City's Luo Hospital into chaos with just this medicine, so he had also prepared a big surprise for Luo Kai. Thinking about it is still a little excited. Inside a towering office building in the Magic City district, in order to spend more time together every day and not be together only at night due to work, Su Mingyue added another set of desks and chairs to her office. At this point the couple was facing each other, busy with their own business. When you're tired, all you have to do is look up at each other and you're refreshed again, because old Luo and Mrs. Lu hadn't returned from their trip yet. Su Mingyue could only bring Luo Sweetie by her side. At the moment the little girl was very bored, lying on the sofa with her bare feet, pouting, looking at her mom and dad who were working, feeling as if she was a bit redundant. Su Mingyue was reading a document when she suddenly felt something tugging at her clothes, so she looked down. Luo Sweetie burrowed under her desk and crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. Mommy, why should sugar have to work when you and daddy have things to do? You want to work? You can't even memorize multiplication facts yet. What are you going to do? Perform and eat papers? Who says I can't? Unable to argue with her daughter's stubbornness, Su Mingyue, who happened to be feeling a little tired, simply got up to make way for the sofa. Okay, let's let you try then. Getting permission, Luo Tiantian was all excited and used all her strength to climb up to the office chair, but due to her lack of height, her hands couldn't reach the table, so she had to stand on the chair and start picking through the piles of papers on the table. Sitting across the table, Lone noticed the scene and wisps of laughter appeared in his eyes. This stupid girl, she's making a scene again. What a disobedient little livewire. It so happened that Secretary Yi walked into the office and froze at the sight of Sweetie, who was sitting on Su Mingyue's seat. Su Mingyue, who was lying on the sofa, faintly said, "She's the chairman of the board now, so if there's any work going on you report it to Chairman Sugar." Hearing this, Sugar's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment as she stood there gravely and comically. Secretary Yi reacted, and the corners of his mouth also revealed a smirk as he walked over and placed a document that needed to be signed in front of the little girl. "Chairman Sugar, this document needs your signature." Hey, yes. The little girl signed her crooked name on the document with a big smile. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Mingyue took off her tired high heels and gave Luo An a look. Rogan came along cheerfully. "Reach out and touch these pink and white feet with red nail polish." Su Mingyue closed her eyes in enjoyment and secretly said in her heart, "This stinky brother's massage skills have improved quite a bit." Chapter 152, Helpless and Poor Sugar. The morning passed quickly. The cafeteria was overcrowded at lunchtime, with people lined up at all the windows. As a leader, Luo An naturally didn't need to queue up and directly punched 3 meals from the window and walked towards the corner of the cafeteria. A sumptuous lunch was placed in front of Luo Tian, and she couldn't wait to pick up a spoon and take a big bite. A chicken leg went down quickly, but it was obvious that she still wanted to eat, so she eyed the braised chicken thighs in Ron's bowl. Luo An was about to clip it to her when it was taken away by a pair of chopsticks that suddenly reached out. Su Mingyue glared at the little girl and coldly grunted, "Go fight yourself if you want. Your dad's all mine. Bad mommy. Sugar will never talk to you again." In the meantime, Luo's hospital in the magic capital. But there is a quarrel. The noise is so big that the eating doctors and the people passing by all attracted over. Just see the entrance to the hospital. A huge group of people will be surrounded by the entrance to the hospital. The scene is extremely chaotic. The security guards cannot stop. Someone who had just arrived wondered, what's going on up ahead here that's so lively? Hey, what else could it be? Medical malpractice. A child with fever came to see a doctor, but ended up being treated by the hospital and fainted. How to call cannot wake up. Listen to the parents just now shouted, as if it is turned into a vegetable. What? Curing a fever into a vegetable? Is that so outrageous? Who doesn't crave traffic in today's day and age? Not long after the medical drama began, all the major media arrived, as well as the neighborhood netizens, like dogs that smelled a bone, all rushing this way. It alarmed the hospital director, who was protected by doctors and nurses and shouted impatiently with a microphone, "Everyone don't gather here. This matter our hospital will definitely give the patient an explanation. Also please believe us." "Account? You've cured my son into a vegetable. What explanation do you need? I'll kill you." It was a bit of a bad situation, but luckily most people were sensible and didn't follow suit. After all, Luo's hospital had been in the Magic City for so many years and had rescued many patients, and was very prestigious in this neighborhood. Just drag it out until the police get here and things will work out. But it was at this time that the attending physician, looking like a madman, roared at the crowd with red eyes, "I just healed him into a vegetable. What's wrong with that? It's normal for treatment to go awry. It's his life. Who are you to question me? Even if I doctor him to death, it has nothing to do with me." As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd was silent, and everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. It's hard to imagine such words coming from a doctor. While that's the way things are, it would be tasteless to talk about it. When the child's parents heard this, they pushed aside the security guards who were blocking the way and wrestled with the doctor, making the scene even more chaotic. And the doctor who roared was arranged by none other than Lorne. The police soon arrived at the scene and forcibly suppressed the riot at the scene, taking away all the doctors and the child's family relatives. While the matter is over for now, the story began to fester and evolve into multiple versions online. But whichever version of the story, Luo's hospital is the villain of the decade, and the comments section is full of curses. The previous Luo hospital's black materials have all been dug out, all put on the internet circulation, directly on the first hot search list. Jinling, headquarters of Luo's pharmaceutical group. By the time the story reached Lakai's ears, it had caused quite a stir. He slammed the tabletop, furious, immediately spend money to keep the heat down. Never let things fester any longer. The secretary looked embarrassed and explained, "Mr. Luo, it's too late to try to press it. The top priority should be to issue a briefing to clarify what happened and then find the patient's family to settle the matter privately. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrange it." "Yes, I'm on my way." After a few days, this matter continues to ferment. Although the platform intends to press the heat, but things have gone beyond control. Can only choose to sit on the wall and watch the fire. Let time to dilute the impact of this matter. As a result, Luo Yaga sleeps better these days, and sends messages to Luo Kai to comfort him when has something to do. Even she didn't expect that this matter could actually explode into such a big impact, and thought it was due to luck, not realizing that all of this was under Luo An's control. There are 3 days left until New Year's Eve and Chinese New Year. According to the rules passed down from the past, before the Chinese New Year, every family has to clean their house, in which case the coming year will be smooth, but if you leave garbage behind, it means that you will have bad luck. Inside the living room, Luo An and Su Mingyue had a rare argument and were quarreling. Those hand-me-downs are my babies, my wives. Who are you to throw them away? I'm enough of a wife for you. These things are just too much of a nuisance to keep there, and when I say get rid of them, I have to get rid of them. No way. This is all limited edition. I can follow you on everything else. You have to listen to me on this one, because she was going to do a big cleaning for the villa today. Su Mingyue felt that the 20 or so hand puppets in the room that were the same height and size as an adult were a bit of a nuisance, so she was prepared to clean them all out. But Luo An resisted with an unusually resolute attitude. People can die. A second wife must never be lost. But his attitude, on the contrary, strengthened Su Mingyue's determination to clean these things out. The dog man's heart can only belong to her, even if it is paper-thin and unforgivable. But it wasn't a good idea to keep arguing like this, so the two of them left the decision up to Luo Sweetie, who had just gotten up, to decide. The poor snacker was sitting on the couch, miserable, not knowing what to choose. If you pick Daddy, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a spanking from Mommy. But if she picks Mommy, Daddy won't buy her favorite cupcake later. Su Mingyue sat down beside the maid and narrowed her eyes slightly. Sugar, Mommy usually loves you the most. You know what to choose, don't you? Lone, not to be outdone, softened her voice to her daughter. Sugar, Daddy has treated you well. Think about your cupcake. Which is more important, short-lived pain or long-lasting sweetness? Sweet Luo, you guys kill me. Just when Luo Sweetheart was about to be forced by the two people to have her little head almost not enough, the villa door opened, and Lu Fongfang walked in with a bag of things, smiling. We're back. We've been to a lot of places this time. Sugar, Grandma bought you some delicious food. Curled up on the couch, it was as if Sugar had found her savior. She couldn't even put her shoes on, so she ran straight into her grandmother's arms and began to pout and complain. Then there was Luo An and Su Mingyue, being severely reprimanded by Mrs. Lu, who didn't dare to retort. They could only glare at each other. I can see that there is going to be a big fight tonight. Chapter 153, Interrupted Spellcasting. This time, Luma and Lao Luo traveled to the Neon country to see the crater, and when they came back, they bought a lot of souvenirs. Of course, the main focus is still on the Neon country snacks. Who told the family to have a snacker? Luo An and Su Mingyue, who had finished being taught a lesson, simply didn't clean up, and aggressively headed towards the upstairs room to prepare for a duel. On the couch in the living room, the little girl couldn't wait to unwrap one of the sushi boxes, pick up a salmon-filled sushi and put it in her mouth, eating it with gusto. Accompaniment is ringing upstairs. Goo, daughter-in-law, I'm wrong, don't come over, I really know I'm wrong. The louder the screams, the more joyfully the little girl ate. Lu Fongfang looked at her cheeks bulging, and with a smile on her brow, she took out a paper and wiped the girl's mouth. Slow down, sweetie, there's so much more, we're not in a hurry, these are yours. Aha! A few moments later, Su Mingyue, whose conditioning had ended, walked out of the room, and behind her, Luo An's body lay helplessly on the floor, her eyes empty. What an asshole this is for doing that to him and letting him get hurt like that. The cell phone in his pocket rang at that moment. Lone took out her cell phone and put it to her ear, her voice full of powerlessness and exhaustion. Hello, Xiaoyu's soft voice came out from the phone. Brother Luo An, didn't you ask me to research the antidote to the medicine last time? I have the results. The main ingredient of this potion is a poison, a toxin that is only found in a type of snake that lives deep in the mountains, and with some herbs, it can temporarily put a person into a state of fake death, while also affecting the functions of the person's body. Hearing this, Lone came a little more energized, got up and sat on the edge of the bed, and inquired, and is there a cure? Well, my grandfather just happens to have an herb for this poison there. Take a leaf and eat it and it will wake someone up. Good. Then get ready. In the next 2 days someone is expected to go to you for healing. After greeting Xiaoyue, Luo An's phone received a message. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the contents, and he exited the room after putting his phone to rest. Heading downstairs, Su Mingyue sat on the sofa in the living room to eat, seeing Luo An walking straight towards the door of his house, not even looking at himself, even greetings actually do not hit, immediately frowned. Where are you going? Che, what do you care where I go? I have my own things to do. Luan bristled and walked out of the house with accelerated steps. Mouth highs are great, but only if you run fast, or you'll be greeted with a powerful slap in the face. Seeing his back as he went out the door, Su Mingyue had some bad feelings in her heart, always feeling that this man was a bit out of control. Beside her, Sugar soldiered on, nibbling on a piece of cantaloupe. A hand suddenly reaches out and snatches away half of the cantaloupe still left. Su Mingyue ate expressionlessly, hesitating in her heart whether to apologize to Luo An in the evening to calm his little emotions. Seeing her melon being eaten, Luo Tian instantly burst into tears, deflating her mouth with a pang of aggression in her heart. Seeing that she was about to cry out, Su Mingyue casually stuffed the melon rind into her mouth and then got up to go upstairs. Interrupted from casting the spell, Sugar froze, then nibbled beautifully again. Melons are so delicious. The other side. Leaving the house, Lorne drove to the company's security department. Last night at 12 o'clock, the security guards on patrol caught 2 gangsters, and they were caught inside the building. The cameras were being dismantled at the time, and the sound of the cameras falling to the ground attracted the security guards. After hearing what happened, Luo An pushed open the door of the security room while frowning. Did you find out who they were and how they got in? Are there any accomplices in the security team? The security chief who was following behind him heard this and was so scared that cold sweat broke out behind his back as he hurriedly said, Luo Dong, don't worry. The people in the team were all recruited by me personally and would never betray the company. According to my initial guess, these 2 people should have drilled into the interior of the company from the sewer of the first floor bathroom, and their intentions are currently unknown. The 2 men walked into the security room cubicle. Inside, the 2 flower-armed men were tied by twine to their hands and feet, struggling incessantly, and their mouths were stuffed with a ball of rags. Lone removed the cloth from the mouth of one of them and said faintly, tell me, what is the purpose of your infiltration into our company and who is behind it? The man grunted and didn't say anything. Obviously, this was a long time ago to be prepared to be caught. Neither one was a cutie. They hadn't done anything when they were discovered, and when they were caught by the police, they would be locked up for a few days at most. The head of security warned from the sidelines, Luo Dong. Our people interrogated them for 2 hours yesterday and flabbergastedly refused to say anything. Should we teach them a lesson? At those words, Luo An shook his head, got up and looked at the 2 who were sitting on the ground without saying anything, and smiled faintly. It's a civilized society now. Call the police. These 2 people sneaked into the company and stole. I lost a crystal necklace worth 10 million. Enough for a 10-year sentence. Your bull ***** ting me. We're not. You're making false accusations. The flower-armed man opened his mouth with wide eyes and a fierce gaze, as if he wanted to scare Luo An, but Lone wasn't intimidated. He sneered, blending into our company down the sewers in the middle of the night and smashing several cameras in a row. Do you think the courts will believe you? Or me? Take it away. 2 strong security guards came in through the door and effortlessly picked up the 2 punks on their shoulders and headed outside. The 2 are still struggling. You let go of me. You dare to do this to us. You will regret it. Immediately afterward Lone whispered something in the security chief's ear, and he nodded and turned to walk out of the security room. After taking care of things here, Luo An didn't leave in a hurry, but took out his cell phone to call Luo Kai. At this time, Luo Kai was already anxious because of the matter of the Magic City Luo's hospital. The most important thing for a hospital is its reputation. If the reputation is bad, who will come to your hospital in the future? Picking up the phone, Lakai calmed his restlessness and revealed a smiling face. Ah, cousin. What's the matter with you calling me? Nothing, just seeing that you've been in a lot of trouble lately. Cousin, I was wondering if there was anything I could do to help. Don't worry cousin, these things come easily to me. Really? I was talking about introducing you to a master herbalist. She seems to know of something that can put people in a vegetative state, but since you don't need it, forget it. What? Hearing Luo An's words, Luo Kai instantly changed his face and hurriedly said, cousin, it's actually not impossible to help, but I don't think you'll do it for nothing. What do you need? Hey, cousin, look at you say this, we are a family. A family is to help each other. The address I sent you. I still have something here. I hang up first Chapter 154 Gifts. Lei Changkong knocked on the door and walked into the office. Luo Dong, you called me? Aha. Lone nodded and pulled out an insurance policy from Lone's Insurance. Luo's Insurance Limited Liability Company. A company that Luo Hongyan had given him to take care of. He had just gone to look at it, and some of the insurance was still good. Very suitable for wool gathering. Look at this. Starting today, anyone who is an employee of our Pen Dome will be able to have this insurance from the day they start. If you have been with this company for 5 years, you receive $50. 000. If you have been with us for 10 years you receive $100. 000. And so on, at least for the insurance. The company is responsible for paying for it. Good. Lei Changkong nodded and grew to respect Luo Min. These are real employee benefits. Even in the world cannot be found so much emphasis on employee benefits of the company, and even if there are, there will be certain prerequisites, such as overtime. Lorne thought for a moment, then added, right, you go to 112, Bakey Road. There is an orphanage there. You donate $20 million in the name of the company, but divide it into 10 years, $2 million each year. so that the children are fed and clothed, and then find someone to tear down the orphanage and rebuild it. Luo Dongyingming, I'm on my way. Lei Chankong memorized Luo An's words word for word, then turned around with admiration and left the office. After he left, Lorne began to work through the piles of paperwork. When the boss is not as easy as people think, go to his point, want to stop cannot stop. The following is a few thousand mouths waiting to eat. By the time Lone had finished with that, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's finally done. Lone stretched, thinking of the way he had treated his daughter-in-law this morning, and felt the need to go and buy some good food, and gifts to coax him. Otherwise the wife gets angry and there are serious consequences. With that thought, Lone picked up the car keys on his desk and got up to walk out of the office. For food. That little foodie at home loves everything, and as long as it's a snack, he's not picky, and he's very good at fooling around. The question is what to get my daughter-in-law as a gift. By the time Luan got home, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. The door was ajar, and he peeked his head out and looked into the room like a thief. It was quiet in the living room. The rich aroma of meat wafted out from the kitchen. It should be Lao Luo cooking, and Snacky was lying on the sofa still sleeping. Where's Su Mingyue? It's hard not to go out. At that thought, Lone actually felt inexplicably relieved, then pushed the door open brightly toward the kitchen and casually opened her mouth. Dad, where's my stupid daughter-in-law? Who are you calling stupid? Luo An just walked into the kitchen. Su Mingyue, who was cooking, just happened to turn her head to look at her. She squinted her eyes slightly, carrying a pot and spoon in her hand. The pot was stewing braised elbows. Daughter-in-law, you're cooking tonight. Luo An's aura weakened and he said sheepishly, well, Mom and the others went to Grandpa's. They won't be back for dinner tonight. Just the 3 of us. Where have you been? Why are you so late? Didn't go anywhere either. Lorne's eyes averted, a sign of lying. Su Mingyue stepped forward. Frightened, Lone hurriedly pulled out a small pouch hidden behind her back and cast her head aside, not knowing if she was shy or scared. This is the gift I bought for you. It took a bit longer to choose. That's why I'm back so late. Don't mind. A gift? Su Mingyue froze and took the bag in Luo An's hand, her face slightly surprised. This elm, is he getting the hang of it today? I can't believe I knew to buy her a gift. The bag contained a small white box, made of leather throughout, like a mysterious treasure box. After opening it, there was a necklace quietly placed inside that sparkled under the light, which was like a bright star in the night sky, emitting a fascinating light. It consists of a slender silver chain and a small heart-shaped pendant. The chain is inlaid with many tiny rhinestones, sparkling and dazzling. How's that? Do you like it? Lone didn't dare to look her in the eye, not like a business tycoon with a successful career, but more like a fledgling who had just fallen in love. Bring it on for me. Su Mingyue put the box on him, then turned her back and pulled her hair up, revealing her snow-white swan's neck. The charm of a mature woman was displayed to the fullest on her body. The heart necklace is an even better match for her. Quiet kitchen. 2 people look at each other, the distance between each other closer and closer. Heartbeat unconsciously accelerated. Eyes implied love. Heart only each other. Just as the lips were about to be pressed together, a childish voice rang out from beneath them. Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? Are you sneaking a good meal? Luo's sweetheart blinked her curious little eyes and looked up at the two. The next moment, Lone was pushed backward several steps by a pair of hands, fortunately holding on to the kitchen table, or else she would have fallen on her head. The blush on Su Mingyue's face had not yet faded, and she said with her cheeks slightly burning, No, Mommy got sand in her eye, let Daddy blow on it. What are you doing up? Luo sweetie nodded her head in confusion, then went up and hugged Mommy's leg, smiling, I'm hungry for dinner. What a snacker. Go out and wait. The meal will be ready soon. Su Mingyue helplessly rubbed her head. This silly daughter is good at everything, but she's a glutton for punishment. Luckily, I'm not fat, or I'd have to be a little tank when I grow up. At that moment, Lone suddenly sniffed his nose, puzzled. Strange, where's that mushy smell coming from? Su Mingyue then remembered something and hurriedly looked towards the pot, and sure enough, the water in the pot had already boiled dry, and a thick paste odor emanated out. She glared fiercely at Luan. It's your fault for making my meat mushy. With that, she simply shooed Luan and the newly awakened munchkin out of the kitchen. Lone scratched his head with an innocent face. He hadn't done anything. Even Luo's sweetheart couldn't help but look up at him, milking his words. Daddy, why does Mommy have such a temper? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Oh, it's probably menopause. A soup-stained spoon flew out of the kitchen, hitting Lone precisely in the head. He went oops. He didn't dare to make another move. Really? You're still so rampant after receiving a gift. Let's see how I'll teach you a lesson when I go to bed at night. Daddy sucks. The relentless scoffing of the little toddler resonated through the living room. Luo An was annoyed. Fine, you dare to laugh at me. Let's see if I don't fix you up today. Saying that, he reached out to grab it, but it was dodged by Luo Tian who had expected it, and ran towards the upstairs with a pair of short legs in a puff of smoke. Not gonna let you catch it. Slightly. Chapter 155, New Year's Eve approaches. The day before New Year's Eve. In the morning, Xiaoyao drove to the clinic early as usual, and after cleaning off the dust that had accumulated on the medicine cabinet, she walked behind the counter and sat down, taking out her cell phone and started to swipe the video. If it were usual, Han Jia would be the one to do all these things, but he was caught by Han Bingbing today as a hard laborer, so it was only Xiaoyao alone. Time passed by, and the number of people walking outside gradually became more and more. Just when Xiaoyao thought that there would still be no one coming to see her today, there was a commotion from outside the clinic. Is this clinic really as good as you say it is? Hey, we've been friends for so long, why would I lie to you? Last time I had an attack on my old cold leg, this little girl made me some medicine. Hey, and guess what? It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's hope you're telling the truth. The two older women pushed and shoved their way into the clinic. You and I, both dressed rather plainly. The fatter Wang Guifan opened her mouth and laughed as soon as she entered the clinic. Dr. Xia, you quickly give my sister a look. She has a headache every night, and can't find the cause when she goes to the hospital to check. So you give it a look to see what's going on. She's a doctor? Like the previous patient. Li Xiaona's first thought after seeing Xiaoyu's youthful appearance was that she had been tricked by her good sister. You know she's been to a lot of big hospitals with this headache and it hasn't been cured. With such a young girl, can it work? But after all, it was a good sister's recommendation. So she followed Xiaoyu's orders and laid down on the hospital bed next to her. Xiaoyu began to give her a physical examination. Stick out your tongue. Eyes are blinked. Does it hurt here? As one of the head points was pressed, Li Na was instantly screamed out in pain, and only then did Xiaoyu withdraw her hand and voice her insight. It should be that you were overworked before. Your body didn't get recuperated, coupled with the body cold. That's why the headache is caused. The instrument really can't check these out. It wasn't that big of a deal. Just a lot of rest and you'd be able to get better. But you put it off for too long and that's why it's like this. Is there still a cure then? Dr. Xia. Wang Guifan was curious. Xiaoyu nodded. I don't dare guarantee that it can be cured, but it can slow down the headache. Immediately after that, she made a list of medicines. There are more than 10 kinds. Adding up to a pair of medicines is estimated to be more than $200 like. Need to take half a month continuously. A pair a day. Hearing this price, walked out of the hospital bed Li Xiaona shocked. Her monthly pension is only 2,000. Just this half month's medicine will be her 3 months to save money. The bottom line is that it's still not always curable. Her head shook like a rattle at the thought. Let's just forget about it. It's been a problem for so many years. Let's not spend the money. With that, she pulled Wang Guifan out of the clinic. The sound of her whispering came from outside the door. I said long ago not to come. You have to drag me here. Spend more than $3,000, and not necessarily cured. This kind of yellow hair girl said words you also believe. I guess she is even worse than those big hospital intern doctors. Learned a little skin and dare to come out to open a clinic, specializing in cheating our money. But the other Dr. Xia did cure my leg. Why don't you try it? What's there to try? If you ask me, Chinese medicine is still unreliable. The cure still has to look at Western medicine. My son pushed me a WeChat of a Huakong hospital doctor yesterday, just so that I can go and take a look today. Hearing their discussion, Xiaoyu sighed with loss, and it was at this moment that a BMW came from not far away and stopped in front of the clinic. A middle-aged man was seen getting out of the car in a hurry and walking into the clinic. Excuse me, Yui Xia, is Dr. Xia there? I am. Are you? Introduce myself. I'm the director of Huakong Hospital, Su Mingcheng. It was Mr. Luo An who introduced me here. He said that you can make that vegetative patient in our hospital wake up. Lo's hospital alias, Huahong Hospital. Xiaoyu remembered what Luo An had said earlier, and she nodded. Kind of sure, but not sure it'll work. That's what my grandfather said anyway. Is your grandfather? Su Mingcheng inquired nervously. Xiaogoji, do you recognize it? Elder Xia. Su Mingcheng froze at the familiar name, somewhat incredulous. Xiao Wujia, this name, in China's medical world reputation, once was an internationally famous war doctor, but after his retirement, he was unknown. In front of this female doll is actually Xia's old granddaughter. No wonder Mr. Luo asked himself to come here. After chatting for a couple of minutes, Su Mingcheng invited Xiaoyu into the car with a very respectful attitude, without the slightest hint of his majesty as a dean. But it's normal to think about it. In the past 2 days, because of the matter of the vegetative patient, he has been very busy. If he cannot solve this matter, this dean is also considered to be the end of the job. Now that it was so hard to find a savior, he couldn't wait to treat Xiaoyu as if she were an ancient and honorable princess. After getting into the car, the BMW turned around and drove past the frozen Li Xiaona duo. disappearing at the end of the road in the blink of an eye. Wang Guifan froze. Which hospital did you just say you were going to? It's unbelievable that a doctor from a clinic is personally invited by the president of a major hospital to treat patients. At the moment, Li Xiana's intestines were green with remorse. All those words she just said to Xiaoyao on purpose. She didn't expect to be slapped in the face just after leaving the clinic. If that medicine really works, she'd pay 20,000, not to mention $2,000. After Xiaoyao was invited to Huakong Hospital by Su Mingcheng, later that day, an official notice was issued by the Huahong Hospital. The general idea is that the patient was already suffering from psychotropic toxins before he came to the hospital, but it was only with the help of a gifted female doctor that he managed to revive this patient. Health clinic is therefore overnight topped the major platforms of the hot search list. Hot nationwide. New Year's Eve day. Luo An woke up early in the morning and saw the news about Xiaoyao. If the previous Xiaoyao was a patient who was hard to find, it was estimated that in the future, she would be so busy that she wouldn't even have time to eat. Having both helped his sister and made Luo go fight with Luo Kai's nest, Luo An was in an extremely good mood at the moment. Sweetie, come on, go get the delivery with Daddy. Express? Something yummy, you guess. Shortly after the two left, the yawning Su Mingyue also came down from upstairs, with lethargy on her stunningly beautiful cheeks, clearly not having slept enough. Just as she was wondering where her big and little babies were running off to, she saw Luo Sweetie huffing and puffing as she walked in holding a tin can, and after dropping it on the table, she trotted and jumped into her arms, complaining, "Mommy, Daddy lied to me. I was promised something tasty, but it turned out to be just a can of tea, and it's not even tasty, so help Sugar teach him a lesson." Lorne shrugged as he walked into the house with a small box. "I told you to guess. You're the one who didn't guess correctly. How can you blame me? What are you holding in your hand?" Su Mingyue said curiously, "Chanting for a thank you gift from my stupid hoochie cousin and cousin, a necklace of which there are only 2 in the world, and a jar of big red robe." Neither Luo Kai nor Luo Yago were stupid, although Luo An said he didn't want it. If they didn't give it, both of them were afraid that this helper would turn to the other side, so both of them prepared thick gifts. He had only just sat down when there was another commotion at the door. The harsh sound of brakes sounded, accompanied by Lu Pinggan's booming voice. "Ha ha, Sugar, great-grandpa's here to see you." Chapter 156, once sister and brother, now husband and wife. Great-grandfather. Seeing Lu Pinggan appear, Luo's sweetheart, who had just been lying in Su Mingyue's arms in an aggravated manner, turned around and trotted towards him without hesitation. Like a cheerful bird, the two circled the living room. Luo An shook his head somewhat helplessly, then tossed the red box containing the necklace to Su Mingyue's side and casually said, "It's your reward, take it and play with it." Su Mingyue cocked her head. Was she being given charity? Or by the district of Loan? In no time at all, there was a flurry of you-know-what in the living room, and Luo An managed to get 2 kicks in the ass, rubbing his butt and complaining again. Lu Fongfang, who walked out of the bedroom, breathlessly held her forehead. "Can you two stop messing around? It's New Year's Eve, there's still a lot to do." "Old Luo, you'll go and buy a cart of fireworks and come back later. Do you want the big one or the little one?" "All sizes, of course." "Oh, so you can fly, or do you spin on the ground? So guess if you don't go, will my slap land on your face?" Hearing that she could play with fireworks, the little girl immediately pestered her grandfather to jump out the door, her dark little eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sugar wants to play punch bowl and scamper monkey. Okay, Grandpa will buy you all of them." The disfavored Lu Pinggan had to walk to the sofa and sit down. As if he found something, he was surprised and picked up the big red robe on the coffee table, pinched some and smelled it on the tip of his nose, and his eyes lit up. Authentic Wui Mountain Mother Tree de Hongpo. This stuff is not easy to get, or so much. Where did you get it? From a friend. Luan smiled. Upon hearing this, Lu Pinggan instantly had the peace of mind to stuff the entire can of tea into his arms and lightly cough twice. "This is something you young people can't drink and it's not good. It's better for me, the old man, to help you out with this unpleasant stuff. If you want to drink you just say so." Su Mingyue rolled her eyes at Grandpa. "As long as you don't drink alcohol, it's fine for you to drink anything." Hey, it's my good granddaughter who understands me." Lu Fongfang, who had already finished a glass of milk, stretched her back and said with a leap of faith in her lazy voice, "Since old Luo went to buy fireworks, I'll make today's lunch. It just so happens that I haven't been in the kitchen for a long time. I don't know if my skills are rusty." One sentence caused Luo An's trio to change their faces immediately. Thinking of the unforgettable flavor that still haunts him to this day, Lone hurriedly said, Mom, I'll do the simple thing like cooking. Just go sit on the couch and relax." "Well, that's fine. I'll go outside and get some drinks then." After the words fell, Lu Fongfang walked towards the door of the house. looking at her back as she left. Luo An breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked towards the kitchen. Today at noon, Xiaogu and Han Bingbing and the others will come, so there are many dishes to be prepared. And in order for the meal to start on time at noon, we need to start preparing now. Tying on her apron, the sound of chopping soon rang out from the kitchen. Lorne is working on the carp he bought yesterday. Su Mingyue walked in and without saying a word started slicing ginger and garlic. Daughter-in-law, the fish is for you. After dealing with the fish scales and internal organs, Luo An tossed the fish behind him without looking back to Su Mingyue, who didn't look back but accurately received the thrown fish and sharply started slicing it. The two with a heart of gold worked perfectly together. Xiaoyao and Han Jia, who had already arrived, could not help but feel longing when they saw the scene. To make the commonplace, which can't be commonplace, make sense. That's love. Not a moment later, the door to the living room opened again, and little Aunt Luo Choying's family walked into the house carrying large bags of things. It was almost time for the noon meal to begin before Luo Mingyue, who had finished buying fireworks, returned with Sweetie. As soon as the two girls met, they happily ran around the living room like crazy. Well, you two little guys don't run away. Hurry over and eat. Eat first no matter if you eat afterward to wash the dishes. Luo Choying served the last dish on the table, carrying a cute girl in one hand. Seeing Sweet's clueless eyes, she couldn't help but pick it up and give a kiss to the little girl's face. Sweetie looks so well behaved, so much cuter than when Mo was little. Hearing this, Luo Xiaomeng, who could be happy, huffed and stomped her foot. Bad mommy, you were saying before that Mo is the cutest girl in the world. Ha, I'm going to get mad. Then you're pissed off. I'm going to go eat with sugar. Ayawa. The large round table was soon filled with people, and the table was filled with colorful and fragrant meals, basically made by Luo An and Su Mingyue, a whole 18 dishes. Originally Luo An wanted to call Luo Tongtian to come as well, but it turned out that this guy actually traveled abroad with Chen Xiaoxuan without saying a word, because there wasn't enough room. Luo's sweetheart sat in Su Mingyue's arms, wiggling her short snow-white delicate legs. She reached out and pointed at the roast duck on the table, drooling with gluttony. Mommy, I want a big duck leg. Be good. Eat some veggies. You don't want to grow into a little chubby. No, no, no. I want it. There was no way around it. Su Mingyue had to pinch it for her. And when Mrs. Lu and the others saw this scene, bright smiles appeared on their faces. The whole atmosphere of the house is much more cheerful with such a little livable baby in the house. The family enjoyed a hearty lunch with a lot of laughter. After the meal, everyone sat together in the living room, watching TV and chatting. Luo's sweetheart leaned in Su Mingyue's arms, blinking her big eyes as she listened to the adults. It was getting late and it was finally time for the fireworks. The crowd took all kinds of fireworks to the courtyard. Luo Mingyue lit the fuse, and the colorful fireworks instantly lit up the night sky beautifully. Luo's sweetheart clapped her hands excitedly, smiling like a blooming flower. Daddy, Mommy, look, this firework is so beautiful. Standing in the doorway of the small courtyard, Luo An and Su Mingyue glanced at each other's eyes full of smiles. Cannot help but reach out to hold each other. The mind cannot help but recall the past, all sorts of things. At one time, they were siblings. Now, they are husband and wife, the ones who love each other the most. Continued. Take a day off tomorrow. Wahahaha. Chapter 157, The Arrival of the Spring Festival. After New Year's Eve is the Chinese New Year, a favorite holiday for kids because they can ask for lots of red envelopes. What? You don't give red packets? Then I'll beat you into a panda. Early in the morning, Sugar slept in her little room, and opened her eyes in a daze, realizing that there were actually many thick red envelopes by her pillow. Her budding little eyes were suddenly filled with excitement. Red packet equals money, money equals cupcakes. Counted down. There are actually more than 20 red packets, and each of them is loaded with at least $3,000. Here all the red packets add up. At least have to have more than 60,000 yuan. Suddenly obtaining such a huge sum of money, the little girl was instantly inflated. I couldn't wait to put on my little dress and run out of the room in my little pink slippers. Luo An and Su Mingyue got up early and after a brief wash, they sat on the sofa in the living room and watched TV. Daddy, Mommy, look, I have lots of money, money, money. Sugar trotted down the stairs. Ignorant as she was, she didn't know what would happen if she exposed her New Year's money in front of her parents. And at the moment, she was so immersed in the joy of having a huge amount of money that she couldn't help herself. Luo An and Su Mingyue exchanged glances, both guessing each other's thoughts and couldn't help but have a bad smile on their faces. Come here, sweetie, come here. Daddy has something good to show you here, yo. What's good? Are they cupcakes? The simple, ignorant Sugar curiously patted over. A few moments later, the little girl's aggrieved cries resounded throughout the villa. Fortunately, Lu Ma went out with old Luo. Otherwise, Luo An would have to receive another scolding. Daddy, you gave me back my money, money. Shame on you. You even cheat children out of their money. Woohoo! Just as Sweetie was bawling, Su Mingyue, who had anticipated this, picked up a large chicken leg on the coffee table and stuffed it into her mouth, saying faintly, "Which is more important, chicken legs or money?" This is a question for a professional foodie, but any second of hesitation is an insult to her foodie nature. After a long time, Luo's sweetheart curled up in Su Mingyue's arms, prettily holding a braised chicken leg and gnawing on it. Roan laughed and shook his head helplessly. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to have such a silly daughter. He was about to put the money into his pocket, when suddenly an icy gaze struck him, frightening his entire body into shivering and hurriedly handing over the money in a trembling manner. Daughter-in-law, you are the chief financial officer of our family, so it's better for you to keep this money. Count on you to be sensible. Su Mingyue arrogantly hummed lightly and took the money. Then she took the money and turned toward the stairs, looking ready to deposit it in the petty cash. Luo's sweetheart, who could not be satisfied, came over to Luo An and waved her little fist. Daddy, are you so willing to be governed by mommy? We're going to fight back. We're going to revolutionize. Oh, how are you going to revolutionize it? Auntie Mother Superior said that power comes out of the barrel of a gun, and to be free, you must fight. Okay, then later you go first, sneak up on your mommy when she's not looking, and then daddy will come back and help you. Aha! Not a moment later, put the money. Su Mingyue walked downstairs, found that father and daughter this will be very quiet, just about to speak. Sweet suddenly rushed up to hug her legs. Daddy, I'm stalking mommy, teach her a lesson. Lauren picked up the jump rope on the table and handed it over. Hit it softly, the baby's still young. Sweet Lo, 6. Chinese New Year, as the most important festival in China, has a profound impact on the people. Even though the government has issued a smoking ban, colorful fireworks still appear in the city, and the loud sound of the explosion seems to welcome the arrival of spring. People walking the streets are joyful and laughing uncontrollably. At that moment, a fiery red Maserati came at the end of the street, and the sound of blasting the gas pedal resounded throughout the street. People walking on the road avoided it for fear of being hit. There was a man and a woman sitting in the car, and the young man who drove the car was wearing sunglasses, whistling, and was so spirited that he was enjoying the feeling of blowing up the street. The girl sitting next to her was less timid and spoke up worriedly. Pang Xiaojun, why don't you drive slower? There are so many people on the road. What if you hit someone? What are you afraid of? The people living in this neighborhood are a group of ordinary people with little background. When they see my car, they can't even avoid it. Just a car tire is money they can't even earn in a year. Do they dare to block my way? The youth Peng Xiaojun casually returned a sentence, and then another foot of gas. The speed of the car once again soared. At that moment, two hunched-over old men appeared around the corner ahead. They didn't notice the approaching car and headed across the street after seeing the stoplight across the street light up green. The youth, who noticed the scene, with horrified eyes, slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The huge inertia directly knocked the two old men walking to the middle of the road out, and in a flash, blood splattered. The woman's scream rang out, and the crowd followed the sound, and without exception, all of their faces showed a look of horror. Soon after, police and emergency vehicles arrived at the scene of the crash almost simultaneously. The team was led by none other than the recently appointed Ivy. When he finished looking at the intersection monitor, he coldly looked at the young man and woman squatting not far away and coldly ordered, "Take them back to me and lock them up, and don't let them leave until the results come back from the hospital." Yes, standing committee. It wasn't until noon that Ivy received word from the hospital. He sat in his office with a policewoman standing in front of him, who spoke the results unforgivingly. The old woman died instantly after being hit, and the old grandfather had been successfully resuscitated. But when he learned of his wife's death, his breath didn't go with him, and he went right after him. According to the investigation, these two men were meritorious soldiers who had made meritorious achievements in the battlefield when they were young, and after they came down from the battlefield, they often made donations to charitable organizations in the vicinity, and such people, who should have been rewarded for their good deeds, have now died innocently and tragically. Learning the result, Ivy clenched her fists hard. At that moment, a police officer knocked on the door and walked into the office. Bureau Chief Chang, someone wants to see you, claiming to be Peng Xiujuan's father. Well, let him in, and you guys go on out. Yes. After the two officers left, a middle-aged man in a suit walked into the office, extended his hand and smiled. Director Chang, it is truly an honor for Peng to meet you. Evergreen didn't appreciate it, and looked at him with cold eyes, leaping forward in anger. What are you laughing at? It's funny. Just because you discipline your children poorly, 2 living human lives have been lost like this. Those were the country's men of honor, not sacrificed on the battlefield, but dying at the hands of their own people. You think something like that is funny? His eyes were crimson, glaring at the middle-aged man in front of him. and his bare arms were rippling with veins, which showed how angry he was inside at this moment. Pang Likuan wiped off the saliva on his face. His heart was very upset. It was never him who taught others. When was he taught by others like this? However, when he thought of his son who was imprisoned, he still held back his anger and pulled out a card and placed it on the table, saying in a cold voice, "This accident is indeed my son's fault in the first place. There is 5 million in the card, which is considered to be compensation for the 2 old people. The spring festival is such a joyous day. Director Chang should not want to make a big deal out of it. This is a little bit of my private thoughts to you," he said, pulling out another card and placing it on the table. Obviously, it's trying to go private. Evergreen's face was grim as he reached for the 2 cards sitting on his desk, his heart full of nagging. Chapter 158, Su Mingyue, let me be a waitress? In the afternoon, Luo An and Su Mingyue were brought by the little munchkin to a remote restaurant in Magic City. The restaurant belongs to the director of the orphanage. In the past, when orphanages were poor and government funding was slow in coming, or when it appeared that $1 million had been allocated, when it actually reached the director, it was not even 1/10 of that amount. In order to make the children's life better, that's why she opened this restaurant, usually to earn some tuition fees for the children. And for this reason, in this restaurant, you can often see children as waiters. Plus the meals are affordable, so a lot of customers come to this restaurant. What's not to love about filling your stomach and doing good deeds at the same time? It's only 3 p.m. And the restaurant is cleaning up. Dean wiped down the table while not forgetting to direct it toward the 5 children. "See you, there's too much water on your rag. Wring it out a little so it wipes clean and doesn't get water all over the table. Jian, your mop is too dirty. Go wash it before you mop. Yaoyao, can you go to the kitchen and help peel the garlic?" Just as everyone was busy, a laugh as clear as a silver bell rang out outside the restaurant. "I'm here. What are you doing?" People have looked toward the door. See Sweet wearing a brand new red cotton jacket from outside the store ran in, perhaps running too fast, little face red, like a ripe little apple. Another voice came from outside. "Slow down. I'm not going to coax you if you fall and cry." Luo An and Su Mingyue followed closely behind and walked into the restaurant, waving and smiling towards Dean He, who had stopped wiping the tables. "Happy New Year, Dean Ho. There you are. Happy New Year." Lone followed up by pulling a large stack of red envelopes out of his pocket and, surrounded by the children's cheers, gave each of them one. It's a makeshift package he made. Not much, only $1,000 in each. Handing out the rest of the red envelopes, Luo An passed them on to Dean He. After all, there are still so many children in the orphanage. He can't afford to favor one over the other. As for the little girl, she was already playing around with the other kids in the restaurant, chasing them around. Su Mingyue is still very fond of these children. The outsiders rarely show a smile. She took out a large bag of fruit candies from her bag, and gave some to each of these children. "Thank you, Auntie Su. Auntie Su, you're so sweet." "Thanks, Auntie." The moment this appellation came out, Su Mingyue was getting a little upset. She hadn't even reached 30 yet, and she was actually being called an aunt. Lorne walked up to her at that moment in good humor, tapped her on the shoulder, and laughed immoderately with a thumbs up. "Auntie Su, it looks like you're very popular." In the next second, Lone felt his foot being stomped on with force, and his expression twisted in pain. Su Mingyue looked at him with a smiling face. "What did you just say? I don't seem to have heard it." "Repeat it again." "Su, sister, my little one is wrong. Raise your feet high." Seeing Luo An beg for mercy, Su Mingyue then let him go with a cold snort. "Stinky man, if you don't clean up one day, you dare to go up to the house." After playing for a while, Sweetie began to follow these children to clean up, wiping the table and mopping the floor. Although none of it was clean, Luo An and Su Mingyue were still very pleased. Noticing the gazes of the two, Luo Sweetness turned around and crossed her small waist and milked her hum at the two. "Stinky poopy, bad mommy, what are you looking at? Why don't you hurry over and help? Can't you see it's busy?" Grandpa said that lazy people will become big fools when they get old. Su Mingyue and Luo An looked at each other face to face. Gee, it's hard to tell who's the parent now. The two of them adults were actually being lectured by a little girl, but there's no way around it. Whoever told them that it involves their children's body, mind and health, they have to be role models as parents. So it was that Luo An was in charge of going to the kitchen to wash the dirty dishes that had accumulated at noon, while Su Mingyue helped mop the floor. When Dean He saw the behavior of the two, he smiled and didn't say anything, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel something. What a wonderful world it would be if all parents in the world were like this. The whole restaurant was not that big, with only a dozen tables and chairs. So many people cleaned at the same time, and soon all the hygiene was done. By this time it was time for the guests to be served. Nearby chemical plant workers off work. Most of them are singles, go home and lazy to cook. Most people will choose to find a nearby cost-effective restaurant to eat casually. A wave of guests flooded into the restaurant. Boss, the usual rules, serve a 3-course meal, don't have cilantro. Cilantro is so delicious, and you guys don't eat it? Boss, a cold folded ear root, vomit. After confirming the menu, he walked into the back kitchen and started to cook the food. Her movements were incomparably skillful. Her sweaty face was wearing a smile. Obviously, she liked cooking. If it weren't for this orphanage, she would probably be a chef in a major restaurant. Luo sweetheart, who had put on her small apron, walked over to Luo An and Su Mingyue, who had just sat down to rest, and gave orders. Daddy, you go to the kitchen and help cook the food. Mommy, you serve the food. Is that okay? Obviously, this girl is addicted to ordering people around. Even Su Mingyue could not help but stare. She was the chairman of the Yuan Xiaoyao group, sitting on hundreds of billions of family money. But now this girl actually asked her to be a waitress? This kind of thing had never even occurred to Su Mingyue before. Luo An guessed her thoughts and smiled as he stroked his daughter's head. Sweetie, good boy. Your mommy has been living in a greenhouse since she was a little girl. Where has she ever done this kind of rough work? If she comes to help, not only will she not help, but she will help more and more. All this work is enough with Dad alone. Sugar sniffed and actually nodded in agreement. This pissed Su Mingyue off enough to reach out and snatch the apron out of Luo An's hand, coldly snorting as she walked towards the kitchen. Isn't it just serving food? How dare you guys look down on me? Seeing this, Luo An revealed a smug smile, and the words just now, he had said them on purpose. District Su Mingyue, with a mouth to hold. Soon, there were more and more customers in the store, and I don't know if it was because of the fact that there was Su Mingyue, a stunning beauty. As a waitress, the business of the restaurant was surprisingly good today. By the end of the day, many people were even willing to eat standing up because there weren't enough tables and chairs. The pressure in the back room is not bad, but it's within the reach of Luo An and Dean Ho. If others knew that the bosses of the two big conglomerates were working as a backroom helper and a waiter, I'm afraid that all three views would be shattered. Chapter 159, There is no justice in the world. The store was overcrowded as more and more customers caught wind of the event. After lasting for half an hour, Sweetie and the other children were already tired and resting in the corner, leaving Su Mingyue alone to support the outer hall. Luckily, she had been running consistently every day, and the workload, though huge, was still within her reach. Luckily, today was the Chinese New Year, so Dean had prepared 3 times as many dishes as usual. Otherwise, I'm afraid the ingredients would have been used up by now. It was so busy until 9 p.m. The sky outside was gray and foggy. The moon gave off a faint glow, and every now and then fireworks rose into the sky, breaking the silence of the night. Only after sending off all the guests did Luo An let out a long sigh of relief, taking the towel handed by Dean He and wiping the sweat from his forehead, then flipping it over and wiping Su Mingyue, who was also covered in fragrant sweat. I've really bothered you today. Have some water. President He smiled and handed over 2 bottles of iced tea, commonly known as beggar's tea. It's okay, we still have to thank you for taking care of my silly girl on weekdays. Luan returned, then pushed open the door to the hotel cubicle. Due to the narrow space, only 1 bed could fit inside. At this time, there were 6 children lying 7 to 1 on the bed, and Sweetie was holding a little girl in each of her right and left hands. One was Yang Xiu, and there was another Luo An didn't recognize. I didn't expect this girl to have such a high level of enlightenment, and at a young age, she had already realized the way of the harem. Lone reached out and patted her face and whispered, "Sweetie, get up, we should go home." The little guy didn't move. There was no choice but to pick her up and leave the hotel with his daughter-in-law. The dark night sky suddenly blew a gust of bitterly cold wind, followed by a piece of snowflakes in different shapes and sizes drifting down from 10,000 meters in the air. A snowflake happened to fall on Sugar's face, an icy cold sensation that instantly woke her up from the cold, opening her eyes in a daze. At the sight of the snowflake, she was instantly energized and surprised. "It's snowing, Daddy, it's snowing." With that, the little girl began to stomp frantically, and Luan had to put her down on the floor, and Sugar re-entered the restaurant in a puff of smoke, before a group of children ran out in excitement. Su Mingyue knew that she would not be able to return home without half an hour. She whipped her head around, noticed Lone tinkering with something in the car, and walked over. "What are you doing?" "Oh, painting." Lone reached out one finger and traced the hood of a white car, an image of a family of 3 walking in the snow with umbrellas. Seeing what he drew, Su Mingyue couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust. "The drawing is really ugly." "You don't have to say it. I understand. Women love to say the opposite. Too shy to compliment me on my painting." "I get it. Who's shy? Believe it or not, I'll clean you up." "Don't say it. I get it." Snap dash. Enough to play around in the snow for most of half an hour. Only then did Sweetie lie down in Su Mingyue's arms with a strong drowsiness and exhaustion all over her body. As for why it wasn't in Lone's arms, because he had just sweated and it stank. Not so with Mommy. Even her sweat smells good. I didn't get home until 11:30 p.m. The living room was brightly lit and everyone was watching the Spring Festival Gala and observing the New Year. Luo An and Su Mingyue were too tired after a busy night, so they hugged the maid and went back to their room, falling asleep. Early the next morning, due to the sudden blizzard last night, the entire Magic City is already snow-covered, with a thick layer of snow piled up everywhere on the eaves. Ron was still sleeping when a call woke him up and he touched his cell phone in displeasure. Hey, who's there in the morning? Can't even get a good night's sleep. I don't know what was said on the other end of the line, but Lorne woke up with a start, his sleep gone. The call, from Ivy's wife, was simple. Ivy actually submitted an application to the top to voluntarily resign from the position of police chief. Time back a day. This accident is indeed my son's fault in the first place. There is 5 million in the card, which is considered to be compensation for the two old people. The Spring Festival is such a joyous day. Director Chang should not want to make a big deal out of it. This is a little bit of my private thoughts to you. Looking at the 2 bank cards on the table, Chang Qingdao took them and after experiencing great inner entanglement, he flung one of them at Pang Likuan and said in a cold voice, "This compensation, which is supposed to be given by you, I will transfer it to the 2 old men's sons for you. As for this other card, I am sorry that I cannot accept it." Chief Chang, do you realize what you're doing? Looking at the card that fell to the ground, Pang Likuan's face instantly sank, his gaze becoming sinister. But Ivy's reaction was even greater than his. Boo-hoo! Ivy slammed the table heavily and pointed at his nose, almost yelling, "You're the one who needs to figure out what you're doing. You are now insulting the dignity of a people's policeman, trampling on his soul." In the end, Pang Likuan picked up the card on the ground, coldly grunted and left the director's office, and on the way out, did not forget to leave a harsh sentence. "Director Chang, you'd better be mentally prepared next. A mere director who dares to go against our Peng family. I will make you regret what you just did." With that, he slammed the door heavily and left. The police officers outside the office saw this and dispersed, doubly sympathetic to what had happened to Ivy. It was so hard to become the director, but the result was that just after taking office, because of 2 irrelevant people, he offended the Peng family, which was the biggest power in the whole Magic City. Even the mayor had to be courteous when he met the head of the Peng family. Offend the Peng family, the consequences are afraid. The atmosphere was depressingly quiet in the office. Even these lower-level police officers knew what was going on. How could Standing Order not know? I am afraid that it would not be long before his transfer would be ordered from above. Maybe, it will even involve the families of the 2 dead old men. What's the use of having a strong ability? This society is still the most important network after all. Sitting alone in his office, Ivy fell into deep doubt about himself, suspecting for the first time that he might not be cut out to be a police officer, that he had chosen the wrong path from the start. After a long period of contemplation, he took out a piece of white paper from the drawer and wrote down the resignation application with a pen. As for the reason column, he only wrote down 3 words, "I am tired." After doing so, he changed out of the police uniform he was wearing, folded it neatly on his desk, and then stepped out of the office. There were only 2 reasons for doing so. 1, was that he was really tired. 2, is that he doesn't want to involve innocent people because of him. For so many years, he had never left Mordor because of his work, and now it was time to leave. He wants to see the outside world. Chapter 160 Childhood Essentials, Stir-Fried Bamboo Shoots. After listening to Liang finish the whole story, Luo An fell into silence. When Peng Yunfeng bought the Yunxiao real estate, he had people investigate the Peng family and knew some of its details. In the entire Magic City, perhaps the Peng family is not the richest, but powerful is powerful in that the Peng family has a wide range of contacts, and even the current mayor of Magic City, are all supported by the Peng family, and these are only on the surface. The water behind the scenes is not yet known how deep, but he couldn't afford to have Lone just give up on the potential of Ivy, and he was still planning to push Ivy to a higher position so that he could go farther, which would be in his best interest. Liang made this call over, indicating that she didn't want Evergreen to leave and couldn't stand this aggravation, so she came to him for help. After a long period of silence, just as the heart of Liang on the other end of the phone was ashen, Luo An finally spoke. "Sister-in-law, Uncle Chang should be on your side right now. Tell him that I'll be waiting for him in front of the police station in 15 minutes. With that said, Lone hung up the phone and got up to start changing and washing. Su Mingyue, on the other hand, was still in a deep sleep. After all, yesterday was so tired, and in the early hours of the morning, she also worked overtime, and it was estimated that she couldn't wake up until noon. Just as she left the room, she ran face to face with Luo Tiantian, who was rubbing her eyes, and she deflated her mouth, full of sleepiness. "Daddy, will you send me to play at CU? With a good friend. This girl is all day long want to run to the orphanage. If not, Luo An and Su Mingyue strictly prohibit. This girl is expected to live in the orphanage for a long time." In the face of his daughter's request, Luo An subconsciously wanted to agree, but thinking that he had business to attend to later, he squatted down and stroked her little head and laughed. Daddy's got something to do later, so ask mommy to take you there, okay? But mommy sleeps like a baby. Wake her up and she'll go back to sleep. At those words, Luo An suddenly remembered something. A bad smile appeared on his face and whispered in his daughter's ear. Remember how you used to wake daddy up before? Treat mommy the same way and she won't be able to sleep. Really? Of course it's true. Daddy loves you the most. How could he lie to you? Hearing this, the little munchkin thought so and excitedly pushed open the bedroom door. She took off her shoes and strained to climb onto the bed and into the bedding, squirming like a little worm under the covers. When she ventured out again, she had already appeared over the sleeping Su Mingyue. Then, excitedly waving her small white hand, a slap landed on Su Mingyue's cold cheek. Originally, with an extra weight on her body, Su Mingyue felt a bit uncomfortable, and this slap directly woke her up. Confused, looking at her daughter who was riding on top of her, she was a little incredulous as she felt the hot cheeks, and at this time Luo Sweetness, who hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter, was still shouting in delight. Mommy, get up and take me to play. Come on. A moment later, the reacting Su Mingyue's face was grim as she picked up the girl sitting on her body with one hand and sneered. Okay, mommy will play with you for a while before she takes you to play. Yeah. Shall we play hide and seek or eagle and chicken? Play bamboo shoot stir fry. Outside the door, Lone heard bawling coming from the bedroom and shook her head in disbelief, her feet quickening as she headed downstairs. Grabbing 2 buns and a packet of milk from the table, he hurriedly left and drove a BMW SUV out of the mansion residence to the police station. While the people were immersed in the joy of the Chinese New Year, the Mordor Police Department not only did not slacken off, but became busier than usual, requiring people to patrol almost all the time to avoid fires. In order to get out to the police as fast as possible, each police force is even more on standby and ready to go. Wait for Luo An to pull up to the curb in front of the police station. Ivy also arrived just in time in his old used car. As soon as they met, he bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, I may not be able to work for you. This apology was not because of an admission of fault, but because of guilt, because Luo An had previously helped him with the trouble from the Wang family, and as a result, he now offered to leave his job without saying a word, thus feeling guilty. It's too early to apologize. I'm not here today to hear you apologize, but to teach you how to be a good cop. As soon as Luo An's words fell, he saw 3 figures walking out of the police station. Among them were Pang Likuan's father and son, and the other was Fong Hai, the deputy director of the police department, who was talking and laughing with Pang Likuan. But the smile on his face turned a little unnatural when he saw the Ivy that was walking towards him. Pang Likuan followed his gaze and immediately sneered. If it isn't our regular director. Oh, no. You offered to leave your job yourself, so you won't be the director from now on. But don't you think this matter is so finished? I want you to have a hard time in the future. Your wife is working as an accountant in a small company. Right, now the general environment is so bad. I hope she can keep her job. The meaning of the words was clear. This was going to be a shot at Ivy's family. Where could Ivy tolerate her family being threatened? She was about to rush up immediately, but Luo An reached out to stop her. At the sight of Luo An's calm eyes, he could only suppress the anger in his heart for the time being. Seeing this, Pang Likuan then noticed the inconspicuous Luo An standing beside Chang Qingdao, and he instinctively frowned as he was stared at by those deep and sharp eyes. Who are you? Instead of answering his question, Lone opened his mouth to inquire. Uncle Chang, this guy kills 2 people and gets released after being locked up for a day? Although he didn't know why he asked, Evergreen gave a very professional answer, and it was also this answer that made Fong Hai, who was on the side, his heart sink to the bottom. This case is currently uncharacterized. If it's intentional murder, you can't be released on bail, but if it's not intentional murder, you can be released on bail. So technically, Pang Xiaojun can't be released on bail at the moment, and even if he is, the director needs to sign it personally, and obviously, it was impossible for Evergreen to sign this, which meant that Peng Xiaojun had been released by Fong Hai in private, and for that he was to be strictly punished. At that, Lone smiled. In that case, let's arrest someone. I suspect that this Pang Likuan is suspected of bribing officials. It's best to give a check together. He's not the director anymore. He doesn't have that qualification to arrest us. Pang Likuan finally looked ugly. Feeling that things were a bit out of control, Lorne shook his head and voiced a correction. It's still only a petition that has been filed, and it hasn't been processed from above yet, which means that until the notice comes down, he's still the chief of the police department and is fully qualified to arrest you. Pang Xiaojun, who hadn't said anything, once he heard that he had to be locked up again in that dark and humid confinement room where he couldn't see the light, he immediately glared at Luo An with a ferocious look and said angrily, "Are you a ing dog? Keep clinging to this matter. People die every day in this world because of all kinds of accidents. It's not just a matter of running over two old things, and I've lost my most beloved car, which is worth more than $5 million. Is this whole thing all my fault? In the final analysis, it's not the fault of those two old fools who walk without looking at the road. Chapter 161, Filial Piety's famous scene. The moment Peng Xiaojuan's words came out, even Luo An couldn't help but feel a bit of fire. He couldn't help clenching his fists. It was the first time he'd seen such a justification for running someone over. It really is a big world. Maybe to these people from the big families, the lives of ordinary people are not counted. They are similar to livestock. The ivy beside him wasn't as tolerant as Luo An, and raised his hand to deliver a full-force punch that hit Peng Xiaojun squarely on the bridge of his nose, accompanied by a miserable scream. Peng Xiaojun then collapsed to the ground in agony, his nose continuously flowing out blood. You Thai cop, how dare you hit me? By the looks of it, the nose is definitely broken. Peng Likuan saw his son being beaten like this, and immediately said in a fiery rage, Shang Qingting, do you know what you're doing? Actually daring to go against our Peng family? You're dead. Faced with his impotent rage, Lone picked at his ears with some impatience, not wanting to waste any more time on this, and directly instructed towards Ivy. Lock up these two fools. They're just side dishes. The main course of the day is yet to come. You're the chief now, and you're bound to run into a lot of things like this and similar things in the future. It's probably been a harbor for so long that it's made you bloodless. What to do with this kind of thing afterward? You watch. I'll only teach it once. Evergreen frowned. Although he didn't understand what exactly Luo An wanted to do today, he still called for his subordinates within the police station and put Peng Likuan's father and son into the guardroom. Come to the director's office. Luo An said nothing, walked over to the couch and sat down and started making her own tea, taking out 3 cups and setting them on the table. By the time he finished making the tea, the office door also happened to be pushed open, and Peng Yun, who he hadn't seen for a long time, walked in with a bitter smile. I say, brother Luo, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I went on a trip to Sanya this morning and ended up being called over by my old man to deal with this matter before I even arrived at the hotel. Why do you have to do this? Isn't it good to go private? Making a big deal out of it won't do either of us any good. Peng Yun walked to the opposite side of Luo An, picked up the tea brewed on the table and took a big gulp, only to be scalded and cough. Roan slanted his eyes at him and replied, actually, everything is fine, but this is the only thing that's not negotiable, and I don't believe you can't guess why. Peng Yun's face sank slightly, obviously knowing the reason for this. In the Magic City business world, Luo An had gone as far as he could go, so his next step was definitely the official world. Ivy needed merit and would definitely offend many famous local powers in the future, and this incident was a good opportunity to make an example of them. Let all the powerful people in the entire Magic City know that Ivy is covered by him. Luo An. Although he knew this, Peng Yun still shook his head. No, you should know what it means to do this. My Peng family can't afford to lose face. Name your price. Luo An didn't say anything, his gaze calmly locked with Peng Yun's, as if to say, what I have to say has already been said. Ivy, who was sitting behind a desk on the sidelines, felt incredibly stifled as she looked at Lone, who had stood up for herself. It was thought that when he became the director, he would no longer have to be under anyone's thumb. The Wang family he is not afraid of now, and even with a word from him, the Wang family will have to shrink their necks and wait to be scolded. But who knows that there is another even more powerful Peng family. The Peng family had a founding general as a backer, so he really wasn't a match. The game between Peng Yun and Lone continues, although the two did not say a word, but staring at each other's gaze, no doubt both were firmly stating their attitude, who refused to back down half a step. Even Ivy had to admire Lone's guts. The atmosphere in the office grew heavier and heavier, so oppressive that one could hardly breathe. After half a dozen moments, Peng Yun finally sighed helplessly. This matter can come as you please, but the Peng family's previous favor owed to you is written off. And also, they can only be locked up for a maximum of 5 years. If you don't agree, you'll have to go talk to our family's old man on your own. Deal. A smile finally appeared on Lone's face. Both of them were almost simultaneously relieved at the moment. Peng Yun is afraid that because Peng Likuan, this pair of two-bit father and son, offend Luo An, such a strong enemy in the Peng family's future is not favorable. After all, behind Luo An there is still the shadow of the Luo family in Jiang province. The power of the Luo family in Jiang province could be no weaker than their Peng family, or even slightly better. Luo An, on the other hand, he really didn't want to go against the Peng family, because once that happened, his current peaceful life would be shattered, which wasn't something he wanted to see. He still wanted to swim in the mountains with Lord Su and Sweetie every day. So much for a preliminary agreement. Peng Yun was in a hurry to report back home and did not stay long, turning to leave after greeting Luo An. For his part, Lone sat down at his desk and smiled at Ivy. You see, these things are easy for me, a matter of moving my lips. So Uncle Chang, you should not move and quit in the future. We are now a grasshopper on a rope. I'll always be your strongest support, and I hope you'll be mine in the future. Ivy lowered her head and didn't say anything, her mind extremely complicated. The Olden thought that there was nothing to fear in this world as long as he had the ability to do so, but after entering the society, the reality tells him that in this cruel world, having relationship is more important than having ability. Lorne helped him to realize the fairness and justice he had in mind. If before, he was forced to be on the same side as Luo An, now he was convinced. After a brief chat, Lone got up and left the police station. After he left, Chang Qingdao came outside the guardroom where Pang Likuan's father and son were locked up. The air around him was a bit cold, and the overhead light was not sure if it was broken or what. Flickering, and it looked a bit weird. Pang Xiaojun thought that he was here to release the people and said with a smug look on his face, "I thought how powerful you were. Now you're still not obediently letting go. Where's the arrogance you had just now gone? Let me tell you, I'll remember this punch of yours. Just wait and see. June, cut the crap and get out first." The imprisoned Pang Likuan frowned. Seeing Chang Qingdao's gaze, he always had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. It felt like being targeted by a jackal that had been hungry for 10 days. There was a constable guarding the door to the guardroom, and Changeling ordered at him, "You're tired from watching this for so long. Go out and get some air. I have some personal business to take care of." It's code words. The police officer naturally knew what this meant, and his face changed slightly as he didn't dare to stay longer and rushed toward the outside. Shortly after he left, the sounds of Pang Likuan's father and son screaming in misery came from inside the guardroom, so miserable that it made people's hairs tremble. You hit me again. I'll fight you today. Ouch. Brother. No. Father, you're my real father. Please don't hit me. My father has a lot of meat on him. Go ahead and hit him. It feels better to hit him. Stop hitting me. Adverse son. What did you say? Chapter 162, Valentine's Day. By the time Luan got home, the atmosphere in the living room was eerie. Luo sweetie, who didn't make it to the orphanage, was honestly sitting at her little desk practicing her handwriting at the moment. Su Mingyue sat on the sofa with a cold face, crossing her long and white legs, glancing at the hidden door with slanted eyes, and spoke coldly, "Get your ass in here." Lone knew that it was the morning's incident that had revealed itself, and he walked over to her resentfully, squeezing and pounding his shoulders and back, heartily. "Daughter-in-law, why do you look like you're in a bad mood? Did the little naughty treasure make you angry again?" Luo Sweetness, who was on the side, complained with dissatisfaction. "Mommy, Daddy's the one who told me to wake you up this morning. You teach him a lesson." Su Mingyue reached out and cupped Luoan's face with a playful smile. "What do you think? How should I punish you? Whip, handcuffs, twine, take your pick. Of course, I prefer the whip. It's less trouble." Hearing this, Luoan was inwardly terrified and hurriedly hugged his daughter-in-law's soft and fragrant little waist in curried favor. "Daughter-in-law, I know you couldn't bear to do that to me. Could you?" He saw Su Mingyue silently take out a half-meter-long whip from behind her. "This is a blood-red whip. The material is top grade at first glance, and it is surely refreshing to whip it on the body." The moment he saw the whip, Lone didn't hesitate, got up and fled upstairs. "Are you kidding me? If you get a whip, you're going to get a bruise." Seeing that he actually dared to run, Su Mingyue gritted her teeth and followed, ordering with a huff, "Dog man, stop right there. Don't let me catch you or I'll skin you. Damn woman, don't go too far. If you keep this up, I'm going to get real. I advise you not to mess around. When I get angry, even I am afraid of myself. You send one to me." The two of them chased around upstairs, causing a lot of noise in the villa. Even the little girl couldn't help but join in, finding Su Mingyue's spare whip from somewhere and chasing after Luoan with all her strength. "Bad daddy, stop right there. Sugar is going to spank your ass," possibly threatened by the whip. This time Luoan ran extra fast, fearing that the whip would fall on his back in the next second. Even Su Mingyue couldn't catch up with him for a while. Having no choice but to stop, she gasped and walked over to the couch to sit down again and rest. Sugar is still chasing after one another. Chasing after her, she was picked up by a hand and suspended in midair. The little girl bounced her two short legs playfully, trying to break free, but to no avail. Lone stared at her with a smirk. "Okay, dead girl, have learned to hit dad. Hee hee, poopy, sweetie was just joking with you." Lotus Sweetness tries to budge out of it. Unfortunately, it didn't work on Luan. When he was about to properly educate this girl, he heard Su Mingyue's words lazily say, "Lo, come over here and squeeze my legs." "Coming, daughter-in-law." Luoan left the little girl behind, so he fawned and walked over to the sofa, skillfully kneading Su Mingyue's legs, a pair of hands constantly roaming on her jade legs that were like works of art. Su Mingyue closed her eyes in satisfaction. This man is rebellious, but on the point of obedience, she is still very satisfied. After all, this is her personal training out. "Lo, I want grapes. Here come the peeled grapes." and I want a banana. The baby's still here. It's not good. Pa dash. Due to the snow yesterday, the temperature outside is now very low, so Luo An and Su Mingyu did not go out in the afternoon. The little girl who was not afraid of freezing, was asked to be sent to the orphanage by Long Bo, and in the meantime, let him look after it so as not to have anything happen. After all, in the Magic City, Luo An's reputation was still very big, and something like kidnapping for ransom was very likely to happen. For the whole afternoon, Su Mingyue spent her time in Luo An's arms. In such a cold day, having such a living warmer, it was simply not too comfortable. She casually manipulated Lone's face with one hand as if she were playing with a beloved doll. Lo, smile. Lo, cry one. Koro. The afternoon passed quickly. The sky outside gradually darkened. The bright red sunset hung in a corner of the sky, coloring the clouds red, like a beautiful picture of the world. Tomorrow is February 14th, a special day. A quiet night passes, and when the gray sky is illuminated by a warm sunrise, the world looks like a new life. A faint scent of flowers filled the quiet room. Su Mingyue, who was curled up on the bed like a silkworm, opened her eyes and was a little surprised to find that the bedsheets were actually covered with red roses that emitted fragrance. The rose looks to be the work of Lone. Su Mingyue then remembered that today was Valentine's Day, a holiday that belonged only to her and him. In addition to the roses, there was a pink label attached to the bedspread with small, end-of-line letters. My dear wife, you're an addition to my stable life. It's the sun, moon and stars of my ordinary life. Whether it's an early morning sunrise, or a midday nap or a starry night, I want to be with you. Peace and joy was a little too cheesy, so I racked my brain. You have a lot of flaws. Maybe you're not perfect, but you're irreplaceable in my heart. May you be the best you can be in a world of prosperity and bloom. Given to the favorite girl in my heart. Seeing this note, Su Mingyue's heart was as sweet as if it was wrapped in the emotions on the note, as if she was in the middle of a gentle ocean. The entire room was made cozy by Lone's overnight decorations. Love balloons littered the ceiling, and there was an extra love wall filled with pictures of Luo An with her. Even White, who was sleeping on his back in the corner, was forced to wear a pink bow around his neck. It was evident that Luo An had been working for an unknown amount of time last night to have such a scene in front of her. The door to the room pushed open at that moment. Luo's sweetheart rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked in wearing a little pink nightgown, her voice soft and pouty. Mommy is hungry. Opening her mouth, the first words were to ask for food. Su Mingyue was completely at her wit's end with this foodie daughter and said helplessly, come here, I'll dress you. The little girl climbed onto the bed sharply, curled up into Su Mingyue's arms, closed her eyes, and seemed to have fallen asleep again. Su Mingyue, who had changed her clothes, carried her downstairs. The table in the living room was already set with a hearty breakfast, full of color and flavor. Luo An happened to come out of the kitchen with a pot of freshly boiled congee, and seeing the mother and daughter coming downstairs, as usual, she smiled lightly. Wake up and hurry up and sit down to eat. Aha! Su Mingyue sat down in front of the dining table. Luo An Shang filled a bowl of congee, blew on it for her, and passed a spoonful of congee to her mouth like she was taking care of a small child. Su Mingyue opened her small mouth and ate it. Her heart was happy. This porridge seems to be even more delicious than the previous boil. Chapter 163, Buying Chocolates on Valentine's Day. Warm sunlight poured unevenly on the windows, dispelling the morning chill and bringing a bit of coziness. After finishing her hearty breakfast, Su Mingyue looked expectantly at Luo An, who was collecting the plates. Lo, where are my love chocolates? Chocolate? Lone froze, then remembered in a daze that he had to give chocolates for Valentine's Day, and his expression showed some embarrassment. Would you believe me if I said I forgot to buy it? As soon as the fat girl next to her heard that there was food, she immediately opened her eyes wide and said with a small face of excitement, Sugar wants chocolate. Su Mingyue had to say, the bowl will be washed later when I come back. Today is Valentine's Day. The mall should sell chocolates. Daughter-in-law is magnanimous. Love you. Mwah. Yeah, Sugar's going too. What are you going for? It's a holiday for both daddy and mommy. And you don't celebrate Valentine's Day. So what are you eating chocolate for? The little girl froze. Seeing that the tears were about to flow, Luo An felt a murderous intent coming from behind and hurriedly coaxed softly. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, the little girl changed her face instantly, flipping her face faster than a book. Even Luo An was ashamed of herself. Today's weather was warmer, so there was no need to wear heavy cotton jackets and down jackets. Luo An only wore a black slim-fitting thermal coat, while Su Mingyue was in a waist-bound floral yellow dress. After sitting on the co-pilot and fastening her seatbelt, Su Mingyue then remembered something and asked suspiciously towards Luo An next to her. By the way, where are my parents? Why haven't I seen them this morning? Oh, them. Yesterday Sweetie said she wanted jerky and cheese from Bear Country, so they booked a flight to Bear Country overnight, and I don't think they'll be back until tonight or tomorrow. It is hard to believe that just for the granddaughter's snacks, this old couple left the country overnight to buy them. No wonder the internet said that the next generation is close to the family. It is really pampered without limits. Lauren couldn't help but look in the rearview mirror. Luo Sweetie was sitting alone in the back seat, playing with a small Rubik's Cube in her hand. It was cute the way she frowned and thought. Unbeknownst to her at this time, Luo Sweetheart was thinking in her heart, the cupcakes are all a bit tiresome. Sweetie so much want to eat cold chicken, meat buns, and kebabs. But she didn't dare to say it, and had to wait for her grandparents to come back so that her little wish could be granted. If she said it now, the darned bad mommy would give her a loving iron slap. Because of the holiday, there were a lot of traffic jams on the road, and it took half an hour before Luo An parked the car on the side of the road next to the mall. Today, Valentine's Day, shopping malls will not let go of this wave of heat. Early in front of the banner, written "Celebrate Valentine's Day," as well as the activity of smashing golden eggs. Right now there are quite a few people carrying big bags of stuff and are smashing golden eggs. You can smash it once if you spend 500 or more. There are a total of 3 reward levels. Third prize equals cowboy doll *1/coupon. Second prize equals $188 cash bonus. First prize equals $18. 888 cash bonus plus the latest Apple 16 Pro. Pulling her daughter, who couldn't wait to go and smash the eggs. Luo An said with a speechless face. Let's go shopping first. We can't go play until we're done. Are you still eating chocolate? Oh okay. The three of them walked into the mall. The scene inside was very lively. The crowd of people going to and fro were almost all couples. There are young and flourishing young girls and girls. There are also gray-haired old people. It's really true what they say. Romance is for all ages. Just love. There were 3 chocolate stores open on the first floor. Su Mingyue looked at the crowd clustered inside and outside the store and subconsciously stared at her eyebrows. She didn't want to be squeezed around in the crowd. Lauren then pointed to an unattended chocolate store in the corner and wondered. That one doesn't seem to be occupied, so why don't we go check it out? Obviously, all 3 chocolate stores were surrounded by people, but this one, on the contrary, had no one at all, which piqued his curiosity. Luo Sweetie got the direction and rushed directly towards the target chocolate store, shouting excitedly, "Look at Sugar's piggy bulge." The passing passers-by were all attracted by the little one's soft voice and looked curiously, and when they saw the darting little toddler, they couldn't help but have smiles on their faces. It's so cute. Looking at their striking daughters, Luo An and Su Mingyue exchanged glances, each other's eyes full of smiles. Do you see how our daughter looks like you when we first met? It's not like that. If it were like that, it would be like you. You must have inherited this stupidity from her. Just like you. Like you. Like, pa dash. A slap landed on his butt. Luo An was instantly honest, and with a grumpy expression, he walked into this chocolate store side by side with Su Mingyue. The store covers an area of about 100 square meters and is decorated in a relatively simple style with a creamy white color scheme. The store's rows of shelves are lined with various categories of chocolate. The lowest is 68 yuan 1 caddy. The most expensive is as high as 390 yuan 1 caddy. Is imported. A clerk helplessly looked at the budding girl who was squatting in front of the shelves and was burying her head and eating fiercely, and was speechless in her heart. Kids, where are your parents? You have to pay for your food before you can eat. At that moment, a surprised voice came from behind him. Old Yellow? Hearing someone call his name, Huang Ji suspiciously turned to look, and when he saw Luo An and Su Mingyue, who had walked into the store, he flinched for 2 seconds before shouting with some uncertainty. Old Lo? Huang Ji, Luo An's college classmate and roommate, was rarely seen after graduation, and would occasionally play games together in the first 2 years. But after Su Mingyue left the country for treatment, Luo An's mind was focused on his career, so he hardly ever contacted him again. Lone looked at him in surprise. Didn't you say you went to Guangxi to be a pretty boy? When did you come back to Magic City, without even telling me? Don't mention it. I offended a leader in my last company, and all the nearby businesses didn't dare to want me, so I had to come back to Magic City, and now I'm working as a clerk in this store. How can you be bullied outside without telling me in Lao Luo, so we can go with a urea bag to help you out? Forget it, it's fine the way it is. While the two of them were chatting, Su Mingyue walked straight up behind the little milk girl who was stealing food and said with a gloomy expression, Lo, sweet. Luo Sweetheart's body stiffened, and she stiffly twisted her head, hastily putting on an aggrieved expression. Mommy, I just ate a little bit, just a little bit, not more. Saying that, she hid the unwrapped bag at her feet behind her like a thief, fearfully lowering her head like a little lamb to the slaughter, helpless and pitiful. Luo An and Huangji chatted for a while before they learned about each other's current situation and why this store was unattended when other stores were doing so much business. Chapter 164, Helping a Brother Out. Seeing Luo An mention this, Huangji sighed sadly. Don't mention it. This store is my partnership with a cousin of mine. Invested more than 200,000 yuan, said 50 to 50, but it turned out that after making money he quit and reopened another store. Here, it's that chocolate store across the street. He owns it. These 2 days every day to do activities discount offers. Attracted all the guests. Every time I want to reduce the price, he came to mess up as a shareholder. And dead set on not letting me reduce the price. One is cheaper and one is more expensive for the same quality. As long as they are not cuties, I'll know how to choose again. If this continues, it will not take 2 months of time. Huangji will have to close the store. The previous investment of 200,000 will be lost. After hearing his difficulties, Luo An took out his cell phone and called the group's purchasing department without saying a word. Yeah, it's me. I'm sending you a location now, so drive over with someone to move the stuff. Hanging up the phone, Lone put his hand on his best buddy's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, with my brother here, this platoon must be put in place for you today. Not a moment later, Minister Lin of the purchasing department of Pen Dong Group entered the store with a large number of people. Luo Dong, the car is already here. Do you have any orders? Lone nodded, then gestured to the store's shelves and said lightly, move all these chocolates. You guys usually work hard. These chocolates will be a perk for you. By the way, Lao Huang, this is not enough for you. Not enough for my company to manhandle one. Is there still stock in the warehouse? Yes, I'll show you how to move it. Employees in the purchasing department started moving the chocolates on the shelves. Seeing that the box of strawberry-flavored chocolates in front of her was taken away, Luo Sweetheart anxiously raised her small hand to grab it, and said in an aggravated manner, this is Sugar's. No taking, these are mine. The employee froze, then smiled and handed over the box of chocolates in his hand. Then it was cut off by Su Mingyue, who took it in her hand and unwrapped one and put it in her mouth to taste it. A strong chocolate flavor spreads through the mouth, very sweet with a hint of bitterness. Meanwhile, across the street, inside the chocolate store, the owner, Huang Chang, saw the employee who was moving the chocolate in Huangji's store and inquired towards the clerk on the side. What are they doing here? The clerk returned truthfully. It seems to be a friend of boss Huangji. I just asked. It's the boss of a listed group. It's wrapped up all the chocolates in the store, and it's moving the goods right now. Listed group owner? Yes, look at their chests, they all have badges. They're from the Pen Dong Group. They're famous in our magic city. They're the city's big taxpayers. Who doesn't read anime and novels in this day and age? So Pen Dong has a reputation among such groups, and as it happens, Huang Chang is one of them. Learning that this cousin, whom he looked down on, actually knew such a big shot, he was turned inside out. If he could hook up with such a big shot, would he still worry about making money in the future? Thinking of this, Huang Chang straightened his lapel and took a deep breath towards the opposite store. Over here, Luo An and Su Mingyue were struggling with which flavor of chocolate to choose. Eating too much chocolate is easy to gain weight. This is Su Mingyue can never accept. If she always keep herself in the most beautiful look, so it was that she only ate half of each chocolate, and the remaining half went into Luo An's stomach. This way, not only do you get to taste every flavor, but you don't overdo it. Lorne ate it with gusto, not to be outdone. This flavor pin doesn't poke at imported chocolate. Just as the two of them were making their selections, Huang Chang walked into the store and came up to give Luo An a bear hug, a big smile spreading across his face. This is brother Luo. Right, I am Huangji's cousin Huang Chang. I heard my cousin mention you before, stating that you are a good judge of character, talented and intelligent, and when I saw you today, you are indeed a handsome man among men. It's a pleasure to meet you. Huang Chang was about to hug up to him, but Su Mingyue reached out and pushed her away. She didn't move to protect Luo An behind her, her willow brows slightly furrowed, her expression alert. This stinky brother, only she can hug him, even if he's a guy. Huang Chang's movements were immediately a bit awkward, and it so happened that Huangji came out from the warehouse. He quickly changed the topic and said, Cousin, why do you just take these ordinary goods for brother Luo to eat? I remember that there aren't still 2 boxes of rice goods in the warehouse. Hurry up and take them out to entertain Huangji didn't have a good face for him, and coldly grunted, what are you doing here? Xiaoji, look at what you're saying. This store also has half of my shares. Why can't I come? Though we had some past differences before, let bygones be bygones. Later on, cousin will set a table for you, as an atonement to you. How about it? Then, Huang Chang looked at Luo An once again, rubbing his hands together and smiling. Luo brother, I just watched your employees moving goods. Your company is so big, these should not be enough. It just so happens that I still have more than 30 boxes of stock there. You see if you need it. It's obvious that this guy is here specifically for loan. Luo An and Huangji exchanged glances. The latter implicitly shook his head, and a good idea was immediately born in his heart. A wide smile then appeared on his face. Okay, no problem. But my daughter-in-law has another company, and there are thousands of people in it, so your 30 or so boxes won't even be enough to stuff your teeth. As soon as he heard that there was a show, Huang Chang got excited, and he returned with his heart pounding. Truth be told, I know several suppliers. Luo brother, how many goods you want I can take out? Absolutely can meet your needs. Okay, then you'll start with 1,000 cases, all of them high grade. Hearing Luo An's big hand is 1,000 boxes. Huang Chang although excited on the head, but after all, is the boss of the store business? Not stupid, he cheerfully said. In that case, I'll prepare the contract right away. Soon, a temporarily drafted contract was signed, and Huang Chang excitedly transferred goods to go. Enough 1,000 boxes. He can make more than 6 figures just by earning the difference. Today is really profitable. Facing Huangji's puzzled look, Luo An then explained with a bad smile. I just moved on top of the contract. The goods supplied by Huang Chang must be guaranteed to be of high quality, and whether the quality is qualified or not depends on me. What can he do when the time comes to just find a reason to say that the goods are substandard? Luo's sweetheart, who was already full beside her, sniffed, and although she didn't understand what they were chatting about, she still puffed out her cheeks and milked her words. Poopy, you're smiling so evilly. You wouldn't even survive an episode of the cartoon. Nonsense. Daddy, I'm handsome. What do you know? You little girl? Slightly ugly dad. Huangji was originally a little intolerant. Such a large quantity of goods, enough to make Huang Chang lose all his money. But when he thought of what this guy had done before, he was relieved again. He could only blame himself for being too greedy and doing things by any means necessary. Chapter 165. One cupcake isn't enough, so let's make it 2. Valentine's Day slipped by unnoticed. On the day of Luo's sweetheart's kindergarten enrollment, Luo An and Su Mingyue woke up early, ready to take their children to enroll. Although it's fine to go to one person for something like enrollment, Su Mingyue still wants to make her child's childhood richer. Looking at the snacker who was burying his head and struggling to dry his meal, Su Mingyue's mouth revealed a sweet smile. Can't let this little one step in her footsteps. Lorne yawned and looked like he hadn't slept a wink. Lu Fongfang, who returned from the woolly bear country last night, is constantly barking at her granddaughter. Sweets, listen to the teacher in class. At home you have grandparents to spoil you. When you get to school no one will spoil you. So you have to be good. And even more so, you can't bully your classmates. Got it? Luo Mingyue also instructed in a serious tone. Yeah, especially when it comes to boys who want to hang out with you. Make sure you keep your distance and don't let them touch you. Asterisk 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 you. Lu Fongfang rolled her eyes at him. What nonsense. Don't teach the children bad things, or else my mother won't be finished with you. Vulgar. I'm taking precautions. Eat your food and don't interfere with my education of my granddaughter. Since it was the first day of school, today's breakfast was extremely nutritious and full of things that are good for the healthy development of young children. Imported seafood and other things not to mention. There are 6 nuclear bomb brand milk, specializing in brain tonic. Dolls drink all say good. After breakfast, Luo An didn't rush off, but found a thermos box to put some of all the meals on the table into it. Sweetie, who was carrying a small school bag, could not wait, and said in a tone of both excitement and excitement, Dad, hurry up, otherwise we'll be late. Here we go. What's your hurry? It's the first time I've seen schooling as positive as yours. Longbo has long prepared a car parked in the small courtyard of the villa. It is an old BMW, not expensive, just more than 30W. Is Luo An specifically ordered to buy? Is too low-key. If it's too high profile, I'm afraid the little girl's kindergarten life won't be too good. Those kids in one class might not think anything of it, but their parents might not, so it's better to keep a low profile if you can. Starting the car, with a car roar, the car drove out of the villa area against the warm sunlight of the rising sun and the warm spring breeze. There was no rush to get to the kindergarten, but instead they drove in the direction of the orphanage. It's still early, so the ride was smooth and basically traffic-free. By the time Luo An drove to the entrance of the orphanage, Yang Xiu was already standing in front of the kindergarten fully dressed, also carrying a small pink school bag. Dean, he stood right beside her, his lips moving slightly with his head lowered, as if he was barking something. The car slowed to a stop beside the two. The windows are down. Xiao Luo, then Xiu will be in your hands. This child's experience is a little different from a normal child. There are things that are not right, so you should be more sympathetic. Don't worry, Dean. Xiu is much better behaved than my savage girl. Bad daddy, you're the one who's savage. Ignore you. Ha? Su Mingyue pushed open the backseat door and carried Yang Xiu into the car, then closed the door again. Bye, Dean. Well, be careful on your way. and be a good eater at school. No picky eaters. Looking at the car far away, he then helplessly smiled and shook his head. Although not his own daughter, but better than his own daughter. This girl has been a loner since she was a little girl, so I hope she'll fit in at school. But it shouldn't be a problem. After all, there's still sweetness. These two girls are just like sisters. It's a blessing for this girl, Siyu, to have such a friend. Meanwhile, in the car on the way to kindergarten, Su Mingyue took out the prepared thermos box, touched young Siyu's little head, and smiled ear to ear. This is breakfast especially for you. Eat it. Thanks, Mama Su. Young Siyu did not be polite. Good behavior took the lunchbox, then ate it one bite at a time. This eating style is simply several times better than sweet. This girl, quite a temperament of a lady of the house. Although she had already eaten before leaving the house, Luo Sweetness couldn't help but pick up a piece of sushi and eat it beautifully. Su Mingyue glared at her. Eat so much, be careful of becoming a female fatso, the kind that can't lose weight. Humph, mommy, what do you know? How can you lose weight if you don't eat? Grandpa said. Sweet, this is called slim. Mommy, you are the female fat. Slightly. Stinky girl, oh's a beating again. Luo An gazed at the scene through the rearview mirror, and even though he was already used to it, the corners of his mouth could not be restrained from lifting. It wasn't a long way to kindergarten. By the time Lone pulled up to the curb, the entrance to the kindergarten was nearly surrounded by battery-operated vehicles. After all, it was the first day of school, so most parents dropped their children off early before the school gates even opened. The wailing cries mixed with the sounds of parents gossiping made for a chaotic scene. But fortunately, Luo Sweetie and Yang Siyu were not normal people and were not affected by these cries. The difference is that one has experienced too much in childhood, and his mind is far beyond that of his peers, so he is not affected, while the other simply has no heart. Simply put, it's too simple and stupid to be cute. Soon it was 8:30 a.m. The security guards rushed to open the school gates, let these parents and children into the kindergarten, and then began to maintain law and order. Hey, over there, can't you see there are so many people here? Park across the street. And you, what the hell? Did you bring your kids to school or did you come to chop people up? What do you want with a knife in plain sight? I'm sorry, it's mainly because this brat in my house likes these. Don't worry, they're all fake and won't hurt anyone. Xiaomei, when you enter kindergarten you have to be good and obedient. Mom spends so much money to go to private kindergarten. It's not for you to play. You must study hard. Son of a, when you get into school, listen to your teachers. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If there's anything, dad will carry you. Classrooms are assigned at the time of enrollment. So upon entering the gates, parents have the goal of walking their children to their classrooms. The most eye-catching among them were none other than Luo An and Su Mingyue, as well as the little munchkin they were holding. Male handsome, female pretty, and this temperament, at a glance, is not ordinary people. Even born out of the daughter are so lovely. When it is really a person than a person to die, there's no harm in not having a comparison. Many people had seen Luo An before, and they all greeted him at this moment. To this, Luo An all smiled and responded one by one. Yo, little brother Luo, is this a younger sibling? It's so pretty, you're so blessed. Ha ha, yeah, this is my daughter-in-law. Sweet mom, how do you take care of this skin, this luster and hydration? It's just absolutely amazing. Is there some kind of secret to take care of it? Yeah, sweet mom, share it. After sending their children to the classroom, a group of parents chatted outside the classroom, worrying that their children would not adapt to the first day of school, so they did not leave in a hurry, but exchanged ideas about bringing up their children, supplementing their knowledge base and passing the time in the meantime. And Luo An and Su Mingyue were even surrounded by the group. Sugar dad, what do you usually do with your kids? And how do you deal with them being picky eaters? Yeah, my kid won't eat this or that, and I'm getting annoyed with her. This one in my family has a particularly bad memory and can't learn anything at all. Mama Sugar, how do you usually raise your children? In the face of these problems, Luo An and Su Mingyue said that they simply couldn't empathize. Picky eaters? If this silly girl was a picky eater, it would still be a good thing, saving her from having to work out with her to lose weight in the future. As for how to teach your child to learn, Su Mingyue held Luo An's arm, exuding a virtuous aura all around, and smiled back. In fact, sometimes it's not that complicated to teach your child to learn. You just need to motivate her with some appropriate rewards, like a piece of cupcake. But such methods, which apparently everyone has tried, don't work as well as one might think. So another person then asked, and what if a piece of cupcake doesn't work? If one cupcake isn't enough, then two. And if two isn't enough, then three. Su Mingyue calmly stated her educational method, but Luo Sweetie was obviously different from normal children. This girl is the one who can rivet and fight to the death for food, showing the word foodie to the fullest. She'll even go to hell for a piece of cake. All in all, With cupcakes she was the most obedient kid in the world. Chapter 166 What are your dreams? Just as the crowd was exchanging ideas, Mr. Lin had come to the class. She walked into the classroom and coughed twice, her voice sweet. Class, please settle down. Our first class is about to begin. As the words fell, the classroom, which was still noisy, suddenly quieted down, and a pair of clueless little eyes all looked toward the podium at the very front. In the end, they were all still afraid of students, and they quickly quieted down when the teacher spoke. It can be difficult to achieve this effect when the relationship becomes more familiar. Parents' eyes are all looking into the classroom to observe their children's behavior. Mr. Lin took 2 steps on the podium and laughed. For our first lesson, let's talk about your dreams. What you want most. Let's start with this child. And by the way, say your name so the class can get to know you. The little boy who was named stood up with some urgency, stammered for half a day, just couldn't put together a complete word, obviously overly nervous. This is normal. Teacher Lin had no choice but to let him sit down, then looked around the classroom, his eyes finally landing on Luo Tian, who was sitting quietly in the corner of the classroom, and reached out to point at her. Then let's have our sweet student tell us about your dream. Outside the classroom, Su Mingyue saw that her stinky girl was called so soon, and in a rare moment of nervousness, she grabbed Luo An's arm, worrying that her daughter would not play well. I didn't expect that the high and mighty goddess who had once reigned over the business world of Magic City would also have such a cute side. Lone couldn't help but snicker, wanting to take a picture of what she looked like right now, but immediately afterward, a pain came from his waist, which caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Su Mingyue's voice came from her ears. If you snicker again, you'll be dead by the time you get home. District Luo An, how dare you laugh at her? Big guts. While the two were bickering, Luo's sweetheart in the corner of the classroom stood up and after revealing a thoughtful expression, she soon had an answer in her heart, and she laughed with some excitement. Sugar's dream is to have 6 daddies. Lorne, daddy number 1 will help Sugar with her homework every day and then help Sugar get a perfect score on her test. Daddy number 2 will make Sugar lots of goodies. There are cupcakes, fruit pies. Daddy number 3 is responsible for earning money every day to spend on Sugar and will buy Sugar yummy snacks. As for the remaining 3 daddies, I'll give them to my mommy so she can enjoy them as much as I do. Once this statement came out, the parents gathered outside all looked odd, and coincidentally looked at Luo An, and as expected, his forehead was filled with black lines. Su Mingyue was originally angry because this stinky girl netted daydreams all day long, but when she heard the last sentence, the anger in her heart completely disappeared. Comfortingly, he rubbed Lone's head and gloated, I can see that our daughter still relies on you, don't you think, Nanny Lo? That's a murderous and heartbreaking statement. Even Teacher Lin inside the classroom didn't expect this answer. She blushed slightly in embarrassment and pressed her hand downwards. Alright, thank you for your speech, sweetie. Sit down. The kids in this class look like they don't seem to be very good at leading. In the meantime, according to the appointment, Huang Chang pulled the prepared goods to the downstairs of the Pendome building. 1,000 boxes of chocolate. Enough for 2 large trucks to barely fit. He rubbed his hands together and grinned. Minister Lin, these goods are strictly in accordance with the requirements of Luo Dong, to ensure that there is no problem. You see this contract signed yesterday, the goods I have brought, you this tale, there's no rush, I need to check it out first. With that, Minister Lin led the men up to the truck, unpacked the external packaging and began to inspect it. In this regard, Huang Chang did not feel strange. So many goods, if you do not check that instead is strange. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen into a big hole. After a little inspection, Minister Lin found that this Huang Chang is still considered a bit of credit. Pulling the goods are basically no problem. The shelf life is also the latest. Unfortunately, who told you to offend Luo Dong? He sighed inwardly for it, then pulled 2 bags of pre-prepared assorted chocolates out of his bag. Huang Chang saw him coming and piled a smile on his face once again, only to have 2 bags of chocolate slammed into his face. Minister Lin said angrily, is this what you call no problem? Is this the kind of miscellaneous chocolates that our Luo Dong wants? Not even a food guarantee mark. Are you responsible in case someone dies from eating it? Thanks to Luo Dong trusting you so much, letting you pull 1,000 boxes of goods, and you end up taking these things and spamming them? This had confused Huang Chang. What the hell? He checked before he left. How could there be miscellaneous chocolates? Is it hard to believe that those vendors are screwing themselves? That's not all. The rest of the employees who checked have also reported finding miscellaneous chocolates, none of which have food qualification labels. Minister Lin's voice was cold and did not contain the slightest bit of emotion. Boss Huang, it's better for you to pull these goods back from wherever they came from. We don't dare to eat them. According to the contract, your goods are unqualified. You should have been asked to pay the liquidated damages. But on the basis of your acquaintance with Luo Dong, the liquidated damages will be forgotten. Hurry up and go. After Minister Lin finished speaking, he turned around with his men and walked into the company building, leaving Huang Chang alone in the wind. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly climbed into the truck to rummage around, box after box. The beginning of the time is not much of a problem, but with the passage of time, just when Huang Chang suspected that it was Minister Lin's people adulterated fake goods, but also really let him in to find more than a dozen boxes of cottage chocolates in the goods, and all of them were pressed at the bottom, obviously when they were put in stock. Someone did it on purpose. The culprit is obvious enough. I'm afraid that even Luo An wouldn't have thought that his random excuse would actually become a reality, and that it would be superfluous to have Minister Lin bring someone to pretend to be a fake instead. Huang Chang sat down on the ground with his eyes dulled. It's over. It must be those suppliers who took advantage of their absence and secretly mixed these fake goods in to save costs. You know that these goods but spent all his belongings, and now, all have nothing. Thinking of this, Huang Chang giggled as if he had lost his mind. Ha ha, gone, all gone. Thinking of something, his eyes suddenly became shadowy as he walked to a truck, hustled the driver out of the truck, and stepped on the gas with a murderous intent. Since you won't let me have a good time, let's all die together. Chapter 167, Bitch. The offense and defense have changed shape. Since it was the first day of kindergarten and the purpose was to acclimatize the children to the kindergarten environment, there was only a half day of classes today. Luo An and Su Mingyue were bored of waiting, so they sat up on the seesaw in the playground. As for the other parents, they were either brushing their jittery in to study hard or walking in groups to discuss their children's growth. It stayed that way until 12 p.m. When large groups of students rushed out of the building and parents waited early in front of their classrooms. Luo's sweetheart and Yang Xiu walked out of the classroom, looked around and didn't find the figure of Lao Dang. Her eyes looked towards the distant playground again, and only then did she find Luo An and Su Mingyue. Luo An's cheeks were reddened on both sides at this point, and he pressed down on the teeter-totter with a death grip, allowing Su Mingyue to vacate. As for why you're doing it, it wasn't some capricious woman who said she wasn't fat and ended up bucking Luo An as soon as she sat down. Luo An took the opportunity to snicker and was rewarded with 2 merciless iron slaps when she was caught. Daddy, mommy, why don't you guys pick us up at the classroom door? Sugar ran over and questioned with her little waist crossed. Su Mingyue merely looked at her, and the little girl immediately lost her temper. Then she looked over at Lone. Put me down. Lone looked up at her and blinked. Do I have to let go when you say so? Wouldn't that make me lose face? This is a good opportunity. The stinky woman can't get down from sitting on it. Must take the opportunity to temper and teach her. In order to avenge these 2 slaps. A real man. Never afraid. Hearing Luo An's words, Su Mingyue, who felt her position being challenged, immediately narrowed her eyes and spoke in a threatening tone. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't put me down, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your life. But knowing that Su Mingyue had finished counting, Luo An still had no intention of putting her down. Seeing Su Mingyue gritting her teeth but being helpless against herself, he grinned, his tone triumphant. Woman, now the offense and defense are changing shape. If you don't make brother happy today, brother won't put you down today. Or you can jump down and get dropped on your ass for all I care. This seesaw should be used by teachers for fitness. Knocked up to nearly 2 meters high, is a professional sports equipment. With Su Mingyue's physical fitness, wanting to come down was naturally not a problem. But the problem was that whenever she was about to roll down, Luo An would purposely bob up and down, making her center of gravity unstable, and she didn't dare to mess around at all. After all, with so many parents around, she didn't want to make a fool of herself. Su Mingyue could only glare angrily at Luo An. What the hell do you want? Luo Sweetie and Yang Xiu found it quite interesting, so they walked to the side lawn and sat down, took out the small candies issued by the teacher, and ate them while looking at them, without the slightest suspicion. Luo's sweetheart, who was used to being bullied, even took the initiative to voice out a cry for Luo An. Go daddy, down with mommy, plus, gas. The cheering of the 2 made Lone's inside swell with triumph. Tell you what, let's hear it by calling out to Lord Husband first, and maybe I'll put you down when I'm happy. Don't you dare. Su Mingyue, which can be as he wishes, immediately regardless of everything is going to step on the lever of the seesaw to jump down. When the bar body a shake, scared her hurriedly sat down to stabilize the balance of the body. Lorne stopped shaking and gloated. Daughter-in-law, be careful, I'll be heartbroken if you break it. In the end, Su Mingyue, who was forced to do so, still called out, Old, husband lord, TSK, no, can your tone be better? Can your voice be softer? Can't you learn from the dubbing anchors on a certain voice? Making it sound like I owe you money. Stinky brother, don't go too far. Old, husband, aha, call me brother twice more. Brother, brother. Su Mingyue shouted out with scarlet cheeks, especially when she noticed Luo Tian who was laughing beside her. Feeling groundless. Stinky man, you wait for me. Loan's demands became more and more excessive, taking out all the resentment that usually built up. However, as time passes, many parents receive their children and leave the kindergarten, resulting in fewer and fewer people on the playground. But Loan, who was in the midst of excitement, didn't notice any of this. Feeling that the drama was almost over, Luo Sweetness found a half-meter-long tree branch, attentively raised her hand and handed it to Su Mingyue, smiling cheekily. "Mommy, this is for you." Loan snapped back from his excitement, only to notice that the people around him were pretty much gone, which meant that, while he was frozen, a figure leapt off the overhanging teeter-totter, waving a branch, and came toward him. Su Mingyue exuded a cold murderous aura, like a devil coming out of the nine hells. Just by looking at her, she made people tremble inside. Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law, is it too late for me to kneel now? Of course it's in time. It's in time. To hell. Without hesitation Loan turned and fled towards the outside of the kindergarten, full of panic, as if a ghost was chasing behind her. With Su Mingyue's speed, it was easy to catch up with him, but she didn't do that. Instead, she followed Luo An, waving the branches in her hand every now and then, toying with him recklessly. Her voice was accompanied by lone screams. "Husband Sama. Right. Pa dash. Brother right. Pa dash. Oh, daughter-in-law, I really know I'm wrong." The two chased out of the kindergarten and ran wildly down the street, and the old people passing by only felt a gust of wind blowing by before they saw two backs going away. Many of the parents who hadn't left yet saw the scene and started pointing fingers, accusing the two of not being image-conscious in the middle of the day. Even the security guard couldn't help but say, "Do rich people play so openly nowadays? SM in broad daylight. Awesome class." Luo Sweetie took out her children's phone watch and called Longbow. Longbottom, who got the news, quickly drove to the kindergarten. Luo Sweetie and Yang Siu climbed sharply into the back seat and milked the hooter. "Grandpa Long, take us to the amusement park." "Good." For the request of the two little cuties, Longbow naturally would not refuse, smilingly nodded his head, and then looked at the old BMW parked on the side of the road, and asked suspiciously, "Sugar, where's your mom and dad?" "Oh, Mommy is busy smoking daddy and won't be back for an hour or two." Yancy was a little worried. "Sugar, nothing is going to happen to Papa Luo, right? It's okay. My dad's skin is so thick that he can take a steel bar, not to mention a tree branch. He's so tough." This childish conversation made the driving Longbow sweat for a while. A steel bar to the ass would be a real ass whopping. "I'm afraid. Let's go." Amusement park. Yeah, X2. It was until 12 noon on a street where people were coming and going. Su Mingyue walked out of the shadowy alley, dragging the exhausted Luo An in her hands, and walked towards the intersection not far away under the shocked gazes of the passers-by. Lone just felt a burning pain in her ass. All he wanted to say at the moment was, if God had given him another chance, had he known it would be such a miserable end, he should have gone a little more overboard earlier. After having a good time, you get chased for 10 or so blocks. Bloody hell. Chapter 168, The Mall Fiasco. In a children's clothing store in a large shopping mall in Magic City. "Ma'am, how about you see this white one? The silk are using the top ice material silk, most suitable for spring children to wear. Wherein the body texture comfortable, very cool, even in summer. You can also take out to wear. And this one is not bad either. They are all new products that just came in this month, with quality assurance." On the soft chair at the entrance of the clothing store, Luo Mingyue looked at Lu Fongfang, who had already picked out clothes for a whole hour, and couldn't help but feel tired inside. "I said, Lu boss, this has picked more than 10 pieces. You buy so many sweet wear over well, or today we'll be here. First go to eat lunch. I'm hungry." But it's clear that his opinion is completely irrelevant. Lu Fongfang looked at him in disgust. "My mother is happy. Don't bother me. If you're hungry, go eat by yourself." There was no way out. Luo Mingyue had to keep waiting, helping to choose the clothes of the female sales in her excitement, just now selected. Against her usual 1-month performance, this is a bonus can get soft rhythm Fortunately, Lu Fongfang didn't have a granddaughter and forget her husband, so she chose 2 more small dresses for little sweetie before calling it quits. When checking out, Luo Mingyue was so excited. The couple walked out of the store with a large bag and happened to brush shoulders with an oncoming middle-aged couple. Lu Fongfang didn't care and prepared to leave. At that moment, a voice with a somewhat uncertain tone came from behind. "Willow?" At those words, Luo Mingyue turned around to look in confusion. The middle-aged couple was dressed in decent clothes. Their hairstyles were carefully groomed. The man had a center-parted hairstyle and the woman had big waves, and their faces were painted with a thick layer of makeup, so that when the wind blew, it seemed to take away a lot of the dust on their faces. "You recognize?" He looked at Lu Fongfang, who showed a surprised look beside him. She nodded and paused before speaking. "That guy Su Mingcheng's brother. Only met him a few times. Not familiar. And the guy is sick in the head." Su Ming did not hear Lu Fongfang's words, or else at this moment, he was afraid to turn on the Zhuanren mode in anger. The middle-aged woman holding his hand queried, "Honey, you know them?" Su Ming swept Luo Minghue's eyes and coldly snorted. "Of course I know. A pair of adulterous couple, not yet divorced with my brother, was out on the prowl. In the first place, actually had the face to take the initiative to mention the divorce, causing my Su family to lose face. My mom heard about this, directly angry into the hospital." Su Ming did not deliberately lower his voice when he spoke, causing many people passing by next to him to hear what he said, and their gazes couldn't help but look at Lu Fongfang with some surprise. "Looked good looking, ah. I did not expect actually is that kind of person." Noticing the strange gazes around her, Lu Fongfang instantly grimaced. Women, regardless of age, will always have their reputation at the forefront, and to be so insulted in front of so many people, even a mud man will give birth to a 3-point fire. "Su Ming, if you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not I'll tear your mouth off. What kind of brother is your brother? Don't you have any idea in your heart? What? You're allowed to do it and I'm not allowed to talk about it?" Relying on the large number of people watching around him, Su Ming was completely unafraid of Lu Fongfang's threats and vented all of his previously accumulated grievances. You know that before his brother was pissed off by Lu Fongfang and left the country, he used to put $2 million of living expenses on his card every month on time, so that he could make a fool of himself in front of his friends. But since Su Mingcheng went abroad, he cut off his financial resources, and before that, he was a moonlighter, did not save any money, and was forced to rely on his friends to find a fairly good job. But also because of this, no less than being laughed at, all of this, he naturally had to count on Lu Fongfang as the culprit. It was all because of this woman that he had come to the present situation, and his heart had long been angry. Now that he had a chance to vent his anger, how could he miss it? He didn't believe that Lu Fongfang dared to touch him in front of so many people, but he forgot that there was a big living person beside Lu Fongfang. Seeing his beloved woman being insulted, Luo Mingyue, how can he still look down? Regardless of 3-7 or 7, he punched Su Ming down to the ground, riding on his body towards his face as a greeting. "TM, dare to scold my daughter-in-law. What are you? What kind of person is your brother? Aren't you clear about that? A cold-blooded, heartless bastard who only has money in his heart. People like him don't deserve to get married, and you actually have the face to say it. If you walk out of here today standing up, I'll take your name." The woman next to him was so scared that she pulled out her cell phone and called the police. The onlookers were also startled by Luo Minghue's crazy behavior and stayed away for fear of being affected. Seeing this scene, Lu Fongfang not only didn't stop it, the corner of her mouth also revealed a wisp of laughter. Looking at Luo Minghue's back as he hit the man, she only felt extraordinarily handsome. Within a short period of 1 minute, Su Ming had already been beaten black and blue, and could only wail with his mouth open, unable to even say a complete sentence. Security guards from the mall arrived, which separated the two and took them to the security room. The police who received the alarm call quickly arrived. Su Ming cried and then pounced over, hugging the legs of one of them, crying, "Comrade police, you must do justice to me. This person, he came up to me to use violence. You see, I beat me into this. Let me later how to go out to see people. I want them to pay for my emotional distress and medical bills." The man who came was a police captain who happened to be patrolling the neighborhood and rushed over when he got the call. Pacifying Su Ming, Captain Zhao Jia again looked at Luo Mingyue, whose clothes were slightly dirty, and felt that there was something familiar about him, and after a closer look, a hint of realization then appeared in his eyes. Another officer came up with the surveillance and whispered in the captain's ear, "Team Zhao, it's true that this person started the fight, and this one called Su Ming didn't fight back the entire time. It doesn't constitute a mutual assault." Looking at the monitor, rather than not fighting back, he was hit so hard he couldn't fight back. Usually, such cases end with the payment of medical bills. The bruised and swollen Su Ming also knew this, and proudly looked at Luo Mingyue, ready to make a good pitfall. Lu Fongfang was about to open her mouth, but she saw Zhao Jie glaring at the police officer beside her with a brain crash. "Can't you see that it was this man's verbal insults that started it all?" "Mr. Luo was forced to move in order to defend his wife's honor." "Ha!" The officer froze, but then reacted with a sudden realization. "That's right, worthy of a captain. I'll have him arrested." Looking at the police officer flashing his handcuffs towards himself, Su Ming was scared and kept backing up in horror. What are you doing? He obviously started it. Why should I be the only one arrested?" The captain thoughtfully took out a band-aid and stuck it on the wound on Luo Minghue's hand. Smilingly, "This gentleman, we've investigated the matter clearly. It's not your fault. You can go." "Ah, that's enough to go? I thought I'd be locked up for a day." Luo Mingyue was slightly surprised. Soon a slap landed on his head and Lu Fongfang pulled him out of the security room with a cold grunt. "You're not happy to be able to leave. Are you ready to let them shoot you and make me a widow? A daughter-in-law? I don't mean that. After the two men had gone, the constable walked over to the captain, which led to a puzzled inquiry. Team Zhao, what are these two people from? Zhao Jie squinted at him. The man who our chief has to respect when he comes. Chapter 169 Double Standard Dad. Long Bo took the two cuties, Luo Sweetie and Yang Xiu, to the amusement park. Just into the amusement park, two little girls to liberate the nature. Running around inside, the dragon see the head and not see the tail. So hanging almost did not run Long Bo's legs broken. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, he was dragged by Luo Sweetie to ride the roller coaster again. They can only go on such programs if they are taken by an adult. It wasn't until 12:30 p.m. that Su Mingyue brought Luo An to the entrance of the amusement park. Just as they got out of the car, two small, red-faced girls came running from the crowded exit, sweating profusely, their hair sticking to their foreheads with sweat. But it was as if they didn't know what fatigue was. They were still energized and didn't seem to have had enough. He saw Luo An covering his buttocks and standing behind Su Mingyue in a suffocated manner, like an aggravated man. Sweetie circled around him, grinning. Ha, poop, so you're still alive. That's so good. Lorne, am I disappointing you that I'm still alive? Su Mingyue picked up a cute girl with one hand and felt the heat from their bodies and said rather helplessly, I can't figure out sometimes if I'm raising a daughter or a son, how I can be more wild than a boy. Sweetie, who was held in Su Mingyue's arms, twisted her fleshy body in a pouty manner. Really, mommy, I'm so cute. Of course I'm a girl paper. Come on, both of you go home and take a good bath or you won't have a snack this afternoon. Sugar, thoughtful, oh, okay. After waiting for the tired Long Bo to walk out of the amusement park, Luo An and Su Mingyue found a good-tasting Sichuan restaurant for lunch. After all, it's already this time of the day, and by the time I get home to cook, it'll probably be after 1 p.m. It's more convenient to eat out. By the time I got home from lunch it was close to 2 p.m. Exhausted from the morning and wanting to get some rest, Lone had just laid down on the couch when a hand mercilessly dragged her down and towards the stairs. Not daughter-in-law. What do you want? What else is there to do? Naturally it's conditioning time next. Did you think you'd get a spanking and be done for the morning? You are the first one who dares to threaten me like that. If I don't give you a deep lesson, how can I afford the gold content of your number one? Su Mingyue's attitude was cold and her tone was determined. Today this stinking man dared to act over her head, and if he didn't clean it up, tomorrow he'd dare to slap her fair and square. Upon hearing that he still had to be tempered, Luo An's eyes were horrified as she tried to escape, but she was deadlocked by Su Mingyue's hand. I don't want. You let go of me. I really know I'm wrong. Sugar, come save daddy. Mommy, can you gag daddy? He's so noisy. It's interfering with me and see you watching cartoons. The sound of a broken heart came, followed by the door of the upstairs bedroom bang. The door to the upstairs bedroom slammed shut. The originally noisy living room quieted down in an instant. But if you listen carefully, you can find the sound of people screaming in agony faintly coming from upstairs, and you can't help but shiver at the bottom of your heart when you hear it. Lorne managed to trade one rebellion for a lifetime of lingering psychological shadows. Gagged by the original stockings, Lone couldn't remember how he passed out, but when he woke up, it was by a pair of feet. Looking out the window, it was already evening. Su Mingyue turned on her cell phone camera function at the moment and took a picture of Luo An. Today's conditioning journal, complete. Seeing that she actually took a picture of it, Luo An gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, to record your ugly face, what a despicable woman. No, he can't take a loss either. Lorne stuck out his tongue and licked it. Well, turns out Fairy Geo is slightly sweet. Early the next morning, Lone got up from the cold floor and yawned as she walked into the bathroom to wash up. Brush your teeth in 30 seconds, wash your face in 10 seconds, shave in 3 seconds, and use the remaining 17 seconds to get dressed in exactly 1 minute. Spring is coming. The temperature is rising in the past 2 days. You don't need to wrap a thick layer like before to go out. Basically wear a long-sleeved, and then with a jacket is just right. Luo An's clothes were all cleanly bought by Su Mingyue. There was no way. This woman only needed him to wear what she bought. What a perverted possessiveness. Wearing a white long sleeve inside, a blue-gray denim jacket, and a pair of black slacks underneath, plus a pair of small white shoes, the whole person looks much more refreshing. It doesn't look at all like he's approaching 30, more like an aspiring young man who just graduated. Luo An stepped out of the room and came outside Luo Sweetie's room, pushing the door open with a gentle movement. The messy room caught his eye. The pillows and quilts all fell on the floor. The dolls and these were even all over the place. Even the toilet sink had a Quinn chicken doll on it. The two silly girls were lying on the floor in their nightgowns and were whimpering. It's a good thing there's carpet and the air conditioning is on, or you'd have to catch a cold. There was something inexplicably cozy about the scene, and a thought sprang to Lorraine's mind. Since the two little girls were so close, plus little Siu's character was very well behaved, could one adopt her out of the orphanage? since the family wasn't short of money anyway. And sweetie, this girl is indeed too savage. She knows how to pit her father. She must have followed her smelly daughter-in-law's rebellious gene. Sugar, Siobhan, it's time to get up for breakfast. Luo An pushed the thoughts to the back of his mind and began to pick up the two budding girls to change and wash, washing them before putting on their little pink dresses, then picking them up and leaving the room, dropping them onto Su Mingyue's bed and waiting for her to braid the children's hair. By the time he went downstairs for breakfast, Luo Mingyue and Lu Fongfang were already sitting at the dining table eating. Lu Fongfang reached out her chopsticks and gave old Luo a chicken leg, twisting her head toward Luo An, who was going downstairs, and smiled. Little Un, your grandfather just called and asked you to take your little girl to his place today. I guess he misses the baby. Good. Luan nodded and took a seat at the table to begin drying his meal. Dad, why is your cooking getting lighter and lighter lately? Can't you put more spice in it? It's so bland it's unappetizing. All talk is nonsense. How can my cute little granddaughter eat it when it's made so spicy? You'll be responsible for a bad stomach. Well, that's having a granddaughter and forgetting your son, isn't it? Double standard, man. Not a moment later, Su Mingyue, who had finished washing up her two daughters, came down from upstairs with a sleepy face, a look of not having woken up from sleep. Even her hair was not combed, and was draped over her shoulders in a loose manner, throwing the two little tykes to old Luo and Mrs. Lu one at a time. Su Mingyue sat down beside Luo An, placing a hair band on the table and said in a lazy tone, "Bind it for me." Lorne, do I look like a babysitter to you? Su Mingyue, isn't it? Gaze grows dangerous. Lorne, hey, you're a good judge of character. For this scene, Lu Fongfang and Luo Mingyue were already accustomed to it, each holding the little toddlers in their arms and starting to feed them, with a mouthful of lean meat porridge entering her mouth. Luo Sweetheart's little brain instantly switched on, and she, who was still sleepy, was immediately energized and turned into a lively little elf. Grandpa, Sweetie wants a marinated chicken leg. Fine, Grandpa will pinch you whatever you want to eat. Granny Lu, I want to eat braised pork. No problem. Ha ha. Little Cu is so good. That's what a little lady is. You can't be like sugar. Grandma, I'm going to get mad. Chapter 170, What cake can compare to my multi-million-dollar jade bracelet? After breakfast, Luo An pulls Su Mingyue upstairs and voices his desire to adopt young Cu. After spending so many days together, both of them sympathized with this little girl with a miserable life. So Su Mingyue did not refuse and nodded her head in agreement. Luo An, who had thought that it would take more words, froze when he saw her agree so quickly, then excitedly hugged Su Mingyue's head and kissed her on the cheek. Daughter-in-law, you're so nice. Get up and away. I just washed my face. Evil doesn't disgust you. Su Mingyue disgustedly pushed him away. Since they had already made a decision, they split into two. Luo An took little Sweetie to the Lu family villa, while Su Mingyue took young Cu to do the adoption procedures. Soon the two went out on their own. Hearing that Su's mother wanted to adopt herself, Yang Cu subconsciously froze, somewhat incredulous. When I was in the orphanage before, there were people who wanted to adopt me, but they all cut off the idea of adoption when they heard that I was introverted and still not talkative. That's a first. Is she going to have a home? Thinking that she could also have a mom and dad, grandpa and grandma, Yang Cu's little eyes actually started to redden, and then she dripped tears, which slid down her white cheeks, making people not help but feel pity. Little Siobhan, why are you crying? Is it because you don't want to? Su Mingyue thought it was because she was unwilling and hurriedly tried to coax. Her hands were at a loss but she didn't know how to coax. This kind of thing was usually left to Luo An. No, the little girl cried tearfully, struggling to reach out and wipe the tears from her face. I'm just so happy. The next moment, she was being held in warm arms by a pair of hands. Su Mingyue's soft voice came from her ears. Good boy, this will be your home from now on. With mommy here, no one can bully you. Su Mingyue didn't even expect the somewhat sexually frigid her to be able to say such sensational words, which would have been absolutely impossible if she were to change before, but now she subconsciously opened her mouth to speak. I can't help but see Lone's face in my mind. He must have been influenced by this stinky brother. When he comes back, he has to be rewarded properly. The other side, on the fast road to the suburbs, a Rolls-Royce was like a black shadow ghost, quickly overtaking a car, its engine emitting a beastly roar, becoming the focus of all the cars. Hearing this arrogant roar, naturally, some people couldn't help but want to curse, but with the windows down, seeing the flash of the Rolls-Royce, every one of them silently shut their mouths, all losing their temper. Skin suppression, how does that even play? As for speeding, as long as you don't get caught on camera, it's not considered speeding. It's like the saying, it's only a crime if you get caught, it's not if you don't get caught. Half an hour later, driving through the winding mountain roads, the car stopped in the small courtyard of the lodge. the lodge was still so peaceful, with its sprinkling fountains, its fragrant gardens, and the bare forest, which was now and then accompanied by a bear roar. Getting out of the car, Luo An began to rehash yesterday's old scores, pinching the little girl's face viciously. Damn girl, how dare you hurt daddy yesterday? Now your mommy is not here. Tell me, how do you want to die? Sugar responded early, bearing 2 consecutive mouthfuls on Luoan's face, blinking her little black eyes, and starting to get cute. Oops, poopy, I was wrong. It's an old trick, but it still works like a charm. Luoan's inner dissatisfaction immediately dissipated. Children, a little naughty is normal. Humph, next time. He, poopy is the best. Moo-ah. Father and daughter walked up the steps and pushed open the door to the villa. An unexpected figure appeared in Luoan's line of sight, and his footsteps immediately stopped, his face frozen in place with a stunned expression. Lo Honan, why is this old man here? And talking to Grandpa like he's having a good time. These two knew each other before? Grandpa. Little sweetie broke free from Luoan's arms and flopped her butt into Lu Pinggan's arms, rubbing. Then without hesitation, she sued. Grandpa, just now Puppy bullied Sugar. Help Sugar teach him a lesson. Come on. With a backer, the petulant nature is exposed again. Luo Hongyan looked at Luoan, his eyes still shrewd, making people unable to grasp what exactly he was thinking inside. What? Surprised to see me? Well, it's kind of, you know my grandpa, big grandpa? Old acquaintances. It used to be a bit of a crossroads, and this time I'm just stopping by to see an old friend. Lu Pinggan, who was teasing his little girl, snorted disdainfully. Che, don't look at this old boy pretending. He used to be chased and beaten by me. He didn't dare to say a word about his farts, and he even went back to call his parents to come and help. It's obviously not about fighting, it's about business. Luo families might in Jiang province. Luoan had seen it before. He didn't expect this cheap grandfather of his to be so powerful that he could actually beat this old man to call his parents. 666. This is my adorable little heavy granddaughter, isn't it? Come here and let great-grandpa take a good look. Luo Hongyan's gaze then landed on Luo Tiantian's body. Sugar is a bit heartless, but she knows a lot about manners and all that. After realizing that this old grandfather was her elder, she immediately trotted over obediently, blinked her curious little eyes, and said in a milky voice, "Your sweetie's great-grandfather? Then how come Sweetness hasn't seen you before? You're not trying to take advantage of Sugar, are you?" The little girl's words made the crowd laugh. Luo Hongyan didn't think that he would actually be told to take advantage by a 3-year-old one day. Not only did he not get angry, but the more he looked at this little girl in front of him, the more he liked her. Overjoyed, Luo Hongyan took out something from his arms. It was a jade bracelet wrapped in red cloth with bright colors, and just by looking at it, one could tell that the texture was extraordinary. Come sweetie, this is a meet and greet gift from Tai Grandpa for you. Will Tai Grandpa put it on you? Luo An, who had seen a lot, quickly judged the origin of this jade bracelet. Imperial green glutinous jadeite bracelet, the market value of 2.3 million, and still have a price, he also only saw in an auction. It ended up with a high price of $5.6 million and was auctioned off by a businessman from Neon. If it were any other little girl, she would definitely love it when she saw such a beautiful thing, but unfortunately, her name was Luo Sweet Ah. Luo Sweetness took the jade bracelet and played with it for a while, quickly lost interest and rehanded it back to great-grandpa's hand, deflating her mouth. It's no fun at all. All you can do is look at it and not eat it. Sugar wants a cupcake meet and greet. A cupcake? Is it a limited edition food from any country? Or is it a cake made by any international celebrity chef? Luo Hongyan furrowed his brows and thought carefully about what kind of cake could be compared to his multi-million-dollar jade bracelet. Lorne coughed twice, reminding, it's the normal cupcake that any random pastry store sells for $2 a piece, the kind that doesn't come with cream. Chapter 171, Luo Hongyan's Young Conspiracy. The living room fell into a deathly silence as Lorne opened his mouth. Luo Hongyan's head was dry and smoking. You don't want over $2 million in jade bracelets. You want $2 a cupcake? This bracelet was specially customized by him. Take it and sell it. At least 1 million people can eat this $2 cupcake. But as a result, this girl actually doesn't want it? Luo Hongyan was completely unaware of just how attractive a measly $2 cupcake was to a professional snacker. It was a cupcake, after all. In comparison, Lu Pinggan took the little girl to death and called the housekeeper to bring freshly baked cupcakes. Come Sugar, come to Grandpapa, I have red date flavored cupcakes here. Oh, really? I'm coming. Decisively abandoned more than 2 million jade bracelet. Luo Sweet returned to Lu Pinggan's embrace, hand grabbed the cake on the go wildly eat, full of happiness. This made Luo Hongyan feel a little bad. If this bracelet was given to Luo Kai and Luo Yagu, those two would probably be able to keep praising it for half an hour just to please themselves. Turns out in this girl's case, it doesn't even compare to a $2 cupcake. But but it also made him more and more convinced of what he had in mind. Back to the main topic. Luo An didn't believe that Luo Hongyan didn't come far from Jian province to Magic City just to meet his old friend and see his granddaughter. With his knowledge of him, there must be something else hidden in this. Lu Pingon sensibly looked down at his great-granddaughter, who was chewing cake in his arms, and smiled kindly. Sweetness, someone sent a lot of specialty beef jerky from Tibet to Grandpapa yesterday. I'll take you to get it, okay? Aha! Just like that, Lu Pingon walked up the stairs carrying Luo Tian. The butler had the good sense to leave, leaving the parlor for the two to talk. After they left, the originally cheerful atmosphere of the living room fell silent, making people feel depressed inside. Roan walked over to the couch and sat down as if nothing had happened. Great-grandpa came all the way to Magic City. There should be something important, right? What matter could actually make you personally make this trip? You boys are still so wary of me. Luo Hongyan shook his head inside softly, knowing very well in his heart. Luo An seems to be familiar with himself on the surface, but in fact, he doesn't really trust himself at all in his heart, and is on full alert all the time, afraid that he will set him up. But he really did treat Luo An as the top pillar of the Luo family in the next generation. Luo Hongyan put a report sheet that was folded up in half and spread it out on the table with a very spontaneous smile. I, for one, will not live long. This is a confirmed diagnosis of an advanced brain tumor. After reading it, Luo An narrowed his eyes slightly. In his heart he was 100% disbelief, but on the surface he still pretended to be concerned and said, "How can this be?" Luo Hongyan read his thoughts at a glance and began to pour out some of his heart, finally revealing the true purpose of his trip to Magic City. In fact, on the first day you returned to the Luo family, I wanted to pass the position to you, but Kai and Yagu are after all my own granddaughter and grandson, and handing the position over to you, who had just arrived, they would definitely be unconvinced, so that's why I offered to let you guys use your strength to speak. 1. Is to lend you a hand to convince them to give up the idea of inheriting the Luo family. 2. It's to see if they'll grow again, and if in case they do, I won't have to go through all the trouble of testing you. Mentioning this, even Luo Hongyan couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that these two muggles, who were fooled by you and still don't know it, both thought they could sit in the position of the family head, and still don't realize that they've both become clowns. Obviously, this is seeing through that Lorne is a double agent. In the next second, Luo Hongyan added, "Straight up, I'm ready to give you the entire Luo family right now. I refuse." Lone didn't hesitate to refuse. What a joke. If he took over the Luo family now, then Luo Kai and Luo Yagu, who were still fighting in their nests, would 100% turn their heads and surround themselves, though he wasn't afraid either. Who wants to be in the shadows with two bereaved dogs staring at them? If you have to push them hard, you're afraid they'll do anything crazy. Seeing Luo An's refusal, Luo Hongyan took a slight sip of the tea on the table without any urgency, and a triumphant smile appeared on his pale face. It's too late to refuse. Word of my coming to Mordor should have gotten to Kai and Yakko by now. They may be muggles, but they're not so stupid as to be irredeemable. Needless to say, whether Lone refused or not, he would have to endure the two's crazy retaliation next. For me, a person whose life is about to come to an end, the only thing that is still on my mind is the continuation and prosperity of the family. As long as the Luo family can continue to be glorious, even if it means taking the life of this old bone of mine, I would not mind. Luo Hongyan's smile gradually became a little crazy. He had once again set up a game, with no intention of giving Luo An a chance to choose, and there was only one way out of this chess game, and the result would surely allow the Luo family to renew its glory. Crazy old man. Luo An couldn't even help but burst out in his heart, and simply stopped pretending and glared at it. Are you so sure I'm going to take over the Luo family? Believe it or not, when I dispose of your grandchildren, I'll give the Luo family away or donate it to the state, and then maybe I'll even get a certificate, or mix up an official position or something. Ha! Luo Hongyan calmly returned. Whether you take it or not is not up to you. The Luo family's industry is spread across every city and even county in Jiang province. Its influence is extremely terrifying. Any local family that gets this industry will instantly break the situation in Jiang province that has been solid for years. Do you think the government will let you do that? Then I can still donate it to the state. If you donate the Luo family to the state, with the state's ironclad means, will be an absolute means to purge the Luo family of those assholes. By then it will be a big mess. Not good. The huge Luo family will instantly fall apart, causing great confusion to the local economic market. The end will only be countless people out of work. The foreign capital to take advantage of the opportunity to invade the Jiang province. A word of dislike left Lone speechless. It seems to be true. If after taking care of Luo Kai and Luo Yagu, if he didn't take over the Luo family's industry, I'm afraid that the next day, the governor of Jiang province would directly fly over with his men and arrest himself in Jiang province. This stinking old man has been counting on it from the beginning. From the moment he left the house himself, He was in his game. Sure enough, Ginger should be old. Just as Luo An was filled with resentment, Luo Sweetie ran over from upstairs with her ass in the air, still grasping a meat stick in her hand and excitedly handing it to Luo An. Poopy, this meat is so delicious. Try it. Seeing Mo Maiden, Luo An's wounded heart was finally somewhat comforted. My daughter has grown up and finally knows how to share good food with her old father. Bite. As a result, with Luo An's hard teeth, he couldn't bite it. It felt like he was biting a hard rock. Luo Sweetness winked at that moment. Poopy, if you eat Sweetie's food, you have to promise Sweetie a small request. Sugar wants to ride a horse and pony. Poopy, why don't you squat down and let me ride? Luo An, gotta be, being counted by 2 people in one day. One of them a 3-year-old, and having your mind completely blown. Chapter 172, 2 stinking dog bears who don't speak martial virtue. Just as Lone was being counted at the lodge, at the same time inside an office on the top floor of the headquarters building of Huakang Group in Jiang Province, receiving a call from the housekeeper at home, Lakai stood up in shock and turned toward the caller. Are you sure Grandpa went to Mordor to find that guy Lone? His lordship told me so himself. I can't hear you wrong. After the phone hung up, Luo Kai's mind instantly flooded with many thoughts. His face gradually turned gloomy, and he quickly opened his address book and made a call. When the call was connected, Luo Yaji's voice came out from the phone. I didn't think you'd call me. Are you ready to admit defeat? Lakai didn't talk nonsense with this brainless muggle and immediately said, the housekeeper told me that Grandpa went to Magic City to look for Luo An today. Do you know about this? What? As expected, Luo Yago on the other end of the phone made a surprised sound and quickly associated many things. Lakai added, I'm not going to hide anything from you. I promised to work with Luo An before, and he's the one who helped me with this hospital accident. But now it seems that he wants to be one step ahead of us and curry favor with Grandpa, so we'll have to join forces. The words were followed by another gasp on the other end of the line. Lakai frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong and frowned. What's wrong? The other end was silent for half a second before murmuring. I've made a deal with Lone before, too, the day after he returned to Mordor. The words were spoken, and both sides fell into silence at the same time, the atmosphere strange. Even if the two were stupid, they had figured out one thing at this point. They seem to have been treated like monkeys by Lone. We're genuinely working with you, and you're playing with our heads? I'm impressed. You old six. Since it was rare for him to come back and forth to the lodge, Luo An simply took the silly girl to stay for the night. As for Luo Hongyan's words, he happily returned to Jiang Province that afternoon. By the time Lone opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning, and a ray of sunlight from the rising sun shone warmly on his face along the cracks in the curtains. Outside the window came the faint sound of a bear growling, and the laughter of a little girl as clear as a silver bell. Downstairs, Luo Sweetie is playing a game of frisbee with Bear Big Bear. Next to it, the housekeeper also specially found someone to build a small long platform for her, which was filled with all kinds of delicious snacks, and at a cursory glance, there were no less than 100 kinds. Bears, I'm going to lose it. If you guys find it, you'll get a treat. Roar. The bear roar was deafening. As Luo's sweetheart droned out, she summoned all her strength to fling out the yellow disc in her hand, while Xiong de Xiong Air couldn't wait to rush out as well. But, they are rushing toward the long table where snacks are kept not far away. Run straight to the deli and gorge yourself without martial arts. The little girl was instantly dumbfounded. Seeing that her little snack was being rapidly wiped out, she was so anxious that she threw herself on the lawn and actually cried outright. It's sweet. You haven't picked up your plates yet. You can't eat it. Luo An, who had finished washing up, came at this time and held her in his arms, coaxing in a gentle voice. Good boy. It's just some food. Dad will buy it for you later. Luo's sweetheart felt a little better in her heart this time. Noticing something, she blinked her small reddened eyes and asked with a deflated mouth in a pitiful manner. Poopy, where did you get that cupcake in your hand? Oh, take it from the counter over there. It's pretty good. You want some? That's my cupcake. The cries once again enveloped the entire lodge. It wasn't until Lu Pingan's appearance that the little girl was willing to quiet down. Long could kind of see how low his presence was in the little girl's heart in front of the cupcake. 10 minutes later, Luo's sweetheart was once again happily playing with the two big dog bears on the lawn. And to say that she didn't have a heart, she hadn't really wronged her, because she still had to go to kindergarten. Lone didn't stay at the lodge much longer and drove back to the city with the snack goods. At the gate of the villa, Lu Pingan looked at the back of the faraway car. The smile on his old face gradually tended to calm down. His body seemed to be hunched over a lot at this moment, looking a little forlorn. With this departure, I guess it will be another 10 days and half a month before we can see each other again. The butler appeared at the right time. Following the old man for many years, he knew very well what was in the old man's mind at the moment, so he spoke softly. Master, in fact, you could have moved to the city. That way you would be able to see Miss Sweetness every day, and Miss Mingyue would surely be very happy. This proposal sounds very good indeed. Lu Pingon is now full of gray hair. The remaining life is the same as Luo Hongyan, has very few. From the end of life, only one step away. At that point, his storied life will come to an end. But Lu Pingon shook his head, his sideways gaze following the bright sunlight, falling on the distant mountain peak wrapped in white clouds. Nian Mountain. That won't do. I still have to stay with her. If I go, she'll be lonely alone. Thoughts drifted with the wind, conveying loneliness and sadness. Even the birds flying under the turquoise blue sky seemed to be affected, emitting a clear cry, echoing in the quiet valley. After rushing around, I finally returned to the mansion house at 8:20 p.m. Kindergarten's first class is at 9 a.m. It's not too late to pack up and change into your uniform. Yang Siyu. No, now it should be called Luo Siyu. The adoption paperwork was done yesterday, and the process was supposed to be complicated, but it couldn't be helped by the added power of banknotes. In the morning, Su Mingyue had already cleaned the room for little Siyu, and also found someone to redecorate it, just like little sweetie. It was all in the style of a pink room, full of dolls, but she guessed that getting a room out would be redundant. And Sugar, the little foodie, was sure to sneak up and touch it in the middle of the night anyway. That's really something to inherit from someone. As Su Mingyue was thinking, the sound of sneezing came from outside the house, and Luo An rubbed her nose and pushed the door open, murmuring in a low voice, asterisk 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 asterisk. What asshole cursed me in broad daylight? Don't let me catch you or I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Yang Siyu, who was lying in Su Mingyue's arms, immediately said happily when she saw them return, Papa Luo, and sweetie, you're finally back. Sugar even brought you goodies yo. Luo Sweetness grabbed the backpack held in Luo An's hand, then mysteriously pulled her good sister up the stairs, and in the end, she didn't forget to look at Luo An vigilantly, as if she was afraid that he would secretly follow her. Chapter 173, Can you be more masculine? Watching her daughter defend herself like a thief just because she ate a piece of cupcake, Luo An was helpless for a while. What a mean girl. He walked to Su Mingyue's side, sat down and then smoothly wrapped his arm around her sexy and charming little waist, and told everything about Luo Hongyan's counting on him yesterday without any details. Alas, daughter-in-law, you are not aware of you are not in that old man knows daughter-in-law me. You say, this is not a slap in your face. Luo An rubbed his face against Su Mingyue's flawless cheeks, as if he was being pampered. He's definitely not trying to stick it to his wife. Definitely not. After all, unlike some readers, he's a proper decent guy. Su Mingyue kicked him off the sofa, clasping her hands and coldly grunting, don't come with me. All day long you're a pussy. Can't you be masculine, and say you're a big man? You're just a pussy. Masculine? Lorne rose from the ground in silence, somewhat uncertain. He said, are you sure? I'm sure as well as sure. Look how masculine and handsome you were in the beginning, and now you can't move without being pouty, and it's no fun at all. Su Mingyue finished with a longing face and added when she remembered something, of course, what I want is for you to be masculine and handsome to outsiders, and when you're with me, you can actually misbehave a little bit. Be masculine with a little bit of cowardice. Got it? After listening, Lone had a thoughtful look on her face. Masculine with a touch of cowardice, meaning strong on the outside? A moment later he realized. I see. Su Mingyue nodded with satisfaction. Children can be taught. It seems that this man is not too stupid. Just as she was thinking so, she saw Luo An raise her hand and slap her swiftly like lightning on her arse, and angrily reprimanded. Baka, flower girl, if you dare to talk to this Taijun like this, believe it or not, I'll kill you. The sound of a crisp slap echoed through the quiet living room. Even the two little munchkins snacking upstairs were attracted and poked their heads out to look downstairs. A fiery pain came from her buttocks. Su Mingyue was completely confused. Her brain was nearly at a standstill, and there was only one thought in her mind. This man dared to hit himself. He dared to hit himself with his hands? A pair of Danfang eyes instantly lowered, their eyes cold and stern as they stared at Luo An. She rose slowly. Lone was scared and took 2 steps back, saying resentfully, daughter-in-law, what are you going to do? We can be reasonable. Is not you let me do this. External strength is not the standard of the Neon people. I learn should be very like As we all know, the status of women in China can be ranked in the top 3 even if we look at the whole world. The opposite is true in Neon, where women have a very low status and are basically subservient to men. Luo An thought that Su Mingyue wanted to experience some excitement, so she followed the example of the anti-war drama on top of the TV. Poop is going to die again. Luo Tian sighed and shook her head. And beside her, Yang Siyu glanced at her watch and realized that there were only 15 minutes left before school. Sugar, go get your book bag. We're going to be late. The teacher said we'll be punished for being late and we can't have snacks. So serious. Let's hurry then. In the heavy and depressing atmosphere of the living room, 2 girls carrying school bags quietly slipped by. It so happened that Luo Mingyue and Lu Fongfang had just come back from a walk outside, wiping their sweat with a towel as they walked, chatting about the reworking of the green belts in the villa area, and seeing the two girls go out, they were puzzled. Sweetie, whisper, it's this time of the day, why aren't you guys in school yet? You're going to be late. Ugh, don't mention it. Yancy sighed with an old-fashioned sigh. She was just about to open her mouth when a scream came from the living room with the open door behind her, and then she saw Luo An fleeing out in disarray, running toward the house. Sullen-faced Su Mingyue followed close behind, holding a metal drying rack with an appalling aura, as if she had a pow behind her. This all happened in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, the two ran out successively, out of sight. Luo Mingyue and Lu Fongfang, who were standing inside the small courtyard, looked at each other and instantly understood everything. This couple, they really won't stop for a day. Come on sweetie and whisper, Grandpa will take you to school. It should not be too late. Aha! Aha! Jiang Province. Inside the small, ancient-style manor where the Luo family was located. Early this morning, Luo Hongyan, who had returned to the manor, called all of Luo Kai and Luo Yagu over, and repeated what he was going to tell Luo An. Once again, even though they already knew the outcome, Luo Kai and Luo Yagu were still shocked inside. They'd been around Grandpa for so long, and it turned out they weren't as good as Luo An, who they hadn't known for long. The two men walked out of the study, looked at each other, and headed downstairs. Loyalist was the first to speak. What do you think we should do now? Grandpa actually didn't leave us half of the estate. It's just too biased. Compared to her exasperation, Luo Kai appeared calm and spoke without panic. Haven't you noticed? Although Grandpa said that he wanted Luo An to inherit the family fortune, he didn't explicitly say that he wanted us to hand over the shares in our hands, nor did he say when he would let Luo An inherit the family fortune. At these words, the atmosphere in the corridor fell slightly silent. Luo Yagu instantly revealed a thoughtful expression. Her brows slightly furrowed as she said, You mean, Grandpa didn't abandon us? Of course, if Grandpa really wanted Luo An to inherit the family estate, he should have just asked us to hand over the estate in our hands instead of doing nothing after informing us. Lakai's mind raced, peeling back what his grandfather was really thinking. This is Grandpa giving us a piece of advice that we can use everything we can to keep Luo An from inheriting the family fortune until the end of the period he has in mind, in which case he'll reconsider the candidate to inherit the family fortune. In the middle of the conversation, the two had already walked out of the manor, not noticing in the slightest that there was a pair of eyes on the second floor staring at their departing backs with inexplicable significance. After listening to Luo Kai's explanation, Luo Yaji's thoughts quickly opened up and she was surprised with a sudden realization. Then if only the two of us join forces, it won't be enough to force Luo An to not be able to inherit the family fortune. It's not that easy. Lakai gave her a blank look, seriously wondering if this woman was missing a muscle in her brain. The two major groups under Luo An alone could be gold-sucking beasts, and the resources held in the hands of the two of them alone were no match at all. Then what should we do? Loyalist was puzzled. Before that, she basically hadn't touched business matters, and her ideas were limited, so how could she compare to Lakai, who had been trained in the workplace? Lakai gave a grim smile. If it's a head-to-head conflict, it's true that we're not as good as Luo An, but don't forget that he's not like us. He's got a wife and kids. Family is his only weakness. As long as you control his wife and children, it's not easy to get him to behave. Chapter 174, Shooting of Promotional Videos. Approaching 10 a.m. Because of a group promotional video to be filmed today, Luo An, who had been conditioned to tremble on both feet, followed Su Mingyue to the company. Nowadays, in this internet era, the bosses of major groups choose to show up to enhance the image of their own companies and pull up the status of their companies in the minds of the public. No one has been more successful in this regard than a certain army, which has exploded onto the internet with a marching song for a certain army, and has become extremely popular within the public. Entering the company, the passing employees bent down and greeted respectfully. Su Dong, Luo Dong. Good morning Su Dong. Aha. Su Mingyue walked in front. Her aura was stern. The whole person seemed to be carrying thorns, making people not dare to look directly at her, carrying out the image of a high and cold goddess very thoroughly. The black and white women's professional dress, black leather and red-soled high heels, and wraparound skirts set her whole person apart as unique. In contrast, Luo An is a bit more scruffy. Both of his faces were red, his walking posture was a little unnatural, and when he took a slightly larger step, a pained expression would appear on his face, and his eyes stared grudgingly at Su Mingyue's back, as if he was trying to eat her up. Su Mingyue merely slanted her eyes at him, and Luo An was immediately honest again. There is no shortage of new arrivals in the company. Immediately after Su Mingyue and Luo An entered the elevator, they couldn't help but turn towards the senior beside them and inquire in a low voice. Sister Su, who was that man just now? Why did you all call him Luo Dong? Could it be a shareholder of our company? But it shouldn't be called Luo Dong. Hey, what do you know? Luo Dong, although there is no group shares, but the whole group has his half. That is our Su Dong's man. Oh, a soft touch? Eat your head. Luo Dong's money in the bank, just 1 month's interest, is enough for you to eat and drink in this life. Secretary Yi had prepared the shooting site long ago. As for professional photographers, don't even bother looking for them. Just go and pull a team of photographers from Pendome. After walking for such a short time, Lone's ass was already hurting, and the first thing he did when he came in was to find a couch to get down on. Damn stinking woman, not just whip your ass, but actually lay down such a cruel hand. This is probably not convenient to do sports at night. Secretary Yi walked to Su Mingyue's side and handed over the lines prepared in advance. The camera shack is set up and everything is in order. That's when a phone call came in. Secretary Yi finished answering the phone with a slightly difficult look on his face. What's wrong? Su Mingyue's brows furrowed. Secretary Yi apologized. Su Dong, I'm sorry. The models invited were stuck in a traffic jam due to a car accident on the road and may have to arrive later. It was my negligence. I should have let them come a little earlier. Can it be replaced? It's hard. This model is a well-known figure in the showbiz industry and has a lot of influence, so there are a lot of lines arranged, and trying to find someone who meets the requirements, plus the time it takes to come over, will take at least an hour or more. Having said that, Su Mingyue had no choice but to wait. At this time she glanced at the rest of her eyes. Her gaze fell on Luo An, who was not far away lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone, and the corner of her mouth lifted up. Isn't there one that fits the bill? At those words, Secretary Yi froze. She followed Su Mingyue's gaze, and her expression suddenly became a bit odd. Indeed, it is quite in line with the requirements. Is a bit too big to use. The chairman of the listed group was used as a model to use. Su Mingyue strides to Luo An's side and throws the written lines at him, her tone not to be questioned. You, now go change right now. You have 10 minutes to memorize these lines. If you can't, you're sleeping on the couch for the rest of the night. This attitude, which is like begging for work, it is like saying, can do things for me? You can be happy in your heart. Thank you gift is not necessary. Lone picked up the lines and looked at them. Good lord, there were dozens of lines. Who could remember that? He casually dropped his lines on the floor. No, actually, sleeping on the couch is just fine. It's so soft and cozy. Su Mingyue narrowed her eyes slightly. If you don't go and change your clothes when my mother counts to 3. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lone. Don't say you're counting to 3. I wouldn't do it even if you were counting to 10. Seeing how stubborn he was really determined not to do it. The hard way does not work. Su Mingyue had to come to the soft way. She lifted the hem of her skirt absently, revealing her slim, perfectly proportioned legs, and whispered in Luo An's ear. A soft, seductive voice that is very tempting to the heart. I don't know what I heard, but Lone was instantly energized, her heart pounding. It's just modeling, easy peasy. With this husband here, leave these trivial chores to me. Don't worry, ma'am, look at my husband's hands. Looking at Luo An's full-blooded resurrection and exuberance as if he was on hormones, Su Mingyue's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of satisfaction. Are you kidding me? I didn't learn the Sentinel's lesson for nothing. Tiny Lone has the legs to hold it. With a fairly good memory, Luo An quickly memorized the lines and started working with Su Mingyue on the promo. The two are already a couple, so the producers took advantage of Luo An's change of clothes to add some intimate scenes in. In response, Lone said, "You're a good boy. I'll give you a raise." The whole promo wasn't really that long, plus there was no midway without a pause, and it was done in half an hour. Everyone applauded at the right time. Worthy of Su Dong, he managed to be calm and collected the first time he was right in front of the camera. This is the best quality promo I've ever made. Had I known that Luo Dong's clinical ability was so strong, I would not have had to go out of my way to hire someone. Just after the shoot, Star Lee Gu and his manager came running in late. I'm sorry Su Dong, there was an accident on the road. I came a little late and made you wait for a long time. So sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing that Li Kuei was about to go change his clothes, Secretary Yi, who was at the side, reminded him, no, the promo is already shot. As for the payment to you, consider it a gift. Strictly speaking, Li Kuei wasn't considered to be in violation of the contract, so it wasn't good for Secretary Yi to ask for the money back. After all, this time it was because of an unforeseen situation. The promo is done? Li Kuei froze. He noticed Luo An standing beside Su Mingyue, and his face instantly grimaced. Where is this little white boy? Never seen him before. Must be a new fresh meat star. Actually dare to steal food from him. You know that for this promo. He had spent a lot of energy and gone through a lot of connections to get this opportunity. The payoff was all secondary. The main thing was that being able to fit in with the chairman of a listed group like Su Mingyue would further increase his influence in the circle. Now you're actually being robbed by a little fresh meat? Mad. I'm going to get you blocked all over the internet. Secretary Yi saw through his thoughts with a glance and reminded again. That one is our Su Dong's husband and also the founder of Pendong Group, Luo Dong. He may not be too well known to you, but Luo Dong has an entertainment company under his banner. Xiaoyao, do you recognize him? Xiaoyao, the absolute apex star of the acting and singing circles, is a superstar who has exploded both at home and abroad. Li Kuwei, who was thinking about how to get back at Luo An, was instantly silenced by the dry after hearing Secretary Ye's words. Su Dong's husband. That's okay. Minor excuses. Chapter 175, Picking Up Children from School. After shooting the promotional video is not finished, Su Mingyue on a whim pulled Luo An to take several sets of photos, ready to wash them out and post them at home. The morning went by. In the afternoon Lone arrived at his Pendong building and stepped into the elevator to the respectful gaze of the security guards and employees. Sometimes he thought that it would be nice if that smelly sister, Su Mingyue, would also look at him with such a gaze. Unfortunately, fantasies are fantasies after all. It seemed that he had to find time to practice his martial arts. He didn't want to be pinned down for the rest of his life. He wanted to reclaim the throne that originally belonged to him. Just after exiting the elevator, Luo An ran head-on into Lei Changkong and Lai Sol who were preparing to go out. Seeing Luo An, Lei Changkong remembered something and reported, Luo Dong, didn't our security guards catch two gangsters who mixed into the company from the sewers the other day? And the news came from the police station side this morning, saying that it was ordered by the Green River Gang. Green River Gang, Luo An has heard a little. Seems to be a famous gray industry snake in this area of Magic City, specializing in doing some illegal things. No need to think. Dare to do this in Mordor. There must be someone above to cover, or else the gang would have been exterminated long ago. Lei Changkong hesitated and added, Luo Dong, I think someone should have paid to instruct the Green River Gang to deal with us, and their purpose the company's archive. Archives. That's where the group's important files are kept, and if something goes wrong, it could even interfere with the normal operation of the group. Lone's brow furrowed slightly. Specializing in archives. Could it be a peer? Lei Changkong and Lai Sol nodded their heads. They thought the same thing. Pendong this way. In the Magic City a dominant. The development is really too smooth. Further up will offend some people's cake. So it must be a certain peer to spend money to find someone. Want to use this to suppress the Pendong. That leaves very few suspected targets. Alright, I'll deal with this matter. By the way, what are you guys doing during work hours? Luo An had a thought and quickly thought of a response. He looked at Lai Sol and Lei Changkong again. The two of them looked at each other. The atmosphere was inexplicably weird, and in the end, it was Lai Sol who coughed lightly and said, So what Luo Dong? Mr. Lei and I have some business to go out for a while, so you have to deal with your own paperwork today. Previously, Luo An had basically been a shirker, and his work had naturally been evenly distributed to Lei Changkong and Lai Sol. Lone thought it was something big, but it turned out to be this. He waved his hand dismissively. Well, go. Don't say I'm too harsh a boss. I'll give you 2 days to rest and relax. As soon as these words came out, Lai Sol and Lei Changkong couldn't wait to walk into the elevator, completely devoid of the majesty of a person in a high position. After the elevator door closed, Lai Sol pulled Lei Changkong's arm with some excitement. What's the deal with that girl you found for me on a blind date? Got a picture? Don't worry, the one I found for you is definitely the best. They are the president of a big company. It just so happens that the family is urging for a marriage, so I recommended you over there. That looks, TSK, absolutely, well, as good as my good brother. Humming sounds rang out in the quiet hallway. Move it, Kini is so beautiful. Pushing open the door to his office, Lone walked in humming a song, but the scene in front of him left him stunned, his mouth slightly agape. The desk that originally didn't even have a piece of paper on it had now piled up like a small mountain of documents. How can there be so many? Luo An hurriedly went to his desk to check, and realized that not only was this one his, but even the jobs that originally belonged to Lai Sol and Lei Changkong were all on his desk. He then realized what was going on with the unnatural expressions of the two just now. TM2 I'm your boss. Where is the boss working for his subordinates? Big gall. Having said that, but after all, they had all been promised to them, and there was nothing Luo An could do but bitterly sit down and quickly flip through the documents in front of him. Damn those two assholes. I'll be sure to dock their paychecks when I get back. Time passes in a hectic manner, and the weather outside the window is changing, with the wind swirling and gradually turning from light to dark. In a hurry, Lone finally managed to get all the work done before kindergarten let out. At 4:30 p.m. The bell spread across campus as a mechanical and electronic bell rang. With the bell ringing, the children came out of the classrooms with their school bags and ran towards the school gate in a rush, which the teachers could not stop. The quiet campus got loud all of a sudden. Parents were waiting at the school gates early. The two girls, wearing the same pink skirt and school bag, stood out among the crowd of students, their little white faces wearing smiles of excitement and innocence. Luo Sweetie took one look at Puppy and Mommy at the front of the crowd. Puzzled, she walked over to Lone, who was full of embarrassment. Dad, what's wrong with you? Yang Xiu cocked her head. Luo Daddy seems to be played out. It couldn't be helped. In order to come and pick up the children on time, Luo An was so busy in the afternoon that she didn't even have time to drink. At the moment she was physically and mentally exhausted. He picked up his girl and tried to squeeze out a smile. It's okay, Daddy's just a little too tired. Just rest for a while. Ah, Sweetie knows. Sister Yui said that this condition is kidney deficiency. Luo Sweetness thought she had discovered the truth, and her small eyes flashed a brilliant light with a face that begged to be complimented. These words could have thundered the surrounding family heads. They looked at Luo An unexpectedly, shaking their heads with dark sighs, with pity in their eyes. In favor of this time, Su Mingyue even cooperated and put her hand on his shoulder with a serious face. It's okay, I won't give up on you even if you're weak. Lorne, I thank you for that. This silly girl's playful nature definitely follows this smelly woman, all mischievous and mischievous. Without much delay after receiving the children, Luo An and Su Mingyue each held a munchkin and walked towards the car parked across the street. Luo Sweetie leaned clingily into Luo An's arms, changing positions to find a comfortable lying position. A tantalizing scent reached the tip of her agitated nose and she couldn't help but sniff. Looking in the direction where the scent came from, I realized that it was a supermarket that was selling grilled sausages outside, and the strong smell of meat was coming from there. How could the professional snacker hold back, waving his little hands to grab Luo An's clothes? Excitedly, Daddy, Sugar wants sausage. Oops, don't pull on my clothes, Daddy will buy it for you. Okay, Whisper, do you want to eat? I'd like a hand pie. Alright, then I'll take this girl to buy sausages. Little Sue, you take her to buy handmade pancakes. Luo An brought Luo Tian to the grilled sausage stand and bought 2 grilled sausages. On the other hand, Su Mingyue brought Yang Xiu to the hand pie stall. Auntie, I'll have a hand pie with bacon, egg and lettuce, please, Yang Xiu said politely. Su Mingyue looked at the understanding Yang Xiu, remembering her tragic childhood encounter. Motherly love grew in her heart. Not long after, Luo An and Su Mingyue returned to the car with the 2 children. Luo Tian was contentedly eating a grilled sausage, and Yang Xiu was also happily eating a hand-cooked pancake. Is it good? Lorne asked. Yummy, both children replied in unison. Looking at the children's happy faces, Luo An and Su Mingyue smiled at each other. These small joys in life were perhaps the most precious treasures. Chapter 176. The brief coziness didn't last long. Just got home and the father and daughter completely flipped out over the TV. Luo Sweetness crossed her small waist and said extremely savagely, Sweetie wants to watch Piggy Man. Daddy, you're such a grown-up, but you're still grabbing the TV to watch with the kids. Don't you feel ashamed? Lone, no less imposing, grunted as he held the remote in a death grip. Kids can't watch TV. Be a good boy and go upstairs and play with your dolls. Don't bother Daddy, I'm catching up with the fans. Catching up with the fans is a top priority. Humph, fat ass. You give the remote back to Sugar. The little fat girl has the nerve to talk about me. No. While the two were arguing, Yang Xiu silently flipped out the spare remote control and put on her favorite Hillary wolf and gray sheep. Let's eat. A pungent aroma resounded through the living room. He saw Luo Mingyue carrying a roasted whole lamb out of the kitchen with excitement on his face. This was the first time he had made a roasted whole lamb and he didn't know how it would taste. Seeing that the meal is about to start, the snack food Jean Luo Sweet immediately gave up fighting for the remote control. Wearing slippers at the same time also did not forget to grunt at Luo, and Milk said, Stinky poop. Sweetie remembers you. Just wait for me. Sweetie will make you look good. Roan scratched his head, feeling that the bare child had been left unkempt for too long, and owed his conditioning. Unpacked the external aluminum paper packaging, a colorful and fragrant roasted whole sheep into the eyes. This sheep is just today from Tibet Air Transport over. The meat is very QQ pop. On the top layer, sprinkled with a variety of seasonings for barbecue, the meat becomes even more fragrant and attractive, and just looking at it fills your appetite. The family sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy the sumptuous meal as Su Mingyue arrived. After dinner, and after Lone had watched over the 2 girls as they fell asleep, she returned to her room. A man had been waiting for him in the dimly lit room. Lone was about to turn on the light when a slightly shy voice stopped her. Don't turn on the lights. Good. A night of flipping. For 2 days afterward, Mordor had been quiet, until after the release of the Cloud Group's first new energy vehicle. He thought that the promo would attract public opinion, but to the surprise of Luo An and everyone else, the comments section was full of black comments and curses. The reviews are basically, what kind of is the Cloud Group? You guys deserve to build cars? I didn't realize that Su Mingyue, the iceberg goddess who seemed to be high and cold, was so prodigal and such in her private life. Luo An and Su Mingyue's promos have been variously maligned and scattered all over the internet, except for the comment that no one has vocalized that the two are a couple. But even if someone occasionally speaks out, they are instantly drowned out by a tidal wave of watery comments that make no waves. What's more, the comment accounts of these water armies are basically all local to Mordor, which makes the melon eaters even more convinced that these rumors are actually true. Mansion House. Luo An naturally swiped the relevant rumor-making video, and his brows furrowed in concentration. This was someone behind the scenes targeting him, or targeting Su Mingyue, such a huge army of watermen. What a great tactic. It so happened that Su Mingyue came down from upstairs at that moment. Her gaze was slightly cold. Obviously she had already learned about the rumors on the internet, and without saying a word, she put on her shoes and walked towards the door of her house. Lone was about to get up when she called out in a cold voice, "Stay home. Let me handle this myself. Be good. I'm in a bad mood. Don't make me angry." This time, she was really angry. Blacking her, she could tolerate, but blacking her man, absolutely not. Luo An was actually momentarily subdued by her threatening icy gaze, and wisely sat back on the sofa, not daring to move again, until after Su Mingyue left. He inwardly, which was a sigh of relief. At the moment he couldn't help but sympathize a little with the people behind this. He hadn't seen such an angry Su Mingyue, a woman angry. The consequences are very serious, not to mention still like Su Mingyue this kind of vindictive woman. Just as Luo An hesitated to do something on the sly, his cell phone rang with an incoming call. The contact person is shown as evergreen. It looks like it should have come to fruition 2 days ago. The truth was just as he expected. And just as soon as the answer came through, the Ivy on the other end spoke at length. "Right now, we only found out that it was Chun Qinghe, the boss of the Qinghe gang, who had these two minions of his sneak into your company with the aim of burning down the archive to teach you a lesson. More than that they don't know. Can we just arrest this Chun Qinghe? Not very realistic. I found out that this Green River gang is a newly rising force only in these 2 years, but the speed of development is exceptionally ferocious, and now it has already pocketed a quarter of Magic City's entertainment industry. And the one who can do this, Magic City is a first-tier city. The value of just one bar is at least $2 million, and to be able to grow to such a degree in such a short period of time, there must be someone behind the support, and there were only a handful of people in the whole of Mordor who could do that, and they were also surely connected to him in some way." The answer came quickly to Lone's mind. It's 80% that the Pang family is behind this. And for what reason exactly? He had already reached a settlement with the Pang family through the hands of Pang Yun. Then why would the Pang family target themselves? The biggest possibility was that the Pang family was not an ironclad group within, and Pang Likuan knew someone from one of the factions, which was why he had gone against the words of the Pang family's head and made a move against himself. But here's the problem again. The Pang family's man can obviously find a person from the rest of the forces, borrow the knife to kill himself. And why do you have to let the Green River gang's people come? This is not a clear exposure of their own identity, to increase the risk to themselves. Could it be a deliberate attempt to draw attention to himself? And what is their real agenda? Things were too complicated for Lone to get anywhere, so he simply turned directly to Ivy. "You first lead the people to arrest the leader of the Green River gang." "I will, if something happens." The words stopped before Lone could finish them, his eyes snapping wide as he remembered something. His mind was working quickly. There were only two that he currently had a grudge against. If that person from the Pang family was trying to attract his attention, then he would definitely have other plans in places he would not expect. Hypothetically, if this matter has Luo Kai and Luo Yaji's figure in it, together with today's internet water army thing, then everything would be well explained. Their real target was Su Mingyue. It's specifically to lure her out the door. Chapter 177, Ivy, is this what it feels like to have a backer? Give me off. As soon as this assumption came out, a cold sweat broke out behind Lone's back. Not being able to think too much, he ran out of the house at the fastest speed in his life, and at the same time took out his cell phone to call Su Mingyue. If it involved her, he wasn't willing to gamble on even the slightest possibility. She was the only one, too, who absolutely couldn't have anything happen to her. The top floor of a tall building near the Tongda Bridge in the Magic City. Luo Kai and Luo Yago walked up to the rooftop, and there was already a figure waiting here for a long time. The younger brother of the contemporary head of the Pang family, Peng Wang. "Uncle Peng, long time no see." Lakai exchanged greetings with him, but Peng Wang didn't pay any attention to him. His eyes were fixed on the distant bridge, or to be precise, every car that drove by on the bridge, as if he was searching for something. This time it was Luo Kai's plan to capture Su Mingyu alive, so he found Peng Wang, who also had a grudge against Luoan. The other party was quite powerful locally in the Magic City, so at that time, even if the plan failed, they would be able to retreat in one piece. And the reason Peng Wang agreed to them was for revenge. He has a secret that has been hidden for many years. In fact, Pang Xiaojun is not Pan Likuan's son, but his Pang Wang's. Pang Wang's body was injured 15 years ago, resulting in the inability to have another child. And because of an accident, he and Pang Likuan's wife crazy one night, did not do measures, and when he found out that the pregnancy is already too late, thus Pang Xiaojun became his only heir. As a result, now his only son was actually victimized by Luo An and had to go to jail. How could he be happy? Just as Pang Wang was contemplating, a Rolls-Royce appeared from around the corner in the distance, heading towards the bridge. Here it comes, that's the car, Luo Yagu said with some emotion. Luo Kai gazed at it. His mood was equally excited. As long as he took down Su Mingyue, a mere Luo Yagu would not be his opponent at all. The entire Luo family would be his at that time. He sidled up. Uncle Pang, do it, it has to be alive. Be careful not to let the woman die. Don't worry, I'm sure we won't let her die. Pang Wang smiled a bit eerily, took out his cell phone and dialed out a call, coldly commanding towards the other end. Do it, follow the plan. You know what to do. Tongda Bridge, traffic surging, such as a torrent of steel constantly advancing forward. The sound of honking staggered, extremely harsh, and often can be heard shouting curses of car owners. The Rolls-Royce was unique among the crowd of ordinary family cars, and was moving so slowly that the cars around it didn't dare to get too close. I'm afraid that if I scratch or rub it, I'll lose my pants. Just then, a van rushed out of the traffic, only to hear the sound of crazy booming gas. The two cars directly collided with each other. The loud commotion caused all the owners present to freeze. Boom! The front end of the van was obviously reinforced, and under the full force of the collision, the front end of the Rolls-Royce was directly squeezed and deformed, falling off the bridge and sinking into the bottomless river. The van fell off the bridge with it. It all happened in an instant, leaving those in the room dumbfounded, followed closely by fear and afterthought. I don't know what's going on with the van, but if they'd just gotten caught in the wave, they'd be screwed. The rooftop of the building in the distance. At the sight of the Rolls-Royce and the van crashing into the river together, Luo Kai and Luo Yagu both froze. How was this different from what they thought? Back to God. Luo Kai went forward and fiercely grabbed Pang Wang's collar, and said angrily, TM, what's going on? Didn't I say I wanted them alive? Why did you just kill them? Do you know what will happen to them? From the beginning to the end, Luo Kai and Luo Yagu had never thought of actually threatening Su Mingyue's life, because they knew that if they really did that, they would definitely attract that man's reckless retaliation. But now, Pang Wang's face showed insane pleasure and laughter. From the moment that guy got Xiaojun in jail, this scene was destined to happen now. I'm a member of the Pang family. What can he, Luo An, do to me? Pang Wang's position in the Pang family was not comparable to a small Pang Likuan. He might not be fine, but something would definitely happen to Luo Kai and Luo Yagu. But just then, the cell phone, which had fallen to the ground, resounded with a man's eager voice in addition to the sound of the rushing water. No, why are there two men sitting in the car? The rooftop was instantly silent at these words. Pang Wang incredulously pushed Luo Kai away, picked up the cell phone on the ground, and said angrily, what do you mean? Isn't that Lone's woman sitting in the car? The other end answered quickly, no boss Pang, this seems to be the two captured juniors of the Green River Gang, not Su Mingyue. Hearing these words, Luo Kai's tight heart finally loosened up. Although he didn't know what was going on, since it wasn't Su Mingyue sitting in the car, it was a blessing in misfortune. But before they could completely relax, the door to the rooftop was kicked open, and a stern cry came from them. Nobody move. Police. Two policemen rushed up to the rooftop, batons in hand. Pang Wang reacted extremely quickly, directly dropping the cell phone in his hand unceremoniously onto the rooftop before raising his hands. Luo Kai and Luo Yagu have also cooperated. Anyway, Su Mingyue didn't have an accident, and it wasn't them who did it, so they can't be found out. Leading the way was Ivy. His gaze fell on Pang Wang. This guy has committed a lot of cases in recent years. Forcible purchase and sale, forced prostitution, as well as condoning his subordinates to loan sharks, knowing that they are all related to him, but there is no evidence, and there is nothing Ivy can do. As for now, Ivy stepped forward and delivered a slap towards Pang Wang's face and kicked him over on the ground, causing Pang Wang to scream in pain. He covered his burning face in disbelief. You dared to hit me with your hands. What gives you the right to hit me? Believe it or not, I'll have you replaced as the director. This scene stunned both Luo Kai and Luo Yagu. Are the police in Mordor so powerful now that they even dare to touch the Pangs without evidence? Ivy glanced at the cronies behind him and said lightly, did you guys see me hit him? The two captains looked at each other with instant understanding, then shook their heads in unison. No, because Pang Wang was suspected of obstructing law enforcement. That's why you had to step in to subdue him. Chief, Nanny. Pang Wang stared wide-eyed. It can still be like this? Is this the same cop who nodded his head when he saw him before? But Evergreen didn't have time to nag him. wiping his hands casually and grunting coldly. "Put your hands on your head and get your ass in place. You are not qualified to order me." Pang Wang's fire also came up, and he glared fiercely at it unwillingly. "I told you to hold your head and crouch down. Don't you understand human language?" In the next second, Chang Qingdao directly pulled out the pistol on his waist, the blackened muzzle pointing directly at Pang Wang's head, his entire body exuding an extremely strong sense of oppression. Seeing that he had actually even taken out the equalizer of beings, Pang Wang was so scared that his legs and feet shivered and he no longer dared to be arrogant. Rushing to his sharp feet, he crouched in place with his head in his hands. Mentally, he vowed to make these cops look good when this was over. But Ivy wasn't done venting yet, and wanted to call the phone number that Lone had just called to humiliate the guy in any way he could, and spoke again. "I now suspect that you have a murder weapon hidden on your person. Now remove your clothes immediately." "What? Surname Chang, don't bully people too much. I told you to take your clothes off." The gun disliked Peng Wang's temple, and the arrogance that had just risen was once again extinguished. Reluctantly, he stripped off his clothes and threw them indignantly on the floor, leaving him with only his last shirt. Ivy's heart felt a surge of relief, and she was refreshed like never before. "So this is what it feels like to have a backer. It's in Gossam. Keep taking it off for me."